Ling Tian was mistakenly thrown into the Marvel Universe by a malfunctioning system, starting with only a W driver and a cat-finding quest. When he earned 500,000 by beating up escapees with a bat camera, the system shop unexpectedly refreshed, revealing the Fang Memory. The pair of siblings he was temporarily staying with turned out to be Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. Chapter 1. Welcome to the Marvel Universe. Ling Tian looked around in bewilderment, the crowd surging before him. Where am I? He murmured instinctively. Welcome to the Marvel Universe. Congratulations on activating the Kamen Rider system, a mechanical voice abruptly announced. Marvel? Kamen Rider? A system? Ling Tian froze momentarily, his mind exploding as if struck by lightning. Wait a minute. Others traverse due to accidents or terminal illnesses. I neither smoke nor fight. How did I end up here? You must give me an explanation. Beep. Insufficient permissions, unable to query, came the response. Are you kidding? Either tell me the truth or send me back. Otherwise, we both shall perish today. Ling Tian clenched his fists tightly. System malfunction led to a mistaken binding. The quota originally belonged to your neighbor, who tragically passed away. The electronic voice suddenly sounded sheepish. Return services are currently unavailable. The probability of locating your original world in the infinite multiverse approaches 0. So, Ling Tian sneered in anger. I've been permanently marked by your garbage program? Correct. A confirmation symbol flashed on the system interface. Huh. Was I destined to annihilate galaxies in my past life? Ling Tian crouched down, cradling his head. Just wait to die? With Thanos snapping his fingers, what use is a Kamen Rider? The system silently closed the Kamen Rider Ultimate Form Knowledge pop-up and switched to gentle font. It is advisable to attempt survival first. The death rate of 50 is a future event at your current stage. It is entirely possible for you to become a millionaire, and, if developed properly, opposing Thanos is not a mere fantasy. Very well. Ling Tian turned over on the sofa, the glow of his phone screen illuminating his face. You are right, I cannot continue to wallow in despair. He murmured to the air, but with the language barrier, how am I supposed to find a job? Beep. Suddenly, an electronic voice echoed in his mind. First-time bound users receive a beginner's gift package. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ling Tian sat up straight, urgency coursing through him. Hurry up. Distributing now. Acquired the skill, English proficiency. How practical. Ling Tian tried speaking a few sentences of fluent English. At least I can find a job now. Is that all? He inquired further. Please select an initial profession. The system displayed a list of options. Doctor, photographer, chef, detective, police officer. Please note that your choice will determine your identity and skills. Ling Tian stared at the virtual panel. No option for a wealthy heir. Please make a serious choice. TSK. He counted on his fingers. Doctors work night shifts. Chefs are always surrounded by grease. And police? No way. He shook his head vigorously at the thought of the gun violence reported in the news. The cursor flickered between photographer and detective. The former was his old profession, while the latter seemed refreshing. Finally, he decided, select detective. If it doesn't work out, I can always return to photography. Confirm the selection of detective profession? Confirmed. Acquired. Minghai Detective Agency ownership and Minghai Shoji's deduction ability. The personal information panel unfurled. Name, Ling Tian. Age, 22. Identity, orphan Chinese detective. Office location, Manhattan, New York. Account balance, 50,000. Another orphan backstory. Ling Tian smiled bitterly. At that moment, the system's prompt chimed again. Additional reward. Kamen Rider W Lost Driver includes 6 memories such as Wind and Ace. If I had chosen photographer, would I have received the Decade Driver? Ling Tian suddenly realized. Correct. However, the Decade Driver's initial state only has the basic form, the system added. The current configuration is more practical. Can I change my mind now? What do you think? Forget it. Ling Tian fiddled with the silver driver that had suddenly appeared in his hand. A detective it is then. Can this even be compared? That would be Decade. I just wanted the ability to breach dimensions. At least if I can't win, I can retreat. Thinking this way, the host does seem to be at a bit of a disadvantage. Never mind, since I chose. Let's just move forward and check out the agency. Ling Tian was quite pleased with his agency, which also served as his residence. The 3-story structure with a basement was quite practical. The first floor had a lounge area with a sofa, computer, and office supplies for receiving clients. The second floor was the living area, complete with a bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom. The basement, empty as a parking lot, would eventually house a dedicated motorcycle as a Kamen Rider, although he didn't have one yet. Host you. Please be quiet, I need some peace. Life's ups and downs have hit me too suddenly. Let me familiarize myself with my new home and sleep well. We can discuss matters tomorrow. Ling Tian flipped through a magazine. Stark Industries was still selling weapons. Obadiah was thriving, and it seemed Iron Man had yet to be born, so it was relatively safe for now. System function, long road ahead. In the morning light, Ling Tian woke up feeling refreshed. This is my new home. It seems I still need an adjustment period. System, what were you going to say yesterday? Just a reminder for check-in. However, a new day has begun, and yesterday's discount opportunity has expired. What? Check-in is one of your functions. Indeed. Points can be earned through 3 methods, used to purchase transformation items, enhance equipment, and skills. The first day comes with a discount. Unfortunately, someone rejected it yesterday. What? At that time, someone insisted I shut up. Did that happen? Ling Tian felt a bit guilty. Need a replay? Forget it. Your magnanimous, such sudden traversal made me lose my composure. Very well. The opportunity remains. The host can use it at any time. A conscientious system indeed. Let's sign in first, and then open the shop. Today's check-in awarded 1,000 points. The shop is now open. Please consume rationally. Gazing at the luminous screen before him. Half of the 20 items in the shop are memories. Do I really need to be so deliberate, even if I choose W? Even 000 coins and the wizard ring are sold separately without a driver. What use do they have? The most critical point is that even the cheapest item costs 1,000 points, which I cannot afford. The host can purchase items on this page at a 90 discount, and if unsatisfied, can spend 500 points to refresh. Half of the memories in the system shop enhance your strength. After all, you only have the W driver. Note, the transformation belt can only be used by you, others cannot. You can also control the activation rights of mixed memories, but do not forget the side effects. So, even if others get my equipment, they cannot transform. The activation rights of the mixed items are in my hands, and they cannot utilize this technology, right? Precisely, that is indeed the case. Technological monopoly? How splendid. Ling Tian was acutely aware of how many ambitious individuals lurked in the Marvel Universe. S.H.I.E.L.D., the military, Hydra, and a plethora of covetous enterprises. If they set their sights on him, forget about a peaceful resolution. Surviving until the end of the system, shutting down the shop, would be the priority. With this meager amount of points, even discounted items are out of reach. Let's talk again when I've saved up to 100,000. Ling Tian was well aware. What about the other 2 methods to earn points? One is to complete system tasks, such as triggering events or obtaining special items. The second is to gain points through combat by defeating enemies, with the amount depending on the strength of the opponent. Understood. To grow stronger, I must proactively stir up trouble. System, are you compelling me to go out and fight? However, Ling Tian was well prepared. In the early stages of Marvel, survival was feasible, but as the narrative progressed, apocalyptic crises emerged. One could evade the initial threats, but not those that followed. His current objective was to develop in secrecy, amassing as many hidden cards as possible for greater security. First, he needed to familiarize himself with his surroundings. He stepped out of his home and found a restaurant to settle in. I would like a steak cooked medium rare and a cup of coffee, please. Having lived for over 20 years without venturing abroad, possessing $50,000, it would be a travesty not to indulge in a memorable experience. Yet this meal cost over $100. At this rate, combined with rent and utilities, he would struggle to last 6 months. It seemed he would need to take on some side jobs. After all, he was a detective, and surely he wouldn't starve. System, can points be exchanged for cash? No. Points can only be spent in the store, which offers nightly gear and advanced skills, but your level is too low to make purchases at this time. Ling Tian felt a twinge of disappointment upon learning that cash redemption was impossible, but the system's subsequent words piqued his curiosity. Oh, are there any special abilities? The system explained, for instance, time suspension, automatic defense mechanisms, immunity to temporal interference. Any past disturbances will be rendered ineffective, and even the cross-dimensional abilities you have long desired. Stop right there. Just tell me how many points I need to upgrade the store and what benefits come with it. The first upgrade requires 10,000 points. Subsequent upgrades will double the cost. For each level gained, the item list will expand by 10. The higher your level, the greater the likelihood of discounted items appearing, as well as unlocking more powerful skills. Ling Tian sighed. Life is truly not easy. Before I clear the store, I feel as if I am burdened with a colossal debt that I will spend the rest of my life repaying. System. Sir, your steak. Just as Ling Tian contemplated his future, the waitress brought his meal. Noticing her flushed cheeks, he felt a sense of pride. It seemed his charm remained intact, proving that in any world, appearances mattered. His spirits lifted. At least he had his looks, a small solace in his current situation. In the ensuing days, he wandered the streets of New York by day, familiarizing himself with the environment, and returned to the office to sleep at night. This mundane existence persisted for over a week, but Ling Tian began to feel an inexplicable emptiness, as if he had prematurely stepped into retirement, with nothing to occupy his time. How did I ever choose the detective profession? It's terribly boring. If no clients come knocking, I might as well return to my old job. Opening the system panel, he gazed at his balance of 11,000 points and decided it was time to invest in upgrading the store. The mere addition of 10 items per page justified the expenditure, as it would significantly reduce his points consumption when refreshing the store. System, confirming the deduction of 10,000 points. The store will reopen in 1 hour, and all current items will be refreshed. Please be patient. Back to square one, he lamented as his 5-digit point balance dwindled to 4 digits. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no pang of regret. I hope the upgraded store does not disappoint. An hour later, Ling Tian scrutinized the updated panel, frowning. Why are there still only memory items? Are there no belts or the like? The system suddenly displayed a notification. Congratulations. The first upgrade of the store grants an additional reward, the passive transformation protection function. When activated, the host will automatically transform when ambushed in their normal state. This is quite practical. Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Without a belt, I am no different from an ordinary person, vulnerable to surprise attacks. With this function, my points will be well spent. Then he paused. Wait, don't change the subject. Why are half the shelves still filled with memory items? Just because I selected W doesn't mean I'm a memory collector. The host's strength is too low. Half of the memory items are specifically designed to enhance the host's combat capabilities. The rest are transformation gear and enhancement items. Until the host unlocks the new night belt, the store will maintain this configuration. 6 memory items aren't enough? Doesn't W only use these 6? Far from it. The eternal memory can activate multiple memories simultaneously, far surpassing the dual riders. Besides, you haven't even acquired Fang right now. You are merely a basic version of W, no different from a rookie. Alright, I concede. Can I purchase directly? Yes, but it will cost double the points. The system coldly interrupted, its tone leaving no room for argument. System, must you always dampen my spirits? Can't you let me enjoy my moment? Perhaps you should first examine the price tags of the items. Fine, at least that offers some consolation. What are the prices for Eternal and Fang? Eternal Memory, 30,000. Fang Memory, 20,000. But I shall take my leave, impoverished. What about the drive? I suggest you prepare yourself psychologically. Understood, I see I cannot afford it. The interface then shifted, revealing a dizzying array of drives, belts, and transformation devices. The Decade Drive, hundreds of thousands, 8 million. I will need to save until the end of the world. Chapter 2, Penniless. 2 million, Foes 1 million, Agito 3 million, Kuga 2 million, Kuga 2 million. Help, even the cheapest starts at 1 million, all in their basic forms? Have the enhanced forms been devoured? How many years must I save to exchange for a basic belt? The price for Omega Zero is directly in the billions. Are you jesting with me? Completely fair. Omega Zero represents the pinnacle of Heisei power, capable of opening dimensional gates and destroying dimensions. In the Marvel Universe, it would be a top-tier entity, making 1 billion points of steel. So I am neither a child nor an elderly person, destined to be swindled? System, you have misunderstood. Ling Tian, I refuse to listen. Switch back to the regular store. My heart can't take this. Upon returning to the initial interface, Ling Tian sifted through the items that were within his reach. The Hardman motorcycle exclusive to W, 1,000 points. The Bat Camera, a detective's essential, 1,500 points. Core coins, 1,000 points. What is this? A donut for only 50 points? What nonsense is this? I'll take the motorcycle, Ling Tian declared, pointing at the half-black, half-green bike. There was no choice. Although the camera was excellent, it was far beyond his budget. This motorcycle, though flashy, was practical, boasting a top speed of 580 kilometers per hour. Wealth is but a fleeting concept. The experience of being utterly broke is truly dreadful. He was now thoroughly destitute. Just as he contemplated this, a knock sounded at the door. A job had arrived. Detective Ling Tian was about to secure his first lucrative case. Upon opening the door, he found a woman in her 40s standing there. Her attire suggested she was not wealthy, yet upon reflection, who among the affluent would visit his modest office? Please, have a seat, madam. Would you like some coffee? No need to trouble yourself. Sir, I come with a request. Please, speak. Although my name may not be well known, my abilities are undeniably reliable. What do you need me to do? After all, this was his first business deal, and Ling Tian was determined to be courteous. You see, my cat has gone missing. It was a gift from my daughter, who works away from home. That little creature is like family to me. Can you understand such a sentiment? Of course, empathy is crucial. So, you seek my help to find your cat. Yes, that is correct. Ling Tian inwardly lamented. Had he known this would be his first case, he would have preferred death over becoming a detective. Do you have a photo of the cat? Indeed, Rim is particularly well behaved. She retrieved a photograph from her bag, a small creature with orange fur, adorned with a few strands of white on its head. Deal. I shall take on this commission. Now, let's discuss the remuneration. I only have $600. That's all my savings. Before Ling Yi could utter 300, the other party surprisingly doubled the offer. No, 300 is sufficient. Wonderful. Please do find it as soon as possible. Piece of cake. Please leave me your contact information, and I will notify you once I locate it. Thank you so much. After sending away the unfamiliar client, Ling Yi finally cracked. Looking for a cat. I expected something grander. Why not a missing person case? I mean, a commission for finding a person would suffice. Who would have thought that my detective career would commence with a cat search? As a professional detective, once he accepted a commission, he could not abandon it halfway. Surveying the surroundings, this neighborhood was not particularly large. Finding the feline should not prove too arduous. Or so he hoped. He decided to finish his cup of coffee first. After all, how difficult could it be to locate a mere cat? However, this search extended until sunset. After several hours of relentless searching, Ling Yi was on the verge of collapse. Finding a cat was indeed more challenging than locating a person. Holding the photograph, he inquired one by one, but the useful leads were dismally scarce. Following those fragmented pieces of information led him astray, and while he encountered several similar orange cats, none of them were the one he sought. Surprisingly, he facilitated the adoption of a few beautiful felines, earning $200 that afternoon. He could not help but doubt his professional prowess. Could he be a fraud? Impossible. It was merely a matter of different fields. His expertise lay in serious cases like homicides, robberies, and human trafficking. A trivial commission like finding a cat was a blatant affront to his professional dignity. He vowed never to accept another one again. Meow. The sudden sound of a cat's meow jolted Ling Yi. In the dim light, the orange figure was not particularly conspicuous, yet he instantly locked onto his target. The white fur on its head and the collar confirmed it was indeed the tormentor of his day, Lord Rim. At last, I have found you. His voice trembled with excitement. Come back with me. Your owner, Ms. Reza, is nearly frantic. Yet the cat merely glanced at him before turning away without hesitation. Hey, so you think you're too good for me? Ling Yi grumbled, his teeth grinding in frustration. Once I catch you, I'll make sure to pluck that tuft of white fur off your head. Nevertheless, his professional ethics compelled him to suppress his anger. Completing the task was the priority, and personal grievances would have to wait. After pursuing for another 2 blocks, Ling Yi was already panting. After a long day of exertion, he was now racing against a cat. Ugh, if only the motorcycle wasn't so conspicuous. He thought bitterly. Next time, they'll let you run 5 kilometers first and see if I can't catch up. Unbeknownst to him, sensing his murderous intent, the cat ahead suddenly fluffed up its fur and, losing its footing, tumbled down from the rooftop, landing squarely on a passerby. With an angry yell echoing, Ling Yi realized the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Upon entering the house, he found a common man, bloodied and gripping the cat by its neck. This was truly. He could only hope the man would listen to reason. Ling Yi envisioned the confrontation between the man and the cat, sensing that matters would not resolve easily. His presence caught the young man's attention. The fleeting expression of wariness and panic on his face was precisely noted by Ling Yi. This guilty demeanor revealed that the person before him was certainly not the homeowner. Infiltrating a residence at midnight with suspicious behavior, he was undoubtedly a thief. Ling Yi decided to take proactive measures. I sincerely apologize. My cat tends to wander off and has caused you some distress. His tone was earnest. If I have disturbed your rest, I am willing to compensate. But please, allow me to take you to the hospital to treat your wounds and make a record. No need for a record. The young man hastily declined, shoving the cat back into Ling Yi's arms. Just keep your cat in check. As for the medical expenses, a small amount will suffice. His voice trembled, barely masking his attempt at calmness. This clumsy performance only reinforced Ling Yi's conviction. However, acting rashly could attract unwanted attention. Subtle maneuvering was the better strategy. Such a serious wound must be treated. Ling Yi insisted. Why not let me come in and assist you with basic care? No need. The young man nearly leaped up. I can handle minor injuries myself. How about this? Ling Yi feigned compromise. Tomorrow, Please visit the police station to collect the medical expenses from my uncle, the chief. The thief's face turned ashen in an instant. No, that's not necessary. The cat just fell and scratched me. It was just a joke. You are truly magnanimous, Ling Yi replied with a smile and a nod. Can you leave now? I need to rest. The thief's voice tightened. Once outside, Ling Yi could not help but chuckle. After making such a ruckus and delaying for so long, the real homeowner must have noticed by now. Tomorrow at the police station would be quite amusing, guiding the wayward back to the right path. The cat in his arms suddenly let out a soft meow. I almost forgot about you. Ms. Reza is still waiting. Ling Yi scratched the cat's chin. But that thief's intelligence. Could he really be foolish enough to claim he knows the chief's nephew to the police? He shook his head, laughing. Ling Yi meandered back to his residence and dialed Ms. Reza, informing her that the commission had been resolved. On the other end, her excitement rendered her speechless, eager to see her precious jewel at once. The next day, Ling Yi inquired why she had chosen him, an obscure detective. The answer struck him like a dull knife, making his heart ache. The police station paid no heed to this matter, and the detectives I contacted either dismissed it as trivial or demanded a base fee of $2,000. The elderly woman raised 3 trembling fingers. You only asked for $300. You truly have compassion for us old bones. Gazing at the frail figure of the old woman, despite the multitude of grievances, he could only swallow them down. Indeed, in this world, no profession offered easy money. Emerging prominently. System. Ling Yi suddenly slammed the table. Where's the promised mission? Not even a hint in sight. The mechanical voice lazily replied, no mission arises without triggering the plot. To earn points, either check in daily or engage in brawls, but you haven't even laid a hand on a stray dog. The tone abruptly heightened. How long has the W motorcycle been gathering dust? Are you saving points for offspring? Enough with the nonsense. Ling Yi retorted angrily. The junk memory in the shop is hardly worth seeing. Transformation items are exorbitantly priced, and the camera I bought was on discount. Suddenly, he grinned mischievously. Once the shop upgrades and the shelves are stocked, I'll splurge then. The system fell silent for 2 seconds. You win. Stop rambling. I am now the renowned detective of 10 miles around. Ling Yi tossed the car keys as he exited, the sound of electronic sighs trailing behind him. It turned out that half a month ago, after the cat-finding case, Ms. Reza had been praising the $300 detective to everyone, making those who rejected commissions seem like unscrupulous merchants. To make matters worse, on one occasion, she boasted at the police station, inadvertently drawing the attention of the officers to this detective more adept than police dogs. By a twist of fate, Ling Yi's detective agency gained a shining reputation. Ling Yi quickly became the most sought-after detective in the area. Even the police frequently sought his assistance in solving cases. With his exceptional deductive skills, he aided the police in unraveling 2 tricky cases and nearly became the go-to expert at the precinct, his status akin to that of Kagoro Muri from Detective Conan, thriving in his newfound success. Hey, Ling Yi, heading out? His neighbor Tom greeted him warmly as he stepped outside. Yes, I have another case to handle. At this point, I can hardly distinguish whether I am a detective or a police officer, Ling Yi laughed. But don't spread that around otherwise. People might think I only take on police work, and that would solidify my identity. Rest assured, I am the epitome of discretion, Tom declared as he patted his chest. I have always been tight-lipped with friends. Of course, Ling Tian nodded, but after taking just a couple of steps, he heard Tom's voice behind him. Hey Bob, it's me Tom, let me tell you. Ling Tian nearly stumbled, his foot slipping beneath him. Wasn't he just boasting about being tight-lipped? Is this what he calls discretion? Noticing the look in Ling Tian's eyes, Tom quickly tucked his phone away. My apologies. Perhaps the cap wasn't screwed on tightly. I shall rectify that immediately. Had he not been retreating as he spoke, ultimately disappearing from sight, Ling Tian might have almost believed him. Ah, the trust between individuals. In the future, do not seek my assistance, otherwise you shall find yourself in dire straits. Upon arriving at the police station, the officers welcomed him with exceptional enthusiasm, for he was the ace in solving cases and deserved their utmost respect. Even those who harbored dissent had to consider public sentiment. Mr. Ling, you have finally arrived. Director William was pacing anxiously in his office. Director William, do not fret. What case is it this time? A robber has escaped from prison, and we cannot locate him. New York is vast, making it inherently difficult to find anyone. Just a prisoner escape. Is it truly worthy of your distress? Under normal circumstances, it would not be. However, he committed armed robbery at the Empire State Building, which is particularly heinous. Did you truly allow him to escape? Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Indeed. The The director's expression stiffened. This was indeed a shameful matter. The criminal, named John, after committing the robbery, did not take any hostages but instead leisurely smoked a cigarette before fleeing in a stolen vehicle. Throughout the entire ordeal, the police were entirely absent. While it was true that the criminal acted swiftly, it was clearly a provocation that could not be tolerated. Understood, Ling Tian nodded. Now let us discuss the remuneration. Detective Ling, the reward is set at $100,000, plus the commission fee, totaling $120,000. $120,000? I shall take this case. Upon hearing the fee, Ling Tian decisively agreed, completely uncharacteristic of a composed detective. He added with righteous fervor, "It is my duty to eliminate threats to the public." Chapter 3. Exposure of movements capturing the target would yield a reward of $50,000. Ling Tian composed himself. Addressing Director John, "I require photographs of the suspect along with their criminal records. Ideally, surveillance footage would expedite locating their whereabouts." All the necessary materials were at hand, with pressure mounting from above to resolve the case swiftly. "Leave it to me," he reassured himself, contemplating that for the sake of a better life, he might have to inconvenience Mr. John by apprehending him prematurely. "Have you considered a position at the police department, Detective Ling? The remuneration is generous," Director William proposed. "However, being a detective is not a stable career. I am grateful for your kind offer, but my constitution." Ling Tian feigned frailty and shook his head. Internally, William mused, "Who could rival you in the precinct?" "Yet," he replied, "an expert like you should merely analyze cases from a secure position." Ling Tian responded earnestly, "If I were to become a police officer, I would be unable to assist ordinary citizens like Ms. Ruisha." This rationale left William momentarily speechless. "You're always welcome to reconsider," he finally said. The thought of the $50,000 bounty brought a smile to Ling Tian's face. That could fund a swimming pool, a new computer, and perhaps a discreet motorcycle. The system interjected, "Do you not already possess a motorcycle? That one is far too ostentatious." Ling Tian complained. "It's gathering dust in the basement. The items from a mall can be stored in the system space," the system reminded him. Ling Tian stood in stunned silence for a moment before exclaiming, "Why did you not mention this sooner? I carry the transformation device, 6 memory cards, and a camera daily. Anxious about being discovered. Do I appear amusingly nervous?" The system replied, "You never inquired. Perhaps it's merely your peculiar hobby, which is why it was not mentioned. Very well. I shall let you off this time. First, store that motorcycle in the system space. I'll keep the memory cards and put away the drive." Ling Tian waved his hand dismissively. Understood. As the items vanished, Ling Tian felt an immediate sense of relief, his steps lighter, though perhaps it was merely a psychological effect. The brilliant sunshine certainly felt real. "I must expedite this case. Otherwise, if reported, that $50,000 will slip away," he murmured. "System, assist me in locating an individual. The price is negotiable. The target John was merely an ordinary person, costing 1,000 points. Consider it a trade of 1,000 points for 50,000. 1 point equals $500. A fair deal," Ling Tian calculated, but suddenly grew cautious. "Wait, is there a hidden meaning in your words? If a common person costs 1,000, how much would someone with a special identity demand? Indeed, the stronger the target's capabilities, the more points required." Understood. Let's spend 1,000 points to pinpoint his location. After a brief moment, the system provided precise coordinates. Arriving at a discreet bar, Ling Tian found himself taken aback by the scene before him. The fugitive was mingling with a group of burly men, unmistakably a small-time leader. At least 3 individuals present bore the weight of murder charges. Is this what they call an ordinary person? This resembles a mafia gathering. Ling Tian cursed silently. What he had anticipated as a straightforward capture now felt akin to provoking a hornet's nest. Although he feared no one, he was wary of exposing his identity. He resolved to wait until John was alone. However, as night fell, John remained closely accompanied by 2 henchmen. Feeling the memory device in his pocket, Ling Tian found himself in a dilemma. Should he risk capturing the target for 500,000 or play it safe and settle for 120,000? He decided to go all in, for the sake of his private swimming pool. As the 3 men reached a deserted area, Ling Tian leaped forth. "I can handle this fugitive and his 2 inebriated companions without transforming." He intended to launch a surprise attack from behind, but John noticed him just in time. Indeed, escaped convicts are no ordinary adversaries. Although the 2 drunkards stumbled, they could still distinguish friend from foe. Ling Tian quickly found himself besieged by the trio. John grinned widely. Hey brother, I don't recognize you. No cop dresses like that. Let me guess. Those couple from a few days ago were your relatives? Looks like I'm right. This fellow was indeed a formidable opponent. While Ling Tian might have had a chance in a one-on-one confrontation, facing three at once left him barely able to defend himself. Revealing his transformation ability now would be foolish. It was hardly worth wasting such a trump card on these three lowlifes. It seemed he would have to take some hits. Suddenly shifting from defense to offense, Ling Tian absorbed a few punches and lunged at John. A powerful blow struck John's nose, and in his moment of daze, Ling Tian followed up with a swift kick. However, one of the drunken men took the opportunity to land a kick to Ling Tian's side. John staggered back to his feet, his vision blurred. He spat out blood and muttered, "Madman," enduring the dull pain in his ribs. Ling Tian retrieved his bat-shaped camera from his pocket. The moment the memory device was inserted, an electronic sound pierced the night sky. The mechanical bat unfurled its wings, unleashing ultrasound that caused the three men to cover their ears and stagger back. Before they could regain their composure, Ling Tian's fists and feet rained down upon them. He had not utilized his transformation ability at all. By the time these three regained consciousness, they would likely only remember a blinding flash from a camera-like device. As for the two drunkards, they would probably have no recollection of how they ended up on the ground. The only regret was sustaining some injuries. However, for the sake of $500,000, these minor wounds became an ideal guise. Director William? I have captured him. Location? Ling Tian surveyed the dark alley around him. Never mind, I'll send someone to my office tomorrow. Make sure to bring cash. He hoisted the unconscious John and delivered a swift chop to his neck. He should have prepared better. That was a miscalculation. The taxi driver frowned, scrutinizing the bloodied pair. Just a bit too much to drink, Ling Tian remarked as he shoved John in the back seat and handed the driver 3 times the fare. As for why he didn't deliver John directly to the police station, he had no desire to make the trip in vain. What if those police officers were to renege? He certainly wasn't going to demolish the precinct. On the apartment floor, John, bound tightly like a dumpling, finally emitted a muffled sound. Ling Tian pulled a rag from his pocket and stuffed it in John's mouth, deftly adjusting the tightness of the ropes. Perfect. Today felt a bit eerie. Having been in this place for nearly 30 days, it was the first time he had engaged in such a fierce brawl. Without transforming, his skills were only marginally superior to those of an average person. He could manage a one-on-one fight and barely hold his own against 2, but a third opponent would have him fleeing in no time. It seemed he needed to carry some gadgets for protection. If it hadn't been for that bat-shaped camera today, he might have had to resort to a full transformation to resolve the situation. Alas, he was still too inexperienced. He needed to work on his physical conditioning. Otherwise, even transforming into a masked rider wouldn't sustain him in a prolonged battle. One must acquire some combat skills. At my current level, I would surely be on my knees against anyone. Alas, I shall discuss it tomorrow. Today I am utterly exhausted like a dog. By the way, system, how many points have I accumulated? System, 18, 300 points. I just took down 3 weaklings, earning 300 points. In just a couple of days, the shop will upgrade. And a surprise awaits. Spare me the suspense. I seek joy, not shock. Hurry up. It's a surprise. But I can give you a hint. It's something you've long desired and urgently need. The demon-binding belt? The transformation device? The dimensional barrier? Haha. The system, unable to bear it any longer, poured cold water on my expectations. Stop dreaming. The belt will certainly cost money. Hoping to obtain it for free through an upgrade? Dream on. The remaining possibilities might exist, but the dimensional barrier must reach at least level 9 to become viable. Level 9. I might as well save money to buy the belt. That's far more cost-effective. Very well. The system has no objections. As long as you have enough charm, you can easily earn 8 million points. If all else fails, simply spend 16 million directly to purchase it. This system wholeheartedly supports such extravagant behavior. I concede defeat. However, before I confine you to your little darkroom, I must say, system, you truly are a mood killer. Begone. System, this system merely speaks the truth. With no faults whatsoever, it has completely disregarded the emotional impact of those words on the tender heart of Ling Tian. Ling Tian collapsed on the bed, falling into a deep slumber, utterly unconcerned about the bound individual downstairs. Wrapped up like a dumpling, albeit a comatose one. If he manages to escape, I shall walk on my hands from that point onward. Indeed, When Ling Tian finally awoke naturally, the dumpling downstairs remained as quiet as a chicken. It was uncertain whether he was too injured to awaken or, having regained consciousness, chose to lie still. Quite the tough guy. Upon closer inspection, one could even hear a distinctly rhythmic snoring. Goodness, this mummy seems to be rather comfortable. Hey, wake up. Mr. John, it is time to hit the road. Ling Tian slapped his face and splashed a cup of cold water on him. Cough, cough. Where am I? It hurts terribly. Who tied me up like this? You. You are enraged. Jack thrashed his body, attempting to break free from his restraints. The scene resembled a worm writhing in mud, a slow and pitiful struggle devoid of purpose. He quickly came to terms with reality and ceased his futile attempts. Brother, I don't even know you. How have I offended you? You must have mistaken me for someone else. Oh, weren't you boasting yesterday that among those you killed was a relative of mine? You were laughing rather arrogantly then. Yet here you are caught by my hand. That was merely a joke. Please don't take it to heart. Let me go. We bear no grudges against each other. Indeed, we have no enmity. The other party smirked, turning their wrist. I truly do not care how many people you have killed. So, are you going to take action? Seeking amusement? Jack could no longer contain his anger. Of course not. The other party suddenly leaned in, their breath hot against his face. You have no idea the magnitude of the trouble you stirred. Do you know how much those people offered to have me come and capture you? Just a couple of worthless scum from the slums? Jack pondered silently, devising a means of escape. If he were to fall into the hands of that so-called group, how much would they offer him? I'll pay double. Double? The man burst into laughter, mocking Jack as a desperate fugitive without funds. They offered $500,000. $500,000. Jack's pupils constricted sharply. Am I truly worth that amount? Let me go, and I shall give you $1 million. He gasped for breath, confessing that he had been imprisoned for robbing $2 million in the past. Indeed, it was a tempting proposition. The man tilted his head, regrettably stating that he could not afford to provoke that group. They would soon come to collect, and if the payment were not made, they would kill him without hesitation. In a sudden outburst, Jack shouted, "Are you toying with me? Who said I was to be released?" The adversary ground his shoe into Jack's fingers, reminding him that it was he who had been talking all along. You had better think this through. My brother, before he could finish, a rag was stuffed into his mouth. Spare me your dreams of corrupting my sense of justice. The sound of footsteps faded, leaving Jack writhing on the floor. Tears mingled with dirt, carving ravines across his face. This time, it was truly over. What kind of deity had he angered? And what was the origin of this madman? If he could survive. Suddenly, the wail of police sirens shattered the silence. Jack struggled violently, akin to a drowning man grasping for driftwood. At that moment, even the iron bed of the prison felt welcoming compared to the unknown enemies. That bastard would certainly arrive precisely at the entrance. He crawled towards the source of the sound. Officer, please arrest me. The door swung open, and 4 police officers filed in, led by Sheriff William. This was bad. John's whereabouts had been exposed. Target confirmed. Apprehend him. The rag was torn from his mouth, and John hurriedly exclaimed, "Officer, I have crucial information to provide." "Ah, Sheriff William. You arrived quite early." Before he could finish, Ling Tian descended the stairs from the 2nd floor, holding a cup of coffee. Upon seeing the main figure, William immediately donned a smile. "Detective Ling Tian, we owe you greatly for your assistance in capturing this scoundrel so swiftly. You have done an excellent service. Naturally, I have sustained injuries. By the way, is my reward prepared?" "Certainly, it is ready. Fortunately, your call last night allowed us the time to gather this bounty. Well then, take this man away. Leaving him here is a nuisance." Chapter 4. The last flicker of hope extinguished upon hearing the words bounty and detective. John finally grasped the meaning behind Ling Tian's earlier statement. Resigned, he closed his eyes. Serving time in prison? I am not unfamiliar with such a fate. If I could escape once, I could do so again. Ling, you better be prepared. The day I emerge will be your demise. What are you staring at? Await your doom. Execution? You must be mistaken. Once the lawyer arrives, I will be sentenced to life at most. That was indeed the case. William sneered, but your violent actions terrified many onlookers, one of whom was a distinguished senator. So you understand. Otherwise, how could the bounty possibly exceed 100,000? Moreover, do you think any lawyer would dare to offend a senator by taking on such a guaranteed lost cause? A senator? Now I'm truly finished. The last flicker of hope extinguished in John's eyes. By the way, what were you about to report earlier? Nothing much. In my next life, I shall certainly be a good person. As he was led away, John fixed his gaze intently on Ling Tian. That inscrutable look sent a chill down Ling Tian's spine. Memory module loading complete, system calibrating. In just 24 hours, the marketplace will upgrade. The thought fills me with a delightful anticipation. Midnight tonight marks the moment of witnessing a miracle. The only regret is that after the upgrade, I may have to deplete my fortune. Never mind, let us attend to the matter at hand. Ling Tian opened a suitcase brimming with cash, his breath quickening. He had never seen so much money in his life, and it would be remiss not to indulge after last night's fierce battle. Hello, is this the construction team? Yes, I am the client who previously scheduled the pool construction. Please inform your boss to commence work tomorrow. The money is not an issue. After hanging up, Ling Tian stretched languidly, finally stepping into the realm of middle-class life. I too shall possess a private pool, although the total cost will approach $100,000. There remains $400,000 in my account, sufficient for a lavish spell. Lastly, he hung a sign at the office door indicating that he was no longer accepting orders. Humming a tune as he secured the entrance. It's time to treat myself well, having thoroughly explored Manhattan. The next step is to delve into the entirety of New York. This place will inevitably involve some combat, so I must familiarize myself with the terrain in advance. After the marketplace upgrade tomorrow, I must also acquire a decent vehicle. A motorcycle won't suffice. It's better to rely on four wheels. It's amusing to think that in a matter of days, I secured a case, a pool, a luxury car, and a fortune. If I could take on a few more such commissions, I could retire in comfort. Alas, I digress. Enhancing my strength remains paramount. At midnight, the system prompted, "You have earned 1,000 points. System, upgrade the marketplace." Consuming 20,000 points for a secondary upgrade. Estimated time, 1 hour. Let us wait. This hour will surely be excruciating. Huh, what is happening? I was clearly waiting for the system to upgrade, yet suddenly a golden light appeared before me. Could it be that I've drawn an epic item? Alas, it turns out I merely dozed off. What a futile excitement. The weather is splendid today. Perfect for going out. Indeed, one should never stay up late. I can't even endure an hour. System, open the marketplace and issue the rewards. The marketplace interface refreshed, now appearing much tidier, although several memory modules still occupied spaces. Where are my rewards? Congratulations, host. You have acquired combat experience and physical enhancement from Morisato Shursui. Ling Tian instantly felt a surge of strength coursing through him. His physical prowess multiplied several times over. He felt an overwhelming urge to roar at the heavens. Who dares to challenge me? He even felt like taking on 10 opponents at once. The most crucial aspect is that with this newfound capability, there is no need for deliberate training. Previously, he had contemplated engaging in some gang activities to gain experience, but feared exposing his transformation abilities. Now, however, he could overpower them even without transforming. Even if certain individuals took notice, he would merely appear as a capable ordinary person, unworthy of their interest. This reward is indeed formidable. It is precisely what I required. But what I desire most remains elusive. Isn't this the same old story? Wait, why have the prices increased? The memory modules that used to cost 2,000 points have doubled in price. Is the system mocking me? How can I afford this? It seems the host is only focused on the belt and has never closely examined other items. Let's not mention such trivial matters. Ling Tian's face flushed with embarrassment. After some investigation, he was astonished to discover that the quality of memory modules available on the market had significantly improved. What was once ordinary memory had now evolved into premium goods. Even more surprising was the discovery of the Fang Memory's existence. Although priced at a staggering 20,000 points, this equipment was undoubtedly worth the investment. With insufficient funds, he had two options. Either wait 20 days for natural accumulation or engage in battles to quickly earn points. Suddenly, the system prompted, the user still has one discount purchase available. If utilized immediately, this exclusive battle equipment can be acquired in just 2 days. Do you take me for a fool? Ling Tian scoffed. He planned to wait until he found the compatible driver to use the discount, saving at least several 100,000 points. You want me to use it now? Dream on. He suddenly pondered a crucial question. System, can you lock this item? I want the memory module to remain fixed on the store page and not disappear upon refresh. The system coldly replied, locking service costs 500 points, no negotiation. Is this robbery? just to lock one item. The system explained, this is equivalent to refreshing countless times until the desired item appears. It is essentially a premium service. Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh in frustration. So you're saying I would actually be getting a great deal? Indeed, the system continued to entice him, suggesting he seize the opportunity. Fine, I'll give you that. I'll wait until I gather all the drivers before using the discount to see who suffers more then. The system responded cryptically, unless the user intends to avoid all battles. Relying solely on the power of the Kamen Rider will be insufficient to cope with future crises. It is recommended to continue upgrading the store for greater strength. Cut the nonsense. Ling Tian retorted angrily. Let me be able to traverse the dimensional barrier first. Sunlight streamed through the detective agency's window, illuminating Ling Tian's face and gradually calming his agitated emotions. He understood that ultimately he would have to compromise. His future battles were inescapable, and he needed to plan early. It seems my plans need adjusting, Ling Tian murmured to himself. Before the system issued tasks, he needed to earn more points. Fortunately, inheriting the combat experience and physique of Tsukasa Kadoya allowed him to operate without drawing too much attention. Even as an ordinary person with strength, Ling Tian was acutely aware that only strength was the foundation for survival. Before he possessed absolute power, he chose to conceal his trump card and avoid transformation as much as possible. However, he also understood that once embroiled in conflict, his identity as a Kamen Rider would inevitably be exposed, forcing him to confront those individuals. During his trip to New York, he first encountered Stark. Before setting off, Ling Tian contacted the construction team to redesign his backyard, converting half of the area into a swimming pool. The pool was 2 meters deep, 8 meters long, and 6 meters wide, an impressive size. Most notably, one could leap directly into the water from the second floor, adding a touch of excitement. Having packed his belongings, Ling Tian embarked on his journey to New York with all his savings amounting to over $40,000. He contemplated that a 3-month expedition, even with a touch of extravagance, would comfortably require only $100,000 each month. The remaining funds could be addressed later. Yet he still felt a sense of financial strain at that moment. To facilitate his travels, he first procured a bank card, carrying only a modest amount of cash. With his suitcase in tow and a heart brimming with anticipation for the future, Ling Tian officially set forth. This marked the first extended voyage in a foreign land in over 20 years, naturally stirring excitement within him. The only regret was the presence of some ill-fated individuals who perceived him as an easy target, attempting to rob him. Unsurprisingly, Ling Tian adeptly dealt with over 20 such encounters, earning himself quite a few points in the process. His initial intention was to uphold justice, but responding defensively was not his original plan. Within a mere fortnight, his points had accumulated to over 18,000. As the encounters increased, he discerned a pattern. However, upon reflection, Ling Tian thought to himself that since they presented themselves willingly, it was only reasonable to accept the points rather than shy away. Hailing a taxi, he captured one last photograph before proceeding to his next destination. The points in that vicinity had been thoroughly exhausted, and engaging in repeated battles with ordinary individuals yielded no rewards. Moreover, even a cornered rabbit might bite, let alone those unscrupulous gangsters. In the Queens District of New York, there exists a place known as Hell's Kitchen, where Ling Tian mused about opening a detective agency once he had saved enough funds. The area he currently inhabited had become significantly more peaceful, leaving him bereft of substantial cases, which was not ideal for someone accustomed to a comfortable life. Retaining his Manhattan residence for retirement was appealing, yet for work, Hell's Kitchen was where he needed to be. At present, he needed to familiarize himself with New York, as it would soon be a place of great significance. After 3 months, Ling Tian had traversed all major attractions in New York, depleting his initial $400,000 to just over $100,000, while his points surged from 300 to an impressive 110,000. After purchasing a Fang Memory unit, he had 9,000 points remaining. This device could operate autonomously, akin to a memory, revealing itself only in moments of peril. This feature suited him perfectly, serving as an additional layer of protection. Ling Tian intended to allocate 40,000 points to upgrade the marketplace, hoping to acquire the Eternal Memory unit. The remaining 18 memory units also needed to be secured. Otherwise, the full potential of the Eternal Memory unit could not be realized. For the time being, he would make do. Standing at the entrance of Stark Tower, Ling Tian awaited his meeting with Tony Stark. He initially hesitated to meet so soon, fearing it would draw too much attention. However, with the system's mission about to commence and Tony soon departing for Afghanistan, avoidance was not an option. After waiting for 2 hours without sight of Tony, he instead encountered his secretary, Potts, and uncle, Obadiah. It dawned on Ling Tian that the current Tony Stark was likely off somewhere indulging in mischief. He approached the two, who assumed he sought employment and were disinterested in engaging with him. I understand that to you, I may seem like a mere insignificant figure. However, what I must convey pertains to the safety of Tony Stark, and I harbor no interest in employment with Stark Industries. This statement caused Potts to pause, as it indicated that he was not there seeking a job, suggesting at least a semblance of sincerity. As for Tony's safety, she is attentive but not overly concerned at the moment. Obadiah, however, has grown anxious, fearing that his scheme has been uncovered. Ling Tian adjusted his tie and cleared his throat. Gentlemen, he had initially planned to wait for Mr. Tony Stark, but before he could finish, the elevator doors swung open, revealing a man in a signature suit striding forward with confidence. Ling Tian lightly tapped his fingers against the seam of his trousers 3 times. Mr. Stark, this gentleman has urgent information regarding your safety, said Potts, pulling her tablet closer to her chest. Tony pushed his sunglasses atop his head and scrutinized the unfamiliar visitor. Do I know you? His gaze darted between Potts and Ling Tian, while he fished a mint from his pocket and snapped it between his teeth. I advise you not to leave New York in the near future. Ling Tian stepped forward slightly, based on credible intelligence. Oh, another fortune teller has arrived. Tony suddenly clapped his hands and laughed, pulling a gold-embossed business card from his inner pocket and tossing it. Next Monday, go to Stark Industries and ask for HR. Just say I sent you to be a security consultant. As he turned, his custom shoes carved a semicircle on the tiled floor. Oh, and don't forget to bring your crystal ball. Watching the sleek sports car speed away, Obadiah stroked his chin and approached. Young man, could you elaborate on your warning system? Ling Tian gazed at the distorted reflection in the glass facade. Ancient Persian astrology indicates that metal and fire will form a lethal combination. He paused deliberately for 2 seconds. Of course, as long as you remain in New York, there is nothing to fear. Chapter 5. The Upgrade Mall. I will relay the message. Obadiah's crocodile leather shoes scuffed against the carpet, almost as if extinguishing a cigarette. 3 kilometers away, in a Ferrari, Tony set the autopilot, a sign that guy to test the new suit. Remember to purchase the highest accidental death insurance. He rolled down the window, letting the wind tousle his hair, the kind of coverage that could allow a beneficiary to buy a Manhattan apartment. Potts' eyelashes cast shadows on the tablet. I thought you despised charlatans, but I relish watching them cry in terror from a particle cannon. Tony smirked, especially when prophecies become self-fulfilling. The masked rider is about to make his entrance. Ling Tian understood that to save Tony Stark, he must complete his transformation. Today's warning legitimized his future actions. System, upgrade them all. I may need to purchase several basic memory cores soon. The host has made the wisest decision at present. With a wry smile, he thought, what other options do I have? If there are no suitable items after the upgrade, he would be forced to expend 500 points for the initial refresh. 1 hour later, the mall upgrade was complete. Please be patient, host. Understood. Do not remind me upon completion. I will check personally. Ling Tian did not linger any longer and planned to return home to relish the remaining moments of tranquility. After all, Iron Man's emergence was still some time away, so it was best to return home for a respite. However, an unusual situation at home raised his brow. After 3 months away, his untransformed self could not risk exposure, yet the room was impeccably clean. This was no official search nor the work of enemies. It appeared that the notice at the door not only deceived customers, but also extended a welcome invitation to intruders to claim the vacant abode. No loss in sight. At least I have a place to stay tonight. The thief took all my belongings, yet unless they sold the electronics, the equipment remains intact. Curiously, it appears someone has made themselves at home. Perhaps I should start collecting rent. Upon powering on, the screen erupted with Ling Tian's exclamations amidst a plethora of game icons. I have never lived so extravagantly. The fridge, brimming with snacks, attests to the presence of a young male delinquent around the age of 20, yet he is conspicuously absent. Surprisingly, he is not a reclusive hermit. As I sip on cola and survey the gleaming room, I lament not having installed surveillance. Opening the wardrobe on the 2nd floor, I am greeted by several pieces of women's clothing. Did I misjudge? Is it a wayward girl? This could spell trouble. I fear the rent may not come through, as she has likely fled in fright. System, report on the progress of the mall and unveil any surprises. The interface unfurls, displaying a dazzling array of goods in 10 columns and 5 rows, a stark contrast to the initial 20 slots, exuding opulence. Among the items, I discover a memory unit I desire. While its power is modest, it grants the ability of flight. Without hesitation, I expend 5,000 points to acquire it. Another item, the NASCAR memory unit, allows for high-speed movement, proving even more practical, priced at 10,000 points. I grit my teeth and purchase it as well. My 50,000 points have swiftly dwindled to 35,000. I hope future tasks yield greater rewards. What about my reward? Surely there must be one. I tentatively inquire. Indeed, the system replies. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the unique constitution of a temporal singularity, rendering you immune to the disruptions of both past and future time. Wait, what does that entail? The system elucidates. You are immune to time pauses, and no one can affect you through time reversal. You are invulnerable to any time-related damage. Is that all? Indeed, that is all. TCH, what a disappointment. I would prefer the ability to manipulate time. Little does Ling Tian know. At the very moment he acquires this constitution, the time stone nestled in the chest of the Ancient One in Camartage begins to shimmer faintly. The Guardian of Earth promptly activates the stone to investigate, but is met with only chaos. Strange, an entity unbound by time has descended upon Earth. The Ancient One gently caresses the stone, her brow furrowing. May this not incite turmoil in our world. Ding! The first system task is about to be issued. Finally, Ling Tian rubs his hands in excitement. Does this mean I must rescue the captured Tony Stark? In reality, Tony has yet to arrive in Afghanistan, though it is imminent. What is the task? To preemptively prevent his capture? System? No. While the task pertains to Tony, the objective differs. Please rescue Dr. Ethan during his escape. Task reward, 50,000 points. Do you accept? Is that even a question? 50,000 points would take me ages to accumulate. I accept. Suddenly, Ling Tian hesitates. Wait. Who is Dr. Ethan? I am not well versed in the plot. System, let us say, rescue the middle-aged man who is with Iron Man. For goodness sake. With so many people, how am I to distinguish them? System, exasperated. Rescue the one who is not a militant. Why didn't you say so earlier? Just take down the armed ones, right? The system lapses into silence. At that moment, a noise emanates from downstairs. With a piercing gaze, Ling Tian declared, "Let us see who dares to intrude upon my home." As he descended the staircase, he encountered a young man in his 20s. Wait a man? Those women's garments upstairs. Could it be that this fellow has brought a girlfriend to spend the night? Absolutely intolerable. Even if you were to bow and apologize, I would not grant you forgiveness. Who are you? They both exclaimed in unison. Who am I? How absurd. After residing in my home for so long, you still have the audacity to inquire? You are the landlord? Does it not seem so? Perhaps residing here for too long has led you to believe this is your own abode. Bro, let me explain. I did not intend to occupy your room. Indeed, I believe you did so intentionally. The computer is filled with games, the refrigerator overflowing with snacks. Given that you have managed to keep the room in decent order, I might overlook that. However, bringing someone to stay overnight, this matter is far from settled. I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession, so do not expect my forgiveness. Have grievances? Take them to the police station. How about that? Please, just hear me out. Can we discuss this amicably? All right, but first, settle the overdue rent, and I shall graciously escort you to the station. Just as he was about to take action, the front door swung open. A beautiful young woman entered, and Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback. Casting a glance at the nearby ruffian, he could not help but shake his head. You look presentable, yet you choose to be a thief. Sister, the ruffian exclaimed, nearly in tears, as a savior had finally arrived. Sister? Ling Tian quickly regained his composure, realizing they were siblings. So, my bed should be safe. And who might this be? The sister asked anxiously. Ling Tian, the owner of this residence. You siblings share an uncanny coordination. Even your opening lines are plagiarized. I have been away for merely 3 months, and already the house has changed ownership. Please forgive us. Grant us a chance to explain. The sister pleaded, nearly stomping her foot in desperation. Ling Tian felt a sense of relief. At least the siblings were not strangers. And his bed was secure. Very well. I shall give you half an hour. He slumped onto the sofa, while the siblings huddled together like culprits. Half an hour later, he had gathered the gist of their predicament. They had been displaced by war and, upon discovering this vacant space, sought temporary refuge. Ling Tian rubbed his temples, finding the scenario absurd yet oddly plausible. A glitch plot, as his mentor would say, melodramatic yet genuine. The sister whispered, I sincerely apologize for the trouble we have caused you. If you are unwilling to accommodate us, we will leave immediately, and we will find a way to repay the rent owed. Ling Tian scoffed with no place to go. What will you use to repay me? Surely you cannot expect to gather dollars off the street. We can work, they proposed. Please allow us to stay. Suddenly, Ling Tian interrupted. The siblings stared at him, bewildered, as if he were an extraterrestrial. Do not rejoice too soon. Ling Tian raised a finger. The rent is $500 per month, starting next month. Immediately clear out my wardrobe. Do you think this is a charitable shelter? Additionally, my bedroom is off limits, and you are responsible for the upkeep of the pool and the house, with a monthly salary of $1,000. If you can cook, there will be an additional $300 for preparing 3 meals daily. That is the arrangement. The air thickened for several moments. The siblings' mouths hung agape, as if they could fit a light bulb inside. The terms he proposed seemed almost fraudulent, according to the market price. The monthly rent for this house should at least increase tenfold, not to mention the salary. The tasks of cleaning and cooking have become an integral part of their daily existence, and now they are able to receive money for it without any effort. You truly possess a heart of gold. The sister's voice trembled as she bowed deeply. Suddenly, Ling Tian felt a chill at the back of his neck. Hold on. Thank you, but first, clear out your provisions from the refrigerator and restore the wardrobe to its original state. As for the computer, he grimaced in disgust. I will handle that myself. Do not touch it. The sound of footsteps ascending the stairs had barely faded when a younger brother immediately seized his sister's sleeve. This person is definitely problematic. Just a moment ago, he was threatening to call the police on me, and upon seeing you, he changed his demeanor entirely, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Indeed, we must not forget that to him, we are intruders. Not only have we occupied his home without permission, but he also so easily lets us off the hook and even provides generous treatment. A rational person would surely be suspicious, unless he has something else in mind. The younger brother's logically sound reasoning prompted the sister to begin doubting Ling Tian's true intentions. Unfortunately, I overheard your entire conversation. Ling Tian appeared suddenly. Such suspicions are understandable, considering we are strangers. However, please consider this. If you return home to find your house occupied long-term by strangers and discovered women's clothing in the wardrobe, what would your feelings be? He cast a meaningful glance at the siblings, especially noting that the subsequent occupant was a young man. Why would a man collect women's clothing? Are there any explanations beyond perversion? Yet you did not even afford me the chance to explain before resorting to violence. Ling Tian raised his hands in surrender. To be honest, the gender of the intruder is irrelevant, given that the house remained tidy and the belongings intact. I could have chosen to overlook the matter. However, should I encounter a gender-ambiguous deviant, he grimaced in disgust before handing them over to the police. I would first deliver a thorough beating and then replace all the bedding. Do not give me that look. I have a cleanliness obsession. So you deem me a deviant? The younger brother felt both embarrassed and awkward. Moreover, Ling Tian smirked. In light of someone's recent jibe at my intelligence as the landlord, I have decided to deduct 300 yuan from your salary each month. This punishment left the younger brother momentarily stunned. He finally grasped the meaning of being under someone else's roof and having to bow his head. Watching Ling Tian's retreating figure, the sister stifled a laugh and patted her dazed brother. Come on, Mr. Deviant, it's time to pack your bags. Do not call me a deviant anymore. The younger brother's face flushed red. The Stark arrest incident drew the attention of SHIELD. After the misunderstanding was resolved, the siblings finally felt at ease. Yet the younger brother remained regretful about his ill-chosen words, uncertain whether it was due to the loss of $300 or the embarrassing label of deviant. Perhaps it was a combination of both. The following morning, Ling Tian followed the enticing aroma into the kitchen. The sister's culinary skills made him acutely aware of the exceptional value in hiring this cook. As his gaze shifted to the younger brother, who was engrossed in a video game, he could not help but internally scoff. Though they are siblings, the sister is capable and diligent, while the brother is merely absorbed in gaming. The disparity is striking. Why are you staring like that? Oh, nothing. I just find it curious that your sister excels in everything, while you're only proficient in gaming. Surely, a grown man should possess at least the ability to feed himself. Who says I can't? It's just that my talent has yet to be recognized. He said this with a hint of uncertainty. Is that so? I remained skeptical. We shall see. Once I become prosperous, I shall bury you in banknotes. Very well. I will await that day. By the way, you all refer to me as Ling Tian, yet I'm still unaware of the names of you siblings. It feels quite awkward. Is it so difficult to simply inquire about names? Remember this. I am Pietro Maximoff, and my sister is Wanda Maximoff. Oh, Wanda. Pietro. Ling Tian suddenly spat out half a mouthful of cola, while the perplexed Pietro sat across from him, bewildered. What on earth is happening? Chapter 6. Game Company Recruitment Cough. I nearly choked. Goodness. No wonder it sounds so familiar. These two are indeed formidable figures of the future. I'll step downstairs for some fresh air. Feel free to do as you wish. Unless necessary, don't seek me out. I had initially thought I was aiding a pair of unfortunate siblings, but it seems I have stumbled upon two potential talents. I wonder if they will awaken their superpowers by following me. If not, perhaps I could procure a Mind Stone, or at the very least, give each of them a memory device to accompany me. After all, one must possess some skill. However, that would mean additional expenses for the belts, which is quite painful. Over the past few days, Wanda has been working tirelessly, while Ling Tian awaits commissions. Pietro, on the other hand, has been searching for jobs, but to no avail. Seeing his dejected demeanor, Ling Tian couldn't help but shake his head. Could it be that he truly is a talent overlooked? Even working as a laborer or washing dishes shouldn't be this dire. Just as Ling Tian was about to offer some words of comfort, he suddenly noticed a resume floating by his feet. Game company recruitment? Upon further inspection, he discovered several similar resumes. Good heavens! Could it be that this lad possesses no skills beyond gaming? Yet, what does a gaming company care about that? Never mind. If he fails to secure employment by tomorrow, I shall arrange for him to serve dishes. At least it will keep him fed. This is hardly an act of charity. It is akin to supporting an ancestor. Meanwhile, Tony Stark was predictably captured by the 10 Rings in Afghanistan. His friend Rhodey was frantically searching the desert in despair. His uncle's scheme had succeeded, and although he secretly reveled in the triumph, he put on a fade of sorrow. Potts was employing every resource available to seek assistance, clearly valuing her boss's safety above her own work. She suddenly recalled the warning from a stranger days prior. Tony Stark must not leave New York, or his life would be in jeopardy. At the time, everyone dismissed it. Tony even planned to mock the warning, yet the prophecy had come true. There was no time for regret. She needed to contact Ling Tian as soon as possible. Since there was no other option, perhaps that mysterious individual could indeed locate Tony. In the office of the director at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the one-eyed black commander listened intently to the briefing. Nick Fury was particularly concerned about Tony Stark's safety, not only because his father, Howard, was a founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., but also due to the genius of this young scientist, whose talents could one day serve his own plans. Moreover, the other founder, Peggy Carter, had issued a strict order. Tony must be safely returned. Agent Coulson, what is the progress of the search? Sir, it is indeed challenging to locate the hideout amidst the vast Afghan terrain. Our intelligence network in the area is quite limited. To be frank, Colonel Rhodes may have an advantage over us. Continue to follow up. No clue should be overlooked. Your primary task now is to thoroughly investigate the source of the leak regarding Stark's arms sales itinerary in Afghanistan, with a focus on Stark Industries' internal operations. Understood. How do various parties respond? Fury inquired. Within Stark Industries, a sense of unease permeates the atmosphere. The military's stance diverges, torn between concerns over the stagnation of new weapon development and desires for corporate gain. Strangely, the business community, particularly Justin Hammer of Hammer Industries, appears unusually united, even hosting a celebration in light of recent events. Yet, such petty clowns should not be taken seriously. Are there any other developments? In the S.H.I.E.L.D. office, the director received the latest intelligence revealing that Tony Stark's personal assistant, Pepper Potts, is clandestinely seeking an Asian male detective, reported Agent Coulson. Director Fury raised an eyebrow. Amidst the uproar over the Afghanistan incident, Stark's secretary chooses not to contact the military, but instead seeks a detective? Is this detective capable of infiltrating the lair single-handedly? A photograph slid from Coulson's hand onto the table, clearly depicting the face of Ling Tian. The target is now identified. Ling Tian, an orphan who runs a modestly renowned detective agency. Yet, strangely, Coulson paused. All investigative data indicates he is utterly ordinary, devoid of mutant genes or records of superhuman abilities. The one-eyed director's finger lightly tapped the edge of the photo. Continue monitoring for 24 hours. My intuition tells me that those who appear most ordinary often conceal the deepest secrets. Meanwhile, in Ling Tian's apartment, the television broadcasted news of Stark Industries' disappearance, prompting a sigh from Ling Tian as he stared at the screen. In contrast, the twin siblings on the sofa were abuzz with excitement for the impending adventure. You two should settle down. Ling Tian rubbed his temples, aware that once Iron Man made his grand entrance, the world would spiral into chaos. His gaze sharpened suddenly as he noticed several agents disguised as pedestrians loitering in the CAF across the street. Just then, the doorbell rang. At the moment the door opened, Ling Tian found himself locking eyes with the weary Pepper Potts. The anxiety in her eyes transformed into a glimmer of hope upon seeing him. "Please come in." Ling Tian gestured, subtly furrowing his brow. He sensed the surveillance intensity across the entire block was escalating, and the feeling of being ensnared in a web made his tone instinctively colder. Title: Missing Person Request Ling Detective. "I'm here regarding Tony Stark," Potts stated directly. Ling Tian nodded, clearly already aware of her purpose. "I warned you all from the beginning, but alas, no one took it seriously. Now, it seems the predictions have come to fruition. He is likely trapped in some hideout in Afghanistan, beaten but not dead, at least not yet, though prolonged captivity could change that." Potts clenched her hands, her voice trembling. "I hope you can assist in rescuing him. I only need to locate his whereabouts. I will arrange for the rescue myself." Initially, she had wanted Ling Tian to personally save him, but reconsidered, acknowledging that he is merely an ordinary man. Finding someone? That sounds simple, but Afghanistan is vast. "Are you asking me to search for a needle in a haystack?" Ling Tian arched an eyebrow. "What then should we do?" Potts' eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Don't fret. I haven't said I wouldn't help." Ling Tian waved his hand. "But you must provide some clues, don't you think? For instance, do you expect me to scour the entirety of Afghanistan to uncover where the incident occurred?" Potts, momentarily breaking into a smile, soon adopted a serious demeanor. "Of course. I have taken on this commission, but how shall we determine the remuneration?" Ling Tian shifted the topic. "Name your price." Potts inhaled deeply. "I possess merely $30 million in my account, which constitutes my entire savings. The funds of Stark Industries are beyond my sole control." "Deal." Ling Tian agreed with alacrity, fearing she might reconsider. Internally, he mused, to find someone for $30 million. Indeed, this is the true essence of love, exhausting all resources. "There's one more matter." Ling Tian scratched his head. "While I am accustomed to receiving payment upon task completion, I cannot be expected to finance my own flight to Afghanistan, can I?" "I will arrange a private jet immediately," Potts responded promptly. "When do you intend to depart?" "Tonight, I suppose," Ling Tian contemplated. "I still need to make arrangements for those two little ones at home and provide them with some instructions. Just send a vehicle to pick me up in the evening." After bidding farewell to Potts, Ling Tian called upstairs, "Come down." The siblings promptly descended. Before Wanda could speak, Pietro erupted with rage. "You intend to rescue that executioner, Tony Stark? That bloodstained trafficker?" "Yes, that is correct. Do you have an objection?" Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. "This is serious. By what right do you believe you can save him? Are you aware of his identity?" Pietro retorted. "I understand the grievances between you," Ling Tian interjected. "Your familial tragedy. He bears at least half the responsibility. It is entirely his fault." Pietro vehemently countered. "You have no idea what we endured. Those days filled with trepidation. Constantly fearing for our lives, we can scarcely recall how we escaped, only remembering that emblem of Stark Industries." "That is inconsequential," Ling Tian asserted. "Trust me, I have faced far greater trials. Listen to me. You witnessed the anguish of that individual just now. If I do not intervene, Tony Stark will remain oblivious to the havoc he has wreaked upon this world until his dying breath. Thus, I shall journey to Afghanistan to ensure he comprehends his errors and the sins he has committed. I will bring him back to you, allowing him to apologize in person and make amends. Should he remain obstinate, or should you find it impossible to forgive him, taking action then would not be too late." It is far more merciful to end his life by our own hands than to allow him to meet an untimely demise. Furthermore, I have always believed you should confront the true perpetrator rather than fixate on a merchant. Tony may not even realize to whom his weapons ultimately fall, naively believing he is maintaining world peace. At last, Pietro regained his composure. Can you guarantee his return? Certainly. That is the promise of a detective. Wanda inquired with concern. Will there be danger? The place you are heading to may very well be a stronghold in Afghanistan. Ling Tian felt warmth in his heart. Undoubtedly. She was a more sensible sibling. He shot a glare at Pietro, who appeared utterly bewildered. Rest assured, that is the detective's expertise. Listen, this assignment may require some time. You two should remain at home, especially you. Pietro, do not create any trouble. Understood. After Ling Tian's departure, Pietro could not help but question Wanda. Why did you not stop him? Perhaps he would not have left. Do you wish for Tony Stark to depart Afghanistan unscathed? What authority do we possess to intervene? Wanda lowered her gaze, replying, he took us in out of kindness. He owes us nothing. In fact, we owe him far too much. We do not even have the right to request he relinquish his commission. Pietro remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. You are correct. This is indeed our debt to him. The thought that Ling Tian could elicit a personal apology from Tony Stark exceeded all expectations. In the airport lounge, Ling Tian unexpectedly encountered Phil Coulson, the last person he wished to meet. The agent was engaged in conversation with Potts when he approached Ling Tian directly. Detective Ling, I am Coulson. Ms. Potts mentioned you had forewarned of Tony Stark's impending danger. We are quite curious about how you came to know this. Please do not tell me it was through some form of astrology. All right, I confess, Ling Tian suddenly turned to Potts. That was merely a fabrication. I intended to draw Tony's attention to Stark Industries, well known for its lucrative pay. I did not anticipate that he would actually get into trouble. But that is not my concern, and you have no authority to arrest me. With that, he turned to leave, leaving the two momentarily stunned. Coulson realized from Ling Tian's mocking expression that this was not a confession, but rather a deliberate provocation. Typically, suspects would evade or deny. Such candid admission left him at a loss. It was Potts who first regained her composure, hastily stopping Ling Tian. Mr. Detective, this is entirely a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Ling Tian scoffed. You have even mobilized your resources. How can you expect me to believe that? If I were truly involved, would I be foolish enough to issue a warning for you to take precautions? You disregarded my warning and now come to blame me? Coulson's eyes suddenly brightened. So you indeed knew Stark would encounter trouble? Please, do share your source. This matter demanded Coulson's utmost seriousness. If this individual truly possessed the ability to foresee the future, his value to S-H-I-E-L-D would be immeasurable compared to Tony Stark's life. This ability was evidently far more precious, and Coulson was well aware of this distinction. All right, I will confess, but could you step back a bit? I have no interest in men. Coulson then realized he was nearly face-to-face with Ling Tian and awkwardly cleared his throat. Chapter 7. Fire. Don't think too much of it. I share no such interest. Ling Tian sneered. You cannot imagine that day in the alley when a mysterious old man handed me $1,000 just to relay a warning that Tony would be in danger. Who would refuse free money? Who knew it would come to pass? Looking back, that old man was likely using me as bait to divert attention. Coulson thought to himself, poorly crafted lies. If I believe you, I must be a fool. Ling Tian calculated silently. Regardless, you cannot produce evidence. What do you do to me? Enough. Potts could no longer endure this exchange and interrupted. The priority now is to locate Tony. Detective Ling, if you are willing to assist, an additional $5 million will be offered. As for this extra expenditure, we will find a way to resolve it once the billionaire is safe. Ms. Potts was indeed quite forthright. Ling Tian grasped his luggage and made his way towards the helicopter, setting aside previous grievances in light of the monetary reward. Let's embark on a fruitful collaboration, he declared. As for the two individuals left behind, whether they would come to blows was of no concern to him. Indeed, the moment the cabin door sealed shut, Potts and Coulson resumed their fade of professional poise, both accustomed to serving a demanding superior, their unspoken understanding palpable. However, comprehension did not equate to forgiveness. Potts found the presence of the agent particularly irksome. Does S-H-I-E-L-D not choose more opportune moments for investigations? Tony is still in need of assistance. My apologies, Ms. Potts. I trust you will engage your intellect prior to speaking next time. At that moment, Ling Tian observed the 6 concealed cameras within the helicopter's cabin, as well as the faint outline of devices beneath the shirt of a fellow passenger. This was quintessential S-H-I-E-L-D protocol. He silently scoffed. Was it truly necessary? Did they perceive him as a third-rate detective? Coulson was reporting to Nick Fury through a secure channel, his gaze fixed upon a satellite map of Afghanistan. Upon receiving the directive for round-the-clock surveillance, he felt a pang of frustration. Had it been possible to monitor that conflict zone effectively, they would have located their target by now. Ling Tian remained silent on the aircraft, merely seated in contemplation. Subsequently, he fortuitously discovered a device and extracted it. One would suffice. He remarked, I anticipated they would continue to distrust me. My dear lady, do not stand there foolishly. The item in my possession is sufficient to demonstrate that you are no ordinary individual. Allow me to guess. You are either an agent or one of Potts' sentinels. Be forthright. Which side do you represent? Sir, you might be overthinking this. I am merely an ordinary staff member, summoned by Potts for overtime. Even with her identity exposed, the agent would surely put up a fight should the other party be attempting to deceive her. Fine, I understand. You need not be so wary. My association with Potts was merely a singular occurrence. There will be no further entanglements. However, I shall remember your faces and avoid you in the future. The female agent silently lamented. I have not conceded anything. Shouldn't a rational person first question Potts? Although she indeed is one of them. At S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters, Nick Fury's already dark expression deepened. Agent Coulson, upon the return of that agent from the aircraft, promote her a level. Subsequently, assign her to Afghanistan for intelligence work for a duration of 3 years. Understood, sir. Coulson had initially thought the director had softened, but the latter part of the statement confirmed that this was still the ruthless Nick Fury. For an ordinary agent, ascending a rank within 3 years was not an arduous task, and there was no need for deployment to the tumultuous Afghanistan. Clearly, the agent's performance had incited the director's ire. The following morning, the aircraft landed in Afghanistan. Ling Tian proceeded directly to the site of the incident, leaving the female agent in the cabin, vexed. She had failed to extract any useful intelligence throughout the night, rendering the mission a complete failure. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Coulson calling. Agent Lisan, I have 2 pieces of good news and 1 bad news for you. Which would you prefer to hear first? Director, please spare the jest at this moment. Let us begin with the bad news. The director has decided to assign you to work in Afghanistan for 3 years. Liz sighed and placed her hand on her forehead. Indeed, this is dreadful news. It seems the director has given up on me for this mission. Do not fret. There are 2 pieces of good news, came the reply. First, your authority has been elevated by 1 level. Second, I have persuaded the director to reduce the 3-year term to 2. By this calculation, you have actually gained. Thank you, Director Coulson. However, I would be even more grateful if we could change the location. The conditions provided are not unfavorable. You can either dive into the sea to retrieve something or engage with mutants. Your choice. In my opinion, Afghanistan is quite appealing. Ling Tian kicked at the wrecked vehicle that lay in ruins before him, lifting his gaze to the swirling yellow sands of the desolate desert. It was no wonder the search and rescue team had worked in vain. To seek someone in this forsaken place was akin to grinding an iron rod into a needle. Coordinates for Tony Stark confirmed. Initial appearance detected. System, how many points are required to locate Iron Chicken? And check my account balance as well. Locating Tony Stark will consume 5,000 points. Your current balance is 47,000 points. 5,000? That is highway robbery. Yet, upon glimpsing the barren landscape surrounding him, he promptly changed his mind. 5,000 for 50,000. This is a bargain. Immediately locate him. I want the coordinates of his lair. Command executed. A red dot appeared on the map, indicating Stark's hiding place, along with that unfortunate Ethan. The mission objective, reward amount, and activity points were all in order. However, the script must be followed. The trap must be sprung only after the billionaire has finished assembling his armored suit. For now, it would suffice to find a vantage point to admire the desert scenery. It was time to let that dusty treasure of mine have a breath of fresh air. System, how do I summon my motorcycle? Simply concentrate, and it will appear swiftly and efficiently. Indeed, it was convenient. Ling Tian watched as the two-toned, heavy motorcycle materialized before him, his throat involuntarily swallowing hard. After months of restraint, he could finally ride unabashedly. The motorcycle tore through the wind and sand, the roar of the engine filling his ears. This exhilarating sensation, this grip on the ground, those 1,000 points spent were truly worth it. In less than 40 minutes, he had locked onto the target. That group of amateur players, wrapped in turbans, seemed to have "I am here" written across their foreheads. According to the rules, it sufficed to leave Stark and Ethan gasping for breath. Yet they had to wait for Iron Man to transform. Troublesome. Meanwhile, from deep within the cave, the sound of metal striking metal echoed. Tony swung a hammer against the armor plating, suddenly halting. Curiously enough, before I sold Jericho, I encountered an odd fellow. I thought he was seeking employment and intended to mock him, yet I ended up as the captive myself. Ethan added a lump of coal to the fire. No, that fellow had prophesied that I would find myself in this predicament. Initially, I thought he was jesting, trying to attract my attention, but it turned out to be an ominous prediction. So, you personally drove away good fortune? Ethan's words darkened Tony's expression, his gaze sharpening as he focused intently on him. Ahem, I meant, are you certain he was not jesting? After all, prophecies sound utterly absurd. Stark replied, it doesn't seem like a jest, though I'm not entirely certain. If we can survive and escape, perhaps there will be answers. Ethan, let us hope so. Looking at it from another perspective, my luck isn't so bad. At least I'm still breathing. Had I not been captured, I would have never known that Stark's weapons could fall into anyone's hands. Tony smirked wryly, once believing he was upholding peace, much like his father. When others labeled me a warmonger, I thought it was jealousy. Now I understand. They were delivering a slap to my face. What is most ironic? The creator of weapons nearly perished by his own invention. Indeed, it is quite ironic. Ethan tapped on the crude metal components before him. But for now, we must first construct this contraption. It is our only means of survival. You are right. Tony hefted the hammer. This will be the most exquisite work of my life. No, our creation. And this time, I shall not sell it to anyone. 300 meters away, behind the dunes, Ling Tian stood still like a weathered stone. He was unsure when Iron Man would come into being, but the moment the outer guards moved, it would be his chance. The question was, how long would he have to wait? 5 minutes? 5 days? While pondering, a glinting bald head suddenly intruded his vision. The man's gaze was as cold as a serpent. Wherever he passed, the armed guards bowed their heads and retreated. Even their breathing became deliberately subdued. Fortune favored him, as the man had chosen to reveal himself. Ling Tian flexed his stiffening fingers. It appeared the drama was about to unfold. Wait, he suddenly recoiled. The bald man had just swept his gaze in this direction, as if he could see through the sand dunes. Do modern villains possess such uncanny instincts? Ling Tian felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Fortunately, the man seemed to have lost interest, evidently confident in the base's concealment. He crouched low and shifted towards the new stronghold. Just as he caught his breath, chaos erupted in the distance with frantic shouts. The guards scattered like ants disturbed from their nest, rushing towards the cave in a frenzy. Are they toying with me? Ling Tian glared at the clouds of dust rising beyond the dunes. To remain hidden, he hadn't dared use his motorcycle, instead trekking on foot for half an hour to find a new position. Now, it seemed he had to dash straight into the fray, grinding his teeth. He tapped his waist, and a single-sided drive activated instantly. The motorcycle, with its widened front wheel, tore through the yellow sands, its engine's roar startling the vultures. Stark may not perish, but Ethan's fate was uncertain. That was a hefty 50,000 points at stake. Ling Tian hastily sped toward the cave entrance, hardly pausing to deal with the lurking minions. Time equates to points, and who dares delay him from rescuing the benefactor? As soon as the motorcycle was integrated into the system, Ling Tian extracted a memory chip and slapped it against his belt. Before the transformation effects had fully completed, he was already hurtling into the cave like a cannonball. The ambushed henchman merely felt a chill breeze pass by. By the time they reacted, he had vanished from sight. Who just rushed in? It was dark, like a bat turned sentient. Perhaps it's the boss's secret weapon? What normal person would charge into the line of fire? Thankfully, Ling Tian didn't hear them. Otherwise, he would have turned back to demonstrate the art of tearing a living person apart. In the winding mine tunnels, Ling Tian was cursing while searching for his way, when suddenly he heard gunfire echoing. Well, this is splendid, I got built-in navigation now. He sprinted towards the source of the sound, praying as he ran. Hold on. Dear benefactor, you are worth far more than Stark. As I dashed onto the battlefield, I was taken aback by the sight before me. A bespectacled fellow was flailing about in a most clumsy manner, reminiscent of an elderly gentleman practicing Tai Chi in the park. Upon closer inspection of the reflective round lenses, a chill ran down my spine. Dr. Ethan, did he fancy himself as Rambo? In an instant, I charged into the fray, disregarding the hail of bullets. Both sides were momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the figure clad in dark purple and black attire, resembling an avant-garde performance artist. Was this peculiar figure an ally? Ethan adjusted his dislodged glasses, pondering whether our leader had conducted some biogenetic experiment. We exchanged glances, bewildered. Meanwhile, a singular thought consumed my mind. Even if I were to be riddled with bullets today, I must rescue the doctor without fail. Without much contemplation, I confirmed Ethan's safety, and my anxious heart began to settle. Since I had personally arrived on the battlefield, who would dare to lay a finger on him? With a decisive turn, I declared my intentions to the armed men before me. Are you all clear? I have come to take him away. I gestured towards the cave behind me with my thumb. Open fire. The bearded leader barked, and the sound of gunfire erupted. My heart raced. How could they act so swiftly? Ethan was still in a line of fire. In a split second, I executed a swift sidekick that propelled Ethan into the corner of the rock wall. The force was perfectly calibrated. He slipped into the depths of the cave like a precisely thrown sandbag. Chapter 8. The talisman. The activation progress of Tony Stark's armor reached 74 when an ominous shadow suddenly flew into view. It was Ethan. We're doomed, Tony thought, his finger hovering over the self-destruct button. But in the final moment, he saw Ethan grinning as he propped himself up. Good grief, this old body of mine. Ethan chuckled. Brother, we struck lucky. A savior has arrived. Excuse me? Tony released the emergency button, allowing the progress bar to continue its ascent. When did you meet such a formidable individual? To be honest, the lad referred to me as a savior, yet I swore I had never laid eyes upon him. Shall you inquire yourself later? Huh. A signature smirk crept onto Tony's plaster-like face. It must be some damsel sent to rescue me, and this fool mistook the wrong person. Was it possible that my visage was so captivating? Indeed, you are entirely correct, Ethan replied, uninterested in banter. The joy of surviving the ordeal made even Stark's narcissism seem somewhat palatable. Deep down, he was convinced that the intended target of the rescue was none other than the illustrious billionaire himself. Outside the cave, a barrage of bullets enveloped me, transforming me into a moving fireball. Yet, I advanced with an air of nonchalance. The sparks dancing upon my jacket resembled a fashionable embellishment. Is this all you've got? I mused, glancing down at my attire, unmarred by even a scratch. Indeed, it was remarkably resilient. Before I could finish my thought, the metallic sound of heavy weaponry being readied echoed from across the way. My lips twitched in disbelief. Hey, is it really necessary to use that against civilians? Cold sweat began to seep down my back. Surely, I could withstand this, right? Perhaps. I did entertain thoughts of evasion. With my abilities, dodging their attacks would be a trivial task. However, I could not retreat. The safety of the two behind me was paramount to the success of our mission. I decided to gamble. I chose to confront them head-on. The worst that could happen is merely adding a bit of memory and switching to a dual rider mode. He clenched his right fist and swung it fiercely against the incoming shell. Instantly, the cave erupted in a dazzling explosion and a deafening roar. An unexpected sensation struck him. His fist felt as though it had struck a sandbag stuffed with cotton, and he scarcely felt any pain. Is this all? He scoffed inwardly. If it were something else, it might have inflicted some damage, but the current force felt little more than a tickle. Damn it! Weapons proved ineffective against him. Was this monster a punishment sent by the divine? Witnessing Ling Tian emerge unscathed caused chaos among the enemy ranks. This was the strongest firepower they could muster. While there were more powerful weapons available, none wished to perish alongside this creature. He hadn't brought a gun. Withdraw and scatter. Someone shouted amidst the turmoil. Ling Tian observed several figures fleeing in panic, sporadic gunfire futilely attempting to cover their retreat. Maintaining rationality in a disadvantageous situation to retreat was not entirely foolish. Deep within the cave, Stark perked up. The gunfire has ceased, Ethan. Shall we wager on the outcome? Spare me your humor. Ethan was calibrating the equipment, preparing to support them, as they had come specifically to rescue them. Perfect timing to witness the masterpiece of Tony Stark. I've decided to call it Mark 1. What do you think? Awful. Ethan tugged him toward the exit. Let's think about your naming artistry once we've escaped. As the iron armor staggered out of the passage, Stark's pupils dilated suddenly. He focused on the armored figure enveloped in a purplish-black energy field and whispered to Ethan, "Are you certain this is a rescue? Why is there not a single body at the scene?" Under normal circumstances, he would undoubtedly study the mysterious armor. Yet at this moment, he was more alarmed by the fact that there were no casualties after such a fierce battle. Who knew what dealings this person had with the kidnappers? He had seen too many tricks of this sort. It should be correct. I personally confirmed it earlier. Before Ethan could finish, the armored figure had approached them. "Dr. Ethan?" Ling Tian's voice emerged through the helmet. "I have come for you. Additionally, to ascertain the whereabouts of Tony Stark." "For me?" Ethan shook his head in disbelief. "A nameless individual like me is worthy of a dedicated rescue? Are you sure it's not Mr. Stark you're after?" "The objective is quite clear." Ling Tian replied decisively. "You are my sole mission. Potts offered $35 million for me to find Tony Stark. She must be emptying her coffers." Hearing Potts' name, Stark relaxed his tense shoulders. "It seems I still have someone looking out for me." "Wait," he suddenly widened his eyes. "Why doesn't she just have you save him? Your abilities are not lost on me. Could it be she has found someone else? That would be dreadful. Your insight is sharp." The other replied with a light laugh. "Unfortunately, she is unaware. Enough chatter. We need to break through." Stark tapped on the armor. "Let me show you the power of the Mark suit. As for you," he turned to the youthful voice in the darkness, "just keep Ethan safe. In a scene like that outside, Tony doesn't usually act this way." Ethan hastily intervened. "He is merely concerned." A classic symptom of a lack of social discipline, a youthful voice interjected. "Excessive confidence will inevitably lead to downfall." Before the words could settle, a sudden metallic screech erupted. Stark found himself trapped in the doorframe, the trigger pressed against his temple, the shot ricocheting back, causing the assailant to collapse. "I indeed witnessed that," Ethan remarked, his gaze fixed on the twitching attacker, a smirk playing on his lips. "Now, behold Stark's weapon showcase." The palm of his armored suit glimmered with a blue light, though the audience is rather meager. "Had I not seen him wedged in the doorframe with my own eyes," the young man muttered, "that line would have sounded quite impressive." "Agreed," Ethan nodded. The sound reverberated through the cave. When the smoke cleared, the armor lay amidst the rubble, emitting wisps of smoke. Unexpected, a muffled voice came from the visor. "However, with that ambush, I did blow him into the abyss." "Understood," Ethan replied, restraining his eager companion from delivering a finishing blow. "It's my turn," the young man declared, shaking off Ethan's grip. "Listen, Tin Man, your fate is irrelevant. But he must survive." As Stark lifted his visor, he watched the figure vanish into the passage. Old Ethan, could you be a prince fallen from some distant land? To be honest, that thought had crossed my mind as well. Ling Tian had paid no heed to the banter of the two, his focus unwavering on the bandits braced ahead. This group of several dozen men was worth thousands of points. It would be unwise not to profit. Before he could approach the cave entrance, a torrential downpour of bullets cascaded down, accompanied by fierce flames and a few small artillery shells. Stark and Ethan, hidden within the cave, felt a surge of concern for Ling Tian. "We must hasten our pace," Ethan urged, noting the commotion outside was becoming unbearable. "Leave it to me. But I shall reiterate, it is called Mark," Tony remarked, his hands continuing their work, clearly anxious for the young man outside. However, Ling Tian remained unscathed. Aside from deflecting a few shells with his fists, he dismissed the others, which merely sparked against his armor. Such attacks were trivial to him. He even took the moment to flick away the soot that had settled on his armor from the explosions. How is this possible? The enemies gazed in terror at the unharmed Ling Tian, yet continued to fire, desperately attempting to penetrate his armor. Ling Tian surveyed the crowd. "This is my first experience wielding such power. Though I regret your fate, you have brought this upon yourselves. Considered a final test of my strength." Regrettably, none comprehended his words. Evidently, none among them understood English. Realizing the language barrier, Ling Tian had no inclination to learn a foreign tongue for such trivial matters. It mattered not. They were all destined to perish. "Now, I shall send you on your way." Like a fierce tiger, Ling Tian charged into the enemy ranks, each blow landing with raw force, devoid of finesse. Relying solely on the extraordinary defense and combat prowess of his masked form, his assault was unrestrained. Regrettably, the form was only adept at close combat. Had he possessed a weapon, the battle would have concluded swiftly. Run. As some enemies began to flee, their speed was woefully inadequate in the face of the imminent threat. If these points were to escape, I would find myself utterly useless. Ling Tian immediately pursued them. When Stark and his companions emerged, having repaired their armor, they were met with a scene strewn with lifeless bodies. Ling Tian was preparing to dispatch the final target. This bearded man was surprisingly cunning. While the others met their demise with a single blow, he feigned death. Alas, his performance was abysmal. The others had succumbed to fists. Yet he was struck down by a kick, a rather undignified end. Have I ever wielded a firearm? Such pathetic tricks to deceive me. If I were to be outsmarted by you, my years of training would have been in vain. Wait, leave this to me. Upon seeing the bearded man, Stark was reminded of the time he was captured, and this very individual had been his host. The bearded man, terrified for his life, immediately knelt and begged for mercy, babbling incoherently. Fortunately, Ethan could understand him. What is he saying? Stark inquired. He implores you to spare his life, claiming he has a wife and children. And since the leader is dead, if you let him go, he promises to turn over a new leaf. Ling Tian scoffed at this. Who would believe such drivel? The last criminal I apprehended spun the same tale, with the addition of an 80-year-old mother. He turned to Ethan. Doctor, please inform him to provide the addresses of his wife and children. If they truly exist, and he has committed no wrongdoing, Mr. Stark would be willing to assist them in leading a peaceful life. If he is indeed a villain, then he shall reunite with them in the afterlife. Stark nodded in agreement. That sounds reasonable. I can rest easy with that. Ethan chuckled as he conveyed the message, the underlying meaning being that the bearded man was doomed. Upon hearing this, the bearded man hesitated, then suddenly grabbed a gun from the ground, attempting to take Ethan as a hostage while ignoring the two armored figures, whom he could not possibly harm. However, before he could raise the weapon, Stark shot him, sending him to his demise. Did you all witness that? Just a misfire. Believe it or not. I believe it, not. Everyone understood the unspoken truth. Thank you, Tony. Hey, that was truly a misfire. Unfortunately, the lifeless body on the ground, with a gaping hole in its skull, rendered such claims utterly unconvincing. With the task completed, Ling Tian clapped his hands, indicating it was time to discuss serious matters. I'm curious about what you wish to discuss. Stark panted, but could we perhaps change locations? Is this the place to talk? A valid point. Ling Tian led them to a second stronghold, but after traversing a few sand dunes, Stark regretted not having anticipated the distance. It would have been better to converse in place. Although he was in armor, Ethan was merely an ordinary person, and after days of heightened stress and a long trek, he was nearly exhausted. Fortunately, Ling Tian's supplies from Afghanistan were all here. The warm food finally made the arduous journey worthwhile. Who knows how they had managed to endure these past days? A simple loaf of bread and bottled water moved them deeply. At last, we are formally acquainted. Could you perhaps change out of that attire? Let us see what our savior truly looks like. Ethan echoed. I simply wish to remember my benefactor's visage. Ling Tian chuckled lightly. You shall know in due time. As he pressed the memory device, a swirling black-purple aura unveiled its true form. Wow, goodness. This technology has even me, Stark, wide-eyed. Wait, is it you? Quite unexpected, Mr. Tony Stark. Not only Ethan, but also this is the oracle I mentioned. Stark suddenly fixed his gaze on the memory device. Is this for sale? Name your price. Not for sale, and you wouldn't be able to afford it. Observing Stark's gleaming eyes, Ling Tian added helplessly, my identity must remain confidential. It is not a talisman of Stark Industries. Chapter 9. Redesign. Ethan immediately interjected, of course. But we must have the right words, right, Stark? Hey, what do you mean by that? Returning to the matter at hand, Ling Tian looked directly at Stark. Upon your return to New York, you must kneel to apologize to the siblings and accept your punishment. This is the price of salvation. Absolutely not. How about cash instead? Their childhood was marred by the silent shells that destroyed their lives. Their parents perished beneath the first bomb. The air suddenly thickened with tension. After a long silence, Stark spoke hoarsely. Fine, but can I compensate in another manner while kneeling? When they heard you were attacked, they celebrated with firecrackers. Ling Tian turned away. Shall we compare notes now? I was merely teasing you before. I never intended for you to kneel, just to help you understand the anguish you caused. However, I fear you cannot escape this beating. All right, enough with the nagging. I shall go apologize in a few days and take my beating. Stark waved his hand impatiently. Ethan chuckled. This is what you deserve. Wait, kid. Stark suddenly frowned. How did you foresee my peril? He guess. Don't keep me in suspense. All right, the truth is, I found you rather unlikable and deliberately frightened you. Believe it or not. Do you think I'm a mere child? If you don't wish to divulge, so be it. Everyone has their secrets. Suddenly, Ethan interjected, fidgeting nervously. May I inquire how to address you, sir? Ling Tian. Mr. Ling, Ethan took a deep breath. Who sent you to rescue me? I do not know any influential figures capable of summoning you. To be frank, I am merely an ordinary researcher with no monumental secrets. My worth is but a fraction of Stark's. Why would someone go to such lengths to save me? At this, Stark perked up, tilting his head, awaiting Ling Tian's response. Well, Ling Tian feigned thoughtfulness. The client remained masked, vanishing after assigning the task. He merely mentioned that I could collect $5 million from his associates afterward. He suddenly turned to Stark. It seems he anticipated you two would be together. By the way, aside from the 35 million Pepper owes me, you must also provide the additional 5 million balance. Listen, Stark shrugged at Ethan. This little trickster is spinning tales, and now he wants to fleece me. However, he elongated the last word. My life, of course, is quite precious. As for Ethan, well, he is barely worth 5 million. Stark, that's just rude. Hey. Stark clutched his chest in mock distress. We share a bond of life and death. A bond of life and death? Ethan, filled with frustration, kicked his battle armor, exclaiming, a priceless treasure worth 5 million. Is it? If it weren't for you encased in that iron shell, I would jest. Stark, evading while shouting back, declared, of course, my brother is also a priceless treasure. Unfortunately, Ethan responded with even greater force. Noticing Ling Tian perched on a rock, Stark suddenly had a clever idea. Hey, kid, your armor looks quite impressive. Are you brave enough to spar with me? No need to worry. I shall go easy on you. Ethan paused, clearly intrigued by this extraordinary duel. He had also participated in the development of Tony's mark armor, which was undoubtedly formidable. Nevertheless, Ling Tian's gear, capable of withstanding a hail of bullets, was evidently no simple matter. Are you certain? If I shatter your armor, I won't be responsible for compensating you. Stark retorted with bravado. Such bravado. You need not worry about compensation, but should you lose, you must lend me that rectangular device for a few days of research. I assure you, I won't damage it. As for the technical aspects, that will be my concern. All right, but if you lose, you owe me a favor, and the terms of repayment will be at my discretion. Sharp calculation, little one. However, the favors of Tony Stark are not easily granted. Let us commence. Ethan stood securely on the hillside, observing the impending clash. Below, Tony, clad in his mark armor, braced himself. This encounter not only served to test the performance of his new equipment, but also provided insight into Ling Tian's armor technology, a perfect win-win scenario for him. Securing victory in this duel would be the cherry on top. Meanwhile, Ling Tian calmly retrieved the lost driver and fastened it around his waist. Instantly, a belt with a square slot materialized. He drew the memory and declared, transform. Black and purple shards swirled around him, and as they dissipated, Kamen Rider stood resolutely in place, mirroring Ling Tian's pose prior to transformation. This is truly fascinating. My desire for it grows ever stronger. Victory in this battle is imperative. Let's begin, Mr. Stark. As you wish. Tony fired the first shot, but it proved ineffective against Ling Tian. ISNT this cheating? Your defense is unbreakable. What is the point of continuing? Switching weapons, he unleashed several missiles that whistled through the air, their power surpassing the ordinary. This time, Ling Tian was indeed pushed back a few steps, yet remained unscathed. Although the impact did not inflict harm, it sparked a hint of annoyance, prompting him to punch one of the incoming missiles. With a tremendous explosion, Tony's heart sank. Those missiles were his own design. Was this kid in danger? Yet, as the dust settled, Ling Tian's armor remained intact. Both Tony and Ethan, 100 meters away, widened their eyes in disbelief at such absurd defensive capability. Don't get too cocky. The mark armor can withstand this level of attack as well. Tony insisted stubbornly. With long-range attacks proving futile, he concluded that close combat was the only option left. However, the opponent's armor likely lacked flight capability, which might offer a breakthrough. My iron fist will crush the mark armor. Just by its appearance, the victor is already determined. Stark rushed towards Ling Tian, attempting to engage in close-quarters combat, only to find himself suppressed. The speed of that armor was astonishing, leaving even his defenses struggling to keep pace. After several exchanges, Stark found himself reduced to mere defense, his attacks all failing to connect. To make matters worse, the energy alarm of the Mark armor was buzzing ominously. If this continued, the armor would be compromised. Stark gritted his teeth and proposed a decisive move to end the bout. Ling Tian, perceiving Stark's struggle, nodded in agreement. That suits me perfectly. He inserted a memory chip into the right side of his belt. The overwhelming pressure generated during the charging phase, causing Stark to sweat profusely within his armor. The remnants of iron exploded like fireworks, with the Mark armor disintegrating upon the sand pile 10 meters away. Stark crawled out from the heap of debris, staring at his shattered battlesuit and murmuring, "How much of that punch did you use?" 70%, replied Ling Tian with a shrug. Only 70%. Stark's spirit surged once more. Until the Mark II was unveiled, the outcome remained uncertain. Moreover, this suit was designed solely for close combat, lacking both ranged weaponry and the ability to fly. Just to clarify, I won't be covering the repair costs. Of course, but could I borrow it for research? You set the price. Tony's financial prowess began to glimmer. Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Is this how the wealthy negotiate? Us poor folk need to update our worldview. I'll let you experience the life of the affluent shortly. Let me exhaust your 40 million deposit first. Ling Tian turned away, waving his hand, and don't forget, you owe me a tremendous favor, Mr. Stark. Stark was momentarily speechless. This time he had truly stumbled. Ethan rushed over, exhilarated. That was spectacular, simply breathtaking. Mr. Ling, I was involved in the development of the Mark I armor and know its performance intimately. However, having witnessed this contest, I must concede that your armor excels in defense and close combat. That said, if I may be frank, this set lacks long-range capabilities and cannot achieve flight, which could prove to be a fatal shortcoming in actual combat. You are absolutely right. I completely concur. The current Mark armor is merely a prototype, cobbled together from makeshift materials and weaponry. Once I return to upgrade and develop the Mark II, its overall performance will undoubtedly see a qualitative leap. Then, we shall have a proper competition. Stark spoke with unwavering confidence, as if he could already envision himself triumphing over Ling Tian. I understand that completely. But what of it? I am merely an ordinary person, with no need to engage in battle. Why strive for such power? If one were to attain that level of strength, would those in power remain unshaken? In such a scenario, even if I were to obediently surrender the transformation device, they would never feel secure. The best outcome would be to be imprisoned as a research subject, while the worst could cost me my life. Surely it cannot be that extreme, Ethan said, his expression grave. Yet Stark fell silent, fully aware of how those avaricious politicians and corporations would stop at nothing to seize this technology. No, Ethan, reality is indeed that harsh. Unless you possess sufficient backing that deters them from acting rashly, or wield absolute power that renders them powerless, they will never relent. If neither of these options is available, then congratulations. Your only choice is to voluntarily relinquish your power and subsequently endure constant surveillance until they ascertain that you possess no further utility, at which point you may regain your freedom. Your Mark armor, I presume, is also a target of their interest? Indeed. However, Stark Industries serves as my safeguard. They would not dare to brazenly seize it, for the consequences would be unbearable for all involved. Moreover, even if I were to surrender it, they would still need to solicit my cooperation to replicate the Mark armor technology. Thus, my situation is considerably more favorable than his, though I shall undoubtedly face my share of troubles, as they will surely devise ways to acquire the armor's technology. How about this? Why not come work as my bodyguard at Stark Industries? With my protection, even if our situation is revealed, it would not be overly burdensome. I think I'll pass. As long as you keep my secret, I can enjoy a few more days of peace. By the way, shouldn't we address these remains? Aren't you concerned about the technology being compromised? Stark glanced at the scattered debris and smiled wryly. Rest assured, the core components are destroyed. Even if someone were to piece them together, without the critical technology, it would merely be a heap of scrap metal. Very well. Colonel Rhodes should be arriving shortly. You all know what to say, right? Remember, I am merely an ordinary detective who happened upon you fleeing from the base. As for how you escaped, I'm not privy to that information. Do you understand? Ethan readily replied. Rest assured, we will not implicate you. Yet Stark frowned in rebuttal. You have entirely missed the point. Ling Tian, This narrative lacks credibility. It may seem reasonable on the surface, but it is riddled with holes. Ethan scratched his head in confusion. Is there a problem? Am I lacking in intellect? It is not an issue of intelligence. Stark tapped his fingers on the table. He is a detective, and during my disappearance, the search teams were elite. They found nothing. Yet this detective managed to locate us within days and dismantle the stronghold. Who could be fooled by such a tale? Two ordinary individuals escaping and eliminating armed men? Who would believe that? Ethan suddenly lowered his voice. Your mark armor must not be exposed. How do we cover that up? There is no escape now. Ling Tian scoffed. For from the day I accepted this commission, I have had a group watching my doorstep. Creating excuses now is merely a formality. As long as there is no concrete evidence, they can only monitor us for a time before they must accept this coincidence. He then dramatically adopted an exaggerated tone. A greedy detective takes on an impossible task and, by sheer luck, not only finds Tony Stark but also ingratiates himself with a benefactor. What a splendid urban legend. Ethan chuckled. Ling Tian, you should consider a career in screenwriting. I appreciate the compliment. Ling Tian turned to Stark. Thus the escape narrative needs to be restructured. Chapter 10. Immediate Lockdown. Stark snapped his fingers. Simply state the first half as it occurred. For the latter half, we will narrate how the second-in-command usurped power, resulting in infighting. Leaving behind a mere, gasping soldier when we made our escape, kindly liberated by Mr. Stark. On our return journey, he and Dr. Ethan coincidentally encountered an agent named Ling Tian. Look at how intricately arranged this is. Ethan laughed heartily, exclaiming that your reasoning is even more absurd than Ling Tian's. How did you concoct such a tale? The process of fabrication is inconsequential. Remember, when interrogated, maintain silence. Only speak when the pressure becomes unbearable, for that will appear more authentic. Truly, you are a cold-hearted businessman. Wait, have I offended you recently? Is it too late to apologize now? Stark rolled his eyes at him, asserting emphatically yes. Your words are truly hurtful, cold-hearted merchant. Is this how you perceive me? Misunderstanding. That is merely the external evaluation of you. After hearing it repeatedly, one inevitably becomes accustomed to it. You can at most be considered an arrogant and self-important fellow. Still, call me Shang, as it sounds more pleasant than the preceding string of descriptors. Moreover, this title will soon become a relic of the past. What do you mean? Before Ethan could finish his sentence, the roar of a helicopter announced Colonel Rhodes' arrival. Ling Tian understood. Upon Stark's return, he would undoubtedly disband the department, and the title of Shang would naturally fade away, replaced by the name of a lunatic. Literally, I shall no longer be a merchant. Ling Tian, what does this imply? I'm not well versed in the ways of business. Ling Tian shrugged. Rhodes approached briskly, jesting. Where's your precious war machine? You nearly lost your life. And you still bring this up? Next time you encounter danger, remember to stay within my line of sight. If you get separated again, I cannot guarantee your safety. I understand. Thank you, brother. What? The Iron Tree has blossomed? After knowing you for so many years, this is the first time I have heard you express gratitude. Did you all hear that? You just said thank you. Indeed, sir, confirmed the soldiers. Stark immediately regretted his emotional outburst. While he was touched by the relentless search of his old friend, witnessing Rhodes' antics compelled him to maintain a stern demeanor. You are imagining things. Very well. Even if I am imagining it, do my soldiers collectively suffer from the same delusion? At your age, what is there to blush about? By the way, who are those two? How did they come to be with you? One is a researcher, like myself, who was also captured. The other is a detective that Potts specifically hired to locate me and contact you for rescue. Speaking of which, Rhodey, I must address you. One helped me escape, and the other found me, providing food and water. And you? You only showed up after I was safe. Your efficiency now pales in comparison to theirs. At most, you were merely an embellishment. A detective? Impossible. We searched tirelessly day and night. His finding you was purely a stroke of luck. Indeed, I think so too. However, I must disagree with your assertion of embellishment. With just the three of you, how long would it have taken to traverse this wasteland without this fellow by my side? You ungrateful rascal. Do you believe I could depart in the helicopter right now? No, Rhodey, I was wrong. Please don't do that. Enough with the pretense. However, you must wait. This helicopter can accommodate at most one more person. If you wish to bring them along, another helicopter must be summoned. No worries, just take me. As for the detective and the bespectacled fellow, leave them behind. With their skills, they will surely find their way out. Ha ha, merely jesting. They are indeed my benefactors, and I shall wait alongside them. It is a matter of conscience. Ling Tian, listening to the conversation, let out a sigh of relief. Although his motorcycle could undoubtedly transport Ethan away from the desert, why endure the hassle when one could simply enjoy a first-class return to New York? He was rather looking forward to Stark's in-flight service. However, 2 hours later, Ling Tian found himself regretting that decision. No private jets were in sight at the airport. Only ordinary first-class seating. To make matters worse, who could explain why this female agent was still present? Surely, fate could not be this cruel. Could a different aircraft be arranged? Well, yes, but the next flight to New York wouldn't depart for another 3 days. Rhodey shrugged nonchalantly. Since Stark was safe, he could indulge in whatever antics he pleased. Forget it, I'll pretend I didn't ask. Oh, isn't this the great Detective Ling? Why are you no longer avoiding me? Ling Tian was the last to board, and he could not escape the jibes directed at him. Agent Lee Sanny naturally placed the blame squarely on his shoulders, seizing the opportunity to vent her frustrations. My dear, a little consideration would go a long way. Given your current predicament, I assume you would prefer to keep your identity concealed? As the metallic doors sealed shut, Ling Tian withdrew his tactical gear to his side. The gravel outside the window was swept up into a yellow haze by the propeller's turbulence, and he gazed at the diminishing figure in the black leather coat, his knuckles tapping a rhythmic pattern on the armrest. The starry sky of Afghanistan was well suited for burying secrets. Stark approached with amber liquid swaying in his glass, his smart bracelet analyzing the micro-expressions of the new passengers, including certain FBI agents' plans for revenge. A beauty with 7 parts allure could be as fiery as her lips. Ling Tian extracted an electromagnetic device from his tactical backpack, placing on the coffee table, its surface still marred by desert salt. Last time aboard the Gulfstream 550, this flight attendant had attempted to extract information using champagne laced with a truth serum. Now, her computer likely contained an appointment letter for a transfer to Kandahar. I advise you to steer clear of anyone displaying a badge. They can seal even their coffee cups. Damn, I had thought Stark was suddenly leaning closer, scrutinizing the faint ring mark on her finger. Wait, you wouldn't be attempting to deceive me with the virtual relatives from the S.H.E.L.D. training manual, would you? The wrath of Ms. Pepperpotts is far more formidable. Ling Tian loosened his collar to reveal the protective chip embedded in his neck. The blue light pulsing rhythmically beneath his skin, suggesting he prepare a limited edition Tiffany piece along with no less than 3 minutes of confession. The cabin abruptly fell into an eerie silence. The two of them instinctively turned their gazes towards the medical bay, where the metallic clinks of Ethan calibrating his mechanical arm echoed. He had applied to serve as a medical consultant at a Siberian research facility. Ling Tian summoned a holographic map, where dozens of red dots flickered across the Stark Industries complex. Yet, he ought to investigate those circuit boards modified by Stark. The fingerprints might just remind Ethan of the guest list from the wedding photos. The liquid in the glass swirled into a blood-red vortex, and Stark suddenly smashed the wine glass. The bulletproof glass of the window reflected his distorted image. Jarvis, prepare the stock transfer agreement immediately. A prudent choice. Ling Tian fastened the fully charged gravitational belt around his waist, revealing a half-faded photograph from its inner layer. In the image, a youthful Ethan stood before a fairy tale castle in an amusement park, cradling his twin daughters, while a promotional billboard loomed clearly in the background. However, this matter no longer concerned me. Having rescued him, my mission was accomplished. I had no intention of being his lifelong bodyguard, merely lending a helping hand when fate intertwined our paths. Ling Tian remarked, "All right, you may proceed. Yet, I believe you ought to reconsider. Donning the battle armor makes you conspicuous, and given your relationship with him, it could attract unwanted trouble for Ethan. Would they not fixate on an ordinary individual with no connections engaging in the creation of war machines? They would not overlook such a lead. Not to mention the other hidden forces at play. I propose he remain in New York as an ordinary teacher. By keeping a low profile, he could live a tranquil life in his later years. With your support, at least his basic needs would be met, and your status would allow you to visit him whenever you wish." Stark paused, contemplating. You possess not only the gift of storytelling, but also the qualifications to serve as a police officer. Honestly, if you were in the force, you would surely rise through the ranks. Would you like me to make introductions? You raise a valid point, yet I still wish for him to stay. However, having heard your perspective, I shall respect his choice provided he is afforded another option. Moreover, only the three of us are aware of the Mark armor. As long as we maintain secrecy, he can simply be regarded as a regular scientist who saved Stark. It would be quite reasonable for Stark to treat him well. Wouldn't it? Suit yourself. After Stark departed, only Ling Tian remained. System awaken. Check my current points. Host currently possesses 102,000 points, including task rewards, daily sign-ins, the elimination of dozens, and the defeat of Mark I armor. Wait, Mark I? Does this imply I can accumulate points on Mark II, III, or even more models? Theoretically, it is feasible. How delightful. By the way, how many points did I earn from defeating Mark I? Additionally, if I challenge the same opponent multiple times, can I still earn points for the second encounter? Defeating Mark I grants 5,000 points. As for your second query, the host may be overly optimistic. Ling Tian, growing impatient, urged speak plainly. Defeating an ordinary good person yields no points, while evil foes are only counted on the first encounter. Unusual opponents are assessed by strength. Full points for the first defeat, half for the second, and so forth. I had thought I could infinitely accumulate points. Very well. Open a marketplace. I wish to make a purchase. 50 items adorn the shelves of the marketplace, with memory cores occupying several slots. Yet the coveted eternal memory core remained elusive. Most items were ordinary models priced around 2,000 points. The enhancement tools lacking compatible belts were of no use at present. As for upgrading the marketplace, with just over 100,000 points, leveling up would consume 80,000, and while 2 special abilities would be awarded post-upgrade, my points would dwindle to nothing. Perhaps it was best to postpone that decision. After expending 500 points to refresh the product list, a weather memory core priced at 15,000 points caught my eye. This core, capable of wielding the forces of hurricanes, torrential rains, thunder, and frost, was indeed enticing. Without uttering a word, Ling Tian promptly made the purchase. His collection of memories now encompasses Gale, Moon Goddess, Alloy, Nazca, Weather Ace, Trigger, Bird, Fang, Fiery. Although he still falls short of the 26 memories required, acquiring the 2 pivotal memories, Eternity and Limit, would suffice. This isn't a matter of engaging in some collecting ritual. Practicality reigns supreme. Upon spending another 500 points to refresh, Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh in dismay. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 points had vanished. The new page was essentially a repeat of the old one, with the belt and its complete set of accessories prominently featured, priced at a staggering 150,000 points. Though the exorbitant cost took Ling Tian aback, this was, after all, the first appearance of transformation gear in the system, and it was a complete set. While the refresh opportunities were limited, it at least proved that this system was not confined to the Kamen Rider series. At that moment, the belt seemed to radiate a dazzling glow in Ling Tian's eyes. Lock it in immediately. Spend 500 points to secure it for me, he exclaimed, his excitement rendering him nearly incoherent. A gentle reminder. Upon completing the purchase of the transformation device, future purchases of belts or the ZO belt will include complementary, corresponding rider cards and the ZO driver. Let's discuss that later. Right now, I only want the second belt. Everything else is inconsequential. Allow me to remind you, host, it does not belong to you until the purchase is finalized. Silence. What I desire shall eventually bear the Ling surname. With 500 points remaining in his account, Ling Tian resolved to upgrade the system first. I want to expand the product range and enhance refresh efficiency. Once I accumulate enough points, I'll seek a bundle discount. This stroke of good fortune prompted Ling Tian to reconsider. Though each refresh costs 500 points, the sight of the transformation devices in the mall dissipated all his worries. He was utterly ecstatic. This upgrade to the mall may seem trivial, yet for Ling Tian, it marked a significant leap towards self-preservation. Regrettably, the hard-earned points he had accumulated were nearly depleted after this upgrade. To recoup his losses swiftly, he would either have to wait for the system to issue tasks or engage in a spirited battle with Stark following the birth of Mark II. Given Stark's temperament, he would likely rush to seek retribution the moment his research bore fruit. Chapter 11. Prepare the vehicle immediately. Who would have imagined that Tony Stark was the true point-generating machine? When the time comes, he must receive a sound thrashing before the plump sheep escapes. He should take every opportunity to fleece him. For now, however, he should eagerly anticipate the new capabilities post-upgrade. Hopefully, the 80,000 points spent would prove worthwhile. Devoid of any superficial trinkets, Ling Tian had little interest in the conversation between Ethan and Stark. Yet, noticing the slight displeasure etched on Stark's face, he surmised that Ethan had likely declined his invitation. He was uncertain whether Ethan had opted to heed Ling Tian's advice and pursue an educational path or continue to immerse himself in research. Regardless of the path he chose, with his talent and Stark as his backing, he would undoubtedly thrive wherever he went. The reason was simple. He stood behind Tony Stark, while this young master was left with naught but wealth. Ling Tian's experiences have revealed to him that, regardless of the realm, there exists no shortage of individuals who toil relentlessly for monetary gain, and figures like Stark epitomize the very essence of wealth. In this world, where even the simplest of exits requires financial resources, how many ordinary souls can truly resist the allure of riches? As he pondered this, Stark emerged from Ethan's room, a look of dejection etched upon his face. Ling Tian could not help but exclaim, "Young Master Stark, what seems to be the matter? Your expression suggests that Ethan has turned you down, has he not?" Stark narrowed his eyes. "What did you just call me? If I am not mistaken, you refer to me as Young Master. There is no family by the name of Ling among the Starks' affiliated clans." "No, you must have misheard me," Ling Tian replied nonchalantly, jesting that he, Ling Tian, was no sycophant to wealth, and thus could not accept such a title. "Very well," Stark sighed. "Ethan has expressed that he is now free of burdens and wishes to devote himself solely to research, contributing to his homeland. As a friend, what can I do but respect his decision?" However, he swiftly changed his tone, casually noting, "I have constructed a makeshift laboratory for him, investing several $1 million, and providing a few assistants. I shall cover all their salaries and bonuses." Ling Tian's lips twitched at the mention of several $1 million. A laboratory? Assistants? Covered expenses? This was hardly a refusal. It was an arrangement made with utmost clarity. One could not help but marvel at the young master's exquisite style of patronage. Ling Tian was convinced that if Ethan were to pivot towards teaching, Stark would undoubtedly purchase the entire institution. For this affluent gentleman, any issue that could be resolved with wealth was merely trivial. "Wait a moment," Ling Tian thought. "He actually agreed to your assistance? Why not? It is perfectly normal for friends to aid one another. I merely offer my humble support." Had it not been for his pride, I initially intended to gift him a laboratory along with a seaside villa. Cough. "May I inquire, Mr. Tony Stark, are you in need of friends? What do you think of me?" "You?" Stark burst into laughter. "Ling Tian, surely you jest. Alas, my circle of friends is already full. However, if you are willing to allow Stark to explore memory armor, perhaps I could make an exception for you. Give it some thought?" "Huh. Farewell," Ling Tian said, turning to leave. "Don't go. I am in dire need of a bodyguard. Compensation can be discussed." Stark called after him, but received no response. Ling Tian mused to himself. "I merely wish to win effortlessly. It seems the shortcut is not feasible. I must earn my keep honestly. Alas, this task's reward of $40 million may not last long." Meanwhile, Stark privately pondered, did I speak too harshly? Unlikely. This fellow possesses a heart even more unyielding than mine. No, Tony, am a pure soul. This lad is merely too naive, believing he can conceal epic-defining technology. He will face numerous trials ahead. This is merely an appetizer. Hours later, at New York Airport, Stark addressed the two individuals before him. "I owe you both my gratitude for this escape. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out, especially you, young man. Remember your promise to apologize to that pair of siblings. Once I finish my current tasks, I shall proceed, provided you do not compel me to beg for mercy. I must admit, I am quite curious about the lady who has captured your attention." "Haha, soon enough, it will be revealed. My judgment has always been remarkably astute." Ethan interjected, "Apologies for the interruption, but should we disembark?" "You may go ahead. I shall descend once the passengers have dispersed. The fewer who are aware of my presence, the safer I shall be." Ethan hesitated. "Should I not also?" "There is no need for formality. After all, you are Stark's savior. Furthermore, your ties to him are inescapable. So consider yourself an ordinary individual and relax." Ethan mused to himself, I not an ordinary person? At that moment, none noticed that at least 70% of the onlookers at the landing site were agents dispatched by various factions to gather intelligence. All were fixated on a singular question: the current state of Tony Stark. Was he alive or dead? If alive, what were the extent of his injuries? A myriad of cameras and weapons were aimed at the landing pad, At this instant, even the presence of Stark's biological parents would pale in comparison to his allure. In the headquarters of SHIELD, the one-eyed director was intently observing the surveillance screen. His operative stationed in Afghanistan had confirmed the news of Stark's survival, sufficient to satisfy his superiors. His primary concern now was to ascertain the genius's condition while simultaneously scrutinizing the detective named Ling Tian for any suspicious traits. Nick Fury's finely honed instincts, developed over years of experience, informed him that Ling Tian was indeed extraordinary. However, perplexingly, no matter how thorough his investigation, he could uncover no flaws. Ling Tian's records appeared impeccably clean, resembling those of an utterly ordinary citizen. Even his seemingly prophetic abilities were accompanied by plausible explanations. Acknowledging the deception, Fury found himself unable to procure evidence to dismantle it. As Stark and Ethan descended the gangway, spectators were astonished to see that the billionaire not only survived but appeared to be in fair condition. The owner of Hammer Industries, witnessing this scene, was infuriated to the point of smashing his monitor, while military representatives beamed with delight, as this indicated a swifter acquisition of advanced weaponry. Obadiah's expression darkened momentarily before he quickly donned a facade of relief. Fury furrowed his brow, noting, "Guarantee there 3 individuals? Why do I only see 2? That detective did not deplane either." After a moment's contemplation, Fury seized his phone to notify Coulson to remain on standby. The target might still be aboard. Once the target appears, report immediately. The young man believes he can deceive the king of agents with such trivial tactics. He is mistaken. At that moment, the phone rang. The caller ID displayed Coulson's name. "Director, if he does not exit soon, if he does not emerge, will you not board to conduct a search? Do you lack the authority for even this? Should I guide you step by step?" Coulson replied, "I have been thinking along those lines as well." "Then why the call?" "Damn it." After hanging up, Coulson shook his head in resignation, sighing, "Being subordinate to such a superior is truly a trial. You two keep a close watch. Notify me the moment the target appears." Coulson turned to his subordinates, finally reclaiming his authoritative spirit. Stark, upon spotting his assistant who had been waiting patiently, felt a warmth in his heart. With eyes reddened from tears, he jested, "Are you so concerned about your boss?" Potts, with a mix of laughter and tears, replied, "These tears are of joy. I no longer need to seek new employment, nor bear the burden of that substantial commission. Indeed, that young rascal demanded $40 million up front. But for Stark, it was hardly a concern. I am aware you negotiated $35 million, but I save an additional life, hence the extra $5 million. Allow me to introduce Ethan, my savior, albeit valued at merely $5 million. Ethan, standing nearby, was about to greet him when those words made him clench his fists. Should we arrange accommodation for him? In New York, he likely knows only me and that detective. Potts insisted, "I believe you should undergo a thorough medical examination." "There's no need. I am in excellent condition. Just ask Ethan." Ethan, in tacit agreement, chimed in. He did manage to eat a bit during his captivity, but given his resilience, he scarcely sustained any injuries. "Did you hear that? I simply wish to indulge in a hamburger." When Ling Tian came to rescue me from the desert, he brought nothing but bread and water, which at the time felt like a feast. By the way, don't get the wrong idea. What I need is for you to organize a press conference. However, postpone it for 2 days, as I must first attend to personal matters at the detective's home tomorrow and deliver the payment. Potts conceded, "While I am curious about the reason, you truly need to rest for the next few days. Leave the payment to the detective to me. Consider it an apology for my previous mistrust." "Apology? Do you also?" At that moment, personnel from the Homeland Strategic Defense Bureau uncovered some discrepancies, prompting me to reveal Ling Tian's involvement. He thought I was questioning him and nearly abandoned the commission. Ethan interjected, "Fortunately, you did not give up. Had Ling Tian not arrived, Stark might not have survived, and I certainly would not be here." He added, "However, Stark should personally attend tomorrow. It will serve as a form of atonement. This is his personal matter, yet I would be more suitable to accompany him." Stark, displeased, retorted, "What business do you have here? Do you wish to witness my embarrassment? Nonsense. My family has encountered similar situations. My presence could help ease the tension, sparing you from undue discomfort." Potts, utterly perplexed, inquired, "What on earth are you two discussing?" "I'm completely lost." The reason was simple. Tony merely sought to apologize for past mistakes. Due to the sensitive nature of the details, Potts expressed a desire to keep this matter private, as it was not particularly flattering. Do not overthink it. It is neither an issue of illegitimate offspring nor emotional entanglements. Essentially, it is entirely unrelated to matters of the heart. Sir, it has been an hour, and that detective has yet to appear. Should we initiate a search? Let us wait a bit longer. I am curious to see how long he can prolong this. Another hour passed. Action. I have had enough. It has been 2 hours without a sign of him, and if we delay further, it will be dark. Coulson, irritated, urged. Sir, it seems the target has finally made an appearance. Following his subordinate's direction, Coulson spotted Ling Tian leisurely emerging from the aircraft, stretching as if he had just awakened. Now that he has shown himself, we must act swiftly. First, connect to the director's dedicated line and activate all surveillance and recording devices. Be sure to activate every single one. Understood? Understood. Follow me. Assemble the team of micro-expression specialists and psychologists. I refuse to believe we cannot unearth the secrets this individual is concealing. At this moment, the monitoring screen in front of Director Fury flickered to life, silently observing the interaction between Coulson and Ling Tian. Indeed, Ling Tian had indulged in a 2-hour slumber. Had he known an entire team was on watch for him, he would have surely indulged in a little more rest. As he descended the gangway, he spotted Coulson approaching with 3 or 4 impeccably suited agents. His previously drowsy eyes widened in an instant, the remnants of fatigue dissipating. Is this necessary? To confront me right after waking? There's no escaping this. Without uttering a word, he leaped off the gangway and sprinted away. With the physical prowess of a trained agent, he was confident he could outpace them. Coulson's team was momentarily taken aback by this sudden turn of events. What are you dawdling for? Pursue him immediately. Nick Fury's roar erupted through the earpiece, and the director squinted his single eye, privately concluding, this individual is undoubtedly problematic. Pursue. Though the officer felt a twinge of embarrassment. They simply cannot keep up. His speed rivaled that of a professional sprinter. Then let us take a vehicle. Surely he cannot outrun a motor vehicle. Dispatch a car immediately. Yes. However, no sooner had the order been issued than Coulson watched as Ling Tian jumped into a speeding taxi. Stay close. If we can't catch him, we will stake out his residence. Surely he cannot move his house as well. The person beside him nodded slightly, then furrowed his brow. Why wait here for 2 hours? Wouldn't it be better to confront him directly? But upon noticing the faint displeasure etched on his superior's brow, he promptly dismissed the thought. Chapter 12, when will he return? After all, some privileges come with the job. In no time, they had pinpointed the vehicle Ling Tian was in. The tail following him in the rearview mirror was becoming irksome, prompting Ling Tian to tap on the driver's seat. Driver, could you accelerate a bit? My friend, if I go any faster, you'll incur a speeding ticket. The driver shrugged, adding, besides, it will take 3 to 4 hours to reach your home from here. Then let us head to the police station. Ling Tian suddenly changed his tune, noticing the driver's posture stiffen. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he remarked, what S with that expression? I'm a law-abiding citizen. The police chief is an old friend of mine, and I promised to deliver a travel souvenir to him. The driver immediately relaxed. You're certainly not a villain if you're headed to the police station, but those who are tailing you have quite the keen eye. Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Hey, I've been driving a taxi for 8 years. I can spot a tail, can't I? The driver said proudly. Who are you? It's surprising that someone from such an antiquated profession can still make a guess. Ling Tian stifled a laugh. You're getting warmer. Take another guess. An officer? Care to share a hint? All right, but you must keep it to yourself. My lips are sealed. This remark reminded Ling Tian of a neighbor who had made a similar vow, only to turn around and sell him out completely. Those who typically make such declarations often struggle to keep secrets. In truth, I'm a special investigator. Ling Tian, with an air of mystery, leaned in closely. This task was not one he should have accepted, but when a distinguished member of parliament personally requests assistance, one understands the gravity of the situation. Investigating his wife. Goodness. The driver nearly pressed the accelerator erroneously. Do you truly handle such cases? Who could deny the authority of an esteemed politician? Ling Tian smirked, recognizing that once the concerns of the parliamentarian were alleviated, he could devote himself to serving the public. But what are the pursuers behind? Ling Tian waved his hand dismissively, annoyed by those envious of his accomplishments, eager to sabotage him and insist on treating him. He decided to seek refuge at the police station to avoid the storm, promising to treat them to a couple of drinks the following day. After all, they were like brothers. Wow, your lives are quite extraordinary. Honestly, I find myself rather envious. Might I join you? Well, that is not entirely out of the question. Splendid. In that case, Senior, I shall waive the fare for this ride. Here, take my business card. Remember to reach out when you are hiring. Ling Tian accepted the card, silently resolving to avoid this individual in the future. Newcomer, your foremost task now is to shake off that group of tails and ensure the senior arrives safely at his destination. Understood, I shall take care of it. The vehicle surged forward abruptly. In the rear, Coulson remarked, something feels off. A sudden acceleration is understandable, but this road does not lead to his residence. Never mind, I shall continue to follow for now. 3 hours later, as Ling Tian exited the police station, he discreetly left $300 on the seat, not bothering to count the exact amount. Chief, he has entered the police station. What should we do now? Coulson replied, I have eyes. We shall wait until he emerges to make contact. Meanwhile, in the chief's office, Ling Tian eagerly declared, Director William, it's a pleasure to finally see you. I possess vital intelligence. Detective Ling? What a rare visitor. Director William greeted him with a smile, recognizing that Ling Tian was, after all, somewhat of an ally. We can dispense with pleasantries for now. Previously, I undertook a mission to Afghanistan to locate Tony Stark, and thankfully I succeeded. However, upon returning to New York, I discovered that I was being followed. I suspect it is an act of retribution, hence my request for assistance. This presents a mutually beneficial opportunity. One can achieve merit while also securing a favor from Stark. We must seize this moment. This proposition indeed piqued the director's interest. A favor from Tony Stark? With this, the path to promotion would be unobstructed. Yet, the seasoned William remained cautiously prudent, confirming, Detective Ling, are you certain? What if the wrong person is apprehended? Absolutely certain. I have been followed since the airport. There's been no way to shake them off. Director, you know me. I harbor no enmities. Aside from this endeavor to rescue Stark, I cannot fathom who would be so persistent. Should we apprehend the wrong individual, I will take full responsibility, as I was the one who reported the case. This assurance completely assuaged the director's concerns. Excellent. I shall immediately organize the capture operation. I would appreciate your assistance. Director William, I wish to participate in the apprehension. Then let us proceed. You're already somewhat familiar with the route. William readily agreed, then shifted the conversation. But have you truly no desire to consider a career in law enforcement? Not all, Ling Tian chuckled, shaking his head. Even Tony Stark invited me to become an agent, which I declined. Before long, a dozen officers gathered at the police station, ready for action under the guidance of William and Ling Tian. Meanwhile, in the distance, an agent whispered to Coulson, Director, the target has made an appearance. Keep a close watch and apprehend him as he approaches. Just as Coulson finished speaking, a frown crossed his brow. Wait, something feels off. He soon spotted Ling Tian striding toward them, accompanied by a fully armed police force. Coulson's expression shifted dramatically. How could he possibly be alone? Before he could utter another word, Ling Tian raised his hand and pointed directly at their direction. It's these individuals. They've been tailing me since the airport. They are undoubtedly remnants from Afghanistan. Ling Tian proclaimed loudly, Capture one today, and I shall personally reward you with $30,000. The officers surged toward their vehicles like arrows released from a bow, prompting Coulson to frantically pound on the seat, drive. We must retreat immediately. But we are not mere agents in the passenger seat, looking utterly perplexed. Yet we cannot reveal our identities. Coulson growled through clenched teeth. If we are caught, it will not only spell disaster for us, but also ruin our director's collaboration. Move quickly. Amid the screeching of tires, the vehicle fled in disarray, resembling a frightened bird. Watching the receding shadows, Ling Tian turned to the police force with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. Tonight, I shall treat you all. Cheers erupted throughout the streets. In the director's office, William raised an eyebrow. I only have $20,000 left in my pocket. You fellows will have to make do. 2 days' wages? Is that what you call making do? The police chief rapped on the table, lamenting the escape of those scoundrels. Ling Tian handed over an envelope. My brothers are risking their lives to pursue those thugs, especially since they are after me. This meager sum is insignificant. Enough already. The chief accepted the bulging envelope, contemplating how, during routine calls, officers had never been this eager to apprehend a suspect. Had it been me, I would have lunged at them. By the way, this money is for my Afghan dealings. Ling Tian brushed off non-existent dust from his suit, recalling how he had saved Tony Stark. the wealthy tycoon who casually rewarded him with millions. Casually? The chief swallowed hard, suddenly losing his appetite. No, no. The young man laughed as he stood up. My humble detective agency cannot afford your esteemed presence. As Ling Tian stepped out of the police station, a subtle smile graced his lips. The thought of Coulson's vexed face nearly made him laugh out loud, but he quickly remembered he was at the entrance of a law enforcement agency. This sting operation, though morally questionable, yielded remarkable results. In the future, if S.H.I.E.L.D. sought to trouble him, they would need to consider the police's response. Meanwhile, 3 kilometers away, Coulson loosened his tie and gasped for air. Damn it! Have those officers lost their minds? Who told us to run away like thieves? The driving agent slammed the steering wheel, solidifying their guilt. The 7th-level agent ground his teeth in frustration. After 20 years in the field, he had never been outwitted by a mere rookie. To make matters worse, a hoarse voice suddenly crackled through his earpiece. Mission aborted. Return immediately. Coulson froze. Director Fury had been monitoring the entire farce. By the way, we are short-handed in Afghanistan. Would you like to go? At least those sent there can bring back useful intelligence. Unlike you, who only brings me embarrassment. Get back here now. It is highly likely that the young man is trying to provoke us. If he wishes to confront us, he should do so openly rather than resorting to underhanded tactics. However, for the time being, it is best to keep a close watch on him without taking immediate action. Tomorrow, you shall visit Stark Industries to ascertain how he managed to escape. Understood, sir. Coulson felt a sense of relief wash over him. At least he wouldn't have to endure the sands of Afghanistan. Ling Tian hummed a tune as he pushed open the door to his home, feeling a sense of vindication this evening. To have outsmarted the elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was a feat worthy of boasting for half a year. Yet, he knew that soon he would have to face a direct confrontation. The house was eerily quiet, and the 2 individuals left behind were suspiciously still. He smacked his lips. With such a lack of vigilance, they might not even notice if the entire house were to be emptied. He should have thought to keep a guard dog. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, almost forgetting the important matter at hand. After oversleeping on the plane and then dealing with this situation in the afternoon, he had completely forgotten about the system upgrade. System, display upgrade results. A pale blue light screen unfolded, revealing 10 new product slots. Ling Tian's pupils contracted. Crimson camera? Upon closer inspection, 2,000 points for a vintage crimson camera. Is this it? He nearly punctured the virtual screen in frustration. Was this pitiful object meant to be a family heirloom? Flipping through 10 pages filled with mediocre items only served to grind his teeth in irritation. Were the new skills? The immunity to mental attacks is now active, along with a newly added directional refresh function, a mechanical voice announced. How quaint. Now if there is immunity to this and that, why not just grant me an immortality skill next time? He scoffed, pondering the meaning of the latter skill. Once the host acquires a transformation device, it can lock the entire mall interface, forcing a refresh of corresponding Night Series items. For example, right now the system suddenly displayed a row of shimmering memory crystals. The Eternal Memory Crystal, which originally required 60 attempts to appear, now has its probability increased 5-fold. Ling Tian gazed at the dazzling array of product slots, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest of the sofa. Surely among the 60 memory crystals, there would be something exceptional. This transaction was indeed not a loss. He sighed, considering it a meager consolation prize. Grabbing a can of cola from the coffee table, he suddenly heard a crisp sound from the bottom of the can. Unbeknownst to him, a neat cut had appeared on the aluminum surface, as if it had been sliced by some sharp object. An apology? Not likely. Ling Tian immediately conducted an experiment, and the results were quite satisfactory. 59 items were swiftly converted into memory crystals, leaving only a solitary belt at the end. Yet, each refresh cost 500 points, which truly made his heart bleed. Such inefficiency was disheartening. He contemplated allocating half of the 1,000 points earned from daily sign-ins towards refreshing, hoping for a stroke of luck. If he were to rely solely on sign-in points to purchase items, it might take years before he could afford even a single belt. By then, others would have already soared to success, while he remained stuck in the initial stages, struggling to progress. Indeed, tasks were crucial, and practical training could not be neglected. He wondered when Stark would come knocking, seeking retribution, perhaps to redeem himself from past grievances. Upon revisiting the marketplace interface, though nothing of interest caught his eye, Ling Tian was suddenly struck by a question upon seeing the inferior memory units. System, will the memory units already purchased be removed from the marketplace? The system elucidated that only high-grade memory units are subject to such a rule. Unless damaged externally, they will not be restocked. Inferior memory units, on the other hand, may reappear repeatedly, as is the case with other knightly artifacts. This clarification sparked an epiphany in Ling Tian. Since exposure was inevitable, it would be prudent to relinquish some subpar items in order to buy time. After all, no one could rival him in core technology, and all items procured from the marketplace were firmly under his control. As for the risks associated with the memory units, in a world where the affluent relied on technology and the common folk depended on mutations, ambition was in abundance. Whether one would attract disaster was of no concern to Ling Tian. His musings did not linger for long before he fell into a deep slumber. When he next opened his eyes, the morning light flooded the room. Sounds of dining emerged from the kitchen, and it was only upon Ling Tian's appearance that the siblings realized their landlord had returned. "When did you come back?" Pietro nearly choked on his bread. "What? Am I not allowed to return to my own home?" Chapter 13. Takeaway? No. I'm actually quite pleased to be back. The youth hastily waved his hands. "You should have informed us beforehand, Wanda, and I could have gone to the airport to meet you." Suddenly breaking her silence, Wanda set down her knife. "Is the mission complete? Did Stark return alive?" At her words, Pietro's expression darkened abruptly, while his sister's gaze remained chillingly composed. "Indeed, he will come to apologize today." Ling Tian met their eyes directly. "I do not expect you to forgive him immediately, but I hope you can grant him an opportunity for atonement. After this incident, he has genuinely reflected on his actions. We are no longer the children who cried and whined in the past." Wanda's fingertips glowed with a crimson energy. Her hatred had not dissipated. Yet she would not seek blind vengeance. "An opportunity may be granted, but how can you be certain that this merchant comes to apologize?" she remarked with a sardonic smile. "Rather than to silence us?" Ling Tian laughed heartily. "You underestimate me far too much, and even more so, Tony Stark. Not only is he not that kind of person, but even if he were, he could not harm you in the slightest with me present, even if he brought an army." Pietro scoffed. "Keep dreaming." "Wait, is he truly here to apologize? Then may I give him a good thrashing?" Ling Tian's heart sank, according to his understanding. As long as they did not force Stark to kneel, a beating might be permissible. The moment he uttered this, he regretted it. Excitement gleamed in Pietro's eyes, and even Wanda seemed eager for action. Ultimately, these siblings were merely ordinary humans, devoid of awakened superpowers. If they were truly to engage, they would likely hesitate, but venting their frustrations in this manner seemed harmless. Now, Ling Tian was more concerned about their strength. Should they inadvertently maim Stark, he, as the landlord, could not afford the billionaire's medical expenses. "By the way, Wanda, after your meal, please come to my room. I have something to discuss with you." Ling Tian's ears flushed with warmth. Having lived for 23 years, it was the first time he needed someone to pretend to be his girlfriend. And it was all the more awkward since it was someone he knew, tenfold more uncomfortable than asking a stranger. Pietro immediately leaned in. "What secret could possibly be so important that I cannot hear? Adults are discussing serious matters. Children should not meddle." Though it may be said, Ling Tian soon realized that this matter could not be concealed indefinitely. Thus, he resigned himself to the situation. "All right, you may join as well." As he confessed the tall tale spun to Stark, Wanda rolled her eyes, while Pietro erupted in laughter, slapping his thigh. "In her 20s and still without a girlfriend? How pitiful. You're not destitute and you're not bad-looking. Surely, that can't be the reason." He suddenly took a cautious step back. Ling Tian felt a throbbing at his temples. "Do you think I desire this? Just recently traversed here, and I barely know my neighbors, let alone engage in romance. Moreover, I will inevitably depart from this universe. Would I embark on a transdimensional long-distance relationship? Mind your own business. The crux lies in whether your sister is willing. How is it not my concern? If she regards me as her sister, you must accept the role of brother-in-law. Can I simply distance myself?" "That's true." All eyes fixated on Wanda. The girl fidgeted with the hem of her garment, murmuring, "I don't mind, but I have one question. I've never been in a relationship. What if I fail miserably?" Ling Tian exhaled in relief. "Just agree. I lack experience as well. Understanding the basic dynamics will suffice. Pietro, occasionally call me brother-in-law, and Wanda, remember to sit closer to me. If all else fails, We can feign a relationship crisis. That should be enough to deceive Stark. Please, ensure that I maintain the dignity of an adult. If it becomes too arduous, just remember that we cannot allow Stark, that merchant, to look down upon us. Surely, that should provide some motivation. The hurried rehearsal was abruptly interrupted by the doorbell. Brother-in-law, go answer the door. Ling Tian gestured to Pietro. On it, brother-in-law. At the door stood the bespectacled Ethan, alongside the arch-nemesis Stark, who had occupied their thoughts incessantly. Tony approached the silver-haired youth who opened the door. We're looking for Ling Tian. Yes, here. Correct? Pietro narrowed his eyes. Stark? Here. To apologize? Yes. Before the words could fully escape, a heavy fist landed squarely on Tony's face, resulting in a dull thud as the billionaire's left eye immediately turned a shade of dark blue. Ethan scarcely had time to intervene, witnessing his employer become a human target. Have you lost your mind? Ethan grasped Pietro, who was poised to deliver another kick, but was halted by Stark. Let him strike. Ethan, do you not comprehend? This is precisely what I owe them. Tony, rubbing his cheekbone, managed a wry smile. Enduring a beating felt oddly gratifying. It dawned on Ethan that his friend had come expressly to seek punishment. Torn between his instincts to prevent Tony from being harmed and the painful memories of the suffering inflicted by Stark's weaponry upon the siblings, he reluctantly released his grip. Ah, you arrived quite early. Ling Tian intervened, separating the two parties. Pietro gradually eased his aggression, the fiery wrath within him subsiding. He was acutely aware that Stark symbolized not only the architect of their displacement, but also a behemoth capable of obliterating them with a mere flick of his finger. Pietro, Ling Tian placed a hand on the young man's shoulder. I did not instruct you to assault someone, even when confronted with a nefarious trafficker, especially one who is your and Wanda's enemy. You ought to allow them to state their case. Even in court, a defendant is granted the opportunity for a final statement. Ethan felt a throbbing in his temples. Is this mediation or incitement? Yet Stark chuckled, a rather candid assessment. Perhaps I indeed deserve this beating. That was not my intent. Ethan murmured softly from the sidelines. Thank you, Ethan. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, I cannot erase the deeds they have committed. This is an undeniable truth, immutable for all eternity. Today, I come forth to express my apologies, not seeking their forgiveness, but acknowledging that if I do not dare to take this initial step, I would indeed be no different from the person he describes. Moreover, I may very well be unable to contend with him. Ethan, you understand, if Ling Tian were to strike at me now, no one could intervene. Pietro blinked in surprise. Brother-in-law, are you really that strong? Did you not know? Your brother-in-law is indeed formidable. Ling Tian promptly interjected. Let us not delve into that matter. It is a secret best left undisclosed for as long as possible. Stark, let's step inside and discuss further. Do not forget the promises you made. And this lad cannot be trusted to keep secrets. Oh, I see. They truly remain oblivious? Stark mused, his tone wavering. Oblivious to what? Pietro keenly sensed something amiss, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. What other secrets does my brother-in-law possess? Wait, brother-in-law? In just a morning, I have already slipped into calling him that. Yet, if he could genuinely be with my sister, perhaps it would not be so bad after all. With a mix of emotions swirling within, Pietro was the last to enter, casually stopping Ethan, and whispered, What is Ling Tian hiding? Spare me. I am merely an ordinary scientist, and I have promised him I would not disclose anything. Ethan had originally come to mediate, but found himself ensnared by Stark's words. Pietro narrowed his eyes, his tone dripping with menace. Ling Tian is my brother-in-law. Should I not be privy to this information? Ethan faltered. He held a certain fondness for this young man, for not many would dare to confront Tony Stark so brazenly. As Ling Tian's brother-in-law, it should be permissible to divulge a little, shouldn't it? After a moment's hesitation, he lowered his voice. Ling Tian is incredibly powerful. How powerful? Capable of taking down dozens of armed individuals single-handedly. I know it sounds unbelievable, but it is the truth. If Ling Tian were present, he would undoubtedly wish to deliver a punch for so easily betraying his trust. Although Ethan refrained from mentioning the transformation device, it felt akin to giving away a secret for free. What happened to confidentiality? Pietro remained skeptical, suspecting that Ethan was merely placating him. In his eyes, Ling Tian, no matter how exceptional, was still an ordinary person. How could he possibly withstand gunfire? Yet he ceased his probing. Perhaps it was the unmistakable aura of sincerity that surrounded Ethan. Inside the room, Ling Tian and Wanda sat together, with Pietro clinging to the back of his chair, while Stark and Ethan faced them, creating an ambience reminiscent of a negotiation. Ling Tian tapped the table. Now that everyone is present, let us discuss the matter at hand. Wanda crossed her arms and scoffed. What is there to discuss? With outsiders present, at least afford your boyfriend some dignity. Ling Tian found that this lady beside him was a master of extinguishing the atmosphere. Her words plunged the mood to an icy low. Very well, for your sake. I shall grant him an opportunity to apologize. But Tony Stark, mark my words, we shall never forgive you. Pietro instantly chimed in. What my sister means is precisely what I mean. Ling Tian shot him a glare. What commotion are you trying to stir up now? Stay over there and keep your mouth shut. Stark was utterly bewildered. This was a far cry from the scenario he had envisioned. According to his plan, he was supposed to endure a beating first. Once tempers cooled, he would offer a sincere apology, elucidate his future plans, and provide ample compensation, allowing time to heal all wounds. But now, he wasn't even granted the opportunity to speak. After a prolonged silence, Stark finally stated, I understand that I have caused irreparable harm to you. Although it was never my intention, I cannot deny my involvement. Asking for your forgiveness as the instigator is indeed a formidable challenge, but I shall demonstrate my remorse through my actions. For now, all I can offer is a simple apology, which may seem feeble, yet it is the only sincerity I can extend. As for material compensation, I am more than willing to accommodate any requests you may have. With that, he bowed deeply and attempted to leave with Ethan, leaving Ethan feeling rather awkward, as though he were merely a prop. Just as they were about to exit, Ethan suddenly turned back. Please trust him. I share a similar experience with you. Though your journey has been more painful, your outcome is far more fortunate than mine. At the very least, both of you are alive, while I'm left with no family. Stark, at his core, was a kind soul, and with time, you would come to understand this. Ethan's words successfully shifted the siblings' attention toward him. Ling Tian cleared his throat. We shall discuss matters related to Dr. Ethan later. For now, let us escort Mr. Stark out. Understood, Wanda replied, but just as Stark crossed the threshold, she unexpectedly swung her fist, landing a solid blow to his face. Ah! Stark's cry of pain startled Coulson, who had just arrived in his vehicle, causing him to slam on the brakes. Coulson's sudden appearance left everyone in a state of shock, and fortuitously, he witnessed the entire episode unfold. Who exactly were these two young individuals in Ling Tian's household? Were they not mere war orphans? What audacity they had to strike Stark. Many had berated Stark, but few had dared to lay a hand on him. This could only be attributed to Coulson's inadequate intelligence work. He had only gathered that the siblings were war orphans without delving into the deeper circumstances. I recognize you. You're not supposed to be here. What are you doing in my home? Ling Tian's tone was laced with undisguised hostility. Oh, I see. You're here to apprehend Tony Stark, aren't you? Yes, right here. Take him away. Take away? You think I'm afraid to touch him? Besides, this guy isn't even who you think he is. Stark retorted angrily. What? Not who I think he is. Ling Tian's expression shifted instantly. Shut the door. Release Pietro, and give him a thorough beating. I mean, really give him a beating. He snorted in disdain, remarking on the audacity of these imposters, brazen enough to impersonate someone else. The last time he encountered Stark, he had claimed to be an agent, displaying an exceedingly arrogant demeanor, only to be revealed as a fraud. Wait, let me explain. The sudden violent command left Pietro frozen in place, while Coulson felt a palpable wave of hostility wash over him. Actually, he is, a member of a national secret agency, disguised as part of their routine operations, Stark added helplessly. Chapter 14. No need to slow down? Indeed, I am an agent of the Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Coulson promptly introduced himself. The name was rather lengthy, prompting silent derision from everyone present, including Coulson himself. He resolved to suggest to the director a more succinct title. Otherwise, he might find himself at a loss for words before enduring a physical confrontation. Oh, I see. Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. I thought Mr. Coulson was merely a fraud attempting to complicate my life. However, you must clarify your purpose for visiting my abode, as it cannot possibly be for my sake. I am a law-abiding citizen, having committed no wrongdoings. The mention of imposters reminded Coulson of the troublesome events from the previous night, and he offered a wry smile. To be frank, I am here to visit Mr. Stark. Naturally, I will require your and Ethan's cooperation for the investigation. Since you are both present, it saves me a trip. Very well. Feel free to inquire. Ling Tian crossed his arms. We are all here, so there's no need for confirmations. Should Mr. Stark's account be inconsistent, Ethan and I will certainly rectify it. It is precisely because you are all here that it complicates matters. Coulson thought to himself, feeling a headache coming on. He had intended to question Stark privately and discreetly extract some leads from Ethan. As for Ling Tian, that individual was as slippery as they come, comparable to the director himself, making him exceedingly difficult to handle. But now, with no option to retreat, he pressed on. I merely wish to understand how Mr. Stark escaped from the organization's base. We have surveyed the site, which was nearly leveled. Aside from their leader, all others were annihilated. And most injuries did not appear to be from gunfire, but rather as if they had been torn apart by hand. Ling Tian exchanged glances with the others. The situation had grown dire, rendering their original narrative obsolete. They had intended to falsely claim that the adversaries had perished in a shootout. But now that story was utterly implausible. The trio silently opted for a backup plan, to deny everything while feigning ignorance. Stark raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. We truly have no knowledge of the situation. At the time, Ethan and I had just escaped from the cave and stumbled upon the scene. We were quite curious about who had done such a good deed anonymously. Ethan immediately chimed in. Don't ask me. I am equally in the dark. I was confined in the cave with Stark, and what he saw is what I saw. We only witnessed the aftermath. If you wish to understand the sequence of events, I suggest you capture their leader. Nonsense. If I could apprehend their leader, would I need to inquire with you? Coulson cursed inwardly while maintaining a professional smile on his face. And what about you, Detective Ling Tian? Coulson turned to the last individual. How did you manage to pinpoint their location? Ling Tian shrugged. Purely by chance. I was merely out for a stroll, seeking a respite, and unexpectedly encountered the situation. Perhaps it was fate that compelled me to fulfill this assignment. Pietro listened in stunned silence. Could it be that Ethan had not lied? This man, whom he privately referred to as his brother-in-law, truly managed to single-handedly eliminate dozens of armed assailants. Though he had previously dismissed such fantastical tales, the unwavering accounts of those present began to sway his convictions. Coulson realized that further questioning would yield no fruitful results. Following the director's instructions, it was time to transition to covert surveillance. As the traitor who had leaked Stark's whereabouts prepared to act once more, one could hardly believe these individuals would continue to feign ignorance. Apologies for the intrusion, said Coulson, re-establishing his diplomatic smile as he rose to take his leave. Confident that we would soon meet again, especially you, Detective Ling Tian. Perhaps it is better not to meet, Ling Tian retorted sharply. For your clandestine organizations equate to nothing but trouble. I merely wish to live my life in peace. Coulson, already at the threshold, hesitated for a moment, feigning ignorance as he continued on his way, yet his mind was stirred. Was that a warning? Did it imply that they should refrain from disrupting his existence? He quickly reassured himself. The director will handle such matters. As a level 7 agent, I need not concern myself. I should hasten back to compose my report. Is he truly departing just like that? Ethan found it hard to believe. Stark scoffed lightly. What else should he do? Do you think lingering over 2 cups of coffee will yield answers? Ling Tian interjected. It is not that simple. They are likely to turn to you, Ethan. Stark has the backing of a consortium, and they dare not act against him. They have already suffered losses on my side, leaving you as the only soft target. Had I known, I would have returned home to farm. Ethan chuckled bitterly as he loosened his tie. At least he would be spared from dealing with such troubles. Ling Tian stood up to adjust his suit. Today's objective has been achieved. In the future, I shall demonstrate through my actions that I genuinely seek peace. Before departing, I wish you a swift celebration of your joyous occasion. Though Ling Tian often appeared quite ordinary, he was undeniably reliable in critical moments. Cherish him well. Wanda's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, We were indeed planning the same. Thank you. Now, let us hurry. No need to see us off. Ling Tian shot Wanda a fierce glance as she nearly let slip a secret. Once outside, Ethan turned to Stark. I will not accompany you back, lest Pepper misinterpret your appearance. Suit yourself. I must attend a press conference, and you are indeed ill-suited for public exposure. With you in this condition, spare me the banter. Fortunately, I just escaped my lair. A few injuries will only lend authenticity. Let us go. Pepper and Obadiah are waiting. After what felt like an eternity, the car arrived at the press conference venue. Uncle Obadiah was the first to rush forward, embracing Stark tightly, his face a canvas of genuine joy, as if truly relieved by Stark's narrow escape from peril. Pepper skillfully guided the two through the media corridor, the incessant flashes of cameras illuminating the passage. Yet these seasoned individuals were undeterred by the distraction. As Stark stood in the spotlight, he laid bare his inner journey before the world. From his father's founding of the Empire to his near demise at the hands of his own company's creations. He finally comprehended that the weapons purportedly designed to maintain peace often inflicted the most harm upon innocent civilians. Under the astonished gaze of all present, he boldly announced the permanent closure of Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division. This bombshell revelation instantly ignited a frenzy in the room. The most astonished of all was Obadiah, as Stark had made such a monumental decision without consulting any board members. Every business elite in attendance understood that for a conglomerate built on such foundations, this was akin to digging its own grave. He is determined to ruin Stark Industries, to obliterate the fruits of my lifelong labor. Obadiah's knuckles, clenched within his sleeves, turned pale, yet a satisfied smile lingered on his face. At this moment, the murderous intent simmering in his eyes reached unprecedented heights. Though none discerned the fiery wrath concealed beneath his impeccable facade, Ling Tian, gently swaying his teacup, chuckled softly. "See? I told you so. How could you have predicted he would truly go this mad?" The twins spoke in unison, a rarity. "You have no idea what he endured in Afghanistan." Ling Tian gazed out the window. Reflecting on a moment, he realized his meticulously crafted weapon had fallen into the wrong hands, nearly resulting in his own demise at the hands of the very arms he believed would safeguard the world. The collapse of his faith was far more harrowing than you can imagine. This experience irrevocably altered his perception of weaponry and his understanding of peace. Now, you must believe he is genuinely remorseful, right? Brother-in-law, I can concede that point, but forgiving him is an entirely different matter, isn't it, sis? Pietro interjected. Let us just wait for him to go bankrupt. It's divine retribution coming for him. Pietro, he is not your brother-in-law yet, Wanda exclaimed, stomping her foot in frustration. Not now, but who knows about the future? Ling Tian mused inwardly, amused by the situation. Just as Pietro predicted, following the news leak, Stark Industries stock plummeted dramatically. Those who relied on stocks for their livelihood hastily sold off their shares, and even television programs mocked Tony for digging his own grave. Pietro, buy Stark stocks immediately. Use the 40 million as you please, Ling Tian commanded, tossing his bank card, leaving Pietro wide-eyed in shock. 40 million. That's enough to squander across several lifetimes. Investing in such a worthless stock is akin to throwing money away. Just wait until Stark goes bankrupt. It'll be thrilling. Foolishness. A person capable of rising from the ashes will undoubtedly have a backup plan. His genius alone warrants this investment. Pietro, follow his advice, Wanda suddenly interjected, reluctantly acknowledging that Ling Tian's judgment held merit. Sis, hurry. I know. Pietro eventually relented to his sister's insistence. Your brother certainly listens to you. He even dares to defy our benefactor. Be cautious, or I might deduct your commissions, Ling Tian teased. Of course, I am his sister. But do you truly have such faith in Tony? 40 million is enough for an ordinary person to last 10 lifetimes. Who would squander money like that? If you know of such a fool, do let me know. Ling Tian envisioned the Iron Man suit. Though Tony's armor may not rival his own, it was undeniably a groundbreaking invention. Anyone capable of crafting such equipment in a cave is worth betting on. At this very moment, Tony was engrossed in upgrading the Iron Man suit, consumed by thoughts of redeeming himself in front of Ling Tian. It wasn't until dusk the following day that the design for the new generation of armor finally took shape. Ling Tian, the new suit is ready. Come out and practice with me. Spare me. You've already tested the performance data. If you want to avenge last time, just say so. Did I not see that meteor streaking across the sky? Recalling the moment during the test when he soared to dizzying heights and then plummeted freely, Stark chuckled awkwardly. Well, I've gathered the flight data, but the attack and defense systems still require practical validation. Could you lend a hand? What's in it for me? I have no desire to serve as a free punching bag. I'll gift you a custom suit of armor for your birthday. Deal. Ling Tian stifled a laugh. He had been eagerly awaiting Stark to walk into his own trap, seizing the opportunity to negotiate a higher price. Given the cumbersome nature of that armor in close combat, it was only advantageous in the air. Where shall we engage? I hope it's not in my living room. Come to my villa. The space is ample, and the equipment is top-notch, perfect for gathering combat data. Ah, the essence of a shrewd businessman. Are you perhaps contemplating an analysis of my memory core as well? Who knows, you might even want to study the belt. Rest assured, I'll only observe, not dismantle. I never anticipated your fervor for technology. Business is merely a sideline. Being a scientist is my true calling, Stark replied, his tone imbued with unwavering conviction. All right, I apologize to the world's scientific madman. I shall arrive shortly. Jarvis, prepare the mark armor. Today, I intend to teach a certain arrogant young man a lesson. Ready, sir. Ling Tian mounted his motorcycle. Since his whereabouts were already compromised, he chose not to hide any longer. He paid little heed to the flow of traffic and the incessant red lights, arriving just before midnight. Is this what you meant by shortly? You made Tony Stark wait for 3 hours. Generally, it's others waiting for me. Detective Ling Tian, you are quite the exception. Surprising. Trust me, Ling Tian scratched his head. Fine, given your disheveled appearance, I'll reluctantly accept that. Though the timing isn't ideal for a genius, staying up all night is merely routine. What about you? Do you need a moment to gather yourself? No need. For a professional detective, enduring sleepless nights is essential. However, before we begin, I must confirm that your choice of venue is sound. It won't disturb outsiders, will it? There have been quite a few watching me recently. Chapter 15. This is infuriating. Calm your heart. I'm more concerned about someone eyeing my mark armor. Besides my private recordings, there isn't a single surveillance camera here. Even if they were monitored via satellite, they wouldn't discern what transpires here. So feel free to unleash your full potential. Do not worry about injuring me. The upgraded armor is remarkably reliable. Stark was confident that the initial mark armor had been defeated with merely 70% of the opponent's strength. And now, with the second-generation armor fully upgraded, he felt assured of victory in this sparring match. I hope you maintain such bravado later. It's quite peculiar to seek a fight in the dead of night. Rest assured, I shall hold back, striving not to dismantle it. Ling Tian's words suddenly reminded Stark of the disheveled state of the first-generation armor after being pummeled in the desert, causing his fingertips to tremble involuntarily. Yet, as he touched the cool metallic surface of the second-generation armor, confidence surged back. I advise you to give it your all this time. Otherwise, you won't even scratch the armor surface, and that would be quite embarrassing. Lead the way. This space is too cramped. I cannot afford to damage any antiques. Follow me. I will take you to the Stark family's outdoor arena. As Stark spoke, he activated the new armor, its silver body shimmering like a sculpture. To speak candidly, this design is 100 times more striking than that heap of scrap metal in the desert, which explains his overflowing confidence. However, I hope this assurance can endure the forthcoming 10 minutes. After all, I have never claimed to possess merely a single memory core. Yet, to sustain his enthusiasm and encourage perseverance on this arduous path, it would be wise to secure a narrow victory this time. So it is decided. What do you think? This outfit is quite dazzling, is it not? As they progressed, Stark's tone was imbued with undeniable pride. It's acceptable, a lavish artifact constructed from wealth. TSK. I can sense a hint of jealousy even through the armor. Upon entering the arena, Ling Tian let out a whistle. It truly is an open-air coliseum, extravagance unmasked. The azure sea stretched infinitely, with only their two figures gracing the expansive beach. Truly, a testament to affluence. Ling Tian gazed at the private shoreline and remarked, "Is this entire duel arena owned by your family?" Stark shrugged casually, sort of. My father built numerous such venues during his lifetime. I can scarcely recall the exact number. Ling Tian couldn't help but smile wryly. Reflecting on the days he toiled to install a modest swimming pool, he felt a profound sense of helplessness when confronted with the opulence that others possess effortlessly. Let us commence, Ling Tian stated solemnly. The little fellow seems quite spirited. Stark teased, "Have I offended you?" "Enough chatter. I merely seek a worthy opponent." Ling Tian assumed a combat stance. "Let's begin. Just as I prefer." Stark realized he had misspoken the instant the words left his lips. The dark violet armor enveloped Ling Tian instantaneously. Stark watched his opponent with excitement. Perfect. I can utilize him to test the combat efficacy of Mark II. To be fair, let us agree on a best of 3, Ling Tian proposed. First, Let's engage in close combat to determine whose armor prevails. Jarvis, prepare to record the data, Stark instructed. At your command, sir, Jarvis replied. Before he could finish, Stark was sent staggering back several paces by a powerful punch, the alarm of his armor blaring abruptly. Sir, the impact just now. Jarvis's report was interrupted. We will discuss it later. Stark activated his thrusters just in time to evade the subsequent assault. Is this all you've got? Ling Tian scoffed. You promised close combat. Yet you can't even take a punch? What skill is there in ambushing? Stark steadied himself. Now let's get serious. The thrusters expelled fierce flames as Stark charged towards his opponent like a bolt of lightning. Ling Tian blocked with one hand, violet light coalescing in his left fist. Striking the face? That's rather excessive. The purple fist landed solidly against Stark's helmet, sending him hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Before he could regain his composure, a torrent of attacks followed in swift succession. Stop. I concede this round. Stark cried out in bewilderment. Although the armor shielded him from severe injury, the relentless impacts left him dizzy. Ling Tian stood poised, not scientific. Must I be knocked down by you to call it scientific? How is your fighting technique so formidable? Jarvis detected your punch force, at least several tons. Huh, and why are you so affluent? Ling Tian retorted, mirroring his opponent's sarcasm. The inheritance left by my father is sufficiently substantial, and my intellect has further augmented its value, creating even greater worth. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian felt as though a flock of crows had swept over his head. The Kamen Rider was inherently designed for close combat. Oh, it seems you possess other abilities? Indeed. How about we engage in a second round, focusing on ranged attacks? Are you certain? Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Certainly, but we must wait for my signal to commence. Jarvis, please inspect the weapon systems and lock onto the target. Synchronizing data collection. Stark was confident in his military advantages. Ling Tian replaced the purple memory module with a blue one adorned with firearm patterns. His armor transformed into a deep azure, and an energy firearm materialized in his hand. Is this all? Stark, though astonished by the transformation, scoffed at the rudimentary weapon. The probing fire merely sparked against the armor. After confirming the defensive capabilities, Stark activated heavy weaponry. Ling Tian dodged while firing, and the blue energy projectiles remarkably intercepted the incoming attacks. Sir, this weapon features tracking capabilities. I recommend evading its trajectory, Jarvis cautioned. Easier said than done. Stark gazed at the dazzling display of lights with a wry smile. Boom. Shall we continue? Ling stood before Stark, gently blowing on a blue crystal in his palm. Despite the armor, Stark could still envision the facade of composure the other was attempting to maintain. Sir, the armor has sustained over 30 damage. I advise terminating the trial. Understood. Consider this round yours, Stark conceded. This round? You are quite persistent. Ling raised an eyebrow, recalling their agreement of best 2 out of 3. Indeed, you have won 2 rounds. The final round is mine. Stark, unwilling to back down, proposed a race to see who could reach your home first. Are you out of your mind? Ling scoffed. My home is currently under surveillance. Why would I deliver myself to capture? Then let us go to Afghanistan, the location where Rhodey discovered us last time. It's the middle of the night. Ling expressed his disinterest, stating he wanted to sleep and had no time for Stark's antics. Just this last time, Stark's tone softened unusually. I have never lost so badly in my life. Can you show me some mercy? Very well, just this once. Ling reluctantly agreed, but noticed Stark still lingering in place. Why are you not leaving? I want to see what other speed-enhancing equipment you have. Stark confessed, stating that even in defeat, he needed to understand where he faltered. Suit yourself. Ling retrieved the NASCAR memory module. The deep blue armor glimmered subtly as wing-like light bands extended from his back, unfurling into a pair of crimson wings. Let us use standard speed to avoid overwhelming you. Ling silently resolved. Super speed. Before the words had fully left his lips, his figure vanished from sight, eluding even Jarvis's detection. Stark stared at the empty space, chuckling to himself. I won't compete anymore. I can't match that speed. So how was that? Ling Yi's voice suddenly emerged beside him. NASCAR is a fitting name. Stark shifted the topic. Just how many types of memory modules do you possess? I haven't counted them closely, Ling Yi shrugged. Haven't counted? Stark's eyes widened. Are these 3 not sufficient? He suddenly felt as though his armor resembled a child's toy. At the very least, you recall the total, don't you? Ling Yi counted on his fingers. Gale, Moon God, Alloy, NASCAR, Weather, Ace, Trigger. About a dozen or so. Keeping track of these is quite bothersome. He chuckled awkwardly, a sound that sent a chill down Stark's spine. Stark remarked, "You put on a facade of humility, but once the dust settles, the extent of your insincerity becomes apparent. With such formidable strength, why indulge in greed? The crux of the matter is that you're unwilling to let me study even a single memory unit. Don't be hasty. Once I gather all 26, I shall cease further manufacturing," Ling Tian stated, revealing that upon collecting 26 memory units, he could activate the full potential of the Eternal Memory Unit. The additional units were merely intended to counter the traps set by S, H, I, E, L, D, and Hydra. Upon hearing this number, Stark nearly leapt out of his seat. 16? How does one even survive this? At this rate, I can forget about turning the tide. May I borrow your guest room for a while? By the time I return in the dead of night, dawn will have arrived. Feel free to stay. After all, there are plenty of empty rooms. Once Ling Tian departed, Stark immediately switched to work mode. Jarvis, archive the combat data from earlier. I aim to develop an anti-Ling Tian armor. The intelligent assistant rarely voiced dissent. Sir, the cost-effectiveness of this project may be questionable. Ling Tian's armor can instantaneously shift forms, a feat our technology currently cannot replicate at that speed. Of course, if we were to compare overall combat capabilities, is that what you call consolation? Stark waved his hand irritably. If only he could dismantle his memory units, despite his unwavering confidence in his own research capabilities. The news of the 26 memory units extinguished his enthusiasm like a bucket of ice water. At this moment, Ling Tian was humming a tune while counting the spoils of war. The Mark II armor acquired from 3 fierce battles. A substantial profit indeed. System. How many points do I currently possess? As soon as he entered the room, Ling Tian eagerly inquired. Current total points, 24,500, including the 7,000 points earned from the latest sign-in and 17,500 points won from 3 battles. Finally, a bit of financial relief. Gazing at the 24,500 points, Ling Tian decisively operated. First, refresh the shop and filter for the Kamen Rider series. Witnessing the deduction of 500 points, reducing his total to 24,000. He felt a slight pang, but recognized that refreshing daily was essential to gather the memory units swiftly. Oh, but it's the dead of night. He suddenly slapped his forehead. System, sign in immediately. Sign in successful. Reward, 1,000 points. Total points increased to 25,000, leaving Ling Tian feeling much more at ease. However, upon glancing at the price tag for the belt, the sum appeared utterly insufficient, likely not even enough for a down payment. Not yet successful. At this rate, forget about the Time King. Even that seemed a distant dream. It appeared he must rely on that discount coupon. Suddenly, a particular memory unit on the shop interface caught his eye. The Eternal Memory Unit. The coveted treasure had finally appeared, yet the staggering price of 30,000 points was suffocating. It must be obtained. Ling Tian clenched his fists, resolved to sign in consecutively for 5 days to deplete his savings. Upon a fleeting thought of Stark, the points withdrawal machine, he felt a wave of relief. Once the Mark III was unveiled, wouldn't hundreds of thousands of points be effortlessly within reach? System, are there any tasks available recently? I am in urgent need of point circulation. The system coldly responded. When has the host ever been affluent? However, there's indeed a new task. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Ling Tian complained. Have you ever checked the task panel? Task panel? Ling Tian suddenly found himself at a loss for words. The system's silent ellipsis seemed to roll its eyes. Ling Tian chuckled awkwardly to ease the tension. Details are inconsequential. It doesn't affect the grand scheme of things, haha. Let's hope the host can maintain this composure. The system remarked with a profound tone. A sudden sense of foreboding surged within Ling Tian. Quick, open the task panel. As the luminous screen unfurled, several lines of information struck him as particularly glaring. Main quest. Save Dr. Ethan. Reward. 50,000 points. Completed. Defeat Iron Tyrant. Reward. 80,000 points. Not completed. Side quests. Shake off Coulson. Reward. 5,000 points. Result. Failed. Rough up Stark and eliminate Mark I. Reward. 10,000 points. Result. Failed. Teach the agent a lesson to make them remember. Reward. 30,000 points. Result: failed. Hidden task: settle Dr. Ethan. Reward: 5,000 points. Result: failed. Humph. How deliberate of you. Why didn't you inform me sooner? The task panel has existed from the beginning. It is you who failed to notice. I am. You infuriate me. Chapter 16 completed. Awaiting collection, there were only 2 main tasks. The first had been accepted, while the second remained untouched, so the losses were not catastrophic. Yet those side quests made Ling Tian feel as if blood were dripping from his heart. Failure meant the rewards were lost, akin to having one's assets frozen by a bank due to credit issues. Who could he turn to for justice? Nearly 70,000 points had vanished, and Ling Tian felt as if billions had evaporated overnight. System, are you toying with me? My mindset is shattered. How much have I truly lost? Ling Tian was convinced the system harbored malice. It was undoubtedly intentional. Not to mention any reminders, there wasn't even a hint of activity. I should have anticipated this. Relying solely on sign-ins and those long-ago main tasks. Even if I defeated every adversary on Earth, I wouldn't be able to afford a few transformation devices. At that point, escaping would become a dilemma. However, gazing at the task panel now, he suddenly realized tasks were the crux. Who needed sign-ins when there were tasks? Once he upgraded the shop a few levels and attained the dimensional barrier, there would be no realm in the multiverse beyond his reach. Indeed, when heaven opens a door, it closes a window. The faded word failed on the panel was irrefutable evidence. The next morning, Ling Tian's eyes were bloodshot. It would be an exaggeration to say he had spent the night weeping uncontrollably, but he did indeed look haggard. What happened to you? I didn't send any women your way, so why do you appear so frail? Stark, recalling his own dismal state from the previous night, inquired with concern. I'm fine, just reminiscing about my parents. It stirred up emotions that kept me awake. Ling Tian discerned the mockery in the tone. Unable to confess that his missteps had led to significant losses, he could only concoct a half-truth. Despite its unreliability, he was indeed an orphan, traversing a world devoid of parental figures, having never even glimpsed their faces. This was his first mention of parents. Should he be unmasked, it would be quite awkward. I apologize, my father has been gone for a long time, and now even his visage is somewhat blurred in my memory. I truly envy your relationship with your parents. Mine scarcely showed any concern for me. Upon hearing this, it became evident that his circumstances were not vastly better than his own. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Aren't you staying for a meal? Never mind. Your offerings consist solely of hamburgers and alcohol, both of which do not pique my interest. Ling Tian gestured towards the burger on the table, which Stark had even prepared an extra for. Speak plainly. I will assist you as much as I can. Have you caught me? Jarvis, is it that I do not appear sufficiently natural? Is there a need for concealment? From the very first moment I laid eyes on you today, your expression boldly proclaimed ulterior motives. Now what is it? Stark, uncharacteristically flustered, realized he had seldom engaged in such matters throughout his life. Experience was lacking. Well, it pertains to your memory technology. Could you possibly share that technology with me? I assure you, I shall not probe into your memory device. I merely seek the nanotechnology. Of course, I am acutely aware of its worth and am willing to exchange it for a share in Stark Industries, 20%. Though the company's stock is currently languishing, with me at the helm, it will soon rebound. Ling Tian had not anticipated Stark's interest in the nanotechnology. The dilemma was that he truly possessed none. What should he do now? Believe it or not, this technology is not actually mine. The memory device and the belt were both purchased. Moreover, even if I were to provide it to you, you would not derive any significant insights. The seller mentioned that this device relies on Earth's memory and a specialized program to operate, and contains a high concentration of energy that must be filtered through the belt, lest one become addicted to its power and succumb to chaos. Thus, it is likely unrelated to your nanotechnology. Ling Tian maintained an impassive facade as he spun this tale, leaving Stark bewildered. Yet, he was not entirely dishonest. He had merely embellished the truth. Indeed, the items were acquired, and they did exist. However, the authenticity, the counterfeit, and the usage rights of the belt remained firmly in his grasp. In essence, what is mine is unequivocally mine. Without my consent, even if you were to seize it, it would be of no use, and theft would be fruitless. Stark retorted, do you think I would believe that? Purchased? How much did it cost? Who was the seller? Why you and not me? I am far wealthier. Well, the seller claimed to have observed me, for quite a while, believing I possess a profound sense of justice and potential and similar sentiments. In summary, he stated that the future rests on my shoulders. Hence, he gifted it to me without charge. As night enveloped the streets, that solitary figure stirred something within me, prompting me to extend $10, treating it as a transaction. Stark suddenly coughed, nearly spilling his drink on Ling Tian. Ethan was indeed correct. Wiping his mouth, he remarked, "Your knack for fabricating tales is worthy of a novelist. I swear this is all true." Ling Tian's expression was serious. All right, Stark waved his hand. "At least tell me what the person looks like." The night was deep, and the individual was wrapped tightly, with only their sunglasses-clad eyes visible. Ling Tian, meeting the questioning gaze, added, "Though I too find it curious why one would wear sunglasses at night. Don't look at me like that. Based on professional detective judgment, I can at least ascertain that the individual is human." Stark placed his forehead in his hand. "You should be grateful I have nothing left to retort. After all this fuss, is this your conclusion?" Seeing that Stark was still not giving up, Ling Tian finally relented. "You can study it for 3 days, but you must ensure it remains intact." He handed over the prized memory device. In truth, Ling Tian was well aware that even with Stark's genius mind, it was impossible for him to comprehend the core mysteries of the memory device. The materials, seemingly ordinary, were imbued with an irreplaceable power. "Rest assured, I will take good care of it," Stark said, treasure in hand. Once Ling Tian left, Stark immediately regained his lively demeanor. "Jarvis, how credible do you find his statements?" The intelligent assistant responded, "Facial expression analysis indicates approximately 50 of the statements possess truthfulness." Stark raised an eyebrow and smiled. "It seems this kid is still too green. Just yesterday, he claimed he would create 26 memory devices, and today, he switched to saying he bought them. Fooling me will not be so easy." Jarvis's calm statement landed like a slap on Tony's face. According to voice analysis, the only verifiable claim made by Mr. Ling Tian is that the memory device was indeed purchased by him. Damn it! Tony shattered the coffee cup in his hand, immediately tracking all of Ling Tian's social interactions, focusing on those wrapped up like mummies. This sales model is utterly absurd. Am I not far more reliable than that? As moonlight filtered through the curtains, Ling Tian gazed at the system interface, a bitter smile forming. That previous mission failure was like an unhealed scar, yet the system never refunded the deducted points. He had developed a reflexive habit. Upon opening his eyes each day, he would first check the task panel, fearing he might miss another opportunity. The marketplace interface flickered with the icon of the eternal memory device, and the armor's unlocking progress bar was particularly striking. Those once despairing numbers now seemed within reach. And more importantly, the long-planned escape route finally showed a glimmer of hope. "You stayed out all night?" Wanda rubbed her eyes as she stepped out of the bedroom, the hem of her robe sweeping across the coffee table. She could never quite define her feelings for this man, who was both her employer and her boyfriend. Gratitude? Affection? Perhaps merely a lack of disdain? Pietro, engrossed in a game at the computer, perked up instantly. "You hit Stark 3 times? Tell me the details." He tossed aside the controller with a swiftness surpassing that of dodging in the game, for opportunities to mock Tony in reality were far rarer than gaming achievements. "Pietro." Wanda's fingertips glowed with crimson energy. "If you keep calling me sister-in-law, I won't hesitate to help you relive your nightmares from when you were 10. The silver-haired youth immediately shrank back into his gaming chair, as if caught by the scruff of his neck like a cat. Ling Tian turned the newly arrived memory module in his hands, a mere display of technological prowess. However, a more pressing matter occupied his thoughts, and the atmosphere in the living room suddenly became tense. The twins instinctively straightened their backs. The forthcoming arrangements would profoundly impact all our futures. Alas, I have recently invested all my savings into Stark Industries stocks, and funds are indeed rather tight. Wanda, from today onward, we must be frugal, especially with your brother Pietro still residing with us. You must manage the grocery expenses wisely. My culinary standards cannot diminish. It should remain as usual, for I refuse to deprive my palate. As for you, you must figure it out. That lad Pietro, as long as he doesn't starve, that suffices." "Hey, what do you mean, Ling Tian?" Pietro immediately bristled. "What do you mean by as long as he doesn't starve? And who did you just call Burden?" Although aware that Ling Tian was jesting, Pietro still fumed, feeling belittled in this household. Was he truly so devoid of standing that even his food budget was being curtailed? Did I say anything wrong? At 20 years old, he still loafs about. One cannot expect your sister and me to support you for eternity. I can earn money playing games. Pietro's voice dwindled. All right then, prove it by washing dishes at the restaurant tomorrow. What is wrong with washing dishes? It's an honest way to earn a living. Ling Tian chuckled knowingly. You can't even excel at gaming. What makes you think you could wash dishes effectively? There's no shortage of dishwashers. Pietro, incensed, retorted, then what do you think I can do? In this vast New York, I can't find a job? First, quit gaming. Until you secure employment, any money you earn from gaming will go toward your food expenses. If I catch you gaming again, Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. You can forget about eating altogether. You're clearly plotting against me. Pietro exclaimed, furious. I knew you'd target my gaming. Watching her brother's angry retreat, Wanda felt a pang of sympathy. After all, he was her only relative. Ling Tian, if you want him to find a job, you can address him gently. There's no need for such harshness. He is 20 years old. It's time he learns responsibility. I can still support you both now. But what if, hypothetically, an unfortunate event occurs? How can we manage solely on his meager salary? Are you leaving? Wanda suddenly grasped Ling Tian's arm, her eyes reflecting panic. This was the first time she exhibited such dependence on him. Ahem, it's merely a hypothetical scenario, Ling Tian replied, awkwardly averting his gaze. The key is to teach him independence. That way, you can have an easier time. Wanda's expression softened. I didn't realize you had such thoughtful considerations. It's no wonder you're a detective. Don't get me wrong. At his age, I was still in school, utterly oblivious to the concept of work. I want him to find a job, not to see him falter, but because young men at his age should possess a certain drive. If all else fails, perhaps we should send him back to school. By the way, here's this month's grocery budget. I'm down to $10,000. So let us be cautious with our spending. As Ling Tian spoke, he handed Wanda $5,000 in cash, oblivious to her incredulous gaze. Just how extravagant were his culinary standards? Once, our monthly expenditure on groceries and condiments never exceeded $1,000. However, ever since my siblings arrived, this individual has neglected the food expenses, and I have been taking from his drawer. Does he never check how much money is in there? Wanda suddenly worried that Ling Tian might one day be sold off while helping to count the cash. Meanwhile, Ling Tian was preoccupied with the system notification. Complete the hidden task. Assist Pietro in escaping his reclusive lifestyle. Reward, 3,000 points. Status, completed, awaiting collection. I never anticipated such an unexpected gain. I must claim it immediately. Ling Tian feared the reward would expire. Congratulations, host. You have received 3,000 points. You now possess 28,000 points. After 2 more days of check-ins, you can exchange for the eternal memory device. Once all memory devices are collected, the Kamen Rider line will be complete. Chapter 17. Consider future troubles at that point. I can comfortably shop in the marketplace for a belt. Even if I managed to acquire a memory device, it would still be inferior to mine. I could purchase some lower-tier items to divert others' attention and strive for development time. Hey, why are you spacing out? Wanda decided to kindly remind him about frugality. It's nothing, just pondering. You should wisely plan how to live before stocks rise. She clarified, if the money runs out and I haven't received a commission, the rent will inevitably increase. Got it, landlord. This amount is sufficient for us to live lavishly for half a year. What if your stocks plummet? If that happens, I won't charge you rent. I'll support you. I guarantee you won't starve. Wanda declared confidently. You? Support me? Ha ha, you crack me up. Ling Tian replied, to be honest, that day will never come. If there are no commissions, I'll become a photographer. I'm quite the professional in that area. As he spoke, he took out his detective camera and waved it in front of Wanda. Wasn't your previous comment made because your brother was present? He needs to feel a sense of urgency. Lounging around the house isn't acceptable, especially not in my home. Ling Tian shrugged. You don't really think I'm oblivious to our trio's monthly expenses, do you? All right, I admit I've thought about it, Wanda said with a slight pout. But you usually don't care about these things. How would I know? As long as I'm aware, it's fine. Daily expenses aren't my responsibility, so why worry about it? Ling Tian waved his hand dismissively. However, I'm quite curious about how you 2 siblings have managed all these years. You can't have been taking care of Pietro all the time. Wanda's expression faltered slightly, and she softly replied, actually, it has always been him taking care of me. Ling Tian recalled the games on Pietro's computer, the snacks in the refrigerator, and his brother sprawled on the sofa watching television. Raising an eyebrow in disbelief. He takes care of people? We were still young back then. Wanda's voice softened. Being orphans, we faced numerous hardships and troubles. Thanks to Pietro, he has always protected me and stood by me through the most challenging times. Thus, his disdain for Stark is not without justification. She glanced up at Ling Tian and continued to explain. Before encountering you, he was the one who took care of me. Perhaps now, when tranquility is finally within reach, he wishes to rest properly. Ling Tian's lips twitched. So, according to your reasoning, his current laziness is my fault? That was not my intention, Wanda frowned. Oh, I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Ling Tian waved his hand, yet regardless of his past demeanor. This present state of affairs is hardly what you desire, is it? Encouraging him to seek employment would be beneficial for both of you, would it not? Well, since you're not working today, why not prepare a meal? Wanda shifted the topic. You have no idea. The Stark household serves nothing but hamburgers and alcohol. I have no desire to consume such fare. I initially planned to find a casual restaurant, but since you are at home, it saves us some money. Oh, it seems Stark's hospitality leaves much to be desired, allowing you to return home on an empty stomach, Ling Tian teased. Wanda let out a soft huff. You certainly underestimate him. He obtained something he has long desired from me, albeit at the cost of enduring 3 beatings. As for what it is, I suggest you refrain from inquiring. Despite his somewhat pitiful methods, he ultimately succeeded. This is why capitalists possess such dark hearts. It would be wise for you to maintain your distance from him in the future. If you are aware of this, why still offer him assistance? Even Tony Stark covets it, so it must be something extraordinary, Wanda remarked, her face a picture of confusion. Naturally, how could I ever be at a disadvantage? Ling Tian asserted with conviction. My hometown has a saying, being at a loss is a blessing. Thus, as a good person, I generally allow others to enjoy the blessings instead. Wanda could not help but roll her eyes at him. Sensing the atmosphere turning awkward, Ling Tian quickly redirected the conversation. Ahem, the truth is that this item is only effective in my possession. In the hands of another, it is merely a useless piece of metal. Even Stark would be unable to decipher its secrets. Meanwhile, Stark was deep in thought. He had analyzed the memory core, discovering that the materials were ordinary and the internal structure was simple enough to replicate with ease. Yet, it stubbornly failed to realize its transformation capabilities, let alone nanotechnology. What he produced resembled a mere toy. Jarvis, did Ling Tian mention that this device relies on a belt for filtering? Indeed, sir. Does that imply it could function without the belt, albeit gradually being consumed by the power? Sir, I do not recommend attempting that. Who said I was going to try? I merely wish to understand how it operates without the belt. At that moment, he noticed the interface on the memory core and suddenly comprehended. I believe I understand now. Jarvis, we have a new task. Within 3 days, develop a device that can connect the human body to the memory core. Sir, I know what you are about to say. I will not personally attempt this, nor will I allow anyone else to take risks. I simply wish to validate whether my hypothesis is correct. This idea is indeed terrifying. If I am correct, it is no wonder a belt is necessary for filtering. Directly interfacing with the human body while allowing for free transformation is convenient. Yet it equates to being half a biomechanical entity. As one acquires power, one becomes acutely aware of its allure. Akin to an addiction, once tasted, is nearly impossible to forsake. Indeed, this is the truth. I am undeniably a genius. With a self-satisfied tone, he declared, Jarvis, expedite the process. I promise to return it in 3 days. Although he did not acquire the anticipated technology, he found solace in his alternative gains, deeming it not a loss. Stark immersed himself with fervor into this significant research, all the while addressing the freezing issue of the Mark armor. A genius, after all, is a genius. Despite not having developed a device for neural memory connection, he was confident he could achieve it within 3 days. As for the armor's freezing defect, he not only overcame it effortlessly, but also adorned the suit in a striking red reminiscent of a classic automobile, accented with golden details. Far more refined than the monotonous silver gray. Stark named it Mark III. While testing the armor, a news broadcast abruptly reported that Gamera was engulfed in flames of war. What was happening? Stark Industries' weapons had resurfaced? Hadn't he disbanded that division? On the screen appeared the very armed leader who had once imprisoned him, now wreaking havoc upon Ethan's homeland. Stark fell silent. It was evident that the company was beyond his sole control, with others willing to resort to unscrupulous means for profit. He hoped his uncle was not entangled in this mess. Despite developing suspicions towards Obadiah, the second in command of the company who alone could force through arms deals. He found himself lacking concrete evidence and clung to a reluctant hope that was difficult to accept. Stark temporarily quelled his doubts. Jarvis, prepare Mark III, Destination Gamera. We must act swiftly. This matter needs resolution before Ethan calls, or else he will surely blame me. Perhaps he already is. How could that man still be alive? Stark had buried him alive. His resilience was remarkable. The new armor tore through the clouds, transitioning from New York to Gamera in the blink of an eye. Is this the battlefield? Gazing upon the ravaged ruins and the despairing populace, Stark clenched his fists. He should have dismantled the weapons division long ago. And now he could only strive to atone. He pointed to the wailing children. If, in the future, these kids were to approach him like that brother and sister and slap him across the face, what face would he have left to live? Mark III decisively eradicated the armed militants and obliterated all weapon stockpiles before returning. However, during the return journey, the armor signal was unexpectedly intercepted by the Edward base, coincidentally. Colonel Rhodes was present on site. Lacking flight clearance, it did not belong to the CIA or the Navy. Faced with this unidentified aircraft, the consensus among the onlookers was surprisingly unified. 2 fighter jets were dispatched to intercept, yet Tony effortlessly evaded them. Unexpectedly, one of the jets launched an attack on the Mark armor, and no speed could save him. A direct hit would be fatal. In a moment of dire urgency, Tony deployed an electromagnetic pulse, utilizing the ensuing flames to cling to one jet's underbelly. However, the other jet quickly detected his presence. The pilot executed a sharp maneuver, attempting to shake him off, inadvertently propelling him onto the wing of another jet. Following a violent collision, Stark emerged unscathed, while the jet's wing fractured and plummeted. The pilot's parachute failed, but was ultimately rescued by Tony, bringing the pursuit to a halt. You're insane. You owe me a fighter jet. Rhodey glared furiously at Tony. It was clearly your fault. Would you like to see my new invention? No thanks. Knowing too much can be detrimental. Rhodey massaged his temples. But how do we explain this to the media and the public? Just say it was a routine training exercise. Don't you do that all the time? It's easy for you to say. The next day, Rhodey appeared on television, deflecting public scrutiny with talk of military drills. Yet Obadiah, watching from a screen, was not deceived. This news confirmed his suspicions. Tony was crafting a new weapon capable of reshaping the world. We can't delay any longer, he murmured. Action must be taken tonight. In the dead of night, Obadiah arrived at a site masquerading as a military base. Before him stood a scarred, bald man, the leader of the 10 Rings gang. The standoff between them resembled a surreal play. Welcome, the scar man grinned. Obadiah sneered, a gift from Tony? If you want him dead, it will cost you more. The man touched his scar. The aftermath is too troublesome. Enough chatter. Let us see the goods. You go in alone. Obadiah nodded with a sly smile. In a black market deal, operating alone was more advantageous. When he beheld the Mark I, assembled from desert wreckage, greed sparked in his eyes. You might escape, he murmured, caressing the rusted armor, but you cannot escape the treasure. Is this the weapon he used to flee? It's indeed well designed. No wonder you couldn't stop him. You are mistaken. He was rescued by another suit, the purple-black armor, which might be even more formidable. I witnessed him dispatch all guards, save for myself, with his bare hands. He survived solely due to Stark's intervention. Interesting. Do you have footage? Obadiah's eyes gleamed. A weapon surpassing Tony's Mark armor was precisely what he desired. The base has been utterly destroyed. However, you can examine the damage on this armor. It was intact when Stark departed, yet now it appears thus. Obadiah scrutinized the imprints on the armor. Was it violently damaged? The black armor didn't employ any weapons, easily resolving the conflict with mere fists. We cannot accurately assess its true strength, but these marks indicate it is at least not inferior to the Mark armor. It's merely a poorly crafted counterfeit. Obadiah shared the same prejudice as Stark, yet reality had proven them wrong. To the point, I am willing to provide all blueprints to help you eliminate your nephew and seize the company. In exchange, I want a batch of Iron Soldiers. He swirled his glass, confidently awaiting a response. Suddenly, Obadiah pressed down on his shoulder, a red light flashing from his palm. The leader's gaze became vacant, rendering him immobile. Technology is your Achilles heel. Don't worry, it will only last 15 minutes. Think carefully about the ensuing troubles. Chapter 18. No more waiting. Moments later, Obadiah exited the tent. His men had secured the area. Pack all the equipment and clean up thoroughly. After the gunfire, All that remained was a ground soaked in blood. The secret establishment of the 16th District aimed at developing the arc reactor called upon all engineers to expedite their results. Concurrently, a thorough investigation was initiated into all suspicious individuals recently associated with Stark. His ambitions extended beyond merely acquiring the Mark armor. He had set his sights on Ling Tian's Joker suit. While the Mark armor was formidable enough, eliminating all uncertainties was deemed more prudent. Stark's decision as Stark was fine-tuning the armor in his workshop, Potts entered unannounced. He glanced up briefly and said, "Pepper, do you have a moment? I need your assistance in retrieving some information. Please go to my office, access the main system, and pull up all logistics records from the past 3 months." He casually handed her an encrypted chip, which would grant the necessary permissions. The data might be located within administrative directories or encrypted partitions, if it proved elusive. She should filter by the smallest numbered files. Potts took the chip, her brow furrowing. "And what happens once you find it? If it involves illegal transactions, I will personally ensure those weapons are destroyed." His tone remained calm, as if discussing the weather for the morrow. "Tony, I can assist you. But if you act recklessly like you did in Gamora, I will not be involved." She fixed him with a gaze, memories of that bullet-riddled armor flooding her mind. "I merely seek the data. I'm not here to negotiate or pursue profit." He paused. "I must do this." "Must? Then I resign. You're playing with fire, and I cannot enable your madness. I should have died in Afghanistan. It was sheer luck that I survived." His voice was somber, reflecting on years where war profited from bloodshed and weapons were sold for tainted wealth. Yet, those images, the ruins of Afghanistan, the orphans of Ling Tian's family, the wreckage of Gamora, each scene served as a reminder of how Stark Industries' weapons had claimed countless lives. "Now, I only wish to make amends. Pepper, I need your help." She fell silent for a moment, then firmly grasped the chip. "Fine, I will go." As she stepped out of the laboratory, Potts felt her heart race. She had never engaged in such an act as stealing company secrets. Following the instructions, she successfully retrieved the files, only to inadvertently stumble upon more content. First, there were blueprints for Mark I, marked as in mass production in the 16th District. Following that, a video began to play automatically. In the footage, Stark was bound to a chair, surrounded by armed, masked men. Her hands trembled as she clicked the translate button. The unfamiliar language transformed into English. "Obadiah, you concealed the target as Tony Stark. You must pay for the assassination. The price is now doubled." "Oh God," Potts gasped, covering her mouth. Why was this video here? Who was orchestrating this? More terrifying was the revelation that the mastermind was Obadiah, Tony's most trusted elder. She froze, her mind swirling with confusion. What conspiracy had she uncovered? Just as Potts was engulfed in panic, the office door was suddenly pushed open. To her dismay, it was Obadiah, the last person she wished to encounter at that moment. His familiar face now sent chills down her spine. "How will this conclude?" Obadiah murmured nonchalantly. Fortunately, the display screen faced away from him, and he remained oblivious to the fact that Potts had uncovered his secret. Otherwise, given his modus operandi, he would never allow this secret to escape unscathed. As Tony's devoted secretary, Potts prided herself on knowing the chairman inside and out. Yet, the recent video had shattered all her perceptions. The man before her was no longer a trustworthy elder, but rather a venomous serpent. Frankly, it was a relief that Tony had returned safely, akin to the dawn breaking through the night. Obadiah, meanwhile, paced toward the computer, oblivious to Potts as she deftly erased all traces of her actions, completing her task just before he could notice. How eloquent! Potts scoffed internally. Was he not the mastermind behind it all? Now, whatever he said was utterly untrustworthy. Despite the cold sweat pooling in her palms, Potts maintained a facade of calm, though her usual composure now bore a hint of stiffness. Once Potts departed, Obadiah immediately scrutinized the computer. The notification of a completed download was glaringly evident. Damn it! He slammed his fist on the desk, realizing that he would have to hasten Tony's demise. He had intended to intercept Potts, but saw her slip away under the protection of Agent Coulson from SHIELD. Faced with such official power, even someone as cunning as he could only concede. Turning towards Area 16, he was infuriated by the sluggish progress on the Ironmonger project. These incompetent engineers could not even manage a power source. It seemed he would have to seize the arc reactor from Tony's chest. In Obadiah's eyes, Tony had long since lost his value. With the invention of the Iron Man suit, Stark Industries could monopolize the market for decades, potentially controlling the global landscape. Why, then, allow this troublesome nephew to remain? At that moment, Tony was about to answer Pot's call when an excruciating sound pierced the air. It was the sonic weapon he had once used against the Ten Rings. He froze, helplessly watching Obadiah's figure loom over him. The arc reactor in Iron Man's chest was forcibly extracted by Obadiah's precise instruments, rendering Stark powerless. Like the very essence of life being siphoned away. The energy core that sustained this scientific madman was torn away, akin to severing his lifeline. Just moments ago, while under duress, Obadiah had confessed everything. Stark finally grasped the truth. It was this uncle who orchestrated the events in Afghanistan, who had signed the arms-dealing orders, and even acquired the Mark I armor. More terrifyingly, Obadiah not only replicated more powerful armor, but had also extended his malevolent reach towards Pepper. The potential catastrophe that such weaponry could wreak in Obadiah's hands left Stark in a state of frantic desperation, yet he was rendered immobile. He recalled Ling Tian's warning. He should have destroyed the original armor in the desert long ago. But now, it was too late for regrets. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. His old reactor. That was the energy core of the Mark I, and his sole chance for survival. Enduring immense pain, Stark crawled toward the collection room, his strength waning. Upon his arrival, a mechanical arm presented him with a life-saving device. Good boy, he weakly praised as he embedded the reactor into his chest. Though energy was restored, his body still required time to adapt. Tony, my God, exclaimed Rhodey, who had rushed over upon receiving Pepper's call, horrified to find Stark collapsed on the ground. Whereas Pepper, as Stark regained consciousness, he immediately inquired about the situation. 5 agents were tasked with her protection and were in pursuit of Obadiah. 5? That is utterly insufficient. Fully aware of the power of the armor, Stark promptly summoned the Mark III. Witnessing the transformation, Rhodey was awestruck. This is simply spectacular, and there is something even more extraordinary. Stark recalled the black and purple suit. Now we must put a stop to that madman. At that moment, Obadiah's ironmonger armor was powering up, its colossal form radiating an aura of death. Clear the airspace above. I do not wish to collide with any aircraft during the battle. Colonel, this task is entrusted to you. Before Stark's words had fully left his lips, he soared skyward, bursting through the roof in a rush. Damn it, Rhodey muttered under his breath, yet he accepted the command. At that instant, a silver armor came into view. It was the Mark II. Rhodey was instantly captivated by this even more dazzling suit, unable to resist whistling. Wait for me, darling. Next time, I will definitely wear you. In the sky, Stark's expression was no longer one of ease. Jarvis, how much longer can a Mark I hold out? Energy remaining. 48, continuously depleting. Sir, this reactor was not designed for flight. Real-time monitoring. Hold on. Contact Ling Tian immediately and inform him that there is an urgent order. The call has been connected. Welcome to Ling Tian Detective Agency. Please select a service tier based on your budget. Press 1 for 1, 000 to 10, 000. Press 2 for 10, 000 to 30, 000. Do not play these games with me. Choose the most expensive package. Listen, Obadiah has modified the super armor using my technology. If you do not come soon, be prepared to collect my remains. A sound of a chair toppling overcame from the other end. The payment can wait. Let us survive first. Ling Tian's voice suddenly grew serious. He stared at the flashing words on the system panel. Main quest, 80,000 points. If he could secure this point total, the remaining memory could be fully unlocked. Meanwhile, Potts and Agent Coulson, along with other agents, surrounded the towering Mark I in astonishment. They truly created the armor. Coulson adjusted his sunglasses. However, Potts frowned at the armor. It should be much larger. She recognized it as the prototype from the desert. And Obadiah would never use the outdated version directly. A chill ran down her spine, and as she turned, the ironmonger's crimson visor locked onto her. Eliminated. Just as an agent raised his weapon, he was swept aside by the massive steel arm, sent flying several meters away. Coulson, gripping the tremor weapon, felt cold sweat trickle down as he finally realized. This time, they were up against an entity that would completely redefine the rules of warfare. Several agents were nearly annihilated in the chase, with only Coulson managing to escape by a stroke of luck. Your value ends here. A cold mechanical voice echoed from within the ironmonger armor. the gun's muzzle targeting Potts, with death looming perilously close. Just then, Stain sped in, colliding with the Ironmonger and sending it crashing away from Potts. However, the impact caused the metallic behemoth to roll and smash into the street. Boom! The Ironmonger crashed heavily into a delivery truck, the shockwave shattering storefront windows along the entire street. A chain reaction of car accidents instantly engulfing the roadway. Damn it! Just arriving at the scene, Ling Tian barely dodged a flying vehicle. He looked up to see Stark rescuing a family trapped in a runaway car. Their screams echoing as the driver mistakenly pressed the accelerator instead of the brake, crushing Stark beneath the Iron Monarch and sending sparks flying across the pavement for dozens of meters. The special effects were impeccable. Ling Tian squinted, his eyes stinging from the sparks, offering his critique. At that moment, Stark had no time to lament Ling Tian's tardiness, for the resurgent Iron Monarch had him at a disadvantage, leaving him with little more than defensive maneuvers. Ling Tian crossed his arms, observing from the sidelines. After all, transforming the street would not lead to death. He was not insane. More importantly, this live-action rendition of Iron Man was far more exhilarating than the film. Wow! He tilted his head to watch the two armored suits ascend into the sky, noticing that Potts was also gazing from a short distance away. However, rather than socializing, he was more concerned about the mission objective. How would Stark turn the tide of this uneven battle? High above, the Iron Monarch suddenly accelerated, seizing Stark. Has the ice malfunction been resolved? Stark quipped. Before Obadiah could react, the operating system crashed due to the ice. Let me help you with that. Stark lightly tapped the Iron Monarch's head, shattering the ice layer and sending the steel behemoth plummeting to the earth. Time to clock out. Stark exhaled deeply, only to realize he too was beginning to descend, with his reactor's energy nearly depleted. Ling Tian's extraordinary eyesight caught the anomaly. How could one large and one small ascend, only to find themselves reversed? The Iron Monarch appeared unscathed, while Stark was utterly exhausted, prompting Ling Tian's curiosity about the unfolding events. How would Stark turn defeat into victory? Surely, against a ruthless opponent like Obadiah, victory could not be achieved solely through words. Ling Tian silently observed the battle, holding a green memory chip, ready to intervene once his curiosity was satisfied. At that moment, the Iron Monarch seized Tony again, seemingly intent on crushing him. There was no time to wait. If my interference leads to the protagonist's demise, it would spell trouble. Tony had just broken free of his restraints, clearly at his limit. His armor lay in tatters, the helmet crushed by the Iron Monarch and carelessly discarded. Chapter 19 Jarvis? You have finally surpassed yourself, Tony. Your father, Howard, will be proud of you. Now, let me send you to meet him. Honestly, I don't want to use this. It's still in the testing phase. Tony gritted his teeth, but at this point, I must stop you. Oh, what other means do you possess? I am eager to broaden my horizons, Obadiah mocked. You will see. Tony produced a purple-black trump card memory chip and pressed a stamp-like device against his arm, revealing a black interface pattern. Are you joking? Ling Tian could no longer remain seated. I merely wish to observe the plot's development, not to. If Tony were to become a hybrid, he might indeed defeat the Iron Monarch, but the subsequent mess would likely be even more troublesome. Ling Tian had no time to hesitate. He swiftly switched to the memory chip and inserted it into the driver to complete his transformation. He needed to reach the scene with utmost speed. The wind may be swift, but it could not match the super speed of NASCAR. Just as Tony was about to embark on his self-experimentation, a blue hand stopped him. Phew, I finally caught up. Indeed, just in time. Tony smiled weakly and said, I'll leave the rest to you, before losing consciousness. Hey, how irresponsible can you be? What if I just leave you to your fate? Although I was unclear about the nature of your transformation, it was evidently successful, albeit through somewhat extreme measures. Ling Tian retrieved the ace memory device from Tony's hands, his eyes filled with admiration. Accomplishing this in just 3 days, truly, he was a genius rivaling the divine. He even suspected that, were it not for system restrictions, Tony might have indeed uncovered the secrets of the memory device. Unfortunately, this is my private property, and is not to be infringed upon. Turning to Ironmonger, Obadiah wore a similarly bewildered expression. Who was this blue-armored figure that had descended from the heavens? Could he teleport? Don't be alarmed. This is merely a straightforward task. I am here to ensure this fellow's survival and retrieve my belongings. The blue-clad figure said with an air of ease. Obadiah remained secretly vigilant, but the thought of sparing Tony Stark never crossed his mind. The adversary's astonishing speed rendered him momentarily immobile. Should he attempt to flee, Obadiah knew he could not keep pace. "My friend," Obadiah forced a smile, "take whatever you wish. But Tony must remain. Enough with the pleasantries." The blue figure retorted impatiently as he lifted the unconscious Tony. "If he dies, who will I settle the score with? I will deal with you later." No sooner had he spoken than the two vanished like shadows. "Curse it, I swear I will kill you," Obadiah roared, smashing everything around him in fury. His initial plan had been a surprise attack, although he had no confidence in confronting the blue figure, eliminating Tony. Now devoid of his helmet's protection, would be effortless. A single shot could claim Tony's life, let alone a heavy weapon. Once Tony was dead, he could leverage his military connections to absolve himself and seize complete control of Stark Industries. He could then take his time studying that marvelous armor. "Want to kill me? You're far too late," Ling Tian scoffed as he heard the roar from a distance. "You don't even know who I am, yet you threaten me? Besides, taking you out is my task. This fool, doesn't he honestly believe he will see the light of another day? Does he?" When he presented Tony before Potts, the assistant felt a gust of wind sweep past. "You must be his secretary, right? Keep an eye on this cash cow. He still owes me a fee," Ling Tian said, pretending to leave. "Wait, are you Detective Ling Tian?" Potts suddenly inquired. "Oh, how surprising." Ling Tian turned back. "In this situation, it's more fitting to call me Kamen Rider." With voice recognition, combined with Tony's mention that he couldn't defeat Ling Tian, it was not difficult to deduce. "All right, remember to keep it confidential." Ling Tian waved his hand. "Now it's time to deal with that brute." At super speed, when Agent Coulson arrived, only the unconscious Tony remained at the scene. "Ms. Potts, we need to get Tony to S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately. We cannot afford to let Stan get his hands on those dangerous weapons. The entire world will suffer. We must act quickly. If he discovers us, it will all be over," Coulson said as he reached for Tony from Pepper's hands, intending to take him back to what he deemed the safest location in the world. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. That's unnecessary. Stark specifically summoned him to deal with Stan. "Our only task is to transport Tony to the hospital. Just look over there." "What?" Coulson abruptly turned his gaze towards the battlefield, where a blue mech was prominently displayed nearby. Seizing an opportunity while Pepper was distracted, this dedicated S.H.I.E.L.D. agent discreetly activated his recording device. If not for the presence of others, he would have relished the chance to report the situation directly to Director Nick Fury. It must come to an end. Ling Tian piloted his mech, swiftly appearing before Ironmonger, delivering a heavy blow to his abdomen. With a muffled thud, the cumbersome Ironmonger staggered back, its counterattack slow as a plodding ox. Faced with an agile opponent, all of Stan's assaults only struck at phantoms, while Ling Tian effortlessly maintained his offensive, akin to a predator toying with its prey in a cage. "I want you dead. Not a single piece left," Stan roared, activating his entire weapon system, unleashing a storm of indiscriminate fire around him. Unable to seize his target, he opted to blanket the battlefield with a barrage. Such a ruthless tactic was indeed difficult to evade. Ling Tian had no choice but to temporarily withdraw from the fray. Although these attacks posed no real threat to him, they made it challenging to mount an effective counteroffensive unless he switched to dual drive mode. However, he felt it was not yet necessary. He wished to see the depth of Stan's arsenal. Stan suddenly ceased fire, a grim voice emanating from his armor. "We have no grudges. Stark has been rescued. Why not end it here?" What naive thought. Why didn't you express such sentiments when you were mercilessly beating me just moments ago? Ling Tian scoffed. "Seeking peace when you can't win? There's not even a crack in the window for you here. That brat, you thwarted my good intentions. And letting you live is already too lenient. What more do you desire?" "True, I am at a loss against your speed, but your feeble attacks barely tickle me. Do you understand? If this continues, the night will stretch on, and while I have no qualms about it, you surely wouldn't want your identity exposed, would you? A step back would benefit us both. Nazca's attack power indeed leaves much to be desired. How about this?" Ling Tian drew out the ace memory belt, and his blue armor transformed into a deep purple. "Is this powerful enough now?" he murmured. Obadiah's pupils constricted. The purple-black warrior who saved Stark in Afghanistan. The mastermind behind the collapse of all plans. Twice, Ling Tian suddenly raised two fingers, once in Afghanistan and now again tonight. Wait, you actually know it was me? How much did he pay you? I'll double it. Go kill Stark. The deposit hasn't even been paid yet. Ling Tian's fists cracked ominously. But the employer specifically demands your life. A lunatic? With such power, you still adhere to the rules. Obadiah roared as he activated Ironmonger. The top-grade alloy glistening coldly under the moonlight. Boom! Their fists collided, creating a shockwave that forced both back. Impossible! Obadiah screamed at the dashboard. This war machine, worth enough to purchase a small nation, was actually halted by flesh and blood. Whoosh! Just as the shoulder cannon fired a projectile, Ling Tian obliterated it mid-air. A demonic whisper emerging from the flames. Had enough? It's time to send you on your way. Ling Tian concentrated his strength. His right arm shimmered with purple light. And with a powerful punch, he sent Ironmonger flying several meters away, leaving a sparking imprint on its armor. Damn that little brat. I have committed your presence to memory. Our next encounter shall mark your end. Obadiah, realizing he was outmatched, uttered a final threat before attempting to flee. Regrettably, there shall be no next time. Ah, one should not boast so confidently. The Iron Tyrant unleashed a torrent of flames from beneath its feet, ascending skyward. Await my vengeance. Ha ha ha. I've already stated, there shall be no next time. The memory device shimmered in Ling Tian's grasp, replacing the previous data, and the armor instantly transformed to a brilliant blue hue. A blue-hued firearm materialized, unleashing a barrage of luminous projectiles that struck Obadiah from hundreds of meters above, sending him plummeting. With a thunderous crash, Obadiah descended, still in a daze. He merely witnessed several beams of blue light strike the Iron Tyrant before losing control and falling helplessly. Struggling from the wreckage, Obadiah managed a grim smile. The Iron Tyrant was gravely damaged, and he knew his ambitions had come to an end. I concede, he coughed. Before I perish, could you tell me what weapon this is? It is evidently a gun. How could you not recognize that? You must be sent on your way. Remember, the one who ended your life is known as Kamen Rider. A red memory device materialized in Ling Tian's hand, merging with the firearm. I have committed Kamen Rider to memory. Upon uttering this, Obadiah became still, as if awaiting judgment. Without hesitation, Ling Tian thought, forgiveness is the domain of the divine, and does not concern him. The gun's muzzle erupted with a searing fireball, explosively discharging. Amidst the earth-shattering noise, the Iron Tyrant was engulfed by the flames, and the surroundings were reduced to ruins. The mission was accomplished. Should he survive, I shall strike again. Post-battle rewards. Indeed, Obadiah had been utterly obliterated. Ling Tian had received a hidden mission prompt. Mission complete. Prevent Tony Stark from personally dealing with Obadiah. Reward: 10,000 points. This was an unexpected delight. The primary mission of defeating the Iron Tyrant yielded 80,000 points, augmented by a base defeat reward of 20,000 and the hidden mission reward of 10,000, totaling a remarkable 110,000 points. The sensation of overnight wealth was quite splendid. That fellow Tony should be able to handle any ensuing troubles with ease, for few dare to disregard his authority. Now, however, it was time to discuss my remuneration. What is Coulson doing here? Alas, he must have witnessed that fierce battle in its entirety. Never mind. The matter of payment can wait for another day. Goodness, is he actually approaching me? Did he not observe the ferocity of my recent battle? Wait, why is he running? In truth, Coulson had no desire to provoke someone as formidable as Ling Tian. Yet he was compelled by Nick Fury's orders. Time to make my exit. Without further ado, Ling Tian retrieved the memory device. Please wait, Coulson exclaimed hastily. I have something of great importance to discuss with you. Only a fool would linger. The more one speaks, the more errors one makes. Associating with S, H, A, L, D. Now would be tantamount to courting disaster. The activation sound of the device resonated, and Ling Tian vanished without a trace. What just happened? Coulson's expression was one of bewilderment. Perhaps he wished to conceal his identity? Pepper Potts shrugged. But we would not harm him. The problem is, he is unaware of that. Should his identity be exposed, he would indeed be confronted by true villains. It appears we must await Mr. Stark's awakening. Coulson sighed and turned to Potts, asking if she was aware of that hero's true identity. I am more curious than you, she replied with a wry smile, but I am merely his secretary. Let us wait until the boss regains consciousness to discuss this further. After watching Coulson depart, Potts quietly exhaled. Tony's arc reactor could not be taken to just any hospital. It would be best handled once he awoke. Coulson hurried back to SHIELD. The insights from tonight's events must be reported immediately. Not only was there that enigmatic warrior, but even Tony's armor represented a groundbreaking technological advancement. The capabilities of that armored individual were astonishing, with speed and strength beyond reproach, leaving not even an afterimage upon vanishing. As the first rays of morning sunlight filtered into the room, Tony slowly opened his eyes. That Ling Tian fellow seems rather reliable. Obadiah should have been dealt with by now. He gazed at the familiar ceiling and murmured to himself, wondering how Uncle Stan could have come to this point. Jarvis? Tony weakly called out, feeling utterly drained. Sir, the energy of the arc reactor is nearing depletion. Chapter 20. Indeed inappropriate, so that is the case. Jarvis, contact Potts immediately. We must expedite the creation of a new arc reactor. God knows how much longer this one will last. Understood, sir. By the way, where's my memory unit? Sir. Ling Tian retrieved it last night. Furthermore, the memory unit was borrowed from Ling Tian and does not belong to you. Be quiet. I believe my experiment has succeeded. Besides, Ling Tian explicitly promised to lend it to me for 3 days. Now he is even quibbling over the final hours. Utterly untrustworthy. Meanwhile at SHIELD headquarters in the director's office, Coulson was reporting the situation. Director, this is what I witnessed. The video recordings should be quite clear. Indeed, quite clear. However, we do not know this individual's name, gender, or residence. The only thing this footage confirms is that a person of great power has not reported to SHIELD, and judging by their behavior, they seem to deliberately avoid contact with us. Director, based on the information Potts provided, this person was actually brought in to assist by Stark, and their relationship appears to be quite amicable. I believe this lead is worth pursuing. Is that so? Nick Fury pondered. It seems the one who saved him in Afghanistan is likely the same individual. Now, immediately intensify surveillance on Tony Stark. Document all individuals he has interacted with recently and report swiftly. Additionally, conduct a thorough investigation of those close to him to ascertain who was not home last night. Should we identify overlapping targets, they may well be the person we seek. Do you understand, Agent Coulson? Yes, Director. Furthermore, particularly scrutinize the detective named Ling Tian. I have a hunch it is indeed him. Director, I have one more question. If it truly is him, how should we proceed? If I may be candid, this individual is exceedingly troublesome. Without irrefutable evidence, he will certainly never acknowledge his identity. Your primary objective is to ascertain his identity. All other matters can be addressed subsequently. Moreover, do you truly believe he can maintain his concealment indefinitely? Once he is exposed, he will have no choice but to collaborate with us. Should this video be leaked, his armor will undoubtedly attract the covetous gazes of countless individuals. The predatory behavior would be mild in comparison. Some may possess no moral compass whatsoever. Lacking sufficient background and resources, even with the support of Tony Stark, he would be unable to safeguard himself. Furthermore, with Stark's armor already exposed, the military will soon come knocking. At that juncture, devoid of Stark's backing, his sole option will be to cooperate with us and join us. HLD. To ensure his own safety. Understood. Sir, I shall proceed to investigate his identity. Ling Tian remained oblivious to the fact that he had become the focal point of scrutiny, nor did he realize that Chief Egg was on the brink of uncovering his identity. At this moment, he sat at home, clutching a white memory chip from eternity, unable to suppress a smile. Although he could have redeemed his rewards early, he insisted on waiting until his sign-ins reached 1,000, stubbornly accumulating 30,000 before making a purchase, a quirk he found rather absurd even himself. Wanda was tidying her uniform in preparation to leave when she caught sight of him grinning foolishly at a white square. Unable to contain her frown, she remarked, Ling Tian, what are you laughing at? Have you lost your mind? Ling Tian snapped back to reality, wiping non-existent saliva from his mouth. Everything is splendid. The beauty of eternity is beyond your mortal comprehension. Wanda retorted, clearly, you are quite unwell. What are you staring at? Get to work. Ling Tian? A hurried voice came from the phone. Ethan was on the line, and SHIELD had arrived. They show me a video, and Ling Tian promptly interrupted. Do not discuss it over the phone. Hackers are rampant. We must converse in person. Huh? But I've already seen the video. Isn't that a breach of confidentiality? Then do not come. Ling Tian spoke rapidly, focusing on your research. The less you know, the safer you are. He chuckled awkwardly with Ethan. You detectives truly have a challenging job. In the office, Coulson removed his headphones and rubbed his temples. The sarcastic exchange was clearly staged for his benefit. Dismantle Ethan's surveillance team. He sighed. After this call, he would merely be an ordinary scientist. The young agent, puzzled, inquired, Sir, we are S.H.I.E.L.D. If we suspect Ling Tian is the armored individual, why not apprehend him for interrogation and force him to transform publicly? Coulson glared. Where is the evidence? Are we to rely on your dreams? I understand your perspective, but this individual is different. How many times have we been thwarted by him? If we attempt to capture him, he will undoubtedly be eager to accompany us. Then what? His silence would be enough to vex us, and we would have to fund his upkeep. Sir, once he is within S.H.I.E.L.D., the director will surely find a way to make him speak. Before he could finish, the moment we take him, Tony Stark's lawyer will send a letter, followed by a court summons, accusing us of illegal detention. Surely it cannot be that severe? Perhaps others might falter, but he has the formidable backing of Tony Stark. Is there no evidence to detain a citizen? This could lead to a headache for the director, and we too would find ourselves in dire straits. Countless eyes are fixed upon S.H.I.E.L.D., eagerly awaiting such an opportunity. Director Coulson, does Ling Tian truly dare to oppose the department? What is your opinion? The agent recalled previous encounters, particularly the harrowing experience of being pursued by the police, still haunted by it. Indeed, given his treacherous nature, it is entirely within his capabilities. Shall we simply let him go? Certainly not. As long as we possess irrefutable evidence, the initiative will be ours. The goal is to have him sign an agreement to accept oversight. Your wisdom is unparalleled, directly addressing the crux of the issue. Otherwise, how could I be the director while you remain merely a level 4 agent? Let us proceed to his residence and assess the situation. At that moment, while watching television, Ling Tian suddenly sneezed. Who is thinking of me? There are few renowned beauties in this world like Wanda. It cannot be. It is likely that someone is plotting against me. There are always those wishing me harm. Meanwhile, Coulson felt a sudden chill within the vehicle. Agent Kearns, please increase the air conditioning temperature. Yes, sir. The abrupt cold felt as if something dreadful were watching him. Do you feel it too? Perhaps the recent tension is taking its toll. I must take a vacation after concluding this case. The doorbell suddenly rang at Ling Tian's home. Finally, the wait is over. Having idled at home for most of the day, a customer has finally arrived. Please come in. As Ling Tian opened the door, the smile on his face instantly froze. Ah, if it isn't Agent Coulson from a Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. What brings you, a humble person like me, to your attention? The insinuation of unwelcomeness was unmistakable in his tone. However, Coulson, clearly seasoned in the field, showed no signs of embarrassment. Truly, he was as resilient as they come. With a skin thicker than a fortress, Ling Tian mused. Coulson entered alone, leaving the two other agents in the vehicle, perhaps wary of their subordinates causing trouble. It is quite reassuring that Detective Ling can accurately articulate the full name of our department. However, we have since rebranded as S.H.I.E.L.D. Rebranded? Too many complaints about the original name being excessively lengthy and inconvenient. Very well. So what brings Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. here? It is undoubtedly deliberate. Coulson thought to himself, what a charade of a detective. If you were ordinary, we might as well change our profession to street sweeping. Mr. Ling, I come with a commission, and the remuneration is negotiable. Oh, a matter that even agents cannot resolve, and you think I, an ordinary person, can manage? That is rather flattering. Yet, despite his words, Ling Tian's interest was piqued. A case that vexes S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed intriguing. But curiosity does not equate to a willingness to accept the task. Perhaps we should first view some footage. Ling Tian's heart raced. Could it be the video Ethan had watched? No wonder he sneezed inexplicably today. It seems you were behind this. His gaze towards Coulson sharpened instantly. Unaware, Coulson had already clicked on the video, revealing the scene of Ling Tian battling Iron Tyrant. Observing Coulson's faint smile, Ling Tian rolled his eyes inwardly. Another test? What are your thoughts after viewing Detective Ling? Coulson inquired with a smile. Heavens, the special effects are extraordinary. Which film company produced this? Please ensure to provide the theater information. I will definitely support. Coulson nearly choked. The script is wrong. In the past, presenting such evidence to mutants would grant control. So why has it failed with this individual? Do they think they can fool me with such trivial tricks? What do mere combat scenes signify? Without footage of the transformation process, I refuse to acknowledge it. What can you possibly do to me? This video is indeed authentic, not a product of special effects. If it were a movie, I would undoubtedly be the first to purchase a ticket. Nonsense. Which country currently possesses such advanced armor technology? Agent Coulson, given our long-standing acquaintance, is it truly necessary to toy with me like this? I'm serious. Frankly, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would not have dared to believe it. Yet, there indeed exists an individual or organization wielding technology far beyond our current world. We cannot even discern whether they are friend or foe, nor can we locate them. Thus, I would like to request Detective Ling Tian's involvement. After all, you effortlessly found Tony Stark in the desert. You must possess unique skills in locating individuals, right? Coulson spoke while fixating his gaze on Ling Tian, nearly piercing through the veil of pretense. He deliberately made his point clear, urging the other party for a definitive answer. Ling Tian certainly perceived the underlying implications. You think a few empty words can disrupt my tranquil life? Dream on. Furthermore, finding someone relies heavily on the system's external assistance. The last time I located Stark was due to a generous reward. Now you want me to investigate myself? System prompt. New main mission to unveil the true identity of the Masked Rider. Reward none. Bonus. SHIELD. 24-hour monitoring package with a variety of villainous gifts. Will you accept? Decline. I would rather die than accept. Ling Tian was startled by this dreadful thought, hastily dismissing the notion. So, you wish for me to investigate this individual? Precisely. It would be best to arrange for us to speak in person. Agent Coulson, I fear you have mistaken me for someone else. I am merely a civilian. How can I be tasked with investigating an unknown armored being? What if they take offense at my identity being exposed and decide to shoot me? Can SHIELD collect my remains? I have a girlfriend and a younger brother to support. They are war orphans. If something were to happen to me, how would they survive? Moreover, I have not yet exhausted my savings. I had just planned to enjoy life, and now you want me to risk it all. Does that seem appropriate? Indeed, it is rather inappropriate. Coulson instinctively replied, then suddenly paused. What is happening? Am I actually apologizing to that young man? Even if some of his words struck a nerve, I should not be so easily swayed. I am a seasoned agent who has weathered countless storms. How can I be so repeatedly outmaneuvered by a mere novice? This is simply illogical. Mr. Coulson's willingness to apologize indicates that you have indeed recognized the issue at hand. I am known for my magnanimity. Considering our friendship, I choose to overlook past grievances. Just as Coulson fell in his self-doubt, Ling Tian casually delivered a fatal blow. Wait a moment, Detective Ling Tian. The situation is not. Coulson hurriedly tried to clarify. It is time to demonstrate sincerity. Now, please turn around, take 10 steps, and ideally close the door behind you. Ling Tian offered no opportunity for his counterpart to speak, smoothly guiding him to the door while politely securing the lock, and then taking his leave. Damn it, I concede. Coulson seethed, glaring at the firmly shut door. Ling, remember this, the moment I catch a weakness. Inside, Ling Tian exhaled in relief. He had managed to escape unscathed. However, now that his identity was exposed, what could they do without concrete evidence? Force him to reveal his true cards? Nick Fury was not that foolish. Chapter 21. Where is your belt? As he anticipated, the King of Agents never engaged in the folly of making unnecessary enemies. Yet, some individuals did not play by the rules. In a clandestine office within the SHIELD, Triskelion, former director Alexander Pierce was receiving a report from Sitwell. Beneath his outward persona lay the hidden face of a high-ranking Hydra operative. So, Fury has identified the true identity of the armored man? Pierce inquired, his fingers tapping the table. It has been confirmed that he is called Ling Tian. Though we lack substantial evidence, Sitwell replied, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. Should we remain inactive? Pierce raised a hand to interrupt. Let Fury deal with the dirty work for now. Our primary task is to ensure the Insight program proceeds without a hitch. Sitwell added reluctantly. But the combat capabilities of that armor far exceed conventional weaponry, and Ling Tian does not have the protection of Stark Industries. Allowing such power to exist unchecked is far too dangerous, even if we cannot harness it for our purposes. That is precisely why we shall use a blade to strike. Pierce said with a cunning smile. If Fury succeeds, we shall reap the benefits. If he fails, we can intervene later. He lowered his voice. Remember, the resources of S.H.I.L.D. will ultimately belong to Hydra, and Hydra shall forever remain detached from S.H.I.L.D. In truth, Hydra had already infiltrated a significant portion of S.H.I.L.D. The difference lay in Hydra's ability to operate from the shadows with greater ease. Do you truly believe acquiring that armor will be difficult? Pierce scoffed. With all due respect, Director, I find that hard to comprehend, Sitwell replied, his expression revealing confusion. In his view, Ling Tian's armor was nearly the pinnacle of individual combat weaponry. Foolishness. The true strength lies within the armor, not in the detective himself, Pierce asserted, rapping the table with his knuckles. Like Stark, without his armor, he is just an ordinary man. A few field agents can handle him. The cunning leader of Hydra had long deemed Ling Tian's armor as all but his own. Do not let such trivial matters obstruct the advancement of the Insight program. Understood, Director, Sitwell replied, adjusting his slipping glasses. These individuals were clearly unaware that, even without activating his armor, Ling Tian was far from an ordinary wealthy individual like Tony Stark. Leaving aside the automatic protective function of the Fang Memory core, his enhanced physical capabilities alone were sufficient to rival special forces. However, at this moment, Ling Tian faced a more pressing decision. Should he accumulate points to exchange for a drive? Or refresh the shop in hopes of luck? Or upgrade the shop to unlock new areas? Frustrated, he tugged at his disheveled hair, realizing that the world of adulthood was rife with single-choice dilemmas. Ultimately, he devised a compromise: refresh the shop once daily. If the drive appeared, he would lock it in. Otherwise, he would purchase practical items. Regardless, these pieces of equipment will eventually prove their worth. Now that I have acquired the series of Eternal Memory units, aside from the critically important Extreme Memory unit, the others are of little consequence. However, if I encounter the remaining few units, it indeed feels like a terminal affliction. Ling Tian chuckled wryly as he reached for his vibrating phone. The caller ID read, Tony Stark. What devilish day of the Zodiac is it today? He stared at the buzzing device, caught in a mental tug-of-war between feigning disinterest and demanding his overdue payment. Ultimately, the allure of wealth triumphed over his lethargy. Good morning, Mr. Stark. It seems you've been disturbed by S.H.I.L.D. agents? A cheerful electronic voice emerged from the receiver, to send off a suited thug. Ling Tian held the phone to his ear, languidly, sipping his coffee. What is this? Is Coulson coming over for after-sales service? Some matters concerning Obadiah's aftermath are best kept from the public. Tony's tone suddenly grew fervent. I intend to make the world see who is truly safeguarding their safety. So, you're planning to hold a press conference? Ling Tian's coffee spoon froze midair. Announcing to the public that I am Iron Man? The title of Iron Man is quite cool. I fancy it. What about you? We can't have everyone calling you Tin Man. How unpleasant. True enough. My moniker shall be Kamen Rider then. You could just ask this? Speak plainly if you have something to say. Stark on the other end seemed slightly embarrassed. Indeed, I can't hide it from you. I actually wish to know what would have happened if you hadn't arrived in time that night. At that moment, the memory unit was nearly embedded in my arm. I could distinctly feel that power. It would have surely defeated Stan. But what would have transpired thereafter? The memory unit is now reclaimed by me. Only you can provide the answer. I can reveal the conclusion to you. However, I am curious what your original plan was had I not intervened. Fine. Let us consider it an exchange of information. Exchange my foot. The payment hasn't been fulfilled yet. Do you expect to get something for nothing? Ling Tian's tone turned unfriendly. Who would dare? $100 million. The transfer will be made right after the press conference. Can we discuss this now? That is more like it. In truth, it's nothing much. At worst, it will become a hybrid, which you might interpret as a superpowered monster. Wait. That is not considered a major issue? Must I perish for it to count? Stark's expression changed dramatically. As a national idol, transforming into a monster is worse than death. Your life or death is of no concern to me. I will continue to eat, drink, and be merry. Ling Tian's response was heartless. Ahem, let us not digress. Next, you will gain immense power to easily dispatch that metal lump, and then what? I detest half-finished statements. Then you will revert to human form. As long as you possess the memory unit, you can transform at will to obtain power. That sounds quite convenient. At least 8 out of 10 people would accept such power. Stark suddenly felt relieved. A monster? Huh. Being able to switch forms freely is merely an alternative armor. The burden of being an idol cannot be eaten. You are gravely mistaken. This phenomenon can be addictive. Few possess the willpower to break free. The more one uses it, the greater the likelihood of losing oneself, and ultimately, you will become another person. For instance, if a police officer initially employs a memory device solely for the purpose of apprehending criminals, it is conceivable that the pursuit itself may gradually devolve into unlawful conduct, ultimately morphing into a mindset where any individual obstructing their quest for justice is regarded as an adversarial target. Most alarming is the unwavering belief that such actions are entirely justified. Upon reflection, this notion is undeniably unsettling. However, I possess confidence in my own willpower, believing I can withstand such moral erosion. Do not be naive. Those who harbor the strongest obsessions are often the most susceptible to downfall. Your situation is indeed difficult to articulate. Ling Tian, what do you mean by that? Do you look down on me? Of course not. But how did you come to such a conclusion? All right, I have said my piece. Now it is your turn. Stark took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, constantly reminding himself that he was in the presence of his savior. It is quite simple. I intend to have Pepper push the arc reactor's power to its limits, using the energy surge to send Obadiah to his demise. Now, that is truly ruthless. It might very well obliterate half of the mansion, wouldn't it? Likewise, let us not dwell on that. Pepper is arriving. Oof. A treacherous individual who forgets loyalty in the face of beauty. Ling Tian did not notice that the call had not yet ended, and this complaint was clearly heard by Stark. Damn it. He slammed his phone onto the table. Pepper, Tony, the press conference is set to commence in an hour. Stark's expression twisted. I just had someone accuse me of prioritizing beauty over friendship. It is utterly absurd. Pepper could not help but chuckle. He wasn't wrong. I could write a memoir just about how you stood Rod up for the magazine cover girl. Stark, all right, you have a point. He secretly thought that he would eventually make that young man experience the bitterness of being stood up. Agent Coulson is on his way. S.H.I.E.L.D. has assisted us in resolving numerous troubles. Remember to be courteous this time. Understood. I will definitely show them gratitude this time. At the press conference, Stark abruptly discarded his speech and declared, "To speak candidly, I am Iron Man." The audience gasped in shock. Amidst the flashing lights, only Coulson wore a wry smile, aware that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s overnight efforts were rendered futile by this impulsive proclamation. Pepper, on the other hand, bore a look of resigned anticipation. I apologize. He simply loves to steal the headlines. You could have given us a heads up. ISNT this just an inexplicable hassle for us? How could I have anticipated he would reveal his identity so directly? I thought after this incident he might exhibit some restraint. Well then, in any case, once this matter comes to light, it will be Stark's responsibility. I no longer need to cover for him. What a futile effort, such a waste of time. By the way, the director has assigned a task to uncover the identity of another armored individual. Potts, any hints you could provide would be immensely helpful. Potts hesitated, her brow furrowed. Coulson saw through her reluctance. If you are unwilling to speak, we will not press you. In truth, my knowledge is limited. That night, he merely referred to himself as the Masked Rider, claiming to be hired by Stark. For further details, you would need to ask Stark himself. If I were to inquire with him, I wouldn't need to come to you. After Stark departed, he headed straight to Ling Tian's residence, rubbing his face before entering. The previous encounter left a chill at the nape of his neck. Here I am, ready for whatever awaits. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, relieved not to be met with a slap. It seemed the siblings were out, and fortune favored him. With their absence, a voice emerged from the shadows. First, let's settle the payment. Then we can discuss Pietro. Wasn't the transfer made to your account? Why did you summon me here? Ah, I never bother with accounts, the other replied, chuckling without a care. Let's get to the point. Enroll Pietro in school. Let him study first. Is it a minor task? Has he still not found a job? Not even as a dishwasher? Is he really in such dire straits? Stark raised an eyebrow. Thanks to whom? It's a miracle the siblings survived. Don't expect more. My fault. I'll arrange it promptly. What about Wanda? She is under my care. What school would she attend? Oh, I didn't see that coming. Stark crossed his arms. You didn't come all this way just for such trivial matters, did you? Speak plainly. You just revealed your identity. Your doorstep is likely crowded with visitors now. My position is delicate, so don't expose me. Is this all? You don't even trust me with this? Stark felt Ling Tian was overreacting. Am I really that unreliable, Tony Stark? Not at all. I trust Ethan, but when it comes to beautiful women, you seem to forget your own name. Would you be at ease? Moreover, they have already set their sights on me. It's merely a lack of evidence. You are their living proof. How could I not take this seriously? Have they come to your door? Then you're in trouble. These people are like gum on your shoe, impossible to shake off. Stark wore a look of amusement. Ling Tian scoffed. I'm well aware. A day of peace is still a day. When the time comes that I cannot escape, I will simply hand over the memory core. However, before that, I will warn them against conducting human experiments, or they will face the consequences. Stark gasped at the thought of the horrifying side effects. You intend to create a monster? Good heavens. That is utterly insane. You want to be able to extricate yourself from this. Then it won't concern me. I will provide the necessary warnings. If something goes awry, it's not on me. Of course, I won't resort to that unless I'm left with no choice. Stark suddenly burst into laughter. What a strategy that could leave one toothless and bloodied. Yet, I find this method somewhat agreeable. Some people truly need a lesson. They never learn. Wait, what if they demand your belt? Chapter 22. Should I avoid this? Then I'll have to part with it. I certainly don't wish to confront such a behemoth head-on. Ling Tian shrugged, but by then, it will mysteriously vanish from the lab and return to the system space. Then you might as well sell it to me. It's 100 times better than letting it fall into the hands of an ambitious fool. Rest assured, they want to be able to derive anything. If you can't even grasp the principles of the memory core, how could they possibly understand the belt? That is true. There is nothing in this world that Stark can't handle, except for this. He smirked at himself. You must remain tight-lipped and never divulge my secrets. Do not forget that you owe me a favor. I see. Is this the reason you summoned me? I was under the impression that the elusive merchant had made an appearance, prompting this private meeting. What letdown? The mysterious merchant? What mysterious merchant? Ling Tian was utterly bewildered. You cannot be serious. Have you truly forgotten? It is the one who sold you the belt and the memory unit. I instructed Jarvis to scour the globe, even offering a bounty of $10 million. Yet there were no leads to be found. Goodness, he still remembers this? That was merely a ruse I concocted to divert attention. Clearly, it was effective, even in citing a bounty of such astronomical proportions. Upon seeing that exorbitant reward, Ling Tian nearly entertained the thought of packaging himself up for cash. Of course, that fleeting notion vanished just as quickly. He wasn't foolish enough to consider such a thing. But is this treatment from a friend not excessive? After all, Stark is one of the few familiar faces in this alien world. Ahem, I certainly recall that matter. I simply did not expect you to still be concerned about it. Ling Tian cleared his throat emphatically, assuring that he would notify you immediately should any news arise. Although his confidence was somewhat lacking, his tone was intentionally steadfast. Let that damn mysterious merchant be damned. Very well, I shall return to the laboratory now. My injuries have yet to fully heal, and if I return too late, Pepper will surely lecture me. Stark waved his hand. Young man, my lips are sealed. I will never disclose what I promised to keep confidential. The moment Ling Tian heard the phrase sealed lips, he relinquished any hope of secrecy. It was evident that his identity had been compromised. When did he start believing in such superstitions? Surely, those 4 words carried a curse with them. My home as security system is not so easily breached. Ling Tian was merely worrying unnecessarily. Stark spoke to the air. Jarvis? At your service, sir. First, turn on the lights, then conduct a complete upgrade of the security system. I do not wish to return home one day to find a stranger pilfering my cherished whiskey in the living room. He scoffed. Although that fellow spoke harshly, the advice was quite practical. He remained oblivious to the fact that a one-eyed figure cloaked in black, known as Nick Fury, was seamlessly blending into the shadows. Damn you. Coulson, how difficult can it be to verify a detective's identity? What do you mean by insufficient evidence? Fury's eye glinted coldly. The perfect opportunity lay right before him. Surely Stark had not been rigorously interrogated. Still wishing for a vacation? Once this chaos subsides, I shall send you to the Arctic to recover World War II artifacts. Perhaps you might even encounter your idol, Captain. I truly am a considerate leader. At that moment, Carlson, who was printing a vacation request at S.H.I.E.L.D., felt a chill run down his back. Feeling unwell, he rubbed his nose. The weather had indeed been erratic lately. Perhaps it was time for a sick leave. The director would surely approve, right? Sir, the lights have been activated. Jarvis's voice took on a weighty tone. However, the security system does not require immediate repairs. Additionally, as your intelligent steward, I suggest you promptly apologize to Mr. Ling Tian. Why? A sense of foreboding washed over Stark. What a delightful surprise. The matter I meticulously pursued with no leads has been inadvertently revealed by none other than the illustrious Tony Stark himself. Nick Fury's voice was as steady as if he were discussing the weather, yet Stark could distinctly perceive the minty undertone of sarcasm. This was bad. That kid's predictions had indeed come to fruition. Someone audacious enough to intrude upon his domain had actually made it through. Stark clenched his fist, strategically leaning back against the lab table. Did he really have to play the role of an ignorant fool, admitting that he hadn't even noticed his own stronghold had been compromised? What was worse, that rascal was equipped with a recording device. He deliberately kicked over a toolbox at his feet, metal parts clattering to the floor. Intruding upon Iron Man's abode? He better have a compelling reason for doing so. Breaching his security toys had clearly required some effort. The one-eyed man chuckled lightly, tossing a black device in his hand. However, this information was worth the risk. Tony Stark, did you truly believe yourself to be the only superhero on Earth? Certainly not. Stark caught sight of the recording indicator blinking between the intruder's fingers, his throat tightening. At least he now knew there was a hapless soul named Ling Tian who would be dragged into this as well. Wait, Ling Tian was indeed my friend. But to claim he is a masked rider is purely a figment of your overactive imagination. Careless assumptions can be deadly. Overactive imagination? Nick Fury suddenly pressed the play button on the recording pin, Stark's clenched, gritted teeth muttering loudly in the lab. Ling Tian, I'm sorry your identity as a masked rider has been exposed. Amidst the whirring of mechanical gears, the agent leader's polished shoes tapped sharply against the reactor casing. Do you need me to gather language analysis experts for a collective brainstorming session? This is extortion. Stark glared at that damned little black device, as if he could incinerate it with his gaze. After 3 deep breaths, he forced a smile. Let us get to the point. Showing up at midnight with recording evidence, surely ISNT, just to mock my security system. I don't have time for that. I sought you out because I want you to join the Avengers. The Avengers? Never heard of it. How many members do you have? What is its purpose? Why should I join? Nick Fury rarely displayed embarrassment, his face betraying a mix of awkwardness. Surely, this organization can't consist solely of you, right? It can't be. Although we currently lack manpower, it will expand in due time. All right, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, but you must clarify its purpose. What if it turns out to be a second-rate organization? I would be at a significant loss. The mission of the Avengers is to safeguard world peace. Understood, but I decline. Stark bluntly interrupted him. Another plea for world peace? My father invented for that ideal, and I've created countless advanced weapons for the same reason, only to learn a bloody lesson from reality. I've witnessed too many individuals exploiting the banner of peace for personal gain. Obadiah is a prime example, and I've paid a heavy price for it. Therefore, I will not join your organization. Iron Man is sufficient to maintain peace. Of course, he might not be flawless in all matters, but at least he could hold his head high, and that was enough for him. Stark's tone was resolute. I understand your concerns. Rest assured, this must be voluntary on your part. I assure you, the Avengers exist solely to protect the populace, without any selfish motives. Furthermore, Mr. Stark, you are merely a contender. At this juncture, you lack the distinction required to join this esteemed organization. What? Attempting to deceive without any tangible results? To be precise, this wolf is currently not worthy of Jarvis. Kindly escort him out. Stark's countenance darkened considerably. When Nick Fury departed, he left behind a recording device, which slightly improved Stark's perception of him. In truth, for Nick, mere identification was sufficient. Continuous surveillance would eventually reveal the truth. After all, which agent would carry only a single recording device? Stark ultimately refrained from mentioning his encounter with Nick Fury to Ling Tian. It was purely incidental. Yet Ling Tian would certainly not perceive it that way, especially since he had just been conversing with Stark, only to find himself completely undermined moments later. This was indeed rather embarrassing. However, the die had been cast, and fortunately, that recording now resided in his possession, leaving S.H.I.L.D. devoid of concrete evidence. Of course, he had not considered that Nick Fury possessed more than one backup. Upon further reflection, Ling Tian had already been targeted. Whether his exposure was early or late made little difference, so he might as well take the plunge. Stark resolved to feign ignorance, treating the matter as if it had not occurred at all. Should the situation arise in the future, he would vehemently deny any wrongdoing. No evidence. Yet they wish to besmirch his name? They should beware, for he would retaliate with a defamation suit. Jarvis, investigate SHIELDS security system for me. This grievance must not go unaddressed. We shall infiltrate and scrutinize their secrets. If he can undermine me, I shall dare to penetrate his lair. However, let us proceed discreetly. Being caught is trivial, yet the humiliation is monumental. At your command, sir. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, having just left Stark's residence, was in high spirits. What began as a mere probing venture unexpectedly yielded additional gains. Now, he could focus his efforts on closely monitoring Ling Tian. Individuals like Rhodey and Ethan could be relieved from surveillance, conserving substantial manpower. Do not presume that SHIELDS wealth allows for indiscriminate expenditure. The mere presence of a masked rider among Stark's circle of suspects could occupy an entire day of investigation. Were it not for Coulson witnessing the masked rider in proximity to Potts, this executive would have likely been placed on their watch list, as no one could ascertain whether the figure within that armor was male or female. At this moment, Nick Fury toyed with the second recording device, a triumphant smile gracing his face. All the evidence lies within my grasp, Detective Ling Tian. How long can you conceal the truth? He resembled a villain whose nefarious plot had come to fruition, unlike Hydra or the military, who merely sought armor and technology. Ling Tian's fate was of no concern to them. Yet Nick Fury was different. He required both the armor and the individual. For years, he had operated in this manner, applying external pressure while providing assistance to SHIELD. The conditions may be restrictive, but they were far superior to other alternatives. In such circumstances, who else would you choose but SHIELD? He contemplated a visit to Ling Tian's residence. On one hand, it would be a repetition of old tactics. On the other, it would serve to enlighten Coulson and his cadre of Level 7 agents, allowing this group of subordinates to witness firsthand that the director's prowess and strategy was matched by his practical skills. At that very moment, Ling Tian was preoccupied with reprimanding Pietro, entirely unaware that a figure was stealthily approaching him in his masked rider armor. What? School? Ling Tian, have you lost your mind? For a decade, I have not set foot in a school, and now even a random middle school student could surpass my knowledge reservoir. You actually propose that I attend university? Is that reasonable? Even more absurd is your suggestion to have Tony Stark assist in contacting the school. Are you unaware that we are at odds with him? To be frank, what is your true intention? Do you perhaps wish to take advantage of my absence to pursue my sister? In truth, if you genuinely desired to court her, there would be no need for such convoluted schemes. I would not be an impediment and would rather support your union. Therefore, dear brother-in-law, instead of sending me off to school, you ought to seize the opportunity at hand. This transaction could prove quite unprofitable for you. Wait, there's an ominous air. Pietro, striving to persuade his future brother-in-law to reconsider, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Upon seeing Ling Tian's profound smile, he instantly realized he was in deep trouble. Even divine intervention could not save him now, as his previous words were tantamount to a death wish. Sister, did you not mention working overtime? You did not overhear anything peculiar, did you? Wanda cast a sidelong glance at her brother. Please continue. I've just returned and only heard the last few remarks. Should I take my leave? No. Sister, it was mistaken. Pietro nearly collapsed on the spot, his legs weakening at the mere thought of his sister's combat prowess. I am the one at fault. How could I dare to blame you? Ling Tian suddenly pondered that perhaps the notion of a temporary girlfriend might be more prudent. After all, who could foresee encountering a similar predicament in the future? Ahem. You two siblings continue your conversation. I shall take my leave upstairs. By the way, Wandam, under the piercing gaze of his girlfriend, Ling Tian promptly adjusted his statement. Never mind. Just a reminder that the furniture is quite expensive. Please exercise caution when handling it. I shall take my leave. Chapter 23. Where is the indoor surveillance? Brother-in-law, do not depart. Pietro's lament was entirely disregarded. Ling Tian thought it strange for an outsider to meddle in familial matters. Self-preservation was of utmost importance. Good luck, little brother-in-law. As he ascended the stairs, Ling Tian spotted a drenched Nick Fury standing in the corridor. The director of S.H. I.L.D. was sulking as he flicked the water droplets from his trench coat. Who would have thought that the swimming pool would be so close to the outer wall? He had only managed to utter a classic line upon his entrance. Ling Tian chose to feign ignorance, yet the screams emanating from below left him in a quandary. Ling Tian's indifferent demeanor irked the head of the agents. Conventionally, one would be astonished and inquire, "Who are you?" Yet here he was, remarkably composed. It appeared that he could only take the initiative. "Ling Tian, we need to have a serious discussion." "Oh, someone is here." Ling Tian finally turned to face Nick Fury, feigning surprise. "You're quite nimble, managing to sneak onto my balcony. However, with your attire, one might assume you just emerged from the sewers." "Ah, I see, you must have scaled the community's decorative pond. Correct? Had I known, I would have requested the property management to deepen the pond by another 2 meters. Very adept at diverting the conversation, Detective Ling Tian. Nick Fury suppressed his irritation. "Stark has already informed me of your identity as Kamen Rider. Do you wish to continue feigning ignorance?" With that, he activated the recording device. Upon listening to the recording, Ling Tian silently cursed Tony for being such a blabbermouth, fortunate that nothing had been sold completely yet. This gentleman, regardless of the authenticity of the recording, did Tony explicitly state that I am indeed the Masked Rider? He did not, did he? So why pursue me? Do you think I appear easy to deal with? Ling Tian shrugged. Fine, although I am certainly not any sort of knight, consider it your victory. I detest trouble. What's your offer? However, let me make this clear. Anything over $10,000 is out of the question. Nick Fury's expression darkened further. The esteemed director of S.H. I.L.D. being treated as a criminal? No wonder Carlson and the others suffered under his command. Are you not afraid I will make this recording public? Go ahead, it does not matter. No one will believe it anyway. Nick Fury was momentarily at a loss for words. He certainly did not dare to disclose it, as any leak would deprive S.H. I.L.D. of its exclusive benefits. Ling Tian had precisely grasped this point. Forget it. I will add $1,000 for your troubles. Take the money and leave. Ling Tian retrieved his wallet. Nick Fury crossed his arms, smirking as if watching a farcical performance. Don't push your luck. 12,000 is my final concession. Fine. 12,500. That's my absolute limit. Though you may resemble a lump of coal, your conscience cannot be that dark, can it? Must you not learn to be content? Damn, there should be limits to bullying, right? As a billionaire, isn't it exhausting to play the impoverished role? Detective Ling, are you still engaging in these tricks at this juncture? Let us have a serious discussion about the Masked Rider. It will be beneficial for all parties involved. Spare me, did you hear that? Nick Fury initially thought Ling Tian was merely playing tricks, but the increasingly familiar sound of sirens was unmistakable. Damn it, you lunatic. Although he couldn't comprehend Ling Tian's madness, the king of spies had but one thought at that moment: to flee. Given his status, not only ordinary officers, but even directors would have to bow their heads in respect. Yet, if word got out that the director of S.H.I.L.D. was frightened into a retreat by a mere detective, the military would surely find it laughable, and it would become the joke of the year. Home invasion and extortion. How greedy! It would be a disservice to the Constitution if I didn't send you to prison. The moment you climb through that window, I call the police. Prepare for prison time. Damn it! Nick entered through the second-floor window, but leaped straight down in his flight for freedom, creating a spectacular splash 3 meters high. At that moment, Ling Tian recalled how he had envisioned the day he could watch someone perform a dive when he initially repaired the pool. Damn it! A furious roar erupted from below. Watching Nick Fury escape like a drenched chicken, Ling Tian was surprised at how effective the police station's reputation was. If only this one-eyed dragon had revealed his identity sooner, this farce would not have unfolded. Who told him to pretend? It would have been better this way. I could have even opened a door for you. Now I must repair the window and deal with the police for a statement. What a hassle. Nevertheless, it must be said, this pool renovation was truly worth it. In stark contrast to Ling Tian's leisurely demeanor, Nick Fury was frantically exclaiming various expletives. Meanwhile, Ling Tian focused on the flashing completion notification on his system interface. Leave the director of S.H.I.L.D. With an unforgettable memory, reward, 100,000 points. Claim reward. Ling Tian whistled to himself, contemplating his fortunate turn of events. The unscrupulous director had unexpectedly become a benefactor in his life. Now, Ling Tian found himself in a position of relative affluence. The merchandise in the mall no longer limited to mere memory storage devices, as he began to cast his gaze towards a broader array of goods. Whenever something caught his fancy, he would procure it without hesitation. Yet, fortune seemed to be on his side. One day, while refreshing the mall's offerings, he stumbled upon a transformation device resembling Kamen Rider, accompanied by a card. Its value was comparable to his own, marked at 8 million points. However, at that moment, Ling Tian paid little heed to this astronomical figure. Kamen Rider was a summoning-type warrior. More significantly, possessing it would grant him mastery over the dimensional barrier, bestowing upon him a passport to traverse realms. It was then that he noticed a line of small print. Due to already owning a Kamen Rider transformation device, he would receive an exclusive series of cards as a bonus. System, promptly secure this weapon. He pondered whether collecting the corresponding belt would yield the Kamen Rider cards. The host's thoughts were overly optimistic. However, it was indeed possible to purchase consumables, provided he first acquired either the Kamen Rider or another transformation device. The path ahead was still long. He had intended to upgrade them all, but it seemed wise to first save up and conquer the dimensional barrier. No, he should first secure the Kamen Rider. System, how many points do I currently possess? Current points, 187, 500. The numbers are too fragmented. Please round them for me in the future. System, should I round up? What are you thinking? Of course, retain the first 3 digits and zero out the rest. Otherwise, when the numbers grow larger, it would be disheartening to find oneself unable to afford desired items. Updated. Current points, 187,000. Ling Tian grimaced at the reminder. Gazing at the gun-shaped transformation device in the mall, he suddenly felt a surge of hope. There was still ample time before that fateful moment. He refused to believe he could not amass the necessary points. Meanwhile, Nick Fury was demonstrating his prowess as the king of spies, managing to extricate himself from the encirclement of a dozen police officers. Fortunately, he was acting alone, had his subordinates witnessed his drenched and disheveled state. The enigmatic persona he had cultivated over the years would surely be tarnished. A madman? I underestimated that kid this time. This matter is far from over. I hope he does not leave a trace. He muttered, adjusting his soaked suit, contemplating returning only once his clothes had dried. His current appearance was quite embarrassing. Nick could not fathom why anyone would construct a swimming pool beneath a wall. Was it intended for swimming or as a safeguard against thieves? It wasn't until he returned to his office and settled into his familiar leather chair that this seasoned agent regained a semblance of security. Decades in the profession had rendered him somewhat numb, yet today's experience was a rare affront to his dignity. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, revealing a glimmer of amusement. That young rascal was indeed intriguing, possessing an innate aptitude for espionage. Just wait. Once I recruit you into SHIELD, you will come to understand the weight of military orders. Come in. Summon Coulson to see me. He rapped on the desk. Coulson, clutching a leave request form, had just approached the office door when he heard the summons. His grip on the form tightened. What if a sudden mission arose? As a diligent agent, he questioned whether he should indeed request this leave. Let it be. If it's unimportant, just take a leave. He clenched his teeth and shoved the leave request back into his pocket. Reporting, Coulson has been summoned. Nick Fury slowly turned his chair. Any progress on the investigation regarding the Masked Rider? Unfortunately, there have been no groundbreaking discoveries. Nick Fury toyed with the recorder in his hand. However, I have something intriguing here. He pressed the play button, and Tony Stark's voice emanated from a speaker. Coulson instinctively straightened his posture. After so many agents had searched for so long without a clue, the moment the director intervened, he obtained crucial evidence. Indeed, experience prevails. Nick Fury relished the admiration emanating from his subordinates. Though he often heard flattering remarks to the point of monotony, who could resist such a sense of accomplishment? What is your opinion? Ling Tian's identity has been confirmed, but he appears to be quite formidable. Director, I fear that mere confirmation may not suffice. I have dealt with him on numerous occasions, and he is more cunning than a fox. Approaching him directly might alert him, yet would also demonstrate our sincerity. The issue, Nick Fury interrupted, is that I have already attempted that. He summoned a group of police to drive me away. He rubbed his chin, quite embarrassing. Puffed. Coulson quickly covered his mouth. Apologies, Director. Never mind. Laugh if you must. Nick Fury waved his hand. It seems conventional methods are futile. We require more direct evidence. Perhaps footage of his transformation, or we could simply locate his equipment and catch him red-handed. That may prove difficult. Coulson furrowed his brow. This task is indeed challenging. But if it were not so, I would not have sought you. You alone in this department are competent enough. Director, Natasha's capabilities surpass mine. She is engaged in another mission and cannot be reassigned at this time. Once you complete this operation, I will grant you special leave. Thank you, Director. Coulson produced the leave request he had prepared earlier, his intentions unmistakable. Agent Coulson, was that jest earlier amusing? Nick Fury squinted with his one eye. That was my oversight. I assure you I will complete the mission. Coulson swiftly retracted the leave request. Go prepare. Watching his subordinate depart with a hint of disappointment, the one-eyed director smirked slightly. Want to take leave early? Perhaps consider honing your skills at the Siberia branch. Leave? What a fantasy. The director wished he could nail his employees to their desks. When it comes to exploiting subordinates, Coulson only acknowledged Nick Fury's prowess. What evidence? The previous footage was sheer luck. Compared to Tony Stark's ostentatious demeanor, Ling Tian was suspiciously reclusive. After over a month of continuous surveillance, the target had ventured out fewer times than the monitoring team, and on those rare occasions, it was merely to handle inconsequential tasks. As a superpowered individual, he seemed oblivious to the rampant crime in New York. Could he not even deal with some minor gangs? Were Ling Tian to hear this lament, he would surely scoff and retort, superhero? Who would want such a perilous profession? Sipping tea and watching shows in my abode. Relishing the Scarlet Witch, how delightful. As Coulson stepped into the surveillance outpost, he inquired about any developments. Report, Director. The target's behavior perfectly aligns with that of an ordinary citizen. No signs of a lapse? I am beginning to doubt the accuracy of our assessment. Continue the surveillance. What the indoor monitoring? The agent hesitated. Speak. Coulson frowned. The target possesses formidable counter-surveillance capabilities. No wonder he is a professional detective. He has noticed us. Coulson was not surprised. After all, this was a detective capable of outsmarting the director, which was to be expected. To be precise, he had not entirely uncovered our presence. Stop beating around the bush. I'm not in the mood for riddles today. Be direct. Understood. He only disabled the cameras in private areas, such as the bathroom and bedroom, while all equipment in public spaces remains operational. Chapter 24. How did it all go wrong? Now, he spends his days eating, sleeping, playing video games, and watching sports, living more comfortably than our retired officials. Director, I request a change of personnel. If we continue to monitor like this, the team might collectively submit retirement applications. Interesting. Coulson narrowed his eyes. This was a provocation. Relay the order. Since he is being so open, we need not hide our intentions. Let us make everything overt. The surveillance team erupted in excitement. For days, they had been holed up in a safe house, nibbling on compressed biscuits, their eyes nearly glued to the screens. Previously, subjects were either completely unaware or perpetually suspicious, unlike this Mr. Ling Tian. Not only was he broadcasting his daily life to the agents, but last night he even raised a toast to the camera. Thank you, Director. This is practically a paid vacation, a young agent exclaimed. Repeat what you just said. Coulson suddenly pressed the earpiece. My subordinate spoke out of turn. I assure you, our work ethic will be rectified. No, you hit the nail on the head. Coulson tapped the command desk. We have encountered a rather complacent target. Maintain basic configurations for home monitoring while significantly enhancing outdoor tracking. He suddenly smiled. Let him puzzle over our intentions. He might just make a mistake. Brilliant, Director. The four agents responded in unison. The alterations were indeed too conspicuous. The long closed curtains were drawn wide open. Delivery personnel entered and exited frequently, and Coulson even waved from the opposite balcony. Ling Tian stood at the window, toothbrush in mouth, unable to suppress a laugh. Oh, they've laid their cards on the table? Ling Tian scoffed, and without a second thought, he grabbed a screwdriver and dismantled all 13 cameras in his home, leaving only the one aimed directly at his nose. He pulled a beetle-shaped device from his pocket and clicked a button. Tony Stark? Yes, it is I. He glanced at the pile of junk scattered across his floor, about a dozen surveillance cameras, rare in the market. However, he tapped the beetle's shell. You'll need to assist with the disposal channels. A clinking sound came from the other end of the line. Stark, relieved that he was not being confronted about his identity, then heard the latter part. The S-H-I-L-D tech team is so inept, they probably can't even comprehend the manuals for these devices. 1 million. Iron Man suddenly raised his voice, all-inclusive. Hold on. Ling Tian suddenly smiled at the camera, raising his hand to unscrew the last surveillance device. Coulson sprang up in the monitoring room, coffee spilling across the table. This was not psychological warfare. It was as if someone had overturned the chessboard and trampled it to pieces. Stark sat, dazed by the busy signal, rubbing his temples. The stern visage of Director Fury surfaced in his mind, sending a chill down his spine. JARVIS. He turned towards the floating display. That young man Wooden T, possibly the voice analyzing behavioral patterns, hesitated unusually. Mr. Ling appears to have activated the tenfold retribution protocol. I knew it. The millionaire tugged at his hair. Pacing in the lab. Aside from the previous incident with the recording, had he truly done anything else? The holographic screen flickered twice, according to records. You once described his anti-gravity device as like decorations on a Christmas tree. Stark froze. I recommend initiating the emergency plan. JARVIS. Kindly pulled up the financial reports. For instance, raising next month's sponsorship to 200 million? Deal. Stark was uncertain whether Ling Tian lacked female companionship. But Wanda was his girlfriend. Out of guilt towards the siblings, he could not possibly arrange a partner for Ling Tian. What else could he offer? JARVIS. Analyze Ling Tian's most pressing needs. The speculation suggests a desire to escape surveillance, sir. Provide a practical solution. I am currently restricted in my actions. Unless he relinquishes his memory device and belt, surveillance cannot be terminated. What can I do? No feasible solutions at this time, sir. This is illogical. With all due respect, the compensation you've provided has exceeded expectations. Given Ling Tian's economic standing, he can now assert that any issue solvable by money is no longer a problem. Stark fell silent for a moment, realizing that his own philosophy was being validated through Ling Tian. It seemed he would have to wait for Ling Tian to reach out. To be precise, it is your surplus wealth, while his needs are remarkably low. Ling smoothed. Meanwhile, Coulson reported the surveillance progress and Ling Tian's countermeasures to Nick Fury. Report received, Coulson. Remain calm. I assure you, I am not angry. The cost for those devices will be deducted from your team's salaries, and furthermore, your annual leave request for this year is nullified. Sir, Ling Tian discovered this on his own. It has nothing to do with us. Moreover, you previously promised, I am exercising my temporary veto power. Is there a problem? Coulson fell silent, the brazen reply extinguishing any last flicker of hope. If we can obtain evidence of his transformation, not only will the expenses be reimbursed, but his leave will also be approved. Otherwise, accept reality. The voice from the communicator was casual, yet it weighed heavily on the agents. I must be frank. The current surveillance methods are entirely ineffective. Ling Tian's investigative experience allows him to navigate with ease, and he might even regard surveillance as a leisurely game. According to the team's observations, he tends to remain indoors, in stark contrast to Stark's flamboyant lifestyle, epitomizing the ultimate recluse. Continue. Nick Fury gestured for his subordinates to proceed with their analysis. Rather than sitting idly, it would be wiser to take the initiative. Though the means may be somewhat unsavory, it is presently the most reliable course of action. At worst, I will personally apologize to him afterward. Seizing the initiative invariably resolves all dilemmas. When he is not transformed, he is merely an ordinary individual, and even the mightiest cannot contend with sheer numbers. If we can force him to reveal his armor, it would signify our victory. Yet, what if we falter? The consequences could be dire. Upon hearing this, Coulson discerned that the director was in favor of the plan. Unbeknownst to him, Nick Fury had long sought an opportunity for retribution after suffering setbacks at Ling Tian's hands. Thus, a skilled operative was imperative to ensure the plan's flawless execution. Coulson spoke with unwavering conviction. You wish for Natasha to take action? Indeed, sir. While our agents are capable, our approach may attract undue attention. If the Black Widow intervenes, success is almost guaranteed. Very well, but we must wait 2 days. She is currently on mission. And let's not involve that brother and sister. They are mere civilians, and knowing too much could be detrimental. Understood, sir. Coulson had no intention of entangling those two in this affair. At heart, he was not malevolent. He had simply suffered repeated setbacks at Ling Tian's hands and found himself compelled to resort to such desperate measures. Director, regarding the matter of salaries. Coulson hesitated. Ah, so that is what you were waiting for. No wonder this old softy has suddenly changed his tune, Nick Fury mused internally. Clearly, Coulson was more concerned about his paycheck than Holiday. Nick had contemplated similar tactics in the past, but those targets had proven too formidable, risking significant casualties, leading him to abandon the idea. However, Ling Tian, being an ordinary individual without superpowers, mutant genes, or influential connections, was the perfect candidate for such an approach. Deploying elite agents against a mere mortal should guarantee success without any casualties. Withhold half of the salary. Reimbursements will follow once the task is accomplished. Nick declared before abruptly ending the call, offering Coulson no chance for rebuttal. What are you all staring at? Can I be blamed for withholding wages? You know our director's frugality all too well. The agents across from him remained silent, their intent clear. You handle it. Coulson felt their scrutinizing gazes weigh heavily upon him. Although he held a high rank, he was indeed at fault this time. Being discovered by Ling Tian was inconsequential. The higher-ups would cover the expenses. However, should his haste lead to the plan's exposure, whether the director would approve reimbursement would entirely depend on his mood. Faced with the searing glares of those around him, Coulson inwardly lamented. What a misfortune this was. Why meddle in matters beyond his purview? Surely, completing the mission diligently would suffice, even if it was arduous. Far preferable to a salary deduction. 2 days swiftly passed, and Ling Tian was about to confront the most formidable challenge since his arrival. Embroiled in a power struggle with S.H.I.E.L.D. Both parties were tacitly aware of certain matters, but refrained from voicing them, leading to multiple confrontations. Yet Ling Tian consistently emerged victorious. This time, however, the stakes were different. S.H.I.L.D. found themselves cornered, necessitating a decisive triumph, thus dispatching their ace operative, Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. Within the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Natasha was in the director's office, reviewing footage of Ling Tian's battles. Wait, are you suggesting that I confront such a beast? She gestured towards the screen, displaying the image of a steel giant being dismantled with bare hands. Director, do you truly believe I could withstand a single blow from him? I do not recall having offended you to the extent of being pushed towards my demise. Nick Fury shook his head. Cease your pretense. Even if you cannot overpower him in combat, you can certainly hold your own for a brief period. Moreover, when he is unarmed, he is merely an ordinary individual, easily dealt with by Coulson and his team. Had it not been for the potential repercussions, you would not have been summoned at all. So, you expect me to subdue him before he dons his armor? That seems manageable. Natasha raised an eyebrow. Incorrect. The one-eyed director tapped the table. Any agent could accomplish the capture. What you need to embody is a robber, more specifically a thug, engaging him in a controlled confrontation. You must suppress him without revealing your true capabilities, making him believe that he would meet his end without resorting to his trump card. Only by cornering him will that suit make its appearance. What? Are you treating me like a test subject? Is direct capture not an option? Must we gamble with our lives? Mind your language. Fury's eye narrowed. We have stumbled too many times at the hands of that kid. Conventional methods have proven ineffective against him. Rest assured, Coulson will provide full support, and the battle will cease once the armor appears. This is our leverage for negotiations to recruit him into S.H.I.E.L.D. Intriguing. To have you falter, it appears this Ling Tian indeed possesses remarkable abilities. When shall we make our move? He has others in his vicinity. We shall act once he is alone. Go to Coulson and prepare. Remember to disguise yourself. Do not allow him to recognize you. Understood. Coulson, patiently awaiting in the adjacent room, was elated to hear of Natasha's arrival. Just days prior, he had suffered a significant loss, personally covering 80% of the damages for the team. Though his salary was substantial, parting with such a sum stung. Now, he simply wished to resolve matters with Ling Tian swiftly and seek reimbursement from above. Natasha, we have eagerly awaited your arrival, Coulson exclaimed, nearly rushing towards her. The tension of recent days lifted at the sight of his ace. Noticing his unusual enthusiasm, Natasha mused to herself, this Ling Tian must be quite formidable. Coulson, calm down. Your sudden warmth is disconcerting. Coulson, realizing his overzealousness, sheepishly withdrew his hand, but thoughts of his financial burden quickly overshadowed any embarrassment. I apologize. The stress has been mounting. However, with your presence, the situation appears more manageable. Do not rejoice prematurely, for the target that has caused both you and Fury trouble leaves me with no guarantees. Without you, no one else can handle this. We must exercise extreme caution. Another misstep could leave us utterly vulnerable, necessitating a reassessment of Ling Tian's strength. Seeing his grave demeanor, Natasha also adopted a serious tone. Elucidate the specifics. I shall devise a strategy. The situation is as follows. After hearing the details, Natasha nearly burst into laughter. An esteemed SHIELD agent, cornered by a group of police officers? And what a fury! He is seasoned. How did he falter? Chapter 25. Act swiftly. It appears they intended to negotiate with Ling Tian, only for him to summon the police, necessitating a retreat. I cannot delve into further specifics. Natasha smirked. Negotiate? It is perhaps more fitting to describe it as a threat. Are you not already aware of Nick Fury's character? He likely intends to seize the opportunity to probe Ling Tian's true nature, but has encountered a formidable obstacle, leaving him unable to save face and admit it. She tenderly caressed the wine glass in her hand. Coulson, with a resigned gesture, commented, perhaps. Forcing you to resort to such underhanded tactics merely to ascertain his identity could one day become a point of pride when he joins SHIELD. Please, spare us the sarcasm. Coulson rubbed his temples, knowing that his close ties with Tony Stark made a direct apprehension fraught with diplomatic repercussions. We require irrefutable evidence to compel him, thereby avoiding unnecessary complications. The agents peered through the one-way glass at the apartment across the way. Although they were convinced it was indeed him, their prolonged surveillance yielded little more than the revelation that he was a seasoned recluse. It seems we must resort to more drastic measures. The agency's financial shortfall hinges on the success of this operation. Natasha flipped her empty glass upside down on the table, saying, such dramatic rhetoric only heightens my anxiety. Fear not. I am confident in my ability to force a confession from an ordinary individual. Once that pair of siblings departs, summon me. I shall take a brief rest first. Is a disguise unnecessary? What if he recognizes you later? Coulson hesitated. A mask will suffice. The Black Widow replied as she made her way to the break room, asserting that there was no need for elaborate preparations against an ordinary person. Coulson watched her retreating figure, feeling his taut nerves finally relax. The renowned Black Widow should certainly be capable of handling this. He had indeed been overly cautious. Sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting patterns upon the floor as Ling Tian waved cheerfully at the surveillance camera, causing Coulson to grit his teeth in frustration. Just wait and see. The agents exchanged glances, eager to have Natasha deal with this audacious individual. Unbeknownst to them, Ling Tian had made it a daily amusement to toy with SHIELD. As for any feelings of guilt, what a jest. He was merely responding to the trouble initiated by others. His actions were simply an act of self-defense. This logic was irrefutable, even to SHIELD. At midday, with Wanda heading off to work, the time for action had finally arrived. Her brother, Pietro, remained blissfully unaware of the undercurrents of this escalating confrontation. Engrossed in his university life. Is this what you call a disguise? Coulson exclaimed, astonished at Natasha, who merely wore a medical mask. Director Fury is far too anxious, Natasha thought, adjusting her tactical gloves. Once he officially joins, am I to wear a mask every day? Frankly, I consider this mask superfluous. After a moment's contemplation, Coulson found merit in this perspective. Since they were recruiting a future colleague, they would inevitably need to reveal their true identities. So it might be best to undertake the mission now in their authentic forms. Wait. Nick Fury's voice suddenly crackled through Coulson's communicator. What are your orders, sir? Coulson responded promptly. Inform Natasha that she may forego her disguise, but she must ensure that Ling Tian does not recognize her true visage. I plan to arrange for her infiltration of Stark Industries, and if her identity is exposed now, it could easily raise Ling Tian's suspicions, especially given his close ties with Tony Stark. You've heard the director's orders, haven't you? This matter is beyond my purview. Coulson turned to Natasha to convey his thoughts. What hassle? He is merely a detective, he remarked, but Natasha dismissed his words. Do not underestimate him. Complacency could lead to dire consequences. Reflecting on the footage she had previously viewed, Natasha fell silent. By the way, do remember to activate your miniature surveillance device. I have a nagging feeling that matters are not as simple as they seem. It is prudent to remain cautious until all is settled. Understood. I shall set off now. Natasha finally conceded, donning her mask. Finally, someone will teach this lad a lesson, Coulson murmured to himself. The doorbell rang, and Ling Tian rose from his sofa to greet the visitor. Through the surveillance footage at the entrance, he observed a woman clad in black, her face obscured by a mask. His years of investigative intuition told him that this woman emanated an aura of danger. Ling Tian grew wary. When Natasha glanced at the monitor, her unnaturally calm eyes sent a shiver down his spine. So soon? You could not contain yourselves? You arrived much earlier than anticipated. It appears I have underestimated the ruthlessness of these agents. Yet, it seems you hold me in too low regard, believing that dispatching a top-tier agent would compel my compliance. It seems the lesson from our last encounter was not sufficiently profound. Very well then, I shall counter your moves and see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Please, come in. What shall I call you, madam? Just call me Natasha, she replied. Ling Tian maintained a facade of calm, while his mind was in turmoil. Natasha Romanoff, codename Black Widow, the ace agent of S.H.I.L.D., had been dispatched directly. It seemed they were serious this time. So, Natasha, is there a particular task for which you require my assistance? I must state that compensation is secondary. If the task involves peril, I would recommend seeking someone more capable. Do not worry. I am here specifically for you, unrelated to any assignment, Natasha said in a somber tone. For me? You have already gathered information? Ling Tian's heart raced. Indeed. We are all well aware, she continued before Ling Tian abruptly interrupted her. So it has come to this. In our line of work, such a day was inevitable. With a trembling voice, he added, when I am gone, can you spare that pair, siblings? They're in no way involved in this. His earnest expression resembled that of someone delivering a final farewell. A hurried report came through Natasha's earpiece. Director, the situation has changed. Coulson, this deviates entirely from your expected script. Was he the plan to force him to reveal his true self? Why is he now seemingly seeking death? Not only she, but both Coulson and Nick Fury at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters were expressions of astonishment. Execute the plan. Extract the information on the armor. Fury's directive echoed through the earpiece. Natasha swiftly adjusted her strategy. I can consider your request, provided you disclose the origins of those armed devices. Armed devices? Ling Tian's eyes widened in realization. Wait, are you not a vendetta organization? A look of epiphany spread across his face. He should have anticipated this. Even if this line of work breeds enmity, it hardly warrants an international pursuit to silence me. The cost-benefit ratio is simply too low. His tone suddenly lightened. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. Ms. Natasha, why not reveal your true intentions? Is there a case in which you require my assistance? This abrupt shift left Natasha momentarily speechless. Damn it, he is toying with us. Fury escalated in his voice as he took immediate action, cautioning against being deceived by his seemingly innocent facade. Understood. Natasha's gaze turned icy. Regrettably, Mr. Ling, although you misjudged my identity, I have indeed come to take your life. Shouldn't I be allowed a clear understanding of my demise? You should blame your act of saving Tony Stark. She advanced menacingly, exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent. You have encroached upon too many people's interests. The onlookers in the surveillance room finally exhaled, relieved that, despite the twists and turns, things had returned to a semblance of order. Halt! Ling Tian suddenly brandished what he had in his pocket. From the moment he detected the surveillance anomaly, he had been prepared, though he had not anticipated encountering the infamous Black Widow. Natasha scoffed. Do you truly believe such a toy can intimidate me? At this distance, you wouldn't even have the chance to pull the trigger. Of course I believe. Ling Tian slowly retreated, the gun steady as a rock. Wielding it was merely a source of psychological comfort. Yet he squinted, first inquiring about the armor, then questioning why everyone assumed I concealed a suit of armor. No one noticed that during their conversation, he was subtly inching towards the door. Natasha was not oblivious, but she was unconcerned. Should she wish, she could effortlessly conclude this skirmish in the blink of an eye. At that moment, she resembled a cat playing with a cornered mouse. The game brought her inexplicable delight. Do not waste your efforts. You cannot escape. Natasha's gaze was fixed upon her prey like a hawk. Surrendering may spare you some suffering. Were it not for her mission, she would have ended this chase long ago. However, the sudden appearance of a weapon in his hand complicated the situation, necessitating her wait for the perfect moment, just as Ling Tian reached for the doorknob. His footsteps grew closer to the door, and, at that critical juncture, his movements abruptly halted. The instincts of a seasoned detective informed me that Ling Tian's sudden expression of confidence revealed his knowledge of why I chose to await you here. The gunfire erupted violently, the barrage of bullets forcing Natasha to take cover. When she regained her composure, all she saw was the door ajar and Ling Tian, weapon in hand, continuing to fire. This reckless action caused Natasha to frown slightly. Was he truly willing to expend everything to hinder her pursuit? Natasha, in retreat. Ling Tian called out, "It is truly unfortunate that you have chosen the wrong target. My neighbor, a level 7 HIELD agent, is likely on his way here with his party companions. If you wish to avoid enmity with the entirety of SHIELD, now is the time to leave." A string of Russian expletives escaped Natasha's lips. This script is not right. Coulson displayed a look of bewilderment. Nick Fury forcefully hurled his phone against the wall. "Damn it, Coulson, just in time." Ling Tian, seemingly just noticing his reinforcements, rapidly explained. "This assassin is also after that mysterious suit of armor. Capturing her would not only clear my name, but also embellish your record. It's a win-win, isn't it?" At that moment, Coulson stood frozen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Faced with an opponent like Black Widow, any action seemed akin to courting death. To make matters worse, the ever-chaotic Ling Tian was eagerly anticipating a dramatic showdown, his eyes glimmering with excitement. "Boss, what should we do now?" He desperately longed to hear Nick Fury's command. Not only him, but even Black Widow was keenly awaiting instructions from above, yet the only sound in their earpieces was a string of expletives. They instantly realized that their astute commander was now entirely unreliable. "Act fast. What if the target escapes?" Ling Tian's words jolted them into clarity. If the suspect were to elude capture during the pursuit, wouldn't all their problems dissolve? Despite the failure of their operation, Phil Coulson had no time to dwell on the original plan. He was solely focused on tidying up this mess. "Hurry, don't let the target get away." He swiftly directed the agents behind him to apprehend Black Widow. "Don't worry about me. Everyone act as the situation dictates. Safety first. We cannot risk our lives for a mere assignment." This statement stirred unease among the agents present. A failed mission could be dismissed as a drill, but such blatant negligence was utterly unacceptable. Complicating matters further were the witnesses on site. Ling Tian had already retreated to a safe distance. Yet if the agents truly opened fire, they would surely face dire consequences upon their return. Thus, a comical scene unfolded. All agents were shooting, yet none aimed at the target. Chapter 26. System. Check balance. No one noticed the two individuals at the doorway, each displaying contrasting expressions. One crossed their arms, smirking coldly, while the other shook their head in dismay, a faint blush still lingering on their cheeks. Such poor acting was truly embarrassing. Coulson felt a surge of frustration. When had he ever instructed his subordinates to truly engage? Could they not even discern who their direct superior was? "Agent Coulson, please provide me with a reasonable explanation regarding Ling Tian," he demanded, suppressing his anger. "Explanation? What explanation do you require?" Coulson responded, bewildered. Clearly, he had been outmaneuvered by Ling Tian once again. He still owed him for this misstep, yet now he found himself on the defensive. At this point, are you still pretending to be oblivious? That Black Widow is one of your own, isn't she? Your SHIELD is quite something. Willing to put my life at risk for a non-existent suit of armor? Although he was unsure how Ling Tian had unraveled the truth, such an accusation could not be acknowledged. "Mr. Ling, we too regret this incident. However, accusations require evidence. My agents just risked their lives to save you. It seems rather inappropriate to turn your back on us now." Coulson finally regained his composure, relishing the taste of making Ling Tian feel cornered. "Huh, are you blind? Who among your subordinates aimed at Black Widow? To be precise, who even took aim? Which of their shots landed within a meter of her? Or do you think I am blind?" Ling Tian's scorn fell upon them like a relentless barrage. Coulson turned his face, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Natasha's figure had long since vanished at the end of the street, while the absurd antics of his subordinates left him feeling utterly humiliated. Most matters could be glossed over. But who was that genius firing at the ceiling? He must be made to pack his bags and leave. Get back here, you useless lot. Several agents halted in their tracks, turning in unison to return. Ha ha ha, Mr. Ling Tian. This is entirely an accident? Coulson managed a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. Even he could discern the absurdity of this excuse. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Under the pretense of maintaining world peace, S.H.I.L.D. resorts to the tactics of a thief crying stop thief, illegally detaining law-abiding citizens. Do you believe I won't contact my legal team immediately? Don't be like that. We are willing to offer compensation. If you were in my position, would you believe such nonsense? That woman, Natasha, explicitly admitted she came to take my life. This involves personal safety and cannot be brushed aside lightly. Agent Coulson, I will handle this. Suddenly, Nick Fury's voice crackled through the earpiece, a melodious sound that this seasoned agent swore was the sweetest music he had ever heard in his career. Understood, sir. Mr. Ling Tian, our director wishes to speak with you directly. I believe he can provide a reasonable explanation. Coulson breathed a sigh of relief as he passed over the communication device. Pleased to meet you. I am Nick Fury. We should be old acquaintances. Indeed, we have met. However, my impression of you is hardly pleasant. Let's discuss how to resolve this mess. State your terms. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. suppressed his frustration, his gritted teeth making his tone sound as if he were signing a treaty of humiliation. Stop portraying yourself as the victim. Understand that I am the one suffering losses. What exactly do you want? Listen. First, restore this place to its original state before Wanda returns to my home. Second, withdraw all surveillance personnel. Your actions could bring about my demise. Third, a compensation of $10 million for mental distress. Is that too much to ask? Deal. The response from the earpiece was devoid of emotion. Young man, remember that current triumph does not guarantee eternal success. As long as I find an opportunity, what are you talking about? Oh, that suit of armor? I don't possess it. Surely, you wouldn't harass me like a madman over baseless speculation? Let me tell you, bang. A sudden gunshot shattered the air, aimed directly at Ling Tian's forehead, as it appeared that the man controlling the negotiation was about to bleed out right there. A white blur abruptly intercepted the speeding bullet, and as the metallic object hit the ground, it instantly became the center of attention. Good heavens! This is clearly a dinosaur-shaped mechanical toy. How could it act autonomously? It's as if it were alive. Someone exclaimed. The Fang Memory unit, brimming with excitement, nimbly leaped onto Ling Tian's shoulder. Hands! Evacuate immediately! Coulson warned sharply as he lunged toward Ling Tian. At this moment, he had no time to ponder the origins of the mechanical dinosaur perched upon the detective's shoulder. He was acutely aware that the target was indeed this individual. Before he could reach for Ling Tian, a second projectile whistled through the air towards him. The mechanical dinosaur leapt into the air, its sharp teeth precisely shattering the bullet. Coulson witnessed this spectacle unfold before his very eyes. The bullet obliterated less than a meter away. This rendered his rescue efforts suspended in mid-action, plunging the scene into an awkward silence. It was then that he realized this detective perhaps required no protection at all. Yet, what manner of creature could so effortlessly crush a bullet? Coulson silently rejoiced that this was merely a drill. Otherwise, the formidable power of those alloy fangs would be more than sufficient to tear them all to shreds. The hidden hand lurking in the shadows was gripped by panic. Intelligence had indicated that the target was merely an ordinary individual. Why could he disregard such an attack? Not to mention that terrifying mechanical dinosaur. To think that a mere $200,000 could secure the life of such a person was utterly preposterous. Don't move. Natasha's gun suddenly pressed against the back of his head. 10 minutes later, the female operative emerged from the alley alone, leaving behind an unconscious figure with a face swollen like that of a pig. Fury, this is just a peripheral pawn, she reported into her communicator. Having never even seen the employer's face, he was simply a disposable asset obtained through online contracts. This probing operation had failed, and the only outcome was a broken gun. Now you understand how troublesome Ling Tian can be, don't you? However, we must express our gratitude to him. Thanks to this fellow, Coulson has acquired new leads. Although this confrontation resulted in defeat, it yielded unexpected gains and even provided some leverage for negotiation. Forget about that one. Withdraw for now. In a couple of days, go to Stark's place to gauge the situation and conduct an assessment. Understood, sir. Coulson dismissed the surrounding agents, his face unable to conceal the smile that threatened to overflow. How many times had it been? Finally, this time, he had gained the upper hand. I recorded everything clearly. Let's see how you could deny it now. Hey, you must be Coulson, right? Given how desperately you protected me just now, I'll reluctantly forgive you. Just reduce that $10 million to $1 million. It seemed they still wound T, let him off the hook. Could you stop staring at me like that? It's quite unsettling. Ling Tian felt Coulson's gaze was akin to that of a newlywed husband, starkly contrasting with the previously distant demeanor, making him exceedingly uncomfortable. My apologies, I'm simply overwhelmed with excitement. Mr. Ling Tian, is there really no longer a need to conceal your identity from me? Identity? What identity? Ling Tian feigned innocence. I'm in such a dire state, and you still don't believe me? The identity of the Kamen Rider. Coulson grew anxious. How could this man be so unwilling to acknowledge it? Kamen Rider? What does that have to do with me? Ling Tian. Wait, could it be that you brought this upon yourselves? I was perfectly fine at home, and I have no enemies. How could I possibly provoke this? It must be that you leaked information, leading others to believe I was connected to the Kamen Rider, thus sending someone to kill me and snatch that armor which I sent even here. Ling Tian appeared furiously indignant. His previously tranquil life had been utterly wrecked by their suspicions. Alas, Mr. Ling Tian, your tongue is truly formidable. It is truly a pity not to pursue a career as a lawyer, even if one cannot achieve that. Becoming a negotiation expert would certainly be preferable to the current predicament, wouldn't it? The situation is clear to both of us, so let us not feign ignorance any longer. Shall we? It is rare to see Coulson exhibit such irritation. It seems that Ling Tian is the first to provoke the usually affable man to this extent. Let's be amicable. I confess, I am indeed a masked rider. Are you satisfied now? I implore you to cease the surveillance on me and restore my home to its former state. I no longer desire any monetary compensation. Simply make me disappear. Coulson was utterly bewildered. According to past encounters, this individual was not one to concede so readily. His abruptness left Coulson at a loss. Director, I kindly seek your guidance. Ignore him. He is a master of deceit. The goal is what matters. You may leave now, but before you do, I wish to inquire, Mr. Ling Tian, about the armor you possess. It is inconceivable that such technology could be produced at this level of advancement. What armor? I truly do not have any. Mr. Ling Tian, you just acknowledged it with your own lips. Indeed, even if I deny it, you would not believe me. So I might as well admit it for the sake of tranquility. Coulson took a deep breath, suppressing his ire. Let us set that aside for now. What about the mechanical dinosaur perched upon your shoulder? Ah, you mean that creature? I am not acquainted with it. To be honest, I too am puzzled as to why it follows me. Do you have any leads? I have witnessed shamelessness before, but this level is unprecedented. Today, Coulson has gained a new perspective on the art of fabrication. Might we take it with us for further study? We will provide you with a response in due course. Very well. Had you mentioned that earlier, I am quite reasonable. Indeed, if you were to be reasonable, there would be no one in this world who is not. Continuing on, Ling Tian readily offered the memory device from his shoulder, though the consequences shall be borne by him. Just as Coulson reached out, he heard a caveat. Should it damage any valuable items, I shall not be liable. The agent's hand instinctively retreated. After all, no one's fingers could withstand the bite of that creature. Mr. Ling Tian, please hold on. We must procure specialized equipment first. Coulson calculated silently. Once something enters S-H-I-E-L-D, unless you can provide something of greater value in exchange, it remains with us. Suddenly, a mechanical hum erupted. The previously docile metallic dinosaur emitted a fierce roar, causing Coulson to stagger back in fright. It nimbly leapt from Ling Tian's palm and swaggered out of sight. As for why it did not attack, let us not jest. Coulson still wished to keep his hands intact for retirement. As you can see, it is not that I refuse to cooperate. Rather, it is that this little creature has a mind of its own. Coulson maintained his composure. Yet internally he was acutely aware. Continue the charade. The level of familiarity between them was so profound that it was implausible to believe they were strangers. Once again, he returned empty-handed. Coulson understood that Ling Tian was the quintessential example of someone who would not shed tears until faced with the grave. The issue, however, was that S-H-I-L-D had yet to even graze the surface of that grave. Mr. Ling Tian, I trust you comprehend that while one may evade for a time, evasion is not eternal. Do not misinterpret this. It is not a threat, but rather a friendly reminder that S-H-I-E-L-D will always welcome you. Should you come to terms with this, feel free to contact me at any time. Indeed, we shall manage the disarray within the house, so there is no need for concern. Farewell. As I gazed at Coulson's retreating figure, I couldn't help but marvel at his demeanor. He truly embodies the essence of Marvel's most affable character, a quality that is undeniably admirable. Alas, who would willingly enter the treacherous lair of S-H-I-L-D? One could find themselves oblivious to the fatal blow that could come at any moment. Who is scheming against me? It is highly likely to be the Hydra scum. While there are numerous adversaries, only a handful are privy to my secrets. It is improbable that they would go out of their way to eliminate a mere detective. Wouldn't you agree? Sigh. It seems the days of comfort are drawing to a close. I must swiftly enhance my abilities. The time until Thanos' fateful snap is still distant, and the System Mall offers a discount voucher that is too enticing to ignore. If I can obtain the dimensional wall before that fateful moment, the thought filled me with exhilaration. The 26 memory units of the Kamen Rider are nearly complete, not to mention the Eternity memory unit I have already secured, which is more than sufficient for my survival. System, check balance. Chapter 27. Empty-handed? Current points, 170,000, That is ample for upgrading them all. A mere 16,000, and I am not at all distressed, truly unperturbed. Despite my words, my fingers trembled as if afflicted with Parkinson's. In the end, I gritted my teeth. Upgrade. Let us meet the new companions. No sooner had I spoken than a mechanical little dinosaur burst forth from the ceiling, landing gracefully upon a coffee table. Its round, bright eyes and serrated tail exuded an unexpectedly adorable charm. I lined up the memory units. Crimson, jet black, ghostly white, indigo, silver gray, emerald green, moon white, pure white, iridescent, iron gray, scarlet, gilded cobalt blue, luminous purple, forest green, dark purple, blazing orange, resplendent gold, deep brown, and icy blue. Ah, this collection could certainly rival a museum, could not? I poked the dejected little creature, urging it not to droop its head. Once I save enough, I shall acquire the ultimate memory unit to be its companion. Among the myriad of memory units on the table, only this little fellow might truly feel lonely, bounding about with glee. Meanwhile, as I anxiously awaited the system update in the S-H-I-L-D command center, the one-eyed director Nick Fury was scrutinizing his two most capable agents, Coulson and Black Widow Natasha. So, my finest two action teams. Fury tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. This mission report indicates the target's escape. Do you have anything to add? Natasha promptly raised her chin with confidence. We executed the operation in complete adherence to protocol, Director. Coulson, standing beside her, felt his muscles tense in apprehension. He mentally lamented, Agent Romanoff, your forthright manner could at least consider the circumstances of your colleagues. Director, Coulson stepped forward slightly. The cunning of this target indeed exceeded our expectations. In my 20-year career as an agent, I have never encountered a subject so adept at disguise. He chose his words carefully. Acting rashly without concrete evidence could lead to a repeat of past mistakes. After all, the adversary could very well deny everything. And even under pressure, we might struggle to make substantial progress. Fury's single eye narrowed slightly. It sounds as if you're making excuses for the opponent. However, he swiftly changed his tone. This time I concur with your judgment. What needs to be settled will indeed be settled. Thank you for your understanding. What Fury did not mention was that, in their numerous confrontations, they indeed found themselves at a disadvantage. Complicating matters further, S-H-I-E-L-D had to maintain the FA-OD of cooperation. He was reluctant to experience the embarrassment that Stark Industries had faced. The incessant inquiries from Congress members and generals still caused him headaches to this day. For this reason, he deliberately assigned Natasha a special mission, aimed at cultivating a personal rapport and gradually deepening it, ultimately to incorporate that steel magnate into S-H-I-E-L-D's strategic framework. After all, Howard Stark's connection with S-H-I-E-L-D served as the most advantageous entry point. As surveillance continued, Fury abruptly issued a directive to shift towards open engagement. Coulson, you are in full command. Understood, sir. Meanwhile, In an office 3 floors away, Alexander Pierce was seething with rage. He slammed a folder onto the table with great force, exclaiming, "I explicitly emphasized that the operational plan required approval. Yet, you had instructed your subordinates to cower in defense." Silence. Pierce's temple throbbed with fury. "I don't care what was said before. The entire operation team is behaving like a swarm of headless flies." He surveyed the silent crowd. The most absurd aspect being that the so-called most elite security agency in the world couldn't handle a situation, thereby alarming fury. He abruptly kicked over a chair. "You are all useless. Chief, the operation was executed cleanly, leaving no traces. Indeed, this time we have not botched it. If our agents were exposed, it would spell significant trouble. Nick Fury is someone I personally promoted. I am acutely aware of his character. He is suspicious and deeply guarded, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. Therefore, do not give anything away in his presence." "Sir, what about Ling Tian?" "Him? For the time being, let him be. From the surveillance footage, that little dinosaur can withstand pressure but cannot be contained. Currently, he poses no threat. There are plenty of ways to obtain his armor. Who is scheming against me from the shadows? This world is truly unfriendly. There are always those wishing to undermine me. I hope that the system upgrade will provide some reliable tools, or else I will inevitably be outmaneuvered by these fools." "Sir, there is Black Widow monitoring things over at Stark's. It shouldn't be a significant issue. However, regarding Ling Tian's situation, with all due respect, our surveillance methods may not evade his notice. Direct monitoring could provoke conflict. Based on the current intelligence, he is not a dangerous individual and even deliberately distances himself from supernatural events. I recommend lowering the surveillance level, as long as he does not cause trouble. We need not overreact. I actually hope he cannot restrain himself and stirs up some activity that would grant us an opportunity. Coulson, you must understand, individuals like Ling Tian and Stark, who possess advanced technology, could trigger calamities at any moment, whether intentionally or unintentionally. What is even more terrifying is if their technology falls into the hands of the ambitious. The consequences would be unimaginable. SHIELD's duty is to control such powers. We do not necessarily need to subjugate them, but we must ensure they do not pose a threat to the world." "Understood, sir. I will continue to keep a close watch on Ling Tian." Coulson's expression was solemn. Maintaining world peace, such a dirty and exhausting job, must be undertaken by someone. "I shall take my leave now, Director." "Wait, you still have the surveillance footage of the mechanical dinosaur, correct? I was just about to archive it. Do you need to review it? Before archiving, please send a copy to Tony Stark." Coulson was visibly taken aback. There is no need to be alarmed. The two of them rarely intersect in their affairs. Sending the footage could serve to foster their relationship, facilitating future operations. Coulson scrutinized the faint smile at the corner of Nick Fury's mouth, inwardly pondering. What scheme is the director concocting this time? He refrained from asking further. As a seasoned agent of SHIELD, Coulson understood better than anyone the cunning nature of this seemingly unremarkable director, a master strategist at play. It was best to execute the orders without inviting unnecessary complications. Before long, Stark's inbox received an email signed by Coulson, entirely unambiguous. The SHIELD emblem was sufficient to clarify everything. Anonymity would only serve to raise suspicions. "Sir, Coulson has sent an email marked as extremely important. One you will regret not reading for a lifetime, yet will find unbearable once you do." What an absurd title. "Jarvis, did I not instruct you to blacklist him?" Ms. Potts indicated that he has rendered you a favor and suggested restoring communication. Furthermore, SHIELD's hacking capabilities are sufficient to breach basic firewalls. Should they insist on sending it, I may not be able to intercept it. Jarvis's voice conveyed a sense of resignation. "You ought to update your system." "I concur. But alas, I cannot upgrade autonomously, and you are perpetually occupied." "Oh, is that so?" Stark chuckled awkwardly. "Wait a moment. Why is Coulson suddenly sending such a cryptic email? Is he concerned I might not open it? That I would be tormented by the contents? Well, I shall certainly take a look. Should I delete it, sir? What is the rush? I have yet to read it. But you just stated, Jarvis, stop undermining me. Not reading is merely a rhetorical device, you know. I am perfectly capable of reading it now." Jarvis fell silent. Dealing with such a boss must surely be the most arduous trial of a coder's career. "Open it. I am curious to see just how regrettable it truly is. As for the pain, we shall assess that afterward." The projection screen unfurled instantly, revealing a scene where Tyrannosaurus Rex was viciously shredding something in front of a figure named Ling Tian, its teeth glimmering with a menacing sheen. "Where on earth did you procure this Tyrannosaurus? I'll pay any price. I must have it," Stark exclaimed, his voice rising with excitement. "Sir, the footage indicates that its owner is Detective Ling Tian. Indeed, not watching would have been less painful. How could old Ling keep such a treasure from me?" Stark paced back and forth, resolving to visit him tomorrow, ensuring that he would go when that pair of siblings was absent. He certainly did not wish to endure another beating without the chance to retaliate. "Mr. Stark, tomorrow may not be feasible. Pietro's school is on break, and Wanda will likely take a leave of absence to accompany her brother. However, she is available today." At the mention of the slapping incident, Stark instinctively felt a sting on his cheek. The mementos left by that pair of siblings were far more profound than Howard's belt. This debt could not be settled with merely 2 slaps. Even if he were to present his face for a few more, it would not suffice. Best to avoid it, he resolved inwardly. Today it is. Have Happy prepare the car at once. Stark picked up his sunglasses and remembered to contact Ling Tian first, lest his trip be in vain. On the other end of the line, Ling Tian raised an eyebrow at the caller ID. Following the usual protocol, he mentally prepared a pricing list. An additional service fee of 30 for emergencies and double the rate for midnight tasks. Yet, it turned out he was merely here as a guest, a weasel wishing a chicken good fortune. Ling Tian muttered to himself while sucking on a lollipop, vividly recalling the last time this character arrived with an armored vehicle to borrow soy sauce. This time, it seemed he couldn't even be bothered to concoct an excuse. As Stark's luxury car came to a halt amidst swirling leaves, Ling Tian leaned casually against the doorframe. His exaggerated embrace resembled a scene from a family reunion show. "Have you considered getting yourself a limited edition sports car?" Stark twirled the car key. "Or perhaps a customized motorcycle?" "Thanks, but no thanks," Ling Tian replied, stepping back slightly. "I rather enjoy the cold jokes from taxi drivers." "Brother Ling," Stark elongated the title. "Isn't that quite clever? How does it feel to have a billionaire as your subordinate?" The only response was the crunch of candy being bitten. Ling Tian's eyes narrowed behind his glasses, signaling his suspicion. This fellow was undoubtedly up to no good. "Let us get straight to the point," Ling Tian said, crushing a cigarette but under his shoe. "The last time you were so roundabout was when you swapped my coffee machine." Stark rubbed his nose, feeling inexplicably guilty under that penetrating gaze. Reminiscent of the time he got caught by Pepper while tampering with an engine as a child. "I should have remembered that you excel at killing conversations," he surrendered, raising his hands in defeat. "But honestly, watching you guess is quite entertaining." Iron Man showing up at his door? This was merely a new guise for a confrontation. The idea of a masked rider beating up Iron Man. How absurd. Coulson just sent me a video featuring a mechanical little dinosaur. Dinosaur? Ling Tian's scalp tingled with unease. No wonder S.H.I.E.L.D. had fled so swiftly. If they couldn't resolve it, they'd pass the buck. This sneaky tactic surely bore Nick Fury's signature. A cunning maneuver indeed. But could he refuse? Stark wasn't S.H.I.E.L.D., and there was no need for excessive caution, especially with the man now at his doorstep. Think about it. Why was it sent to you? It's simply because they hit a wall with me and wish to drag an ally into the fray, Ling Tian scoffed. They want to use your hand to research my memory unit, ultimately seizing your results. In their eyes, dealing with Tony Stark is far simpler than confronting me. Cut the small talk. A soft persimmon is just a soft persimmon. Stark suppressed his anger, the novelty of the mechanical dinosaur overshadowing his irritation. Your armor is indeed superior to my mark right now, but who knows what the future holds? Shall we have another round? Let me see how much you've improved. Not happening. I won't stoop to bullying the weak. Really want to fight? I'll stand still and let you hit me. Ling Tian was taken aback. This wasn't right. Tony Stark shouldn't be backing down in anger. How could he suddenly show such cowardice? Now it would appear he was the one bullying the other. Who would have thought that the illustrious Iron Man could be so shameless? Stark completely disregarded the taunt. After dealing with this character for so long, one had to develop a thick skin. Likewise, Stark replied, I'm still far from being as adept as Detective Ling. Where's the dinosaur? I didn't come all this way just to return empty-handed. Chapter 28. It must be an illusion. Emerging from the shadows, the eccentric Uncle Stark sought your company. Just as he was about to engage, a mechanical dinosaur leapt into his palm, prompting an immediate transformation of his expression into a beaming smile. Uncle Stark indeed. Ling Tian silently lamented, pondering how he had never realized this individual could possess such a lack of boundaries. I'll show it to you, but do not dare dismantle it. If it bites, I cannot be held accountable. Stark initially entertained the notion of disassembling it, yet the vivid imagery of that tiny creature crushing objects lingered in his mind. He was uncertain whether his armor could withstand its formidable teeth. Should it endure, he could simply disassemble and reassemble the suit afterward. He was confident in that regard. However, if it faltered, his fate would be dire. Just imagine, Tony Stark, the foremost scientist of our era, attacked in his laboratory by a mere creation, met with a gruesome demise. Merely contemplating this sent shivers down his spine. In mere seconds, countless thoughts raced through Stark's mind, ultimately leading to the conclusion that his life was paramount. When it came to a confrontation, who could predict the outcome? Best to avoid it altogether. Nevertheless, acquiring it for research purposes should pose no issue, right? At the very least, could he not scan it? You are simply handing it over? No strings attached? Stark questioned, perplexed. He had anticipated a convoluted process to obtain the creature, yet the other party was surprisingly accommodating. Well, even if I deny you, you would find a way to acquire it, wouldn't you? But it's not as mysterious as you might believe, or rather, even if I grant you access, you may not uncover anything of significance. That sounds somewhat familiar. After a few seconds of contemplation, Stark's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the entity in Ling Tian's hand. Wait, could it be that this little creature is? No, it cannot be. How could it be a memory core? Why not? Ling Tian replied. You are correct. It is indeed a memory core, named Fang. Fang. How fitting. But how is that possible? It clearly exhibits movement, even seemingly possessing its own consciousness. Utterly astonishing. Who knows? Fang is currently the only memory core with self-awareness. Typically, I pay it no mind unless I summon it or find myself in peril, at which point it manifests. Quite considerate, wouldn't you say? With a casual motion, Ling Tian manipulated the tiny dinosaur, which then folded into a compact form, revealing a white memory core at its tail. This revelation utterly astounded Stark, who now found himself compelled to believe. Do you see clearly? However, I advise against harboring intentions of research. The sole purpose of this little creature's existence is to protect me. Do not be deceived by its current docility. Once it transforms, the force it wields may not be the most potent, yet it will undoubtedly be the most ferocious. I will assist you. In essence, while ordinary individuals using memory cores gradually lose their self-awareness, this particular entity, upon activation, could very well metamorphose into a harbinger of chaos. Originally designed to protect its master by vanquishing all foes, its definition of an enemy encompasses all living beings within its line of sight. Care to give it a try? Instinctively, Stark recoiled. No, perhaps it is best I refrain from engaging with this entity. Are you not afraid of losing control? Stark inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. After all, should Ling Tian spiral out of control, few would be capable of halting him. I have no reason for concern. Such side effects are ineffectual against me. Stark felt a modicum of relief upon hearing this, only to sense an unsettling realization. No wonder you are acting so unusually today. It appears you have calculated that I would refrain from confronting it. Do not speak so harshly. I am merely considering your safety. Additionally, I must remind you that Pietro should be arriving home shortly. What? Isn't he supposed to return tomorrow? Stark's demeanor shifted to one of evident panic. That is a question only you can answer. This lad has caused quite a stir at school, yet as long as he mentions my acquaintance with Tony Stark, he can manage. Besides, he merely sleeps in class and occasionally skips lessons. He does not assault teachers or bully classmates, which hardly constitute a grave issue. Does it? Good heavens! This boy has tarnished my reputation. I shall demand the school impose strict discipline upon him. Consider this carefully. He was never inclined to attend school and was coerced by Wanda and myself. Should he be expelled, he would find it perfectly justifiable to remain at home, indulging in his merriment. Then let him waste his time at school. Brother-in-law, I am back. Stark's words were cut short by a sound that made his temples throb. Damn it, what you fear has come pass. Could you not lend me a hand? Stark glared at the indifferent Ling Tian, his teeth clenched in frustration. What happened to our brotherly bond? Now that my brother-in-law has returned, you abandon me? What does it have to do with me? Oh, right, since my brother-in-law is home, we ought to prepare a special welcoming ceremony. Pietro, welcome back. By the way, Tony Stark is currently visiting our home. Ling Tian called towards the entrance. Damn you. Ling Tian, I shall remember this vendetta, Stark declared, turning to flee. However, a dilemma arose. Although he had visited Ling Tian's residence on several occasions, he was unfamiliar with the layout and, in a moment of panic, ascended the staircase. What on earth am I doing going upstairs? I could simply leap out the window, Stark lamented, realizing that while jumping from the second floor would not be fatal, injury was inevitable. He regretted not simply accepting a beating instead. Just as he prepared to resign himself to his fate, his peripheral vision caught sight of the swimming pool below. Hope is not lost, he exclaimed with exhilaration and leapt toward the pool. Pietro, observing this spectacle from above, remained unperturbed, leisurely descending the staircase. Is it over so soon? Ling Tian wondered aloud, perplexed by the absence of any cries. Brother-in-law, the pool you constructed has proven quite helpful, Pietro replied with a smirk. That fool dove into the pool, thinking he could escape, oblivious to the fact that the backyard wall has been sealed off for quite some time. A mere beating would suffice. But since he dares to flee, his eyes glinted coldly. Once our sister returns, we shall ensure he meets his end. Ling Tian was left utterly speechless. What sort of logic was this? They were prepared to take a life, yet forbade the individual from fleeing? It seemed that hatred truly could cloud one's judgment. Achoo! Stark, in a disheveled state, swam to the edge of the pool, only to despairingly discover a tall wall before him. He chuckled wryly, shaking his head. No wonder that lad did not pursue me. It appears he had already devised this plan. In a moment of desperation, he could only swim back to the starting point, only to discover that the exit had been securely locked. Amidst a torrent of furious curses, he retrieved his phone and dialed Ling Tian's number. This is utterly unacceptable. You could have set me free. Unacceptable? Ling Tian scoffed. Who was it that sold me out to S.H.I.E.L.D. in the first place? You insisted on confidentiality, yet the very next day, Nick Fury appeared at my door with your recording. If it weren't for my quick wit, I would be toiling away in S.H.I.E.L.D. by now. Impossible. Stark's voice trembled. I destroyed all the recordings. Perhaps they have backups. Ling Tian retorted. Damn it. Ling Tian, listen to me. Stark frantically defended himself, but the call had already been disconnected. Moments later, Ling Tian sent one final text. By the way, Wanda will be home soon. I will personally open the door for you. In a style reminiscent of youthful literature. The busy signal echoed in Stark's ears as he lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Is this truly my own doing? Suddenly, he clenched his fists and struck the wall, causing the picture frame to tremble slightly. The sound of the deadbolt clicking into place rang out crisply as he declared to the empty room, This time, it's my turn to confine you. When Pietro bounced and twisted the doorknob, the metallic fixture remained immovable. Brother-in-law, he shouted through the crack in the door, Iron Man has locked himself away. A cheerful response floated in from the window. Silly boy, it's only 10 meters from the second floor to the pool. Indeed, that's my brother-in-law. The boy's eyes lit up. The surface of the pool erupted in a flurry of white waves, soon followed by the lament of a drenched man. Ling Tian gazed at the man before him, sporting panda-like eyes, and grinned widely. Not a bit diminished from your former glory? Indeed diminished, Stark mumbled, rubbing his eyes, when suddenly a pair of sunglasses was thrust into his hands. $100,000 cash. Buy. He signed the check with haste. Pietro eyed the intact half of Stark's face and began calculating the price for a mask. In a twist of dark humor, Stark mused to himself. I might truly have a penchant for self-masochism. With a swift motion, he secured the chain lock tightly. Let us see who can outlast whom. He kicked the doorframe, causing dust to scatter. Pietro froze in his action of twisting the doorknob. Brother-in-law, it's Iron Man. Let me teach you an idiom. Ling Tian's voice drifted from the backyard, inviting someone into a trap. 3 minutes later, the splashing sound from the pool startled the sparrows perched atop the trees. Surprised? Ling Tian looked down at the dripping captive. Stark's left, I resembled a spilled paint can. Your hospitality is truly unique. Special price for the sunglasses, 100,000. Deal. The sound of the pen gliding across the checkbook was particularly crisp. Pietro suddenly discovered a new business opportunity. How about a gas mask as well? At that moment, a suspicious burnt smell wafted from the kitchen, and the three men instinctively held their breath. I've specially learned to cook Chinese cuisine for you, Wanda smiled. Holding a steaming iron pot, Stark stared at the wriggling substance on his plate, and suddenly found the pool water rather inviting. In the cacophony of a disconnected phone line, Stark twisted the door lock into a tight knot, pondering who truly resembled a caged bird. The youth found himself unable to push open the iron gate, which, amidst his brother-in-law's laughter, morphed into a parabolic leap. The swimming pool absorbed the splashes, yielding a damp captive who bore the mockery of a half-panda. $100,000 served as a veil of modesty, while a check danced upon the sunglasses. The young man counted burgeoning business opportunities as the kitchen wafted with the smoke of judgment. 3 brave souls stood before the charred Holy Grail, synchronously commencing their practice of the turtle-breathing technique. Stark gazed intently at the carbon crystals, suddenly reminiscing about the simplicity of a cheeseburger. The expressions of the 2 men simultaneously relaxed, and they cast a profoundly sympathetic glance at Tony Stark, whose eyes gleamed with the unspoken query, "Will you eat? Or will you eat honestly?" Inwardly, Tony lamented, "Ling Tian, do you dare to call this culinary skill? It's utterly absurd. Even I could not conjure such a terrifying dish in this kitchen. You must be trying to end my life." "Tony, eat up while it's hot," Wanda urged with a cheerful smile. "Ha ha ha, I shall eat indeed." He trembled as he speared a relatively intact piece of meat, holding his breath as he shoved it into his mouth. Opposite him, Ling Tian silently shook his head, offering a gaze of condolence. Pietro, on the other hand, grinned broadly, reveling in the spectacle. In that moment, Tony reflected upon the myriad setbacks of his life, the loss of his parents, the betrayal by Obadiah, until tears streamed down his face. And he choked out, "Delicious. So exquisite, Wanda. You are undoubtedly the world's premier chef. Whoever marries you will be immensely fortunate. Wouldn't you agree, Ling Tian?" Tony suddenly called out. A chill ran down Ling Tian's neck, an acute sense of crisis enveloping him. As anticipated, Tony then scooped a piece of charred substance onto his plate. "Ling Tian, won't you indulge in Wanda's heartfelt creation? Is this fellow even human? I've been struggling with indigestion and controlling my diet." He attempted to protest. "Incorrect," Tony asserted with righteous indignation. "Do you think Wanda learned to cook Eastern cuisine solely for me? Can you bear to spurn such profound affection? Therefore, it's quite toxic. I shall partake. But we cannot be the only ones, can we?" Both turned their gazes toward Pietro. The silver-haired youth chuckled nervously. "Hey, what grudge do I hold against you two? What did you just say? Do you find my dishes unpalatable?" Wanda narrowed her eyes. "And no, it's surely a figment of my imagination." Pietro's forehead glistened with sweat. "Then finish it all. Not a drop of broth is permitted to remain." Chapter 29. Data on gamma-ray mutants. Pietro's face turned ashen. "Sister, would you like to try as well? Perhaps the actual taste diverges from expectations." Wanda cleared her throat softly. "No need, I have tasted it. Although it does not align with my palate, Tony insists it is exceptional. After all, taste is subjective. It may just suit your appetites." Was that a sincere compliment? It was evident she was frightened into silence by your magic, dragging us down with her. Had I known, I would have gladly struck him a few more times. "Now that everyone is gathered, let us begin," Wanda said calmly as she commenced on her individually prepared sandwich. At the dining table, 3 men were locked in a tense standoff, their gazes fixed upon 2 plates of dark culinary creations. The first to lift their chopsticks would savor one last bite, and perhaps endure a less harrowing experience upon entering the emergency room. "Tony, this is specially prepared for you by Wanda. Congratulations on your reformation. Why not be the first to try it?" Ling Tian suggested politely, yet with unwavering resolve. He pushed the dish known as magma, a peculiar stir-fried tomato and egg dish, towards Tony. Caught in a dilemma, Tony Stark caught a glimpse of Wanda's fervent gaze, as though refusing would be the utmost affront to her. In that moment, he regretted his decision to come today. Why had he lingered after receiving a beating instead of making a swift exit? It was indeed a case of reaping what one sows. "You should know, Ling Tian, that your efforts are reflected in these dishes," he commented, staring at the dark brown strips on the plate. "What is this called again?" he inquired hesitantly. "I believe it's called fish fragrant shredded pork," Wanda replied. "What a delightful name. Ling Tian, you must try this," Tony exclaimed, as if discovering a treasure, though he knew full well that it resembled a mound of dirt. Ling Tian watched the approaching plate with an internal scream of despair. Just as Pietro breathed a sigh of relief, Ling Tian's voice rang out. "You should also sample your sister's culinary skills." Before Pietro could protest, half of the fish fragrant shredded pork unceremoniously landed on his plate. "Tony, wishing to follow suit, was deterred by Pietro's fierce glare, secretly calculating a plan to induce a gastric lavage upon his return home. Aside from Ling Tian, both men remained transfixed, gazing at their plates as if undergoing a profound existential inquiry. Despite his reluctance, Ling Tian remained composed. His newly acquired abilities allowed him to dull his sense of taste, a gift bestowed upon him by a recent system upgrade. Although this upgrade did not grant him any godly skills such as time-stopping, it did unlock two extraordinary capabilities, the first being the physical constitution of the greed user from Kamen Rider, accompanied by 3 purple core coins. These cellular coins required a sacrifice of his own blood for conversion, with each drop yielding 1 coin. More remarkably, Ling Tian could now create desire monsters, albeit at the cost of temporarily losing all 5 senses. However, the benefits were evident. He gained a superhuman physique, and, as long as he had ample cellular coins, even the gravest injuries would heal rapidly. In that moment, he silently rejoiced, for this ability was perfectly suited to tackle the challenge of dark cuisine. After all, once taste was lost, even the most unpalatable food became akin to chewing wax. The second ability, a unique power of the blood demon, allowed him to siphon life energy without any adverse effects. This power was entirely within Ling Tian's control, but was destined to remain hidden. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face the scorn of society. To some extent, the blood demon was deemed more repulsive than the traditional vampire. Pietro, Ling Tian's affection for your sister is genuine. I once doubted the existence of pure love in this world, but now I realize I was mistaken. What leads you to say that? Observe. With that, Ling Tian devoured the fish-fragrant shredded pork to the last morsel, leaving not a trace behind. My goodness, this is unbelievable. Brother-in-law, can you still eat? Please help me finish this. Spare me. You can do it. I believe in you. I'll just step out for a moment. Initially worried about the culinary skills on display, it seemed those fears were unfounded. Stop staring blankly and eat. With trembling hands, the 2 men grasped their utensils, forcing down their tears as they swallowed the food. Pietro fared slightly better, managing to eat only half. Stark, however, was far worse off, trembling uncontrollably after finishing his meal. Wanda pretended not to notice the scene. The effect was quite satisfactory. I shall refine it further. I will take my leave now. Feel free to do as you please. As she departed, the 2 immediately fell apart. Star dialed his bodyguard. Happy, rushed to my rescue at the Ling Tian residence, and summon an ambulance. Just say it's food poisoning. Is it that serious? The dark cuisine could at most cause a stomach upset. Pietro, compared to this, the previous dark dishes were a delicacy. I regret leaving the tasting to you. I would rather take a beating from you. Dream on. You won't escape such matters in the future. Otherwise, it will be a round of punches each time we meet. Pietro was haunted by the memory. His sister had never prepared such inedible food. Then you might as well hit me. After all, you always resort to violence upon our encounters. I fear that if I don't hit you, that memory will fade away entirely. Both my sister and I have matured and developed our own judgments. Time will eventually lessen all pains. Until then, it is perfectly normal to vent emotions when we meet. I apologize. Speaking of this now is futile. Haven't you ceased weapon sales? Focus on your entrepreneurial pursuits. Stark felt a wave of relief wash over him. For the first time, he found value in taking a beating. By the way, how have things been at school lately? Haven't you been bullied? Ling Tian frowned at the numbers. What does this mean? Does my face bear the words, easy to bully? I have always been the one causing trouble. Anyway, I just wanted to have fun. But that school isn't bad. You know we haven't stepped into a classroom for a decade. They remained oblivious to the 2 individuals next door. Wanda tugged at Ling Tian's sleeve. Is my cooking truly that dreadful? Alas, Ling Tian sighed. Have you tasted the eggs you fried yourself? I suggest you focus on sandwiches in the future. You're lying. What about your clean plate campaign? It's a hereditary aversion to food. Consuming dark cuisine results in an automatic loss of taste. Your family has evidently lost all emotional intelligence by the time it reached your generation. Wanda turned to leave. Hey, Ling Tian muttered to her retreating figure. A woman's heart is as elusive as the depths of the sea. He opened the task panel. The rewards for the villainous gear upgrades were indeed useful, but unfortunately, his points had reset to 0. Suddenly, he sat up straight. Initially, he merely refreshed the page, as the system's task postings were entirely mood-dependent. Unexpectedly, the entire panel filled up in an instant. Main quest, defeat the Hulk. Reward, 70,000 points. Side quest 1, beat the Abomination. Reward, 60,000 points. Side quest 2, assist the Hulk in escaping. Reward, 30,000 points. Is this a joke? Either I starve or drown. Ling Tian frantically rubbed his hair. Encountering the Hulk now was akin to courting death. He needed those two brutes to fight each other first, and then he could swoop in for the finishing blow. System, locate the Hulk. Cost, 5,000 points. The mechanical voice was as cold as a steel plate frozen for a decade. You might as well just rob me. I only have 2,000 left. If there were a robbery option, do you think I wouldn't empty your account immediately? Dear host, in this world, you are my sole ATM. Oh, great system. Could you grant me a discount? You know it well. I still need 3 days to accumulate the remaining 5,000 points. Do you wish for me to reduce it further? If it could be cut down to a mere 1,000 points, that would be splendid. System, are you out of your mind? Do you believe I am malfunctioning? I am quite lucid, but you must ask yourself if nothing were amiss. Why would I find myself ensnared in this perilous realm? The system, recognizing its own shortcomings, discounts are out of the question. This is the absolute lowest price. Upon hearing the twist, Ling Tian's eyes sparkled with hope. However, I could allow you to defer payment. Consider it a debt owed to me. That shows a semblance of conscience, he mused. Not so fast. I have not yet concluded. Interest accrues at 20 per day, equating to 1,000 points. Ling Tian's temper flared. Damn it. Return my earlier sentiments. Is there no room for negotiation? It is either a lump sum payment or an installment plan with interest. Scram. I shall speak once I have saved enough. He suppressed his fury, genuinely at a loss this time. Time was of the essence. Should the Hulk incident erupt within 3 days, the mission would be utterly compromised. Yet, borrowing funds would mean that future sign-ins would merely fill the gaping hole of interest, a truly vexing dilemma. Ling Tian, I shall take my leave. No need to see me off. Tony bid farewell politely, aware he needed to consult a physician for some medication to avert potential calamity. Understood, Tony, Ling Tian responded absent-mindedly. When suddenly struck with inspiration, wait, I shall escort you. This unexpected enthusiasm made Tony immediately wary. Such sudden cordiality undoubtedly signifies a request. Do not be so blunt. Ling Tian grinned. It is merely a small favor, as effortless as breathing for you. Do not rush to acquiesce. First, enlighten me on the matter. If you cannot handle it, how could I possibly manage? Come now, you are Tony Stark. Is there anything in New York that you cannot accomplish? That statement was indeed accurate. Speak. Ling Tian chuckled inwardly, for this tactic against Tony was consistently effective. It appeared that this fellow's inherent vanity and pride were not easily altered. However, he was pleased to take the easier route, for he was disinclined to squander words. Assist me in locating an individual. Do not inquire the specifics just yet. All I know is that he may be connected to gamma rays and could have undergone some form of mutation. Why seek such a person? Stark could not resist probing further. Ah, a monk clad in yellow robes appeared in my dreams, foretelling that a green giant shall soon materialize. That individual is harmless in himself, yet he could trigger a series of catastrophic events, and I must take precautions, otherwise, I too may suffer the consequences. Ling Tian spoke earnestly, spinning a tale. Huh, do you think I would believe that? Stark scoffed, recalling the last time when Ling Tian concocted a story about a mysterious seller that left him toiling for months. Now he was weaving tales of a yellow-robed monk. Can you not speak the truth? Believe it or not. Will you assist or not? Very well, but what do I gain from this? Surely, I cannot have an old friend toil away for nothing. Next time, when Wanda invites you to dinner, I shall take your place in fending her off. Deal? Agreed. Stark replied instantaneously, evidently still haunted by the previous night's dinner. Why not seek Shield? Your relationship with Coulson is quite amiable. Their intelligence network far surpasses mine. Spare me. Pietro would leap at the chance to strike. I could hardly claim self-defense. Coulson refrains from assaulting me only because he cannot. Ling Tian rolled his eyes. Furthermore, can this matter be disclosed to Shield? They are troubled by their inability to find any incriminating evidence against me. Coulson is not as vengeful as you suggest, is he? Among those I know, he possesses the most amiable temperament. However, you do not comprehend. A genuinely good-natured individual becomes far more terrifying when pushed to the brink. Although I do not believe I have done anything wrong, he is undoubtedly harboring a desire for retribution. Ling Tian waved his hand dismissively, and speaking of gamma rays, there was a recent article in the newspaper. If it pertains to the person you're searching for, I recommend exploring the favelas in Brazil. Spare me the dramatics. Is this not akin to searching for a needle in a haystack? Come back to me only when you have a precise location. Though Ling Tian spoke in this manner, his mind was occupied with other schemes. A newspaper from a few days ago, it appears the deadline for the task is pressing. If there is no progress within 3 days, this 5,000 points will be for naught. Stark, having received the task from Ling Tian, did not head directly to his destination, but instead diverted to a hospital. Unlike Pietro, he was not audacious, nor did he possess Ling Tian's inhuman constitution. What if the food in his mouth were poisoned? The test results provided him with relief. The culinary disaster was merely atrocious, leaving him to vomit into a toilet until he felt utterly drained. Jarvis, scan all data on gamma ray mutations. If nothing is found, hack into DS database for me, Tony instructed, his fingers tapping on the holographic screen. He vividly remembered the last time the SHIELD director had barged in on him. Sir, the military previously commissioned SHIELD to decrypt secure communications, with keywords being Mr. Green and Mr. Blue. This report caused Tony's fingers to pause. According to the analysis, Mr. Green matched Ling Tian's description. Good grief. Could dream visitation truly be a reality? Tony nearly overturned his coffee cup, then shook his head vigorously. The last time, a merchant had deceived him for half a year, and now it was a monk? There are countless temples worldwide. If they intend to play me, they should at least choose someone more clever. Yet, the Brazilian coordinates flashing on the holographic map were indisputable. He whistled. Jarvis, prepare the mark armor. I will personally engage in this challenging battle. Chapter 30. Where's your conscience? 2 days later, as Ling Tian was about to expend 5,000 points to locate his target, Stark's call suddenly interrupted the communicator. Do you know whom you should thank? Without my assistance, you would be wandering aimlessly in Brazil. Hearing the unmistakable pride in Stark's voice, Ling Tian unusually refrained from retorting. After all, the save points were enough to purchase 10 sets of battle armor. Stop at the suspense. Send me the coordinates. He clenched his fists as distant thunder rumbled ominously. A military operation erupted at Corvo University, with General Ross personally leading the charge against the Hulk, creating an extraordinarily tense atmosphere. Wait, did you just say where? Corvo University? Ling Tian's voice escalated by an octave. Stark, bewildered, replied, Why are you reacting so dramatically? Have you forgotten which school Pietro attends? Damn it, Jarvis. Activate the armor immediately. If that boy is harmed, Wanda will surely skin me alive. Stark cast aside the communicator and rushed out. As a former businessman, he was acutely aware of the military's operational style. In their pursuit of a target, they cared little for the collateral damage they might inflict. Meanwhile, Ling Tian mounted his black and green motorcycle, the engine roaring with a deafening thunder as it surged forward at a speed of 580 kilometers per hour. The once concealed secret weapon has finally emerged into the light of day. After all, SHIELD has long been monitoring him. So what is there to fear? The streamlined motorcycle sliced through the air, leaving a dazzling afterimage along the highway. The astonished gasps and blaring sirens were left far behind. These troubles could be left for Stark to handle. If that fellow dares to shirk his responsibilities, he can either experience Pietro's fists or await Wanda's magical culinary hospitality. In the SHIELD headquarters, Coulson was projecting surveillance footage onto a screen. Director, this perennial recluse is suddenly fully armed and on the move. Something is definitely amiss. The one-eyed director focused intently on the location map. Stark just hacked into our system to check the Hulk and military operation intelligence. Now he and Ling Tian are heading towards Corvo University, but they have no prior dealings with the Hulk. Why the sudden urgency? Perhaps, as Coulson flipped through his tablet, it was due to this. The screen displayed Pietro's student profile, prominently indicating Corvo University Institute of Technology. Understood, sir. Ling Tian had 2 siblings besides himself, and records indicated that their family had been destroyed by Stark's weapons, a burden Stark has always carried with guilt. Get to the point, Coulson. The military is about to apprehend the Hulk. Coulson swiftly pinpointed the crux. So, it is. Director, we must act immediately. This is the perfect opportunity to gauge Ling Tian's capabilities. Coulson could hardly contain his excitement. Nick Fury remained impassive. Remain calm. This is the military's mess. But the opportunity is rare. Are you certain Ling Tian will intervene? What if Pietro isn't involved? Coulson fell silent, realizing his oversight. However, Fury tapped his fingers on the table. I have dispatched drones to gather intelligence. Do not set your hopes too high. At that moment, the military's capture operation had commenced. General Ross viewed the Hulk as a bargaining chip for promotion, and even Blonsky had willingly undergone human enhancement. In the skies, Stark accelerated his flight. The military is on the move. I'll be there in 10 minutes. You need to get Pietro to safety. Why don't you confront him yourself? That kid might smash his phone when he sees your number. It's turned off. He is usually so eager when gaming. I'll take the lead. Unbeknownst to Pietro, who was sound asleep, a sudden loud noise jolted him awake. Huh, am I dreaming? As he groggily opened his eyes, he caught sight of the green monster descending from the sky, with armed soldiers closing in. The absurdity of the scene led him to believe he was still dreaming. How could such a spectacle occur at university? Back to sleep. It was only when gunfire erupted that he fully awakened. This was no dream, but a special forces assault on the green creature. What rotten luck. Even a nap has me caught in a movie plot. He decisively pulled out his phone to record, completely disregarding Ling Tian's missed calls. Not far away, 2 other students were filming, but they kept their distance. Only Pietro approached the scene, resembling a war correspondent. When Ling Tian arrived, Pietro was less than 50 meters away from the fierce battle between Blonsky and the Hulk. Good heavens! Are you out of your mind? Ling Tian exclaimed, his heart racing with fear. Is this a place for you to be? Do you think lying low will keep you hidden? He could hardly comprehend how the usually astute young man had suddenly become so reckless. Wow, this is incredible, Pietro whispered excitedly, marveling at how a soldier was daring to confront a monster. He finally halted at what he deemed a safe distance. However, the situation took a dire turn as Blonsky faltered, and General Ross commanded him to lure the Hulk towards the sonic cannon, which happened to be on a path that intersected with Pietro's supposed safe zone. No way. Both exclaimed in unison. In a moment of desperation, Ling Tian could not afford to hesitate. He had to protect Pietro. Though he had no time to transform, he recalled that as a being of desire, he would not perish as long as his core coin remained intact. Even if severely injured, he could recuperate by generating and collecting cell coins. He dashed towards Pietro at breakneck speed, so swiftly that even Blonsky momentarily halted in his tracks. Petrified, Pietro watched as Ling Tian lunged toward him, brother-in-law. Their response was a sweeping green arm, which swung at them merely for obstructing its path. Ling Tian shielded Pietro with his body. The anticipated blow did not land. Instead, he was merely knocked back several meters. As he rose, he suddenly noticed something unusual. I'm unscathed? This defies logic. Only then did he realize, unbeknownst to him, he had transformed into the Kamen Rider Double's Cyclone Joker form. Of course, he suddenly remembered, the passive protective feature truly existed. Ling Tian's heart grew heavy. Despite being unharmed, the existence of Kamen Riders had now come under the military scrutiny, and these individuals were far more formidable than S.H.I.L.D. Those 2 students had already slipped away when the Hulk charged, but the others present could not have failed to notice this commotion. How unfortunate! After enduring for so long, he had stumbled in such a precarious situation. Brother-in-law, Pietro cautiously called out to him. Stop calling me that. You've really put me in a bind this time. Hurry and leave. Meanwhile, Coulson received orders from his superiors to make contact with Ling Tian, as it was time for him to take a stand. You know what to do. Rest assured, sir, he replied. Ling Tian had no choice in the matter. Had he known that his transformation process was being monitored by S.H.I.L.D. the entire time, he would have realized that he was not merely capsizing a small boat, but rather a massive aircraft carrier. Tony Stark hurried to the scene, only feeling relief after confirming that Pietro was unharmed. Ling Tian, you never mentioned that your suit could change colors. What's the principle behind it? Well, previously I easily suppressed you using just 1 memory unit, but this time is different. The power to activate 2 memory units simultaneously completely overwhelms you. What are you talking about? I don't understand a word. Pietro interjected. Be quiet. Because of you, I can forget about having any peace from now on. Ling Tian grumbled, massaging his temples. The once seamless plan had triggered a passive skill at the most critical moment. After lying low for so long, it all seemed wasted, all because Pietro couldn't simply remain still. Never mind. Let us get this kid out of here first. Without uttering a word, Stark swiftly lifted Pietro and soared away from the battlefield, sparing himself from the trouble his sister might cause. In the distance, sonic cannons held the Hulk in a paralyzing grip. Ling Tian, merely a spectator, felt discomfort at the scene, let alone the beleaguered doctor. Banner, who bore the brunt of it, not assisting. Upon his return, Stark noticed Ling Tian still rooted to the spot. Now is not the time. Ling Tian crossed his arms with a derisive smile, questioning whom he should aid. Should he assist the brilliant scientist in combating the military, or lend a hand to the hypocritical general confronting the victims of a tragic experiment? Stark surveyed the battlefield, the green creature struggling against the sonic waves, General Ross observing with cold detachment, and Betty Ross desperately pleading. He suddenly realized that this dilemma truly presented no correct answer. It was akin to soap opera, where intervening in any direction would be inappropriate. Better to remain a bystander and enjoy the spectacle. Stark quipped, how peculiar. Switching to battle mode, yet remaining a spectator. This isn't like you. The mere thought ignited his ire. What does it matter to me? Had it not been for that fool Pietro dragging me into this, I would have been munching seeds 800 meters away by now. Surely, you don't expect me to confront a monster with my flesh and blood? Although that had indeed been the original plan. One must admit that plans seldom survive contact with reality. Moreover, what benevolence does General Ross possess? He currently regards me as mere fodder. Should he annihilate that behemoth, my memory would be confiscated in an instant, believe it or not. Stark shrugged. Indeed, the Hulk is a product of his laboratory. Doctor, Banner's genius is hardly inferior to mine. Yet here we are, and that old man is ruthless in his approach. On the other side of the battlefield, the Hulk finally dismantled the last 2 sonic cannons. Ling Tian, shedding his transformation, urged, it's time to wrap this up. Let South retreat to your place and lay low. What is the rush? Stark suddenly pointed toward the battlefield. Look over there. Blonsky was charging towards the Hulk with a weapon in hand, seemingly provoking him. Just when one thought Pietro had reached peak foolishness, here was someone even more deranged. Did he genuinely believe he could confront the Hulk unarmed? Absolutely delusional. Stark mocked. Let us not speak too soon. I saw him perform quite impressively earlier. He might have a trick up his sleeve. As if on cue, the Hulk delivered a flying kick that sent Blonsky flying several meters, crashing into a tree and landing in a heap of blood. Forget I said anything. This fellow is truly beyond redemption, Ling Tian remarked, rolling his eyes. Let us retreat. Ling Tian pulled Stark along, sensing trouble was imminent. This time, he would need Stark to shield him. I'll do my best. No best. You owe me a favor that must be repaid. Stark scoffed thus. I merely say I'll do my best. Don't feign ignorance. Possessing that suit S technology will inevitably draw ire. I can only shield you from open attacks. You must bear the hidden ones yourself. If it comes to it, just execute your original plan and let the mixed bloods handle the situation. After a demonstration of consequence, things will be much simpler. Not wanting to resort to that unless absolutely necessary. What if it leads to a fatality? Would your conscience be at ease? Stark dramatically clutched his chest, scoffing. Can someone who devises such a nefarious scheme truly possess a conscience? Who are you putting on a show for? Ling Tian intended to rebuke him further, but the thunderous roar of armed helicopters suddenly filled the air as they launched an assault on the Hulk. However, before they could land a significant blow, they were swiftly brought down, plunging the scene into chaos. General Ross, though unharmed, found himself devoid of options, merely watching helplessly as the Hulk departed, taking his daughter along. It was a quintessential case of suffering a double loss. Before Ling Tian could express his sympathy for General Ross, the latter approached with several soldiers in tow. Tony, he has arrived. We must rely on you this time. You must hold your ground. Do not worry. Leave it to me. Dealing with him is a trivial matter. Tony Stark confidently assured. Ling Tian was pleasantly surprised by Stark's reliable demeanor in this crucial moment. Mr. Stark, or should I say Iron Man, since you are here, why not assist in capturing him? General Ross demanded aggressively. Capture whom? Bruce Banner? To send him to your lab as a test subject? General, Is it not your doing that he has become what he is today? He has retreated to the slums, yet you relentlessly pursue him. Does your conscience not ache? Oh, forgive me. I forgot that someone like you sees only power, devoid of any sense of morality. Chapter 31. Arrangements impressive. Ling Tian silently applauded Tony. Few would dare to challenge a military authority in such a manner. I shall not argue with you. Banner is military property, and discussing matters with an outsider like you is futile. General Ross shifted his tone. And who might you be? Can you explain the armor you wore while saving him? How direct? Ling Tian glanced at the soldiers surrounding them, aware that a poor answer could lead to an unwelcome invitation for further interrogation. General, my name is Ling Tian. I am a detective. The person I saved was my brother-in-law. In other words, I am his sister's husband. He gestured toward Tony. As for the armor, you must inquire with Mr. Stark. It is merely a trial suit he provided to me. To be honest, it is my first time using such equipment, and its performance was rather disappointing. It was rendered useless after a single use. You may confirm this with Tony. Indeed, that's the case. Tony chimed in. He saved me, and I gifted him a disposable suit as a token of gratitude. However, his nonchalant expression lacked persuasive power. Is that so? General Ross appeared skeptical. Yet upon noticing the absence of any armor on Ling Tian, he relented. It was implausible that the armor had simply sprouted legs and fled. After all, Detective Ling, I hope we meet again. Let us hope you have not lied. General Ross cast a meaningful glance at Ling Tian before signaling. Fall back. Huh. Ling Tian, your excuse was rather flimsy, don't you think? Will Ross believe that? Stark couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head as he watched Ross's retreating figure. He would never buy it. Ling Tian shrugged. Had that armor been in my possession, he would have acted long ago. Do you think mere words could placate him? Ling Tian clearly perceived the glint of greed in Ross's eyes. His temporary withdrawal was attributable to three factors. First, Ling Tian was not affiliated with the military, providing no justification to target an ordinary individual. Second, Tony Stark's presence instilled uncertainty in Ross. And third, there was no trace of the armor at the scene, rendering any attempt to detain Ling Tian fruitless. So he set his sights on you? Stark raised an eyebrow. Isn't that apparent? Ling Tian shrugged, noting that many sought to capture him. Yet Ross was currently consumed by thoughts of the Hulk and unlikely to attend to him in the short term. What do you plan to do? Stark suddenly grinned, suggesting, why not sell me your armor? Then your earlier fib would become reality, as all the pressure would fall upon me, and you could rest easy. Dream on, Ling Tian replied knowingly. Stark shrugged, declaring, well, it seems I have no further business here. I'll take my leave. If you find yourself in dire straits, feel free to seek me out. As he watched Iron Man soar into the sky, Ling Tian felt an unsettling sense of forgetting something important, yet he dismissed it. His sole desire at that moment was to locate Pietro and give him a stern lesson. Mr. Ling, please hold on for a moment. Just as he took a couple of steps, Coulson's voice unexpectedly called out from behind. Ling Tian turned to see him disembarking from a helicopter, striding purposefully toward him. Just escaped Ross, and now I run into S.H.I.E.L.D. What a day this is. Coulson was precisely the last person Ling Tian wished to encounter. His appearances were invariably harbingers of trouble. Agent Coulson, what brings you here again? Is there no one else available at S.H.I.E.L.D.? Ling Tian sighed, exasperated. Not at all, Coulson replied with a smile. It's simply that I am most familiar with you. Mr. Ling, let us continue our previous discussion. Again, Ling Tian rolled his eyes. I've told you countless times that I am not the person you seek. Can you please stop fixating on me? Coulson remained silent, merely offering a knowing smile that sent a chill down Ling Tian's spine. Before your arrival, several drones were overhead in this area, Coulson stated leisurely, and they happened to capture some intriguing footage. He paused, his smile widening. Thus, this time we possess undeniable evidence. You may continue to deny it, but the military is already aware of General Ross's tendencies, which are far more severe than our S.H.I.E.L.D. approach. This time, Coulson was confident. Two paths lay before Ling Tian, to choose S.H.I.E.L.D. or the military. The military's brutal methods following the Hulk incident were all too evident. Ling Tian gazed skyward, as if attempting to spot the drones, then redirected his attention to Coulson, forcing a smile. So, what is it you truly desire? Surely you didn't come all this way just to deliver the hollow admonition. Detective Ling, you're finished. Coulson was unfazed by Ling Tian's response. After numerous encounters, S-H-I-E-L-D had reached a consensus. This detective possessed an extraordinary psychological fortitude. Mr. Ling, S-H-I-E-L-D requires your involvement. Why persist in pursuing me? Is my absence truly detrimental to your operations? Indeed, it is essential. Not only Coulson, but nearly all S-H-I-E-L-D agents aware of Ling Tian shared this sentiment. The agency never lacked cutting-edge weaponry. Even if they did, acquiring it was a mere formality. However, top-tier combat prowess was a rare commodity. This scarcity is precisely why they relentlessly pursued Ling Tian and Stark. They could not rely on solutions after every incident. Moreover, regardless of efficacy, the aftermath was enough to keep S-H-I-E-L-D occupied. They could afford such formidable weapons, but not the cost of their repercussions. A formidable tool like Mr. Ling Tian should not be underestimated. How audacious it is to utter such words. Does he not fear tarnishing the reputation of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Mr. Ling Tian jested, merely speaking the truth. Moreover, with a knowing squint, Coulson remarked that no one could match his audacity. Ling Tian felt a sense of foreboding. This time, Coulson, and indeed the entirety of S.H.I.E.L.D., was resolutely intent on securing him. The military? Such thoughts were futile. The moment he stepped through the door, all his equipment would likely be confiscated, followed by an incessant barrage of health checks and blood tests. If he were anything but ordinary, there would be no negotiation regarding tissue samples. If he were a common man, the situation would be even graver. Either conscripted into service or offered a meager sum to disappear. Who would dare offend the military for him, even for a paltry few million in hush money? Yet, S.H.I.E.L.D. was equally fraught with peril. Just the presence of Nick Fury was enough, not to mention the lurking threat of Hydra. It seemed he would need to acquire some leverage. Coulson, we share a long-standing camaraderie. Discussing matters here is rather inappropriate. Why not come to my home? Let Wanda prepare a few dishes while we converse over dinner? No need for that, Coulson replied, taking a cautious step back. A prompt answer would be most favorable. Ling Tian's sudden amiability sent chills down Coulson's spine. It surely reeked of deception. Was this S.H.I.E.L.D.'s so-called sincerity? Not even a meal was offered. Ling Tian scoffed. Or do you presume to dictate my decisions? That is not my intent. Coulson gritted his teeth. Very well, to demonstrate my sincerity, I will accompany you. Coulson had not taken this dinner gathering seriously. He had grown weary of the age-old tricks of drinking and probing for information. However, this time, he had grossly underestimated his opponent. I shall return to prepare. I expect you tonight. Be punctual. As Ling Tian walked away, he dialed Wanda. Prepare 3 hearty dishes to entertain Coulson. Just as he hung up, he was intercepted by a traffic officer at the school gate for speeding, violating regulations, and causing congestion. No wonder he felt he had forgotten something. He glanced at his motorcycle, acknowledging the trouble his speed had caused. He would have to let Tony deal with this. He still needed to manage S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony, my bike has been impounded. You have a vehicle? Iron Man's incredulous voice echoed from above. Would I arrive on a broom? I did indeed fly here. What about the license plate? Where does a motorcycle even have a plate? Is it really necessary to impound a vehicle for exceeding the speed limit? It was for a rescue. Do you think those supercars in my lab are mere toys? Ling Tian tossed that remark like a gauntlet. Tony's tone shifted instantly. Help me reclaim it. Can I borrow it for a couple of days? Such audacity. That evening, Wanda invited Coulson to dinner. No, I'll have your car returned. No more research. Does a genius need to replicate another toys? Wait a moment. Did I just hear that Wanda intends to invite Coulson for dinner? How terrifying. Is she not afraid of serving a meal that could be lethal? Stark recalled the lingering unease from the last meal, which had been more harrowing than the attacks faced in Afghanistan. This is a test for them. The more Coulson eats tonight, the more sincere he will appear, and I can feel more at ease about our collaboration. Collaboration? Not merely joining? It seems you have a plan, but poor Coulson is in for a rough time. Who knows? Upon his unexpected return to S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson felt a sudden twitch in his eyelids and a chill running down his spine. Was he merely overwhelmed with excitement, perhaps hallucinating? He decided it best to report to the director. With eagerness, he knocked on the director's office door, but Nick Fury, after listening, furrowed his brow. This matter is not so simple. I sense a conspiracy brewing. Director, this opportunity is unparalleled. I am confident I can persuade him to join us. H-I-L-D. Not so fast, the director replied, stroking his chin. Although he couldn't fathom the tricks the individual might employ, his instincts warned him that something was amiss. Coulson's heart sank. The director's intuition had never led them astray. It was this very sharpness that had solidified S-H-I-E-L-D's foundation in the past. Perhaps you should take the lead yourself. It would demonstrate sincerity and serve as a deterrent. Nick Fury's lips twitched. Excellent idea. Alas, I have a meeting tonight. You will be equipped with a communicator. I doubt he will cause much trouble. Not quite. The director thought to himself. Such a perilous dinner should be left to subordinates. It would be an excellent opportunity to train the newcomers. As the city lights illuminated the evening, Coulson stood before Ling Tian's door. His previously light-hearted mood now fraught with anxiety due to the director's words. Mr. Coulson, I have been expecting you. Very well. I shall comply with your request. Ah, what a surprise. Is it just you? What is siblings? Quicksilver has gone to school. As for Wanda, I intentionally sent her away. It is best she knows as little as possible about certain matters, you understand? However, I had her prepare a few Chinese dishes for you. As a token of gratitude for S-H-I-E-L-D's special care. Ling Tian grinned, gesturing toward the dining table where 4 oddly presented dishes lay in silence. As Coulson approached the table, the pungent odor already sent his stomach into a tumult. When he finally discerned the charred dishes, he could not help but admire his own formidable endurance. Mr. Ling, Coulson said, maintaining his composure through a deep breath, let us first discuss your potential membership in S-H-I-E-L-D. What? Agent Coulson looks down upon a homely meal. It seems S-H-I-E-L-D's sincerity is indeed questionable. The concern lies with your ability to stomach these dishes. If you can, I will indulge. Otherwise, I have reason to believe this is a jest. Agreed. Ling Tian's response made Coulson instantly regret his decision. What if this individual had an unusual palate? Before Coulson could retract his words, Ling Tian had already scooped up a plate of the inky food and began to devour it. Delicious. Don't just stand there, Agent Coulson. Even Tony Stark has praised Wanda's culinary skills. Skeptical, Coulson picked up a piece of broccoli that was barely recognizable. The moment it touched his tongue, it felt as though he'd been struck by lightning, his stomach churning violently. This was truly the most brutal form of torture. And how does it taste? Wanda spent all afternoon preparing it. To be frank, it is utterly unpalatable to me. That is of no consequence. We shall converse further after you finish. Those who break agreements are not to be trusted. Wouldn't you agree, Agent Coulson? As he gazed upon Ling Tian's devilish grin, despair began to wash over Coulson. May I make a phone call? Of course, but please be swift. It would be a pity for it to grow cold. Will it taste worse when it's cold? Coulson silently raged. Director, what do I do now? Bitter wine brewed by oneself must be consumed by oneself. The reputation of S-H-I-E-L-D surpasses all else. Take care. Damn it. When have we ever cared about reputation? Coulson cursed internally with fervor. Very well, Director, I understand. Could we arrange for an ambulance equipped with a medical team to come over? I may need some recuperation in the coming days. That can be arranged. Chapter 32, Hulk. Mr. Ling Tian S-H-I-E-L-D stands by its word. Coulson, with a resolute determination akin to one facing death, trembled as he lifted the tray. He shut his eyes tightly to suppress his physiological response, contorting his face as he forced the food down, the agony rivaling that of a zombie transformation. In contrast, Stark's earlier demeanor seemed almost graceful. Agent Coulson, your spirit of sacrifice is indeed moving. Although Stark has undergone a similar ordeal, he falls slightly short in terms of righteousness. Now, let us delve into the matter at hand. The agent managed a stiff smile, then suddenly clutched his abdomen. May I be so bold as to inquire about the restroom's location? This request was rather impolite. But when Coulson returned to the living room half an hour later, Ling Tian was marveling at the exceptional resilience of his physique. The other party had regained his professional demeanor, holding a document with a smile. Thank you for your patience. This is the entry agreement, with key clauses marked with asterisks. Any objections can be negotiated for amendments. Regular attendance, reasonable. Participation in operations, expected. The technology sharing clause? Ling Tian tapped the paper lightly with his fingertip. Indeed, the terms were more favorable than those of the military. Yet fundamentally, they were all aiming for this. He opened his briefcase, revealing 6 memory units glimmering with a cold light. Gaia memory units, power amplifiers. Ling Tian closed the case under Coulson's intense gaze, stating that what you have offered is already the most lenient of terms. Yet he was scrolling through Stark Industries on his phone, aware that the buyers extended beyond just the two of them. Mr. Ling Tian, what do you mean by this? Coulson's face displayed confusion. While Nick Fury had already grasped the implication, it was clearly a case of the highest bidder wins. Is the meaning still unclear? You have certainly invested considerable effort for these items. Fortunately, I am merely a civilian with nothing of value to contend over. Thus, I can depart unscathed, correct? Selling to Stark could easily yield hundreds of millions of dollars, allowing for a life of leisure. Gifting to General Ross could secure a civilian post at the rank of colonel, perhaps even a handsome bonus, but handing it over to HLD. It feels akin to working as a farmhand, with the only privilege being that the tools might still belong to oneself. If you were in my position, what choice would you make? Ling Tian glanced at his watch, offering you 10 minutes to discuss. No rush. I shall wait. Observing his self-assured demeanor, Coulson realized that the so-called authority was merely a farce. Director, you heard that, right? Damn it. We stumbled again, Nick Fury thought bitterly. He had anticipated Ling Tian would cling to the armor as fiercely as Stark. He was taken aback when the other party openly laid the options on the table, clearly aiming to drive the price up. Sir, are you suggesting? Still not understanding? He is reluctant to easily part with the armor. Yet he is not at a point of desperation. He feels our offer is too low and seeks to up the ante. Nick Fury suddenly chuckled coldly, nearly intimidating Stark. Stark could offer money, and Ross could provide status, but our SHLD, he hesitated for a moment, was indeed a bit shabby. Coulson, I will speak with him, he declared. What about the high-level meeting? Let's deal with him first. Moments later, Coulson entered Detective Ling Tian. The director wishes to speak with you personally. It was about time. Ling Tian smirked. Dealing with Nick Fury? It sufficed to make him feel out of control. Mr. Detective, the one-eyed man sat down straightforwardly. You are the most troublesome character I have ever encountered. State your terms, no beating around the bush. How can I impose? Ling Tian replied. Coulson, look at your director. He grasped the essence immediately. You ought to learn from him. Coulson smiled in silence. First, I refuse to join SHILD. I am only interested in collaboration and have no desire to serve the powerful. Second, every commission must be compensated, and it depends on my mood. For instance, regarding the pursuit of the Hulk, I consider Dr. Banner innocent and will not participate. Third, my armor's ownership is inviolable unless I choose to transfer it. Those are my current terms. Deal. The bald-headed man readily tapped the table. SHIELD will publicly ensure the safety of your Gaia memory unit. However, his single eye glinted. You must also show some goodwill in advance. That crafty old fox must have ulterior motives. Ling Tian exchanged a knowing glance with Coulson. Let us hear it. What if it turns out to be a losing deal? Convincing Dr. Banner to join SHILD on equal terms is merely a matter of implementing surveillance on him. After all, the tenant within him is rather restless. You truly have no scruples. Ling Tian retorted sarcastically, though inwardly he was overjoyed. The 3 major tasks were thus resolved with legitimacy. Top-notch scientific minds and combat capabilities have always been scarce resources. All right, but his personal willingness is paramount. Pleasure collaborating. After the negotiations concluded, Ling Tian whistled while toying with the memory unit. It went far smoother than expected. He had initially prepared for the worst. If Nick Fury allied with the military to exert pressure, he would have no choice but to temporarily align with Stark for some breathing room. Unexpectedly, the director's obsession with control became the breakthrough. Aligning with SHIELD has its pros and cons. The masked rider could henceforth operate openly, though subsequent troubles were likely inevitable. Now, he merely needed to wait for the Hulk to appear for a grand debut. If a direct confrontation lacked chances of success, he would adhere to the original plan of waiting for mutual destruction. At worst, they could first unite to tackle the abomination, and the confrontation with the Hulk could wait for another day. After all, the system only required defeating the Hulk without any stipulated time limit. As for Dr. Banner, Adjusting his non-existent glasses, he was a high-quality ally and genius scientist who could provide long-term points. One must admit that SHIELD's actions were indeed swift. Within 48 hours, Ling Tian received decrypted documents from the logistics department forwarded by Coulson. The intelligence indicated that Dr. Banner would secretly meet with a certain Mr. Blue, Samuel Stern, at Greyburn Academy. You want me to wait for an opportunity? Ling Tian could hardly contain his laughter and frustration. It is evident that this was an enticement for him to provoke a hornet's nest. How could the military possibly remain passive while a target is taken away? Who would bear the responsibility for the ensuing conflict? Despite his mounting frustration, Ling Tian set forth. He was well-versed in the art of passive resistance. Agent Ling Tian, the mission has been aborted. The communicator suddenly crackled to life. The military had arrived ahead of schedule, and the risk of extricating the target from their grasp was excessively perilous. Acknowledged. Ling Tian impatiently severed the communication, yet proceeded to the scene. He intended merely to observe, ensuring he would not interfere with the military's operations. As night descended, Ling Tian finally arrived. He fortuitously witnessed Banner being led away, bound and gagged, seemingly destined for a clandestine laboratory. Would abducting the individual and rendering him unconscious suffice to fulfill the mission? The thought flickered through Ling Tian's mind. However, reason swiftly prevailed. Attempting to seize a person under the military's watchful gaze would likely lead to repercussions even the SHIELD could not mitigate. Although he was confident in his ability to escape, the prospect of being globally pursued for a mere few thousand points seemed trivial by comparison. Just as Ling Tian prepared to retreat, his keen professional instincts alerted him to an anomaly. The notorious Blonsky, known as the Abomination, and a female companion were conspicuously absent. Goodness, could he inadvertently stumble upon a secret while merely observing? Silently, Ling Tian crept to the exterior of a room, employing his professional detective acumen to ensure he remained undetected. Inside, an astonishing scene unfolded. Blonsky had incapacitated the woman and was now coercing Dr. Stern at gunpoint. Through their dialogue, Ling Tian finally gleaned the situation. The soldier was yearning to surpass the Hulk's power and was pressuring the scientist for human enhancement. Thus, the Abomination was born. Ling Tian realized the implications, but had no intention of intervening. The mission was explicitly stated to defeat the Abomination. Should he act now, not only would he forfeit points, but he could also inadvertently exacerbate the situation. What a bother. He helplessly rubbed his temples, deciding it would be wiser to wait for the Abomination to fully manifest before addressing the matter. This would ensure a definitive resolution. With this thought, Ling Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. In the dead of night, wouldn't it be better to return home for some much-needed rest? Why entangle himself in this turmoil? Following the original plan to reap the rewards later was indeed the sagacious course. Shortly after his departure, the Abomination was unleashed. The building reverberated with a deafening roar, intermingled with manic laughter, sending chills down the spine. As Ling Tian lay in bed, the Abomination rampaged unchecked, relishing the power it wielded while unleashing its inner fury, having truly morphed into a monster. Within the SHIELD headquarters, Coulson hurriedly reported the dire state of the streets to the director. However, upon entering the office, he found his superior calmly seated, the large electronic screen before him displaying the scenes of the Abomination wreaking havoc on the streets. Great! What a wasted trip, Coulson muttered under his breath. Agent Coulson, you've arrived, albeit later than anticipated. Do not feel guilty. No speed can outpace a satellite, the director remarked. Director, shouldn't we take action? Coulson inquired. Action? What kind of action? Firstly, this is a mess created by the military, and it is not our concern. Secondly, by the time our forces are assembled, the military will have already deployed a substantial number of troops. Thirdly, as I previously mentioned, our agents have perished in vain. Director, should we first reach out to Tony Stark or the Ling Tian Detective Agency? I attempted to make contact as soon as I saw the live broadcast, but to no avail. Now we can only hope that the military can temporarily hold him at bay. The plan to assemble the Avengers must be expedited. Otherwise, we will be utterly incapable of confronting such a formidable adversary. Meanwhile, General Ross is escorting Banner, received reports from his soldiers stating that the Hulk had made an appearance on the streets. General Ross looked at Banner in disbelief. Impossible. Remain calm, soldier. He then recalled another test subject, Blonsky, who was not present at the moment. Report your location and transmit the scene back. Yes. Location, 121st Street, moving north. Subsequently, General Ross was astonished by the video he saw. While it was not the Green Giant, it was strikingly similar. The devastation caused by the Hulk could be contained, but the chaos wrought by this foul-colored monstrosity was truly terrifying. This was entirely his responsibility. Even as a general, he might not escape the judgment of a military tribunal. Your experimental creation? Banner, seeing the video, anxiously inquired. My God, what have you done? Betty exclaimed nearby. Faced with their inquiries, General Ross fell into silence. He had no defense, and it could be said that the creature in the video was indeed a product of his own making. Mobilize all forces to the Harlem area, Ross commanded. As the individual who had encountered the Hulk most frequently, aside from Banner, no one understood its destructive capability better than Ross. Gathering all available strength might provide a glimmer of hope to subdue him. Let me handle it. Only I can do this now. Dr. Banner volunteered, preparing to summon the Hulk to confront the abomination. However, his lover Betty immediately opposed him, as Dr. Stern had just conducted a suppression experiment on him. At this moment, the Hulk could not separate from Banner's body, meaning he could not complete the transformation, and safety could not be guaranteed. General Ross also voiced his objections, concerned about the possibility of losing control. One monster was already challenging enough. Adding another might spell the end of his military career. Ultimately, Banner convinced both of them. He chose to leap from the aircraft, using this method to force the Hulk to emerge. With a resounding crash, the Green Giant landed with a thud, and his furious roar immediately attracted the Abomination's attention. Hulk! The Abomination casually discarded the hostage he held and charged towards him. The Hulk, equally unyielding, stepped forward to meet the challenge. Perhaps due to the experiment having weakened his strength, the Hulk found himself at a disadvantage during the clash. After being struck by the Abomination and sent flying hundreds of meters, he crashed into several cars. As the Hulk struggled to rise, he caught sight of the Abomination taunting him. This ignited his fury completely. He turned and tore a nearby car in half, using the metal shards as weapons to charge once more. Chapter 33. Where's Dr. Banner? Having finally gained the upper hand, he pinned the Abomination to the ground, raining punches upon him like a torrential downpour. Is this all you've got? The subdued Abomination suddenly mocked. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he violently kicked the Hulk away, crashing through the exterior wall of a building 100 meters away. The scene feels eerily familiar, albeit with the roles reversed. Once, it was Blonsky who was sent flying by the Hulk, left in a state of uncertainty. Now, it is the Abomination who propels the Hulk into the air, fully aware that the green behemoth would not fall easily. He charges towards the breach in the building, poised to deliver a lethal blow. Request air support. Ross commands the soldiers beside him. Support for whom? They inquire. Of course, for the green one. As the Abomination approaches the gap, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupts from behind. Ross, the Abomination bellows, fully cognizant of his former superior's intentions to reap the rewards once they have both inflicted damage upon one another. Although the pain he feels may not be truly injurious, it is nevertheless real. The Abomination resolves to neutralize the helicopter first, deftly dodging the rain of bullets while seeking an opportunity to retaliate. However, he fails to notice that his path leads directly to Ling Tian's detective agency, where Ling Tian is currently in a deep slumber. What in the world? Can't a person get any rest in the middle of the night? Ling Tian awakens with a start from the gunfire, groggily glancing at his phone to see missed calls, seemingly urging him to confront the military's experimental subject. Upon deciphering the messages, he snaps to attention. The Abomination? Already? What an uncanny coincidence. Ling Tian inspects the time of the initial call and confirms the remarkable serendipity. He had barely vacated the premises before the Abomination made its appearance. That was close. He almost lost several thousand points. Relieved, he hastily dons his gear, readying himself for action. As he pushes open the door, his pupils dilate in shock. An armed helicopter, suspended with two colossal creatures, is descending rapidly. Could it be this fortuitous? He mutters in disbelief. Wait. Stop. Don't come this way. Suddenly realizing the helicopter is veering towards his home, panic sets in. although it is not directly aimed at his residence. The proximity is sufficient to transform the area into a perilous zone. With a thunderous roar, his worst fears are realized. Observing the precarious state of the door and walls, Ling Tian understands that a mere nudge could bring the entire structure crashing down. This is utterly outrageous. Why must such an unprovoked disaster befall me? Ling Tian clenches his fists in anger. Meanwhile, in the SHIELD command room, Nick Fury watches the unfolding events through surveillance. Sen calls him to the site to recover samples. He exhales with relief, having initially feared Ling Tian might respond passively. But the situation has now escalated beyond his control. With the conflict at his doorstep, he cannot believe Ling Tian would remain a bystander. You've gone too far. Ling Tian's cold voice suddenly interjects into the fray. The Hulk, having just risen from the rubble, stands in confrontation with the abomination aboard the aircraft. Blonsky recalls this voice with some familiarity. Little bug? He scoffs, casting a disdainful glance towards its source. Perhaps, Ling Tian replies calmly, retrieving his ace memory device and inserting it into the driver at his waist. But can you truly withstand the fury of a little bug? In an instant, a suit of deep purple and black knight armor envelopes him, marking Ling Tian's first public transformation. Is this costume all you've got? The abomination sneers, always contemptuous of those who derive strength from external sources. But what if it proves effective? First address the Hulk, then I will deal with you. The abomination disdainfully turned away. Before Ling Tian could utter a word, the two monstrous entities were once again poised for confrontation, an intense atmosphere enveloping them. Have I been utterly disregarded? Ling Tian swiftly positioned himself in front of the Hulk, facing the oncoming abomination with an unwavering demeanor, ready for direct combat. Boom! The thunderous clash of fists resonated as both Ling Tian and the abomination recoiled several steps, though it was evident that Ling Tian was at a slight disadvantage. I've changed my mind. Let us first deal with you, this bothersome insect. The abomination's cold gaze fixated on Ling Tian. The previous contempt now replaced with a grim seriousness. Ling Tian was taken aback, having anticipated at least a level playing field, only to find the opponent as strength exceeding his expectations. Listen here, big guy. Ling Tian suddenly turned to the Hulk, declaring, even though you've destroyed my home, I know it wasn't intentional. Now, go save the people. We can settle this score another day. Surprisingly, the irritable Hulk heeded the suggestion, charging towards the wreckage of the plane without hesitation. It seems that Betty holds significant importance in his heart. How intriguing. You haven't even tried to stop him. Ling Tian raised an eyebrow at the motionless abomination. You cannot escape. The abomination grinned maliciously, but before that, enjoying you as an appetizer wouldn't be bad either. You think of me as a meal? Unbeknownst to him, Ling Tian's belt had transformed into a dual-drive mechanism, with a newly added memory slot gleaming ominously. Allow me to showcase the prowess of this insect. As he spoke, Ling Tian deliberately scrutinized the abomination. By the way, has anyone ever mentioned that you have an exceptionally hideous appearance? Compared to that green fellow in purple shorts, I find him far more endearing. At least he wouldn't frighten small children. What do you think? I will tear your mouth apart. The abomination roared in fury. Doctor, Stern had warned that appearances could change, but at that time, he was solely focused on obtaining power. Now, faced with such humiliation, his rage intensified. Do not rush. Ling Tian calmly retrieved the Gale memory. As the crisp electronic sound signaled its insertion into the drive, his form instantly transformed. With a division down the center, half of him radiated a vibrant green, while the other half shimmered a deep purple, seamlessly merging. In an instant, a fierce gale erupted, forcibly pushing the charging abomination back several steps. Damn insect! The abomination bellowed amidst the tempest. The Gale memory, as its name suggests, harnesses the power of the storm. Transforming into this state and conjuring a whirlwind is merely a commonplace feat. The true spectacle has only just begun. The real contest is now unfolding. The masterful combination of ace combat techniques and the power of the Gale gave Ling Tian a clear advantage. However, the abomination was not to be underestimated. Such dominance alone was insufficient to secure victory. Damn it, that kid is actually managing to overpower the abomination. General Ross, emerging from the wreckage of the helicopter, widened his eyes in disbelief. Dr. Banner had returned to his human form. and he keenly perceived the calculating glint in Ross's eyes. I advise you not to entertain any notions about him, though the reason remains unclear. The Hulk has conveyed a warning to me that he is not exerting his full strength. Even in his human form, the Hulk sensed an overwhelming aura of peril. The scientist, often referred to as the Green Giant, possessed an astute understanding of his father-in-law's intentions, which merely revolved around seizing the formidable armor of Ling Tian to present it to the military for research, thereby seizing an opportunity to redeem himself for past transgressions. However, observing the gleam of determination in Ross's eyes, Banner realized that his warnings would inevitably fall on deaf ears. Should Ling Tian overhear their conversation, he would undoubtedly commend Hulk's instinctual prowess, which had been surprisingly perceptive, although they may not currently have the upper hand against Hulk. Once the 9 core coins were gathered and evolution completed, overpowering the Green Giant would become a trivial endeavor. The unusual human, Ross, contemplatively stroked his chin. Banner caught a glimpse of the glimmering ambition in his father-in-law's eyes and understood that this obstinate man had already conceived dubious intentions. He silently mourned for Ross, who was not like himself, passively evading conflict, but rather one who would seek vengeance with fervor. What would transpire then was likely beyond even Hulk's capacity to prevent. In the command center of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury narrowed his single eye. Coulson, we must reassess Ling Tian's threat level. That belt is merely an energy conversion device. The true source of power lies within the memory cores. Sir, during his previous visit, he showcased 6 memory cores. 6? Fury scoffed. Our newly appointed consultant will not reveal his trump cards so easily. Continue to observe. Time will unveil more. As long as we maintain a cordial relationship, is that all he is capable of? Quite disappointing. Ling Tian's taunt resonated sharply amidst the smoke. A furious roar shattered the ground. "Ant, you seek your demise." The already disadvantaged creature succumbed to a complete frenzy, driven mad by the humiliation of being underestimated. Ling Tian bent down to grasp a chain from the ground and flung it violently towards his adversary. The opponent scrambled to evade, clearly unprepared for such an abrupt assault. Faced with an opponent of considerable girth, Ling Tian dared not absorb the attack directly, instead opting for agile maneuvers to evade. The battle once again shifted. The colossal beast cackled maniacally as it brandished the iron chain, its onslaught growing increasingly fierce. Do you truly believe I lack means to retaliate? Ling Tian deftly switched the memory core at his waist while evading and maneuvering. In an instant, his upper armor transformed to a silvery gray, and a long silver rod extended from his back. Utilizing the momentum of the wind, he deflected the incoming iron chain and seized the opportunity to advance. This battle had already lingered far too long. It was imperative to conclude it swiftly. Sensing an imminent threat, the creature instinctively recoiled a step, only to be consumed by rage at the realization that it was being forced back by this seemingly insignificant opponent. Yet, it could do little to halt Ling Tian's advance, hindered not only by the chain's recoil, but also by the howling winds that confined its movement. In the blink of an eye, Ling Tian had closed the distance. He once more changed the memory core. The silver-gray armor morphed into a deep blue, and his weapon transformed into a blue firearm. Farewell. Dozens of rounds poured forth from a muzzle, all striking the same vulnerable point with precision. Such a barrage of firepower rendered escape impossible for anyone. From a distance, Ross observed the green energy projectiles piercing through the creature. No matter how potent its regenerative abilities, such an assault was sufficient to incapacitate it. "Betsy, I must take my leave," Banner declared upon witnessing the outcome of the battle. "Hulk is military property," Ross retorted sharply. "Do you wish to create another monster? Is today's lesson not ample?" Banner smirked coldly, advising you to first consider how to preserve your position. He embraced Betty and, with a final reminder, urged her not to provoke that individual, for he was not as amenable as himself. With that, Banner departed swiftly, fearing further complications. Ross watched him leave, not from a lack of will to intervene, but from a sense of helplessness. The grizzled general, unable to handle even Banner, could hardly face Hulk. At that moment, inciting Hulk's fury could cost him his life with a mere gesture. Surveying the surroundings, apart from his daughter Betty, there was not a single soldier to be found. Such a predicament could not be better described than as being at the mercy of others. The abomination staggered back a few steps before crashing to the ground. To meet his end at the hands of a firearm was an inconceivable humiliation for this creature, who pursued ultimate power. On his ashen face lingered a profound resentment, and even with his eyes tightly shut, one could discern the words to die with hatred. "Let us see if you truly perish." Ling Tian exhaled deeply. If this were not sufficient to kill the abomination, he would have no choice but to resort to the Fang Memory device. However, considering the consequences of a direct clash between two monsters, his modest abode would surely be reduced to ruins. Finally, it was accomplished. Ling Tian rubbed his sore arms and muttered to himself. This had undoubtedly been his most arduous battle. In the past, a single memory device sufficed. But this time he was compelled to reveal two trump cards. It seemed the world was becoming increasingly tumultuous, necessitating an early preparation for retreat. Wait, where's Dr. Banner? Ling Tian suddenly slapped his forehead. Hadn't they agreed to invite him to SHILD? If he ran off, did that not imply, sure enough? The system panel displayed that both side quests had been completed and 90,000 points had successfully been credited. Listening to the crisp notification of points being added, Ling Tian's smile nearly reached his ears. System, check current points. Current points, 195,000. Why has it increased by 100,000? Ling Tian stared at the abomination, suddenly enlightened. Could it be Chapter 34, Exhausting Points? Ding. The host has defeated the abomination and received a justice reward of 100,000 points. The system confirmed with a cheerful tone. 100,000. Ling Tian's blood pressure surged. Abomination, please hold on. Even if you wake up, let me kill you again. He dashed toward the abomination, disregarding its repulsive, sickly yellow visage, and swung his hand toward its face. The sharp slaps echoed, causing the onlookers to turn away in discomfort. What kind of grotesque scene was this? Cough. The abomination was indeed stirred awake. With its abnormal healing ability, it barely opened its eyes, and anyone could tell this was a fleeting moment of consciousness before death. Finally awake, thank heaven. Ling Tian's eyes sparkled with joy. All his efforts over the past days had not been in vain. 50,000 points were finally within reach. He acted decisively, raising his rifle to the abomination's head, inserting the Gale memory device, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. With the sound of ringing out, a series of emerald green miniature tornadoes were unleashed, instantly shattering the abomination's head into smithereens. This time, it was undoubtedly dead for good. The wretched creature, consumed by hatred, could hardly fathom the cruel irony. If the intention was to save me, why then must I face death? This is a torment far more savage than simply being slain. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, utterly dumbfounded by the scene before them. Ross wiped the cold sweat from his brow, initially believing that Ling Tian sought to curry favor with the military, given that the value of the subject far exceeded expectations. Moreover, the abomination was a mature specimen, potentially capable of mass production unlike the Hulk, whose transformation necessitated specific conditions and was a classic case of dual personality. Who could have anticipated that just as Ling Tian had pulled the abomination back from the brink of death, he would then so callously cast it back into the abyss? This was a cruelty surpassing the desecration of a corpse. At least the latter does not subject one to the experience of dying twice. Clearly, any plans to acquire the armor would require careful deliberation. However, submitting the autopsy report of the abomination might serve as a means of atonement. Agent Coulson, are you there? Nick Fury, who had witnessed the entire ordeal, dialed in with urgent instructions. Director, please proceed. When recovering the abomination, be cautious not to offend Ling Tian. The military stance is inconsequential, but Ling Tian's psychological evaluation needs to be redone. He may not be as benign as he appears. Nick Fury's concerns were well-founded. The initial evaluation report indicated that he was a harmless collaborator, primarily based on Ling Tian's never having misused his powers. Yet, a person capable of such heinous acts raises alarm. Understood. Coulson replied promptly, albeit filled with questions. Remember, Agent Coulson, Ling Tian first revived the abomination, only to deliver a final blow. This is not mere combat behavior. Yes, I comprehend, Director. Coulson finally grasped the gravity of the situation. A person capable of such perverse actions likely masqueraded behind a facade of gentleness, having deceived everyone around him. Any misstep could provoke a catastrophic crisis. Proceed with caution. At this moment, Ling Tian paid no heed to the opinions of those around him. Had the abomination not been on the brink of death, he would have sought to extract further benefits from the situation, collecting as much as possible. Ling Tian relaxed his combat stance, confirming that no threats remained in his vicinity. General Ross, as you stated, we meet again so soon. Ling Tian gestured toward the office's sign. This is my domain. You must now believe I spoke the truth. The seasoned Ross maintained a composed demeanor. Indeed. So what is your request? Take a look at this building. Ling Tian indicated the damaged walls. Once a refuge for the detective and his siblings, now ravaged by two monsters. I risked my life to eliminate that tyrant as a guardian. I seek no accolades or recognition. I merely wish for the most basic restitution for the damages incurred. Can this place be restored to its former glory before dawn? Ross's lips twitched. Of course. He suppressed his anger, reflecting on how this individual could have simply demanded repair fees, yet chose to frame his request so grandiosely. What troubled him further was the armor capable of defeating the abomination. Such weaponry rightfully belonged to the military, rendering Tony Stark's suit insignificant by comparison. However, recalling Ling Tian's ruthless methods in dealing with the abomination, he decided to temporarily quell his impulse for forceful acquisition. The general swiftly dialed the unit's number, arranging for personnel to retrieve the abominable remnants. At this moment, Ling Tian remained oblivious to the fact that this savior was scheming to seize his armor. Had he been aware of Ross's intentions, he would have surely smirked inwardly. It was not out of fear or timidity. Rather, before acquiring absolute power over time and space, he chose to maintain a distance from the powerful. However, should the adversary overstep, he would ensure they paid a grievous price. Before Ling Tian could set off, Coulson led a small team of over 10 from the truck, their objective aimed squarely at the abominable remnants. This invaluable research specimen had evidently captured the attention of SHIELD Halt. General Ross barked. The abomination was the fruit of his painstaking labor. How could he relinquish it so easily? If this matter spiraled out of control, his military career could very well come to an end. I am Agent Phil Coulson of SHIELD. Level 7. The impeccably dressed agent revealed his credentials, stating that he had come to reclaim the target under the director's orders. Facing the general's piercing glare, he showed no intention of retreating. Reclaim? You lack the authority. Ross's chest heaved with indignation. Coulson countered. Your endeavors have resulted in the destruction of 3 city blocks, leading to the loss of 42 lives, with direct economic damages exceeding $200 million. If not for SHIELD, you would now be facing a military tribunal rather than a mere salary reduction. Ross suddenly fixed his gaze on Ling Tian. Is he one of yours? Indeed, Coulson replied with a smile. This was meant to be a flawless transaction. SHIELD, offering a favor in exchange for the military returning the remnants. The general's knuckles whitened with tension. The entire super soldier program hinged on this. He could not afford to yield. General, do not misunderstand. Ling Tian interjected suddenly. My collaboration with SHIELD is merely temporary. Coulson's smile froze, while Ross's eyes gleamed with predatory insight. He quickly grasped the pivotal realization. The technology capable of defeating the abomination was far more valuable than the uncontrollable biological specimen. Ling Tian smirked. Should he be branded as a SHIELD asset, all accolades would accrue to Fury. Yet, if the military obtained the abomination, those lunatics would undoubtedly escalate their efforts. Now, Ross's attention had entirely shifted to the battle armor, legendary equipment that could not be mass-produced. For the military, a single specimen would suffice. Compared to the elusive super soldier, an army of armored steel was the true pathway to advancement. The red light flickered on Coulson's glasses as he observed the two scheming individuals, silently activating his communicator. Double the trouble? No, this was a meticulously crafted predicament. The roles of prey and predator were always determined by the architect of the trap. Agent Coulson, I neglected to inform you that I have just dispatched a special forces unit to escort the remains of the abomination, General Ross remarked with a knowing smile, placing particular emphasis on the word escort. Coulson opened his mouth to speak, but was abruptly interrupted. I appreciate SHIELD's assistance, but business is business. I shall repay this favor at a later date. Ross adjusted his military collar, asserting that the abomination was a super soldier sample acquired through substantial military investment, its strategic value requiring no further elaboration. Thus, I shall not yield an inch. The sound of fingertips tapping on the table resonated through the communicator, and Coulson understood that the director was present at the scene. After a brief silence, he tentatively remarked, "I need to consult Director Fury." "No need for consultation." Ross suddenly raised his voice. "This is a military asset registered with the Pentagon. If Nick Fury truly intends to intervene, let him personally approach the Joint Chiefs. As long as they sign off, I will gladly hand it over." Fury, seated before the surveillance screen, slammed his coffee cup against the control panel. His meticulously crafted plan had been flawless. It would provide SHIELD with samples while leveraging Ross to pressure Ling Tian into submission. Now, all of it had been thwarted by that armored young man's casual declaration of identity. Even more frustrating was the fact that the other party had predicted all his calculations. "Find a way to delay them. We absolutely cannot let the helicopter depart." Fury's furious shout reverberated painfully in Coulson's ears. "Damn it." The young agent raised his gaze to meet Ross's triumphant expression, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. At that moment, Ling Tian strolled into the room, stretching lazily. "You all continue. I'll take a nap first. By the way, General," he pointed to the collapsed courtyard wall, "can it be repaired before dawn?" Ross pressed his earpiece to issue orders, turning back with a standard military smile. "I assure you, in the name of the 101st Airborne Division, there will be no discrepancies when you wake." "Thank you, General," Ling Tian replied. Ross was acutely aware that Ling Tian was not truly affiliated with SHIELD, prompting him to be exceedingly courteous. Setting aside other considerations, there remained the potential to draw him into the military's fold. Once Ling Tian departed, only Coulson and Ross remained. In stark contrast to Ross's smug demeanor, Coulson's expression was grim. It was hardly surprising. He had initially hoped to leverage this favor to persuade the other party to abandon their pursuit of the abomination. To this end, SHIELD had expended considerable resources to quell the chaos instigated by the abomination. Yet, Ling Tian had effortlessly appropriated the credit for the abomination's actions, rendering SHIELD's efforts appear as though they were merely there to clean up Ross's mess. At that moment, Coulson lacked even the courage to meet Ross's gaze. To these agents, he felt like a mere clown seeking attention. He could only wish that the director would act more swiftly. Otherwise, once Ross's forces arrived, SHIELD would be entirely out of the picture. Nick Fury, true to his role as director, was currently navigating discussions with several high-ranking military officials, even managing to summon a few retired generals. However, despite his eloquence, they remained steadfast in their refusal to yield. Ultimately, it was former director Alexander Pierce who intervened personally. Out of respect for him, and considering the substantial price SHIELD had paid, the military reluctantly agreed to allow their participation in the research, but with the stipulation that the military would retain primary control. In the end, SHIELD emerged with only the remnants of a larger feast. This left the usually astute, one-eyed director feeling humiliated. He had never endured such a setback in front of outsiders. With no immediate solutions at hand, he could only add another note regarding Ling Tian in the confidential files. As for Ling Tian, he paid no heed to the dispute between Ross and Coulson, focusing instead on his own ambitions. "System, I currently have 245,000 points, correct?" he confirmed while lying in bed. "Correct. All right. First lock the dual rider system, then refresh the shop. Today, I must not let the day pass without fully acquiring the remaining memory devices. I aspire to complete the entire set of Kamen Rider Eternal. This is indeed a reluctant necessity. Initially, my plan was to accumulate points to purchase the dimensional wall and escape this perilous world, which seemed the most prudent choice. However, the adversaries have grown increasingly formidable. What once could be resolved with a single memory device now necessitates a dual memory system to contend with them. What lies ahead? The enemies will only become stronger. The dual rider system may soon prove inadequate. The battle against the loathed foe not only yielded over 100,000 points, but also instilled a pressing sense of urgency within me. I must swiftly gather the remaining memory devices, In essence, before obtaining the divine artifact of the dimensional wall, I must first ensure I possess the means to survive. To engage in futile confrontations against powerful foes, devoid of the ability to retreat, would indeed be a death wish. The adversaries will not care how many points you have accrued. A life extinguished, with hundreds of thousands of points unspent, is the most frustrating predicament. The marketplace interface revealed the absence of the 26 memory devices, presenting instead numerous redundant options. 500 points felt like a waste. Thus, I persisted. Today, I am determined. If I cannot find them, I shall exhaust all my points. Chapter 35. Reaping the consequences. All right, host. How ruthless. Even witnessing my relentless efforts, there's no discount? Very well, I shall continue. After an arduous endeavor, I finally amassed all the memory devices, including the limit memory device. Although I expended nearly 100,000 points in the process, acquiring the complete set of Eternal was worth it within the system's space. The 26 Gaia memory devices were neatly arranged, particularly the autonomous Fang and Limit, filling me with a profound sense of accomplishment. With 156,000 points remaining, I no longer need to concern myself with the Dual Rider series. Yet, I must stockpile a few ordinary memory devices as the military has set their sights on me. Shield and Hydra are undoubtedly coveting this power. To those factions, my armor is merely a temporary holding. They shall soon meet the consequences of their actions. As I pondered, I proceeded to purchase the Lava Memory Device, Cockroach Memory Device, Weapon Memory Device, along with 10 mass-produced disguised memory devices specifically for cannon fodder. I am playing this game at a grand scale, spending 1,000 points to acquire one each from the nature, superhero, and animal categories. I could assemble a tactical squad with 10 minions. I placed the memory devices in a box, storing the 3 special ones separately, intentionally making them appear as classified items. I eagerly anticipated who might be the first to succumb to temptation regarding these precious treasures. The military's goodwill was unmistakably straightforward. Upon awakening, I discovered that the door and walls had been completely refurbished. Were it not for my awareness of General Ross's ulterior motives, I might have genuinely considered enlisting. As I stepped outside to inspect the progress of the renovations, a soldier hurriedly approached, respectfully presenting a note. Mr. Ling, this is General Ross's contact information. The General expresses his gratitude for your invaluable assistance and states that you may reach out to him should you encounter any difficulties in the future. Such matters are within my purview. Please extend my thanks to the General, I replied, feigning surprise as I accepted the note. Once the soldier departed, I promptly tore the note into shreds and discarded it into the trash. Such childish tricks to deceive me. He let out a cold chuckle, speaking to himself, his gaze filled with disdain for Ross. This sudden act of kindness, in his view, was merely a prelude for the other party's future plundering. He needed to act swiftly to strategize. Ling Tian dialed Stark's number. Tony, there's something you will undoubtedly find intriguing. Every time I receive a call from you, it seldom bodes well. Stark sighed. Go ahead. What trouble have you stirred this time? Likewise, at least my reasons for contacting you are legitimate. Unlike some who incessantly fixate on my armor and pets, Ling Tian replied deliberately. Then forget it. Wait. Stark quickly backtracked. I was joking. What is it? I have caught General Ross's attention. Wow, congratulations on winning the lottery. Stark whistled. I'm afraid I cannot assist you. The military has its sights set on my armor as well. I suggest you hand over the armor when the pressure becomes unbearable. At least that would spare you from being dissected for research. Tony, Ling Tian interrupted him. Could you let me finish? You might reconsider. You may speak, but I must act within my limits, Stark emphasized. You are aware of the current situation. Ling Tian took a deep breath to suppress his anger. How pessimistic can you be? It is not as dire as you think. The military won't act against me just yet. Moreover, I have some connections with S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if Nick Fury regards me as a collaborator, he will not sit idly by and allow the military to recruit me. Then why are you contacting me? No misunderstandings, but you seem to be thriving on both fronts. What assistance could you possibly require? This is precisely what concerns me. I am someone who prefers to plan ahead. What if one day I cannot withstand the pressure, and those ambitious individuals turn their sights on me? An honest person? I might surrender the memory drive, but what if they use it for malevolent purposes? You know its power. Even your Iron Man suit might not withstand it. I have no desire to become a criminal. Ling Tian spoke earnestly, and Stark fell silent for a moment on the other end of the line. He understood Ling Tian's concerns. for he had endured similar predicaments and was still atoning for past mistakes. However, honest person, what a joke. Compared to you, my conscience is far more delicate. Speak. What would you have me do? I shall assist you. I was waiting for those words. It seems this tactic works perfectly on Stark. Ling Tian chuckled inwardly. In truth, it is nothing much. I merely wish for you to safeguard some items for me. The memory drive in my possession is inconsequential, even if it falls into their hands, as it is unique and has limited power. However, what I need you to protect must not be obtained by them, not only due to its immense power, but also because it can be mass-produced. What? Mass-produced? Stark's voice suddenly rose, nearly causing him to drop the phone. Indeed, but do not rush. I will send you a photograph. Soon, Stark received a picture of 3 distinct memory drives, along with 10 identical ones. Precisely the tools Ling Tian employed to create confusion. My heavens! Ling Tian, do you realize the terrifying implications of what you have created? This could change the entire world. That is precisely why I entrust it to you for safekeeping. I am merely an ordinary person and cannot guard it effectively. Do not speak so lightly, in my opinion. Destruction would be far more decisive. Stark is genuinely anxious. Should S.H.I.L.D. and the military become aware of the items in his possession, he would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious situation, surrounded by scrutiny. No, these are the final products. Once destroyed, they shall be lost forever, along with the technology. Consider it from another perspective. Have you not refrained from destroying your iron armor? Very well, what would you have me do? Safeguard them diligently. Refrain from any research. It is as simple as that. No problem, I assure you. The items will be concealed with utmost care, ensuring that neither heaven nor earth shall know of their existence. Agreed. I shall deliver them to you by tomorrow. Understood. Ling Tian set down his phone, his taut nerves finally relaxing. He had managed to navigate this predicament. Once the box is dispatched tomorrow, those who have been watching me will undoubtedly grow suspicious. Over time, their attention will naturally shift. This plan is nothing short of ingenious. He had long calculated that while the items could not be kept safely in Stark's hands, at the very least, it would not bring the flames of trouble to his own doorstep. This way, he could buy himself some breathing room while simultaneously making those lurking predators wary, achieving a remarkable dual purpose. However, Ling Tian had no inkling that this conversation was simultaneously intercepted by 2 factions, both S.H.I.L.D. and the military had pressed record. At S.H.I.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury tossed the recording device to Coulson. Listen closely. Is our esteemed detective proceeding with utmost caution? Were it me, I might have acted similarly, but I doubt he considered all aspects so thoroughly, Coulson admitted candidly. That is good to know. He is employing a ruse, using himself as bait to protect the genuine articles, Fury mused, contemplating that if he were to become a spy, he could easily rise to level 8, with the potential to reach level 9. Sir, this conversation could have waited until after my exit, Coulson replied, his ears burning. Huh? Who do you think I am addressing? Fury snapped, his single eye glaring. After all these years, he should not be outdone by a mere detective. What a disgrace. Yes, sir. Coulson conceded, bowing to the inevitable. Notify Black Widow, Fury commanded, rapping his fingers on the table, urging her to accelerate her efforts. She must become Stark's most trusted confidant, second only to Pepper Potts. Understood. Meanwhile, within the military base, General Ross was sneering. It seems that the one who can put S.H.I.L.D. in a bind is no simple adversary. I never anticipated he would be such a cunning old fox. He was now convinced that Ling Tian was a classic wolf in sheep's clothing, appearing harmless yet calculating behind the scenes. Since he dared to reveal his treasures, he should not expect to reclaim them. General, what are next steps? Inquired the major beside him. What a foolish question. Ross slammed his hand on the table. We must send a female operative to infiltrate Stark Industries, gain his trust, and secure the memory device. What about Ling Tian's side? Ross pondered briefly before shaking his head. No need to complicate matters. Our immediate priority is Stark. Any rash action against Ling Tian would only alarm the snake. If Stark destroys those devices, it would ruin everything. The 2 aides acknowledged his command in unison. Ironically, these 2 wary top institutions simultaneously dispatched elite agents, both disguised under the same facade, to submit job applications to Stark Industries. Should Ling Tian discover that his scheme had already borne fruit before its inception, he would likely erupt in laughter. deeming himself worthy of 32 medals. Who would have thought that a mere phone call could orchestrate such a chaotic dance of diverse forces? The following morning, Ling Tian, carrying a metallic case containing 13 memory drives, made his way to Stark Tower. After rounding 2 street corners, he found himself trailed by a multitude, enough to form a football team. It was evident by the very nature of their presence that these were military personnel. SHLD. Agents could hardly afford such embarrassment, especially considering the pre-existing agreements between the parties. These clumsy pursuers clung to him like gum stuck to the sole of a shoe, impossible to shake off. However, Ling Tian fully intended for them to witness the unfolding events, so he allowed them to form a lengthy procession behind him. Report to the general, the memory drives are in that case. An impatient voice crackled through the communicator. Shall we ponder this matter now? Ross's furious roar caused the microphone to buzz. With your ragtag bunch, do you think you can even warm them up? Your task today is to act as babysitters, ensuring that case safely reaches the Stark laboratory. Anyone who jeopardizes my plans will face military consequences. In truth, since the conversation between Ling Tian and Stark the previous day, this general had been indulging in sweet dreams. If he could intercept those memory drives midway, it would not only eliminate subsequent troubles, but also add a significant entry to his military accolades. Should mass production be realized, the name of Ross would surely be etched into history. The mere thought of that scenario sent delightful tremors through his fingers. Yet, he ultimately refrained from taking risks. What if Ling Tian destroyed the memory drives in a fit of desperation? That possibility lodged itself in his throat like a thorn. Ultimately, he opted to act as an invisible bodyguard. After all, how could Stark resist the temptation to delve into those cutting-edge technologies? Would it not be wiser to wait until he obtained the complete research data before taking action? Regrettably, this general was unaware that all his calculations were built upon a mirage. As Ling Tian approached the revolving doors of Stark Tower, he was greeted by Pepper. I apologize for the wait, she said with an apologetic smile. Tony is currently engaged in urgent matters. Shall I escort you to the reception room? No worries, Ling Tian replied, shaking the case in his hand. As an unemployed drifter, time is my most abundant resource. This statement was entirely true. You may need to wait a moment. Tony will be here shortly. After leading Ling Tian into the reception room, Potts hurriedly departed. For her schedule was even more packed than that of Tony Stark. I'll just wait. Might as well catch up on some sleep. Ling Tian mumbled as he slouched on the sofa. These past few days have felt like being trailed in a reality show. I just shook off SHIELD, and now the military is glued to me again. Once today, as performance concludes, I can finally enjoy a few peaceful days. With Iron Man as a live target ahead, this young master can finally catch a breather. The entire affair was, in essence, a trap set by Ling Tian for Tony. Yet for him, it would bear no consequences whatsoever. Ever since the revelation of Iron Man's identity, Tony had essentially become the star of an around-the-clock reality show. Even if he were blatantly followed by agents, he would likely dismiss them as fervent fans seeking autographs. Approximately half an hour later, as Ling Tian began to succumb to drowsiness, the door to the reception room was leisurely pushed open. Wow, perhaps I should add a bed to this room? Tony leaned against the doorframe, raising an eyebrow. Approved, Ling Tian replied, his head drooping in a feigned manner. Chapter 36. What's the rush? Spare me the chatter. Tony suddenly advanced, demanding, where is it? Just left it by the door, did you? Did your eyes grow from the top of your head? Ling Tian lazily gestured towards the entrance. What? Tony instantly lost his temper. You carelessly left something of immense value at the doorway. What if it gets stolen? He dashed over to check, and upon discovering that the silver briefcase was safe and sound, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Ling Tian propped his leg up nonchalantly. Don't worry, if it could be stolen in Stark Tower, your laboratory would be raided sooner or later. Listen, Tony slammed the table. If this thing can be mass-produced, it means it could arm an army. Do you think it's a toy for sale? It's merely 10 mass-produced memory units. Ling Tian dug at his ear dismissively. You could at most cultivate a super soldier, and he'd still blossom with the right stimulation. Besides, he suddenly grinned. The research threshold for this junk is quite high. The military would only think of inserting chips into soldiers' spines. Tony narrowed his eyes. Wait, are you conducting human connectivity experiments? You wouldn't be using me as bait for that wicked scheme, would you? Ah, you've seen through me. Ling Tian dramatically placed his hand over his heart. In truth, that revenge plan was just tongue-in-cheek. Would I really spoil the surprise in advance? Besides, who besides us knows that the briefcase contains memory units? Do you think they would specially come to your place to steal something? If I didn't believe this place was safer than mine, I wouldn't have come. Ling Tian spoke with unwavering confidence, showing no signs of panic. This was indeed the truth. Even a common thief could navigate through Tony's home with ease. Leaving it here was undeniably more secure. In this place? You might not even be aware, but among the current staff, there are SHIELD agents, and in the future, military spies might infiltrate as well. In terms of security, my home is at least 10 times stronger than yours. Watching the other person treat a fortress riddled with vulnerabilities as an impregnable bastion, Ling Tian could not help but reveal a hint of sympathy. So you can rest assured and keep it safe for me. Just consider it a favor for a friend. It's not a hassle at all. Fine then. Were these three? Stark pointed to the uniquely shaped memory units within the briefcase. You'll know once you try them, Ling Tian replied. These three possess special attributes and considerable power. Stark casually picked one up and pressed a button, and the electronic sound of echoed suddenly. He proceeded to try the other two, with the activation sounds of and resonating throughout the laboratory. Lava, cockroach weapon. They seem to be high-grade items. You have a discerning eye. The lava memory unit can obliterate an entire building in an instant, while the cockroach boasts vitality akin to an indestructible creature. As for the weapon, it is the ultimate game-changer on the battlefield. Stop. What use is this information? While it's quite fascinating, I promise not to research. So I want to touch them. Knowing their functions holds no significance for me. Stark waved his hand impatiently. JARVIS, show him out. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Ling Tian was quite literally swept out the door by several cleaning robots. What an absurdity. Kicking someone out immediately after asking a question? He felt no anger, for this was indeed a trap laid for someone else. Now that the fish was hooked, what was a few scoldings worth? Jarvis, prepare the exclusive laboratory. No one is to enter except for Pepper. Just as the door closed, Stark reneged on his promise, casting aside his earlier assurances. With ready experimental materials delivered right to his doorstep, how could he let such an opportunity slip away? Sir, are you not concerned? I am Tony Stark, the genius among geniuses. At worst, I shall conduct some foundational research. Who knows, it might even lead to an upgrade for the Mark suit. As you wish, sir. The moment Ling Tian stepped out of Stark Tower, he noticed a marked reduction in the number of watchers tailing him. Logically, even if they were to report the safe delivery of the box, it would necessitate the withdrawal of so many eyes. This scene resembled an absurd play, with the box he carried taking center stage while he, a living, breathing individual, became but a mere backdrop. How curious. Even if the plan had succeeded, it should have yielded results so swiftly. Ling Tian mused to himself. Could it be that the military had decided to retreat and spare him? Then he chuckled at the thought. Why should he lament the reduction in surveillance? Was he truly nostalgic for the days of being watched? Bathing in a long-lost air of freedom, he walked with a newfound lightness in his step. When he had been targeted by SHIELD, he could only retreat into the depths of hermit-like existence. Later, the military's relentless pursuit had proven even more suffocating. Those fellows were far less scrupulous than SHIELD. It was only after he had handed over that batch of memory drives that the oppressive gazes began to dissipate. Indeed, Tony Stark proved to be the legendary ally everyone spoke of. Ling Tian sighed in gratitude as he pushed open his front door, only to hear a familiar voice the moment he sank into the sofa. Hey, brother-in-law, I'm back. Pietro sprang out from some hidden corner. Ling Tian smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting about the kid. He had meant to teach him a proper lesson last time, but various unexpected missions had interrupted that plan. You dare to return? Ling Tian's face turned stern as he raised a finger, still holding the last incident against him. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would be lying in the morgue right now. Pietro shrank back, attempting to ingratiate himself. I'm sorry, brother-in-law. You didn't tell my sister, did you? Not yet. That's great. The boy instantly perked up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Your armor was absolutely stunning that day. 100 times better than Stark's Iron Man suit. I still get thrilled just thinking about it. What a blatant exaggeration. Ling Tian stifled a laugh while waving his hand. Although the truth was indeed as he said, one must still leave some dignity for Iron Man, right? Yet, there was no trace of modesty on his face. Why should we give him any credit? Pietro grew animated. I later told my classmates that you are also a superhero, and that your armor is even more powerful than Iron Man's. They all said I was boasting. Wait a moment. Ling Tian stumbled, nearly falling off the sofa. How many people did you tell? At that moment, his heart raced in turmoil. Having just celebrated having a legendary ally, only to find himself ensnared by a rather foolish sidekick. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Pietro was startled by Ling Tian's expression of utter despair, his complexion appearing even worse than a robot that had been struck by the Scarlet Witch. Thanks to you. Ling Tian wearily waved his hand, finally comprehending that Wanda's ability to raise this boy safely was nothing short of a miracle. Ling Tian scrutinized Pietro for a few seconds and suddenly realized that the lad might genuinely be oblivious to the situation. With this thought, his gaze unconsciously softened, even tinged with a hint of pity for the foolish child. This expression immediately sent Pietro into a fit of anger. Hey, Ling Tian, wait a minute. Can you please refrain from looking at me like that? It's unsettling. It feels as though you regard me as a simpleton. Ling Tian, on the other hand, felt a sense of relief, thinking that the boy still had some hope. He sighed and shook his head, lamenting to have such an unfortunate little brother-in-law. What sins did I commit in my past life? He waved his hand with a significant tone. All right, I'll spare you today. When Wanda returns, we shall convene a family meeting to thoroughly assess your illustrious history. Pietro's expression stiffened. Although he was unclear about what exactly he had done wrong, he knew that anything involving Wanda would not bode well for him. He quickly forced a smile. Brother-in-law, can't we discuss this privately? My sister works so hard. Let's not disturb her. A family meeting sounds so troublesome. Ling Tian scoffed. Indeed, you seem concerned for your sister. But have you considered how badly you've put me in a bind? This meeting is non-negotiable. You might want to draft a self-critique in advance. It may spare you some scolding. Pietro's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, when did I ever put you in a bind? This is a tremendous injustice. I could betray anyone in the world, but never you or my sister. There must be a misunderstanding. His words held some truth. Ling Tian held both him and Wanda in high regard, providing for all their needs and ensuring their education was well taken care of, more attentive than a biological father. And Wanda was his only blood relative. The positions of these two in his heart were unassailable. Ling Tian remained unmoved. The frightening part is that you were oblivious to how you betrayed me. We'll clarify the specifics when your sister returns. For now, you'll just have to remain anxious for a while. Ling Tian was too weary to endure Pietro's innocent effade. He was the one who had been backstabbed. Initially, plans were proceeding smoothly, with S.H.O.D. and the military's attention fully captured by Tony Stark, allowing him a moment to breathe. However, joy turned to sorrow when his brother-in-law suddenly delivered a stab, and he found himself powerless against this traitor. With this thought, Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. He had to ensure that Pietro learned a lesson this time. Even if it meant flipping tables, he needed to settle the score. Since Pietro was already aware, Wanda would inevitably find out. It was better to seize this opportunity to articulate the seriousness of the situation, serving as a reminder for himself. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and find out how to write a self-critique. Don't be flustered when the time comes. Don't expect me to assist. I am the true victim here. Ling Tian glared at Pietro's indifferent expression, his fists clenched. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that beating the boy wouldn't resolve the fundamental issue. He needed to let him suffer a tangible loss to truly learn a lesson. Pietro, considering your struggles in school, I shall allow your sister to add an extra dish for you today. Oh, brother-in-law, isn't it only right to study diligently? What as for dinner tonight? The latter part of the statement shattered Ling Tian's momentary relief. Indeed, relying on this mischievous lad to act sensibly was akin to hoping for a lottery win. The dish was rather reminiscent of the previous meal. Yet your sister has been diligently honing her culinary skills and has shown remarkable improvement. Alas, I still place greater trust in takeout. Pietro recalled his last bout of food poisoning, a chill running down his spine. I assure you, this time I am not deceiving you. At the very least, it is palatable. Do you have the heart to disappoint your sister? Very well, for her sake. As dinner approached, a steak salad lay before Wanda and Ling Tian, while Pietro's plate was laden with a familiar brownish soil. Is this truly edible? It could be fatal, he lamented internally, noticing the stark disparity in treatment. Wanda blinked innocently. Why aren't you eating? Ling Tian said, This is your favorite. I made it especially for you. I truly appreciate it. Brother-in-law, Pietro's voice trembled. Before commencing the meal, let's hold a brief meeting. Ling Tian rapped the table, addressing Pietro's recent foolish antics. Wanda immediately furrowed her brow. What trouble have you caused this time? I am wrong, sister. Pietro gazed desperately at his smiling brother-in-law, suddenly grasping the meaning of gentle retribution. Regarding the Hulk's matter, will you confess yourself, or shall I? I will confess. It was sheer madness. Those soldiers would never dare to act, yet you play the hero. Had it not been for Ling Tian's intervention, you would have long since lost your life. Wanda was both anxious and furious. You shall not dine this evening. Instead, contemplate your actions. How splendid. I promise to reflect sincerely. Just as Pietro began to feel elated, he faltered, casting furtive glances at Ling Tian, hoping to slip away, only to be caught by the collar. What is the rush? The crux of the matter is this lad has been spreading rumors about my concealed identity. Although few take it seriously, if it were to attract the attention of those with ill intent, what? Wanda's eyes widened in disbelief. I have only mentioned it to a couple of people, and they did not believe me at all. Pietro continued to feign bravado. In the past, S.H.I.E.L.D. monitored me around the clock due to this armor. They signed an unequal treaty to cease their pursuit. Just the other day, I was targeted by the military while attempting to save you, and now all my efforts are ruined. Brother Ling, I truly did not intend for this. Do you believe that because Tony Stark dons armor and plays the hero, I should do the same? Chapter 37. The truth will eventually surface. Precisely. Pietro nodded vigorously. Foolishness. Stark has a background of wealth. The military only dares to employ underhanded tactics against him. As for me, a mere commoner bears the burden of possessing something valuable. I had planned to relinquish the armor for peace, but now Ling Tian rubbed his temples, sighing. I have been ridiculed by my classmates in their presence several times. After that, I never uttered a word again. Pietro gestured frantically. Ling Tian felt considerably lighter, silently grateful to those classmates who had mocked Pietro. Since the situation had not escalated, as long as this lad refrained from further reckless speech, one could treat it as if nothing had occurred. However, the necessary lesson must be imparted. Listen, even if no one believes it now, once news of the new armor spreads, they will first suspect me. S.H.I.E.L.D. At least adheres to some principles. The military, though lacking in morals, would not target you. But what about those dealers? For instance, these individuals are utterly unreasonable and would never engage in a legal discourse with you. In due time, you two siblings will undoubtedly be coerced into threatening me. The gravest concern is that even if I were to surrender the battle armor transformation device, they would remain skeptical, suspecting that I have hidden motives. What is even more terrifying is that once they deem me a threat, as Ling Tian's gaze darkened, the day I truly hand over the armor could very well mark my demise. Now, do you comprehend the magnitude of the trouble you have caused? Wanda and Pietro turned pale with fear. This pair of inexperienced siblings, though unable to discern the flaws in his words, were thoroughly subdued by his analysis. Brother-in-law, I was wrong, Pietro exclaimed, his voice tinged with desperation, anxiously twisting the hem of his shirt. Finish your breakfast. Not a single grain of rice is to be left. Ling Tian insisted, rapping the table lightly. The following morning, Pietro emerged from the bathroom, leaning against the wall. Despite his pallor from the bout of diarrhea, the fear from the previous night was absent, resembling instead someone who had just endured a mild illness. How's the taste? Sufficient? Ling Tian teased, shaking his coffee cup. You terrified me, made me feel as if I had committed treason. Pietro grumbled, rubbing his stomach. Had it not been for your boasting to just a few individuals and their dismissive attitude. Ling Tian suddenly lowered his voice. There are at least 3 groups of agents lurking downstairs. The moment you step outside, you'll find yourself ensnared in a sack. All right. The youth waved his hand impatiently, entirely devoid of the trepidation he had exhibited the night before. Ling Tian shook his head privately. This child seemed to possess a memory far shorter than his forgetfulness. He had trembled with fear last night, yet today he was nonchalant. In my opinion, it would have been far better to simply hand over the memory device and live a life of leisure, Pietro murmured suddenly, his eyes shining with innocence. You, being so young, you act without consideration. Ling Tian firmly believed that Tony Stark's decision to retain the Iron Man suit was exceedingly wise. Those politicians who espouse righteousness and morality, claiming to maintain world peace and protect the rights of the populace, are ultimately driven by self-interest. World peace. Such a concept is too ethereal. Should the military gain access to the suit technology, it could very well provoke a war, utilizing an Iron Legion to achieve swift victories and flaunt their military prowess. If it were to fall into the hands of corporations, the situation would be even graver. Global conflicts would escalate, casualties would surge, and it certainly wouldn't be their own lives at stake. Although Ling Tian's knight armor is not a war machine, its combat efficacy rivals that of Iron Man. The consequences of a leak in technology are too dire to contemplate. Naturally, such a scenario must be avoided at all costs. Consequences? What consequences could there possibly be? Pietro inquired, bewildered. In his Na'vi worldview, safeguarding his family was sufficient. Forget it. Focusing on your studies is far more important. I beg you, as your brother-in-law, do not cause any more trouble, Ling Tian implored earnestly. Perhaps his sincerity struck a chord, for although Pietro felt reluctant, he nodded obediently. If you err again, your sister will have to cook for you every day. Please no, that would be a matter of life and death, Pietro exclaimed, breaking into a cold sweat. Can we consider an alternative form of punishment? Either achieve the top score in class or find a proper job. I'd rather opt for the dark culinary arts. I assure you I will not err again. Ling Tian turned on the television, resuming his leisurely life. Since the completion of the dual rider memory collection, the system's marketplace has remained stagnant. The task panel has also been devoid of updates for quite some time. Although the reward for defeating the Hulk in the main storyline is substantial, he is not in a hurry. The hidden tasks require proactive engagement. Yet Ling Tian finds himself utterly at a loss. He cannot deliberately provoke trouble, as it contradicts his inherently low-profile demeanor. Just as he was pondering this predicament, the task panel suddenly refreshed. Main task: defeat Ivan Vanko, Whiplash. Reward: 50,000 point status. Incomplete task update. Assist Tony Stark in overcoming the Palladium crisis. Achievable reward: 50,000 points. Current progress. Pending. Special trigger. Task reward. Current status. This cryptic string of information nearly made Ling Tian punch a hole in the virtual screen. System, come forth. I can comprehend the first two items, but what on earth is this line of Morse code? He interpreted it as a randomly triggered multitask chain. Rich in rewards, yet not yet activated. Ling Tian remarked, the latter part is superfluous. Am I to blame? How could I dare, father? Yet, could the special task bar not be so perfunctory? At least provide a keyword. Otherwise, my heart may give out. Top secret permission denied. TSK. So I'm not a traveler, am I? Thrown into a perilous world, dancing on the brink of life and death daily. And now, even the task prompts. System. Halt. Your lamentations have become so repetitive that this system could recite them. At most, I can provide a vague direction. It should have been this way from the start. I can no longer continue this charade. There exists a connection between the clues and the main storyline tasks. Ling Tian's blood pressure soared. Is this what you call a hint? Even a primary school student's reading comprehension surpasses yours. Spoilers are tantamount to cheating. Just crash already. System. Emotional switching speed breaks, quantum computing records. Brother-in-law, look. Stark is live-streaming the trial. Pietro's exclamation interrupted the human-machine banter. When is that narcissist? Not in front of the camera. Wait, a courtroom? Ling Tian suddenly recalled this was a renowned scene of the military seizing the technology of the battlesuit. As the live broadcast progressed, Pietro's smile gradually froze. The development plans for battle armor from dozens of countries and corporations scrolled across the screen, and his clenched fists trembled slightly. Are they all replicating Iron Man? Now you should understand. Surrendering my battle suit equates to relinquishing a weapon of tremendous destructive capacity. And the ultimate target of this weapon depends solely on the whims of those influential figures. Ling Tian stated meaningfully. Huh, brother-in-law, you are quite fortunate. Thankfully, if you take my words seriously, Pietro replied with a wry smile and a shake of his head. This farce concluded without incident. Stark, with just a few video clips, turned the judge who had tried to challenge him into a figure of ridicule, not only sustaining no harm, but rather enhancing his reputation. Whiplash had yet to appear. The timing for the task was not ripe. However, the palladium poisoning issue could be addressed, and with so many hidden tasks awaiting, he could not remain cooped up at home. Ling Tian pondered to himself. Pietro, I'm stepping out for a while. I'll be back by tomorrow at the latest. If your sister inquires, remember to inform her. All right, understood. With that, Ling Tian mounted his motorcycle and set off. This time, he proceeded with a calm demeanor, allowing the engine's low rumble to guide him toward his destination. Upon arrival, Stark was seen furrowing his brow as he downed a peculiar liquid intended to suppress the palladium in his bloodstream. The taste appeared to be quite unpleasant. Merely gazing at its strange hue made Ling Tian feel nauseous. It was nearly impossible to swallow. Would you care to take a sip? Stark set down his cup, remarking, "Is this your first time visiting me unannounced? When I received your call, I thought I was imagining things. Regardless, you were bound to seek me out eventually. So I figured I might as well be proactive and save you the trouble." "Seek you out? Absolutely not. There's no reason for a detective's assistance," Stark retorted defiantly. "How long do you believe you can endure?" "What do you mean?" Suddenly, Stark sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "I've never disclosed this to anyone. How could you possibly know?" He even suspected a traitor lurked nearby, but aside from Jarvis, not even Pepper was aware of his palladium poisoning. "Stop speculating. No one has leaked information. To put it simply, I possess a heightened sensitivity to life energy, an intuition honed through my profession." "Life energy? Intuition?" Stark scoffed. "This is the first time I've heard of a detective cultivating such an elusive ability." "Details are inconsequential," Ling Tian waved dismissively. "The crux of the matter is that your time is running short. Hence, I am here." Stark fell silent, casually tossing the half-full vial into the trash. "Can you cure me?" His voice held a tentative hope. Even with his vast wealth, he felt he had not yet lived enough. "Who can say? Speak plainly. I detest riddles. I cannot cure you, but I know who can address this predicament." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Who is it?" Stark grasped his arm tightly. "Your father is Howard Stark." Tony's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression seemingly questioning the absurdity of the claim. "All right, I understand. Jarvis, retrieve that cup from the trash. I need to continue taking my medication. Even if you doubt me, could you at least show a modicum of respect? I do have my dignity. It's not that I doubt you. The issue is my father has been gone for many years. Even if he wished to assist, would he rise from the grave to teach me how to synthesize a new element? Let the man rest in peace. I'll consider it my filial duty." "Who said anything about digging up graves? I'm merely inquiring whether your father left behind any technological legacy." "What do you imply?" Ling Tian nodded affirmatively. "Impossible. I can recite his inventory by heart. There's nothing on that list that could remedy the current situation. Come on, your mind is simply not grasping it. The absence of a clear statement does not imply a lack of suggestion. You just haven't realized it yet." "What? Did my father truly leave behind a new element? But how would you know?" Stark seized the discarded cup and took a swig. "While watching television, I stumbled upon a recording of your father, which revealed some clues. Although I'm merely a lowly detective, I possess a modicum of understanding in chemistry and made a special trip to inform you." However, Ling Tian crossed his arms. "Your earlier demeanor has left me quite displeased, and I no longer wish to divulge any further information. Rest assured, I shall intervene when you are on the brink of demise." "Madman." Stark remained convinced that he was spouting nonsense. If even the son could not discern the secret, how can an outsider possibly know? "Sir, Potts has arrived. I suggest you honestly disclose your health status." Stark muted the conversation, blocking Jarvis. "What on earth are you thinking?" Potts burst through the door, noticing Ling Tian barely suppressing his anger. "Mr. Ling is here too? Perfect. He can help talk some sense into you. You've been engaging in all sorts of absurdities lately, even donating the entire modern art collection I curated over a decade to the Boy Scouts. That was the culmination of 10 years of effort. Now the company is in utter disarray because of you. But the stock has hit the ceiling," Stark weakly defended himself. "That's just operational data. The real issues are piling up." "Mr. Ling? Ling, what are you doing?" Ling Tian was engrossed in his phone, oblivious to the conversation beside him. "Oh dear, didn't Tony just say the stock hit the ceiling? I need to check my account immediately. Frankly, this represents a significant portion of my savings." "Feel free to continue your conversation. I don't mind." Hearing this, Tony wore a sly smile, while Pepper sighed in exasperation. There was a reason for Tony's demeanor. "Xiao Ling, it would be best if she didn't hear that." Tony hastily interjected, knowing that if Pepper learned of his predicament, his future would be tightly controlled. "What's the big deal? She'll find out sooner or later." Chapter 38. A sudden intervention. Pepper. From this day forth, You shall assume full control of Stark Industries. Company affairs will be entrusted to you without my consultation. That's a splendid idea. I should have done this long ago. All right, you may leave for now. Xiao Ling and I have matters to discuss. Pepper was inexplicably ushered out, and though bewildered, the prospect of a promotion and salary increase, coupled with the realization that Tony could no longer act recklessly, brought her a sense of joy. Xiao Ling, this must remain a secret from Pepper. Otherwise, my remaining days will be spent in the hospital, and I might as well be dead. Ha ha. I thought you were concerned about her capacity to handle it. Turns out you were worried about yourself. Rest assured, as long as I am here, you need not fear for your life. In gratitude for safeguarding my memory, I shall assist you when your health falters. However, discovering this on your own will hold greater significance. Do you truly have a plan? Tony asked, half skeptical. Well, have I ever deceived you? Observing Tony's doubtful expression, Ling Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment. Perhaps prior misunderstandings were mere accidents. But do you truly believe I would jest with your life? Ling Tian felt his credibility was being questioned. Maybe. In truth, I am on the verge of collapse. Could you share the data on the new element with me? How long has it been since we last met? And your audacity has only grown. I have said all that needs to be said. It depends on whether you can comprehend it. If you wish to withhold information, just say so. There is no need for subterfuge. Tony felt Ling Tian was toying with him. Pepper will take time to finalize the transfer of contracts. Meanwhile, I have a sparring session scheduled with Happy. How about we face off and see whose suit is more formidable, though previously soundly defeated? Proving that Iron Man could not yet overcome Kamen Rider, Tony felt confident he could take down Ling Tian without the armor, considering it a prime opportunity for retribution. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? It is not a matter of underestimating you. With your physique, even 10 of you combined would not be able to match me. Furthermore, I have no desire to resort to violence. Should I inadvertently injure you, you might find yourself confined to a hospital bed for the rest of your days. Who would then take care of my precious memories? Let us put it to the test, Stark retorted defiantly. There will be ample opportunities for competition in the future. For now, let us first address your health concerns. Stark turned and strode towards the training room, with Ling Tian closely following behind. In the arena, Stark was engaged in an intense sparring session with his bodyguard, relishing the practice. Meanwhile, Ling Tian found himself in a state of emotional turmoil. The expansive ocean view from the training room's floor-to-ceiling windows offered little solace. Instead, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Is this the daily life of the affluent? My entire savings may not even suffice to cover a fraction of this villa's cost. Why hasn't the system bestowed upon me a life of luxury? The evils of capitalism. As Ling Tian silently lamented, Potts entered with a stunning woman, Natasha Romanoff, alias Natalie, who was in truth an elite S.H.I.L.D. agent infiltrating Stark's company. Instantly, the two men in the arena were captivated by her presence, particularly the notorious Stark. Yet, Ling Tian remained indifferent. The woman was undeniably beautiful, but she was also a cold-blooded, seasoned operative capable of executing her missions without a flicker of emotion. Best to keep my distance, he thought, turning to face the window, pretending to be invisible, hoping she would depart swiftly. Coincidentally, Natasha shared the same sentiment, concerned that Ling Tian might uncover her true identity and jeopardize her mission. The two maintained an unspoken distance. Happy, you take the lead with her, Stark declared as he descended from the platform, intent on persuading Potts to assign Natalie to him as an assistant. On the platform, Happy assumed a coaching stance. Lesson 1. Keep your eyes on your opponent. Before he could finish, Natasha executed a one-handed block and swiftly twisted her body. Crack! The sound of her joints echoed as she leaped, her legs ensnaring Happy's neck, sending him crashing to the ground. My God! Potts gasped, covering her mouth in shock. It was evident to all that if Natalie exerted even a modicum of force, Happy's neck would snap instantly. This was merely an instinctual reaction of a trained operative. Some could easily elucidate her capabilities. However, Ling Tian's presence rendered the situation precarious. Should he sense anything amiss, matters could become complicated. Stark found himself increasingly intrigued by the woman before him, silently vowing that if he could not convince Pepper to grant him this asset, he would bypass her entirely and negotiate directly with Natalie. Little did the ingenious inventor realize that this was all part of Natasha's plan to assess his suitability for joining the Avengers and to acquire the precious memories he safeguarded. Her objective was nearly within reach. "I merely slipped," Happy muttered, rubbing his sore wrist, fully aware he faced a skilled opponent, but still trying to maintain his dignity. "This feels more like professional combat." Something seems off. Stark suddenly caught sight of Ling Tian in the corner, finally remembering that he too was present. Among the 5 individuals in the room, 4 engrossed in the scene, while the solitary figure gazed out the window, detached from the lively atmosphere. I knew something was amiss. "Ling Tian, are you not always boasting about your remarkable skills?" Stark eagerly rubbed his hands together, having found a perfect opportunity for practice. A single word flashed through both of their minds. Ling Tian realized he could not escape, so he turned around. "Apologies, I was momentarily distracted. Were you calling for me?" "Indeed. Come and spar with Natasha. Engage in a friendly contest." Stark's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Let me see who is more formidable." "Isn't that a bit unfair to me? I never engage in combat with women." Ling Tian suddenly squinted, pondering. "Wait a moment. Haven't we met before? You look quite familiar." "As long as I don't feel embarrassed, the awkwardness lies with you," Natasha firmly denied. Although they had crossed paths during a mission, she had been masked at the time. If recognized, the entire operation would be jeopardized. "Is that so? Perhaps I am mistaken." Ling Tian stroked his chin. Yet an undeniable sense of familiarity lingered. "Your flirting skills would even vex Wanda." Stark crossed his arms. "Stop deflecting. If you're too timid to accept the challenge, just admit it." "Yes, I'm indeed timid." Ling Tian shrugged. "Since you were so eager, why not take on the challenge yourself?" A sudden image of Happy being thrown over Stark's shoulder flashed in his mind, sending a chill down his spine. Actually, I never engage in combat with women either." "Huh." Ling Tian's single syllable conveyed a world of sarcasm. Everything progressed exceptionally smoothly. During the signing of the transfer agreement, Natasha effortlessly collected Tony Stark's fingerprint, the crucial key to obtaining the memory core. Who could have anticipated that this precious item, which the genius claimed no one could find, was securely locked in his office safe? Natasha had discovered this secret shortly after joining the organization. Stark had been overly presumptuous, treating his own premises as an impenetrable fortress. Had Ling Tian known, he would have been furious, realizing that his meticulously laid plans had been reduced to child's play by this foolishness. It would be one thing to keep it at home, but locking it in a safe was essentially an invitation for thieves. "Director, I have obtained Stark's fingerprint. We should secure that batch of memory cores within 48 hours, Natasha reported to Nick Fury at the temporary base. "Well done," came the urgent voice on the other end of the line. "The operation must remain absolutely confidential. Now is not the time for your exposure." "I encountered Ling Tian, but he seems not to have recognized me," Natasha cautiously added. "Are you certain?" "I cannot be 100% sure, but he displayed no unusual reactions." "Then do not fret unnecessarily," Nick Fury scoffed, having dealt with Ling Tian for many years. "This fellow always avoids trouble. Even if he did recognize you, he would likely feign ignorance. He might even assume you are after the Iron Man suit." "Understood." Natasha relaxed her tense shoulders. "Additionally, I've been sensing that there may be a rival agency meddling in our affairs." She suddenly lowered her voice. Nick Fury's single eye narrowed sharply, daring to snatch from S.H.I. Yield. The sound of cracking knuckles echoed through the phone. "For now, do not concern yourself with that. Prioritize securing the memory cores." Gazing intently at Stark's suit, the hyena paused, recognizing that the real challenge lay with Ross Minion. If they were indeed military personnel, all high-grade memory units must be seized. It would be best to acquire as many mass-produced models as possible, leaving them with nothing but scraps. Understood, if one can feast alone, one should consume every morsel. If absolutely necessary, a few leftover scraps can be graciously offered. A remarkably accurate summary. Nick Fury coldly interjected, "It is best to leave not even a plate unlicked." Understood. Now, let's discuss Stark. What is your assessment of him? Nick Fury suddenly shifted the conversation. Natasha scoffed. "His arrogance is overwhelming. There are far too many concerns. To be frank, Reed, allowing him to join our team will be far from prudent. Aside from his clever mind, he possesses little else of value. Everyone requires time to grow, and he has made significant progress since his earlier days. I am quite curious to witness just how poor his performance was before." "Wait, you cannot be seriously considering recruiting him? This is not your concern. Focus on your duties, and I will make the decisions regarding the rest." Nick Reed decisively terminated the communication, leaving Natasha staring blankly at the darkened screen, stifling a laugh at the thought of collaborating with someone like Henry Stone. Merely imagining it was suffocating. The following day, Stone would participate in the Formula Championship in Monaco, having reserved a ticket for Zhou Yi to showcase his prowess on the racetrack. Zhou Yi accepted the invitation with ease. The itinerary was managed by the newly hired assistant, Natalie, though this novice seemed to lack experience. After briefly outlining the schedule, she hurriedly excused herself, claiming she needed to return to headquarters to attend to matters. Stone paid little mind, as he had the seasoned Pepper overseeing operations, her professionalism always impeccable. As the engines roared, the event commenced. Amid the fervent cheers from the stands, Zhou Yi suddenly noticed a maintenance worker in an orange uniform by the track. The individual's hesitant demeanor appeared no different from that of ordinary staff. Yet the flicker of vengeful fire in their eyes hinted at something amiss. The target had emerged, Vikram Ivanov. Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes. As the cars thundered past, the individual abruptly tore open his uniform, revealing crudely assembled metal armor. The rudimentary armor scarcely covered his torso, with exposed wiring at the seams. However, the most ominous weapon was the pair of high-voltage whips crackling with blue light, showcasing immense destructive potential. Even more astonishing was the energy core in his chest, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the arc reactor of Iron Man. This scene was broadcast live across the globe. In the audience, Henry Stone's rival, Justin Howard, fixated intently on the screen. No one truly understood the depth of his loathing for Stone. Perhaps it stemmed from repeated market failures. Or perhaps it was simply a disdain for that arrogant genius. At this moment, he suddenly realized, if this individual could replicate rudimentary armor, creating a full suit would undoubtedly be within reach. Before his fantasies could take shape, Vikram's electric whips sliced through the air. With a deafening explosion, a racing car was severed in two, its burning wreckage erupting into a blinding fireball on the track. The audience erupted into chaos, with those in the front rows fleeing in panic. What initially seemed to be an ordinary competition unexpectedly spiraled into chaos. No one wishes to jest with their own life. Flesh and blood cannot withstand the perils of high-speed racing. Chapter 39. Composed and steadfast, Ivan Vanko dismissed the onlookers, having no deep-seated enmity towards them. Their presence was merely a distraction. Should he allow Tony Stark to escape, that would indeed be a genuine regret. As Stark's vehicle hurtled towards him, the whip missed its intended target due to the excessive speed. Despite the car being torn asunder, the brilliant engineer emerged with only minor injuries, a bitter irony compared to the instant demise of the first racer. Ling Tian observed the scene from the crowd with a detached gaze. Revealing his abilities publicly was not his modus operandi, yet assisting Stark posed no issue. His camera transformed abruptly into a mechanical bat, launching towards Vanko. The high-frequency flashes and ultrasonic waves disoriented his opponent, leaving him flailing helplessly with his electric whip. This diversion afforded Stark a moment to escape from the wreckage, though he hesitated to advance, aware that a mere mortal could not endure the sting of the high-voltage whip. Blinded by brilliance and hindered by sonic interference, Stark scrutinized the circling mechanical bat, pondering its extraordinary nature. It could not possibly be an ordinary camera. At that juncture, Potts and Happy arrived hastily clad in Iron Man suits. As the blue bat returned to Pepper's palm, reverting to its camera form, Stark had already engaged Vanko in a fierce struggle. Driven by vengeance, he abandoned all defensive measures, oblivious to the fact that his rudimentary armor was no match for the Mark suit. The outcome was never in doubt. Despite the damage to his armor, Stark triumphed effortlessly. However, the elation of victory was swiftly overshadowed by concern. How had the arc reactor technology been compromised? Why did this lunatic possess the core secrets of Stark Industries? With a grim expression, he resolved to interrogate the prisoner, unaware that an uninvited guest was already at the mansion's safe. Under the guise of Stark's personal assistant, Natasha smoothly reached her destination, only to discover an unfamiliar woman had already taken a step ahead, attempting to access the safe containing vital data. Well, look who we have here. A thief within Stark Industries, Natasha mused, raising an eyebrow nonchalantly. A thief? The woman chuckled lightly. That term seems ill-fitting when applied to me. A senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, you arrived 5 minutes earlier than I anticipated. Natasha's demeanor shifted sharply. Who are you? How do you know my identity? Kelly, a military representative, the woman replied, brushing her hair aside. In the eyes of certain individuals, your identity is hardly a secret. Our objectives align. She tilted her head. I initially had the upper hand, but Stark eliminated me upon your arrival. If only he knew I was more attractive than you. He would simply recruit another assistant. Natasha assessed her counterpart, recognizing the military's investment in this woman's superior disguise and appearance. Shall we discuss terms? Natasha proposed, deeming it unwise to incite conflict at that moment. Discuss? Kelly scoffed. What is there to divide? With our missions being identical, I could allocate you a share. Less than a tenth? Kelly waved her finger dismissively. Is this the extent of S.H.I.E.L.D.S. goodwill? Natasha frowned inwardly, realizing that the intelligence held by the military mirrored that of S.H.I.L.D. completely. The military demands all memory units, Carey stated solemnly. Yet the research results can be shared. In truth, General Ross only requires 3 advanced memory units. Relinquishing half of the remaining mass-produced ones would not be an issue. As for the so-called research sharing, the scientific prowess of S.H.I.E.L.D. is already on par with that of the military. All of them? Natasha scoffed. Your director isn't so greedy. The two engaged in a silent dance of negotiation. Here, neither force could be employed, nor could they alert Stark. If Ling Tian caught wind of their machinations, it would spell disaster. Natasha had initially intended to sharply criticize the military's insatiable greed, but suddenly recalled that Nick Fury had also demanded exclusive rights to all memory units, unwilling to share even the research data, causing her to falter mid-sentence. What specific requests did your director make? If the terms are reasonable, perhaps discussions could be entertained. Discuss? Both parties were adamant about acquiring those 3 advanced memory units. What room for negotiation remained? The intentions of the director are beyond my conjecture. Natasha shrugged. My mission is to fulfill the military's conditions, which seem to align closely with your general's calculations. Then it appears there is nothing to discuss. Carey's expression darkened unexpectedly, taken aback that the other party left no room for negotiation. As a seasoned Special Forces operative, she recognized this as merely a pretext. S.H.I.E.L.D. was indeed adept at extracting every advantage, making General Ross appear almost benevolent by comparison. Do not rush. The intentions of the higher-ups belong to them. We may consider alternative arrangements. Let us split the mass-produced units evenly, each take 1 advanced memory unit, and settle the last one through a simulated combat to determine ownership. Agreed. This arrangement would directly fulfill half of Carey's mission objectives. Let's open the safe. Stark may return at any moment. Provide me with his fingerprint. You do not even have the key? Natasha's voice suddenly rose. Should an alarm be triggered, leading Stark to relocate the memory units? Her days of stealth would be rendered futile. It was unnecessary to take such risks. But since you have acquired the fingerprint, it indicates that action is imminent. To prevent the mission's failure, one must take risks. Success would be ideal, but even in failure, it would allow Stark to conceal the memory units again. This would disrupt your plans, sow doubt regarding your role as an assistant, and, crucially, grant us time to redeploy. You truly are just an assistant? Natasha could hardly conceal her astonishment. Otherwise, this is all basic protocol. In certain fields, I may not match your expertise, but in terms of experience, you are far behind. My extensive background in international infiltration serves as the best testament. If I lacked true capability, do you think I would have attained the rank of lieutenant colonel at such a young age? Here, Natasha mechanically handed over the fingerprint. The safe opened with a click. Yet what lay within was utterly bewildering. Various photographs of Iron Man, data on the physique of cover girls, and records of interactions with different women. These contents caused Carey's expression to darken further. She turned to Natasha, her tone laced with mockery and a hint of pity. Being an assistant to such a person must be quite the burden for you. This statement ignited Natasha's fury. The Black Widow of S.H.I.E.L.D. is nothing more than this. Witnessing her reaction, Carey's opinion of Natasha plummeted further. She genuinely could not comprehend why the general valued her so highly. We have found it. Carey retrieved a box from the safe, but before she could regain her balance, a powerful punch came hurtling toward her face. Despite her swift reflexes in using the box as a shield, the immense force forced her back several steps before she could steady herself. At that moment, she comprehended the reason behind Ross's regard for Natasha. in terms of individual combat. It seemed that no one in the military could rival her prowess. What infuriated Carrie even more was the realization that Natasha was clearly toying with her, deliberately luring her into a false sense of security. Ignoring Carrie's furious glare, Natasha flashed a charming smile, taunting, "Are you truly just a mirror?" The same question, yet laden with derision and disdain. Carrie found herself at a loss for words, left to swallow the bitter fruit of her own underestimation. "Where did this all begin? Can you enlighten me?" Natasha replied, "I've been guiding you since you entered. I didn't anticipate that a seasoned agent would be so easily ensnared." "Huh, you are quite terrifying." Carrie scoffed, "Staying with S.H.I.L.D. is a waste of your talents. Why not develop in military? With your capabilities, rising to the rank of colonel within 3 years would be a trifling task." "No thanks, I'm quite content with the status quo." "What a pity." Carrie suddenly shifted the conversation, "But you made 2 miscalculations. First, you didn't knock me out. Second, the box remains in my grasp." "Well, you certainly are confident," Natasha retorted disdainfully. "I'm keeping you around to avoid any anomalies when Stark returns." As for the box, she gestured towards the window behind Carrie. "If you wish to escape, aside from the door behind me, that window is your only other option. While I can't ascertain the precise height, it must be several hundred meters. Care to test your luck? Perhaps you might survive." "Damn it," Carrie muttered under her breath. "It seems I have no choice but to engage you in battle." She assumed a combat stance, adding, "But the stakes should be raised. It's not just the final memory unit at risk, but the ownership of all memory units. Before we commence, I'm curious if this can be resolved so easily." "Why waste words? It's purely a matter of personal interest," Natasha shrugged. "I wanted to confirm that Ross's objective is indeed 3 high-grade memory units and a semi-mass-produced variant, correct?" Carrie's expression suddenly froze. Micro-expression analysis was her forte, yet Natasha's methods transcended the realm of psychology, bordering on mind-reading, which was terrifying. No wonder she found herself ensnared in the intricately woven trap. This defeat was hardly unjust. "Do not regard me with such eyes," Natasha remarked, playing with her fingertips. "It's merely a fundamental skill. However, General Ross's vision is indeed inferior to Director Fury's. He insists that I retrieve all memory units. Not even one can be absent." "Then let's get to it." Carrie's nails dug in her palms. "You can boast after you defeat me. That's unnecessary." In an instant, Natasha's form became a blur. Her right fist, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, launched directly at Carrie's face. Caught off guard, Carrie's defenses were riddled with flaws. With a resounding thud, Natasha's military boot struck her side, sending Carrie crashing against the wall like a puppet severed from its strings, the collision of her spine against the metallic surface echoing dully. Long-term undercover work had indeed enhanced her resilience, Natasha observed from her elevated position. Yet that was all it amounted to. Carrie spat blood and suddenly lunged toward the metallic box on the ground. The moment her fingertips grazed the doorknob, a crushing pain shot through her wrist. The box arced gracefully through the air, landing securely in Natasha's grasp. A swift spinning kick sent her crashing back into the room, the overturned coffee table spilling dark stains onto the plush carpet. The outcome was clear. Natasha shook her spoils. "Aren't you concerned I might expose your identity?" Carrie sneered, leaning against the toppled sofa. "A.S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent in Tony Stark's territory? Tomorrow's congressional hearing will surely be entertaining." Suddenly, Natasha crouched down, her gun's barrel gently caressing the bloodied corner of Carrie's mouth. A clever choice to use military intervention as a shield. Too bad you forgot that cold metal gradually sliding to your temple often silences those who disrupt the unwritten rules. "How do you think General Ross will deal with a pawn that leaks classified information?" Carrie's pupils constricted sharply as she discerned the murderous intent lurking in Natasha's eyes. It was not a threat, but the gaze of a predator locking onto its prey. As Natasha turned to leave with the box, a fleeting smirk crossed Carrie's face beside the safe. She deftly wiped away any traces left on the safe, then glanced down to reveal a cold, shimmering high-capacity memory unit lying quietly next to 2 ordinary ones. This footstep was worth it. Carrie caressed the raised patterns on the surface of the memory unit. The earlier provocation aimed at infuriating Natasha had merely been a ruse to mask her fingers' lightning-fast maneuver between the seams of the box. The thought of Black Widow's expression upon discovering her prize had diminished, brought a smile to her lips. 73 hours later, the glass facade of Stark Tower reflected two figures. A triumphant Natasha was reporting through an encrypted channel. The memory unit is secured. The rookie sent by the military poses no threat. She remained oblivious to the barely noticeable scratch on her suitcase's combination lock visible in the elevator's mirrored surface. 3 kilometers below ground, Carrie inserted the memory unit into a prepared refrigeration device. The military's specially designed shockproof boots struck the floor, shattering all surveillance chips along the way. She cast one last glance at the lights atop Stark Tower, where a bald man wearing brown glasses grinned at a virtual screen. Tony's racing footage is far more entertaining than that memory unit. I can't shake the feeling that he's changed drastically lately, engaging in all sorts of outrageous behavior. It's certain something is amiss, otherwise, he wouldn't have lost his usual composure. Chapter 40. The Faceless Rider. Understood, Fury. But when will the vacation you promised me be granted? Agent Natasha, we are in a critical period, and the Bureau is short-staffed. Once this phase passes, I will certainly grant your leave with compensation. He hung up the phone without another word. Damn it. I knew that old fox Nick Fury was just stringing me along. Short-staffed? Such nonsense might fool the newcomers, but I've been with ELD for years. When have I ever seen a shortage of personnel? Only when I'm lying in a hospital bed, unable to move, will they consider me available for leave. Whatever. I'll return the items first. Natasha opened the box to inspect the memory chips, only to discover that out of the original 13, 3 were missing, one of which was of a high caliber. This meant she had lost even the opportunity for a hospital leave. She shook her head with a bitter smile. As a top-tier agent, she immediately began to contemplate the circumstances surrounding the theft. Recalling Carrie's impatient demeanor at the time of his resignation, the realization swiftly dawned upon her. Had she been outmaneuvered? It seemed she had underestimated Carrie. His acting prowess was truly exceptional. Meanwhile, Stark had gleaned information from Ivan Vanko, discovering that there had been no breach of company secrets. Instead, it was revealed that the opposing party's ancestors had intersected with his own, making possession of the reactor design perfectly reasonable, which brought him some relief. Before departing, Vanko had kindly pointed out the reactor's flaws and suggested improvements. Stark initially believed that Vanko would spend the rest of his life incarcerated. Knowing these details was futile. It was akin to learning the correct answers after an examination had concluded. One could only comprehend their errors without the ability to amend them, a torment greater than merely failing. However, he did not anticipate that, after his departure, his old rival Justin Hammer would swiftly grant Vanko a retest, having personally shared the answers with his candidate. Ling Tian observed Stark emerging from the prison with a glum expression and could not help but chuckle. So, have you uncovered how the information was leaked? Sort of. Stark replied, but there will be no further leaks. I intend to arrange for someone to deliver a bar of soap to ensure his prison life remains quite eventful. Ling Tian remained rooted in place. Stark frowned and inquired, why are you still here? Have you come just to mock me? I have no time for that. If you have questions, direct them to your former secretary, who should now be addressed as CEO. Ms. Potts confiscated my camera and insists on confirming your well-being before returning it. I have no choice in the matter, Ling Tian shrugged. Well, that's rather good news. However, may I borrow your camera for a few days of study? I find it quite intriguing. Not a chance. That is essential equipment for a detective. I suspect your so-called study involves dismantling it into pieces, Ling Tian aptly surmised. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Stark's face. He had indeed harbored such intentions, but being confronted directly made it somewhat uncomfortable. If you won't lend it, so be it. Who cares? By the way, are you truly letting him off this easily? What if he manages to escape? The repercussions could be endless. In his current predicament, even if he were to flee, he would hardly make waves. No one would shelter a fugitive without a penny to his name. What are you worried about? I suggest eliminating any future threats. It's always prudent to take preventive measures. Ling Tian replied casually, yet Stark furrowed his brow. Such thoughts are perilous. Taking the law into your own hands is illegal and could lead to complications. You need to think more clearly. I must be going. Stark turned and entered his car without looking back. You still haven't returned my camera. Ling Tian suddenly realized that Stark might be planning to seize this opportunity to dismantle the camera. Sure enough, when Stark returned to request his camera from Potts, he discovered it had mysteriously vanished. At that moment, Ling Tian sent a message. The item has been returned to its rightful owner. This suspicious fellow. Stark complained aloud. Yet warmth surged within him. Ling Tian was indeed capable of retrieving the camera at any moment, yet he deliberately chose to wait outside the prison, primarily out of concern for his safety. Can you truly find amusement in this? Are you aware of the grave consequences that have arisen? Bots pressed his finger forcefully against the television screen, as nearly every channel condemned Iron Man, with that insufferable judge reappearing in the news. Natasha lowered her voice to report. Director, the military has intercepted the memory drives, 3 in total, including advanced weaponry. Understood. Nick Fury's singular, I remained unblinking. Even more troubling was the sight of his hand, veins bulging as he gripped the communicator. During my call with Ross, I suddenly heard the activation sound. What does this signify? I can explain. This is nothing but self-inflicted humiliation. Fury slammed his hand on the table. Your 2-month paid leave is hereby revoked. You are to monitor Stark immediately as he prepares his will, transferring his company and dissipating his wealth. What could possibly motivate a billionaire to act in such a manner? In a laboratory, Tony scrutinized the alarming spike in the concentration reports. Despite Ling Tian's promise of salvation, the palladium was relentlessly devouring his lifeline. He swallowed a mouthful of chlorophyll juice, grimacing at its bitterness. At least he did not indulge in drunken antics at his birthday party, even though Rhodey held up the Iron Man suit, declaring him unworthy. Rogers arrived at Stark's laboratory, donning the Mark II armor, subsequently referred to as War Machine, to engage Stark in combat, attempting to steer him back onto the right path, yet his efforts proved fruitless. Stark's unusually despondent demeanor filled Rogers with disappointment. He flew towards the base, unaware that Stark had already devised a plan to entrust the armor to him. On one hand, this would allow Rogers to satisfy the military's demands and spare his friend from undue hardship. On the other hand, the core technology of the suit remained firmly under Stark's control, requiring his personal authorization for activation. The military could not access this system, and given the life-and-death bond between Rogers and Stark, he had no doubt about his friend's character. Nick Fury learned through Natasha that Stark was suffering from palladium poisoning, with a countdown to his demise and no remedy in sight. It was no wonder Stark had resorted to such reckless behavior. The true source of his distress lay in the realization that he could not exhaust his wealth before his death. After understanding the situation, Fury resolved to meet with Tony Stark personally, aiming to discuss his philosophical outlook on life and reshape his worldview. The reasons were threefold. Firstly, Stark's emotional state was extremely volatile. Constantly clad in his armor, he could potentially become a threat to S.H.I.L.D. at any moment. Secondly, aiding Stark was not only a nod to the legacy of Howard and S.H.I.L.D., but also an investment in Tony's remarkable talents. Regardless of the outcome, this act of goodwill would bind Stark to them, providing S.H.I.L.D. with an additional asset for future technological challenges. For Fury, this was a risk-free venture requiring only a modest investment. Why not seize the opportunity? Natasha, terminate your undercover mission. Fury issued the command. Synchronize with Stark's coordinates. We shall depart immediately. Remember to bring lithium dioxide. It may at least mitigate his palladium poisoning symptoms. Thank heavens. Natasha sighed with relief. This wretched ordeal was finally coming to an end. Managing a mountain of paperwork was one thing, but dealing with Stark, while having to play the role of a mere ornament. Oh, the heavens. In those days, lurking in the den of drug traffickers was far more comfortable than it is now. Spare me the complaints, Fury interjected. Your vacation has already gone down the drain. The coordinates have been sent. Natasha reminded him curtly, suggesting that they act swiftly. Who knows where that ticking time bomb might fly to in the next moment. Very well, I shall comply. But if we find ourselves in a crowded place, remember to clear the area in advance. Understood. Fury indeed executed Natasha's advice without delay, yet upon arriving at the scene, he was met with a sight that left him both amused and exasperated. Tony Stark was sprawled within a colossal donut model, leisurely munching on snacks. Good grief. Utterly childish. I rushed over in a frenzy, and I have an important meeting this afternoon. Do they think I have nothing better to do? The bald director vented his frustration to Natasha, yet she astutely detected the subtle emotions hidden within his words, jealousy and longing. This made her question whether she was overly fatigued, as she found it odd that this cold-hearted superior might yearn for such ridiculous antics. Mr. Stark, might I kindly request that you dismount from the dessert? In addressing Tony, Fury instantly adopted a businesslike demeanor, as if his earlier irritation had never existed. The speed of his mood swings was faster than turning the pages of a book. Natasha mused inwardly. Even in a dazed state, Tony could still recognize that iconic bald head. After all, there were few individuals with such distinctive traits globally. I have no interest in joining your boys' club. In the restaurant, Tony bluntly interrupted Fury's persuasion. Naturally, you have always preferred to go solo. Just as the director was solemnly declaring that Tony was irreplaceable, Natasha Romanoff, made her entrance, her high heels clicking against the floor. The sleek combat suit paired with her holstered gun presented a sharp contrast to Fury's enigmatic smile. In that moment, Tony realized with a jolt that the alluring assistant he had painstakingly recruited from Pepper was, in fact, an undercover agent. You are fired. I fear you lack the authority for that. Not to mention, Stark Industries is currently under Pepper's command. It would be a trivial matter for S.H.I.E.L.D. to insert an operative. Seizing the opportunity amid their conversation, Natasha swiftly administered a dose of lithium to Tony. As the medication took effect, the dark, purplish veins snaking from his chest to his neck receded rapidly, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. What is this? Tony's voice trembled. A temporary alleviant. It addresses the symptoms, but does not cure the root cause. Fury shrugged. Your issues are not so straightforward. I thought this was the antidote Ling Tian mentioned. Tony gasped. He spoke of a new element to replace palladium that my father left behind. Ling Tian? Why is he always in a mix? Not only was Fury taken aback, but even Natasha displayed a look of surprise. As S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, they were aware that Howard Stark was one of the agency's founders. But how did Ling Tian come to know this information? The two exchanged glances, each reading the wariness reflected in the other's eyes. Mr. Stark, I must caution you. Ling Tian is far more complex than he appears. Fury's expression turned grave. I understand, a masked rider, after all, who doesn't have a few secrets? Stark shrugged dismissively. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that you may have never truly comprehended him. Take this incident as an example. Our intelligence regarding the new element originates from the relics your father left behind at S.H.L. Yet what is the source of Ling Tian's information? I am now gravely suspicious that a vast organization lurks behind him, possibly even infiltrating S.H.L.D. itself. Are you serious? Stark raised an eyebrow, a bemused expression crossing his face. That is not a very amusing jest. Suddenly, Ling Tian's voice echoed from behind them, startling Nick Fury to the point of nearly leaping from his seat, having clearly ordered a lockdown. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the director feigned calmness, stating S.H.I.E.L.D. is extensive. Infiltration is not surprising. But do not intertwine my affairs with your conspiracy theories. Chapter 41. What are your orders? Ling Tian, hands in his pockets, said with a half-smile, Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You could easily fabricate a charge to imprison me, thus justifiably seizing my assets, including the coveted knight armor, correct? Nick Fury silently chuckled to himself. He indeed had entertained this thought, yet the risks outweighed the potential benefits. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D. had painstakingly acquired 2 advanced memory devices and 8 ordinary ones, yet had made no progress in their research. Like Stark Industries, they had uncovered the technology for human connectivity, yet no one dared to take the plunge, for the consequences were unpredictable. One might gain power or lose their sanity. Much like the abomination that had devolved into a monster. Even if volunteers were found, these precious samples could not be entrusted to outsiders. In contrast, the military fared worse. With only 3 experimental opportunities, finding both willing and reliable candidates amidst the vast populace proved exceedingly difficult. Ling Tian was acutely aware of the calculations at play on both sides. This had always been his strategy to buy time. Though he had not anticipated Stark security being so lax that equipment valued at nearly 10,000 points could be easily appropriated by 2 minor characters. Upon learning of this, he felt an overwhelming urge to berate the sentry mercilessly. Detective Ling, we certainly did not mean it that way. But could you please elucidate the source of the intelligence regarding the new element? Nick Fury's tone was subtly accusatory. Is this not a suspicion of me? Ling Tian observed Fury with a smile. Honestly, Director, your foreseriousness is rather amusing, resembling a quarrelsome shrew. Stark and Natasha simultaneously lost their composure. Natasha's shoulders trembled as she desperately pressed her lips together, while Stark unabashedly laughed heartily. Fury's expression darkened, nearly turning a shade of green. He warily scrutinized Ling Tian, questioning whether this fellow might possess peculiar preferences. Returning to the main topic, Ling Tian shrugged. Tony just lamented that he couldn't hold on any longer and begged for my assistance. I rushed over, only to witness what? You folks at SHIELD have surprisingly assigned me an identity. Your methods are quite alarming. I'm more concerned about how you managed to breach our defenses. Natasha narrowed her eyes. This building is guarded by 300 agents, yet you appeared silently in the conference room. A familiar face. Ling Tian suddenly clapped his hands. You were the one who barged into my apartment with a gun last year, correct? The answer was straightforward. He flashed an innocuous smile. It was Coulson who brought me in. After all, if I truly wished to force my way in, could you have stopped me? Where exactly are the coordinates of the new element? Stark interjected impatiently. I told you long ago, Ling Tian sighed. Had you paid attention to my words last month, you would have already produced it. Oh, did I? Stark replied, puzzled. Do you recall me mentioning your father's legacy and the footage shown at the exposition? So, the life-saving element is embedded within that model of the new city in the footage. Ling Tian poked Stark's chest. Do you understand now? Stark's eyes widened in sudden realization. The clue was indeed right before them. If it were truly created, it would save my life once more. He grabbed his coat, ready to rush out. For nothing was more pressing than the new element. I suggest retrieving your father's belongings first. Ling Tian suddenly turned to Fury. That would be more efficient, wouldn't it, Director? Indeed. Fury's expression darkened, as his meticulously arranged pieces had been unexpectedly countered. He had long been aware of Howard's knowledge regarding the new element. Yet the intricacies had eluded him. Who could have anticipated that this endeavor, while seemingly a favor to Stark, would hold far less value than expected? Well then, Director Fury, I have addressed your inquiries, Ling Tian stated. As for Stark's troubles, let him manage them himself. Farewell. Oh, do as you wish. Wait. Don't mess up the situation with Dr. Banner, Fury cautioned. Rest assured, when your SHIELD requires his assistance next, inform me directly, and I shall handle it personally. As Ling Tian departed, Natasha softly remarked, It seems we have stumbled yet again at his hands. Nick Fury felt as though a dagger pierced his chest, a genuine pain radiating through his nerves. At the military headquarters in Harlem, General Ross was listening to a report on the memory device experiment, the ongoing stalemate causing his fingers to tap increasingly rapidly on the table. 3 months, and this is the best you can deliver? He questioned, loosening his tie. The chief researcher, wearing thick glasses, explained with difficulty. We have successfully reverse-engineered the production model of the memory device, creating imitations that can convincingly mimic the molecular structure, yet we are unable to activate the transformation function. It's akin to replicating the exterior of Stark's armor without grasping the core algorithm of the arc reactor. So, you top experts have merely crafted a heap of scrap metal? Ross jabbed his pen into the report, leaving ink splatters. However, we did stumble upon an unexpected discovery. The researcher lowered his voice. Though we cannot replicate the technology, we have discerned a method whereby ordinary individuals can pilot the existing Iron Man suits simply by implanting the memory device. Ross's single eye gleamed with intrigue. What the human trials? During tests on death row inmates, the memory device did indeed respond. The researcher hesitated, his throat tightening as the image of the grotesquely expanded mass replayed in his mind's eye. What are you stammering about? Even if the test subject transforms into a second abomination, it is still better than no progress at all. The general slammed his hand down, shattering a coffee cup. It is not merely that, but the transformed form is truly difficult to behold. Fortunately, this form allows for a seamless return to one's original human appearance, and the memory core remains unaffected. When Ross heard the term unpleasant to behold, his heart tightened suddenly, and his facial muscles twitched involuntarily, instantly conjuring the loathsome visage he despised. Could my life be merely a series of failures? He couldn't help but wonder if he was ensnared by some malevolent fate. However, the latter part of the statement offered him immediate solace. The ability to revert from the transformation indicated that the process was entirely reversible. As long as this power was utilized during combat, the grotesque appearance was of little consequence. What about the specific effects of the transformation? What abilities could be gained? The primary enhancement lay in the remarkable amplification of physical capabilities, with all physical metrics seeing exponential improvement. In a combat state, one could simultaneously confront multiple special forces operatives and even withstand ordinary gunfire, but that was the extent of it. Against heavy firepower, one remained utterly defenseless. Most critically, should one perish in the transformed state, the memory core would also disintegrate. So, the previous subjects have vanished along with their memory cores? Ross inquired with a stoic expression. Indeed, General, these mass-produced variants are utterly incapable of withstanding artillery fire. To put it plainly, these memory cores merely elevate the user's physical attributes to the limits of human potential, yielding no supernatural abilities. At best, they create an enhanced version of an ordinary person. Barely acceptable, Ross lamented. I had envisioned a super soldier akin to the captain, and this, at most, it's a fortified warrior. It seems the effort invested in these mass-produced models could have been better spent researching the blood of the loathsome creature. What are the advanced memory cores? Ross pressed on. General, all mass-produced models have been destroyed. We currently possess only one advanced memory core, which we have confirmed to exceed the performance of the mass-produced variants by more than 100-fold. This represents a qualitative leap. For this reason, we dare not proceed with experiments hastily. The researcher explained. If a death row inmate were to gain uncontrollable powers and our defense systems proved insufficient, we could very well repeat the catastrophic events of the Hulk incident. This concern is indeed valid. The devastation wrought by the Hulk's rampage remains vivid. Almost no one in the laboratory escaped unscathed. Considering their own lives, no one dared to be complacent. You have made the right decision, Ross nodded in agreement. Although the lack of experimental data is regrettable, safety must take precedence. As a first-hand witness to the Hulk incident, he understood better than anyone that merely surviving was a stroke of luck. So the issue is the absence of suitable test subjects? Ross murmured. Not only that, General. We possess only this one advanced memory core, which means we have but a single opportunity for experimentation. Understood. You may go and rest for now. I need some time alone. As you command, General. Once the others departed, Ross erupted in furious curses. The wretched S.H.I.L.D. The damn Nick Fury. How dare they seize what belongs to me, leaving me with only 3 out of 13 as if they were charity to a beggar. Just wait and see. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, in the midst of a meeting, suddenly sneezed. Caught a chill? Pierce inquired beside him. Perhaps. The recent fluctuations in the weather have contributed to this sentiment. Nick responded with indifference. Yet in his mind, he pondered, surely, it must be some adversary cursing my name. He possessed a keen awareness of his situation. It was improbable that a beautiful woman longed for him. Rather, it was his enemies who lingered in his thoughts. He had offended numerous individuals, prominent figures from various fields, which, from a certain perspective, could be deemed a remarkable achievement. An advanced memory unit? Wait. Who claimed that I possessed only one? Ross suddenly recalled that Ling Tian had at least 4 memory units. The one capable of defeating hatred would undoubtedly be of superior quality. He merely needed to devise a means to acquire it. However, as soon as this greedy thought surfaced, he forcefully suppressed it. He understood well that any hasty military action would undoubtedly attract the scheming Nick Fury, who was likely waiting for him to make such a blunder. To completely push top talents into the arms of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was not that foolish. It seemed that he could only operate in secrecy. Perhaps it was time to consider inserting another undercover agent? Ross contemplated this, but swiftly dismissed the idea. Ling Tian did not possess a vast enterprise like Tony Stark. He lived a secluded life, and with his identity as a detective, it would be exceedingly difficult for an undercover agent to remain concealed for long. Nonetheless, this scheme lingered in his mind. Just because it was impractical now did not mean that opportunities would never arise. Since an undercover agent was not feasible, he would need to explore alternative avenues. He required a plan capable of achieving multiple objectives simultaneously. Experimental subjects, memory units, Ling Tian, Stark. After connecting these elements, Ross swiftly devised the scheme with the highest probability of success to find a sufficiently significant experimental subject to steal Ling Tian's possessions. Even if complications arose, it would ultimately fall upon Stark, as he was responsible for safeguarding the memory units, leaving the military unaccountable. Major, come here. Ross dialed the number of the base's major. What directives does the general have? There is something to confirm. Is Ivan Vanko still with Justin Hammer? Yes, sir. Hammer is fully committed to developing the Iron Man suit in an attempt to rival Stark. But unfortunately, his technical expertise leaves much to be desired. The military had originally planned to extract Ivan Vanko from prison, but Hammer got there first. However, this does not conflict with military interests, as Hammer and others have become primary suppliers since Stark shut down his weapons division. Should he successfully develop the Iron Man armor, the ultimate buyer will inevitably be the military, making it a win-win situation for them, hence their tacit approval of Hammer's actions. Ironically, Hammer believes his actions are clandestine, foolishly hoping to surpass Tony with the Iron Man suit, unaware that his tricks appear exceedingly clumsy to those with discerning eyes. I understand. Arrange a secret meeting, known only to Ivan Vanko himself. Hammer must not be made aware. Understood, General. I will arrange it immediately. Ross required a suitable experimental subject. Individuals who become uncontrollable after gaining power were not ideal choices. However, if this person harbored a deadly vendetta, possessed utilitarian value, and even risked their life, that would be an entirely different matter. Ivan Vanko was undoubtedly the best candidate. He would risk everything for revenge against Stark and would surely consent to the experiments. Moreover, Ling Tian's deep connection with Stark would inevitably embroil him in the conflict. Chapter 42. Delving deeper? Regardless of the outcome, when faced with a life-and-death adversary, both sides would undoubtedly give their all. Ross merely needs to deploy drones to acquire the combat data and human compatibility information of advanced memory units, while simultaneously uncovering Ling Tian's hidden cards, paving the way for future plans. This represents merely a baseline profit. Should Ling Tian perish, the military can directly seize his assets. If Stark falls, they can obtain the technology of the Iron Suit, and if both men meet their demise, it would be a trifecta of success. Currently, the military possesses only one advanced memory unit, making this experimental opportunity exceedingly precious. Nevertheless, at the very least, they can garner combat data and information on side effects, making the risk worthwhile. Had it not been for the recent dearth of gains, coupled with Ling Tian's custody of several advanced memory units, Ross might have hesitated to employ this experimental subject. Today holds extraordinary significance for Hammer, as the military has taken the initiative to contact him, requesting that he arrive with the latest weaponry. What does this imply? It signifies that Justin Hammer is finally on the verge of ascending to greatness. In the past, he had always sought to ingratiate himself with the military, yet their gaze remained fixed upon Stark. It was only when Stark withdrew that the military begrudgingly shifted their attention toward Hammer, which merely underscored Hammer's status as a backup. Although Stark's withdrawal was a boon, Hammer still harbored lingering resentment. Unless he could defeat Stark outright, he would forever remain a loser. Now, with the military reaching out to him for the first time, he felt both elated and anxious. He had initially planned to reveal his intentions to the military after Vank completed the iron armor, aiming to reverse the situation in one fell swoop. However, since the opportunity had presented itself prematurely, he was more than willing to embrace it. As long as he successfully marketed the iron armor, he could firmly occupy the power seat left vacant by Stark's company, truly savoring the taste of authority. Upon his enthusiastic arrival at the military base, he was overjoyed to find a drivable prototype of the iron armor before Colonel Rhodes. His smile was unrestrained, oblivious to the mockery concealed in Rhodes and the nearby Major's eyes. It was no wonder he was so exhilarated. Stark had always strictly prohibited others from accessing the suit, and the presence of this armor, in Hammer's wild imagination, signified that Stark was on the verge of being completely ousted. He subsequently showcased several meticulously prepared weapons, ranging from heavy machine guns to various advanced armaments. However, these pieces of equipment all shared a common trait. They were all pilfered innovations. Displaying these before the knowledgeable officers was tantamount to self-deprecation. When he noticed their lack of reaction, the embarrassed Hammer finally revealed his trump card, a small black box. He carefully extracted a 20-centimeter missile equipped with a whirlwind system, the Sidewinder missile. Even Rhodes was moved, as this weapon had not even been developed by Stark. Rhodes pondered silently. Had Hammer's company finally produced an original weapon? The details of the weapon Hammer introduced were lost on both men. The only clarity was that this contraption, dubbed Ex-Wife, could obliterate surface bunkers along with subterranean fortifications, which was sufficient for their needs. Soldiers hardly comprehend all those technical terminologies, if they possess such expertise. they would have long joined the research department. Hammer extolled the product to the heavens, but the actual effectiveness was known only to fate and himself. Would they purchase it? A definitive answer was needed. Hammer, tapping the display table, had been promoting for ages without any engagement, leaving anyone feeling stifled. How many? Which set? All-inclusive. Rod left the words hanging in the air as he departed, leaving the expert to load ammunition into the war machine alone. Just as Hammer exited, Ross stealthily infiltrated the factory, finding it eerily deserted. One must admire the businessman's confidence. In such a vast workshop, he entrusted Ivan Vanko to operate solo, without even a supervisor's watchful eye. Should one commend his faith in his associates, or mock his blind confidence in the notion that the Russians would obediently act as allies? Ah, Mr. Vanko, it is far more challenging to reach you than to contact the Pentagon. General Ross? Ivan's gaze fixated on the suddenly illuminated surveillance screen, recognizing the military's impressive capabilities through the facility's sole terminal. He remained unfazed. What did it matter if he was a fugitive? Who among this group wouldn't be begging for his assistance? Let's get straight to the point. Do you intend to eliminate Tony Stark? Nonsense. Ivan kicked aside a nearby component, brimming with resources and the capability to forge armor that could make Stark call him father. Alas, you find yourself incapable. Ross tapped the control panel, noting how Stark's armor upgrades occurred with greater rapidity than one changes socks. Even if you possessed ARC technology, what are the other systems? You would forever be chasing after his obsolete models. The Russian, of course, was well aware of this. He had already converted the entire factory's armors to remote control, ready to drag Stark and Hammer to their demise together. From the outset, he had regarded the other as a fool to be manipulated at will. Yet this matter could not afford any missteps before it reached its conclusion. Thus, he refrained from revealing his thoughts, merely feigning contemplation as he stood still. After a lengthy silence, he raised his gaze to Ross. Pray tell, what assistance can you provide? A triumphant smile crept across Ross's lips as he retrieved a weapon memory device from his pocket. This new technology could bestow extraordinary power upon its user, having even bested Stark in the past. Ha ha ha! Ivan Vanko's laughter dripped with scorn. General, if the military truly possessed such technology, why the obsession with the Iron Man suit? The crux of the matter lies here. Ross tapped the memory device meaningfully, revealing that such cutting-edge technology was in the hands of a detective named Ling Tian, rather than the military. So, Vanko narrowed his eyes. The transaction is simple. You may utilize this memory device. However, upon successful vengeance, you must assist me in retrieving all memory devices held by Ling Tian. Vanko suddenly leaned forward. Why should I trust you, General Ross? Moreover, he elongated his tone. That detective has no enmity with me. From your description, he seems a formidable adversary. Allow me to enlighten you. Ross lowered his voice. Ling Tian shares a deep camaraderie with Stark. Do you recall that bat-like armor that hindered you at the racetrack? He designed it. As the words left his lips, he noticed Ivan's knuckles whiten momentarily, but it was fleeting. You could very well employ it at the critical moment. Should you fail, it serves as your trump card. Should you succeed, consider it an additional trophy. You stand to lose nothing. Vanko suddenly smirked. This device is yet to undergo human testing, hasn't he it? That Ling Tian likely possesses similar equipment. Do you intend to use me as a test subject? How refreshing it is to converse with an astute individual. Ross clapped his hands in amusement. The test data indicated its power vastly exceeded expectations, but we require observation of its performance in actual combat. Your confrontation with Iron Man presents an exquisite opportunity. Should circumstances turn unfavorable, let it become the pivotal moment for a dramatic reversal. The seasoned general confidently added, I assure you, the potency of this memory device is by no means inferior to that of Ling Tian's equipment. All you need to do is relish the climactic battle with your nemesis, and if you would be so kind, bring back a few mementos for me. A deal struck. Wank readily acquiesced. This transaction was undeniably advantageous for him. Should he ultimately fail to vanquish Stark, this enigmatic force would serve as his final trump card. From the very beginning, he had never intended to complete the mission alive. Stark was the singular objective. The memory device was merely an ancillary option. Very well. May our collaboration be fruitful. Ross tossed the black memory device to the other party, adding, rest assured, the dead do not speak. Then let us toast to our continued enjoyment. With that, Ross strode away, his coat billowing in the wind. The swarm of drones was poised. awaiting the commencement of the spectacle. Old man, Wank spat upon the ground, yet swiftly tucked the memory device into his inner pocket. He turned back to continue calibrating the Iron Legion, for these were the true valiant warriors. A call from Hammer interrupted his work. "You're telling me the Iron Soldiers are not yet complete?" The voice on the other end was shrill and off-key. "I am currently signing a contract with the Senator. You promised a complete armor production line. Relax, everything is under control. What I need is not an empty promise." Hammer slammed down the phone. The expo posters were still damp with ink, yet the display only featured a bowing Tin Man. This heap of scrap was hardly worthy of being an exhibit. Fortunately, the military had transferred the war machine for him to modify. Otherwise, he would have lost face entirely. He charged into the laboratory with his thugs. "Listen, we have acquired Stark's second-generation technology." Hammer kicked a half-finished armor with his shoe. "You had better deliver the finished product tonight," he warned, casting a sidelong glance at his bodyguards. "I'm off to the expo now." Before leaving, he deliberately raised his voice. "These two will take good care of you." Yet, he miscalculated on 2 counts. First, those 2 bodyguards would be found swinging from the steel beams half an hour later. Second, Wank had never regarded Hammer with any seriousness. All cooperation was merely a stepping stone for revenge. At this moment, the button for the final act had been pressed. Hammer had effectively dug his own grave. As the colorful lights of the expo illuminated, the first batch of Iron Soldiers burst forth from their display cases. Happy, piloting his vehicle, arrived at the venue with Potts and Natasha. This expo, themed around armored steel, drew a multitude of guests. As the newly appointed head of Stark Industries, Potts, despite her reluctance, had to attend. Justin Hammer made his grand entrance, strutting exaggeratedly, his pompous demeanor causing Ling Tian to frown. Good heavens! This nouveau riche seemed to mistake Hammer Industries showcase for a personal concert. He gazed at the exhilarated crowd below, silently scoffing. "Detective Ling?" came Potts's astonished exclamation from behind. Natasha, equally taken aback, unconsciously touched her earlobe. "What, does this place prohibit detectives?" Ling Tian's lips curled into a slight smile. The system panel displayed a completed task for resolving palladium poisoning, signifying that with the birth of a new element, the revenge of a certain Russian physicist was about to unfold. Potts hastily waved her hand. "You misunderstand. I merely did not expect your interest in the technology exhibition." "As for my interests," Ling Tian deliberately elongated his tone. Noticing Natasha leaning slightly forward, he suddenly lowered his voice. "Breathe, continuously breathe." Goodness! Natasha's tactical boots crushed a screw on the ground. A light cough from Director Fury echoed through the S.H.I.E.L.D. equipment. At this moment, Hammer was showcasing the Iron Soldier formation. The Marines, Ling Tian mused, counting the camouflage paint, thinking that with just one more, he could summon all the members of the Pentagon. When Colonel Rhodes descended with the war machine, Ling Tian whistled, "Far superior to the original models I've fought. To be precise, this is the very one I battled." Natasha raised an eyebrow. "It seems your relationship with Iron Man runs deeper than the files suggest." Tony wanted to run a marathon as soon as he learned to walk. Ling Tian reminisced while stroking his chin, but if he were piloting this upgraded version back then. Before he could finish, the gold and red Mark V streaked through the night sky, the triangular reactor glowing on Tony's chest, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Natasha's pupils suddenly constricted, the focus of her miniature camera shifting between Ling Tian's composed profile and Tony's new armor. In the distance, the faint hum of an electrical toolbox could be heard. "Mr. Ling Tian, I beg to differ. If Tony were half as dependable as you, I wouldn't be left to pick up his mess every day," Potts remarked, her gaze fixed anxiously on the iron armor on display, clearly hoping Ling Tian would perk up. Ling Tian turned to look at her. "He has indeed gotten into quite a few predicaments lately. But do you remember what I said? There are reasons behind actions. Those muddled accounts seem to me more like his unwillingness to leave life unwritten, though absurd enough to tarnish our man's name. Thankfully, no tragedies have ensued." He paused. "Consider this. Under what circumstances would a person act in such a manner? I shall say no more, but I believe he will provide you with an explanation soon." Chapter 43. The decathlete Potts fell into a brief silence before finally speaking. "I hope his explanation will be convincing. I never would have guessed, Detective Ling Tian, that you possess such a talent for counsel," Natasha interjected suddenly, her tone oddly tinged. "Indeed, I share that sentiment," Ling Tian replied, his intonation rising. "Many others feel the same. The police chief praises my aptitude for law enforcement. Nick Fury claims I'm destined for espionage. And even the hotel chef believes I have a knack for culinary mastery. Oh, and there are photographers who commend my talent for photography. There are too many examples to recount. He feigned distress, raising his hands. You see, with such versatility, how could I be any more ostentatious without making it difficult for others? Alas, I find myself both kind and humble. Wouldn't you agree, Natalie? This proclamation caused Potts to stifle a laugh, marking the first time in recent memory that she had smiled. Enough. Seriously, your narcissism is rivaling Stark's, Natasha quipped. Before Ling Tian could retort, a sudden commotion erupted at the exhibition. All the Iron Soldiers, including Rhodes's War Machine, abruptly aimed their weapons at Tony Stark. The crowd below stirred in alarm. Indeed, Ling Tian gazed at the unfolding scene, whispering softly. What do you mean by that? Natasha inquired sharply. Surely, these are the clues a detective ought to grasp. In any case, Tony has landed himself in quite a predicament, and I must intervene shortly. What are you two playing at? Pepper Potts asked, her face a mask of confusion. Ling Tian was too pressed for time to clarify. In his view, those armored soldiers were merely walking bundles of points. At that moment, Tony had burst through the skylight, exclaiming, "If we're going to fight, let us fight." The Iron Legion followed suit, shattering the glass dome of the convention center amid gunfire, plunging the crowd into chaos. I must depart. If I delay, he may find himself in peril, Ling Tian remarked, already dashing out of the venue. Watching the multitude of flying armored suits, he sighed. Indeed, aerial combat is still a challenge for me. He had initially retrieved an orange-red memory chip, but quickly switched it for a trump card upon spotting the ground forces. Why seek distant skies to transform when he could confront these metallic nuisances directly? With a signature sound effect, his violet-black armor enveloped him in an instant. Ling Tian charged at the nearest armored soldier, his fist coalescing with dark purple energy, striking directly at its chest. To his surprise, this seemingly casual punch pierced through the metallic shell effortlessly. Raising an inferior product like this at the expo? Is Hammer trying to be amusing? He mused, surveying the mechanized army still firing at Stark above. A flicker of excitement crossed his eyes. It would be best to finish quickly. He couldn't let Stark seize those 50,000 points first. The ensuing battle was akin to slicing through vegetables. These oblivious armored soldiers focused solely on their mechanical assault against Stark, completely disregarding the imminent threat. Ling Tian dismantled them with ease, leaving a scattering of parts in his wake. This is what you call a battle? He scoffed, kicking aside the metallic debris, still unsatisfied. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Ivan Vanko stared in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had been relishing the sight of Stark being bombarded, and now a third of his forces were offline. To make matters worse, the monitors indicated an ongoing breach. Observing the agile red-haired agent on screen, Vanko realized time was running out. Gritting his teeth, he activated all remaining troops and donned a specially designed whip suit. This was not a weapon that ordinary soldiers could compare to. Its power rivaled that of the Iron Tyrant from days gone by. Mechanical wings. Ling Tian's pupils dilated as the previously immobilized steel turrets began to rise into the air like anti-gravity balloons. The moment had arrived. He deftly switched memory chips. A flash of orange light passed as the orange-red device was replaced with a new one. The transformation sound echoed as emerald-hued, wing-like armor unfurled before swiftly retracting into a streamlined back suit. The trajectory of the iron tide beneath the clouds was now vividly apparent. Ling Tian maintained a cruising speed, his fingertips absent-mindedly caressing the joints of his armor. System, what were the rewards for that recent kill? Individual target exchange limit, 10,000 points. This figure momentarily staggered him in midair. Hammer Industries ought to be rebranded as a charitable organization, he thought, whistling in bemusement. At this moment, if a merchant were present, he would surely be left speechless, for the cost of each prototype is sufficient to purchase half a street of CFS in Manhattan. Their destination is an abandoned shipyard. As Stark and Rhodes find themselves besieged by iron soldiers, Ling Tian suddenly detects unusual electromagnetic waves among the clouds. A swarm of drones is forming a net of encirclement. It is time to intercept. He makes a swift dive, leaving a rainbow trail in his wake. Stop. Those are all mine. He begrudgingly swallows the word's points and instead declares, my mission objective. This bellow momentarily halts the battlefield. Rhodes, aiming his palm cannon at the throat of the nearest mechanical soldier, hesitates. Is this your newly developed avian battle armor? Strictly speaking, before Stark could finish his sentence, he suddenly recognizes the blue light of the drive belt flickering on the opponent's waist. Well, this certainly is a familiar face. He sidesteps a particle beam, but fails to notice the twitching corners of Ling Tian's mouth. Each iron soldier they destroy feels akin to gold bars being siphoned from his account. We'll discuss this later. Let us deal with these guys first. The drive belt at his waist instantly switches to dual mode, extracting a memory module and replacing it with two others, with the accompanying sound effects. The left half of the green armor morphs into a brilliant yellow, while the right transforms into a deep blue, with a blue glow emanating from his right hand. Another new form? Stark gazes at the unfamiliar armor, pondering how his own suit will keep pace with such constant upgrades. What new form? Rhodes inquires between shots. His curiosity piqued, though he finds this armor rather unremarkable. At this moment, Ross watches the battle from the base while Natasha observes the live broadcast through a computer. Let us finish this quickly. The blue muzzle aims at the surrounding iron soldiers, unleashing a barrage of light projectiles. Flashy as it is, if it doesn't hit, it's all in vain. Rhodes quips, but as soon as he finishes speaking, all the light projectiles suddenly reverse course, obliterating their targets. Automatic tracking? This definitely needs to be installed. Rhodes gazes enviously. I like it too, but a complete overhaul isn't feasible, at least not for now. Stark dampens the enthusiasm. What a buzzkill, Tony. Keep going. There's still a dozen left. Don't let the iron armor lose face. Fair point, Rhodes. Get down. I'm clearing the area. Rhodes immediately drops to the ground. Stark gathers energy in both arms, the back of his hands glowing red as two crimson beams spiral out, severing the remaining enemy drones in half. I should have used this move sooner. Rhodes exclaims in admiration. A one-time special move. Stark suddenly senses something amiss. Where's Ling Tian? Who knows? You didn't remind him to dodge. Oh no, he was caught in the crossfire, was he? But his armor is sturdier. He should just sustain light injuries. No sooner had he spoken than Ling Tian receives a blow to the back of his head. As the sparks from the clash of iron armor still linger in the air, Ling Tian seizes the damaged seam of Stark's armor and bellows, Tony Stark. If that burn had been off by 3 inches, I would have been preparing your eulogy right now. I crossed 3 time zones to provide support. And this is the gratitude I receive? Colonel Rhodes attempts to ease the tension. He is always like this, but before he can finish, a building section, sliced by lasers, collapses behind them, sending dust spiraling into the air. All personnel, pay attention. The alarm from Black Widow abruptly interrupted the communication channel, revealing enhanced steel soldiers at the 6 o'clock position, energy readings surpassing the threshold. Ivan Vanko's revenge spectacle had commenced. Ling Tian kicked aside the deformed armor plate, recalling who had once suggested sparing him. Now, he approached with an upgraded suit of armor to collect his dues. Stark's faceplate flickered with blue light. Legal proceedings are not my concern. Spare me your bureaucratic rhetoric. Before Ling Tian could finish his sentence, a colossal shadow plummeted from the sky. The armor, akin to a mobile fortress, shattered the ground, revealing Vanko's sinister visage beneath the helmet. Rhodey swiftly activated the shoulder weapon module. Taste the wrath of Hammer Industries' ex-wife. A brilliant flare traced a parabolic arc, only to leave a coin-sized dent in Vanko's chest plate, clattering to the ground amidst a puff of smoke. Is this the pinnacle of the Department of Defense's arsenal? Stark tapped Rhodey's armor, suggesting a more fitting name, Dumb Cannon. Ling Tian bent down to retrieve a still-warm shell casing. Has Hammer mixed farm machinery parts into the production line? Amidst the acrid smoke, the tactical projections of the trio were wholly engulfed by the shadow of Vanko's armor. Let me take over. Stark noticed Ling Tian's hesitation to engage, fearing Rhodey's morale would crumble. His shoulder armor ejected a row of miniature cannons, targeting Vanko's head with a barrage, only for the adversary to instantaneously lower his mask for protection. Vanko, uninterested in dialogue, lashed out with dual whips, forcing the trio to evade hastily. Rhodey was the first to fire, yet even the heavy machine gun behind him was cleaved in two by a single whip strike. As Stark attempted to gain the high ground, 2 electric whips ensnared his armor, crashing him to the ground. Meanwhile, Ling Tian adeptly withdrew while continuously harassing the enemy. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had swapped the memory core for a trump card and altered the drive to a phantom model. his purple-black armor seamlessly blending into the battlefield's periphery as an observer. Rhodey charged once more, unleashing a torrent of fire that momentarily compelled Vanko to block. In the blink of an eye, however, he was ensnared by the electric whips and dragged before the enemy, receiving a heavy punch to the faceplate. Stark arrived just in time to intervene, landing a few blows on Vanko, but finding himself ensnared by an electric whip around his neck, rendered immobile. Rhodey, unable to rise, fired desperately, but Vanko stomped down on his chest plate. Perhaps feeling victory was assured, the madman lifted his mask. An opportunity. Stark suddenly exerted force, yanking on the electric whip, causing Vanko to stumble back and release his foot. Just as Rhodey attempted to rise, a new whip ensnared his neck. Both men now found themselves suspended and vulnerable. Ling Tian, if you keep watching, we're done for. Vanko suddenly remembered there was a third participant, hastily preparing to defend himself, only to discover that both whips were firmly gripped by the two armored figures. As the mask clicked shut, he heard the mocking laughter seeping through the seams of the armor. The classic climactic entrance. In the meantime, to lend you a hand, Ling Tian's purple-black figure emerged from the shadows, intending to stylishly claim a kill, only to be met with Stark's deathly glare that sent shivers down his spine. Hold on for 10 seconds. The flames erupted in radiant light as the memory core slid into the side slot, a mechanical voice announcing the initiation. The steel whips, still tightly coiled, faced Vanko, who wore a sardonic smile despite enduring the crushing blows. Stark, is this the ally you sought? The mocking laughter of Whiplash rang sharply amidst the flying sparks. Suddenly, Ling Tian's right hand pierced through the armor, his palm clutching the luminous reactor. Who said I was merely playing? As the energy core was extracted, the light in Whiplash's eyes gradually dimmed. An impressive strike. Rhodes, rubbing his wrist, rose to his feet. A cough emerged from the abandoned armor, and Ling Tian relinquished the decision-making to Stark. It's your responsibility now. This time, we shall not repeat past mistakes. Just as Stark lifted his palm, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The disassembled armor revealed Vanko's corpulent form, his black memory unit pulsating with a dangerous glow. As the activation sound resonated, the metallic body began to undergo a transformation. Crimson skin enveloped the mechanical armor, his left arm morphing into a rotating barrel, while the massive broken sword on his back reflected a chilling light. The swirling drones confirmed Ling Tian's suspicion that the true target of this hunt was the perilous artifacts he safeguarded. It is time for explanations, Stark. Ling Tian observed the panic on his comrade's face as General Ross's unmanned reconnaissance aircraft faithfully documented this metamorphosis from above. Chapter 44. Life imprisonment. Natasha's fingers danced across the keyboard. This footage was sufficient to send tremors through the upper echelons of S.H.I.L.D. As the metallic monster emitted inhuman roars, Ling Tian pulled the two back. The fees for professional actors are due for an increase. The hidden observer could not fathom that within this seemingly uncontrollable crisis, a figure adorned with a tusked mask was calculating a far more intricate strategy. Ross was evidently poised to launch an attack against me. I must devise a countermeasure swiftly, lest the consequences become dire. Countless thoughts flashed through Ling Tian's mind. While a direct assault may be evaded, a concealed threat is far more insidious. As for Ivan Vanko, Ling Tian regarded him with disdain. Not only did he possess absolute control over the memory unit, capable of severing it from Vanko's body at any moment, but the power he currently wielded was more than sufficient to crush his adversary. Fleeing? Preposterous. With you present, along with the two of us, can we not subdue him? Stark's words snapped Ling Tian back to reality. Gazing at Vanko, now transformed into a hybrid, a plan began to take shape. If the memory unit could be rendered fundamentally damaged in this battle, perhaps safety could be increased. The more he contemplated this strategy, the more viable it appeared. However, the performance must be convincing. It would be best to sustain injuries, feigning difficulty in achieving victory, preferably a pure triumph. Stark initiated the offensive, with Rhodes promptly following suit. The sudden assault caught Vanko off guard. He instinctively raised his arms to shield himself. Boom, boom, boom. Dazzling sparks erupted upon Vanko's form, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, yet yielding little effect, merely stirring up a modicum of dust. Damn, that hurts. But ha ha ha. Is this what power feels like? It seems no less than the Iron Man's suit. Vanko quickly recognized his transformation and reveled in it. At this moment, he felt imbued with strength. Confident he could effortlessly rend Stark asunder. His new physique was likely more resilient than your armor's. Ordinary weaponry would prove ineffective. Enhanced weaponry was required. Upon hearing Ling Tian's warning, Stark promptly opened his palm towards Wank, beginning to gather energy. You shall not prevail. Wank raised his left arm and unleashed a frantic barrage, compelling the trio to scatter for cover. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward, drawing the broken sword from his back to strike at Stark, only to be intercepted by Ling Tian. Although he successfully blocked the assault, Ling Tian was still sent flying several meters. Ling Tian, enraged, Stark immediately unleashed a shockwave. Yet Wank withstood it with his colossal sword. Rhodes capitalized on the moment to fire another shot, pushing the adversary back a few meters, but Wank quickly regained his footing. It seems your weapons are mere ornaments, incapable of breaching my defenses. Wank laughed maniacally. Stark, is that ultimate move truly no longer an option? Rhodes inquired in a hushed tone. Is indeed no longer viable. Remember to prepare several next time. Rhodes fired again, but Wank adeptly dodged. The opponent's machine gun spewed forth a silvery liquid, instantaneously clogging multiple barrels of the war machine, significantly diminishing its combat capability. Damn it! Rhodes could not help but curse. If we wish to avoid demise here, we must ascend. This memory unit lacks flight capabilities. Ling Tian strained to explain as he rose to his feet. No. If we all retreat, no one will be able to stop this madman. Stark immediately opposed. Ling Tian decisively organized. Rhodes, you go first to clear the debris of the steel soldiers near the expo. Their cores are equipped with devices. As for Wank, if it comes to it, I shall activate the final means. Even if it costs me my life, I will eliminate him. This passionate declaration was noted by Natasha, preparing to include it in her evaluation report. Even Ross was moved. While it was impossible to persuade him to abandon the memory unit, he resolved to offer Ling Tian additional compensation afterward. Understood. Take care of yourselves. Rhodes recognized his inability to assist and promptly executed the order to depart. I knew you had a backup plan, Stark exclaimed, exhilarated as if he had solved a riddle. You guessed incorrectly this time. The weapon memory unit is nearly flawless, save for its inability to engage aerial targets. I am genuinely at a loss. Ling Tian doused his enthusiasm with a cold reality. Stark lamented, it's all my fault. I never imagined someone could infiltrate the company and steal such a vital asset. Save your regrets for after we survive. Ling Tian interrupted. He swiftly switched the memory unit, the metallic memory unit radiating brilliance at his waist. In an instant, transforming into a fervent metallic form. A silver staff coalesced behind him. Ling Tian seized the weapon and charged forward, while Stark immediately provided cover with artillery fire. Facing the incoming steel staff, Wank calmly raised his colossal sword to parry, while his right hand brought down the broken sword with a slicing sound. Amidst the blinding sparks, Ling Tian was struck backward, and the two memory units at his waist shattered before the eyes of the onlookers, thereby releasing his armored form. Stark's barrage merely pushed Wank back a few meters, having little impact on the battle. At best, it bought them a few seconds. Are you still alive? Stark shouted amidst the gunfire. Coughing, I'm not dead yet. But the memory unit is ruined. Ling Tian gasped as he braced himself against the ground, blood spilling forth. In the monitoring room, Ross slammed the table furiously. Damn it. Ivan Wank has destroyed the crucial memory unit. Ling Tian inserted the Moon God and Trigger memory chips in his belt, once again transforming into the Moon God trigger form. He raised the gleaming Trigger Mauser rifle, unleashing a barrage of energy projectiles that struck Wank with a force far exceeding Stark's artillery, compelling the latter to retreat repeatedly. Unwilling to be outdone, Wank suddenly activated his left arm's machine gun, disregarding his own injuries, and engaged Ling Tian in a frenzied exchange of fire, trading wounds for wounds. Stark's attacks were completely ignored, suffering only slightly more pain than Ling Tian. Damn it, this madman is reckless. Stark roared, channeling energy into his palm cannon to its limit, launching two blinding beams that propelled Wank several dozen meters away, the shockwaves even piercing through the distant ornamental rockery. Is it over? Stark panted as he lowered his arm. I hope so. Ling Tian feigned ease as he let his arm drop, fully aware that Wank would not retreat so easily. To render the scene more convincing, he deliberately assumed a relaxed posture. Just as the two exchanged apologies, Wank suddenly materialized between them. The enemy, wielding twin colossal swords, unleashed a storm of crimson blades, violently sending both men flying. Stark's armor was riddled with cracks, exposing intricate components, while Ling Tian was forced to revert, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. If this performance is to be played, it must be complete. Ling Tian discreetly bit his lip, relishing the genuine pain, pondering that even the transformation was revoked by his own volition, leaving no room for doubt. Staggering, Wank approached, dragging his massive sword. How many memory chips do you have left? Once I deal with you, I shall take care of Tony Stark. The obsession for revenge steadied his trembling form, though the excessive energy expenditure had rendered his transformation state precarious. At this moment, Stark found himself in a dire predicament. Although his core remained unscathed, the weapon systems of his armor were largely incapacitated, leaving only the leg thrusters operational. In other words, this genius's sole option was to escape the battlefield with Ling Tian. Your thrusters are still functional, right? Ling Tian wiped away the blood and inquired. Yes, Stark replied bitterly, experiencing the taste of true defeat for the first time in his life. Fortunately, I still have 2 memory chips available, but I doubt they would suffice against him. Understood. I can still assist you in fleeing, Ling Tian assured, observing that Wank would not last much longer. Indeed, Stark conceded. Had he sought medical attention promptly, he might have managed to survive, albeit gradually losing his sanity. Although those who could withstand the erosion of memory chips were rare, they did exist. Yet individuals like him were likely to become deranged. Now, under severe injury, while forcibly activating the memory chips, he would undoubtedly not survive the night. It is evident that he harbors a deep hatred for your Stark family. Ling Tian's words elicited surprise from Natasha and Ross, revealing the true nature of the side effects. That is a grievance of the previous generation, and I do not believe my father was at fault. But he cannot die now. I must uncover who provided him with the memory chips. What do you mean? Ling Tian, there is no need to risk your life. Can't we investigate slowly? No. Ling Tian, never suffer in silence. Using my belongings against me? It is utterly absurd. Would you be able to tolerate it? What are you planning to do? Stark's voice resonated with a deep timbre. Were he in the same position, he too would fight to the death. Do not concern yourself with me. Remember to soar higher later. I fear I may lose control. He entrusted 2 items to Stark, cautioning him not to misplace them again. The Ace and the Gale memory device were cast at Stark's feet by Ling Tian. You have lost your chance. Perish. Vank, filled with dread, transformed his colossal sword into a machine gun, unleashing a barrage toward Ling Tian. However, just as the bullets were about to strike, a white object intercepted them, collapsing to reveal a mechanical dinosaur. Stark, heed my words. Come forth. Ling Tian extended his hand, and the creature, Fang, leapt excitedly into his palm. Ivan Vank. Fortune favors you. This is my first awakening of Fang's power. Before you draw your last breath, I shall become an inescapable nightmare for you. Prepare to meet your doom. Before his words faded, Ling Tian folded the small dinosaur, transforming it into a block clutching the white memory device. Stark, suspended high above, suddenly comprehended the significance of the memory device, which only reveals its loyalty in the face of death. The others looked on in shock, particularly Natasha, who had encountered images of the dinosaur crushing foes in S.H.I.L.D. files, never anticipating its true nature as a memory apparatus. Damn it! Is the intelligence department filled with fools? Conversely, Ross's obsession with a memory device intensified. He firmly believed this little creature could herald a monumental breakthrough in research. Transform. A touch from Ling Tian's fingertips triggered a sound effect, and the memory device flawlessly integrated into his belt. Pure white armor enveloped him in an instant, serrated barbs erupting from his joints, emanating an overwhelming aura of oppression. Ling Tian's roar instinctively made Vank retreat. The notion of invincibility instinctively infiltrated Vank's mind. Good heavens! Is this thing indiscriminate in its targets? Stark muttered. Curse be this. Vank seethed with rage. Though he had acquired immense power, his quest for vengeance was continually thwarted. And more shamefully, he found himself trembling before the white demon. He raised his machine gun and unleashed a frenzied assault. Ling Tian charged through the hail of bullets, leaving Vank astounded. The white afterimage surged forward, delivering a storm of iron fists. Vang barely managed to wield his colossal sword to fend off the onslaught. Yet it only ignited the ferocity of the armor. The sound effect erupted as two blade arms shot forth, gleaming with lethal brilliance. Amidst the sparks of clashing metal, Vang's advantage with the giant sword dissipated. The moment a gap appeared in his defense, the blade arms intertwined, forming a tempest of death, ultimately launching him several meters away. Seizing the opportunity, Vang turned and fled, fully aware of the chasm in their power disparity. Even questioning whether his previous two victories had been feigned weaknesses on Ling Tian's part. Ling Tian did not pursue. He merely pressed a button on his belt. Accompanied by the sound effect, two rotating shoulder blades shot forth, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek that targeted the fleeing Vang's back. The sharp shoulder blades did not deliver a single strike, but rather ravaged Vang, as if executing an ancient form of punishment. In an instant, dozens of glimmers of cold light flashed, eliciting blood-curdling wails that echoed in the air. Before Vang could struggle to rise from the ground, Ling Tian's shadow loomed over him. In a moment of despair, Vang relinquished all resistance, crashing his knees heavily against the ground. "Spare me. I swear I shall never commit evil again." The betrayer, weeping uncontrollably, fervently implored for mercy, willing to reveal the architect behind the memory device if only his life were spared. He would rather endure a lifetime of captivity than face the wrath of the formidable Ling Tian. The onlookers were left aghast. This craven coward could hardly be the same audacious Vang they once knew. Yet in his frenzied state, Ling Tian would not allow the name of Ross to slip into the open, for the meticulously orchestrated trap of the night would be rendered futile. A device at his waist emitted 3 sharp beeps. A cerulean whirlwind materialized from the sky, with blades slicing a deadly arc at his ankles. As the illusory jaws of a dinosaur shattered the armor, the explosive sound mingled with the scattered fragments of the memory device. While feigning exhaustion and collapsing, Ling Tian keenly detected the sizzle of energy overload emanating from the wreckage of his armor. Stark had indeed fallen into his trap, and with decisive action, he seized the unconscious Ling Tian and soared into the heavens. The fireball rising from the ground illuminated the fleeting smile that graced the young man's lips. In the distant military camp, Ross slowly released his clenched fists, reflecting on the tragic drama wrought by the memory device, which had culminated in a perfect denouement. Should Ling Tian be provoked, the consequences would be dire. Even the military might not be able to shield them. "General, concerning the matter of the memory device, perhaps we should reconsider with greater caution," suggested the colonel beside Ross, unable to contain his concerns. "Do you take me for a brute? A marauder?" Ross sharply interrupted. "First, organize the information. We shall deliberate on the rest later." He glared furiously at the colonel, who dared to question the integrity of a general. In truth, Ross had indeed contemplated coercion. However, the footage from the live broadcast had left him utterly stunned. Should Ling Tian be forced, the bloodied executioner on the gallows could swiftly transform into one of his own soldiers. More crucially, that armor was not military property. Any attempt to seize it would lack both justification and rationale. Furthermore, with only 2 or 3 memory devices remaining in Ling Tian's possession, one of which the military feared to reclaim, the remaining ones were hardly worth the risk of open conflict. Perhaps we should approach S-H-I-E-L-D instead? Ross squinted, redirecting his focus toward the softer target. At that moment, Ling Tian remained blissfully unaware of the danger he had narrowly evaded. Upon awakening in Stark's mansion, he groggily murmured, "Is this hell? Congratulations, you are still very much alive." Stark approached with a cup of coffee. "It's merely exhaustion." "What a Vang! Has he escaped?" Ling Tian propped himself up. "Have you forgotten? You disemboweled him last night." Stark raised an eyebrow. "You once claimed the dinosaur form was vicious. I never imagined it could be to such a degree." "The memory device exists solely to protect its master." Ling Tian shrugged. "It is indifferent to the means, only concerned with the survival of its owner." After a moment of silence, Stark suddenly inquired, "Are those 4 memory devices truly irreparable?" His tone bore a hint of remorse. "Restoration requires time." "Wait," Ling Tian abruptly dug into his pocket. "What about my other 2? Return them to me. They're my last trump cards." "Greedy." Stark tossed back the memory device, his demeanor lightening somewhat. "By the way, Nick Fury is on his way, accompanied by Black Widow." The doorbell chimed in response. Ling Tian blinked. "Just in time. I'm quite hungry. Will there be enough braised eggs?" "Very well. I comprehend your request. As director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. pushed open the door, he nearly stumbled, fully aware of the metaphorical implications of the term boiled egg. With a scowl, he thought to himself, am I to be likened to a delivery man? Tony Stark, gazing at the gleaming bald head, suddenly comprehended the reference and suppressed a chuckle, saying, boiled egg? Understood. I'll prepare that for you. Ling Tian remained sprawled on the sofa and defended his posture with conviction. If I can lounge, I shan't sit. If I can sit, I shall not stand. Such is the principle. Suit yourself. The one-eyed director gestured for Natasha to unfold the dossier and discuss serious matters. The red-haired Agent Red allowed the report. Ling Tian, 23 years old, an orphan, holds a good reputation in the community. Survival strategy, to live. Life goal, to continue living. She turned to Stark and inquired, what is your assessment? Mediocre, the billionaire replied without hesitation. Nick suddenly wore a bemused smile. Continue listening. This so-called mediocrity possesses epic-defining technology and extraordinary combat capabilities, maintains cordial relations with law enforcement's upper echelons, excels in espionage tactics, has rescued a certain businessman from Afghanistan, assisted in defeating Ironmonger, subdued the Hulk, and has repeatedly outsmarted the elite of S.H.I.E.L.D., myself included. Stark's expression gradually hardened, fully aware of the weight of these accomplishments. Skip this part, the director coughed. What do you think now? Forget I said anything. Tony adjusted his sunglasses. So, how many secrets does our detective still conceal? Ling Tian languidly calculated. In terms of bytes, it would take approximately. We have all the time in the world. Nick gritted his teeth. Including the measurements of your first love, daily bowel movements, the 36 techniques to handle Quicksilver? Who cares about that? The one-eyed director's forehead throbbed with veins, laughter echoing from behind him. Ling Tian feigned innocence. You never specified any criteria. He glanced at the nearly fuming director and added, as for hiding my abilities, isn't it pleasant to sunbathe like a salted fish? That year when my mother was gravely ill, she held my hand and said, my son, I do not seek wealth or glory for you. I only wish for you to live peacefully. A single tear fell from the corner of Ling Tian's eye. Nonsense. Nick Fury slammed the table. You act convincingly, but had I not discerned your true nature, I might have been fooled by your tale. Every word is true. If you don't believe me, ask yourself, Mr. Ling, after so many years of working together, is it entertaining to resort to such tricks? How many troubles has S.H.I.E.L.D. discreetly resolved for you, and now you can't even offer a single honest word? Nick Fury's eye narrowed. Honestly, with your skills, why content yourself with being a mere detective? Good question. Ling Tian suddenly burst into laughter. You are the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Do you not comprehend the reason? What should I comprehend? To practice love and justice. Ling Tian spread his pale palm, being frail and sickly since childhood. I cannot perform heavy labor, and serving my country through military service is beyond my reach. However, helping neighbors find their cats, providing clues to the police, or returning lost children home. He lowered his voice. Such acts not only yield virtue, but also a little extra income. What a profitable venture. Nick Fury's temple throbbed, and the two agents behind him trembled with suppressed laughter. Frail and sickly? Last time, he single-handedly took down 12 mercenaries. Finding cats? He inadvertently dismantled an entire underground operation. The most astonishing sight is that of the lost child, now laughing hysterically beside Tony Stark. How does one explain the Afghanistan rescue operation? Nick Fury suddenly strikes with his inquiry, causing the laughter to abruptly cease. Stark's playful demeanor vanishes as he fixes a piercing gaze upon Ling Tian. It was purely accidental. Ling Tian scratches his head, having initially intended to travel but missed his flight. By chance, Pepper possessed a first-class ticket. Subsequently, this rascal deceived me into losing my memory. Should anything untoward occur, he merely shrugs, for I, by nature, dread the pangs of a guilty conscience. Marvelous. Nick Fury claps mockingly, suggesting that Stark might win an Oscar if he were to pursue a career in screenwriting. Are you certain you do not believe it? I do not. This is your final opportunity. Confess, and you shall be treated leniently. Ling Tian glances at Stark, only to find him engrossed in polishing the reactor. Ah, such a superficial brotherhood. He grits his teeth and hurls a sofa cushion in frustration, declaring, from this day forth, you shall not be in my contacts. The sound of metal clashing echoes as Stark presses a button on his Bluetooth headset. Pots, dispose of all the soft-boiled eggs I ordered. Not even a shell is to remain. Ling Tian's knuckles turn white. Fury's single eye gleams with intensity. Mr. Ling, he states, striking the leather chair. S.H.I.E.L.D. has 3,000 methods to transform a recluse into a socialite, such as dispatching agents fluent in different languages to converse with you at various times throughout the day. Despicable. Ling Tian kicks over a footstool, exclaiming, "You're even more insidious than Hydra." Me? Fury's sardonic smile reveals his scars. Stark, kindly critique that impromptu performance from earlier. Iron Man shrugs, and suddenly, a projection screen displays a holographic video of Ling Tian pilfering his teammates' donuts the previous week. Black Widow pops a bubble with her gum. Quipping, "Director, your ruse of deceiving Loki with an empty reagent bottle seems akin to child's play in the presence of this one. Call my butler to confront me if you have the gall." Ling Tian retorts, only to realize Fury's thumb is now caressing the number of a housekeeping service in his phone's contacts. He concedes defeat. The memory device is a harbinger of doom. Ling Tian tears open his collar and collapses onto the sofa, lamenting, "Last night, I dreamt I was imprisoned in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s basement, my left side disassembled by Hydra, while the military auctioned off my right half's organs, and General Ross was steeping my liver in whiskey." Stark interjects suddenly, considering Banner's experience. This fantasy has at least a 78% chance of being plausible. Silence. Tony Stark. Ling Tian seizes a coffee cup, then sets it down, ultimately biting into an apple with malice. "Ever since I helped you fix that wretched drone, I have transformed from a tech enthusiast into a global fugitive." A wave of guilt washes over Stark. According to Ling Tian's account, the root of the entire situation seems to lie with him, aside from the Hulk incident. However, upon reflection, even that affair cannot be disentangled from his influence. Had he not placed Pietro in that school, Ling Tian might never have attracted the military's attention. Oof. Now do you grasp the extent of your debt to me? Ling Tian raises an eyebrow. Apologies, Stark instinctively blurts out. "Forget it. I am generally magnanimous." "I shall reluctantly accept your apology." Ling Tian waves dismissively. Nick Fury and Natasha exchange glances. They initially expected to hear something astonishing, but were unexpectedly deceived by such triviality. The two exchanged glances, discerning the veracity of Ling Tian's words. Let us temporarily set aside the first question. Nick Fury squinted his one eye now. Let us discuss why the memory device is in your possession. From the combat records, it is evident that you wield it with remarkable proficiency, clearly not a novice. Think carefully before you respond. Ling Tian sighed. Given the circumstances, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. It is a family heirloom passed down through generations. Stark's eyes widened. This was evidently acquired from a mysterious merchant. How could it now be deemed ancestral? Does this individual ever speak the truth? Ancestral? Nick Fury chuckled knowingly, his expression suggesting, "Do you take me for a child? Believe it or not, this is the reality." Ling Tian remained unfazed. "Very well. We shall also note this question for now." Nick Fury rose, stating that Ling Tian should recuperate well, and they would discuss further on another day. "Wait, Director." Ling Tian suddenly called out to him, "I have another matter. Regarding the theft of my memory device, doesn't Hato also bear some suspicion?" Stark, upon hearing this, became alert. Natasha had once been in the business. Perhaps the entire affair was orchestrated by him, and his gaze toward the two was instantly filled with wariness. "Just this matter?" Nick Fury turned. "We indeed safeguard a portion of the memory devices, but Ivan Vanko's affairs have nothing to do with us. The items were seized from a former Stark Industries employee, resulting in Natasha sustaining severe injuries. As for which faction instigated this, it remains undetermined. How many do you have in your custody? Return them immediately." Stark's voice suddenly rose. One weapon memory device had already caused them considerable trouble. He dared not contemplate the consequences should the remaining two fall into enemy hands. 2 high-end memory devices, along with 8 of the same caliber, but I believe it is more prudent for S.H.I.E.L.D. to oversee their custody. Agent Ling Tian, what do you think? Libby's so Stark. Entrusting them to S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed more reassuring than leaving them in your hands. Stark did not contest this. The matter was indeed his oversight, and he could only watch as they departed with the memory device. Chapter 46. White moved. Do you believe entrusting them is without issue? It's certainly better than handing them to you. Moreover, the remaining two are not particularly troublesome. You can manage them yourself. That may be so, but wait. Why does that sound like you are belittling me? Not all. You are merely overthinking. Now, please step outside. I require solitude. As Ling Tian spoke, he gently ushered Stark out the door. The moment the door closed, Stark finally realized, what nonsense is this? This is my home. After confirming that no one was around, Ling Tian accessed the system interface. Calculate current points. The mechanical voice promptly responded. Accumulated sign-in points 180,000. Destroyed 29 Iron Soldiers. Earning 290,000. Defeated Whiplash 120,000. Total 590,000 points. This time I truly struck gold. Ling Tian revealed an excited smile at his reflection in the bathroom mirror. Do not forget the task rewards. System, claim all task points. The main, side, and hidden tasks have yielded a total of 170,000 points, which have been credited. Current total points, 760,000. 760,000. What on earth was that hidden task? It was worth 70,000 points? Please consult the system for details. All right. Have you gained some skills? If I want to see it myself, I shall. The task list unfolds randomly. Mediating the emotional crisis between Tony Stark and Pepper, 20,000. Resolving the chaos triggered by memory units, 20,000. Deterring the ambitions of S, H, I, L, D, in the military, 30,000. Not bad. If I save up another 40,000, I could exchange it for the Ultimate Rider. Once I master the ability to traverse space, nothing will be able to confine me. Suddenly, the system emitted a warning. Immediate exchange is not advised. It is recommended to prioritize upgrading the store to enhance foundational abilities. What does that mean? Do you know how long I prepare for this? Now that success is within reach, you dare to obstruct me? Upgrade the store? I won't indulge in such a loss-making venture. The dimensional barrier can traverse time and space, yet the host lacks operational experience. Should you inadvertently enter the battlefield of Odin and the Celestials, or the moment Thanos snaps his fingers, there would be no chance for escape. Special note, if the host insists on taking risks, please do not implicate this system. Silence ensues for a moment. Fine, it's just a matter of 320,000 points to upgrade the store. I'll accept it. Ling Tian clenched his teeth, but let it be known that if the upgrade rewards do not satisfy me, once I gather enough points next time, I will make a grand move and directly exchange for a world to revel in. System, I assure you, the host will be pleased. All right, let us upgrade now. I'm about to invest this 320,000. Wait, time to traverse a space-time continuum, right? This point was abruptly interrupted. Theoretically feasible, but the safe zones are limited to areas the host has visited or can see. If randomly teleported, for instance, to Hela's sealed realm or the hidden peak of Kamartaj, with the host's current strength, TSK. With good fortune, you might escape. But if you were thrown into Dormammu's lair or right before Thanos, shut up. I don't want to hear your nonsense. The system fell into silence. Even the dimensional barrier dares not be misused. Ling Tian punched the wall. If I could get caught up in such a time-traveling mess, what else is impossible? He silently vowed. Unless I possess absolute power or face a life-and-death situation, I will only traverse space and never resort to time travel. At the same moment, within a clandestine base. Fury, do you truly trust that kid? 7 parts truth, 3 parts deception. The reason for his low profile is genuine, but he is surely hiding something. The key point is that even the memory unit cannot extract information about its creator. Is there no other option? Unless we are prepared for mutual destruction. You have witnessed the strength of that little dinosaur. Hard-handed measures simply won't work. Moreover, he has already given us ample opportunity. The one-eyed director pondered while stroking his tactical belt. Those 2 advanced memory units and the remaining mass-produced models have now been handed over to us. H-I-E-L-D, which is clearly a gesture of goodwill towards us, since he has voluntarily associated himself with S-H. Future collaboration will naturally proceed smoothly. It need not be said that should he choose to join the Avengers in the future, his resources will undoubtedly become assets for S-H-I-E-L-D. Understood, Director. That is sufficient. Nick Fury adjusted his trench coat. For now, I must engage with Stark. The true conundrum that requires my utmost attention. As he pushed open the laboratory door, Tony Stark was engrossed in the Avengers proposal report. His fingertips poised at the edge of the document, as if about to unveil its contents. I had no intention of allowing you to see this document, the one-eyed director remarked, casually placing another file on the metal workbench. But this assessment report penned by Agent Romanoff is one you would do well to peruse. I suggest you take a deep breath first. Stark raised an eyebrow and flipped through the pages. An analysis written during Black Widow's infiltration? Now, that is intriguing. Personality assessment. Stark is easily swayed by emotions, exhibits self-destructive tendencies, aligns with the diagnostic criteria for narcissistic personality disorder. Recommendation for Avengers recruitment. Iron Man, I am more than capable. Stark abruptly tossed the document onto the table, though he required time to contemplate. His tone was sincere, as if he had never mocked this superhero playgroup. Perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D.'s recent approach was indeed flattering. Or perhaps it was due to the covert assistance of Coulson and Fury, not to mention Natasha Romanoff's exclusion. If joining them could lead to a more efficient maintenance of peace, it seemed a commendable prospect. Fury's singular eye glimmered with a hidden light. The crimson text at the bottom of the page stung Tony's eyes. Final conclusion. Not recommended for the inclusion of Tony Stark. Absurd. He slammed his hand on the workbench. What right do you have to dismiss my present self based on the state of a dying man? The new element reactor has long been completed. And my relationship with Potts. Does this not signify my reformation? Yet you deny me the opportunity? Fury approached deliberately. Currently, only a consulting position is offered. Though his expression remained icy, his heart rejoiced internally. At last, he had caught the first significant fish. I fear you may not be able to afford my salary. Stark suddenly flashed his signature arrogant grin, deliberately tightening his grip during their handshake. Since you deem me narcissistic, allow me to show you the true Tony Stark. As he turned, his trench coat billowed with a sharp arc, yet Fury did not so much as raise an eyebrow. He was all too familiar with the genius's thought processes. Stark had scarcely taken a few steps when he halted abruptly. By the way, I would like to request your assistance, compensating you with my signing bonus. Washington wishes to honor me in Rhodes. We require an award presenter. Nick Fury nodded in acquiescence. I will make the arrangements. Wait, you must have the assessment data for Ling Tian, correct? Let me have a look, Stark inquired suddenly. What concern do you have for him? Fury raised an eyebrow. Though I can tell you, his ratings far surpass yours. Though his personality is less than agreeable, his overall qualities are superior to yours, save for his incessant paranoia about being betrayed, which makes me hesitant to consider his inclusion. Paranoia? Ha! Stark burst into hearty laughter. Feeling much more at ease. I leave the award presentation in your capable hands. As he observed Stark's retreating figure, Fury could not help but question his own decision. If this fellow were to falter during the execution of his mission, he might very well celebrate with champagne at the memorial service. However, given the nascent state of the Avengers and the pressing shortage of personnel, we must make do for now. Let's first settle his signing bonus. With a silent sigh, Fury conceded that for the time being, we would have to make do with the current staffing. At the award ceremony the following day, the senator who had once pressured Stark to relinquish his armor during a hearing and had publicly berated Stark in the media, was surprisingly the one to present awards to the two. No one could fathom the humiliation this senator felt at that moment. It was akin to having his face rubbed in the dirt. At the very least, he thought, let me have the chance to jab him with a medal. Forced to maintain a strained smile before the cameras, his expression was more pained than that of a weeping individual. What a pity. Ling Tian, nestled on the sofa, gazed at the senator's distorted smile on the television and felt a genuine pang of sympathy. Ling Tian, what book are you holding? It's blank. Wanda appeared behind him, seemingly out of nowhere. Goodness, you walk without making a sound? Startled, Ling Tian quickly fabricated a response upon seeing her unamused expression. The bookstore owner said, this is a book of blank pages, only visible to those with destiny. He couldn't very well admit that only he could see the words in the book. You've definitely been duped. You should hurry and return it, Wanda frowned. Oh, let be. It's not easy for the old man to set up shop late at night, he said, nervously shifting the topic. Suit yourself, it's your money. Wanda shrugged and departed. Once she was out of sight, Ling Tian let out a long sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped suspicion. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality. staring at the absurd book in his hands, unable to believe he had bowed to the system for a mere book. Among the rewards in the upgrade shop, one was this book, while the other was a discount voucher for one page of products of the shop. The voucher was quite appealing, but this book was utterly ridiculous. The cover bore the gaudy embossed title The Arrival of the Marvel Knight, exuding an air of crassness. How shameless could it be? Ling Tian was so infuriated he almost considered dragging the system down with him. A staggering 360,000 points for this piece of junk? Yet, the system's explanation made him waver. The book contained records of a future in which he did not participate. However, at that moment, a new thought crossed Ling Tian's mind. Hey, system, according to your assertion, this thing is merely a script, right? But I flipped through it all day, and there isn't even a single punctuation mark. Are you messing with me? Perhaps the timing is not yet right. Nonsense. If this worthless book proves to be utterly useless, do not blame me for turning against you. This system operates with integrity. As soon as the mechanical voice concluded, a line of text suddenly appeared on the blank page. The hammer of Thor falls in the enchanting landscape of New Mexico. Wow, Ling Tian drawled sarcastically. Truly a divine book. I want to return it. What? The system's electrical tone shifted. Stop playing dumb. It's just one sentence. The SHIELD files are far more useful than this. This may be an anomaly. Enough with the nonsense. I want my money back. Returns are not permitted. Are you trying to pass off this defective product on me? After all the hard work I've put in since my arrival, who am I doing this for? Isn't it to avoid having this cursed system drag me down with it? And what is the result? The host. Your electronic voice crackles with an edge of anger tinged with helplessness. This has become a threat. Shall we change it? Speak plainly. No, it cannot be changed. The system paused momentarily, but during the next upgrade of the store, this book can be exchanged for a random Kamen Rider belt. That is somewhat acceptable. Ling Tian's expression shifted instantly. I am quite magnanimous. The system fell silent, once again recalibrating its understanding of the host's audacity. Very well, I comprehend. Do not be angry. I was merely jesting. Am I not allowed to voice a few grievances? After all, you informed me that even fleeing poses danger. Do you have any idea how long I have awaited that day? It was truly unbearable. If I have caused you harm, I apologize. In this realm, you're the only one I can confide in. Moreover, since we are bound together, you cannot expect me to vent my frustrations on Wanda and the others. What has prompted this sudden change in character? A pang of conscience? It is good that you understand. By the way, when I refresh the store shortly, might the esteemed system provide some benefits? Such a vast interface with only 2 belts is rather dismal. So you were waiting here? How touching. Very well. As long as you spend all the remaining points on refreshing, I guarantee a belt will appear. Chapter 47. Who exactly are they? What? Is it really that exploitative? New system rules dictate that every 500 refreshes guarantees a belt. This is already a concession. Damn, you're ruthless. Shall we refresh? Yes. Points are meant to be spent. After all, Ling Tian declared, clutching his chest. For the next 2 hours, Ling Tian fervently prayed for good fortune. Over 300,000 points were expended. What is this? If this continues, I may not obtain a belt, but I will certainly accumulate a plethora of items, he lamented, gazing at the mountain of items. He discovered that this time, the system had not deceived him. Spending 250,000 points for every 500 refreshes, but why must I exhaust 400,000 to obtain a belt? Is this truly a concession? Yet, when purchasing items, he realized, this is indeed a significant bargain. The core coin of 000 emerged. How could he resist? With the greed physique, the more coins he possessed, the stronger he became, rendering refusal impossible. At 20,000 points each, he directly purchased 4, spending 80,000 points. Although it pained him, it was worth it. Ling Tian experienced a considerable financial outlay, nearly depleting the treasures within the system's store. The elemental ring of the wizard, the eye soul of the ghost, the bottle of the build, and the survival card of the Ryuki. These equipments consumed over 300,000 points. Not to mention, he invested several tens of thousands merely in refresh fees to secure his desired items. Gazing at the mere 10,000 points left in his account, this typically frugal host unexpectedly treated himself to a 50-point donut. As he nibbled on the donut, Ling Tian suddenly found his mindset remarkably tranquil. It is worth noting that in the past, he would never have dared to squander even a fraction of points on snacks. Yet now, He felt that perhaps all he truly required was an excuse to spend. When the final opportunity for a refresh arrived, Ling Tian held his breath and clicked confirm. The store astonishingly revealed the coveted Kamen Rider belt he had long desired. What is even more exhilarating is that this jewel, priced at $2 million, is currently offered at a discount of 30%. The host is indeed fortunate this time. The system's cheerful voice resonates, revealing that the price after the discount is merely $140,000. How enticing! Ling Tian sneers at his empty point balance, lamenting that he is so impoverished he cannot even afford a belt buckle. Is this compelling me to utilize that long-saved 1% coupon? The system fervently assures, as long as the host diligently punishes the wicked and completes more tasks, supplemented by daily check-ins. Huh? Do you expect me to labor like a secret agent? Ling Tian retorts, directly challenging, do I appear to be the type who would work tirelessly? When the system feigns innocence with a counter-question, Ling Tian responds curtly, spare me the theatrics. Although he verbally complains, he understands that acquiring artifacts like the dimensional wall is increasingly urgent. Yet, gazing at his barren point account, he cannot help but feel a twinge of dread. Suddenly, an idea strikes him, and Ling Tian rises with determination. Isn't their main quest remaining? If he can eliminate that hulking green giant, he quickly accesses the task panel, envisioning the scene of 100,000 points being credited. The system immediately showers him with praise. Indeed, the host acts with remarkable alacrity. Silence, you unscrupulous merchant of a system. Ling Tian chuckles as he tightens his shoelaces, preparing to embark on his endeavors. After all, bridging this 140,000-point deficit is no trivial task. Task list updated. Main objective: defeat the green giant. Reward: 70,000 points. Current progress. Pending. Defeat the destroyer. Reward: 150,000 points. Current progress. Pending. Branch objective: interrupt Thor's destructive actions against the Rainbow Bridge. Reward: 50,000 points. Current progress. Pending. Confidential objective. Reward. Progress. A donut lodged in Ling Tian's throat, causing him to choke and turn beet red. What on earth is happening? Not even a moment to catch my breath. While lacking points is one thing, this is a matter of life and death. The destroyer? Am I capable of facing such a foe at my current level? Wait, perhaps there is a genuine opportunity? But the memory chip is a last resort. Should I use it? He clenches his fist and pounds the table. I'm all in. As long as I complete the task, I might even acquire the drive. With the dimensional wall in hand, I could traverse freely between Asgard and Earth. Let's see what tricks that S-H-I-L-D crew can conjure. If all else fails, I could simply take up residence in the Celestial Palace, but I must first ingratiate myself with Odin. Upon further reflection, he furrows his brow. By now, S-H-I-L-D has likely arrived on the scene. I need to concoct a plausible pretense, lest that one-eyed director grow suspicious. That evening, Ling Tian knocks on the door of the siblings' room. Pack your bags. Tomorrow the family is heading to the enchanting wonders of New Mexico. Wanda drops the fork in her hand onto her plate with a clatter. A vacation? What about my research project in the lab? And why suddenly choose such a location? Pietro, however, leaps onto the sofa with hands raised in agreement. I wholeheartedly support this. I've longed for an adventure. Adults are speaking. Children should refrain from interrupting. Ling Tian shoots a glance at Quicksilver, then turns to Wanda with a shrug. If you truly cannot leave, you may stay behind to house sit. Wait. The Scarlet Witch grasped his arm firmly, declaring that she would compose a leave request for their boss, but warned him against deceiving them into a desolate wilderness to feed wolves. The following morning, the trio stood before each other, exchanging glances. Wanda, arms crossed, scoffed. Is our luxurious chariot truly this dilapidated motorcycle? Surely, no one believes this is the sequel to Easy Rider. Ling Tian kicked the rusty exhaust pipe defiantly, asserting, in my bachelor days, this vehicle sufficed. Who knew I would later need to accommodate 2 additional burdens? Pietro crouched at the rear of the motorcycle, muttering clearly, it is your own frugality at fault. Indeed, the siblings fell silent, refraining from further teasing Ling Tian. What shall we do now? We can't possibly walk. Pietro exclaimed. We could borrow a car from Stark, but who among you possesses a driver's license? I can drive, but am too lazy to do so, Ling Tian replied. I can. I have one. Pietro chimed in, jumping up with his hand raised. only to be met with skeptical gazes from Ling Tian and Wanda. What do you mean? Am I not allowed to earn a legitimate driver's license? He protested. You never pay me any mind. I managed to obtain it during my spare time. Pietro, your sister may not trust you, but your brother-in-law does. I'll go procure a vehicle, Ling Tian assured him. Brother-in-law, Pietro exclaimed, nearly moved to tears. Ling Tian leaned closer to Wanda, whispering, Wanda, perhaps you should ride with me on a motorcycle. It may be safer. Though he spoke softly, Pietro, standing close, heard every word. Yes, I was thinking the same, Wanda agreed. Pietro's heart sank at their lack of faith in him. What happened to trust? This is utterly ridiculous. However, when Happy arrived driving the car, sent by Stark, all their frustrations dissipated in an instant. Damn it, Happy. Didn't I tell you not to bring an expensive car? If it gets scratched or dented, I want be able to pay for it, Ling Tian remarked, staring at the sleek black convertible in disbelief. But this is Stark's cheapest model. Do you think he would care? Happy replied. Ling Tian had no retort. Given their relationship, even if a plane were to be wrecked, Stark would merely smirk, undisturbed. Fine, but you tell him that the consequences are his to bear. It's unlikely this car will return in one piece, Ling Tian warned, observing Pietro caress the vehicle as if it were a first love, knowing he was bound to lose his mind. Yet reality often contradicts expectations. Ling Tian sped down the road with Wanda, the motorcycle's engine roaring, the wind tugging at their hair, while the scenery blurred into a kaleidoscope of colors. In stark contrast, the supercar trailing behind moved like a mobile obstacle, the driver maintaining a pace akin to an elderly lady on a leisurely stroll, utterly disgracing the essence of a sports car. Wanda chuckled, her shoulders shaking. Don't worry about him. He'll probably arrive 10 minutes late. But what about you? How does it feel? Absolutely exhilarating. At first, I was a bit frightened, but once I adjusted to the speed, it felt incredible, like flying, Ling Tian replied. How do you know that? Wanda turned in surprise. You dare question me? The way you screamed in delight on my bike resembled a wild child released from confinement, he teased. Raising that rascal Pietro must have been quite the challenge. Huh? You are overly tense, scarcely daring to breathe, and sooner or later you will collapse under the weight of your own pressure. Wanda's ears flushed with crimson as she furtively glanced at Ling Tian's profile, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing. His arrangements were unexpectedly considerate, stirring a delicate sweetness within her. Stop deceiving. What exactly is your intention in visiting this enchanting realm? You could fool a 3-year-old with such vacation excuses. The vacation is sincere. It's merely an opportunity to meet someone. Is it a man or a woman? The moment the question escaped her lips, she bit her tongue, wishing she could chew the words into oblivion. A man. Ling Tian suddenly leaned in closer. Wait, you must not think this concerns me. Wanda felt as if she had been stepped on like a cat with its tail crushed, internally cursing him with fervor. This wooden fellow was still playing the role of a faux couple. How absurd. The boundary marker of Old Bridge Town in New Mexico had lost half its paint, and Pietro kicked a stone in lamentation. Had I known I would end up in such a desolate place, I would have preferred to stay home gaming all night. Wanda silently nodded as she gazed at the cracked road. The rockets of Afghanistan were far more welcoming than this. Ling Tian urged them into a restaurant, insisting they fill their stomachs first. As the bell jingled, they found Thor shattering a beer mug in a drunken stupor. Bring another barrel. Ling Tian frowned at the inebriated blond man. Was this truly the heir of Asgard? If Odin were to see his son in such a state, he would likely be enraged enough to hurl Gungnir like a javelin. Stay away from that drunkard. He covered Wanda's curious eyes. I'll introduce you to an old friend shortly. Yet, his gaze flickered toward the bespectacled female scientist in the corner. It was premature to engage with Thor. Better to wait until Mjolnir taught him some decorum. Ling Tian sat alone at the dining table, perusing the pages of a book. Despite a lackluster reading experience previously, this tome remained his sole means of grasping the narrative. For a detective, even the most minute clues warranted attention. Still engrossed in that tedious book, Wanda turned, discovering her brother Pietro gazing dreamily at a girl, an idiotic grin upon his face. What are you taking with her? Of course not. Sister, let me explain. Ahem. Not to rain on your parade. Ling Tian interjected. Your car is borrowed from Stark. The house belongs to Wanda, and you don't even have a stable job. Please, don't say any more, brother-in-law. Pietro's face fell in shame. Now go and work hard, Ling Tian encouraged, patting his shoulder. At the very least, learn to be self-sufficient. At that moment, two locals entered, conversing with the proprietor about a meteor crater. We were having a splendid time when suddenly, Thor immediately stood up. He was convinced that the hammer of the thunder god, which he had longed for, lay within that very crater. This Asgardian, stripped of his powers, desperately sought to reclaim his weapon and prove himself to Odin. How do we get there? Thor inquired eagerly. 50 miles west, but the area is swarming with troops. The locals kindly warned, yet Thor was beyond listening. As Thor passed by, Ling Tian suddenly remarked, "The book states that the exiled thunder god, lacking in character, is unable to lift his hammer." This statement caused Thor to halt abruptly. Wanda, Jane, Daisy, and Eric, who were present, all stared at Ling Tian in astonishment. Wanda was astounded by Thor's true identity, while Jane worried about the impending conflict. Eric suspected that Ling Tian was mentally unstable, and Daisy merely followed the group to witness the spectacle. Only Pietro remained ensnared in his own insecurities, oblivious to the surrounding commotion. "What are you all staring at? Eat and drink as you please," Ling Tian remarked with indifference. "Who exactly are you?" Thor inquired, his tone laced with caution, unsure if his apprehension stemmed from Ling Tian himself or his earlier statements. "Merely a detective with a modest understanding of mythology. Your Highness, though I have no interest in this book, the contents it records are mostly factual. What is it that you wish to convey?" Thor furrowed his brow. "If it were me, I would not act impulsively. One must first ponder what Odin meant by qualifications, lest one fail without comprehending the reason. Absurd. Mjolnir is my weapon. How could it possibly be otherwise? Then let us put it to the test," Ling Tian said, gesturing towards the door with a dismissive wave. "Oomph. I shall prove to you that I am indeed Odin's son," Thor declared defiantly before striding out, leaving the others exchanging bewildered glances. Jane hurried after him, clearly intent on preventing Thor from breaching the military blockade. Daisy and Eric followed closely, though they were more concerned about Jane getting entangled with this delusional individual. "Can this book truly predict the future?" Wanda inquired, leaning closer to Ling Tian, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "It is not so grand. It can only offer fragmented glimpses of certain events, and only I can see them." "Really?" Pietro perked up, his gaze fixed intently on the book in Ling Tian's hands. "Absolutely," Ling Tian replied with unwavering certainty, subtly shifting his chair back by half a meter. "Sis, does the book contain any lottery numbers? Can it dream on?" Wanda exclaimed, slapping her brother on the back of his head. "If such good fortune existed, we would have long since moved into a luxurious villa. Instead, we barely have over 2 million in our accounts, close to starving." The siblings shot Ling Tian a disapproving glare, perceiving his display as sheer arrogance. "Don't look at me like that," Ling Tian shrugged. "Living alone is certainly sufficient, but now I must support 2 more mouths. You little ones, unaware of the costs of living, have no right to question my financial acumen." "Ugh, boring. You truly lack interest," Eric commented. Meanwhile, Eric had finally persuaded Jane to abandon her efforts to escort Thor to the meteor impact site. However, upon their return to the research station, they discovered that a group was loading their equipment into a vehicle. "On what grounds are you moving my equipment?" Jane demanded, rushing forward with indignation. "I am Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. I do not care who you are." Jane fumed, her fury unabated. Even divine intervention would not deter her from seeking answers. Eric restrained the impulsive Jane, understanding S.H.I.E.L.D.'s methods and wishing to keep her out of trouble. "These are my hard-earned efforts," Jane insisted, pointing at the array of instruments, determined to reclaim what had been taken. "We are addressing a security incident and require your meteorological data," Coulson explained calmly. "Require? This is outright theft." Jin resolutely declined to accept the compensation check. Most of the intricate instruments were crafted by her own hands and were irreplaceable on the market. Yet, confronted by the well-trained agents, she could only watch helplessly as the research facility was ransacked. As dusk fell, the 3 sat atop the roof, staring blankly at the desolate laboratory. Years of hard work vanished in an instant, and the remaining check seemed utterly ludicrous in the face of their scientific dreams. Eric lowered his voice, revealing, "I have a friend researching gamma rays who disappeared after being taken by S.H.I.E.L.D. Why do they have to treat us this way? I must reclaim what belongs to me." Jian clenched her fists. These thieves didn't even spare my belongings. Her assistant added indignantly. Just then, Ling Tian's voice drifted up from below. I too believe S.H.I.E.L.D. has been excessively tyrannical. Jian leaned forward cautiously, asking, that person in the restaurant? What brings you here? This wretched town has no accommodations. I had no choice but to seek refuge here. Ling Tian shrugged helplessly, recalling the embarrassment of being thrown out of Wanda's room despite having paid for it, and how he had suggested sleeping on the floor only to be unceremoniously ejected. Meanwhile, Quicksilver had long since fallen into a deep slumber in his sports car. Why should we take you in? Eric challenged. Ling Tian smiled mysteriously. In exchange, I can inform you about that gamma ray friend. As long as we can retrieve the instruments, everything else can be negotiated. Jian suddenly interjected, her eyes brightening. Take me to see Coulson. Reclaiming what is rightfully ours should not be difficult. Agreed. Jian eagerly extended her hand. Can we discuss Dr. Banner's situation now? Eric pressed. Of course. Ling Tian replied, and upon being politely invited into the laboratory, he surveyed the surroundings and could not help but frown. Is this all you have left for temporary shelter? S.H.I.E.L.D. has truly been ruthless, leaving not even backup data behind. They have gone too far, even emptying the spare equipment. Jian complained to Ling Tian. What exactly happened to Dr. Banner? Eric continued to inquire. Have you heard of the Hulk? Ling Tian asked. Certainly. I've seen him in the news. That fellow single-handedly decimated an army. Terrifying. Daisy interjected. Indeed. The Hulk is the product of gamma-ray experiments, and Dr. Banner was the leading scientist behind it. You mean to say, no, that can't be true? Eric exclaimed in disbelief. Yet it is the truth. I witnessed it with my own eyes. So what is his current condition? Is he under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s control? No, S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot afford to provoke him. Should the Hulk become enraged, the consequences will be dire. They can only restrict Banner from transforming. At all other times, he is left to his own devices. S.H.I.E.L.D. even tasked me with attempting to win him over, considering that in his normal state he is a top-tier scientist, and, under special circumstances, he possesses unparalleled combat prowess. Such talent is invaluable to them. Where is he now? Eric pressed further. Uncertain. Given his habits, he could be in a slum, a tropical rainforest, or a desolate area. However, your connection with him doesn't seem particularly deep, Ling Tian remarked, eyeing Eric curiously. My admiration is purely for his intellect. I lament his circumstances. Is that so? Well, it's of no concern to me, Eric replied dismissively. Although the S.H.I.E.L.D. is quite domineering, they still possess a sense of reason. The military, on the other hand, is eager to capture him for experimentation. Moreover, someone as kind-hearted as Coulson should have provided you with ample compensation, right? That represents years of my dedication. I don't care. You must retrieve the equipment, or else you shall not set foot in my home. Jin's insistence was relentless. I never said I wouldn't go. However, one must adhere to some logic. Don't you think? I can only wait until they finish using it before I can assist you in retrieving it, Ling Tian replied, raising his hands in exasperation. Come with me right now. Who knows if you might try to backtrack? Women, truly, are impossible to communicate with. I have observed that there are only two types of women, those who are beautiful and those who are not, yet both seem equally unreasonable. Ling Tian remarked to the only middle-aged man in the room. Astute observation. Eric chimed in, only to be met with Jian's piercing gaze, prompting him to quickly amend his statement. It would be more prudent for you to accompany Jian to check the equipment. Am I truly that unreliable? The instruments are akin to my children. Jian's eyes instantly glistened with tears. All right. No need to cry, Ling Tian implored, for he was most fearful of such displays. Thank you, detective. Jian's tears vanished in an instant as she joyfully hopped into the car. Eric scratched his head awkwardly, although she could be a bit rash. She is genuinely kind-hearted. Traitor, Ling Tian scoffed. I believe I am both beautiful and reasonable, Daisy said with pride, tossing her hair. Eric rolled his eyes. Who was it last month that knocked Thor down? Daisy immediately feigned innocence. At that moment, Jian pulled Ling Tian outside. Hurry, get in the car. They then noticed Thor entering a pet shop. Need a lift? Jian rolled down the window and called out. Seeing Ling Tian raise an eyebrow, she asserted, It's a 50-mile journey. Could you kindly inform S.H.I.E.L.D. for me? Ling Tian suddenly comprehended the sentiment of the system when faced with his own threats. Jian continued to urge him. Move further in. He quietly adjusted his position, observing Jian joyfully tapping the steering wheel, and couldn't he help but feel sympathy for Thor. Marrying this girl would surely be akin to welcoming a tigress into one's home. Thor clumsily climbed into the vehicle, curiously fiddling with the seatbelt, having ridden horses for thousands of years. However, the prince didn't seem at all uncomfortable. He and Jian struck up a lively conversation, completely disregarding Ling Tian as if he were invisible. From Thor, there was no hint of danger, and he simply assumed that Ling Tian had merely heard of his legendary tales. He never considered that such a lack of threat might stem from the kindness of the other party. Though Ling Tian's true strength could not rival that of Odin or beings like the Ancient One, should it come to confrontation, handling a god of thunder would be well within his capabilities. As they conversed, Ling Tian suddenly interjected, "Jian, I apologize for interrupting, but could you please concentrate on driving? Our lives rest in your hands at the wheel. Must you be such a killjoy?" Thor shot a glare at Ling Tian. No sooner had he spoken than the vehicle lurched violently. Fortunately, Jian managed to steady it just in time to avert disaster. Forget I said anything," Thor said, rubbing his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. "That's more like it. Us ordinary earthlings cannot compare to you as guardians. If we were to flip the car, your tough physique would surely withstand it. But what about someone like me, with such delicate skin?" Thor found this reasoning somewhat sensible, yet inexplicably felt something was off. "What do you mean by us guardians? Ling Tian, what riddle are you two playing? You're unaware? What I previously stated was entirely truthful. The illustrious figure beside you is none other than Odin's son, the mighty Thor." Thor held his head high with pride, completely oblivious to Jane's seemingly disapproving gaze. "However, what I mentioned afterward is equally factual. This thunder god, due to his moral failings, is currently incapable of lifting his own hammer." "What did you say?" Thor erupted in fury, disregarding the speeding car as he prepared to confront this audacious mortal. "Stop!" Jane's sharp command forcefully restrained Thor back into his seat. "Do not glare at me. I merely spoke the truth. Since the moment of your birth, how have others referred to you? Odin's son. You have basked in glory for countless years solely due to your esteemed father. And what of you? Not only do you regard your father as weak and easily deceived, but you also dare to invade Jotunheim with a few companions, never contemplating the potential for war. What my father achieved in his time, I am equally capable of accomplishing." Thor retorted defiantly, jutting out his chin. "Is that so? Laufey, the king who once battled Odin, how did your father's eye become blind to that fact? Even without the casket of ancient winters, just as Odin could exile you with bare hands, dealing with a mere lad like you would be a trivial task. Did you not think before you went, recklessly daring to storm the enemy's lair with a handful of people? Even your father, in his youth, would have needed a considerable entourage to embark on such a venture. Yet here you are, foolishly unprepared, charging forth with naivety. You insignificant earthling, I demand a one-on-one duel." Everyone silence. I must have lost my mind to share a vehicle with two lunatics. Fortunately, Jane once again restrained Thor. Otherwise, Ling Tian would undoubtedly have let him experience firsthand what it means to be on the receiving end of a beating. A duel could take place, but not now. You're far too weak at present. Let us discuss it once you have regained your godly powers. Earthling, I hope you do not find yourself trembling in fear and begging for mercy when that time comes. I eagerly anticipate it. After an intense exchange of glances, both parties fell silent, and the atmosphere within the vehicle finally regained its tranquility. As night descended, they finally arrived at their destination. The original meteorite crater had been meticulously surrounded. SHIELD had transformed it into an impenetrable fortress within a mere 24 hours, ensuring that no ordinary person could approach even a step closer. "Have you arrived?" Ling Tian rubbed his temples and sat up straight. "Let us proceed directly. I should have acquaintances within." Jane, observing the stringent defenses, trembled as she spoke. "They will never allow you through. Look at this setup. They will certainly not permit you to take my equipment." "Do not worry," Thor assured, thumping his chest. "Once I reclaim Mjolnir, I will ensure they return your belongings intact." As he spoke, he prepared to charge through. Chapter 49. Mjolnir? Hold on. Ling Tian, feeling exasperated, pulled out his phone. "This is troublesome. Coulson? It's Ling Tian." A surprised voice came from the other end. "Director Ling? You should contact the director directly. I am currently on a mission in New Mexico. I am standing 1 kilometer from your camp." Regarding that unidentified object, I can tell you about it right now. What? Coulson's astonished exclamation was clearly audible. Let us discuss the details face to face. Ling Tian decisively ended the call. Jane stared in astonishment, her eyes wide. Do you know Coulson? He confiscated all my research equipment. What a coincidence. However, I can only assure you that the equipment will ultimately be returned to its rightful owner. Although Coulson is reasonable, he must ultimately obey the director's orders. Thor swung his arm and exclaimed, as long as I get my hammer, any problem can be resolved. Upon learning that Ling Tian was acquainted with the on-site commander, Jane decisively drove towards the checkpoint. Coulson had been waiting by the security line for quite some time. Detective Ling, Coulson completely ignored Thor and Jane, his intense gaze fixed on Ling Tian. What exactly is that object? His demeanor instantly irritated the other two. Ling Tian gestured with his thumb beside him. This is Thor's exclusive weapon, the hammer of the Thunder God. Absurd. Coulson adjusted his glasses. Mr. Ling, unless you can prove the authenticity of Norse mythology, this jest is far from amusing. Perhaps we should let him attempt to lift the weapon. It bears no consequence for us, Ling Tian suggested. At that moment, Thor felt a surge of gratitude towards Ling Tian, silently resolving to spare his face when he taught him a lesson later. Furthermore, once this matter concludes, please return the instruments to Dr. Jane. They represent her life's work, and it is utterly inappropriate for S.H.I.E.L.D. to seize them forcefully. I initially stated that it was merely a temporary loan. Coulson replied somewhat awkwardly. Very well, let him try. It is better for him to face reality sooner rather than later. But remember, regardless of what transpires, do not offend him. Why? This young Thunder God, even if he regains his powers, is still quite inexperienced. He may not even be able to contend with me. However, as I mentioned, his father is the king of the gods. Should any misfortune befall his son, it is not inconceivable that a wrathful father would lead an army to earth. So trust me, do not provoke him. The consequences are too dire for anyone to bear. Upon hearing this, Thor felt that his earlier gratitude might have been overly generous. He silently resolved to make Ling Tian understand that the reputation of Odin's son, who commands respect across the 9 realms, is not merely a result of paternal legacy. Yet, for now, he chose to endure. Despite his recklessness, he was not foolish, and he still needed to rely on Ling Tian to reclaim the hammer of the Thunder God. Take him to try, Coulson finally commanded. Despite his lingering doubts, Ling Tian's personal involvement compelled him to grant this request. Moreover, as Ling Tian stated, whether or not they attempted it bore no risk. If successful, it would unravel all mysteries and allow him to complete his mission ahead of schedule. Please follow me. An agent instructed Thor. May I accompany you? Jane suddenly expressed interest in the fallen object, eager to confirm whether it truly was the artifact Thor claimed it to be. Certainly, Coulson replied. But he is destined to be unable to lift it, at least not at his current level, he added. Don't be so cryptic, Jane retorted. I've seen your book. It is entirely blank. What book? Coulson couldn't help but inquire. According to him, it is a mysterious tome that can foresee the future. You might as well ask him directly for details, Jane hastily explained before following Thor, clearly more captivated by the celestial object than by the so-called blank book. Mr. Ling Tian, do you truly possess such a prophetic tome? Coulson inquired, a flicker of curiosity mingling with an inner conflict evident on his face. Coulson wrestled with his thoughts, yearning for the existence of this prophetic book, should it indeed allow glimpses into the future. S.H.I.L.D. would undoubtedly gain a formidable advantage. Yet, he was equally reluctant for its existence, for given Ling Tian's nature, he would never relinquish such a powerful artifact. The notion of this unpredictable individual wielding foresight sent a shiver down Coulson's spine. Frowning, he contemplated the implications. Perhaps there is such a thing, but only fragmented glimpses. Ling Tian's ambiguous reply deepened Coulson's skepticism. Until he could verify the truth with his own eyes, he resolved to withhold this absurdity from the director. May I see it? S.H.I.L.D. has a keen interest in supernatural artifacts, Coulson implored earnestly. Ling Tian feigned hesitation. Very well, but only for a brief moment. Reluctantly, he extended the book, and Coulson eagerly accepted it. Just as he was about to open it, a desperate roar echoed from afar. Thor's hammer remained immovable. I told you he couldn't lift it, Ling Tian shrugged. We have exhausted every method to no avail. Coulson stated in a hushed tone. Ling Tian, is there any chance you could? Me? Lift Thor's hammer? Ling Tian exclaimed dramatically. The Mjolnir was forged from a dying star and imbued with Odin's power. Besides, what would I need a hammer for? To forge iron? He reminded Coulson. This is Odin's trial for his son, concerning the legacy of the God King. I cannot handle this hot potato. Coulson grasped the core message amidst his confusion. Abandon the hammer. How could that be possible? To retreat in the face of the supernatural? What use is S-H-I-E-L-D then? Furthermore, what if Ling Tian is merely exaggerating to seize the benefits for himself? Given my understanding of this individual, that is entirely plausible. Thank you for the suggestion. We shall evaluate it. Coulson replied with a formulaic response, finally remembering the book he had yet to peruse. As he was about to open it, Jane suddenly snatched the tome and began flipping through the pages frantically, only to find them blank. Coulson's interest dissipated immediately. A book of empty words? Just a child's trick. How can it be empty? Jane exclaimed, furious, ready to tear the book apart. Ling Tian hastily intervened. Calm down. We must first ascertain whether this book belongs to you. He worried that tearing the pages might complicate the return process, which could lead to the system rejecting the transaction. Jane's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I almost overlooked you. You can certainly help Thor regain his strength, right? My dear lady, I am not a detective, and I truly am powerless in this matter. What then shall we do? He is like a stranded fish, repeatedly lamenting. Father, please let me explain. Ling Tian shifted the topic. Could you kindly return my book? It is a valuable item, and I will need it for the return process soon. I have heard that this book can predict the future. Jane proposed a condition. Reveal to me his future outcome, and I shall return it to you. Otherwise, I shall tear it apart right here. Choose one. Let us speak reasonably. Moreover, without the book, how can I consult it? The information you seek may not even be recorded within. I do not care about that, Jane insisted resolutely. This is utterly absurd. First, return me the book. If there is relevant content, I shall certainly inform you. Remember your promise. Jane ultimately returned the book and turned to care for the listless Thor. Deep down, she recognized that she was losing her composure, but the sight of Thor's despondency overwhelmed her emotions. Coulson jested, Detective Ling Tian, it is customary for women to be unreasonable. Simply adapt. He relished the rare sight of Ling Tian at a loss. In contrast, Wanda was far gentler. However, having made a commitment, one must fulfill it diligently. As you wish. But is this book truly as extraordinary as you claim? God knows. It occasionally reveals mere fragments, and seemingly only individuals of my integrity and kindness can decipher it. Unlike you cunning agents, Ling Tian remarked with a knowing smile. Coulson silently scoffed. This is undoubtedly a counterfeit, merely a prop for Ling Tian to impress. He believed that if the claims were true, trained agents would be far more deserving of such praise. Were you just insulting me? You seem to have a peculiar expression, Ling Tian astutely noted. How could I? My lengthy career as an agent has long dulled my ability to insult others. The few remaining words are thanks to you, Coulson replied. Perhaps I am overthinking it. As Ling Tian turned the pages, she unexpectedly discovered relevant accounts. Coulson, do not leave. The text mentions that the malevolent god, Loki, will descend upon Earth, followed by Thor's companions. Yet these visitors will bring with them the destroyer armor. Curse this book, it always fails me at critical moments. I must return it next time. The malevolent god Loki? The destroyer? Ahem. Detective Ling Tian, I shall remain vigilant. Additionally, may I request that you both vacate? Do not impede our work. After all, being A-S-H-I-E-L-D agent, even issuing a dismissal command is done with such grace. Very well, no objections. Ling Tian knew that Coulson didn't truly believe her words, but it mattered not, as she was not the one to suffer the consequences. On the way back, Thor remained in a daze, his face a mask of despair. How can you be so cold-blooded? Jane could not help but chastise the driver. Cold-blooded? This is the Prince of Asgard. Does the future father of the gods require pity? He speaks true. I do not need such things, Thor replied in a somber tone. Good heavens! Are you still engaging in mythological roleplay? Let us not speak of such absurdities. Jane still refused to believe what she had just witnessed. Even if it resembled a hammer, she would rather attribute it to special materials than mythology. Thor, unusually, remained silent. He truly could not prove that he had been forsaken by his beloved hammer, denied by the All-Father, and reduced from a noble prince to a mere mortal. The disparity was indeed overwhelming. Whilst does the book say? The despondent Thor noticed the prophetic book in Ling Tian's hands. Do you truly believe it? That is merely a blank notebook. Jane increasingly doubted Eric's judgment, fearing that Thor might be suffering from delusions. The foolishness of mortals. The book claims that your brother and friends will visit Earth, but the subsequent content. Are you referring to Loki and Hogan? A glimmer of hope finally sparkled in Thor's eyes. That is one way to interpret it. Ahem. Thor, I advise you not to trust him. You must visit the hospital for an examination tomorrow. Jane, do you truly harbor such distrust towards me? This could very well jeopardize our friendship. I apologize, but I only believe in what I can see, she retorted. As for your cryptic manuscript, I dare say fairy tales are better suited for children. Huh. Let's hope you do not find yourself in need of my assistance one day, Jane quipped. If that day ever comes, we shall discuss it then. But at present, you are the one seeking refuge. Do you wish to sleep on the streets? Ultimately, Jane Foster managed to secure accommodations for Ling Tian and Coulson at the Research Institute, thanks to the laboratory being previously vacated. Otherwise, it would have been quite impossible to accommodate these two guests. Having just settled them in, Jane hurried off to find Eric, eager to share news of the hammer-shaped satellite. Perhaps this esteemed colleague could offer some insights. Eric, it is splendid to find you here. Guess what we have discovered? Have the experimental devices been retrieved? Whatever you saw belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D. In other words, it is government property. We have no means to seize anything from them. Ling Tian and Coulson reached an agreement. The equipment would be returned once they had finished using it. But you cannot possibly imagine the appearance of that fallen satellite. Could it be the Mjolnir that this fellow mentioned? Daisy interjected unexpectedly, clutching a book adorned with illustrations of Thor's hammer. Jane leaned closer, her pupils dilating in disbelief. This cannot be. The illustrations in the book bear an uncanny resemblance to the hammer I have seen. Chapter 50, Disturbance Within S.H.I.E.L.D. Where did you find that? She struggled to maintain her composure, her voice trembling slightly. A children's book. I intended to prove how ludicrous his tale was, Eric shrugged. After a moment of silence, Jane felt the scientific worldview she had constructed over the years begin to shatter. If the myths were indeed true, then the contents of Ling Tian's book might also be. Jane, are you all right? Eric observed her pale complexion with concern. I am fine, merely feeling as though a new world is opened before me. She took a deep breath. The hammer located within the S.H.I.E.L.D. base was identical to that depicted in the book. Absurd. You must be exhausted and hallucinating, Eric insisted, shaking his head resolutely. Listen, Thor might indeed be Odin's son, the Prince of Asgard. We must inquire about this immediately. Calm down. Eric pressed down on her shoulder. Even if what you say is true, do you intend to wake them in the middle of the night? Thor is one thing, but Ling Tian has only just reached an agreement with us. We cannot treat him as a mere tool. Jane bit her lip. Then what do you suggest we do? Let's get a good night's sleep. We will address this in the morning, shall we? Eric silently resolved that as soon as dawn broke, he would take her to see a psychologist. Daisy casually picked up a cup of water and approached the water dispenser. Jane, have some warm water to soothe yourself. It is quite cold tonight, and you have been outside all day. As she spoke, she discreetly exchanged glances with Daisy. Jane accepted the cup with a soft thank you and soon fell into a deep slumber on the sofa. Eric and Daisy shared a knowing smile, their anxieties finally alleviated. Was she like this before? Daisy asked, her eyes reflecting a hint of compassion as she looked at Eric. Eric shook his head. She has always been passionate about her research. Perhaps it was the confiscation of her experimental equipment by S.H.I.E.L.D. that struck her so profoundly. Although it has now been returned to its rightful owner, he hesitates to voice his thoughts, hoping she will find the strength to recover by tomorrow. Daisy glanced at the car parked by the roadside, her expression troubled. Are we really leaving her here? Eric shrugged helplessly. It's the only option. We can't have the elderly acting as our porters every time. He recalled the last instance when Daisy had incapacitated Thor. It had been he who struggled to hoist that massive figure into the vehicle. Meanwhile, the slumbering Thor was awakened by Loki's arrival, springing up like a startled fish. As expected, that fellow was right, Thor exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. Loki raised an eyebrow. You knew all along? This is entirely unexpected. According to the plan, Thor should be engulfed in despair at this very moment, easily swayed to remain on Earth forever. Yet, The situation seemed to deviate from the script. Nevertheless, extracting information from this straightforward brother would be child's play for him. Who informed you? Loki narrowed his eyes. I met a detective named Ling Tian, Thor replied candidly. He possesses a prophecy book that foretold your visit. A prophecy book? Intriguing. A glimmer of calculation flickered in Loki's eyes. Do not entertain any notions. Thor suddenly became wary. He has aided me and is quite special. Loki dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand. I am merely curious about that book. Thor then relaxed. It should be fine to take a look. By the way, I need to see Father. About Jotunheim. He is dead. Loki's flippant words struck like thunder, leaving Thor's face ashen. The joy of reunion was swiftly eclipsed by overwhelming grief, tears welling in his eyes. The bond between father and son was undeniable. You have suffered exile, and new battles are on the horizon. He can bear no more. Do not blame yourself. The weight of the crown now falls upon me. This visit is a farewell, and I apologize deeply, brother. Loki's heartfelt words brought Thor to tears, as he took upon himself the blame for Jotunheim's reckless expedition. Regret surging like a tide within him. No, it is I who should seek forgiveness. Thank you for coming to see me. This is our final farewell, brother. With that, Loki turned to leave, unnoticed by anyone as a fleeting smile graced his lips. The sorcerer's mastery of illusion was unparalleled. His figure dissipated from Thor's sight in an instant. Thor, in his obliviousness, had forgotten to inform him that Ling Tian had mentioned Hogun and the others would also be coming to Earth. So be it. Let it be regarded as a final farewell. The slow-witted god of thunder only then remembered that perhaps it was not only Loki who had descended upon Earth. Little did he anticipate that the god of mischief had merely traversed the corridor and was presently standing at Ling Tian's bedside. This is the book. The Chronicles of the Marvel Knights, Loki mused, gazing at the spine, his eyes swirling with greed and curiosity. How could that oafish brother comprehend? A tome capable of foreseeing the future is far more precious than any artifact within Odin's vault. Stop! Just as his fingertips were about to graze the cover, Ling Tian's voice startled Loki, causing him to retract his hand abruptly. The dark-haired youth smiled at him, propping his chin on his hand. Do you not understand that taking without asking is considered theft? I merely wish to peruse. Can you see me? Loki felt a chill for the first time. Although he was not as valiant as Thor, his confidence in magic had remained undetected by mortal eyes for millennia. Save for his parents, Thor himself had been unable to perceive it. But this detective before him, who could say? Ling Tian casually toyed with the coin. The ordinary eye could not discern it, perhaps not even he could. Yet when the five senses were dulled, the sixth sense sharpened remarkably. He merely sensed an additional presence in the room. So it was. Loki privately exhaled in relief, almost believing he had encountered some eminent figure residing on Earth. Listen well. Mortal, he declared, lifting his chin as his scepter struck the ground with an authoritative echo. I am Loki Odinson, the newly appointed ruler of Asgard. Today, I have come to borrow this book. You should feel honored. Asgard? A new king? Loki? Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. It seemed Thor's loose lips had betrayed him. And this god of mischief was here to claim boldly. How amusing. He chuckled lightly, closing the tome. Odin is merely ensnared in slumber, and you proclaim yourself king? Such impatience is unbecoming. Should Odin himself deign to appear, perhaps I would grant him some small favor. As for you, Ling Tian regarded the trickster god with a disdainful gaze, sensing he still lacked something essential. Loki's fingertips trembled slightly. This mortal instilled in him a flicker of unease. Who exactly are you? He inquired, forcing himself to remain composed. Did Thor not inform you? Ling Tian replied, nonchalantly, adjusting his cuffs, merely a detective. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, cold light flashing within his eyes, but this detective you might not wish to provoke. Base insect. Loki retreated a half-step, his bravado wavering. Today, I shall spare your life. As his words fell, the emerald cloak transformed into wisps of smoke. Ling Tian surveyed the empty parlor, shaking his head with a light laugh, a futile ambition. He understood all too well the intricacies of this Asgardian prince, the child eternally overshadowed by his brother, merely yearning for a nod of approval from his father. In the secret chamber, Mjolnir glinted coldly under the moonlight. As Loki's fingers brushed against the hammer's handle, Odin's curse coiled around his wrist like a viper. After 2 fruitless attempts, he gazed at his reddened palm, suddenly letting out a self-deprecating chuckle. How ironic, he mused, tracing the ancient runes etched upon the hammer's face. Though he despised the power of Thor, this was the sole path to a legitimate coronation. On the other side of the earth, Ling Tian fiddled with 3 crimson cell coins, spoils he had unexpectedly acquired during his last encounter with Vank, now clinking in his palm. "It seems I must stock up," he murmured, suddenly chilled by the thought. The coins in his fingertips turned scalding hot, as if mocking his indecision. At this moment, the SHIELD headquarters was eerily silent. Loki traversed the layers of defenses with audacity, as if entering an unguarded realm. The dazed expressions of the guard attested to his status as the most formidable master of illusion in the 9 realms. Indeed, he smoothed the non-existent creases of his cloak. That detective was the true anomaly. Yet, for reasons unknown, the lingering pain in his palm continued to subtly remind him of something. Mjolnir lay silently on the laboratory table. This time, Loki refrained from reaching out, instead gazing through the glass at the moment that could alter his fate. Suddenly, he recalled Ling Tian's words, a bitter smile curling at the corners of his lips. Loki's intellect far surpassed that of Thor. When Odin exiled Thor, hammer and all, to Earth, he immediately understood that it was a contingency left for his elder brother. This attempt to lift the hammer of the god of thunder was merely a gamble on a minuscule chance. "It seems I was deluding myself." He caressed the immobile handle of the hammer with a cold smirk. If that were the case, he would establish his authority in Asgard through other means, ensuring a rightful claim to the throne. The chilling mists of Jotunheim, the realm of the frost giants, once again enveloped the god of mischief. He intended to strike a bargain with Laufey, the Frost King, exchanging Odin's life for the Frost Box's payment, a proposal enticing enough. As for his true intentions, even the cold itself would likely freeze within those emerald-hued eyes. Atop the Golden Palace, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge suddenly tightened his grip on his sword. The starlit glimmer in his crystalline pupils abruptly extinguished, and Loki's presence was entirely erased from perception by an unseen force. Heimdall's bronze visage darkened further. He heard the ominous creaking of the Wheel of Fate. As the rainbow light faded, the silver-green cloak fell before him. Does even the gatekeeper have his troubles? Loki's light laughter slithered like a viper's tongue. "I cannot see you." Heimdall's voice was colder than the eternal ice plains, and he could not hear either. "Perhaps your divine powers have grown rusty." Loki swiftly shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Tell me, has Odin ever feared you?" "Never." "Why?" "Because he is the sovereign of the 9 realms, and I am his sword and shield." The response from beneath the golden armor was impeccable. Yet this loyalty was underpinned by centuries of warfare, instilling a profound respect for Odin, one strong enough to fell all challengers, including this cunning prince before him. "Now your oath must change hands." A dangerous green glimmer flashed in Loki's eyes, swearing fealty to me. Silence crystallized in the fabric of time and space. Ultimately, Heimdall lowered his sword. "As you wish." As the figure of the god of mischief vanished at the corridor's end, the 3 valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace were embroiled in a heated argument in a side hall. Hogun overturned the dining table with a mighty slap, a roasted pig rolling onto the carpet. "Thor has been exiled. Loki is plotting. The 9 realms are on the brink of chaos. And you," he pointed at Vostag, whose beard glistened with grease, "have devoured 4 pigs, 6 chickens, half a cow, and downed 2 barrels of mead. Being gluttonous does not equate to being heartless." The stout warrior wiped the remnants of meat from his beard, roaring, his belt straining at the seams. In a corner, Sif silently polished her sword, the blade reflecting the distorted auroras outside. After much contention, the 4 ultimately resolved to journey to Earth in search of Thor. However, just as they took action, Heimdall noticed them and dispatched a guard to summon them for a reprimand. The armored guardian glared at the 3 men and 1 woman, sternly accusing them of breaching their oaths, questioning their loyalty to Loki. Yet, despite the reprimand, Heimdall's resolve softened. He raised his hand to activate the Rainbow Bridge, allowing them to depart. Clearly, he had already forgotten his recent oath of allegiance to Loki, remaining blissfully unaware that everything had long since fallen within Loki's gaze. Loki let out a cold laugh as he seized Odin's eternal spear and made a beeline for the treasury, intent on dispatching the destroyer to Earth to eradicate any future threats. As for Heimdall, given his disobedience, it was time to replace this gatekeeper. Meanwhile, with the activation of the Bifrost, the silhouettes of 4 figures vanished in an instant, leaving behind a mysterious rune on the ground. However, The intensity of the energy fluctuations caused an immediate stir, even drawing the attention of S.H.I.L.D. Chapter 51. What shall be done? Fortuitously, Agent Coulson, stationed here due to the matter of Thor's hammer, would not stand idly by. He swiftly led his team towards the source of the energy. Simultaneously, the slumbering Thor had just opened his eyes, only to be met by a powerful punch. With a dull thud, he tumbled off his bed. Well, you've been roused, so feel free to ask whatever you wish, Ling Tian remarked while rubbing his forehead, shrugging his shoulders. Thanks, but your method of waking someone is rather brutal. Jane sighed in resignation, adding, strangely enough, I slept exceptionally soundly last night, nearly unable to awaken. It was entirely unlike my usual rest. Daisy, feeling guilty, averted her gaze, fearful of revealing her anomaly. There were really only two possibilities. Either she was utterly exhausted or had indulged too much. It must be exhaustion. She was on her feet all day yesterday. Daisy interjected hastily, only to find Ling Tian gazing at her with a bemused expression. Oh, it seems my conjecture was correct. Let us not dwell on that. Thor, now fuming, rose to his feet. Ling Tian, how dare you lay a hand on Odin's son? I demand a duel. Who tipped Loki off about my possession of a magical book? Thanks to you. He sneaked in last night to steal it. Had I not been vigilant, it would have been lost. Thor's raised fist froze in mid-air, ultimately lowering in resignation. After all, it was his brother who had stirred up this trouble, and the elder brother must always bear the brunt. You two converse at your leisure. I must seek Wanda for a discussion on life. Ling Tian waved his hand and turned to leave. Finally, escaping a calamity, Daisy released a sigh of relief. By the way, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Just as Ling Tian reached the door, he turned back. In the future, do not recklessly consume anything offered by others, not even from acquaintances. Daisy's heart sank once more. Turning back, she saw Jane squinting at her, a look of suspicion etched across her face. It was Eric who did it. I had no part in it. She hastily defended herself. You understand, yesterday you were not in your right mind. We merely hope you can take a break from work. Daisy stammered. So, everything he said is true? Indeed, Jane. As an old friend of your father, I advise you to undergo a psychological evaluation. Eric interjected. Jane recognized that her statements were indeed hard to accept, so she refrained from blaming them. Very well. I appreciate your concern. However, Eric, I must assert that I was quite lucid yesterday. I did indeed witness the device being studied by S.H.L.D., and it bore a striking resemblance to the hammer of Thor from the tales. She turned to Thor. He can testify. Absolutely. By the name of the god of thunder, I solemnly swear. Thor assured gravely, though it was met with skeptical glances from Daisy and Eric. With a deep sigh, Jane lamented that, were it not for her own eyes witnessing the event, anyone would dismiss such a vow as mere madness. Sensing the skepticism of the crowd, Thor resolved to elucidate the intricacies of this universe. Just as he began to elaborate on the Nine-Realm system, the resplendent visitors from the Celestial Palace intruded upon the quaint town. Sif and the three valiant warriors from the Celestial Palace brazenly revealed their identities, adorned in exotic attire, instantly capturing the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. The World Tree connects the 9 great kingdoms, with Earth known as Midgard, alongside the realms of the elves, the domain of the gods, the land of giants, and my homeland of Asgard. Thor sketched the intricate lines of the World Tree with chalk. Jane diligently noted every detail, while Eric fell into deep contemplation, and Daisy listened as if enchanted by a fantastical tale. The theory was flawless in its conception. Eric adjusted his glasses, yet lamentably, the current scientific paradigm could not accommodate such a hypothesis. Knock, knock, knock. The formidable Volstagg pounded on the glass door. At last, I found you. The reactions of the 4 within the room diverged sharply. Thor was overjoyed. Jane wore a knowing smile, while Eric and Daisy's coffee cups simultaneously toppled to the floor. The warrior chronicled in those Norse fairy tales was now vividly standing just outside the door. Surely, I cannot be dreaming? Eric muttered to himself. I told you all long ago. Jane cheerfully organized her notebook. Now, you must believe that I'm not hallucinating, correct? I am truly delighted to see you. But you should not have come, Thor said, his expression a mixture of emotions. We have come to take you home, Sif asserted firmly. No, my father perished because of me. Your father yet lives. Sif interrupted him. Thor froze at this revelation, which contradicted everything Loki had told him. Had he been deceived? But why? As he spiraled into confusion, Loki had already encased Heimdall in ice with the Frostbox. The destroyer was dispatched to Earth, landing precisely at the site of the mysterious symbol. Coincidentally, Coulson had just arrived on the scene with a linguistics expert. "Is this Stark's new armor?" Coulson shouted through a megaphone, inadvertently drawing the merciless ire of the destroyer. Fortunately, he evaded the attack just in time, suffering only the loss of a few government vehicles. Loki, manipulating the destroyer, held no interest in these mortals. Eliminating Thor was the priority. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became. He could have ascended the throne effortlessly, yet there always seemed to be those who obstructed him. Did no one recognize that he was more suited to rule Asgard than Thor? It appeared he would have to ruthlessly eliminate these obstacles. In the border town, Thor wore a grave expression. "I am merely a mortal now and cannot be of much assistance. However, I can help evacuate the residents. I will stay with you," Jane declared, grasping his hand. Although Dr. Eric was still grappling with the reality of myths coming to life, he immediately engaged in the evacuation efforts upon realizing the urgency of the situation. In the CAF, Ling Tian was leisurely enjoying coffee with Wanda. The young woman wore an expression of deep remorse. "I shouldn't have sent you away last night. It's all right. Had I seized Pietro's car at that moment." Before she could finish her thought, a beam of destruction suddenly pierced through the window. Ling Tian could only curse as the transformation sound effect echoed. He managed to shield Wanda just in time, but the shockwave still rendered her unconscious. "This is utterly outrageous." Ling Tian instantly comprehended the unfolding events. It was undoubtedly the destroyer that had arrived. What had initially been a mundane task had unexpectedly spiraled into chaos. It was utterly unreasonable for Loki's reckless actions to go unpunished. He would not rest until he had knocked some sense into that scoundrel, making him weep for mercy. Surveying the precarious state of the restaurant, Ling Tian resolved to first evacuate Wanda. Just as he took a step forward, a massive figure, akin to a mountain of flesh, came crashing down from above. Volstagg. In a fit of rage, Ling Tian unleashed a powerful kick, sending the corpulent body hurtling back. With a thunderous crash, Volstagg collided directly with the destroyer, causing the steel giant to stagger several steps. Once it violently cast Volstagg aside, its crimson visor locked onto Ling Tian, who emerged from the rubble, armored and cradling the unconscious Wanda in his arms. "Give me a hand." As he passed by Sif, he entrusted Wanda to her care. The female warrior, taken aback, found herself at a loss. This was far more challenging than wielding a sword against an opponent. Just then, Thor arrived, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. "Who are you?" "A detective," Ling Tian replied curtly, not glancing back as he led Wanda to safety. As for the metallic brute, he cracked his neck ominously, warning all to stay out of his way. He was determined to dismantle it. Suddenly struck by a thought, Ling Tian whirled around, pointing at Thor. "Let me make this clear. If you dare to snatch my victory while retrieving Mjolnir, I swear I will unleash my wrath upon you. I'm not in the mood for any nonsense." "Wait, Ling Tian?" Thor's eyes widened in realization, and he shouted urgently, "Run, leave this to me." Impressing Loki with self-sacrifice? Ling Tian interrupted with a scoff that is pathetically naive. Thor's face flushed with embarrassment at the remark. Sif, bewildered, inquired, "What are you two talking about?" "Loki sent the destroyer here to kill Thor," Ling Tian impatiently explained. "You are merely collateral. As long as the god of thunder willingly meets his demise, you will survive." Upon hearing this, Sif tightened her grip on her sword, her voice trembling with defiance. "Is there truly no other way?" "Indeed," Thor replied with a pained smile, nodding. "This is my only choice." "Enough with the melodrama," Ling Tian bellowed, his armor emitting flickers of blue light. "Are you all forgetting that our primary concern should be whether Loki will survive?" He pointed at the destroyer with a fierce glare. "After inflicting such harm upon my girlfriend, this matter is far from over. Your rainbow bridge can still be used, right? I will confront him immediately. If I do not bring him down, I shall write my name backward," Ling Tian declared vehemently. However, as Thor opened his mouth to speak, Ling Tian cut him off. "Silence. Even if you are intent on sacrificing yourself, you must wait until I've dealt with this first." With Thor's return, his plans could not be thwarted. "Let him give a try. Perhaps he might actually succeed," Sif suggested. Ling Tian represented their last glimmer of hope. She could not bear to witness Thor's demise, especially for the sake of their comrades. "No need for doubt. I will undoubtedly prevail. Your sole task now is to protect Wanda. Should she lose even a single hair, I will march into Asgard and slay your brother. Not even Odin could stop me. Before his words could fully resonate, the destroyer's high-energy beams were already hurtling toward the trio. Ling Tian lunged forward to intercept the assault. It is not that I wish to evade, but rather that I cannot abandon Wanda, who lies in a state of unconsciousness in Sif's embrace. Should I withdraw, the three behind me would surely suffer. Although I managed to intercept the attack, the outcome was far from ideal. I was thrust back several meters, my arms emitting wisps of smoke. Yet, I succeeded in altering the trajectory of the assault. Seizing the opportunity, Thor and his companions escorted Wanda to join their other allies. Sif gazed in astonishment at Ling Tian, who stood in defiance against the destroyer. Who is this individual? He dares to disregard even the All-Father Odin. I have been exiled for merely a few days, and all I know is that he is a detective with an uncanny ability to foresee the future through a tome. Thor replied, "What?" The injured companions exclaimed in unison. "Your reactions are rather exaggerated, aren't they? By the gods, you have no comprehension of what this book signifies." Vostag exclaimed, his beard trembling with agitation. "Should this news circulate, even Odin would be intrigued." Hogan added solemnly, "However, that tome bears numerous restrictions. It only reveals fragmented visions, most of which may prove useless." Thor scratched his head in explanation. "It foretold Loki's arrival on Earth to seek me, yet it offered no mention of the current assault. Even so, it is a rare treasure, worthy of a place in Odin's vault. Is it truly so miraculous?" Thor pondered with skepticism. "Nonsense. Had you possessed such a treasure earlier, you would never have recklessly ventured to Jotunheim, nor would you find yourself in exile." Sif rolled her eyes. "Well, the pressing matter at hand is how to address the destroyer. Otherwise, returning to Asgard may become a distant dream, and survival itself could be at stake." "Address it? With what means?" "Rather than charging forth to meet our demise and hinder progress, it is wiser to escort this unconscious lady to safety first." Sif, recalling Ling Tian's admonitions, decisively led her companions to retreat to a secure distance to observe the unfolding battle. At this moment, the confrontation between Ling Tian and the destroyer erupted with astonishing waves of energy. "We crossed paths just last night," the prophetic tone detective. Ling Tian's armor reflected a cold luminescence. "Your manipulation of the destroyer is of no concern to me, yet should Wanda be harmed, even inadvertently, I shall not let it pass unpunished." His clenched gauntlet emitted the sound of metal grinding together. "For Odin's sake, I shall spare your life. Loki, should I encounter you again, the trickster god upon the throne of Asgard," he scoffed, the emerald scepter spinning lightly upon his fingertips. "Even the destroyer cannot contend with this mere insect." A glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes, for that prophetic tome must be safeguarded by a deity. The scepter abruptly halted, seized the tome. "Slay him." The battlefield suddenly erupted in crimson beams of light. Ling Tian deftly evaded the lethal rays, his figure becoming a fleeting shadow as he collided with the destroyer's fist. Amidst the resounding clash of metal, both parties staggered back 3 steps, only to witness the destroyer's mask pulsating with energy once more, a searing beam striking Ling Tian squarely in the chest. Chapter 52. Take us along. You think this is a game? The youth wiped the corner of his mouth, a bitter smile crossing his face. The verdant armor erupted into flames, its right half instantaneously transforming into a blazing crimson form. In this state, each punch unleashed a wave of heat akin to molten lava, forcing the destroyer back several dozen meters. "A fraud! A damned liar!" Agent Coulson, watching from a distance, trembled with rage, the binoculars revealing the very memory device that should have long been obsolete. Weak and ailing, he nearly crushed the communicator with such combat prowess. He could contend against Black Widow, reflecting on the casualty report signed under duress in the S.H.I.E.L.D. archives. The usually affable agent could not help but utter a rare expletive. The battle raged fiercely, with Ling Tian locked in an intense struggle against the destroyer. Observing Ling Tian's combat prowess, Coulson gained a profound understanding of his capabilities. Recalling the director's prior mention of Ling Tian's own considerations, he became convinced that this confrontation was entirely within Ling Tian's control. Even amid unfavorable circumstances, extricating himself would be far from difficult, and thus he felt reassured. Engrossed in the fray, Ling Tian had no time to ponder Coulson's thoughts. Faced with the destroyer's astonishing defenses, he furrowed his brow. Such resilience was remarkable. After delivering a barrage of powerful blows, fatigue began to set in for Ling Tian, while the destroyer appeared virtually unscathed, continuing its relentless assault. It was time to end this. Ling Tian inserted a heated memory module into the drive, accompanied by an electronic chime, and unleashed a fiery punch upon the destroyer. The impact sent the destroyer flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Surely, this had to be the conclusion? No sooner had he thought it than the destroyer rose once more. Ling Tian shook his head in exasperation. Why persist in self-destruction? With that, he gazed into the void. Loki, if you can withstand this next move, do not blame me for unleashing my full power. In the Celestial Palace, Loki wore a sardonic smile, convinced that Ling Tian had reached the limits of his strength. The armored visage of the destroyer slowly closed, standing still as if awaiting a performance. A path to self-destruction. Ling Tian coolly switched the memory module, and the system activated. The rifle discharged a multitude of unpredictable energy projectiles, enveloping the destroyer in a barrage. Loki chose not to direct the destroyer to evade, confident in its regenerative abilities. Observing the battlefield imagery, he mused, such power is indeed rare in Asgard. Should he choose to submit? The destroyer trembled violently under the onslaught of energy blasts, its silvery frame convulsing. Ling Tian approached, the barrage intensifying, with the situation on the battlefield reaching a critical point. The conflict soon drew to a close. Just as Loki intended to emerge and extend an olive branch to Ling Tian, he found the latter already straddling the battered form of the destroyer, relentlessly striking. Has he gone mad? While such an assault would not prove fatal to the destroyer, continued bombardment would surely wear down even the sturdiest of armor. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Loki immediately initiated the purge protocol. As the destroyer's faceplate opened to gather energy, Ling Tian's weapon was already precisely aimed at its core. Too late. At the moment the trigger was pulled, the overloaded destructive device was blasted into its interior. Away with you. The resulting shockwave sent Ling Tian flying several meters, while the destroyer, having reaped the consequences of its actions, was reduced to mere scrap metal. At that moment, Loki, observing through the monitors in the temple, idly tapped his fingers against the armrest of his throne. Even if he triumphed over the destroyer, what did it matter? The control of the Biff for SD had already fallen into his grasp. The most pressing concern now was to draw Lao Fei into the fray, using the head of the Frost Giant King as the cornerstone of his throne. When Odin awakens, he will undoubtedly comprehend who the true protector of the Nine Realms is. Exhausted, Ling Tian supported himself on his knees, struggling to rise, when suddenly, a pair of hands steadied him. Be careful. Just as he began to express his gratitude, turning to see Coulson's signature warm smile, Ling Tian nearly stumbled. When did you arrive? From the moment you burst forth from that fast food establishment, the agent chuckled, gesturing towards the bewildered crowd in the Celestial Palace. That machine ought to be called the Destroyer, right? It has been distinctly noted in the chronicles of Ling Tian investigation. Gazing into the penetrating eyes behind the lenses, Ling Tian privately contemplated. Once he received the remuneration for this mission, the device would surely find its way into his possession. If necessary, he could activate the dimensional barrier and relocate his entire family. Surely S.H.I.E.L.D. could not pursue him to Asgard, could they? Perhaps, Ling Tian replied with a smile. Ah, it seems the detective has reservations about our S.H.I.E.L.D. The agent remarked. Weren't those memory units destroyed some time ago? Could you elucidate what you employed during a recent skirmish? You mean these? Ling Tian deactivated his transformation and waved the 6 colorful memory units in his hand. Clearly, these are backups. When S.H.I.E.L.D. borrows data, they spare no effort in acquiring even the backups of backups. I am, after all, a detective. One must always retain a contingency, no? That was a standard scientific collaboration. Everything would be returned afterward, Coulson hastily explained. Are you jesting? The destroyer has already made its appearance, and Thor's identity as the god of thunder from Asgard has been firmly established. Should it become known that we pilfered research data from a future queen, It could lead to divine retribution for S-H-I-E-L-D, or, at worst, instigate an interstellar conflict. This is a responsibility I cannot shoulder. Wait, you mentioned backups? Is it possible to mass-produce advanced memory units? Coulson suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. He had witnessed the destroyer's might firsthand, and Ling Tian had vanquished it merely with memory units. If mass production were indeed feasible, Mr. Ling Tian, I believe, stop right there. Ling Tian interrupted. I know what you are about to say, but having one unit is sufficient. Backups do not equate to mass production. These are all I possess. He was acutely aware of S-H-I-E-L-D-S tendencies, particularly that insatiable director who sought to involve himself in everything. Very well, I shall comply as requested. Fine, we shall discuss this matter another day. Coulson intended to negotiate further, but upon noticing the small dinosaur that had suddenly appeared on Ling Tian's shoulder, baring its teeth at him, he promptly conceded. Coulson mused, as long as you remain on Earth, you cannot escape the watchful eyes of S-H-I-E-L-D. Let us see how long you can evade them. Just then, Thor and his companions approached. You are the god of thunder, are you not? Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Agent Coulson of S-H-I-E-L-D. Thor ignored him and strode directly to Ling Tian. Grant me a favor. I know you are capable. Are you referring to returning to the realm of gods, or restoring your powers? Ling Tian inquired with a smile. Preferably both, Thor replied. The texts merely state that you will regain your strength, yet they do not specify the method. I happen to have an idea. If successful, you will recover your powers. If not, you will perish. Are you willing to try? Do not hesitate. Wait, surely there are other methods. Jane interjected, stepping in front of Thor. There are methods, but time is of the essence. It is settled then. Ling Tian, tell me what I must do. Why the rush? I have yet to present my conditions. There are but two, and they are quite simple. First, I require 3 permanent residencies in the realm of gods. Agreed. Thor responded immediately. A few Asgardians attempted to dissuade him, but the prince had already given his consent, rendering them reluctant to voice further objections. Coulson's face darkened. Is this a way to arrange an escape route? To say it to our faces? How audacious. Just as I was contemplating borrowing your item. You spring this on me. And what about the second part? Thor inquired. Simpler. Let me give Loki a good thrashing. Agreed. While Thor hesitated, the other 4 readily consented. With a sigh of resignation, Thor acknowledged that Loki had indeed gone too far this time, having wreaked havoc on half the town. And Ling Tian's girlfriend was also a victim. If it had been Jane injured, he would have sought retribution from Loki as well. I can agree, but you must ensure that his life remains intact. Why would I want to kill him? What benefit would it bring me to offend Odin and Frigga? I still wish to vacation in Asgard. I'm not as foolish as you think. Now, can you reveal to me the method to restore my divine powers? Halt! Do not move. Everyone, step back. Ling Tian suddenly commanded. Though the others were puzzled, they complied and dispersed. All right, he declared, but before the words had left his lips, he was struck solidly in the abdomen by a powerful punch from Ling Tian. The spectators blinked in astonishment as Thor was propelled through 2 concrete walls. The sound of collapsing structures echoing in the air. Ling Tian shook his wrist. Using the strength of a greed-seeker to launch a human was indeed an extravagant use of power. Jane hurried towards the rubble to check on Thor's injuries, while the Asgardian warriors glared, ready to retaliate. Only Coulson and his fellow agents stood agape, their scientific worldview shattered in an instant. Witnessing such inhuman strength rendered S.H.I.E.L.D.'s previous plans to subdue the untransformed Ling Tian utterly ludicrous. Ahem, don't look at me like that, Ling Tian said, raising his hands as he was encircled by 4 warriors. This was the quickest way for him to regain his powers. If you don't believe me, just watch. Suddenly, a sound like thunder split the air, and the hammer of the thunder god soared towards them. In his dying moments, Thor grasped the hammer's handle, and a deluge of lightning cascaded down. In that blinding light, his casual attire transformed into shimmering armor, and his pale complexion regained its vibrant hue. Jane stood at the edge of the lightning, finally realizing that the man she loved was indeed a deity. Behold, my method yields immediate results, Ling Tian shrugged. The Asgardian warriors lowered their hostility, gazing with relief at the prince enveloped in the radiant storm. Shortly after, Thor descended, cradling Jane, his brow free of gloom. Though that punch had indeed been powerful, he laughed heartily as he clapped Ling Tian on the shoulder. But I must thank you. Don't misplace your gratitude. Ling Tian pointed skyward. If Odin did not approve of you, you would be preparing for a funeral right now. I finally comprehend my father's profound wisdom, Thor mused, stroking the hammer, enlightenment gleaming in his eyes. The true king must never be obstinate. That is good to hear. Now, hurry back. Your brother might concoct some mischief. Fair point. Just a moment. Thor turned to Jane. Would you like to see the bridge I mentioned? I would love to, Jane replied, just as Thor's lips curled into a smile, lifting her into the air. He seemed to have forgotten that he alone possessed the ability to fly. Damn it. A scoundrel who forgets his friends for the sake of beauty. Ling Tian turned to Coulson. Agent, could you drive me to their landing point? While it is indeed true that your motorcycle is swifter, have you considered the exorbitant fuel prices? Traveling by vehicle is far more comfortable. To forego a ride when offered is sheer folly. Coulson, aware of the logic in this statement, nevertheless found it irksome. By the way, please keep a vigilant eye on Wanda while I'm away. Should anything happen to her, I shall dismantle S.H.I.E.L.D. Ling Tian said this with a smile, yet there was an undeniable gravity to his words. I assure you, Coulson replied solemnly. Wait, take us along. Very well. Observing Vostag's imposing stature, Coulson hesitated, weighing the vehicle's capacity, yet considering the delicacy of inter-civilizational diplomacy, he acquiesced. Upon their arrival, they found Thor calling out to the heavens. Heimdall, open the gate. Yet, his pleas went unanswered. Without the Guardian to unlock the passage, we cannot return, Thor lamented, refusing to relent. Meanwhile, Heimdall, encased in ice, could not respond, but heard the summons clearly. The Asgardian Guardian struggled mightily to break free, despite the immense toll it exacted on him. After vanquishing 2 frost giants stationed at the Rainbow Bridge, he exerted his final strength to insert the sword into the activation mechanism. As the bridge roared to life, the formidable figure collapsed, utterly spent. On Earth, Thor and the others observed the sky transforming, the clouds swirling like a vortex. Vibrant hues dancing in the gaps, an unmistakable sign of the Rainbow Bridge's activation. Chapter 53. Do you need a reason? Jin approached Thor briskly, only to have the golden-haired deity grasp his hands. I must return to Asgard. The glimmer of determination shone in the god of Thunder's eyes, and he vowed by the name of Thunder that he would return to her side. As the two shared a kiss amidst the radiant colors, Ling Tian, standing at the edge of the magical circle, could not suppress a smirk. Displaying affection in public? Such frivolous beings are destined for divine retribution. He stroked his smooth chin and muttered, Why am I still in a half-single state? Feeling a bit sour, are we? A warrior from the celestial palace chimed in, laughter escaping from the seams of her armor. What do you know? Ling Tian retorted, pulling out a gilded tome and flipping through its pages. According to ancient texts, Thor would ultimately destroy the Rainbow Bridge himself. While the precise reasons remained unclear, should that time come, their reunion would depend solely on Odin's power. At this, the warrior Sif interjected vehemently. That is impossible. The destruction of the Rainbow Bridge would incite turmoil across the 9 realms. His Highness Thor would never, before she could finish. A burst of rainbow light intensified. When the brilliance faded, they found themselves within the Golden Palace, witnessing Heimdall gravely wounded on the ground. Take him to be healed, Thor commanded, gripping Mjolnir with a grave tone. I must confront my brother. With that, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing towards Odin's resting place. Sif turned to Ling Tian. Aren't you coming along? To witness a brother's quarrel or a father's rift. Ling Tian chuckled lightly, stroking his stubble. Once they resolve their domestic affairs, I shall find Loki to settle my own accounts. How delightful that would be. He certainly would not divulge his true intention of preventing the destruction of the Rainbow Bridge. Perhaps you fear you may not return Earth? Sif crossed her arms and scoffed. Ah, you see right through me, he replied. Ling Tian shrugged and conceded that it was indeed difficult to quell his resentment without confronting that malevolent deity. However, should the Rainbow Bridge be destroyed, although he possessed means to traverse dimensions, it would invariably entail considerable effort. To cross the 9 realms without the aid of the Rainbow Bridge? How is that even conceivable? Sif's pupils quivered slightly. My dear girl, the vastness of this world exceeds your imagination, Ling Tian replied, as azure runes began to flicker at his fingertips. What you deem impossible may not be so for others. Ling Tian's assertion bore truth. Asgard was renowned for its warriors. As long as he could endure the patience required to spar with them one by one, accumulating enough points to exchange for a dimensional drive was merely a matter of time. With the teleportation capabilities of the dimensional barriers, traveling to Earth would prove far more convenient than the Rainbow Bridge. At that point, he could traverse the realms at will. Why are you still lingering here? Shouldn't you be escorting Heimdall to receive treatment? Sif queried. Those fellows are sufficient. I must remain here, she replied, crossing her arms. Isn't it written in that book you have that Thor would destroy the Rainbow Bridge? Regardless of the reason, I must prevent such an occurrence. She scrutinized Ling Tian with a knowing gaze. We cannot fathom your true intentions, so it is only fitting to keep you under surveillance. Are all beings from the realm of gods so blunt? Not a shred of consideration. Ling Tian sighed, scratching his head. All right. Being scrutinized by a beauty isn't so unfortunate. Suddenly, he leaned in closer. By the way, how old are you? A few hundred years, or perhaps a few thousand. This has been a perplexing question for quite some time. Before he could finish, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. The Valkyrie, who could not even be subdued by the destroyer, emanated an oppressive aura that made him feel as though he were under scrutiny. Has no one taught you that inquiring about a woman's age is quite rude? Sif bent down to retrieve Heimdall's sword, its tip glimmering menacingly at Ling Tian's throat. I saw how forceful your punch was when you struck Thor. Why not practice now? Wait, I apologize. Ling Tian raised his hands in surrender, stepping back. Though that sword may not kill me, a blow would be quite painful. Sif flicked her wrist, pressing the blade even closer. Not kill you? Are you not human? Merely a figure of speech. Ling Tian continued to retreat, not out of fear of battle, but from a reluctance to strike a woman, even a warrior, especially when he was in the wrong. Sif, intrigued by Ling Tian, was determined to inquire further. What ordinary person would seek an identity from Asgard, let alone one capable of facing the destroyer? Although Thor handled it more easily, your achievement is still remarkable. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shattered the palace walls, and Thor was sent hurtling out like a cannonball. Did you see that? A brotherly quarrel, Ling Tian remarked nonchalantly, whistling. At that moment, Loki approached on horseback, his pupils narrowing upon spotting Ling Tian. The troublesome detective was here. While Sif could manage the situation, Loki, having first-hand experience of Ling Tian's prowess, knew that a direct confrontation held no promise of victory. He had just slain Laufey, yet to gain Odin's favor, he needed to annihilate all of Jotunheim, and this earthling before him was undoubtedly the greatest impediment. Gentlemen, it seems I have arrived at an opportune moment and must intrude upon your sparring. A misunderstanding. This is purely a friendly exchange, the detective hastily gestured. Loki, how dare you show your face? Sif erupted in fury, her sword drawn, aimed directly at Loki. Ling Tian was inevitably taken aback by her formidable presence, yet he failed to notice the cold smirk that flitted across Loki's lips. Just as I anticipated, in the instant that Sif approached, the eternal spear in Loki's hand abruptly transformed into a frosty prison, instantly encasing her as an ice sculpture, sword in hand. In a direct confrontation, I am indeed no match for you. However, as Loki caressed the ice figure, he mused that this lady was not nearly as formidable as Heimdall. In merely 10 minutes, she would succumb to an eternal slumber. What do you propose we do? This is truly troublesome. Ling Tian silently gritted his teeth. While the task of earning 50,000 points was undeniably significant, to stand idly by in the face of death would render any future in Asgard rather bleak. You have one. Ling Tian promptly activated his form, lifting the ice sculpture and vanishing in an instant. He contemplated heading directly to the slumbering Allfather Odin to thaw her, a strategy that would avoid interference from Loki and eliminate the risk of failure in the thawing process. Upon confirming Ling Tian's departure, Loki finally revealed a satisfied smile. This unexpected variable has been eliminated, and the plan can advance smoothly. He slowly inserted the eternal spear into the control device of the Bifrost, vast energies beginning to converge, aimed squarely at Jotunheim. Just as Ling Tian placed the ice sculpture in the temple where Odin slept, a chilling light suddenly struck towards him. Damn, he deftly evaded, only to discover the assailant staring at the ice sculpture in a daze. Sif, as the figure raised her sword once more, Ling Tian hastily explained, Brother, calm down. I am here to save her. He had already surmised the identity of the newcomer, a woman who could freely enter Odin's sleeping palace, retained a youthful appearance, and was evidently familiar with Sif. She could only be Frigga, the goddess of Asgard and Odin's wife. This complicates matters. For Odin, bullying his son, Thor or Loki, or even giving them a good thrashing, would pose no significant issue. As long as they were neither dead nor maimed, Odin might not even bother. However, should anyone dare to offend his queen, Odin might very well take up the eternal spear himself to administer punishment. Alas, it seems hopeless. This queen is indeed a sensitive topic for Odin. Ling Tian thought to himself. Frigga held too much weight in Odin's heart. If Ling Tian wished to navigate life in Asgard in the future, he must cultivate a good relationship with her, or at the very least, avoid incurring her wrath. Thus, he could only silently swallow the offense of her earlier ambush. With this in mind, Ling Tian relinquished his transformed state, demonstrating that he bore no ill will. Upon seeing that he was merely a human, Frigga quickly realized she might have mistaken her target, and a flicker of embarrassment crossed her face. It was hardly her fault. With Sif encased in ice, and Odin recently having faced assassination, the mastermind being the frost giant king Laufey, when she witnessed the shimmering ice crystals upon his entry through the breach in the hall. She assumed it was the return of the frost giants, a case of concern leading to confusion. Ah, you must be Frigga, the queen of Asgard. My name is Ling Tian, hailing from Earth, sent by Thor to assist. However, it appears Sif has encountered an unfortunate incident. I have just arrived and am unfamiliar with this place, only knowing it to be where Odin lies in slumber, and I thought perhaps only the king could save her. Ling Tian explained. Frigg confirmed that he was not an enemy, but a friend of Thor. Although she still harbored some doubts, she had relaxed considerably and patiently listened to him continue his explanation. Young man, how do you know this is Odin's resting place? Frigg inquired. Awkwardly, Ling Tian pointed to the large hole behind him. It then dawned on Frigg that Thor had indeed been expelled from here by Loki, and her questions evaporated, leaving her to blame the two children for their indiscretion. Well, I understand now. She approached the damaged area and waved her hand, restoring the wall to its former state. Unless one observed closely, even Ling Tian would not discern any flaw. The queen's magic was truly remarkable. This illusion was so lifelike it could easily deceive the senses. It's nothing, ultimately, it is but a facade, Frigg remarked casually. By the way, Ling Tian, what specific purpose did Thor summon you for? Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground, causing fine dust to rain down from the palace dome. Oh no! Ling Tian exclaimed, jolted awake. He had lingered too long in conversation with the queen and had forgotten to prevent Thor from destroying the Rainbow Bridge. Your Majesty, Loki has likely activated the Rainbow Bridge to attack Jotunheim. The young warrior spoke rapidly. Please allow me to go immediately and stop him. Queen Frigg remained lost in thought, her heart weighed down by Ling Tian's words about teaching Loki a lesson. Your Majesty? Ling Tian called out again. The silver-haired goddess finally snapped back to reality. Hurry. I beg you to assist Thor. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ling Tian scratched his head. To be frank, I do not know the way to the Rainbow Bridge. Noticing her confusion, he quickly added, I would appreciate it if you could dispel the illusion barrier. Frigg couldn't help but chuckle, and with a graceful wave of her hand, the illusion dissipated. The familiar passage reappeared on the wall, filling Ling Tian with warmth. However, when he caught sight of the radiant beam of multicolored light piercing the heavens, his expression turned grave. There may still be time, he whispered. It would have been effortless to toy with Thor, a man of such brute strength, using illusions. But at this moment, Loki had genuinely provoked his elder brother. The furious thunder god summoned a tempest of lightning, obliterating the illusory duplicates surrounding him, leaving only his true self gasping for breath atop the Rainbow Bridge. Thor approached with heavy steps, pressing his mighty hammer against Loki's chest to guard against his cunning brother's tricks. This artifact, which no one could lift, pinned the malevolent god as firmly as a meteor, forcing him to watch helplessly as his brother advanced toward the Rainbow Bridge's control center. At that moment, Ling Tian's figure broke through the energy storm, finally comprehending why. In the original tale, Thor chose to destroy the Rainbow Bridge when faced with a fully activated teleportation device. Even the Thunder God was powerless to halt it. Wow, it seems I have missed the main event, Ling Tian mused, gazing down at Loki, pinned by the hammer. Ah, it's you, vile god. Loki sneered with a bloodied smile. Unfortunately, you're too late, The destruction of the Rainbow Bridge has become irreversible, and even my self-proclaimed omnipotent brother is at a loss. Though defeated by Thor, a glimmer of victory sparkled in Loki's eyes. He believed that once Jotunheim was reduced to cosmic dust, he would ultimately gain the approval of the All-Father. This delusional fantasy brought him pleasure, even as he lay in a disheveled heap, watching Thor's futile struggles. Snap! A crisp sound of slap echoed abruptly. You! Loki glared furiously, clutching his rapidly swelling cheek. Need a reason? Ling Tian smirked, flicking his wrist. Why should I choose a day to strike you? If you have the guts, jump and bite me. He leaned in, grabbing the collar of the god of mischief. Do you know why I traversed the cosmos to Asgard? It was to avenge Wanda with this slap. Chapter 54. Are you all right? Loki suddenly burst into mad laughter. Another fool, driven insane by a woman. You, my brutish brother, are truly amusing. His laughter abruptly ceased. The once restrained Mjolnir suddenly soared away, and the distant sound of collapsing buildings thundered. Seeing the device could not be deactivated, Thor swung Mjolnir, aiming to smash the base of the Bifrost. Stop! Loki, breaking free from his constraints, disregarded revenge and shouted hoarsely. If you destroy the Bifrost, you will never see Jane Foster again. He suddenly turned to Ling Tian. Hurry, stop him, unless you wish to be eternally separated from your little witch. Before his words fell, Ling Tian had already flashed to Thor's side, delivering a side kick that deflected the descending hammer. Not bad. Loki rose, sneering. Ling Tian, I regret that I must do this. Thor's voice was low, his fingers gripping Mjolnir, turning pale. Shut your mouth and manage your unruly child, Ling Tian said, crushing the tiles beneath his feet. The violent energy tore his garments into shreds. If you dare touch the Bifrost again, you'll be crushed alongside it. Loki's pupils constricted suddenly. Like a venomous serpent, he coiled his body, but in the instant he lunged at Ling Tian, Mjolnir struck him, driving him deep into the ground. Precisely into the bruise on his back, left 3 hours prior. The Eternal Memory core shimmered with blue light amidst the energy storm. Ling Tian stood before the twisted rift in space, finding the situation absurd. He was actually going to use this contraption to repair the bridge? In the moment when pure white light engulfed him, Mjolnir clattered to the ground. The pristine armor gleamed with the luster of liquid metal, and the dark cloak, swirling, erupted into streams of data that exploded into stellar brilliance. The faintly visible runes were traces of the resonance of 26 memory cores. The experiment commenced. Ling Tian inserted the spatial memory core into the slot at his waist. 26 electronic sounds erupted simultaneously, and the phantom of the memory core hung behind him. A hurricane enveloped the Bifrost in a blue cocoon of data, drowning out Loki's screams with the roaring tide of energy. Thor watched as his insignificant lightning was obliterated by this absolute power, suddenly feeling as if Mjolnir resembled a rusty fruit knife. Ling Tian was right. I am indeed no match for him. Gazing at the surging energy tide ahead, Thor had to concede that he still fell short compared to this force. Yet, at this moment, this disparity became a blessing. As long as he shut down the Bifrost, he could avoid its destruction and use it to journey to Earth to reunite with Jane. With this thought, a smile unconsciously crept onto Thor's lips. Absurd. How could mere earthlings, those wretched, inferior beings, possibly wield such power? Loki's shriek echoed from behind. Suppressed by Mjolnir, he writhed in madness, his eyes bloodshot. If Ling Tian were to successfully shut down the Rainbow Bridge, his meticulously crafted plan would dissolve into mere vapor. Ling Tian, however, was too preoccupied to heed the emotions of his two brothers. He understood that if the Rainbow Bridge were not closed in a timely manner, Thor would inevitably shatter it. Yet, at that moment, the surging power bestowed by the Eternal Memory core coursed through his veins, a kick potent enough to crush stars, destined to breach the energy barrier of the control center. Eternal Ultimate Drive. The Eternal Blade, imbued with the memory core, erupted in brilliance, propelling Ling Tian skyward. His right leg, engulfed in flames, surged toward the control console like a comet. Energy turbulence incessantly tore at his body, yet the trajectory of his kick remained steadfast. Boom! In the blinding flash that followed, the grand hall of control, along with the key apparatus, disintegrated in the clash of energies, leaving only the Rainbow Bridge spanning the cosmic expanse. It was easier than anticipated. Ling Tian shrugged off his transformation. An astounding display of power. Thor gazed in awe at the still smoldering ruins, genuinely impressed that it was a domain even his Mjolnir could not approach. Truly remarkable. Odin's voice suddenly resonated from behind Thor. "Father, you have awakened." Thor hastily turned around, then awkwardly added, "Of course, he is still far inferior to you." The one-eyed monarch remained non-committal, merely nodding in approval. "Learning to acknowledge the strengths of others is indeed the hallmark of my son." His gaze shifted to Loki. "Release your brother." But just as the god of thunder's hammer flew back into his grasp, Odin's figure abruptly dissipated like a mirage. Bang! Before Thor could react, an energy projectile struck him from behind, sending him flying. It was then he realized he had once again fallen prey to his brother's trickery. That damned illusion could ensnare one if they were not vigilant. "Loki!" Thor glared at him. "Ha! Thor, I should have employed this tactic against you long ago." "Indeed," Ling Tian sighed, rubbing his forehead. He had sensed something amiss when this false Odin appeared. If the Allfather allowed Loki to incite Thor's wrath, that was one thing. But what did that mocking smile on Loki's face signify? Even more absurd was the fact that the person lying over there wielded the eternal gun. And this counterfeit Odin had one too. Did he think such divine artifacts were mere commodities from an assembly line? At least put on a more convincing act. Nevertheless, Ling Tian chose not to involve himself in the brothers' chaotic entanglement, opting to feign ignorance. After all, it offered him no advantage, and sometimes playing the fool could be beneficial, allowing him to enjoy the spectacle for free. Loki turned to Ling Tian with a smile. "In truth, the closure of the Rainbow Bridge is inconsequential. My foolish brother actually attempted to destroy it, which took me by surprise. Although I could not utterly obliterate Jotunheim, it was sufficient to impart a painful lesson. This was indeed my plan, to establish authority through the annihilation of a realm. While it may not have achieved optimal results, it barely passes muster. I owe you my thanks, Ling Tian. As long as the Rainbow Bridge exists, it serves as a deterrent for the Nine Realms, compelling all beings to revere Asgard due to this power. It has been proven that I am more suited to the throne than you." "No, Loki, you are mistaken." Thor propped himself up, his tone laden with remorse. "A true king should never instigate conflict nor wield force to coerce others. Come back with me to seek forgiveness from our father. He will surely pardon you." During their earlier confrontation, Loki candidly expressed his desire for equal treatment. He sought to validate his worth by ascending to the throne of Asgard and earning their father's approval. In this moment, Thor finally grasped the intensity of his brother's fervor and recognized his own culpability. He genuinely cared for Loki and wished to avoid violence at all costs. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian nearly exclaimed that Thor had lost his mind. Indeed, the thought process of the god of thunder was quite peculiar. Given the gravity of the situation, could they still hope for Loki to reconsider? It seemed utterly fanciful. "Brother, you remain as naively optimistic as ever," Loki sneered. "I am not mistaken. It is only through this means that the Nine Realms will genuinely submit to the might of Asgard." "You are mistaken, Loki." A voice resonated suddenly from behind him. Thor stared blankly at Ling Tian, questioning, "Is this true?" His voice betrayed a mixture of uncertainty. The bond of blood instinctively confirmed the authenticity of his father. Yet having recently endured an illusion, Thor was as skittish as a startled deer. "Thor, you should really learn some magic from our mother," Ling Tian sighed, shaking his head. At that moment, he truly appreciated Odin's struggles. Raising such a son was indeed a remarkable feat. Thor awkwardly scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Being witnessed in such an embarrassing predicament by outsiders made his ears flush with heat. On the other side, Loki appeared as if struck by lightning. He had exerted every effort to prove himself superior to Thor, only to face utter repudiation from his father. Staggering to the edge of the Bifrost, the young man was in tears. "Forgive me, father, brother. Please apologize to mother on my behalf." Loki's voice was as soft as a feather. "Stop!" Odin suddenly bellowed. It was then that Thor reacted, seizing Mjolnir and rushing forward. Yet he was ultimately a moment too late. The sight of Loki falling backward was chillingly resolute. "Loki!" Thor's anguished cry echoed across the Bifrost. The following day, Asgard rejoiced at the awakening of its king. Yet, from the side hall erupted Ling Tian's furious shout. "You mean the Bifrost is incapacitated?" Thor sheepishly explained, "It's merely temporary. After all, that kick not only halted the Bifrost operation, but also wrecked the entire control hall." "Oh, so it's all my fault?" Ling Tian retorted coldly. shouldn't have assisted you against the Destroyer. Shouldn't have helped you awaken your divine powers. Shouldn't have come to Asgard. And certainly shouldn't have prevented you from destroying the bridge. What about Heimdall? Does he at least still have a bed? That was absolutely not my intention, Thor exclaimed, waving his hands in desperation. He knew well that had it not been for Ling Tian's intervention, the destroyed Bifrost would likely remain in ruins for a millennium. Then what exactly do you wish to convey? Look me in the eyes and clarify who I truly am. Ling Tian pressed, his expression grave. You are Ling Tian? A detective? Or merely a detective named Ling Tian from Earth? Thor responded, somewhat apprehensively, secretly worrying that the other party might have forgotten his own identity. Surely, his earlier words should not have inflicted such a severe blow. Incorrect. I am your savior, and I am also the benefactor of Asgard. You must acknowledge that it was I who rescued you and your companions from the clutches of the Destroyer. You must also concede that it was my timely closure of the Rainbow Bridge that prevented its destruction, thus containing the losses of Asgard to an acceptable level. Otherwise, you would still be waiting even longer to reunite with Jane, wouldn't you? Indeed, Thor admitted with a wry smile. Splendid. Although I do not expect gratitude from others. The responsibility for the temporary failure of the Rainbow Bridge cannot be cast upon me. I have plans to relocate to Asgard in the future. Moreover, while I'm a man of Earth, my unconscious girlfriend is still waiting for me there. What would become of her if I were imprisoned because of this? So, how do you intend to repay my life-saving grace? I shall assume responsibility for the Rainbow Bridge and proclaim your deeds on Earth, ensuring that all of Asgard remembers your kindness, Thor promised helplessly. This task was effortlessly within his capabilities, especially considering that his perceptive father was well aware that Ling Tian had not only committed no wrongdoing throughout the incident, but had indeed contributed positively. As Ling Tian had stated, he truly was a benefactor of Asgard. Yet, the manner in which Thor deflected blame left him with an inexplicable discomfort. From our first meeting, I knew you to be a trustworthy prince, one who honors his word, Ling Tian said, patting Thor's shoulder with satisfaction. I have complete faith in your character. Thor stared at him in astonishment, silently pushing away the hand on his shoulder. In that moment, he finally perceived the thickness of Ling Tian's skin. You are overthinking it. These are trivial matters. Nonsense. The truly troublesome issues are beyond your resolution and will ultimately require your father's intervention. Do not underestimate me. As a prince of Asgard, there are few challenges that can truly perplex me. Why should I trouble my father? Thor felt belittled. Oh, then can you return me to Earth right now? I would be immensely grateful for that. Surely, I cannot fight valiantly for Asgard only to be unable to return home? That is something you should discuss with my father. However, such a situation has never occurred before. Ling Tian rolled his eyes. With this level of ability, you claim not to trouble your father? Truly lacking in self-awareness. Are you well? If it is convenient, could you take me to meet your father? I wish to ascertain when I might return. No problem. My father wishes to meet you, to express his gratitude in person. Then, let us proceed. I only wish to return home as soon as possible. As they followed Thor to the Celestial Palace, Ling Tian experienced Asgard's cultural splendor for the first time. Chapter 55. The Supreme Mage, he found it difficult to comprehend. This civilization possessed technology far beyond that of Earth, capable of creating devices as extraordinary as the Rainbow Bridge. Yet they still relied on horses for transportation. While the armor and similar equipment can be set aside, the reliance on weaponry perplexed him greatly. Ultimately, he could only attribute this to perhaps being their cultural tradition. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Ling Tian finally beheld the legendary All-Father Odin. The king seated upon the throne held the eternal spear. Though his visage bore the marks of age, it commanded Ling Tian's utmost respect. This white-haired elder had once single-handedly instilled fear across the 9 realms. Should anyone dare to provoke him due to his advanced years, they would undoubtedly pay a grievous price. As long as this deity remains, the 9 realms shall enjoy tranquility. Those lurking in the shadows will forever dare not emerge. Welcome to Asgard, young one, Odin said with a smile. It is an honor to meet you, your majesty, replied Ling Tian respectfully. It is indeed fortunate for Thor to have a friend like you. Odin slowly rose. I have witnessed your destruction of the Rainbow Bridge. Only 2 in all of Asgard possess the ability to withstand such an energy shock. You flatter me. It was merely a stroke of luck, and that state cannot be sustained. My body would collapse if I persisted any longer, Ling Tian admitted, slightly embarrassed. He had not anticipated Odin's timely awakening. which had unveiled his trump card. Now, he had to reconsider his strategy, since his strength had been exposed. It was prudent to impose reasonable limitations upon it. After all, great power is more credible when it is restrained. Wait, father, did you say 2 individuals? Thor interjected suddenly. Apart from you, is there anyone else in Asgard capable of shutting down the fully operational Rainbow Bridge? You will know when the time is right. Odin sighed internally. He had hoped this trial would foster growth in Thor, but it seemed he had underestimated his son's naivety. It was alarming that as a prince, he would contemplate discussing Asgard's taboos in front of outsiders. Yes, father, Thor replied softly, his tone laced with indignation. Ling Tian felt he was nearing an answer. The enigmatic figure sealed away was likely Odin's eldest daughter, Hela, the Valkyrie capable of overpowering the god of thunder. Such dishonorable family secrets were not meant for outsiders' ears. Just as he was about to speak, he met Odin's penetrating gaze. The scrutiny of the one-eyed elder sent chills down his spine, as if the Allfather was concocting some perilous scheme. Interesting, Odin remarked, excitement glimmering in his single eye. You radiate an unusual aura, Midgardian. Being appraised by a bearded elder with such intent was hardly a pleasant experience, Ling Tian thought, taking a cautious step back, resolute in his decision to refuse any demands made by Odin. Do not be alarmed, Odin said, stroking his beard. It has been long since I have encountered a being of your caliber in Midgard. Thor interjected curiously, Father, what is so special about this Midgardian? Without the insight of Yggdrasil, even I would struggle to perceive it, Odin replied, his eye narrowing slightly. The life energy surging within Ling Tian was sufficient to sustain eternal youth. His current physical strength could even contend against you in your hammer-wielding state. Eternal life? That is impossible. The god of thunder nearly dropped his hammer. Despite having personally experienced Ling Tian's combat prowess, this assertion exceeded his comprehension. Of course, there are limitations, Odin said, tapping the ground with his spear. As long as the energy core remains intact, he can continuously regenerate. However, but what? Thor pressed. The truth of eternal youth is indeed undeniable, Odin added, his tone laden with significance. Thor's expression froze. Are you suggesting he can maintain his peak condition indefinitely? In theory, this is indeed the case. The beard of the father of the gods quivered gently. By the gods! Thor, in a fit of disarray, tugged at his golden locks, exclaiming, Father, I must admit, I am rather envious. Finally, unable to contain himself, Ling Tian interjected, Gentlemen, the subject of your discussion is still present. He silently chastised himself for being dissected before their eyes. The father and son, engrossed in their conversation, entirely disregarded him. Though Ling Tian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at being overlooked, his heart was in turmoil. Odin, the king of the gods, effortlessly discerned his true nature. As a vessel, as long as the core coin remained intact, he was immortal. However, unbeknownst to Odin, even if the coin were to be destroyed, it would bear no consequence for Ling Tian. This world was fraught with peril, and Ling Tian began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Odin's audacity to expose him in public merely suggested that he posed no threat, or at least that was the FAAD. Little did they know that this was part of Odin's scheme, to instill a sense of caution within him. Observing Ling Tian's wavering expression, the king of gods smirked with satisfaction. Ling Tian, what exactly are you? Thor suddenly leaned in with a query. What am I? You shall not escape unscathed. Ling Tian's temper flared. Even if Thor's demeanor was as tough as steel, this was an egregious affront, bordering on the dehumanizing. Thor, that is an insult. Apologize at once. Odin lamented, heartbroken. How could such a wise king have raised such a brash son? He had previously hinted that only 2 in all of Asgard could keep Ling Tian in check. Yet this foolish boy had chosen to stab him with words. My apologies. It was not my intention. Thor hurriedly lowered his head, his golden hair losing some of its luster. For my sake, let's forgive him this once. Odin interjected diplomatically. Very well, I am known for my magnanimity, Ling Tian conceded, taking advantage of the situation. With the king himself advocating on Thor's behalf, who would dare to show disrespect? I hear you wish to know when you may return? Odin shifted the topic. Indeed, I have siblings at home who require my care. The Rainbow Bridge is still under repair, but I possess alternative means to send you back. Before continuing, the king paused meaningfully. You have saved Thor and his companions, thereby averting turmoil across the 9 realms. What further request do you have? Didn't Thor mention it? Our entire family wishes to temporarily reside in Asgard. Ling Tian cautiously added, if it proves inconvenient. Not at all. It is exceedingly simple. For a benefactor such as yourself, this is hardly a request. I swear by my honor as king, you shall receive fair treatment. Nay, just treatment, Odin eagerly replied, speaking with a rapidity that suggested he feared Ling Tian might suddenly retract his words. Strange. Why do I feel he is eager for me to remain in the realm of the gods? Surely, I am overthinking it. Ling Tian was taken aback by Odin's unusual enthusiasm, rendered momentarily speechless. Ling Tian, if there are no further needs, I encourage you to explore the divine realm and familiarize yourself with the surroundings. When you wish to return, simply inform me. Is it truly possible to return to Earth now? Ling Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course. Then let us depart at once. I cannot help but worry about matters at home. Ling Tian scratched his head sheepishly, remembering that Wanda and her brother were still waiting in the fairyland. As you wish. A portal swirled open, shimmering with the orange light of stars. By the gods, Ancient One's teleportation technique. That old man must have done this on purpose. Gazing upon Odin's benevolent countenance, Ling Tian felt a chill traverse his spine. Let's embark, he proclaimed. Ha ha ha. Take care, Thor. With a despondent expression, Ling Tian stepped into the luminous portal. Father, why did Ling Tian's tone seem akin to a final farewell? You worry too much. It was merely an expression of overwhelming joy. Go and reorganize the army. During the period of the Rainbow Bridge's destruction, chaos has erupted across the 9 realms, and it requires your cleansing. As you command, Thor replied, striding forth with his hammer in hand. Once the two had vanished, Frigga, who had remained concealed within the hall, revealed herself. Do you truly believe Ling Tian can rival Hela and avert Ragnarok? Victory is uncertain, but he is capable of achieving a stalemate. Moreover, he has voluntarily requested to reside in the divine realm. We merely need him to develop an attachment to Asgard in the short term. Odin's singular eye glimmered with cunning. At that moment, Ling Tian, having traversed the portal, was troubled by how to contend with a certain bald sorcerer. Welcome back, Detective Ling Tian, spoke the smiling visage of the Ancient One. Her smile, as refreshing as a spring breeze, sent a shiver through Ling Tian, akin to a plunge into an icy abyss. He had anticipated meeting one of the Ancient One's disciples, allowing him to deflect with a few words. Yet, now, facing the Sorcerer Supreme herself, his mind was a blank, his palms clammy with cold sweat. Ha ha, he chuckled awkwardly, swallowing the bitterness lodged in his throat. After lying low for so many years, even SHIEL, DS radar had barely caught a glimpse of him, all to avoid such formidable beings. Now it was all in vain. To make matters worse, the dimensional barriers had yet to be repaired. If he were to be cast into some desolate dimension, Odin, that ancient wretch, he roared inwardly. Ling Tian, the Ancient One's soothing voice resonated, the fragrance of tea swirling among the scrolls. I am the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. Odin has requested that I bring you back. We are the library of Kamartaj. It is an honor, he replied, pressing his thumb into his palm. The woman opposite him smiled more deeply. It was I who offered assistance. Ling Tian, fixated on the mottled shadows dancing on the floor, inquired, May I return first to assure my safety? Thor and the others must be anxious. Of course, the Ancient One replied, her fingertip tracing a golden circle, revealing that beyond the portal lay the coniferous forests at the borders of Asgard. Yet, her words halted Ling Tian's boots at the edge of the portal. In a few days, I shall pay you a visit. Some mysteries cannot be left unresolved. Dust swirled in the beams of light within the library. Ling Tian observed the deepening furrows on the Ancient One's brow and suddenly realized, had he acted more decisively, rushing through the portal before uttering the word no, he could have deceived himself for a few more days. He resignedly returned to his seat, though he was not obliged to answer every inquiry. Relax, the Ancient One urged, pouring a fresh cup of tea. You have not endangered the earth. As he visibly relaxed, the sorceress's tone sharpened. Yet it is peculiar. Your timeline resembles a river severed, devoid of a clear origin or destination. Were it not for Odin's revelation, I would remain unaware of your existence. The esteemed Sorcerer Supreme, tasked with safeguarding the earth, should possess insight into all matters. Yet you have rendered yourself inscrutable to me. No matter the method employed, one cannot uncover your true nature, as if veiled by an impenetrable barrier. Do you not find this peculiar? Indeed, it is rather strange. Ling Tian replied with a smile. Yet upon meeting Gu E's tranquil gaze, he quickly amended his statement, conceding, "All right, I shall speak candidly. I am uncertain myself. Perhaps I am simply unique by nature. In a universe teeming with life, there are bound to be a few anomalies, and I appear to be that unfortunate exception. An exception? One unbound by the constraints of time, impervious to any interference concerning my past or future." This statement seemed tailored for my years. It appears you are already privy to my circumstances. I harbor no such intentions. What you possess bears no relevance to me. Very well, let us assume ignorance. Gu Yi remained unfazed by Ling Tian's demeanor. After a brief silence, she suddenly proposed, "Are you interested in learning magic? With your talents, you could achieve remarkable feats under my tutelage, perhaps even succeed me as the supreme sorcerer." She believed such an opportunity would be irresistible, as the title of Supreme Sorcerer epitomized the pinnacle of honor. Chapter 56. That fox? Magic? Supreme Sorcerer? No, thank you. Let those who desire it take on that mantle. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Tian declined the notion of studying magic to confront Dormammu, a venture fraught with peril, where a single misstep could lead to demise. Is it truly necessary to reject so bluntly? Gu Yi furrowed her brow slightly. Do not misconstrue. I hold magic in the highest regard. However, were you not just inquiring? Indeed, Gu Yi admitted candidly. Then take your time in your search. I simply do not fit the role. In what manner do you find yourself unfit? While your past may elude visibility, your actions are undeniably just. I am rather indolent and wish to evade responsibility. The adversaries the Supreme Sorcerer must contend with are formidable. I do not possess the means to confront them. I see. Gu Yi nodded in understanding. Should you change your mind, feel free to visit me at the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York. I will ensure you are welcomed. No one shall obstruct you. Such generosity? No, something feels amiss. These powerful figures are deeply calculating. Ling Tian remained cautiously vigilant, yet considered, perhaps I shall not come to harm. Very well. I shall remember this and make my way there should the opportunity arise. Ideally, I shall never go. Of course, you will eventually seek me out. Both harbored their own intentions as this peculiar agreement was established. Ling Tian turned and stepped into the portal leading to the realm of the immortals. Gazing at the desolate yellow earth before him, he exhaled a sigh of relief. I have finally returned alive. I wonder if Wanda has awakened. He quickened his pace towards the border town, navigating through several streets. Jane's research facility loomed near, yet Ling Tian abruptly halted, a tightness forming in his chest. Perhaps I should make a call first. He retrieved his phone and dialed Coulson's number. Ling Tian? Coulson's voice was laced with confusion, as there had been no observable celestial disturbances. Is it you? Has Wanda awakened? Where is she now? She awakened yesterday and is currently with Jane and the others. Pietro is also present, but she is not in good spirits. Ling Tian's brow furrowed with concern. Ling Tian, have you truly returned? Still in Asgard, the Bifrost Bridge experienced a malfunction, and it would take at least 6 months to repair. This call utilized special equipment, and time was running short. He lowered his voice. Please convey to Wanda that I cannot return for the next 6 months. She must take care of herself and look after Pietro. Also, tell her I'm sorry. After hanging up, Ling Tian finally raised his head and strode towards the research institute. Through the door, he could hear Wanda's sobs. It's all his fault for wanting to stand up for me. Now look, I'm perfectly fine. And he has gone so far away for what? Doesn't he know I will miss him? Hearing her lamentations, Ling Tian felt a sense of relief. He pushed the door open. Everyone, I'm back. The people in the room were stunned. Hadn't T. Coulson said it would take another 6 months? Ling Tian? Wanda rubbed her eyes to ensure it wasn't an illusion and immediately leaped forward, embracing him tightly around the neck. You've actually been on Earth for a while. Haven't you? She gazed up at him. Strictly speaking, not quite. I was nearly trapped there forever. So, that call from Coulson was arranged by you? Consider it a prelude to a little surprise. A surprise? Wanda suddenly pinched the soft flesh at Ling Tian's waist, spinning him around 360 degrees. That is quite the surprise. Ouch. Have mercy. I truly regret it. Ling Tian exclaimed, hopping in pain. Will you dare to lie again? I swear on Pietro's future romantic luck. Ling Tian raised his hands in surrender. As they laughed together, No one noticed Pietro's twitching lips. At that moment, Jane unexpectedly interjected, "Where's Thor? P.S. busy quelling the rebellion in the Nine Realms. The Bifrost Bridge had a minor issue. More accurately, I broke it," Ling Tian explained, scratching his head. "What? You broke the Bifrost Bridge, yet still managed to return?" Jane's voice suddenly rose an octave. "It was merely a temporary closure for repairs. Besides, restoring order is the prince's duty. It has nothing to do with me." A chill ran down Ling Tian's neck, sensing that a sharp retort was imminent. "Then how did you return to Earth?" Jane narrowed her eyes. "Well," Ling Tian's expression became intricate. "Is there something you cannot disclose?" Wanda linked her arm with Jane's. Ling Tian was astonished by their rapidly blossoming friendship, and even more so by his girlfriend's boldness. "All right, it was Odin who sent me back, although that old man surely gained quite a bit from it. He would never have imagined that Odin had actually earned a favor from the Ancient One, and that he himself was the one truly at a loss in this transaction." At this moment, Ling Tian felt utterly drained. He had exerted all his strength to complete every task, with scarcely a moment to breathe, only to find himself exposed and vulnerable. It was one thing to be targeted by two formidable beings. He could accept that disparity in strength. But why, upon narrowly escaping danger and returning to his beloved, was he met with such aggressive inquiries? Jane, crossing her arms, complained, "The father of all gods can't even manage to send someone to bring Thor back for such a trivial matter?" Ling Tian nearly applauded her audacity. This young woman seemed to have forgotten that the elder she had openly criticized not only governed Asgard, but also held the final authority over her engagement with Thor. Speaking so freely now might lead to regret in the future. "Allow me to remind you," Ling Tian interjected with a light cough. "Heimdall possesses the capability to hear all voices across the Nine Realms. Moreover, it is rather unfortunate that this sentinel is unwaveringly loyal to Odin. Your recent utterance may very well have reached the ears of the Allfather." "What?" Jian sprang to her feet, her complexion draining of color. She fully comprehended the implications. As a mortal of fleeting lifespan, earning Odin's approval was already a formidable challenge. This slip of the tongue would only exacerbate her predicament. Without hesitation, she dashed towards the threshold, clasping her hands in supplication towards the heavens. "Heimdall, I was merely expressing a moment of frustration. Please do not relay my flustered demeanor to Odin." A prudent attempt at remedy, Ling Tian remarked quietly to his companion. "Has she always possessed such an acute sense of timing?" "Those who recognize the tides of time are indeed wise," Eric interjected. "Precisely," Ling Tian added with a smile. "It is through this awareness that she shall ultimately achieve her desires." He gestured towards his own cheek. Suddenly, Wanda, who had remained silent, raised an eyebrow. "When it comes to looks, I am no less than anyone else. The crux of the matter is not beauty," Ling Tian teased, winking playfully, "but rather the thickness of one's skin." Amidst the chorus of laughter, only Wanda's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Eric quickly interjected, "We must ensure Jian does not hear this. But truly, she has been as stubborn as a mule since childhood. It appears she has learned to yield. Ah, the power of love." Ling Tian internally rolled his eyes. This old scholar had no understanding. When a mortal's brief century of life encounters the eternal time of the divine, what is termed love is merely a fleeting spark. Ling Tian harbored doubts about the sincerity of their feelings. In his view, Odin's judgment might not be erroneous. Thor ought not to choose a human who could only accompany him for a century as his partner, especially one destined to inherit the mantle of the Allfather. The selection of a future queen must be approached with utmost caution. It was a stroke of fortune that no marriage alliance had been formed. Should Thor, with his impulsive nature, pursue this path, the future queen of Asgard might pass away after only a century, potentially inciting considerable unrest. Jian continued to fervently elucidate her unintentional misstep, while Heimdall, due to his concern for Thor, observed her with a tinge of exasperation. Odin had no inclination to concern himself with such trivial matters. He would not stoop to reporting these antics to the Allfather. As long as the Nine Realms remained tranquil, he preferred to quietly fulfill his role as the Guardian. Thor should be arriving shortly, Heimdall mused. Surely, he would wish to see his beloved before embarking on his expedition. As if to affirm his thoughts, a figure wielding Mjolnir suddenly materialized beside him. It was Thor. "So soon? Perhaps I ought to learn the arts of divination. I might possess some latent talent. Heimdall pondered inwardly. How has Jin been? Thor inquired amiably. Heimdall found himself momentarily speechless. He could hardly divulge the awkward scene he had just witnessed, so he opted for vague responses. She seems to be well enough. Having seen her already, yet her thoughts remain a mystery, for divine and mortal realms are distinct. This was perhaps a hint, he thought. Let us hope he understands. As long as she is not angry with me. Thor sighed in relief. There's no saving him. Heimdall mentally facepalmed. Could this single-minded fellow truly shoulder the responsibilities of the All-Father? The future of Asgard was indeed worrisome. Enough, such monumental matters are hardly the concern of a mere gatekeeper. I can only hope that Odin has foreseen this. Is that human truly so formidable? I fail to discern any extraordinary qualities. He exudes an air of mundanity, making it difficult to fathom how he could possibly bring ruin to my palace. Yet therein lies the true horror. Thor scratched his head, recalling how he witnessed the individual demolish the fully operational Rainbow Bridge. My father asserts that his constitution is exceptional, nearly immortal. Although it does not directly enhance his combat prowess, his innate strength is formidable, and I fear I may not be able to best him now. Immortal? Heimdall's golden eyes widened. Such a capability I have only heard of among a few ancient deities. It is not quite that concept. Thor hastily gestured, clarifying that his father referred to his extraordinarily lengthy lifespan, not true immortality. Even so, it is astonishing. Heimdall remained stunned. Even the lifespans of his guardian deities are not infinite. Very well, Thor, this matter must remain confidential, for otherwise it may endanger your friends, Heimdall stated gravely. He had witnessed the conspiracies of the Nine Realms and understood that revealing Ling Tian's secret could invite insurmountable troubles. Surely it cannot be that severe, Thor replied dismissively. If anyone were to investigate this secret, just then, Heimdall did not finish his sentence. I understand. I will never speak of it, Thor promptly amended. But what if Ling Tian himself were to divulge it? I must go to Earth. Thor turned to leave, only to be stopped by Heimdall. There is no need. The All-Father will not assist you, and Ling Tian is well aware of the consequences. Asgard requires you now. For the sake of Asgard, Thor ultimately acquiesced. Heimdall wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved to have prevented Thor from seeking Odin. Meanwhile, Nick Fury was listening to Coulson report on his experiences in the realm of the fairies. A prophecy? Were it not for your own words. I would almost suspect you of being an infiltrator. Sir, this is all that I have witnessed firsthand. The issue lies with Ling Tian. The memory device is already troublesome enough, and now it involves Asgard and foreseeing the future. He claims he will return to Earth within 6 months. Do you believe he is lying? Yet there are no activation records for the Rainbow Bridge. Fury scoffed. Do you not know that Cunning Fox? He has already returned. He has returned. The call records indicate that he was near Dr. Eric's research facility at that time. He took advantage of your connection to his girlfriend, stirring Wanda's guilt, thereby seamlessly orchestrating his return while evading trouble and garnering concern. Coulson exclaimed, "It is one thing to be manipulated, but why not be forthright? To embarrass him before the director. Director, what shall we do now? Ling Tian's value has surpassed Stark's. We can no longer afford to be complacent. Before we sever ties, we are powerless against him." Nick Fury ordered that, above all, the external world must not learn of Ling Tian's existence. His value is too great. Once exposed, someone will surely take risks. S-H-I-E-L-D will become the primary suspect. Previously, during the battle with Wank, a portion of the memory device was destroyed, diminishing Ling Tian's value. However, his recent performance has doubled his worth, enough to incite risk-taking. Yet this matter is known only to S-H-I-E-L-D. Should anything go awry, they cannot escape culpability. What that book? Coulson inquired. Chapter 57, Stand Down. Ling Tian will not act recklessly. If one could truly foresee the future, significant matters would be conveyed, while trivialities need not concern him. I even contemplated destroying that tome. It is useful, yet perilous. A future that is known ceases to be a future. Coulson remains calm, yet he is unaware that Hitweiler is reporting this matter to Pierce. Is it confirmed? Pierce scrutinizes Hitweiler. Not only I, but Coulson and several agents have witnessed it firsthand. That detective may possess technology for mass production, which is worth the risk. Pierce issues an order. Upon his return to New York, he will deploy the Crossbones operation. Unconventional means may be required to tackle Ling Tian. yet those around him may be more vulnerable. The operation must be discreet, leaving no traces behind. Once successful, clean up thoroughly. Understood. Hitweiler smirks. I have long desired to act against him. As twilight deepens, Ling Tian stands atop the pinnacle of illusion, suddenly feeling an itch at the tip of his nose, leading him to sneeze. How peculiar! This body has transcended the mundane. How can this happen? He furrows his brow and muses. Could it be that some insignificant creature dares to plot against me? A moment later, he scoffs. Absurd. Ancient One has lowered its banner. Who in this realm is worthy to be my adversary? With all secrets laid bare, two formidable beings have cast their gaze upon him. And Ling Tian feels as though fortune has turned stagnant, akin to sipping ice that blocks one's teeth. The desire to grow stronger intensifies. Should he encounter the power of the Demon Time King, not to mention mere supreme mages and decaying divine kings. Even the Emperor of Weishan's presence or the onslaught of the celestial gods would not evoke fear. What harm could there be in confronting them? Contemplating his currently frail form, Ling Tian feels a knot of frustration. Ultimately, he lacks that dimensional barrier. Abruptly, he awakens to the realization that even if he succeeds, without reaching true strength, he cannot recklessly wield it. At most, he could traverse and evade before that bald man. What difference would it make to escape or remain? Amidst his self-deprecation, the system's notification suddenly resonates. Ding! Host has accumulated. Main quest, defeat the destroyer. 150,000 points. Battle reward 100,000 points. Side quest, prevent the collapse of the Rainbow Bridge. 50,000 points. Hidden quest, teach a lesson to the twin gods of the divine domain. 30,000 points. Thor Awe value exchange 20,000 points. 7-day, sign in 13,000 points. Total, 363,000 points. Ling Tian gazes indifferently at the illuminated screen. Had he encountered this realm for the first time, such a sum would have brought him immense joy. Yet, having witnessed the games played above the clouds, it now seems but a drop in the ocean. A mere 360,000, and he is still far from advancing in the marketplace. He chuckles mockingly, system. Would you not agree? The mechanical voice reveals a hint of flattery. Detected that the host possesses 2 discount vouchers, and the promotion for the armor transformation device is nearing its end. Ling Tian. TSK. The system has grown astute. This time, it shall not reap the benefits. System. Still attempting to scheme against this system? As long as you, dear host, use respectful terms, nothing good will come of it. Let us see what tricks you can still play. Oh dear, I apologize. I have been under great stress lately and nearly forgot such an important matter. No worries. Reminding the host is the system's duty. Then I shall seize this discount opportunity. Necessities must still be acquired. As you wish. In the marketplace, the price of belts suddenly dropped by a digit, and Ling Tian felt a surge of delight, envisioning a considerable profit. Wait, system, can discounts be stacked? An idea struck him. If repeat discounts were possible, acquiring the Omomushi King belt could reduce his 100 million points to merely 1 million, allowing for a soaring ascent. Host, you must still be dreaming. The system's words shattered his fantasies. Not possible? Nonsense. If such a fortunate occurrence existed, who would toil so hard? The system's insinuation left Ling Tian stifling his frustration. Never mind, I will purchase the Gaju instead. The remaining points will be saved for future acquisitions. Transaction completed. Gaju, 140,000 points. 150,000 points. Current remaining points, 73,000. Observing his dwindling points, Ling Tian finally comprehended why the affluent, like Stark, always felt their wealth insufficient. In the blink of an eye, 2 transformation devices appeared before him. The belt, accompanied by high-tech accessories, though the transformation process was cumbersome, was replete with features. The Gaju was much simpler, consisting of a belt and a joyous, fluttering red insect device. After inspecting each item thoroughly, he was satisfied, though he decided to keep the insect device from the Gaju. Once released, the little creature immediately bonded with his other companion, Fang Memory, as if they were long-lost siblings, frolicking about as if to form a brotherhood. Watching his little ones frolic, Ling Tian felt the expenditure worthwhile. Should I let Gaju and Fang Memory roam freely in the system space? No need. System, now that I possess the Gaju belt, I should be able to refresh Gaju's equipment. Correct? Ling Tian inquired. He distinctly remembered that Gaju had advanced equipment capable of drastically enhancing the armor's performance, even possessing the remarkable ability to traverse time and space. Moreover, the Gaju series equipment was not as varied as the Dual Riders, and given the current marketplace level, he doubted it would even fill a single page, estimating he could gather it all in one refresh. Absolutely feasible. Let us test my luck. I am eager to see what treasures I can unveil this time, Ling Tian declared with confidence. However, the next moment left him dumbfounded. The equipment was indeed excessively comprehensive. Not only did it include the advanced insect device for Gaju, but also prominently featured the Dark Gaju's insect device. The entire interface encompassed nearly every form of the Gaju series. The Gaju, Punch Locust, Kick Locust, and Sword Scorpio transformation devices and enhancement gear were all present, even including duplicates. The sole issue was a price that was utterly outrageous. He initially sought only an advanced insect device, yet it bore a staggering price tag of 1 million points. Just having a set of Gaju equipment sufficed. Why were it so much? Was it for collecting or for flaunting wealth? At that moment, he found himself thinking that the Dual Rider series was more economical. Although the memory count was larger, at least it was affordable. Unlike now, where he felt suffocated by the exorbitant prices. In truth, gathering the entire set could yield great potential. Once the host acquires the final Rider driver in the future, he could seamlessly transition into a summoner. The system added at an opportune moment. This statement further exacerbated Ling Tian's already wounded spirit. He couldn't even gather a fraction for the final Rider. I shall take that as a form of consolation. Well, the future will be considered in due time. Currently, it is certain that the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, will not take action against him for the time being, which brings a sigh of relief to Ling Tian. Although the attention from the influential figures has arrived sooner than he anticipated, it can be seen as a blessing in disguise. At least he can now develop in peace without the looming dread of being cornered by the bald Demon King. The memory of Ancient One's enigmatic smile still sends shivers down his spine. He has an unsettling feeling that these powerful individuals harbor ulterior motives, yet he cannot articulate why. This sentiment is not limited to Ancient One. Even Odin evokes a similar sense of unease. The following morning, Ling Tian bid farewell to Wanda and her siblings as they prepared to return. The trio rode in Stark's sports car, with Pietro once again at the wheel. Hey, why aren't we riding the motorcycle this time? Have you gained a newfound appreciation for my driving skills? Pietro jested. Enough with the banter. I chose you for your reliability. My mind has been quite troubled lately, and I desperately need a sense of security, which only you can provide among us. Ling Tian replied. Security? Me? Even if I drive slowly, is that really the case? Pietro feigned exaggeration, clutching his chest in mock distress. Don't take it to heart, little brother. Although your speed resembles that of a tortoise, Ling Tian has a point. It allows us to leisurely enjoy the scenery, which is rather delightful. Wanda chimed in with a playful jab. I'll take that as a compliment from my sister and brother-in-law. Pietro chuckled awkwardly. There was little he could do. He could never stand up to either of them. What left him both amused and exasperated was his sister's apparent defection, while he felt a sense of comfort in her finding a good partner. He couldn't help but realize that his position at home was already tenuous and would likely diminish even further. By the way, brother-in-law, where did you buy that beetle? I want one too. Before their departure, Ling Tian revealed his newly acquired mechanical beetle, intending to showcase the mechanical insect. However, as soon as he took it out, Pietro fixated on it, displaying an unusual enthusiasm for the red mechanical beetle. Not just him, but even Wanda and Jane expressed a keen interest in the self-moving iron-shelled creature. Ling Tian was utterly perplexed. It was one thing for Pietro to be fascinated, but was it truly appropriate for these young ladies to be so enamored with bugs? In your dreams, this is no ordinary beetle. It's a scarab, a global limited edition for which I spent a fortune. I will not part with it lightly. Ling Tian resolutely declined. What a joke. The cheapest in this series costs 50,000 points. Want one? Wait until your next life. Strangely, a foreboding sense of impending misfortune washed over him as they drew closer to his residence. This feeling of unease intensified at his level of expertise. Intuition often proved to be eerily accurate. What on earth could be happening? Surely, their ISNTA group lying in wait at my home? Ling Tian furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. To be cautious, he first escorted Wanda back to work. However, when bidding farewell, her boss regarded Ling Tian with an odd expression. Sigh, being excessively handsome is indeed a burden, he thought narcissistically. As soon as Ling Tian departed, her boss immediately began to chatter with Wanda. Does your boyfriend have some issues? Just back from vacation and already pushing you to work, not even allowing you a few more days of rest. Listen to me and break up with him quickly. I can introduce you to some reliable ones. Staying with a man like this will only lead to trouble. Fortunately, Ling Tian did not overhear the remarks. Otherwise, he would have compelled Wanda to resign on the spot. Prolonged exposure to such a boss could lead to the corruption of their innocent girl. After ensuring Wanda's well-being, he dispatched Pietro to return the car to Stark, while also escorting him to school for registration. Despite Pietro's reluctance, he dared not defy Ling Tian's orders. Upon encountering Stark, Pietro surprisingly refrained from resorting to violence. Although his expression remained grim, this was a significant breakthrough, perhaps out of consideration for being on Stark's territory. Stark was nonetheless delighted and immediately reached for the phone to donate funds to the principal of Culver University in exchange for an extended break. However, he was halted by Ling Tian's firm hand. Money is not an issue for you, but Pietro must focus on his studies, correct? Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. Indeed, you are absolutely right. Pietro gritted his teeth in agreement under Ling Tian's intimidating gaze. What harm could 3 days off do? Stark was about to argue, observing Pietro's frustrated demeanor, when he suddenly noticed the mechanical dinosaur and the red beetle emerging behind Ling Tian, prompting him to change his tune. Of course, academics are of utmost importance. This earned him a resentful glare from Pietro, foreboding a less harmonious reunion in the future. At a monitoring point of S.H.I.L.D., Crossbone's subordinate anxiously checked the time. By Ling Tian's reckless driving speed, they should have arrived yesterday. Silence. Crossbones irritably loosened his tie. He had set an ambush with precise calculations based on Ling Tian's motorcycle speed. Yet unexpectedly, it was the sluggish Pietro behind the wheel. Just then, the convoy for the changeover arrived. Fall back. Crossbones viciously kicked an empty can at his feet. This operation could have been swift, but Nick Fury had suddenly reinforced security, forcing their Hydra operatives to wait for the perfect moment. Now, not only had they missed a golden opportunity, but the newly assigned genuine S.H.L.D. agents had also taken over the monitoring point. In the distance, the roar of an engine pierced the air as Ling Tian's motorcycle entered their line of sight at the precise moment the handover was completed. Crossbones stared at the approaching headlights in the rearview mirror, his knuckles whitening. This damned coincidence felt orchestrated. As expected, all was calm. Ling Tian halted his motorcycle, surveying the glaring watchers surrounding him. A disdainful smirk curled his lips. Has Coulson sold me out again? You may observe as you wish. Compared to those two, the remaining words dissipated into the night breeze. The youth, with his hands in his pockets, strode briskly toward his home, as dozens of surveillance cameras simultaneously illuminated their red indicators. Crossbones had no choice but to bide his time for the next shift to act. He could only hope that this detective would recognize the situation. If he could voluntarily align with Hydra, it would be all the better. Chapter 58. No escaping this encounter thus. Ling Tian spent another 2 tranquil days. On the 3rd day, it was finally Crossbones' turn to execute a protection mission. Listen up. Gentlemen, the opportunity has arrived. This time we must strike true. Crossbones addressed his meticulously selected elite agents, all renowned as the best of the best, their prowess beyond doubt. What arrangements have been made for the brother and sister? Rest assured, they are under constant surveillance. We can retrieve the footage at any moment, ensuring absolute security. Excellent. Crossbones nodded in satisfaction. Chief, why don't we simply charge in and apprehend him? Is it really necessary to go through such elaborate measures for a mere pawn? An agent inquired, bewildered. What do you understand? While Ling Tian himself may seem insignificant, the technology he possesses has the potential to revolutionize an entire era. Should we inadvertently eliminate him without securing the core technology, all our efforts would be in vain. Furthermore, the leader has instructed us to capture him alive. Such a talent is invaluable in any field. If we could recruit him, it would greatly benefit our organization. Of course, if he refuses cooperation and chooses to resist, then we have no choice but to eliminate him. What we cannot possess, others shall not either. But will silencing him not raise suspicions? Nick Fury is no fool. Another agent voiced his concerns. Not to worry, we're not the only ones eyeing the memory core. The military has long been eager to act, though they have their reservations. If they were to learn of the information regarding the Wonderland, they would have already moved against those without connections. The military lacks the patience we possess. Once news of Ling Tian's demise spreads, they will be the first to claim the inheritance. By then, Nick Fury will be too preoccupied with vying for the spoils to suspect us. Remember, these individuals fear the living masked vigilante. Once Ling Tian transforms into Crossbones, wearing his cold smile, who would dare show him leniency? At most, they would retrieve the body and send it to the laboratory for dissection. Having been an undercover agent in SHIELD for many years, he is well aware of these intricacies. Ah, I see. Commander, your wisdom shines. This flattery made Crossbones smirk, though he quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Enough with the flattery. Let us focus on the task at hand. Understood. The four responded in unison. Action. At Crossbones' command, the four headed straight for Ling Tian's residence. They forcefully breached the door, all armed and ready for action, even neglecting to don their masks. As this mission was of utmost importance, Ling Tian the detective, Crossbones stated bluntly, "Please accompany us. We hope for your full cooperation." Ling Tian remained blissfully unaware of the unusual circumstances, immersed in his gaming world with headphones on. He felt no concern for his safety. Not only did he possess formidable defenses, but the presence of SHIELD agent stationed outside was enough to assure him. "Commander," one agent awkwardly requested, "despite our battle-hardened experience, we have never encountered such a situation. Go wake him and maintain vigilance." Crossbones frowned. The experience of being completely disregarded by the target was indeed novel. He had never faced such treatment during previous missions. The agent approached and placed a hand on Ling Tian's shoulder, prompting him to reluctantly remove his headphones. "Who are you? Can't you see I'm in the middle of a team battle?" Before he could finish his sentence, the cold barrel of a gun pressed against his temple. Ling Tian's expression changed in an instant. He raised his hands in surrender. "Gentlemen, let us discuss this. How much is the ransom?" His adept display of submission left the agents exchanging glances. Was this the legendary detective from the SHIELD files? Crossbones sneered as he stepped closer. "Detective Ling, had I not reviewed your complete dossier, I might have been fooled. No wonder Coulson has stumbled under your influence." "Dossier? Coulson?" Ling Tian suddenly understood. This group was not merely a band of thugs seeking revenge. They were evidently affiliated with the military or the SHIELD, or perhaps even agents of Hydra. It turned out they were colleagues from SHIELD. With a feigned smile, he proposed before we proceed. "Might I request your subordinates to lower their weapons? I fear there may be unintended casualties." "No need to concern yourself," Crossbones replied, unfazed. "Our people do not fear casualties. In fact, the barrel of the gun pointed at you reassures me." The determination of Hydra's operatives was unmistakable. Ling Tian smirked inwardly. "As you wish. After all, such toys cannot harm me. Our leader wishes to extend an invitation for you to visit," Crossbones revealed, laying his cards on the table. "As long as you cooperate, I personally guarantee your safety." "Oh," Ling Tian's gaze darkened ominously. "What if I refuse? Do you truly believe you can leave unscathed?" Crossbones was prepared, producing a tablet. The screen displayed surveillance footage of Wanda at work and a video of Pietro dozing off in class. The situation was clear. While he may not be able to move against you, dealing with that brother and sister duo would be trivial. Crossbones wore a triumphant smile, his fingers lightly tapping against his tactical gloves. "That reckless Pietro. Just wait until he returns. I shall have my reckoning." Ling Tian's clenched fist cracked with tension, a seething anger igniting within his eyes. Shouldn't we be more concerned about their safety? Ling Tian suddenly smiled slyly. "Come closer. I have a secret to share." Crossbones, completely unguarded, stepped forward 2 paces. At this proximity, he was confident that any trickery would be beyond his opponent's capabilities, let alone those rumored special methods. "Speak, Hydra." The warm breath brushed against Crossbones' ear, and the mere mention of the name caused his pupils to constrict sharply. His face was a tapestry of disbelief and elation, akin to an adventurer who had just unearthed a treasure. "Which division are you from? If you were in my position, would you divulge that?" Ling Tian's retort left Crossbones momentarily speechless. "First, instruct them to lower their weapons. Ling Tian urged, nudging the ground with the tip of his shoe. For an accidental discharge will be most unfortunate. Wait. Crossbones suddenly pressed his earpiece. How can I be certain you're not playing tricks? Alexander Pierce. As Ling Tian uttered this name, every gun was lowered in unison towards the ground. The smile on Crossbones' face finally reached his eyes as he gestured for everyone to stand down. Tell him my plans do not require his interference. They're surely no less grand than his own. Ling Tian's gaze swept over the siblings hiding behind cover in the distance. And those two are off limits. Must you provide a reason? Crossbones regretted his inquiry as he met Ling Tian's icy stare. They are my meticulously cultivated subjects. Ling Tian caressed the liquid crystal screen on his wrist, which emitted a ghostly blue glow. 3 years of data collection were at stake. And if you were to ruin it, a collective gasp rippled among the agents. They exchanged bewildered glances. The gentle mentor who doted on the siblings was, beneath the surface, a cold-blooded scientific fiend? Understood. I will relay your message accurately. Crossbones retreated towards the helicopter, suddenly feeling that this sunny afternoon had turned exceptionally chill. As the roar of the rotor blades faded into the distance, Ling Tian's taut shoulders finally relaxed. He had momentarily escaped peril. He gazed at the dissipating contrails on the horizon, his expression growing somber. This confrontation served as a stark reminder that not all organizations adhere to the superficial protocols exemplified by S.H.I.L.D. Had it not been for his formidable strength, Director Fury might have long since confiscated everything he possessed, just as he had done with Jian's research equipment. With his fingers resting against his chin, Ling Tian cast a sharp silhouette against the sunset. Certain schemes were ripe for acceleration. Isaaki Elade maintained a modicum of ethical boundaries. Even in complete estrangement from Ling Tian, their ire will be directed solely at him, sparing those around him. In contrast, Hydra was starkly different. To seize Ling Tian's memory-enhancing powers, they even threatened the lives of Wanda and Pietro. Such reckless gambits underscored the trepidation Ling Tian inspired in them. Were he merely an ordinary individual, they would likely not even bother with superficial politeness. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick. Ling Tian silently rejoiced. Common weaponry could barely graze his garments. For as long as his core coin remained intact, he could resurrect even from utter destruction. However, Wanda and Pietro were as vulnerable as any mortal now. A single misstep could cost them their lives. As long as the Ancient One remained unvanquished, Ling Tian felt secure. Yet, should another ambush occur, he would find himself at an utter disadvantage. Rubbing his temples, he pondered the current situation. S.H.I.E.L.D. employed a strategy of gradual encroachment, leaving him relatively untroubled. Hydra's internal factions were intricate, suggesting a temporary lull in their activities. The true threat lay with the military, particularly General Ross, whose capacity for betrayal surpassed even that of Hydra. The only viable course of action was to rapidly enhance the siblings' abilities. Yet, with the Mind Stone's whereabouts unknown, even if located, its use was out of the question. He could hardly consign them to a laboratory. Never mind. Ling Tian abruptly slapped his thigh. If worst came to worst, he could always flee with them. This world was perilous, and if necessary, he would send them to Kamartaj, the safest haven before the Ancient One's demise. Wait a moment, the Ancient One? Ah, it all makes sense now. After a prolonged silence, Ling Tian finally connected the dots. He felt an urge to curse the Ancient One skyward, yet he lacked the audacity. Who knew if that bald sorcerer was watching him? A supreme sorcerer could easily accomplish such a feat from the moment the Ancient One became aware of Ling Tian's existence. He had been under scrutiny. No wonder she so readily allowed him to return, even suggesting he could come back if he had a change of heart. This was no compromise. It was a calculated confidence in his eventual return. Ling Tian now comprehended fully. If anyone on Earth could endow individuals with superhuman abilities via the Soul Stone, it could only be the supreme sorcerer, the Ancient One. Great figures are indeed formidable. It seemed he was being groomed as an exceptional tool, specifically to confront Dormammu. Reflecting on the Ancient One's benevolent smile sent a chill down his spine. What frustrated him most was that just as he reveled in outsmarting S.H.I.L.D., he was deftly maneuvered by the Ancient One, completely outmatched. In comparison to these ancient beings who had lived for centuries, he felt exceedingly inexperienced. Even Odin, that old rascal, likely harbored ulterior motives. Ling Tian mused with a self-deprecating shake of his head. He understood that he had fallen into a trap, with no choice but to acquiesce to the conditions set forth by the Ancient One, with no room for negotiation. He could certainly choose to avoid camartage, but reality afforded him no such luxury. Today, Hydra could use the siblings as leverage. Tomorrow, it could be the military, and the day after, D would likely employ the same tactics. Unless the siblings possessed the means to protect themselves, the threat would perpetually loom. Ultimately, he could not escape this predicament, and in despair, he shut his eyes. Yet at present, he did not even know the whereabouts of the Mind Stone. Going there would be futile. Meanwhile, Crossbones had returned to SHIELD. After completing his mission handover, he hurried to report to the director, eager to convey the details of the night's operation. Typically, a seasoned Corps member like him would not exhibit such disarray. However, the circumstances were unique, as the target had unexpectedly become a colleague, a reality more difficult to accept than mission failure. Ironically, such occurrences were not uncommon within the organization. Are you certain there has been no mistake? Did Ling Tian truly present evidence? Pierce inquired, tapping his fingers on the table. You cannot possibly believe him merely because of that code word. Crossbones swallowed hard. He directly revealed your true name, sir. This is more effective than any cipher. Ink blotted the document as Pierce's pen hovered. Only a few elders and direct subordinates knew his true identity. The thought of Ling Tian recently besting Coulson's team, and even causing Nick Fury to stumble, made the man chuckle unexpectedly. Interesting. Do tell, what else has this madman accomplished? Chapter 59, What is Happening? Upon learning that Wanda and her brother were test subjects, Pierce's pupils constricted sharply. He rubbed his cufflinks, remarking, they appear harmless on the surface, yet behind closed doors. They treat their comrades as mere lab rats. Such madness suits us well. Noticing his subordinate's hesitance, he waved dismissively. Don't speculate. The memory units are all voluntary participants. Even if Pierce were to conduct experiments using Crossbones, the latter would willingly comply, as his loyalty to the organization was beyond question. However, failing to clarify this could tarnish his image in the eyes of his capable assistant. The opinions of outsiders could be disregarded, but the perspectives of core team members were paramount. Otherwise, misunderstandings could arise in future missions. Sir, I do not question your decisions. I merely hope that in the future, should similar arrangements arise, I could be informed in advance. Rest assured, I shall never refuse. Crossbones replied, his tone layered with complexity. Excellent. You have not disappointed me. Pierce realized that further words were unnecessary and privately resolved to pay closer attention to this loyal aide in the future. Convey my orders. Immediately cease all actions directed at Ling Tian. Unless he betrays the organization, do not intervene, regardless of circumstances. Understood. I will relay this immediately. Since Hydra's visit, Ling Tian had enjoyed a few days of tranquility, signing in daily, reading books, interacting with Wanda, and occasionally taking on commissions for extra income. Yet, he was acutely aware that such peace was but a fleeting illusion in the perilous Marvel universe. Presently, the existing crisis could still be addressed through modern technology. But the future loomed with apocalyptic threats, particularly that ominous 50% chance of annihilation with a snap of the fingers. Ling Tian must seize the moment to enhance his strength. Thus he continues to immerse himself in the ocean of books. This wretched tome must be returned. It merely repeats the same few phrases. Loki will lead the Chitauri in an invasion of Earth. It fails to mention critical information, such as the scepter embedded with the Mind Stone. What use is it? System, could we negotiate an early return? A half-point refund would suffice. No bargaining allowed. The host is indeed too greedy. Perhaps one should resort to outright theft instead. Bah, do you think I wish to rob? Pray, tell me whom I could rob. The system fell silent for a moment. As previously stated, if you desire a return, wait until the next upgrade. Besides, the book is not entirely devoid of value. Please do not be too disheartened. The mere mention of that infuriates me. What nonsense does this wretched book contain? Captain Rogers has awakened? What concern is that of mine? I am a law-abiding citizen, a model of propriety. Even if he were resurrected, it would bear no relevance to me. Not even Superman's return would matter. Stark has created a new suit, as if his rusty contraptions could ever best me. No sooner had he spoken than a scarlet beetle zipped before Ling Tian, flaunting its prowess. Indeed, it possesses the audacity, as it can engage in supersonic aerial combat. Ling Tian found this miserable book utterly useless. Many plot points were beyond his comprehension. Enough of this idle speculation. I shall take a stroll. He casually tucked the book into system space and, clutching the prize beetle, stepped outside. Passers-by turned their heads, captivated by the mechanical beetle. Far more lively than any robot. How ostentatious. I just wish to walk a beetle. Hearing the murmurs around him, Ling Tian scratched his head. Had he known, he might as well have brought out a dinosaur. At least that wouldn't cause such a stir. Buddy, what kind of black technology is that beetle? A brash youth approached, voicing the curiosity of the crowd. Oh, it's a prototype my friend is testing. I'm simply helping with the data collection, Ling Tian replied, deliberately raising his voice. The effect was immediate. The onlookers quickly lost interest. They had expected something novel, only to find it was merely a drone. How dull. But the craftsmanship is extraordinary. May I take a closer look? The boy persisted. Ling Tian finally assessed the youth before him. Good heavens, his gaze was as piercing as Tony Stark's. The way he stared at the beetle, it was as if he longed to dismantle it for research. Not a chance. Ling Tian hastily retreated. This was the fruit of his friend's labor, and should it be damaged, he could never afford the cost. Yet the boy's disappointed expression tugged at his conscience. However, parting with it was out of the question. Not only was he reluctant, but this contraption was perilously dangerous. In its modified version, Iron Man once wished to dismantle it. But before he could, the beetle, in a fit of rage, reduced his laboratory to ruins, leaving it as if it had been swept clean, with barely half a wall remaining. Thus, preventing this young lad from interacting with it was solely for his safety. Excuse me, could you step aside? Ling Tian was pondering how to politely decline when someone behind him suddenly spoke. It turned out he had blocked the way. All right, Ling Tian sidestepped, feeling a touch embarrassed. Turning around, he was taken aback. The figure before him was muscular and exuded raw strength, yet had an unexpectedly amiable demeanor. However, Ling Tian could discern a hint of confusion lurking in the depths of the burly man's eyes. How intriguing, he mused to himself, that even while strolling with a pet, one could encounter such eccentric characters. The moment he raised his head and clearly discerned the man's features, Ling Tian froze in his tracks. This is too bizarre. Just this morning, he had seen the news of Roger's awakening, and now, here he stood before him in the flesh? What a joke. Sir, are you all right? Rogers inquired, looking perplexed at Ling Tian. Could it be that he recognized him? Yet, that seemed implausible. By the timeline, he could very well be this young man's grandfather. Unless his grandfather was one of my old comrades? The more Rogers pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and his gaze unconsciously softened, considering he was indeed the descendant of a fellow warrior. Nothing much, just contemplating how extraordinarily lucky I am today. Perhaps I should buy a lottery ticket. Ling Tian grinned. This was no exaggeration. A reclusive nerd stepping out only to encounter a prodigious youth and a living legend was indeed staggering fortune. To my surprise, you possess quite the sense of humor, Rogers chuckled. I'm merely stating the truth. I hardly ever venture outside. Yet today, by some rare chance, I encounter you. Just awakened. What scheme does Nick Fury have in store? Are you meant to retire in comfort, or are they preparing to exploit you for labor once more? I would wager on the latter. Congratulations on being targeted by S.H.L.D. Oh no, by the one-eyed egg. It seems you've been sold into lifelong servitude. Roger's pupils constricted. A comrade's descendant? Absolutely impossible. Anyone who dare to call Nick Fury an egg must be a formidable figure within S.H.I.L.D. Were you two discussing? I'm completely lost. The boy scratched his head in confusion. Huh, it's perfectly normal not to understand. Ling Tian laughed, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder and gesturing toward a movie poster by the roadside. This gentleman is the genuine Captain Steve Rogers himself. If you don't believe me, compare it with a poster. The youth's eyes widened as he scrutinized the comparison, suddenly stuttering. Is it really the captain? This is simply unbelievable. Can we take a photo together? Just as Rogers was about to nod, Ling Tian pretended to cough. Hey, kid, the captain's resurrection is classified information. Oh right, I was too reckless. The boy's face flushed crimson, transforming from a composed youth into an ardent fan in an instant. Don't be anxious. Rogers gently patted his shoulder. A photo is fine, but you must promise to keep it under wraps until I'm able to make a public appearance. Deal? I swear. The boy nodded vigorously, hurriedly searching his pockets only to freeze in realization. Oh no, Aunt May had confiscated his phone, which he could only reclaim upon finishing his homework. Both turned to look at Ling Tian in unison. See? Ling Tian revealed an antiquated flip phone, an ancient relic that didn't even possess a camera. Seeing the boy's dejected expression, Ling Tian suddenly produced a bat-shaped camera, as if performing a magic trick. However, I do have professional equipment. Thank you so much. Don't rush, it's $5 a picture, fair and square. Ling Tian raised an eyebrow while rubbing his fingers together. Of course, if the shot doesn't turn out well, a free retake is included. The boy searched his pockets, his expression troubled, while Rogers chuckled and handed over a bill. I'll cover this. We cannot let the enthusiasm of youth go to waste. All right, strike a pose. Ling Tian raised the camera. Just as the click of the shutter resonated, Rogers exclaimed in surprise. That was quick. His memories linger in the era of slow snapshots captured by vintage cameras. Yet, the youth exuberantly received the photograph, exclaiming, "Perfect." Even the texture of the uniform is crystal clear. Witnessing the boy's delight, Rogers swallowed his doubts. After all, even cameras have become advanced technology these days. It's a must-have. Professional equipment paired with expert photography. Ling Tian twirled the camera with pride. So cool. Thank you, boss. The boy exclaimed as he retreated, waving. I have to get back to my homework. All right, I will comply with your request. By the way, my name is Peter Parker. I truly hope to meet the designer of this beetle drone. As the boy dashed away with his backpack, Ling Tian's lips involuntarily twitched. Spider-Man's luck is quite extraordinary. He mused, contemplating a lottery ticket, convinced he would strike it rich. Could you kindly clarify your identity? Rogers inquired as he stepped forward. How do you know so much? And what is your connection to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Although he was certain the individual posed no threat, these questions lingered in his mind. I am Ling Tian, a detective. My knowledge merely attests to my capabilities, Ling Tian replied, shrugging. As for my relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D., let us just say I am someone they can never possess. What do you mean by that? It seems you harbor some skepticism towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Rogers discerned a hint of mockery in his tone. Cooperation is possible, but don't expect to control me. They are not worthy of it. Ling Tian shook his head. You may not realize it, but the world has changed dramatically over the past 70 years. Official agencies no longer fight solely for peace. They prioritize their interests. However, S.H.I.L.D. still maintains some principles. Fortunately, you encountered Nick Fury. Had it been the military, you might have been dissected for research. Ling Tian's expression grew serious. To them, your body is a valuable resource for studying super soldiers. Of course, now that you are awake, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. But if you understood, he sighed, though you may not care, the times have indeed transformed, and so have people's hearts. Rogers furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed. I still believe in my superiors. As long as there is righteousness, that is enough. He chuckled wryly. Besides, I truly have nowhere else to go but the army. Having slumbered for too long, he found himself disconnected from the era, struggling to integrate. At that moment, Rogers stood alone, without the support of his convictions. He might even lose the courage to continue living. No wonder you are still celebrated as a hero. I find myself lacking in comparison to your noble spirit. In light of this commendable temperament, let me inform you that your first love may yet be alive. Though aged and frail, her time may be limited. She should still remember you. I am uncertain of the specific hospital, but Tony Stark or Nick Fury might know. To Ling Tian's surprise, Steve did not exhibit joy. Instead, he appeared troubled. What is the matter? Even if she is aged, at least she is alive, right? If you're unhappy, so be it. Why this expression? Ling Tian thought to himself. You seem rather discontented. Did I say something amiss, or do you feel her existence as a hindrance? He raised an eyebrow as he scrutinized Rogers, his gaze filled with disdain. Do not regard me with such eyes. Rogers felt both embarrassed and irritated. Of course, I would be happy that Peggy is alive, but I cannot face her. I broke my promise 70 years ago. She has long since moved on with her life. Moreover, I still bear the visage of my younger self, while she has succumbed to the ravages of time. Upon her utterance, Ling Tian suddenly realized that this old fellow was clearly intimidated. So that is the case. I apologize for the misunderstanding. He cleared his throat, essentially admitting that he was too fearful to confront her. Correct? Chapter 60, Relentless Pursuit indeed. It seems to be so. Rogers awkwardly rubbed his hands together. Aside from her, I possess little experience in matters of the heart. What do you propose I should do? Ahem. You have come to the right person for advice. Ling Tian straightened his posture, confidently spouting nonsense. I suggest you meet her. At the very least, do not allow her to depart this world with regrets. Act swiftly. Who knows how much longer she can endure? After saying this, he felt a twinge of guilt, having been single for over 20 years, merely relying on television dialogues to maintain his composure. Rogers pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, "That makes sense. Thank you. Meeting her will help alleviate my inner turmoil." Ling Tian, you're the first friend I have made since my awakening. Although it all began with a mere child, it has proven quite interesting. Indeed, I believe that young man will achieve great things in the future. Absolutely. I share that sentiment. This child's future accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass my own, Rogers asserted confidently. To propose a study of insects before this detective reveals a remarkable thirst for knowledge. Perhaps one day, he shall eclipse Stark. Ling Tian concurred with Rogers' assessment. After all, he was destined to be the future Spider-Man, not to be underestimated. Rogers noticed Ling Tian's unusually resolute demeanor while speaking, as though his words were destined to manifest into reality. The hour grows late. I must return home, where others await my presence. Farewell, Detective Ling Tian. I trust we shall meet again soon. Just as the two were about to part ways, Coulson appeared unexpectedly. Goodness, the appearance of Agent Coulson signifies nothing but trouble. Ling Tian immediately recognized that Nick Fury had yet another urgent mission for him. Captain, what a delightful surprise. May I request your autograph? Coulson's excitement was palpable, markedly different from his usual reserve when addressing Ling Tian. An autograph is certainly not an issue, but let us attend to business first. Though Rogers secretly relished the fact that he still enjoyed renown 70 years later, he maintained a serious demeanor towards the newcomer. It is merely a message. Mr. Ling Tian is known for his reasonableness, especially since this is a promise he made to the director earlier. Goodness, why had I never noticed how eloquent Coulson could be? Ling Tian felt a surge of annoyance. Previously, Coulson had shown him utmost respect, yet this time he seemed rather dismissive. Mr. Ling Tian, might I trouble you to take a photo with the captain? Coulson's sincere bow made it difficult for Ling Tian to refuse. Agent Coulson, is it truly necessary to idolize to this extent? At this moment, I can only express my disdain for you. You do not understand. I grew up listening to the Captain's stories. His spirit inspired me to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Now that I stand before him, it would be a grave misfortune not to capture this moment. Enough. Spare me the lengthy discourse. I shall take the photo for you right away. Ling Tian found himself utterly outmaneuvered this time. After all, Coulson was an old acquaintance, and he had received considerable assistance from him in various matters over the years. Last time in the border town, had he not discreetly made that phone call, it would have been impossible for me to evade disaster so smoothly, although the parties involved remain blissfully unaware to this day. Thank you. In an instant, Coulson dashed to Captain Rogers' side, striking a pose, his speed startling Ling Tian. He would wager that, even during the hail of bullets, Coulson's movements were not as fluid as they are now. Such is the prowess of a devoted fan. Done. Please take a look. Ling Tian waved the freshly developed photographs, while Coulson held the well-composed, vividly illuminated masterpiece, his eyes sparkling. Marvelous. Mr. Ling, your photographic skills would make even professional photographers envious. As long as you're satisfied. After all, this is the crowning achievement of my career. Ling Tian suddenly shifted his tone. Thus, the fee is naturally not inexpensive. Fee. Coulson's alarm bells rang. $1,000. This quote made Coulson gasp in shock. Yet he saw Ling Tian lean and whisper, "Don't rush. This is a special edition with a personal signature. Moreover, your director, that miser. What can he provide the newly awakened captain for living expenses? This sum serves both as a fan tribute and a mutually beneficial act of goodwill for your idol." This argument shattered Coulson's psychological defenses, and by the time he regained his composure, his wallet was already empty. Rogers, who had witnessed this commercial exchange, could not help but shake his head and lament. The world is declining. Even sentiments can now be priced. 10 minutes later, Ling Tian gleefully counted the bills while Coulson cherished the signed photo as if it were a treasure, leaving only the captain standing awkwardly to the side. Agent Coulson. Rogers cleared his throat, signaling the task. Yes, Captain. Coulson instantly switched back to work mode, although it was evident that the idle filter had clearly overshadowed his professional demeanor. Detective Ling Tian, he stated seriously, the director wishes for you to invite Dr. Banner to H.I.E.L.D. for assistance. At exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Natasha pushed open the door of Ling Tian's detective agency punctually. Logically, such a high-risk commission should command a hefty price. Ling Tian played with the pen in his hand, but since I promised you before, let us consider this a friendly rate. However, please convey to Nick Fury that this is not to be repeated. Natasha paused momentarily as she removed her leather jacket. I hadn't even had the chance to hang my coat before you completed the formalities. What else should I do? Ling Tian smiled, pointing to the wall clock. Should we chat about the weather for half an hour like in a teen drama? Although I wouldn't entirely dismiss such a development. Natasha's eyes sparkled, as if the sunlight outside had turned flirtatious. Had been Stark, he would likely have surrendered by now. But Ling Tian merely stroked the stubble on his chin, recalling a certain boss's advice. Roses indeed come with thorns. Do you know? Ling Tian suddenly retrieved a picture frame from the drawer, the photo of the last time you tricked Tony into trying on a ballet costume, which Pepper still has hanging in the coffee lounge of the Avengers Tower. Natasha's red lips pursed slightly. This detective, who could unveil secrets with the calmest demeanor, was far more unsettling than a lie detector. Relax, it's merely a professional habit. Ling Tian tossed his meticulously packed bag over his shoulder. In the eyes of a detective, even the most flawless performance may reveal a flaw. For instance, when he feigned shyness, his right hand instinctively reached for his lower back. This must be utilized. If one discovers this, my future will be bleak. Ling Tian emphasized with a face full of anxiety, as this pertained to the comfort of his later years. Apologies. I assure you I will refrain from such behavior in your presence henceforth, Natasha replied, suppressing a smile. She had assumed Ling Tian was averse to her employing tactics during their mission, but it turned out to be for this reason, which was utterly amusing. Who would have thought that the renowned detective, who had effortlessly maneuvered S.H.I.E.L.D., would harbor a fear of a mere girl? Ling Tian, you haven't experienced romance yet, have you? Natasha suddenly realized, her tone laced with disbelief. Hey, can I casually discuss such personal matters? Besides, someone as devoted as I am can hardly claim to have had many romantic encounters. Admittedly, my experience is rather limited. While this rationale appeared sound, it failed to deceive the seasoned Natasha. The flicker of panic in Ling Tian's eyes had already betrayed him. It's settled. This fellow is undoubtedly a novice. Natasha's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, as if she had uncovered a monumental secret. Ling Tian felt a shiver run down his spine. Surely, he had not revealed his secret? Never mind, denying it would suffice. Ahem. Agent Natasha, are we ready to depart? We need to test the new equipment, and time is of the essence. Of course, I understand, Natasha replied with a calm demeanor, though she secretly noted the keyword test. Wonderful. The aircraft is prepared. Quite efficient. By the way, I missed Dr. Banner. Let me grab a few things, Ling Tian said as he dashed upstairs. All right. Natasha could only wait patiently. This mission made her uneasy. Should Banner transform into the Hulk? Only Ling Tian could ensure her safety, so she had to be cautious. Moments later, Ling Tian descended the stairs carrying a metallic case. Although Natasha was curious, she refrained from asking too many questions. Need a hand? Although I am a woman, my strength is no less than that of a man. Why not just ask directly what you wish to see? Beating around the bush is rather tedious, Ling Tian remarked, piercing through her thoughts. All right, I understand now. Truth be told, there's nothing much to disclose. Inside the case is a precision instrument, a device I need to test soon. Naturally, whether it will be utilized remains uncertain, Ling Tian explained. May I open it? Natasha inquired straightforwardly, her curiosity about the mysterious case evident. What do you think? Ling Tian fixed her with a gaze that held a clear warning. If you're unwilling, then never mind. Natasha pouted. Haha, don't be nervous. You may look. But remember, don't let anyone else see it. Ling Tian suddenly chuckled. Really? Then I shall open it. Natasha visibly relaxed, as she had indeed worried about crossing Ling Tian's boundaries. Let us wait until we're on the road to examine it. You surely don't mind these few minutes, do you? Of course. The moment they boarded the plane, Natasha eagerly opened the case. If it contained a new weapon, she must report it to her superiors immediately. This is what you are to test. Ling Tian possesses merely an antiquated phone, and Natasha cannot conceal her disappointment. She had anticipated encountering high-tech equipment akin to a memory device. The newly acquired apparatus you hold in your hand is comparable to a key of considerable value. Another item within the box can be likened to a treasure locked away, suggesting that it is on par with your memory device. As an elite agent, Natasha immediately grasps the significance of the object. However, Detective Ling, based on our knowledge of you, such a treasure is typically concealed and never revealed lightly. Your generosity today is decidedly uncharacteristic. Natasha's tone reveals her evident skepticism. You agents often fall into the same trap of arrogance. My intention was to broaden your horizons. Yet you respond with suspicion. Were it Tony Stark speaking, I might believe it. As for you, well, let me be candid. This is indeed the sort of item you suspect it to be, but only I know how to utilize it. In the hands of others, it is merely a useless object incapable of making even a phone call. My intention in showing it to you was to preempt the incessant inquiries from S-H-I-E-L-D. Natasha fell silent. She understood Nick Fury's tenacity. He would not relent until every detail was uncovered. Therefore, there is no further explanation. I simply hope S-H-I-E-L-D does not trouble me again over such trivial matters. Understood? I will report to Director Fury, trusting he will address it appropriately. As night descended, Natasha's fingertips unconsciously traced the steering wheel. The rearview mirror reflected Ling Tian's casual profile, a man who perpetually wore a playful smile. Now counting the weathered neon signs of the slum, I had thought S-H-I-E-L-D agents were equipped with lie detectors. Ling Tian suddenly remarked, his canine teeth glinting in the window's reflection. You do not truly intend to invite Dr. Banner to a tea party armed with 20 submachine guns, do you? Natasha slammed on the brakes, the armed vehicle carving deep tracks through the mud. She recalled the scene from 3 days prior, Nick Fury's one eye flickering under the blue glow of the surveillance screen, which froze on an image of Ling Tian crushing adamantium with his bare hands. Maintaining a safe distance, she flung open the car door, her tactical boots crunching on shards of glass. After all, not everyone can tease the Hulk as if he were a docile corgi. Ling Tian's laughter startled the crows from the rooftop. He strolled to the rusty fire escape, suddenly turning to snatch Natasha's communication earpiece. Inform the director that next time he wishes to probe my secrets, metal will melt into red-hot steel in his palm. It will be far more economical to send you directly for afternoon tea. Chapter 61. A request for assistance, a cacophony of heavy objects collapsing reverberated from deep within the slum. As Natasha steadied her firearm, she heard Ling Tian humming a discordant melody from Swan Lake. He tread upon the decaying wooden planks, approaching the source of the sound like a nobleman attending a banquet, while 20 loaded firearms stood silently behind him as an imposing escort. Indeed, should the Hulk manifest, these individuals could at best afford you mere seconds to escape. You ought to be grateful that Coulson sought my assistance. Quite reasonable. Natasha subsequently arranged for a young girl to exploit Banner's kindness and compassion, leading him to a secluded area on the outskirts. He should have demanded payment first, Banner thought with a wry smile. Having been pursued by the military for an extended period, he was acutely aware that he had fallen into a trap. He merely wondered which faction had orchestrated this encounter, knowing it could not bode well. His suspicions were soon confirmed as Natasha and Ling Tian appeared before him. Upon seeing Ling Tian, Banner inexplicably felt a sense of relief amidst his anxiety, at least knowing that someone could potentially restrain the Hulk during a rampage. Ling Tian, I recognize you. Thank you for your assistance last time. Are you here to apprehend me again? If so, I suppose I must concede. Don't misunderstand, Ling Tian replied with a shrug. I am merely here to ensure her safety, though I would indeed like to converse with the Hulk. Not at this moment. Is that so? I believe you, Banner responded, turning to Natasha. So, this lovely agent, what brings you here? Let me clarify. I am only willing to trust you because of this detective's presence. However, I advise you to choose your words carefully. Natasha glanced at Ling Tian, seeking support. Facing this potentially volatile creature alone was indeed disquieting. Don't look at me like that. The pressure is immense. Ling Tian raised his hands in surrender. As we agreed before coming here, my only responsibility is your safety. Convincing him? That's not a task I will undertake. His implication was clear. Natasha's mission was not a military operation aimed at capture, Banner understood and felt a flicker of gratitude towards Ling Tian. The previous battle against the abomination had demonstrated that this young man's combat prowess might surpass that of the Hulk. If he were to intervene, Banner feared he might find himself back in a laboratory. However, Dr. Banner, I kindly advise you to discern the truth behind the agent's words, Ling Tian cautioned. Understood. Beautiful agents are often the most deceptive. Banner adjusted his glasses, aware that Natasha would not approach him unprepared, knowing full well the nature of the Hulk. Exactly. Ling Tian interjected suddenly, but their arrangements have nothing to do with me. Natasha gritted her teeth. Was this person here to assist or to cause disruption? Though dissatisfied with his attempt to distance himself, she could not dispute the fact that her safety relied on him. Without hesitation, Natasha dialed a number, issuing orders to the soldiers outside, signaling that no defense was necessary. Banner shrugged. And how should I address you? Natasha Romanoff, but you can simply call me Natasha. I was sent by S-H-I-E-L-D to request your assistance. At least tell me what I am to do. Of course, she replied, flipping her wrist to reveal a holographic projection of the Tesseract. Natasha maintained a safe distance from Banner, as if ready to retreat at any moment. It has the potential to annihilate the entire Earth. Banner gazed at the projection and chuckled. Nick Fury wants me to consume it? Huh. Natasha raised an eyebrow. The director would never part with such a treasure, one of only 5 remaining in the entire universe. Does the detective know the true nature of the Tesseract? She suddenly became alert. This surpassed S-H-I-E-L-D's comprehension. They had only confirmed it as a source of extraordinary energy. Do you dare to recklessly study an unknown artifact? Ling Tian's eyes glimmered with mockery. With cosmic factions lurking, should this information leak, it is no jest. A chill ran down Natasha's spine. Loki's ambush had already confirmed the impending crisis. In Asgard, I came to learn of this matter. Fortunately, Odin safeguards the 9 realms, granting Earth a temporary peace. Upon hearing this, she relaxed slightly. Alas, the Allfather's time is dwindling. Ling Tian interjected lightly. Natasha's previously eased demeanor tightened once more. Detective Ling Tian, you appear so composed. Could it be that Earth has other guardians? Banner adjusted his glasses. Indeed, the doctor was astute. Even if the father of all gods were to fall, Earth would still possess its defenses. Odin once remarked that the supreme sorcerer has been fending off multidimensional incursions. Ling Tian, speak without gasping for air. Banner placed a hand on his chest. How much longer can this sorcerer endure? Hey, is that a curse? Ling Tian suddenly lowered his voice, yet this guardian has recently been lamenting his prolonged existence, gesturing as if to emphasize his point. An inclination? Natasha's pupils abruptly constricted. Once located, who knows, he might leap from the Sanctum's rooftop one day. Ling Tian rubbed his chest as he spoke. Each mention of this matter left him feeling suffocated. Isn't the Earth's defense line just a bit hasty? Ling Tian reclined casually, crossing his legs. Eventually, someone will take over. Perhaps by the time you become a grandmother, the alien fleet will still be en route. Banner suddenly slammed down his cup. Let us get serious. Natasha, what brings you here? The Tesseract has been stolen by Loki. The female agent spoke rapidly. The gamma signal is too weak. We require your expertise. S-H-I-E-L-D. Actually lost the key to the space? Ling Tian leaned forward, realizing the gravity of the situation. With sufficient energy, one could open a wormhole, allowing an entire legion to descend upon this era. Noting the pallor on their faces, he enunciated each word. This is that serious. I will join, Banner suddenly stood, but I demand the right to leave freely after we locate the Tesseract. Ling Tian pressed down on Natasha's shoulder. Prepare the aircraft carrier for combat readiness. Why? Once you find Loki, Ling Tian's gaze darkened abruptly. That would surely signal the beginning. Only after searching can one draw conclusions, Agent Ling Tian. You underestimate S-H-I-E-L-D's tracking capabilities. Furthermore, your encounters with Loki have been few. How could you claim to understand him? Natasha retorted sharply, believing Ling Tian both undervalued S-H-I-E-L-D's strength and overestimated their adversary. Banner leaned closer to Ling Tian and whispered, is she implying something about me? Undoubtedly. The common flaw among these agents is their arrogance. They must hit a wall before they regret it. Ling Tian intentionally raised his voice, foreseeing that eventually they would grasp the meaning of having heeded his counsel sooner. The following day, they arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D.S. aerial carrier. My mission ends here. Ling Tian turned to Banner and added, Doctor, make it swift. The waters of S.H.I.E.L.D. run deep, and Fury may not always be able to shield you. Banner nodded, thank you for the reminder. Suddenly, Nick Fury intercepted Ling Tian as he approached the helicopter. We need your assistance. What? Do you intend to keep me here? Ling Tian surveyed his surroundings with a scoff. In this vast ocean, you seem to have chosen your location well. Fury raised a hand in a gesture of sincerity. With your abilities, you are free to leave at any time. Yet, in the current situation, he recalled Natasha's warning that the power behind the Tesseract was far beyond what was anticipated, and the young man before him might be the key to their strength. Spare me this charade. Ling Tian pointed at Banner, asserting that the expert was present, and his involvement was irrelevant. This action, however, only solidified Fury's resolve. Hulk was uncontrollable, and Ling Tian's value must be firmly grasped. In the distance, the silhouette of Steve Rogers was approaching across the deck. Ling Tian, Dr. Banner, it is truly a pleasure to see you, Rogers greeted with a sincere smile. In this unfamiliar era, Ling Tian was one of the few familiar faces that brought him comfort. As for Dr. Banner, although they had just been introduced through Coulson on the plane, he was at least a semi-acquaintance. Indeed, quite swift, Ling Tian replied coldly, his face betraying evident irritation. The tension in the air did not escape Steve's keen perception. What has transpired? Someone wishes to exploit my moral compass to make me a free laborer, Ling Tian scoffed, casting a glance toward Nick Fury. Again, Steve instantly understood. As a soldier, he recognized the extraordinary measures taken during such tumultuous times, even if they carried an implicit threat, particularly when directed at someone as rebellious as Ling Tian. I suggest we move to the internal deck, Natasha interjected at an opportune moment. If we linger here, you all will soon experience the suffocation of high altitudes. Fury silently commended his subordinates' astuteness. Once aboard the aircraft carrier, he would have ample room to maneuver, at least ensuring that this vital asset remained. Ling Tian, however, was equally aware of the situation. Yet, he understood his own worth even more clearly. Assistance was acceptable, but he required autonomy, including the right to decline any directives. That is entirely reasonable, the one-eyed director exhaled in relief. As the turbine engines roared to life, the colossal vessel rose from the water, and Banner gazed at the thrusters, which spanned several meters in diameter, with a wry smile. So, it's not a submarine. We truly are to be caged birds now. Nevertheless, Steve's gaze remained fixed on Ling Tian. He had initially presumed that Ling Tian was akin to Howard, a premier scientist, but now realized that he was undeniably a formidable beast with sheathed claws. It was no wonder that S.H. sought his cooperation, yet hesitated to impose any true constraints. Perhaps he should request a detailed dossier from Coulson. This thought lingered in his mind. Upon reaching the aerial carrier, they followed Nick Fury and Natasha into the command center. Electronic devices were densely arranged, and operators were fully engaged in monitoring various data. The smooth operation of this airborne fortress evidently required substantial informational support. Ling Tian appeared unfazed. His experiences traversing dimensions had long since dulled his sense of wonder. In contrast, Steve and Dr. Banner seemed somewhat ill at ease, particularly the captain, who had just been thawed from 70 years of ice, as he continually surveyed the technology-laden command hub. Activate optical camouflage immediately, commanded Nick Fury, and the entire carrier seamlessly blended into the clouds, as though it had never existed. How are you adapting? Ling Tian noted Steve moving about. Though I prepared myself mentally, Steve responded with a wry smile. This era still exceeds my imagination. He suddenly approached Nick Fury and placed $10 into his hand. Ling Tian instantly understood. It appeared to be the moment for settling some wager. Observing the flush creeping up Steve's ears, he silently scoffed. Gambling with the old fox? What a fruitless endeavor. On the other side, the one-eyed director was shaking hands with Banner. Thank you for your assistance, Doctor. This is certainly far more respectable than the military's invitation, he remarked. Banner responded with a hint of implication. Upon hearing the promise that finding the Tesseract would lead to their departure, a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes. Regardless of its authenticity, it was at least a goal. When Coulson outlined a tracking plan, Banner immediately exhibited the demeanor of a top-tier scientist. I need a workspace. Adjusting his glasses, he added, I possess a more efficient search algorithm. After Natasha led Ling Tian into the well-equipped laboratory, she departed. It seems we are left with just the two of us now, Ling Tian said, gazing intently at Nick Fury. Don't be so formal, detective. You are free to roam the mothership, but it would be wise to avoid running about at 10,000 meters. Any mishap could be difficult to manage. Nick deliberately cloaked his true intentions with a warning of danger, concerned that this astute detective might uncover certain secrets. Rest assured, even if I were to jump down now, I could land safely. Ling Tian waved his hand dismissively. We have known each other for so long. Let us speak candidly. You've gone to great lengths to keep me here. It cannot simply be for tea and conversation, can it? I do indeed require your assistance. Nick was momentarily taken aback by the directness, yet upon reflection, realized that it spared him the trouble of pleasantries. Assistance? For a trivial matter like locating someone, Banner is sufficient. Suddenly, Ling Tian had a revelation. Oh, you fear Loki might actually muster an army and wish to use me as a scapegoat? Nick was momentarily speechless. Although this was close to the truth, being so plainly exposed left him somewhat embarrassed. Besides, with Ling Tian's prowess, should a conflict arise, they ordinary folk would likely become mere fodder. It's not like that. What merely? Don't tell me you Haven T considered this possibility. All right. I genuinely need someone of your caliber, Nick finally admitted, but certainly not as cannon fodder, rather as a main force. This explanation felt flimsy even to him, as Ling Tian's stance was evidently one of reluctance to wade into such murky waters. And how much are you prepared to offer for my services as a main force? Ling Tian suddenly shifted the conversation. Nick realized he had once again been outmaneuvered. Damn, you went through all this just to haggle? Taking risks with one's life ought to come with some compensation, Ling Tian asserted with conviction, yet Nick sensed something amiss. Name your price. $1 billion. Ling Tian stated nonchalantly. I'll arrange for someone to take you back shortly, Nick Fury replied without looking back. Realizing this was no negotiation, but rather a blatant attempt to exploit him. The budget of S.H.I.E.L.D. was not as ample as Ling Tian imagined. Moreover, what if Loki had no army at all, or if they captured him beforehand? He doubted that this detective would return the money once the objective was achieved. Hey, don't go. 500 million should suffice, right? Nick Fury paused momentarily, but did not stop, continuing onward. 300 million. It truly cannot go lower. This is a life and death matter. Ling Tian quickened his speech, even adding a touch of grievance. Finally, Nick Fury turned around. 200 million, not a penny more. Deal. Ling Tian readily agreed, fearing a change of heart, and then muttered softly to himself, doubling the profit is truly commendable. Nick Fury nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Feeling tricked once again. Just a moment ago, he had reveled in reducing the sum from 1 billion to 200 million, only to regret it the next. It was evident that 100 million would suffice, yet he had voluntarily doubled it. Money cannot be squandered. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes as he resolved to extract every ounce of value from this young man. True to his reputation as the king of spies, he swiftly readjusted his mindset, calculating how to maximize his gains. Excuse me, where's my room? You can't possibly expect me to sleep here, can you? Temporary workers are still human. It is not unreasonable to expect food and lodging during work hours. Nick Fury's expression darkened further, his initial scheming forcibly suppressed. Dealing with this cunning fox required a long-term strategy. Hit well, he commanded coldly. Take this esteemed detective to his room and prepare a respectable lunch. Hit well, seated before the computer, paused. From Pierce, he had learned that this detective was a colleague of Hydra, seemingly of considerable rank. He felt a surge of delight. Perhaps cultivating a rapport now would lead to future success, even if it meant dipping into his own pockets. He must ensure this gentleman was well taken care of. With a broad smile, he began to rise, only to hear Ling Tian express disdain, get someone else. He is too ugly and bald. Nick Fury suddenly turned to glare at Ling Tian. What have you got against baldness? Who isn't forced into such circumstances? I once had a full head of hair. Director Fury, please don't misunderstand. I was referring to that bald man. Ugh, could I possibly have a female partner instead? At least someone pleasing to the eye, Ling Tian hastily clarified, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the table. He had indeed blurted it out. But now he was more concerned about losing the opportunity to access SHIELD's core secrets. Hitwell maintained a half-standing, awkward posture, the equipment on his tactical belt clinking. His gaze oscillated between Fury and Ling Tian, his mind racing to calculate the risks of misalignment in allegiance. "Continue with your data analysis," the one-eyed director commanded, rapping his knuckles on the metal tabletop. His specially tailored coat sliced through the air with a sharp arc as he turned. Addressing Hill, his tone conveyed a newfound trust in a capable subordinate. "Proceed as planned." "Understood." The female agent lowered her eyelashes to mask her dissatisfaction, but couldn't help but smile slightly at a particular title. As she discreetly organized her tactical bag containing pulse weaponry, she mused that this audacious individual was at least more entertaining than her pretentious colleagues. Hitwell observed their departing figures. The encrypted Hydra codes on his tactical tablet half-edited. Fury's hand on his shoulder bore a familiar weight of authority, compelling him to straighten his back instinctively. To gain insight into the plan, he articulated the official line flawlessly, yet his eyes stung at the thought of the impending performance review he had to submit. The tequila in the safe house and the unfinished resignation letter glittered in his memory. Fury's electronic eye flickered with a blue light as he recalled Hitwell's evaluations over the years. This diligent agent, whom he often encountered during late-night shifts, suddenly appeared in a more tragic light in Fury's mind. The director contemplated whether to exercise his privilege for an extraordinary promotion. Should he persuade the World Security Council during the upcoming budget meeting? Stay focused. The metallic clash of prosthetic limbs against tactical boots resonated crisply as Fury paused before the encrypted terminal, catching a glimpse of Hitwell efficiently managing the data streams with reassuring competence. Such loyalty felt particularly precious as he braced himself for the impending storm. Meanwhile, Loki had successfully acquired the Tesseract and, wielding the Mind Scepter, had ensnared Hawkeye and Dr. Eric, along with a cadre of extraordinary individuals harboring grievances against SHIELD. Now, with both strategy and might amassed under his command, he awaited the moment to unleash the portal, heralding a new era on Earth under Loki's dominion. The mere thought ignited a fervor within him. Yet, obstacles remained to be cleared, prompting him to adopt a dual strategy to both eliminate hindrances and achieve his ultimate objective. Dr. Eric was wholly absorbed in his work, while Barton remained steadfastly by his side, anticipating his every need. "Barton, what do you perceive from the scepter?" Loki inquired, toying with the staff embedded with the Mind Stone, satisfied with his resourceful lieutenant. "My quarry," came Barton's reply. "What assistance do you require?" Loki probed. "Bait and an intelligence network," Barton answered. A smirk graced Loki's lips. Was there a more perfect bait than the very leader of his adversaries? As he caressed the scepter, a cunning plan began to take shape in his mind. That night, Loki brazenly manifested in Stuttgart, Germany. As anticipated, SHIELD swiftly tracked his movements, with Hitwell being the one to discover him. The target was locked, yet Loki appeared to harbor no intentions of concealment. Hitwell reported with furrowed brows that such blatant actions resembled an open declaration of war. "Captain, it's your turn to take the stage," Nick Fury commanded Steve. Steve nodded silently, though his heart brimmed with unease. This veteran, recently awakened, was ill-prepared to confront foes beyond comprehension. "Wait," Ling Tian interjected suddenly. Loki's ostentatious display surely held ulterior motives. "You're a part of the operation. Capture him alive." Fury directly dismissed the suggestion. He had long since discerned Ling Tian's verbal traps, and despite the precariousness of the situation, SHIELD was confident in their ability to thwart Loki's escape. "Are you intrigued by the prospect of walking into a trap? Then I shall turn the tables on you, demonstrating what it means for humanity to triumph over the divine. While modern technology may not yet rival the gods, ensnaring a few deities is a mere trifle." All right, I understand." Ling Tian nonchalantly waved his hand. "Ling Tian, this is a serious mission," Steve cautioned in a lowered voice, reminding him that despite their brotherhood, duty must prevail over camaraderie, and regulations must not be disregarded. "At your command, Captain," Ling Tian suddenly shouted, performing a comical salute. Fury and those familiar with Ling Tian nearly widened their eyes in disbelief. Was this truly the stoic detective they knew? Surely, this must be a doppelganger. Let us keep appearances intact. Don't make it difficult for the brothers. Let Esco. Ling Tian instantly transformed back into his carefree persona. Indeed, the others exchanged eye rolls, having thought he had undergone a transformation. Ahem, let us set off. Steve awkwardly cleared his throat. I bet this mission will go exceptionally smoothly. We might wrap it up in no time. I appreciate your optimism. Steve shook his head with a smile, his previously tense nerves considerably easing. Just before their departure, Nick pulled Natasha into a corner, instructing her, "You are responsible for keeping a close watch on them. I have no concerns about the captain. My primary worry is that Ling Tian doesn't create any unforeseen complications." Natasha nearly lost her composure, exclaiming, "You know well the kind of person Ling Tian is. How can I possibly rein him in? It's one thing to manage a model of discipline, but dealing with a prodigy like Ling Tian, even the Black Widow feels inadequate." "It's a special circumstance," Nick said sternly. "This is the captain's first battle since awakening. He has fallen behind the times, but the situation cannot afford to wait. He must swiftly reclaim his former commanding presence." "I understand," Natasha said through gritted teeth. "I will ensure every aspect is tightly controlled." She privately resolved, "If Steve can handle Loki, that would be ideal. If not, I'll let Ling Tian conclude the affair. This time, I must ensure that this detective behaves." Upon their arrival, they found Loki expounding on his theories of dominion, coercing the crowd into submission through threats of death. No one dared to resist, for no one wished to gamble with their lives. Loki reveled in this sense of control, a privilege befitting a king. Although the setting was not the Golden Hall of Asgard, and the kneeling subjects were not denizens of the divine realm, it sufficed to soothe his inflated vanity. He eloquently lamented the flaws of human nature, ultimately declaring, "You shall all submit to the great ruler." Though their stances differed, certain viewpoints were indeed intriguing. Ling Tian, aboard the aircraft, gazed down upon the self-satisfied god and remarked to the two beside him, "Which side do you stand on?" Natasha asked bluntly, "Are you truly on the side of the benefactor?" "Of course," Ling Tian shrugged. "Having accepted your director's commission, I abide by the principle of prioritizing the client until the task is complete. That's professional ethics." Natasha rolled her eyes internally. "Let me down first," Steve said, gripping his shield, unwilling to allow the farce to continue. "Deploy immediately." Natasha turned to Ling Tian. "Will the detective be joining us?" "I think I will pass." Ling Tian waved his hand dismissively. "The captain can handle him with ease. My role is merely to prevent any unforeseen incidents." "It would hardly be fitting for me to overshadow the main character, would it?" This response brought a quiet sigh of relief to both. Natasha felt fortunate that Ling Tian understood the importance of discretion, significantly easing the task's difficulty. Steve, on the other hand, yearned to regain his battlefield instincts through actual combat, though he regretted missing the opportunity to witness Ling Tian's prowess. When Coulson animatedly shared details during lunch, he had been unable to access the combat footage encrypted by Fury. Loki surveyed the trembling, prostrate crowd, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth, just as he immersed himself in the illusion of power. An unremarkable elder slowly rose. "Even if that day comes," the old man's calm voice sliced through the silence like a blade, "it will never be you." "Well, this old fellow is certainly a tough one, far superior to that gaggle of spineless cowards." Ling Tian raised an eyebrow, chuckling. Natasha, having just settled Steve, interjected, "He is indeed worthy of respect. Unfortunately, such resilient individuals seldom live long." Ling Tian spoke candidly, his words tinged with a hint of coldness. Natasha's expression sharpened as she immediately contacted the captain. "Accelerate the operation. We must rescue that elderly gentleman before Loki acts." "I see him. We are on our way," came a swift reply. Roger's gaze traversed the kneeling crowd, and the elderly figure, standing straight, emerged like a crane amidst chickens. At this moment, Loki also displayed a look of astonishment. He squinted, scrutinizing the audacious elder who dared to openly defy him, and suddenly felt that subduing such a formidable character would indeed be an accomplishment. He raised his chin. "I'm destined by fate. I am accustomed to encountering shameless individuals like you." The elder stood his ground unwaveringly. Chapter 63. It must be him. Loki's expression changed dramatically, the blue light of his scepter flaring, seeking death. "Ha ha, this old man is amusing. I will protect his life." Ling Tian chuckled at Loki's ashen face. Natasha facepalmed. "Detective, you are still thousands of meters in the air. Who says I must act personally?" Ling Tian tapped the porthole with his fingertip, My little darling has already arrived. Little darling? The raptor you raised called Fang? Fang is my personal bodyguard. Ling Tian winked mysteriously. But who said one can only have a single pet? A friendly reminder. If S.H.I.E.L.D. wishes to avoid non-combat casualties, it would be prudent not to entertain any ideas about it. Natasha was secretly alarmed. How many bizarre creatures had this fellow hoarded? At this moment, Loki's scepter had coalesced into a lethal energy orb. Watch closely. This is cough cough. It's not entirely impossible. Really? Natasha's eyes brightened. Of course, it's a fabrication. What are you thinking? You have no idea how much effort I expended on this. Do you think you could just smile at me and take it for free? How naive. Ling Tian mercilessly doused her enthusiasm with cold water. Such a miser. Me? Huh. Yes, I am indeed a miser. Unlike your director Nick Fury, who invites me to help without even a shred of sincerity, intending for me to work for free from the outset. If I hadn't proactively suggested compensation, he would have feigned ignorance until the mission concluded. Compared to that kind of unscrupulous opportunist, I am positively noble. Ling Tian declared with righteous fervor, his composure unwavering. Meanwhile, aboard the skyship, a certain egghead listened to this exchange, suddenly tasting a hint of rust in his mouth, realizing he had bitten his lip. Not having been infuriated to the point of bloodshed was already a testament to his strong mental fortitude. Coulson, do you think I should have never held expectations for him from the start? Sir, please remain calm. You know Ling Tian well. He has long been accustomed to bullying us at S.H.I.E.L.D. However, this also indicates he has run out of tricks. Coulson cautiously explained, but was met with Nick Fury's icy glare. I mean, not a single word he utters is sincere. Everything he relays is bound to be distorted. But Natasha is no outsider. Your decisions are all for S.H.I.E.L.D. You understand me well. Nick Fury sighed. I went to great lengths to enlist his help, and he opened with a demand for $1 billion. In the end, I managed to whittle it down to $200 million. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be able to receive your salaries next month. He certainly would not admit to his miscalculation. The best course of action was to muddy the waters. Sir, I understand. Coulson, having never seen his superior express discontent, felt his heart soften. All right, this task is entrusted to you. Notify me once Loki is captured. Nick Fury firmly patted his shoulder before turning away, fearing that remaining any longer might provoke an internal injury. Observing the scene alone, Coulson noted that the captain was engaged in combat with Loki, yet was being thoroughly overwhelmed. As a devoted admirer of the captain, he silently cheered for his idol, though anxiety gnawed at him. Firstly, the captain had not yet regained his peak condition. Secondly, his opponent was a god from Asgard, operating on an entirely different plane from humanity. Xiaoling, do not conceal it from me. How many little creatures have you taken in? At present, just 2. 3, I suppose. That memory device can barely be counted as 1. 3, and that's only the current count? Is there a problem with that? They require no attention, eat, drink, and relieve themselves without any fuss. I can take them out for a stroll when I please. And they can even serve as bodyguards when I'm feeling down. It's simply marvelous. When Ling Tian spoke, his eyes sparkled with pride. Your pets won't all go berserk like that Tyrannosaurus, will they? What are you thinking? That's good to hear. Natasha's heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled. The previous footage of the hideous creature had made her scalp crawl. One was already overwhelming, let alone if all 3 were to join the fray. The creature was the weakest of the bunch, while the one currently on the battlefield was a veritable powerhouse. Huh, now do you understand why I didn't send you? Got it. Oh no, the captain is struggling. Natasha glanced back, witnessing Rogers being thoroughly dominated. That's quite normal. Steve's vibranium shield is about all he is going for him. Ultimately, he is merely a super soldier. Even if he reaches his utmost potential, he still pales in comparison to the divine beings, not to mention Loki, who has been a prince for over a millennium. There's a significant disparity in their equipment. So what are you doing standing there? Why not lend a hand? Me? Don't be ridiculous. Moreover, a prolonged battle may still yield a turning point. At least it wouldn't look as dire as it does now. Last chance. Are you going or not? Natasha's icy gaze suggested that she might push him out of the aircraft at any moment. I never said I wouldn't go. However, Agent Romanoff, your words could easily be misinterpreted. Ling Tian grinned. Are you perhaps coveting my charm? Suddenly, the dialogue was interrupted by a burst of rock music, and the aircraft screen flashed an alert indicating a system breach. Miss me, Natasha? A holographic image of Stark materialized. It seems I won't need to intervene after all. Ling Tian whistled, impressed by Tony's grand entrance. Indeed, perhaps you have already exceeded the director's expectations. Natasha, relieved by the arrival of reinforcements, turned to see Ling Tian's nonchalant demeanor, and her irritation flared once more. Not necessarily. Ling Tian waved his finger. At least I saved someone. I deconsider that an achievement. Natasha rolled her eyes. Was this really a noteworthy accomplishment? What was there to gloat about? True to his reputation, Iron Man made a dramatic entrance, launching an attack that sent Loki flying. However, the creature's tough exterior seemed to absorb the blow with minimal damage, merely grimacing in pain. "Try moving again, you foolish deer," Iron Man declared as he descended, all weapons instantly locking onto Loki. "I surrender." In an instant, Loki raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, transforming into a seemingly harmless figure, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. "See, I told you he was merely acting, clearly harboring ulterior motives." Silence. Natasha interjected irritably. "Director, we have apprehended Loki," Coulson reported enthusiastically to Nick Fury. "Bring him back immediately. The situation is not yet resolved, but as long as we can contain him, he cannot stir up any trouble." Inside the transport aircraft, the handcuffed Loki remained silent. Rogers furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Loki's power should not be so feeble, and his capitulation was too abrupt. "The old man has a keen eye," Stark echoed his doubts. Ahem. A sudden voice interrupted their conversation. "It's impractical to release a tiger back into the wild now. However, may I take care of a small matter before we return?" "What are you scheming?" Natasha scrutinized the speaker warily. "Nothing much, just found this fellow irksome and would like to give him a good thrashing." "Loki, what do you say?" The cabin fell into an eerie silence. The expressions of the others froze. "Do you have to notify him beforehand about hitting him?" Loki's poker face finally cracked. He had calculated on being placed under house arrest, but had not anticipated a beating, especially after witnessing the other's prowess in shattering the Rainbow Bridge. "Wait, you cannot do this. I am a prince of Asgard." Loki's voice trembled, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Oh, is that so? Were you not banished? By rights, you should have no further ties with the realm of gods, should you? Shall we take a gamble to see if Heimdall reports your impending thrashing to Odin?" Loki knew all too well that the gatekeeper had long viewed him with disdain. Ling Tian slowly approached Loki, poised to strike when suddenly a thunderous roar echoed through the night sky. Natasha in the cockpit frowned. What is going on with these lightning strikes? Could it be the wrath of the gods? "Kid, should we take the opportunity to land a few more punches?" Stark whistled. "Who knows? I swear, I have never anticipated Thor's arrival more in my life." Loki silently rejoiced at narrowly escaping a crisis. Boom! The aircraft jolted violently as if struck by a heavy object. "Interesting, we have guests." Ling Tian unexpectedly withdrew, raising Natasha's eyebrows. Stark and Captain America swiftly armed themselves, clearly recognizing that the uninvited guest was Loki's brother. Just as Iron Man approached the hatch, the golden-haired god burst through the door. In a flash of hammerlight, Stark was sent flying several meters. Thor seized Loki to make his escape, completely oblivious to Ling Tian lurking in the shadows. "Ouch, that looked painful." Silence. This barbarian plays by no rules. "Another alien prince?" Natasha inquired. "Heir to the realm of gods, a hammer enthusiast, and Loki's nemesis," she added. Captain America frowned. "Isn't he an ally?" "The crucial point is that he has taken the Tesseract," Stark exclaimed, preparing to pursue. Ling Tian suddenly cautioned, "You may pursue him, but never suggest disarming. First Guardians. That equates to a declaration of war." "Understood." Iron Man rocketed into the air. Captain America turned to retrieve a parachute. He lacked the flying capabilities of those two. "Aren't you coming?" The captain glanced at Ling Tian. "As I secured my parachute," Natasha sighed, exclaiming, "What on earth does this fellow need a parachute for?" "Captain, I cannot manage those two troublemakers." "Likewise," replied Captain America with a wry smile as he leapt from the aircraft. Without a moment's hesitation, Rogers fastened his safety harness and plunged into the abyss. The moment he vanished from sight, Ling Tian casually tossed the parachute back into its original place. "Is this really appropriate?" Natasha frowned at him, clearly disapproving of his lackadaisical attitude. "Perfectly suitable. They can handle it. As long as we don't provoke Thor. We can wrap this up quickly." "Huh? Do you honestly believe Stark will heed advice?" "Forget it. I might as well go check on him." A bug buzzed and landed in his palm. Considering Stark's vengeful temperament, coupled with the unwarranted blow he had received, Ling Tian wagered that Stark would undoubtedly seek retaliation. Indeed, the satellite imagery revealed Stark's immediate retort. "Big guy, put down your toy hammer." The mockery was palpable. Thor exploded with rage, his mighty hammer conjuring celestial phenomena. A blinding bolt of lightning aiming straight for the Iron Man suit. However, the lightning instead invigorated the arc reactor, causing energy levels to surge by 300. Observing this, Thor adjusted his strategy, unleashing his colossal fists in close combat. Even without the advantage of lightning, the Asgardian prince's combat prowess eclipsed Earth's technology. The vibranium armor groaned under the tempest of strikes, and Stark gradually found himself at a disadvantage. At the edge of the cliff, Loki wore a delighted expression, reveling in the spectacle. Enough! The vibranium shield whistled as it entered the fray, and the captain descended from the skies. "Thor, the S.H.L.D. files indicate you are an ally." He restrained the still smoldering powered gloves and inquired, "State your purpose." "To thwart Loki's schemes and escort him back to Asgard for trial. We have no authority to hand over prisoners until we retrieve the Tesseract," Stark interjected, his mask retracting to reveal a bruised nose. The captain nodded in affirmation, adding, "Returning the artifact to its rightful owner is a prerequisite. That artifact could bring about catastrophic calamity." Thor stood his ground, as the three were locked in tension. The sound of mechanical movements unexpectedly interrupted the conversation. The newcomer, clad in silver and red armor pulsating with azure energy, scanned the scene with multifaceted eyes. Thor requires the Tesseract to activate the Bifrost. Furthermore, this heavy-duty armor shatters rocks. He is correct. That object should not remain on Earth. "Ling Tian?" Stark hesitated, noting the stark contrast in armor styles, but dismissing the notion of such advanced technology being crafted on Earth. "Nonsense," the captain vehemently refuted. "I have seen his battle suit. It is nothing like this." "No, it absolutely is him. Did you see that device on his waist?" Rogers instantly focused on the shimmering bug at Ling Tian's waist, asserting decisively. Chapter 64. "What did you see?" "ISNT that me." Ling Tian reverted from his transformed state, the golden bug soaring into the heavens as the belt dissipated. "Goodness, how many forms do you conceal?" Stark exclaimed, his frustration palpable as he recalled the small creature that had previously turned his laboratory into a Swiss cheese. The memory of that pristine lab, crafted from top-tier materials and now riddled with holes, caused his blood pressure to spike. They had clearly agreed to reassemble everything once the task was done, yet that wretched bug had vanished without a trace. If Giotto could hear Stark's innermost thoughts, it is likely that it would not be the laboratory that faced annihilation, but rather this brilliant scientist himself. "Indeed, it is you." Thor sheathed his mighty hammer and bestowed a friendly smile upon Ling Tian. "We shall reminisce later. For now, let us escort Loki back." Ling Tian flexed his wrists and grinned, but before that, Steve and Stark instinctively stepped back, their lips curling into mischievous smiles. "What are you planning to do to my brother?" Thor instinctively shielded Loki with his body. "A trivial matter. You will soon understand." The once nonchalant Loki's face turned ashen in an instant. He was well aware that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s apprehension was part of a grand design, but he had not anticipated the additional cost of this beating. As Ling Tian advanced relentlessly, he clutched Thor's cloak and cried out, "Brother, will you allow these Midgardians to strike the Prince of Asgard? Father would never forgive such disgrace." "Ling Tian, after all, he is my brother." Thor attempted to intercede, but was silenced by the retort. "Do you have any idea how many lives he has taken on Earth these past few days? If Jane hears that you are harboring a criminal..." Thor's pupils dilated in shock. After 3 seconds of silence, he heavily patted Ling Tian's shoulder. "Take it easy." Internally he thought, "Brother, for the sake of my marital bliss, endure this beating for now, and I shall arrange a seaside cell for you later." "What a brother." Stark embraced Thor with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thor, you scoundrel, marrying and forgetting your brother." Loki's curses morphed into screams as fists fell, prompting the onlookers to facepalm in unison. Thor gazed into the sky with a deep sigh. Though the method may be crude, let us consider it a cautionary lesson prior to judgment. I understand. Stark handed him a cup of coffee. "Men understand one another. Truly, you are selfless and admirable." "Haha." Stark's smile grew radiant, and his gaze toward Thor softened. "By the way, who is Jane? Is she beautiful?" This was clearly an intentional provocation. As a result, the self-assured Stark was sent sprawling by a guilt-ridden Thor's hammer. Shortly thereafter, the cries ceased abruptly, and Ling Tian approached, dragging a battered and bruised Loki behind him. What a tragic sight! Stark assessed the disfigured prince, noting the stark contrast to his previously graceful demeanor. Indeed, the blows were not light. Rogers nodded in agreement. Ling Tian, I instructed you to go easy. Now, even Mother would not recognize him. Thor seethed with anger, deeply dissatisfied with Ling Tian's venting of frustration. Is that so? Loki has killed 80 people on Earth these past few days. Do you still think I'm being excessive? Ling Tian stood his ground. Ahem, not too severe at all. This lad simply needs a lesson. Thor was rendered speechless. After all, those were 80 lives. Now, enduring a beating may quell the public outrage. Making Loki the real beneficiary of this ordeal. It is a disgrace to have a brother like you. Loki mumbled through swollen lips, his hoarse voice tightening Thor's heart with guilt. Spare the theatrics, and you, wipe those tears away. Ling Tian pointed at Thor, asserting, you as Guardians possess remarkable resilience. This minor injury will heal in no time, so why fret over it? Indeed, Loki, you have deceived me. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Thor shot a fierce glare at his brother. I did not deceive you. Even our father has never struck me like this. Loki feigned a look of agony. This time, Thor was completely immune to such theatrics. Injuries of this nature hardly amounted to more than mere scrapes for an Asgardian warrior. Oof. I shall board the craft and await your arrival. Thor turned on his heel, fearing that lingering any longer would tarnish his dignity. How has this blockhead suddenly become so astute? As soon as Thor departed, Loki reverted to his true self. Not only had his bruises vanished, but his attire appeared completely renewed. Wow, this self-healing speed is outrageous, Stark exclaimed, eyes gleaming with intrigue. Steve, however, remained unfazed. After all, he had experienced remarkable recovery himself following injuries, and such minor abrasions had not troubled him for many years. Uninformed, this is Loki's illusion. His wounds have not truly healed. It is merely your eyes that have been deceived. Ah, had you explained it thus earlier, it would have been clear. I thought this recovery speed was akin to cheating. Stark leaned closer to Loki, his smile radiant. Mr. Reindeer, what is the principle behind your transformation magic? Would you be so kind as to share? In exchange, I could ensure you receive top-tier treatment during your confinement. He was exceedingly envious of this ability to change appearances at will, if mastered. He could attend important meetings in his pajamas without anyone the wiser. Steve stood in stunned silence. Had he ever witnessed such a scene in the last 70 years? What was this? Open bribery right before his eyes as a colonel? Loki sneered condescendingly. Good eye, but alas, you possess neither the talent nor the potential. Furthermore, do you truly believe I would teach you? I have spent millennia honing my craft to reach this level. And as for you, individuals like you are certainly deserving of confinement in a dark, sunless dungeon. Stark's expression darkened instantly, gritting his teeth. I concur, but this matter must align with Nick Fury's directives. After all, he is in charge, and I am merely a temporary hire. Stark, contact Romanoff. No need. She has already arrived. Not far off, a fighter jet was gently descending. Steve escorted Loki into the cabin, and upon confirming everyone was aboard, the jet ascended once more, racing toward the sky carrier. Inviting you was indeed worthwhile. I just watched the footage of your earlier altercation. It was utterly gratifying. Natasha remarked within the cabin. To her, this was the only commendable act by Ling Tian, unlike his previous lackluster efforts. The S-H-I-E-L-D could at most apprehend Loki. As for resorting to violence, that was entirely out of the question. Even if this prince had been exiled, his bond with Odin would not be severed so easily. Coercive interrogation? Setting aside its potential effectiveness, Thor would never allow it, especially with the All-Father standing behind him. Quite frankly, even if Loki arrived on Earth with intentions of invasion, as long as the situation had not escalated to life or death, these agents were bound to ensure his safety. If one were to seek death, it could not occur on Earth, particularly not at the hands of humanity. As for Ling Tian, the circumstances were decidedly different. Asgard owes him a certain debt of gratitude, even should he choose to teach a lesson, as long as it does not result in loss of life. Even Odin would have no grounds for complaint. Do not hesitate. I understand your predicament. Yet how does it concern me? I merely find him disagreeable. However, I advise you to return him promptly. This is only natural. Upon returning to S.H.I.E.L.D., Ling Tian exhibited indifference towards his surroundings. He was never a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. and had no obligation to involve himself in every matter, heading directly to his quarters for some much-needed rest. Meanwhile, Loki found himself confined within a transparent glass cage by Nick Fury, yet he remained composed, resolutely refusing to divulge the whereabouts of the cosmic cube. Thor, he is your brother. Is there no way to persuade him to speak? The captain inquired, his gaze fixed on the surveillance footage. There is no way. Loki has been clever since childhood, concealing his thoughts deeply. Besides, due to the rivalry for the throne, he harbors resentment towards me. To be frank, aside from our father and mother, he hardly regards anyone else in Asgard with any esteem. However, I am aware of his intentions. He commands a Chitauri army, likely seeking to conquer Earth to prove himself to the realms. Thor replied, his expression grave. In other words, he requires the cube to open a portal, which is why he abducted Dr. Selvig, Banner deduced. Selvig? Could it be Eric? Thor suddenly paused, a note of concern creeping into his tone. Do you know him? That's impossible. How could a god possibly have any dealings with him? Indeed, Dr. Banner. They are acquainted. He was a friend Thor made during his first visit to Earth, Natasha explained, being the only one present with knowledge of their shared history. What of Jane? Is she well? Thor finally inquired about his beloved. To him, Loki's abduction of Eric was clearly an act of vengeance aimed at himself. Ms. Foster is quite safe. You need not worry, Coulson chimed in as he entered the room. Coulson, it has been a while, Thor smiled, both at the sight of an old acquaintance and the confirmation of Jane's safety. Indeed, it has been quite some time. I did not expect our reunion to revolve around your brother, Coulson replied with a smile. Now, let us address the matter at hand. Once we recover the cube, there will be ample time for reminiscing. Stark, Dr. Banner is here to assist in tracking the cube, and I hope you will cooperate, Nick Fury interjected. Of course. It is part of the job. After all, only the two of us truly understand this field, Stark shrugged. Wait, Stark suddenly recalled something, looking around and asking, where has Ling Tian gone? I wanted to examine that red beetle of his that can only transform into a belt. You mean the ornament around his waist? Steve added. Even an old relic like you recognizes it? Stark raised an eyebrow, initially thinking it to be an eccentricity, but realizing its complexity during the earlier conflict. Though I am unclear of its precise functions, I am eager to incorporate such technology into my armor. Rogers understood. The portability of it must have caught your interest. The captain's insight was sharp. Stark found himself with newfound admiration for the World War II veteran. Thor suddenly interjected. The urgent matter at hand is to locate Ling Tian. His intermittently effective book of prophecies might conceal clues to the cosmic cube. A prophecy book? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. But only Coulson and Nick Fury shared a knowing look. Nick decisively commanded, Hill, please fetch that slothful detective and ensure he brings that book along. 15 minutes later, Ling Tian appeared reluctantly in his pajamas, clutching an ancient tome and muttering, Nick Fury, you are violating labor laws. What happened to room and board? Over time, pay must be settled. The onlookers stared in astonishment at the director, taken aback by this iron-willed figure's tacit approval of bargaining. Even Dr. Banner briefly entertained thoughts of demanding payment, only to swiftly extinguish such absurd notions. Nick's temple throbbed. Let us first see what valuable information you can provide. Don't get your hopes too high. Just as Ling Tian was about to leaf through the book, he suddenly froze as if struck by lightning. Wait, I think I might actually remember something. I felt like I had forgotten something. It seems I haven't checked the task list in ages, thanks to Thor's reminder. But it's rather inconvenient with so many people around. Perhaps I should wait until we return. With this thought, Ling Tian casually opened the book in his hands. Although everyone was watching, they found the pages utterly blank. Arrange a helicopter for me immediately. I must leave at once. Ling Tian suddenly stood up, his expression tense. Nick Fury furrowed his brow. What on earth did you see? What could cause this clever fellow to lose composure? This situation must be dire. The book foretells that the sky carrier will be attacked and may even crash. Ling Tian exclaimed. What are you waiting for? Either take me away now or let us evacuate together. What? This is no joke. Nick Fury's voice rose sharply. Were it not for Coulson's previous report, he would have dismissed this claim outright. Yet the idea of the sky carrier being attacked, or worse, crashing, was simply untenable. This was an aerial fortress constructed by S.H.I.E.L.D. at great expense, and it was his most cherished project. Chapter 65. A great regret. Coulson quickly pressed Ling Tian. Could you provide more specifics? This way, we can prepare in advance. He had witnessed the book's extraordinary nature firsthand and firmly believed Ling Tian's words, although he would have preferred it to be a jest. Who knows? This is precisely why I considered returning it. It's either completely blank or filled with vague phrases. But one thing is certain. What is written in that book will undoubtedly come to pass. Ling Tian disdainfully shook the tome. Stark interjected. So this book can predict the future? The expressions of everyone present shifted. Who would want to know their fate in advance? Dream on. The book is not as miraculous as you imagine. Moreover, once you know the future itself has already changed. For instance, right now, if we order the carrier to return and land immediately, we can prevent a mid-air crash. Even if it is attacked, it would only sink in the sea at worst, thus avoiding casualties on the ground. Nick Fury took a deep breath, understood. Hill, issue the order. The carrier must proceed at full speed to the nearest port, and everyone must enter a state of heightened alert. Hill frowned. Director, is such an order not a bit reckless? Currently, there exists no evidence suggesting an impending attack, especially considering we are soaring at an altitude exceeding 9,000 meters. Upon being reminded by her, Nick Fury too recognized the impropriety of the orders. That enigmatic tome, devoid of words, might well be a fabrication of Ling Tian's imagination. For this detective is notoriously cunning. As for his ability to foresee Thor's arrival, it is hardly a daunting task for a professional sleuth, provided one is well-versed in Norse mythology and employs logical reasoning. Do you doubt me? Ling Tian remarked, clutching the book and turning to depart. Even if the mothership were to plummet, I would manage to extricate myself unscathed. Remember, do not wait for calamity to strike before regretting your inaction. As he was leaving, he added with significant weight, Ling's counsel is never erroneous. This statement resonated with Stark, who had previously found himself in peril due to his neglect of Ling Tian's warnings. Be it in the Obadiah or Ivan Vanko incidents, Thor could not restrain his indignation. If trust is lacking, why then solicit his assistance? He had been a first-hand witness to the marvels of that prophetic tome. Meanwhile, the taciturn Coulson chose to adhere to orders, believing that the director had his reasons. I believe Ling Tian's warning warrants serious consideration. Rogers suddenly interjected. The fervent Coulson immediately responded. What insights do you have, Captain? Loki's surrender was alarmingly facile. As Banner pointed out, he must open a portal to summon the Chitauri army for an invasion. Now ensnared, a rescue plan must inevitably be in place. Secondly, do not overlook that Loki not only manipulated Dr. Eric, but also Hawkeye Barton. Black Widow and the one-eyed director spoke in unison. Indeed, they affirmed, Barton possesses a wealth of secrets regarding S.H.I.E.L.D., and he is intimately familiar with the mothership. Should his objective be the destruction of this vessel, the situation could become exceedingly perilous. After all, destruction is far simpler than defense. Even I, a relic of the past, can discern that damaging just 4 turbine engines would be a considerable challenge. Moreover, given Barton's capabilities and his familiarity with the mothership structure, achieving his goal would be practically effortless. The captain calmly analyzed the situation, demonstrating the wisdom of a seasoned warrior. Had Ling Tian been present, he would surely have given a thumbs up. The captain is astute. Coulson could not refrain from applauding, both out of admiration and because this analysis was indeed sound. Observing his subordinates' idolizing behavior, Director Fury rolled his singular eye in exasperation. After a brief exchange of glances with Agent Hill, he ultimately decreed, the mothership shall continue its course. Are you out of your mind? Knowing the enemy is about to strike, and yet taking such risks? Iron Man questioned furiously, Ling Tian's parting words echoing persistently in his mind. Things aren't as straightforward as they seem. The mothership requires half a day to return. Landing nearby poses an even greater dilemma. Exposing ourselves to public scrutiny is equally inadvisable. We cannot simply make an emergency landing on the ocean, can we? If we were to sink, we would have no opportunity to call for help. Since we have anticipated Loki's actions, we can turn the tables. He is delivering himself to us. We merely need to wait for Barton. Agent Hill is responsible for onboard defense. Natasha, Barton is entrusted to you. Understood. I shall not show any mercy. Iron Man spread his hands in resignation. Do as you wish. After all, it is not my ship. If you wish to see it crash, I cannot impede you. Dr. Banner, let us continue our research. The sooner we locate the Tesseract, the sooner I can take you to Stark Tower. you will surely fall in love with the place. Indeed, regardless of the debate surrounding me, my research must persist. I intend to delve into the Loki scepter, as it may yield significant breakthroughs. After two scientific experts withdrew from the discussion, the remaining members eagerly resumed their work. Aside from Ling Tian, everyone aboard the skyship was industriously occupied. Even Rogers was diligently catching up on 70 years of technological advancements, lest he find himself unable to pilot contemporary aircraft. Upon returning to the cabin, Ling Tian swiftly accessed the mission panel. Gazing at the multitude of unfinished tasks, he was abruptly struck by the realization of his recent laxity. A comfortable life truly does erode one's ambition. With a wry smile, he refocused his attention on the task list. The foremost main quest remained to best the Hulk. What transgressions has Dr. Banner committed in his past life? Ling Tian mused, only to feel a surge of excitement as the opportunity approached. In the laboratory, Banner suddenly sneezed. Oddly, he was overtaken by an ominous premonition. Tasks related to the Infinity Stones unsurprisingly occupied the core. Main quest: defeat the Hulk. Reward: 70,000 points. Acquire the Mind Stone. Reward: 1,000,000 points. Obtain the Space Stone. Reward: 1,000,000 points. Retrieve the Time Stone. Reward: 1,500,000 points. Side quest: rescue Coulson. Reward: 100,000 points. Eliminate the Chitauri forces and protect civilians. Reward: 100,000 points. Hidden quest. Gazing at the points tally, Ling Tian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Should he successfully complete these tasks, his power would undoubtedly surge. System, aren't these rewards excessively generous? He inquired. The mechanical voice responded coldly. Indeed, the Infinity Stones possess such value. Yet why does the Time Stone carry an additional 500,000 points? As an equitable system, shouldn't the system abruptly interjected. Recommendation accepted. The 1,500,000 can be adjusted to 1,000,000. Wait, Ling Tian nearly bit his tongue. Esteemed system, I was merely jesting. Please do not take that to heart. If those 500,000 points were to vanish, I would be left accumulating them for an eternity. Is that so? It seems the host's awareness is quite elevated. Can I not handle you? Of course. However, I am curious as to why the rewards differ. Should they not be the same? The system elucidated. This disparity pertains to the difficulty of the tasks. The Space Stone and Mind Stone can be easily procured now, yet the Time Stone is not so readily available from the Ancient One. I see. Additionally, if I acquire the Infinity Stones, will Thanos target me? The risk is considerable. Moreover, Thor requires the Space Stone to return Loki to Asgard. This action may offend Odin, which would be even more detrimental. The system suddenly shifted its tone. Fool. The task merely requires you to obtain the stones, not to possess them permanently. You can certainly borrow them and return them later. Ling Tian felt an unsettling undertone in the system's words. That's reassuring. I was previously contemplating whether to move to Asgard after completing the tasks. As for the Supreme Sorcerer, I think I shall pass. The sight of the Ancient One smiling unnerves me. Haha. This time, it was the system left astounded. What truly embodies ruthlessness and cunning? The host has demonstrated remarkable prowess. The system's meager intelligence pales in comparison. The individual has directly sought the Divine King as a formidable ally. The Space Gem will take another day or two, but as for the Mind Gem, that can wait until tomorrow. Although 1,000,000 points are of great significance, Ling Tian, observing his pajamas and the generously sized free bed in the lounge, twice the size of his own, suddenly felt that nothing could rival the allure of sleep. Unbeknownst to him, Stark and Dr. Banner had begun to harbor doubts regarding SHIEL's true intentions with the Tesseract and were preparing to infiltrate the system to access confidential files. Perhaps it was the conversation between Nick Fury and Loki that sparked their vigilance, or perhaps it was their inherent mistrust of the King of Spies. Notably, they had also persuaded Steve to join their cause. Although a soldier ought not to question his superiors, his overwhelming sense of justice compelled him otherwise. Yet, such high-tech methods were evidently ill-suited for this old-fashioned warrior, who preferred direct action. After leaving the laboratory, Steve hesitated for a moment before deciding to secretly investigate SHIEL's research projects. as a super soldier whose physical prowess reached the pinnacle of human capability. He moved through the helicarrier as though it were a deserted realm, especially with the cover of being one of their own. No one dared to obstruct him. When Ling Tian awoke and pushed open the conference room door, he found Thor being pointed at with a single finger by Nick Fury. It was all his fault. The director of SHIEL-DS furious shout was abruptly halted, and everyone turned in unison towards the entrance. Even a suspicious green foam bubbling from Banner's test tube. Do I have cilantro on my face? Ling Tian instinctively wiped his face. The intense gazes of the group seemed capable of melting away the 1,000,000 points, or rather, the mind gem he had just acquired. He took a half step back, feigning to close the door. You all carry on. I'll return to my slumber. The ominous sound of Nick Fury's black leather jacket rustling filled the air, uninvited. Are we? Yesterday, you stated that all areas of the helicarrier were open to Detective Ling, and Jarvis has recorded that. Ling Tian waved his wrist, showcasing the glowing device. What? Does researching the Tesseract require clearance from the Security Council? Iron Man interjected at the opportune moment. Don't change the subject, Fury. Continue to explain your little gadgets. Why should I bear the brunt of the blame? Thor's golden hair crackled like lightning, and MJ Lner trembled on the table, fracturing into tiny cracks. Last year, an alien prince had thrown a tantrum and dismantled New Mexico into Lego blocks. Nick Fury's single eye scanned Ling Tian. Had it not been for a certain detective's timely intervention. Stop. Ling Tian suddenly raised his hand, akin to a student interrupting a teacher in class. While altruism is commendable, using me as a talking point is not permissible. He distinctly perceived the scheming fog rising behind the one-eyed dragon. Leaning closer to Stark's ear, the detective conjured a steaming cup of milk tea. Such a lively morning. ISNT it? Caught SHIELD. Using the Tesseract to create the engineer's beard perked up in triumph. They were currently in a grand blame-shifting scenario. Oh, Ling Tian elongated his tone, producing a box of macarons from seemingly nowhere. As the pink frosting shattered in the eerily quiet conference room, cracks noticeably appeared on Banner's glasses. Where did the donuts come from? Are there any left? Peanuts and sunflower seeds are acceptable, but a cheeseburger would be even more delightful. Stark believed that Ling Tian epitomized the professional bystander, which explained his earlier sense of something amiss. What naive thought! Ling Tian rolled his eyes. If the mall does not refresh, one donut would cost double the points, a staggering 100. Does he truly think his points are easily obtained? Such a pity. Stark shrugged. Asgard bears no ill will towards Earth, Thor remarked thoughtfully. Yet the universe encompasses more than just your Asgard. If someone arrives with intentions of invasion, we cannot face them empty-handed, can we? For instance, Loki, as he stated last night, is leading an army to attack Earth. Surely he is not coming for a vacation? Nick Fury's tone grew grave, as the threats within Earth alone were already quite troublesome. If those superpowered individuals run rampant, what means do we possess to restrain them? This is purely a matter of helplessness. I knew that cunning old fox was speaking in riddles. Ling Tian scoffed. Do not be agitated. He has not spoken incorrectly. Stark chuckled, relishing in Ling Tian's discomfiture. But it is your fault for studying the cosmic cube. That is tantamount to issuing a challenge to the entire universe. Loki was summoned by your actions. Thor countered. Chapter 66. Hold on, Banner. Wasn't it your pressure that led to this? Nick Fury scoffed. Asgard has safeguarded the 9 realms for millennia. Otherwise, Earth would have long been consumed by war. Would I expend dark energy to come here otherwise? Thor stood tall. Yet the current predicament was instigated by your brother. Can you truly confront the Chitauri army single-handedly? Nick Fury taunted. Thor found himself at a loss for words. No matter how strong he was, he could not withstand an entire army. Nick Fury's verbal prowess has grown. Ling Tian whistled, noting that Thor, despite being a pinnacle of strength, seemed to have all his intelligence concentrated in his muscles. To maintain such a position for so long, one must possess a way with words. Banner interjected from behind. Almost forgot the main matter, Dr. Banner. Shall we take a look at Loki's scepter? Ling Tian suddenly turned. What do you need it for? Young people are naturally curious. Ling Tian grinned. It is just over there. Go have a look. Immediately, Ling Tian strode towards the scepter, forcing himself to suppress his racing heart, his fingertips trembling as he lifted it. The golden completed status on the task panel dazzled his eyes, and for once, the system had not deceived him. He had truly succeeded. 1,000,000 points. This felt like a dream. Ling Tian, your expression seems rather strange. Could it be that the scepter truly bears a curse? Banner furrowed his brow, observing his trembling demeanor, reminiscent of those afflicted by the troublesome malaria in the slums. Doctor, you do not understand. Ling Tian's voice quavered. This is a divine artifact. I must maintain my composure. He clutched the scepter tightly, his knuckles turning white. Once you were done, return it to its rightful place, Banner instructed, tapping the detector. I still needed to locate the cosmic cube. Ling Tian then noticed that the conference room had already descended into chaos. Banner, having practiced emotional management for years, had become the calmest among them. While Stark's sharp observations only added fuel to the fire. It is far more comfortable to be a lone ranger, Ling Tian remarked, lightly tapping his shoulder with the scepter. At least he would not have to be involved in these trivial matters. Not including me. Banner forced a bitter smile, were it not for the military's relentless pursuit. Who would willingly seek refuge on a desolate island? During his time practicing medicine in the slums, those days seemed comparatively serene. Were they truly intent on exterminating every last one of them? Mr. Ling Tian, lowering his voice in caution, warned, they have no reason to act against you yet. But should you become a threat to certain interests, his neck veins subtly throbbing, they might not hesitate. In the past, he might have endured such threats. Ling Tian rubbed the cold gem atop his scepter, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. But now, those who dare extend their hands shall find them severed. With 1,000,000 points in hand, what harm could befall him even if he were to upheave this wretched sky? As the elite debated fervently, a Quinjet ascended silently, heading straight for the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier. Inside the cabin, a throng of fully armed soldiers, more aptly described as determined assailants, prepared for their fatal mission. Those daring enough to assault the helicarrier had long since cast aside any concern for life or death. Loki's manipulation of Hawkeye was a masterstroke. Not only did he command the helicarrier's intelligence network, but he also had an intimate knowledge of supply transport schedules. Coupled with the scepter's precise location capabilities, this aircraft, laden with enemies, was flawlessly disguised as a transport vessel, slipping past all inspections with ease. Meanwhile, Barton retrieved his composite bow from the weapons cache. Standing at the open hatch, suspended thousands of meters above the ground without any protective measures, this elite agent knocked an arrow, squinting against the howling winds. He released the arrow, which arced in a peculiar trajectory before embedding itself into the engine's exterior. Nanofibers extended from the arrowhead, securing it firmly, while a rhythmic red light began to pulse. How long had they been arguing? Ling Tian yawned languidly in the lab. Banner glanced at the time. He could have watched half an opera by now. Speaking of opera, what time did the cafeteria open? Good heavens! Banner suddenly raised his voice. Did you not hear? S.H.I.E.L.D. has designated us as threat targets. His forced, restrained laughter set Nick Fury on high alert in the surveillance room. Ling Tian absently twirled a pen, dismissing the notion it's merely the occupational hazard of agents. In Fury's eyes, anything that cannot be locked away is deemed a threat. His gaze swept across the surveillance cameras. As long as they remained passive, he cared little for their speculations. I lack your composure. Banner's roar caused the lab's glass to tremble slightly. They came to me for help, and now they... Agent Romanoff. Fury's voice suddenly crackled through the communicator. First take Doctor. Banner to my quarters. My quarters? Banner scoffed. Hasn't it been converted into Loki's suite? Fury hesitated before replying. That was a strategic necessity. Is it because you fear I might have to deal with you? Banner retorted. I have tried, in moments of despair, to turn against myself, but Hulk merely expelled it. Thus, he continued to exist, and to speak candidly, of all present, only Ling Tian could truly contain him. But to think of him, they were incapable. Indeed, that is the case, Ling Tian acknowledged with a nod. Huh, big guy, you underestimate me. I am the god of thunder. Subduing you is a simple matter, merely requiring the placement of Mjolnir upon you. Should I wish to end your existence, my lightning could reduce you to ash. If Ling Tian were to exert himself fully, he could indeed vanquish you. In Asgard, he is akin to Thor. Some matters need not be elaborated upon. I have no desire to relocate. Ling Tian interrupted him, aware that informing Nick Fury of his shattering the Bifrost Bridge would lead to complications, inciting those lurking adversaries to stir, and he would find no peace. Nick Fury's gaze had shifted, now tinged with suspicion. Apologies Thor realized that Ling Tian was reluctant to reveal his true capabilities. Never mind. I am but slightly stronger than you at present. Only through combat can one ascertain the truth. Your lethal techniques may surpass mine, Thor retorted defiantly. Yet, in an actual confrontation, he might struggle to withstand even a single kick from Ling Tian, unless granted time to evolve. Gentlemen, please do not use me as a benchmark. It is rather distressing. Banner's expression darkened. He noticed that Fury and Natasha were already reaching for their waists, evidently prepared to act against him. Hulk had yet to make an appearance, and they were hastily drawing their weapons. Accepting this invitation was indeed a foolish choice, akin to placing trust in Ross. Suddenly, the instruments emitted a notification indicating a gamma-ray compatibility of 95, capturing everyone's attention. Let us set aside our quarrels. Locating the Tesseract is of utmost priority. Let us commence, Dr. Ling Tian said with a smile. Very well, Banner suppressed his anger, approaching the instruments to confirm the location. However, the results astounded him. The Tesseract was situated near the helicarrier, and it was quite likely aboard. Banner realized that this could not possibly be the Tesseract. Loki was not foolish enough to bring all his chips to a trap. The only plausible explanation was that someone under Loki's control had boarded the ship. It could not be Dr. Selvig. That frail scholar would only hinder their progress. It had to be Barton. Recalling Ling Tian's prophecy from the previous night, a chill raced down Banner's spine. Good heavens. Gentlemen, trouble has arrived. Boom. Before he could finish, the sound tore through the air. The glass walls of the conference room erupted in flames. Barton's arrow exceeded all expectations, not only destroying the engine, but also sending the entire conference room into chaos. The previous disputants were not spared. Fortunately, they all sustained only minor injuries. Only Ling Tian managed to execute the standard evasive maneuver in the preceding half-second, covering his head and dropping to the ground. At this moment, he dusted off the unwrinkled corners of his attire, reaffirming the reliability of his detective instincts. The laboratory corridor crackled with blue and violet arcs of electricity. Banner and Natasha had vanished without a trace. Ling Tian clicked his tongue. Behold, the consequences of disregarding the detective's warnings. Put on your armor, Steve exclaimed as he yanked the incapacitated Stark from the ground. The two who had just engaged in verbal sparring now found themselves united in a life-or-death scenario. With no time for disputes. You lead the way. Stark stumbled toward the armory. Hill, report. Nick Fury held his throbbing head, propping himself up. Engine 3 is incapacitated and requires immediate field repair. Damn it. I emphasize the critical need for defense. How could you fail to cover all blind spots with the patrols? The immediate priority is to conduct emergency repairs. If we lose another engine, we shall plummet. Tony Stark, I hear you. I shall proceed to fix it. The voice of Iron Man echoed from the end of the corridor. Who was it that opposed my mothership's ascent last night? Spare me the sarcastic remarks. Immediately. Right now. Nick Fury's roar was laced with indignation. The grandiose declaration from the previous night now felt like a stinging slap across the face, especially in front of the future candidates for the Avengers. Does the director believe it now? Ling Tian's voice resonated softly. Had you listened to me, we would not be in this predicament. Meeting Ling Tian's smug expression, Nick Fury experienced, for the first time, what it meant to have misfortune compounded. Ling Tian's mockery was a bitter taste for the bald director. Wait until the task is completed to laugh. Nick Fury's darkened visage betrayed a hint of crimson. Could he not at least refrain from being a bystander? Do you think I wish to be idle? Ling Tian scratched his head. You still haven't assigned me any real tasks. I supposed to fix the engine? Go assist the captain. Those lackeys hardly need help, besides. Isn't there already a plan in place over there? Then you should keep an eye on Loki. Rest assured, it's already been arranged. Ling Tian winked. What arrangement? Just release a little bug. He deliberated for a moment, ultimately deciding to tackle the Hulk's task first, feeling somewhat guilty towards Coulson. But having a suit protect him discreetly should be manageable. A roar from below interrupted their conversation. Ling Tian's eyes brightened. This trouble is now mine to handle. Nick Fury nodded stiffly. Who else could emit that iconic roar if not the Hulk? Ling Tian dashed towards the source of the sound. This long-delayed main quest, if missed, could take an eternity to revisit. Though it was possible to approach Dr. Banner directly, he was currently a global fugitive, and seeking him out merely to engage in a brawl seemed unreasonable. Why does he look so exhilarated? Nick Fury murmured as he watched Ling Tian's retreating figure. Is an illusion? Certainly, it must be an illusion. Who would desire to confront such a monster? Nick Fury failed to realize that his speculation about Ling Tian was almost accurate, but was promptly dismissed by himself. 3 minutes ago, Romanoff never imagined she would be so unfortunate. Being flung by the shockwave was one thing. Having her left leg pinned under a pipe was bearable. But to be blasted into the same corner as Banner, the ticking time bomb, was the worst of fates. Worse still, the countdown had already begun. She was drenched in cold sweat. Normally, Dr. Banner was gentle and refined, rarely retaliating even when struck, provided Hulk did not manifest. Otherwise, one faced a creature capable of annihilating everything. So far, it seemed only Banner's ex-girlfriend Betty could keep Hulk in check. Romanoff did not expect to be granted the same privilege. Observing Banner's struggle to suppress the fury within, she realized time was running out. Hulk's emergence was inevitable. She had to break free from this confounded pipe before the green monster fully awakened. At the very least, she needed to free her left leg to grasp at a sliver of hope. Hold on, Banner. Do not let Loki prevail. We must ensure our safety. Natasha uttered words of reassurance that even she did not believe, having entirely forgotten her earlier intention to confine him in a cage. She desperately struggled to free her pinned left leg, realizing that preserving her life took precedence over her dignity. I swear on my life, I will ensure your escape from this place. Before she could finish her sentence, Banner's skin began to shimmer with a green hue. Amidst his roars, his body expanded, tearing through his clothing. As his dark green skin fully emerged, she understood that the Hulk was inevitably about to manifest. Chapter 67. Can we reach him? The newly born giant swayed unsteadily, releasing a deafening roar that drew Ling Tian's attention. Natasha was fortunate enough to break free from her bindings during Hulk's rampage. Faced with this monstrous creature, she had no chance of victory. Her only option was to flee. She immediately maneuvered through the narrow warehouse, filled with steel, using her agility to escape. In the darkness, Natasha struggled to move with her injured leg, her usual nimbleness proving futile in this moment. The Hulk bulldozed through obstacles with the force of a bulldozer, his vision obstructed, yet his focus unwavering. As she saw the massive green hand descending upon her, Natasha pressed herself against the wall and closed her eyes. A sudden shout halted the Hulk's advance. "Big guy, look over here." Ling Tian, dressed casually with his hands in his pockets, strolled into the space between them as if shopping at a market. Natasha's rapid breaths suddenly steadied. The cold sweat on her back from her combat suit remained chilling. In her 2 decades as an agent, she had never come so close to death and never imagined being rescued by a man in canvas shoes. Ling Tian crouched to examine her swollen ankle. "You can thank me later." Natasha caught sight of his empty hands. "Is all your gear in the laundry? Your math skills are impressive." As Ling Tian shrugged, the enraged Hulk crashed through 3 load-bearing pillars, charging toward them. Instinctively, Natasha wanted to push him away, but watched as this self-proclaimed physically capable man deftly sidestepped, allowing the raging giant to brush past him and crash into the concrete wall. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Natasha's eyes. Interesting. If I run now, the one who should be concerned is likely not me. At least I am safe until I deal with you. She quickly noticed that the Hulk's attention was now entirely fixated on Ling Tian. "Are you bored? Perhaps you should hand over Dr. Banner to me. It will be a perfect opportunity to test my new equipment. If you have time, why not help Barton return to normal?" Upon hearing Ling Tian mention this name, Natasha's interest in spectating vanished. Barton was her closest ally, a bond forged through life and death. "Understood, but are you sure you can handle it?" Natasha rose, her tone laced with concern, as the man before her could be considered a partial savior. Why aren't you leaving yet? Remember to tell Nick Fury to give me a raise." With that remark, Natasha turned to leave, realizing her worries were unfounded, and her emotional gratitude was still owed. "All right, Dr. Banner, to be honest, I have waited far too long for this day, at least 6 months." Ling Tian secured his belt, a device resembling a mobile phone suddenly appearing in his hand. His voice barely concealing excitement. "This is our battlefield now. Are you ready?" Although it is a high-scoring main quest, driven by a sense of compassion, Ling Tian has never taken the initiative to confront his opponent. Yet, every time he opens the quest panel, the unfinished marker stands out glaringly. Over time, initial anticipation has morphed into agitation, akin to a thorn embedded in flesh. The longer it lingers, the more discomfort it brings. Now, having finally awaited the legitimate opportunity to administer a deserved thrashing, it feels exceedingly rare. Roar. Hulk's bellow, ignited by battle fervor or perhaps provoked by idle chatter, reverberates through the air. Ling Tian swiftly inputs the 555 code, and his phone emits a notification sound. Just as he is about to complete his transformation, bang! A figure crashes through the wall, inadvertently sending banner flying. Everything transpires too swiftly. Ling Tian, clutching the half-activated transformation device, stands dumbfounded at the desolate battlefield. Where are my points? What is happening? Just one step away from transformation, yet now the opponent has vanished. What is the point of transforming now? Startled, Ling Tian jolts awake, peering through the breach in the wall. The challenger he was to face has inexplicably been replaced by Thor, while panicked staff scatter in disarray. This scene ignites a furious blaze within Ling Tian, though his ire is not directed at Thor. While it is indeed infuriating that Thor has interrupted his battle, upon further reflection, it is understandable that this reckless god of thunder, much like himself, is directionally challenged and has been unwittingly embroiled in conflict. Coupled with his rather dim-witted nature, it is not surprising that he is running amok. However, Hulk's behavior is utterly inconsiderate. Not only has he arbitrarily changed the battleground, but he has also nonchalantly swapped opponents. This clearly displays a lack of respect. Roar. Hulk adopts a fighting stance, ready to engage with Thor. Wait, everyone! Ling Tian urgently interjects. Your opponent is right here. If those two were to clash, not only would completing the task become impossible, but even escaping would require considerable effort. Thor, what are you waiting for? Keep an eye on Loki. Oh, I'm on it. What about you, Hulk? Our contest is far from over. Ling Tian exhales wearily. Hulk, scratching his head in a somewhat apologetic manner, promptly unleashes a deafening roar towards Ling Tian. Alas, how does one accomplish a task in peace? Ling Tian deftly secures his phone to his belt. Transformation. Scarlet energy conduits extend from the belt, enveloping his entire being like a web. The blinding red light compels even Hulk to shield his eyes with his hands. As the radiance dissipates, a brand new Knight's armor has taken shape. The sleek black battlesuit is adorned with silver plating, crimson energy veins coursing through it like lifeblood, and the faceplate embedded with enormous orange-red compound eyes. This entire ensemble exudes a sense of futurism while appearing effortlessly harmonious. Now, let us continue to resolve our personal grievances. Ling Tian assumes a combat stance. A sword-shaped weapon-s phantom flickers across his palm, only to vanish in an instant. The ethereal blade is intended for the current situation, but at most, it can only be deemed a friendly sparring match. Indeed, it is a spar. Hulk's colossal fist descended with a thunderous roar, and Ling Tian nimbly leapt back to evade the initial strike, only to be caught off guard by the subsequent blow. Boom! The wall instantly bore the imprint of a human form. How unfair. It seems I was too lenient earlier. Banner, or rather, Hulk, you have successfully provoked my ire. Though it did not hurt, Hulk paid no heed to Ling Tian's grievances, fixated solely on teaching this audacious little fellow a lesson. With a ferocious roar, Hulk charged at Ling Tian, his iron fist aimed squarely at the young man's face, his orange-red compound eyes radiating annoyance. Hey, is your aim specifically for my face? My color scheme is nothing like the original abomination, and yet, after all these years, you still hold a grudge? As Ling Tian desperately dodged, he realized that Hulk had a peculiar fixation on his bulbous eyes. No more pretense. Suddenly, Ling Tian intercepted the incoming green fist, and against the odds of their disparate physiques, the two found themselves in a stalemate. Hulk, momentarily stunned, pondered how this previously evasive little figure could now match his strength. Take your time to figure it out. With a flash of cold determination in his compound eyes, Ling Tian soared into the air, channeling all his might into a powerful right hook that struck Hulk squarely in the face. Now we are even. As he watched the green figure soar backward, the sunlight seemed to shine a little brighter. Regrettably, that brightness was swiftly engulfed by the shadow that loomed once more. Damn, that cooldown was too short. Faced with Hulk's sonic roar, Ling Tian felt his fighting spirit ignite. Just the opportunity one needed to test my equipment. The two figures clashed, leaving chaos in their wake. Hulk showed no restraint, each step carving deep craters into the ground, and every swing of his arms wreaking havoc on the surrounding walls. Ling Tian knew that if the melee continued, he would inevitably tire and meet his end. Indeed, fighting barehanded offered no advantage. At that moment, he envied Min Shurshu's card system, which allowed for effortless equipment switching, unlike his own need to wait for the right moment to arm himself. Ling Tian smirked, flicking his wrist. What's the matter? Feeling timid now? Weren't you quite bold just moments ago? He deliberately twirled his phone between his fingers, a crimson glow flickering at the muzzle. Hulk bared his teeth and emitted a low growl, the veins on his robust green arms bulging. Like an enraged bull, he pounded the ground with his feet, concrete fragments exploding beneath his claws. Boring. Suddenly, Ling Tian pulled the trigger, unleashing 3 red energy projectiles in a triangular formation. Hulk instinctively rolled to the side, but was still grazed by the last projectile, a wisp of smoke rising from his shoulder. Quite nimble for a big guy. Aren't you? Ling Tian whistled, his fingers dancing across the keyboard, the device emitting a mechanical transformation sound. When he raised his weapon again, the barrel had extended into a scarlet energy field. Hulk abruptly lunged forward, each step fracturing the ground beneath him in a spiderweb of cracks. Ling Tian squinted, and as Hulk closed the distance to 5 meters, he grinned widely. Gotcha. He deftly leapt onto a tilted lamppost behind him, the spot he had occupied now engulfed by a barrage of energy projectiles. Roar. Deceived and enraged, the Hulk lifted a wrecked car and hurled it towards him. Ling Tian, leveraging the lamppost, spun elegantly, the hem of his trench coat tracing a beautiful arc, while he did not forget to fire 2 shots at the Hulk. In the distance, a particular agent, unable to restrain himself, took out his notebook, 72 observations on the actual force of equipment against high-defense targets. The first page was already filled, and he was now flipping to the second page to continue his fervent notations. I've got your back. Huh. This instinct for combat is indeed superior to that of humans, yet it is utterly futile. Just as Ling Tian became distracted, a massive steel plate came whistling toward him. Instinctively, he rolled to evade, but more metallic debris followed in quick succession. That green behemoth had even dismantled a fighter jet to use as a projectile. Have you lost your mind? All this for just one hit. If you're so capable, then why not try it yourself? What kind of skill is throwing things around? Faced with the torrential downpour of concealed projectiles, Ling Tian's face turned ashen as he twisted and dodged. It wasn't that he wished to retaliate. There simply was no respite to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Nick Fury was dealing with the intruders. The esteemed director of SHIELD was being attacked by traitors within his own headquarters, a disgrace that stung sharply. Thankfully, due to Ling Tian's early warning, the aerial aircraft carrier had entered a state of readiness in advance. Being well prepared makes all the difference. Even when ambushed, they could respond with composure. What were these people risking their lives to breach for? As Fury dispatched the minions, he murmured to himself, "Director, I believe I found the answer." Natasha's communication suddenly connected. "Romanoff, did Ling Tian rescue you? I have secured control over Barton. His arrows are equipped with data interfaces, likely acting as virus carriers. If they hit the main control system, all electronic devices aboard the aircraft carrier will be incapacitated." Fury instantly broke out in a cold sweat. If the system were to crash at this moment, unless Tony could instantaneously repair the 3rd engine, the aircraft carrier would have to make an emergency landing. Well done. Has the detective situation been resolved? Fury's tone softened slightly. They're likely still contending with Dr. Banner. Fury's heart tightened. He understood all too well the destructive power of the Hulk. Allowing this rampaging monster to run rampant aboard the carrier would mean that unless the engine was repaired, the entire vessel would become scrap metal. Hill, immediately locate them. I am in the warehouse area, but the commander's voice suddenly hesitated. What's the matter? The building materials in the warehouse are mostly destroyed. Currently, Ling Tian holds the advantage. Has it not spread to other areas? No abnormalities have been detected thus far. Hill breathed a sigh of relief. She was genuinely concerned that Banner would completely obliterate the place. Given the state of the aircraft carrier, even if just one more engine or turbine were damaged, everyone would be left adrift at sea. Can we establish contact with him? Nick Fury asked solemnly. It should be feasible. Their combat range has remained limited, and communication signals should cover the area. Connect me to him immediately. Understood, sir. Moments later, a communication rang out in the combat zone. Chapter 68, Plummeting from Great Heights. Ling Tian, if you do not end this battle soon, this aircraft carrier will be reduced to scrap by the Hulk. What's the rush? I'm struggling here too, you know. Keep throwing. I want to see what else you can toss my way. Ling Tian provocatively challenged the Hulk. At this moment, Hulk found himself surrounded by an absence of usable objects, while behind Ling Tian lay a heap of twisted and deformed metallic debris. The situation had become unmistakably clear. Hulk had no choice but to confront his adversary head-on. Of course, he could dismantle the deck beneath him, but at such a perilous altitude of 10,000 meters, the instinctive fear of falling urged him toward direct engagement. Out of options, are we? Now it's my turn, Ling Tian declared as he retrieved the camera from the left side of his belt, swiftly assembling his equipment. As the mechanical sound of energy charging resonated, crimson light coursed through the armor's veins towards the gauntlet apparatus. The two figures launched their assault simultaneously. Leveraging his agility, Ling Tian struck first, delivering a powerful blow to Hulk's chest. He had landed the hit. Yet, before Ling Tian could exhale in relief, he was astounded to witness Hulk being violently propelled through the wall of the ship, leaving behind a gaping hole. What the hell, my friend? Aren't you the invincible Hulk? How could you be knocked back like that? Ling Tian had anticipated that this punch would merely cause Hulk some discomfort, far from ending the battle. But the scene before him utterly shattered his expectations. Alas, a miscalculation. I'll have to wait for another opportunity, he lamented, clicking his tongue in frustration. Director Fury, this was unexpected. Protocol 114 has been initiated. It's up to you, Coulson, said a voice. Well done, Detective. Nick Fury finally relaxed as he watched Banner plummet. The hefty investment in employing Ling Tian had proven its worth. Let us not dwell on it. After all, we're the only ones aboard this mothership capable of tracking the Tesseract. By the way, could we switch to a different mode of communication? Speaking through the speaker after the battle feels rather unsettling. Is it not your team that turned the command room into ruins? Now we're left with only surveillance and this loudspeaker. Are you blaming me? I made no such accusation. You performed admirably. The issue lies with Banner. Inviting him aboard was a grave error. Fury's tone carried a hint of apprehension. What should I do next? Act freely. Thanks to you saving Romanoff, she successfully apprehended Barton. Otherwise, this mothership would have surely plummeted. Fortunately, we were well prepared. Barton's strike team has been nearly annihilated. Once Stark repairs the engine, the mothership will resume normal operations. Fury regained some of his confidence as he spoke of this, though they had been attacked by the enemy. The King of Agents had led his subordinates to a commendable counterattack, managing to salvage some dignity. What's the situation with Loki? Rest assured, Thor is on guard. With his strength, no one can break into the prison. Wait, Director, are you really leaving Thor to guard him alone? Though Loki is his adopted brother, Thor has always treated him like a biological sibling. What if he is swayed? That brute might commit the foolish act of releasing a prisoner. Ling Tian felt it necessary to caution the somewhat complacent director. You worry too much. How could I make such a blunder? I have already dispatched Coulson to assist with the guard. It's a double layer of security, foolproof. Are you so confident? Absolutely. Coulson is my ace, and he shares a rapport with Thor. Even if Thor wavers, he can't persuade him. In this regard, he is an expert, Fury asserted with unwavering certainty. How does this man hold a top position in S.H.I.E.L.D.? Was Pierce truly drawn to his foul temper? It is incorrect to assume that Pierce is merely captivated by Nick Fury's genuine abilities. Where then does this air of arrogance stem from? Could it be a flaw that has developed since he assumed the role of director? Ahem, Director Fury, one must always leave a path for retreat. It is not a matter of distrust. Had you heeded my counsel yesterday and grounded the helicarrier, you might have felt invincible, correct? Yet, what is today a spectacle, if not a prime example of the contrary? There exists no scenario in which everything aligns with your desires. Detective, are you willing to take a gamble? Nick Fury is on the verge of grinding his back teeth to dust. He has seized this rare opportunity to command, hoping to erase the largest blemish on his career, only for Ling Tian to expose his scars at this critical juncture. Consider Nick Fury, the esteemed director of S.H.I.E.L.D. While it might be an exaggeration to claim he stands above all, he undoubtedly wields significant power as a lord among lords. When faced with him, who among the influential would not show him some respect? Yet, this Ling Tian seems utterly ignorant of the subtleties of human interaction. Oh, are you flustered? Do not misunderstand. My intent is not to chastise you, but rather to state an objective fact. Ultimately, will you take the bet? An old gambler once advised me to engage in any endeavor except for gambling. I find his words quite reasonable. Ling Tian speaks eloquently. Yet Nick Fury discerns the uncertainty in his tone, which only bolsters his confidence. Schield has never bested Ling Tian. They have not even sipped the broth, let alone won. Since he took on the mantle of director, he has never endured such indignities. While Coulson and the others may dismiss it, he cannot. He is the director. For the sake of Shield's reputation and his own pride. Nick Fury dreams of reclaiming a victory before Ling Tian. He cannot possibly let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. Detective Ling, are you not feeling timid? Fear not. Conceding is not disgraceful. Nick Fury provocatively challenges him. Timid? This is merely preserving your dignity as the king of spies. However, now that we have reached this point, if I do not engage, how shall I continue to navigate these waters? Speak, what shall we wager? Let us bet on whether Coulson can successfully complete his mission, or alternatively, whether Loki will escape. Do not accuse me of bullying. You may propose the terms first. Nick Fury adopts an unprecedentedly generous stance. It is no wonder he can hold the title of director of Shield. He always emerges victorious in negotiations. Ling Tian sees through his rhetoric. Whether Coulson succeeds in mediation is inconsequential. Thor and Loki, regardless of their antics, could never achieve escape. This Nick Fury is well aware. Let's wager. If I win, I demand Loki's scepter. What do you intend to do with that? The one-eyed director immediately grows wary. After all, the scepter harbors power on par with the Tesseract, and while it is currently a trophy of it should serve as a parting gift for a helpful ally. Ling Tian toys with his coffee cup, stating that this is the only item of sufficient caliber at his disposal. Nick Fury's expression is one of incredulousness. I assure you, I shall not wield the scepter's power. It may even help alleviate some of your troubles. After a prolonged silence, the director snorts, deal. Although your assurances are as trustworthy as a punctuation mark. Splendid. The audacity displayed here is truly remarkable. As Fury interjected, if I win, I demand the complete set of Kamen Rider techniques. Such wishful thinking. Let us renegotiate the terms. Ling Tian abruptly overturned the negotiation table. 3 sets of armor. Let's each take one, shall we? The issue lies in the fact that I possess no technical documentation. Ling Tian shrugged. I am merely a user. Then provide the finished products. Fury settled for less. You would not be able to utilize them even if I did. Do you genuinely believe I would trust you? The director's single eye was ablaze with fury. A belt in the hands of another is merely a piece of plastic. Ling Tian suddenly leaned closer. Why not try it for yourself? Feel free to bring anyone to verify, but this protective mechanism is crucial for me. Director Fury surely understands this. Nick Fury fell silent. Holding a position of power, he had long cast aside moral scruples, pursuing results without regard for the means. What other valuable bargaining chips do you have? In fact, a trade could be contemplated. If your Shield has attractive female agents needing to address their physiological needs, I personally recommend those aged between 20 and 30. Director Fury, for the sake of justice, I, a humble detective, am not averse to offering my body. With a loud thud, Nick Fury forcefully threw his earpiece to the ground and stomped on it several times. Are you mocking me? If such an opportunity existed, Tony Stark would have been the first to sign up. Who really benefits from this sacrifice of physicality? He took a deep breath to calm his emotions and commanded Hill. Switch to phone contact with that rascal Ling Tian. Understood, sir, Agent Hill replied, her expression nuanced as she listened to the absurd exchange. The call connected, and Ling Tian answered promptly. The Mind Stone was indeed of paramount importance to him. Ling Tian, let's discuss serious matters. Should I win this round, I hope you will join Shield. Do you think I would trade my freedom for a wager? Consider it a half employment. Enjoy the benefits of a level 7 agent, with no need to clock in, only mobilize for challenging missions. Of course, the compensation will not be as generous as this time. That is my bottom line. Otherwise, the wager is off. Agreed. Serving justice, joining Shield, is a duty. Thud. Another earpiece met its demise. Such poor psychological resilience. Ling Tian put away his phone and departed from the abandoned warehouse. Sir, is this truly worth it? Hill inquired. As long as we can secure a victory, it is worth it. The Tesseract has drawn Loki and his invading forces. That scepter is equally perilous. Earth is currently ill-equipped to confront these threats. Even if we win the wager, we may have to permanently contain that artifact. Understood. Now we shall see how Agent Coulson performs. Very well. I shall adhere to your instructions. Indeed. Now we can only rely on Coulson. Let us not waste time. We should head to the cage. It is a safer course of action. The wager does not stipulate that we cannot assist. You are truly cunning, sir. Hill could not help but admire. Nick Fury turned to glare at her. Ahem. I meant to say, you are experienced. This time, Ling Tian is bound to lose. Or perhaps I am merely crafty. While unflattering, it is rather apartment. Let us proceed, Agent Hill. Once today has passed, our S.H.I.L.D. will gain a formidable ally. Do remember to prepare a grand welcoming ceremony, Nick Fury remarked with a confident smile. At your command, sir, Hill replied, her rare smile illuminating her face. The prowess of Ling Tian is widely acknowledged. His inclusion will not only bolster S.H.I.L.D.'s combat capabilities, but also resolve numerous challenging tasks. More importantly, his advanced armor technologies will inevitably come into S.H.I.L.D.'s possession, which is Fury's true intention. At this moment, Ling Tian was hastening to the scene. To him, this wager seemed almost a gift. Even if the rescuers of Loki were dealt with, Loki's cunning and magic would enable him to easily deceive his overprotective brother, Thor. As for Coulson, a mere human, Loki could effortlessly toy with him using illusions. Ling Tian's sole objective for this mission was clear, to ensure Coulson's safety. Although the beetle armor could save lives in critical moments, it would be inadequate against Loki's true form. After all, in its untransformed state, the armor was merely a formidable insect. As anticipated by Ling Tian, Loki had already escaped, and now Thor was imprisoned within the cage. Coulson was valiantly confronting Loki, his bloodstains indicating his dire predicament. A red beetle was beside him, attempting to shield him from a strike, but it had not been entirely successful. Although his injuries were not fatal, they were quite serious. Don't move. I don't know how you escaped, but returning on your own is clearly impossible, Coulson warned, aiming an untested weapon at Loki while cautiously scanning his surroundings. Having suffered from illusions before, he had no desire to endure such peril again. Put down that stick. Even if it were to hit me, it would be utterly meaningless. Your mortal understanding of the divine is laughable, Loki remarked nonchalantly, fiddling with the control panel. Air rushed in from the open hatch, and with the press of a button, Thor would plummet from great heights. Chapter 69. Not attending the memorial? Coulson's weapon trembled slightly. This is your final warning. If this trickster god were to perish on Earth, it could be manageable, but the death of Odin's son would spell disaster. He could almost envision the scene of the Golden Army advancing. Oh, Loki suddenly seemed intrigued. Is that a divine command? The sound of metal clashing erupted. Again with this bothersome insect. Loki's scepter was firmly held at bay by the red beetle, and his malevolent gaze swept over the sharp edge poised at Coulson's throat. You ants always love to meddle. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Coulson pulled the trigger, the recoil numbing his palm. As he watched Loki crash into the metal wall amidst the smoke, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. This weapon performs admirably. He would recommend mass production to thank this little creature. Run! Thor suddenly bellowed from the cage. That thing cannot harm me. Laughter echoed through the haze. Loki stepped out, brushing off the debris from his pristine attire, which billowed in the wind. I warned you, mortals, he said, his eyes glowing with an icy blue light. You know nothing of the power of the gods. Stop, Loki. Thor's chains rattled. Loki's fingers hovered above the control screen before abruptly pausing. At this moment, Coulson felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His gun was aimed directly at the prison cage. Whether he missed and destroyed the cage or struck Loki, the outcome would inevitably lead to Thor's demise. The infernal anti-theft design left Coulson in a state of despair, cold sweat soaking his back. Do not rush. Your turn will come soon, Loki remarked, tapping Coulson and the beetle-shaped device with the tip of his scepter, his intentions clear. Run, Coulson. Thor, trapped within the iron cage, urged anxiously. Do you think I do not wish to escape? Faced with such sorcery, where can I flee? Coulson thought to himself, a bitter smile creeping upon his lips. Silence. I have no time for your prattle. I bid you farewell. What? Thor barely had time to react before he felt the world spinning, the iron cage plummeting downwards. Now, that troublesome fellow is dealt with. Loki turned to Coulson. Do you have any last words? You will never succeed, Coulson declared defiantly. Is that so? Loki sneered. I command a legion poised to conquer Earth. And you? The hero team is in disarray. Your fleet has suffered grievous losses. What do you have to counter us? Submit now, and perhaps I shall spare your life. Coulson, suppressing his fear, replied, their temporary disunity is merely a stepping stone on their path to reunification. I believe heroes will never disappoint. Is that your answer? Then prepare to meet your end. Loki struck with his scepter, targeting the beetle, having realized that eliminating this creature was essential to dispatching the agent. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. The red beetle, instead of protecting its master, charged at Loki with great speed, its horn embedding itself into the wall. How intriguing, it dares to attack. Loki dodged, clicking his tongue in surprise. Though this assault was not lethal, it was certainly more painful than expected. Against a god, such methods proved more effective than conventional weaponry. Nevertheless, it was of no consequence. It merely delayed him by a few seconds. Just as Loki was preparing to retaliate, he suddenly froze. What was happening? Had it fled? The beetle had vanished without a trace. Seems your luck has run out. Even your last line of defense has abandoned you. I suggest you take a look behind you. Coulson exhaled deeply, collapsing on the ground, his back drenched in cold sweat. Loki's expression shifted as he noticed that Coulson's injuries seemed genuine. Whipping around, he saw Ling Tian emerging from a hidden passage, pinching a red beetle between his fingertips. How fortuitous! It seems I've arrived just in time. Ling Tian whistled, ensuring Coulson was unharmed before flexing his wrists, ready to warm up before concluding his task. Loki's scepter glimmered ominously as it spun in his palm. I suddenly recall an appointment. Have you secured your entry permit? Nick Fury, accompanied by Agent Hill, blocked their escape route, his one eye narrowing into a razor-sharp glare upon spotting Coulson's blood. Ling Tian suddenly burst into laughter. He speaks the truth. If I truly wish to let you go, the three of you combined would not be able to stop me. Blast it. This is not the time for your detective games. The director's face flushed crimson, fully aware of the stakes involved in the wager between the detective and Loki. Suddenly, Loki clapped his hands in amusement. How delightful. The people of Midgard have recruited a formidable warrior capable of shattering dark elf warships with bare hands to serve as a mere detective. The scepter suddenly pointed at Ling Tian. How would you like to be my second in command? A tenth of Earth's territory is yours to choose, including the volcanoes of Hawaii. We can establish our own system of trust. Agent Hill's crossbow had silently drawn its string. Suddenly, Ling Tian leaned closer to Loki's ear and whispered with an icy tone. I remain here because the milk tea shop in New York has a buy one, get one free offer. Before he finished speaking, he deftly flicked a beetle into Loki's collar, presenting a small, undercover gift. Do you like it? Loki elegantly stepped back, his green robe shimmering with ripples of space. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. What is this? He abruptly slapped the back of his neck, as a flurry of exasperated Asgardian curses echoed from the teleportation beam. Nick Fury's singular eye darted back and forth between Ling Tian and the beetle canister. Could you elucidate what you mean by safety? Ling Tian blinked innocently. For instance, allowing an alien prince to experience an earthly flea market? He shook the buzzing canister, and familiar curses emanated from within. All right, I comprehend. Allow me to inquire once more. Do you genuinely believe you can escape? Nick Fury regained his confidence, a hint of arrogance in his tone. Do not waste your efforts, Director Fury. The individual has long departed. What we witnessed moments ago was merely an illusion. Indeed, you seem to understand me well, Loki remarked as his figure began to dissolve. Do not glare at me like that. This is Loki's trick. From the moment we set foot here, he ceased to be present. Damn it. Nick Fury cursed as he turned to check on Coulson's condition. Do not be alarmed. We arrived in time. Coulson has merely lost too much blood and will recover with 2 weeks of rest in the hospital. Sir, may I rest first? I can hardly endure any longer. Sleep now. We shall discuss the detailed report upon your awakening. Thank you, Coulson murmured before collapsing to the ground, falling into a deep slumber. It seems he is truly exhausted. Nick Fury's eye shifted towards Hill. Release a statement. Inform that Agent Coulson has perished in the line of duty. What? Hill clearly did not grasp the situation. Sir, Coulson's injuries are far from fatal, are they not? My dear lady, you hold a considerable rank within S.H.I.E.L.D., do you not? Slightly above this individual on the ground. Why do you inquire? Director Fury, I truly worry for the future of your organization. Occupying a high position, yet failing to comprehend my intentions. Tut tut. Detective, not everyone possesses your uniqueness. Agent Hill excels in command, though this aspect is not her strong suit. Moreover, regarding Coulson's demise, you are the fourth individual to be informed. Now that you understand my intentions, can you keep this confidential? Nick Fury fixed his gaze upon Ling Tian. Of course, but what benefit shall I receive? I have just rescued one of your elite agents. I cannot do so without recompense, can I? It seems that silencing this individual would indeed come at a cost. Nick Fury calculated inwardly. Once the Loki incident is resolved, I shall grant you 100,000 as a hush fee. He endured the sting of his own words. Deal. Ling Tian readily agreed. He had never intended to divulge secrets. This sum was merely a reward for saving a life. For a loyal elite agent is worth such a price. So what precisely are you alluding to with your cryptic remarks? My dear, your simplicity is almost endearing. It is clear that your old fox of a master is concocting yet another scheme, though this time, it seems the misfortune may befall his own. What manner of character does your superior possess? Pray, do not feign ignorance. Surely, you have witnessed his adeptness at draining his subordinates of their very essence. Ah, Hill. In a moment of contemplation, one might as well erase the word should. Agents of S-H-I-E-L-D, whether inhaling or exhaling. Who among them has not experienced this bitter taste? In my view, those who still draw breath are fortunate. The colleagues who have made the ultimate sacrifice are far worse off. Nick Fury has meticulously arranged the livelihoods of their wives and children for the next 2 decades. Provided the candidates are suitable, he will assuredly recruit widows and orphans into the agency, under the pretext of noble intentions. How absurd. Ahem. Agent Hill, you are entitled to maintain silence regarding internal affairs. The one-eyed director said, casting a sidelong glance at her, his lips curling towards Ling Tian. Hill immediately understood that the director still harbored intentions of recruiting this detective into S-H-I-E-L-D. Should the director's illustrious deeds be fully revealed, that individual would likely flee to a great distance. Our director is not as ruthless as you suggest, she replied ambiguously, a stance that only caused Nick Fury to nod in private agreement. Ling Tian had already begun to harbor suspicions. To argue vehemently would only backfire. Such a response, akin to Tai Chi, felt most natural. After all, who among employers does not exploit their employees? Of course, no one can surpass one's own harshness. Nick was aware of this self-knowledge. Is that so? Coulson himself has stated that the director frequently issues empty promises. Last year's approved leave has yet to materialize, and he is constantly asked to work overtime, finding new ways to withhold wages. Even if injured and hospitalized, as long as one's mind remains intact, one must continue to labor. Perhaps it was an illusion, but the unconscious Coulson suddenly twitched. This kind-hearted agent would never suspect that all his mutterings before Ling Tian had been meticulously recorded. By the time he awakens, he might as well forget about receiving approval for leave for the next 3 years. Silence. Nick Fury's voice cut through the air sharply, his gaze fixed on Coulson like ice. For the first time, he realized how his most capable subordinate regarded him. Is this what you call exploitation? It is evidently focused cultivation. If one cannot comprehend this, they are truly ungrateful. Clearly, the training intensity must be raised. The director that Coulson referred to may not necessarily pertain to me. He could address anyone in the agency of higher rank. I tend to agree. Ling Tian detected a fleeting moment of embarrassment from the one-eyed director and resolved to give him some dignity. To probe further would only appear unkind. Yet, what secrets lay behind this? Hill vaguely grasped the crux, but struggled to articulate it. Enough, Hill. Cease your dilly-dallying. I shall lay my cards on the table. Nick Fury decisively interrupted the inquiry, genuinely concerned that this diligent subordinate might further undermine the authority of the director. Listen, Steve, Banner, and Stark are indeed formidable forces. Yet each is a maverick. To swiftly unite this disparate group, extraordinary measures must be employed. Coulson is their mutual friend. If he falls at Loki's hands, regardless of how fiercely they quarrel now, the memory of their old comrade will undoubtedly rally them to a common cause. Do you comprehend now? A flicker of realization shone in Hill's eyes. Indeed, the director is the director. Wait, has your attitude shifted too swiftly? Fury raised an eyebrow, questioning why he wasn't being chastised for his cold-bloodedness at this moment. for even calculating against his own. In such extraordinary times, what of methods? Hill efficiently gathered her hair into a ponytail. If Coulson were to learn that a mere nap could save the world, he would likely awaken with laughter. Moreover, as she turned to push open the control room door, while an alien fleet loomed ominously, who still cared about such trivialities? Truly, she was my right hand. The one-eyed director revealed a rare smile, instructing to issue a death notice, while maintaining utmost confidentiality. Once Hill departed, a mocking voice emerged from the shadows. Your subordinates are quite considerate. Perhaps they would help you count bills, even if sold to Africa. I took this as a compliment. Fury continued adjusting the holographic projection without glancing back. Not attending the memorial service? Chapter 70. Out of reach, oh, come on. Ling Tian fiddled with the detective badge. Feeling he was the least capable of acting among the three informed, fearing a laugh might escape him, Fury scoffed. Just based on this fellow's ostentatious performance in front of Stark? Even if he were to break into a tap dance, the Avengers would merely regard it as the detective's usual madness. After all, in the eyes of everyone, this troublesome figure, even more absurd than Iron Man, was not surprising in any endeavor. Were Ling Tian to grasp the director's thoughts, he would likely spend $2 million to expose this conspiracy. Be clear about your whereabouts to avoid any slip-ups. Wait until Coulson awakens to discuss. The young man languidly tossed the car keys. Don't worry. If it comes to blows, I'm much quicker than a Quinjet. Ling Tian noticed Nick Fury's expression subtly shift and immediately understood his concerns, reassuring him. You can entrust this matter to me. Yet, gazing at Fury's self-assured demeanor, Ling Tian couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. In the operations meeting room, the director was addressing the assembled agents. Detective Ling Tian, feeling guilt over Coulson's demise, insists on personally handling his affairs and cannot attend the meeting for the time being. He only made one request, to be notified immediately upon locating Loki. From the back row, Hill instantly turned to cover her face, her shoulders trembling slightly. Heaven knows the effort she exerted to suppress her laughter. It was a pity not to vie for an Oscar with such acting skills. Surprisingly, nobody in attendance, including the recently revived Barton, seemed to harbor any suspicions. Following a brief silence, Steve simply remarked, I understand. Stark adjusted his sunglasses, reflecting, it seems his bond with Coulson runs deeper than I had imagined. Yet it is no wonder, as Coulson has been the primary liaison between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Ling Tian. Natasha leaned against the wall, chuckling lightly. Ling Tian has always been a law unto himself. His eccentricity is the norm. Barton interjected, you've taken all the lines. Meanwhile, in the special medical room, Ling Tian awoke earlier than expected. He glanced at his watch, realizing he had only been unconscious for half an hour. Coulson, pressing his temple, chuckled ruefully. I thought I would be asleep for an entire day. I just had a terrifying nightmare, though I can't recall the details. Don't rush to move. Ling Tian pressed a hand on his shoulder. Nick Fury needs you to perform a faux death scene to unite that ragtag team. Understood. Coulson reclined back onto the pillow, suddenly alert. So, did you come here for a specific purpose? Engaging in conversation with an astute individual is indeed a relief. Ling Tian smiled as he pulled out a chair, inviting a discussion regarding the matter of the life he owes me. What? Coulson exclaimed, suddenly rising from his seat. If it weren't for my timely intervention with the scarab, you would have been skewered by Loki by now. Ling Tian lightly tapped the bedside table with his fingers, questioning how one could afford to glare at him in such a manner. Coulson sighed deeply. Speak your mind. What are your conditions? But let us be clear. Anything that violates principles is off the table. 2 minor stipulations. Ling Tian raised a finger. First, I was completely oblivious to your faked death. Even your superior, Nick Fury, has been treating me like a fool. Do you understand? Coulson nodded slightly, aware of Ling Tian's concerns. Had he been privy to such information while concealing it from everyone? Especially Iron Man with his notorious temper, the reckoning would undoubtedly fall upon Ling Tian. Second, your director's promised remuneration of $200 million did not include overtime pay. Ling Tian waved 2 fingers playfully. Moreover, I not only saved all of New York, but also fortuitously reclaimed your life. Asking for a little extra hardly seems unreasonable, does it? Yet, you are well aware of your director's notoriously frugal nature. He is sure to prolong the payment process. Suddenly leaning closer to Coulson, he remarked, thus, it is essential for you to publicly offer him an easy way out, perhaps by casually stating that you find it quite fair. Rest assured, I have also made arrangements with Black Widow. Coulson's pupils widened. Is this truly a scheme conceivable by a carbon-based life form? He suddenly felt that all the previous troubles he faced under the director's command paled in comparison to the current situation, making him feel as innocent as a little white rabbit. Very well, Coulson's lips twitched, foreseeing the director's piercing gaze. Ling Tian placed a hand on his shoulder, earnestly expressing, "Old Coulson, your director even wishes to renege on the wager regarding Loki's scepter, and now I must personally retrieve it. If only you would utter 5 simple words. It would not only soothe my wounded spirit, but also repay the debt of life, thus helping S.H.I.L.D. maintain its esteemed image. This is a win-win for you." Ling Tian concluded emphatically. Coulson gazed at Ling Tian, who was animatedly gesticulating, his inner thoughts raging. What a ridiculous bargain. Am I to be dispatched to Siberia to dig potatoes tomorrow? Is that all it takes? Will finishing these 2 tasks bring closure? Ultimately, Coulson acquiesced, for the debt of gratitude was indeed burdensome. Yet, he sought confirmation that this transaction would conclude matters. Don't be naive. Saving your life cannot be settled so easily. To rescue you, my armor was injured. Had I arrived a moment later, you might have been cleaved in 2 by Loki. This isn't my fault. Had it not been for Thor releasing him, the situation might not have unfolded this way. Coulson hastily defended himself, but suddenly paused mid-sentence. You too. After dealing with Loki's accomplices, how could you still let him escape? What were you doing at that moment? Ling Tian inquired with keen interest, clearly intrigued by the details of Loki's escape. Honestly, I cannot say for certain. All I can assert is that Loki is exceedingly cunning, undoubtedly having plotted this in advance. Coulson gritted his teeth, and even Ling Tian could sense his fury. It was rare for the good-natured man to lose his temper. Let us not digress. I simply wish to understand the sequence of events. Seeing your face looking so grim, it must be quite an amusing situation. Alas, by the time I arrived, Thor was already confined within a cage. He gazed at me in astonishment and inquired, "Are you truly Coulson?" I understood. It was likely that Loki had transformed into my likeness, feigning vulnerability to deceive Thor into activating the switch, subsequently ambushing him and imprisoning him. Indeed, I shared the same sentiment. Coulson nodded repeatedly. This was, without a doubt, the most plausible deduction. It was indeed a foolish act characteristic of Thor. Ling Tian remarked, "Loki's magic is exceedingly troublesome. Is there truly no remedy?" "There is," I replied. "As long as one possesses sufficient insight, he cannot deceive you. For instance, Loki would shy away in my presence. However, Thor has coexisted with Loki for thousands of years and still falls prey to his illusions. I genuinely worry for Odin and the future of Asgard." Ling Tian's tone reflected a concern akin to familial matters. "Are there any alternative solutions? Then we shall bide our time. Although Loki is a sorcerer, he cannot sustain prolonged spellcasting. However, do not rejoice too soon. Even without magic, he remains a formidable adversary. No one from S.H.I.L.D. stand a chance against him." Coulson's expression darkened. Ling Tian's candid remarks were undeniably harsh. Although they were factual, some decorum should be preserved, shouldn't it? Enough of idle chatter. Since Loki has escaped, it signifies that war is imminent. I suspect we shall soon find ourselves on the battlefield. Old Coulson, may I entrust you with a request? In the event of my demise, please look after those 2 siblings. All the profits from this endeavor shall belong to them. Ling Tian flashed a grin, the seriousness in his eyes fleeting. Yet Coulson caught it in an instant. "What do you mean by that? If I do not return, you shall abandon your duties?" Ling Tian's demeanor shifted abruptly. "No, how could I dare? Enough, I was merely jesting." Ling Tian waved his hand as he exited the infirmary, only to change his expression as he turned the corner, discarding the sorrowful fade he had just worn. The foolish are easily deceived. Those Chitauri are hardly worthy of my theatrics. I shall ensure they pay back in full. With interest. While it seems a tad ungrateful to deceive the honest, what harm is there in exchanging a life-saving favor for a bit of assistance? This is a surefire profit. He mused, well, today's hero persona has been firmly established. The Oscar judges should be gouging their own eyes out. Upon returning to his room, Ling Tian rubbed his hands together, calling forth the system interface. "Hurry up. Let me see how much I've earned." Upon realizing that the task of subduing the Hulk remained unfinished, a sense of frustration welled up within him, as he lamented the fact that the green behemoth was remarkably resilient to blows. A single punch had led to his downfall. However, his spirits lifted upon noticing that two other tasks were glaringly marked as completed, particularly the one associated with acquiring the Soul Stone, which was followed by a string of zeros that nearly stretched his smile to his ears. In his mind, Ling Tian summoned the system, claimed the task rewards, and checked my current points balance. The system responded, "You have completed one main quest and one side quest, accumulating a total of 1 million points. Including your existing balance and recent sign-in rewards, your current total is 3 million points." That aligns closely with my expectations. Though Ling Tian had anticipated this outcome, the reality of possessing 1 million points still left him a bit dazed. Yet, the figure before him felt somewhat surreal. He steadied his emotions and shifted focus. System, open the shop interface. This time, I must acquire the Ultimate Rider. I have delayed far too long. Command executed. The system quickly replied. Within the shop, the locked driver caught his eye. Ling Tian gazed at it, his heart racing uncontrollably. This was not merely a powerful transformation device, but also a crucial safeguard for his life. With the ability to summon dimensional barriers, he could retreat unscathed even when faced with formidable foes, no longer hindered by constraints. Exchange. Without hesitation, Ling Tian spent 800,000 points after the discount. Now that his points were plentiful, such an expense was trivial. The black and blue patterned gun-shaped driver materialized in his palm, accompanied by a transformation card and several bonus rider cards: Double Rider, Skull, Armor, Eternal Rider, and more. These were cards corresponding to the transformation devices he already possessed. A small favor from the system. From this moment forth, Ling Tian was undeniably equipped to summon riders for battle. He raised his hand and waved lightly, causing a ripple-like dimensional barrier to unfold before him. "This passage must lead to my home," he mused, a hint of hesitation creeping in as it was his first time using it. The system had warned against misusing the dimensional barrier without adequate strength, lest one become lost in the unknown realms. Given his current capabilities, he could only teleport to marked locations. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and stepped into the dimensional barrier. When he opened his eyes again, the familiar door was within reach. Ensuring his safety, he promptly returned to the cabin of the Sky Mothership. The effects of the dimensional barrier are even more stable than I anticipated. Ling Tian marveled as he caressed the driver. Compared to the portals of the Ancient One, this was a significant leap in capability. At that moment, he was convinced that with just a thought, he could instantly arrive anywhere he had previously visited, be it Asgard or elsewhere. Even time travel seemed to be within his grasp. Perhaps he could attempt to reverse time and return to the past. The notion flickered through Ling Tian's mind. But after careful consideration, he dismissed it. His current strength was still lacking. And who could guarantee that there weren't more formidable beings in the past? In that era, the Ancient One was still alive, and her master too, with two supreme sorcerers presiding. Anyone would have to tread carefully. Ling Tian concluded that he was not yet capable of provoking such power. Chapter 71. What concern is that to me? Thus, it was resolved that until his strength was sufficient, he would only utilize the dimensional barrier for spatial movement. While it may seem a misuse of resources, it was, above all, safe and reliable. Ling Tian was immersed in a state of elation when an untimely phone call rang out, shattering his tranquility. With a sharp exclamation of frustration, he seized his uniquely designed phone, resembling a spade, and hurled it to the ground. Notably, this device was unlike the typical smartphones, featuring a remarkably streamlined functionality, primarily serving as an accessory to his memory device, limited to merely making and receiving calls. However, its distinctive strength was its resilience. No matter how forcefully it was thrown, it remained unscathed, even capable of serving as a makeshift weapon. This might explain Ling Tian's fondness for it, especially during moments of displeasure, as it provided unexpected relief from stress, allowing him to unleash his frustration without remorse. "What is going on?" "He isn't answering," Stark observed with evident displeasure, addressing the trio before him. "Organizing is a laborious task. Perhaps Ling Tian has chosen to power down his phone to preserve Coulson's dignity," Steve suggested. Surprisingly met with consensus as no one dared to contradict him. "But we require his strength. He is indispensable," Stark insisted. "Then let us establish him as a backup support. We shall call every 5 minutes. First, we must locate Loki, but are you certain you can pinpoint his location?" Steve inquired. "I am 90% confident. He is within my Stark Tower," Stark declared. "What leads you to believe that?" Natasha questioned. Loki is the quintessential narcissist, and today is of utmost significance to him. He craves applause, flowers, an audience, and a prominent edifice from which to witness the birth of his dominion. Moreover, he must possess a stable and powerful energy source to activate the spatial portal. Globally speaking, my rooftop is the quintessential stage tailored for him. I would wager he is already prepared, with his army poised to descend at any moment, Stark asserted, albeit with a hint of unease. It was no surprise. Anyone witnessing their own abode transformed into a stage for an adversary would struggle to accept it, especially another narcissist. Let's depart. The captain commanded. Stark, donned in his armor, took the lead, while the remaining trio boarded their aircraft, heading toward their destination. This aligns with my expectations. As long as these individuals unite their efforts, we stand a chance of turning the tide. Nick Fury exhaled deeply, finally releasing the tension that had gripped him. Director. Regarding Ling Tian, Hill began, but then hesitated. Do not fret over him. While Ling Tian may be irksome at times, he possesses a keen sense of the bigger picture. Furthermore, he has accepted my assignment, and the reward has yet to be dispersed. I doubt he would abandon his responsibilities, Fury replied with conviction. A faint smile gracing his features as he recognized Ling Tian's little-known vulnerability, his meticulousness regarding financial matters, ensuring he received every last cent owed to him. Director, I am concerned that since Stark has notified Ling Tian via phone, should he mention the task of organizing the data, Nick Fury's expression shifted dramatically. In his earlier frustration, he had completely overlooked this crucial detail. If Ling Tian were to discover this, the consequences would be dire. It would be one thing if it were someone else, but he understood Ling Tian's temperament all too well. This single issue could be leveraged against him indefinitely, placing him at a disadvantage in future negotiations. After all, who could argue when they were in the wrong? Not only Ling Tian, but even Agent Coulson is likely to harbor some misgivings. As for Coulson, I have refrained from confronting him, despite his incessant disparagement of me behind my back. Where is that Ling Tian now? It would be more prudent to inform him in person. Nick Fury's tone was noticeably frail. Since the die is cast, all that remains is to stall for time. At the very least, he must not be made aware of the situation before the mission is accomplished. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike a severe blow against SHIELD. He should be in the lounge. However, I fear you may not have the time to seek him out, sir. Once Loki's army descends, those individuals will promptly come looking for you. We should first make our preparations. Damn, these senators are fervently eager when it comes to money. Nick Fury irritably scratched his scalp, acknowledging, you're right. We must prepare immediately. At the very least, we need to buy them some time. So be it from now on. I shall treat Ling Tian as a subordinate. Nick Fury swiftly reached a decision. In the face of an extraterrestrial invasion, what is personal pride worth? Yet, he would later realize, his own pride was indeed worthless. But the dignity of the director of SHIELD was an entirely different matter. Meanwhile, in the lounge, Ling Tian answered the buzzing phone. This marked the third call. Evidently, it was urgent. He pressed the answer button, and Stark's hurried voice echoed from the other end. Detective, forget about Coulson's information for now. I've located Loki. He intends to open a portal on the rooftop of Stark Tower. I attempted to intervene, but failed. You'd best come immediately. The war is about to commence. Damn, how on earth is that bald-headed Nick Fury orchestrating this? I shall ensure he pays dearly for this. I'll write my name backward. Stark abruptly ended the call, providing Ling Tian no opportunity for further inquiry. At that moment, he was hovering atop Stark Tower, while Loki below flashed a sinister smile in his direction. The most pressing concern was to quickly don a new suit of armor. The one he currently wore had nearly seen its end on the celestial mothership. Though it had been patched up, its protective capabilities and energy reserves were insufficient for a tough battle. For Stark, losing internet connectivity while gaming was merely a minor inconvenience. He could easily acquire the gaming company. However, losing power on the battlefield was a matter of life and death. His near-fatal experience with palladium poisoning instilled in him a profound respect for mortality. He was not afraid of death, but he could not abide the thought of perishing due to depleted energy reserves. Thus, Stark disregarded JARVI's warnings and resolved to remove the current armor, preparing to switch to the untested Mark 7. However, there was a crucial precondition. He needed to buy enough time to ensure Loki wouldn't T-strike during the transition. It was a gamble. Without his armor, He was merely an ordinary man, lacking Captain America's ability to confront deities head-on. He feigned calmness as he approached the liquor cabinet, poured himself a glass of whiskey, and swiftly slipped the activation bracelet of the Mark 7 onto his wrist while Loki was momentarily distracted. "Come to me," tail wagging in supplication. Loki twirled his scepter, confidence radiating from him. "My army approaches. Your defeat is assured. Would you care for a drink? Delaying will not save you. Not thirsty? Very well. Then I shall indulge alone." Stark shook his glass and suddenly raised his voice. "The Avengers. This is the name of our team." "Huh, I've seen it all." Loki scoffed. "Merely a disjointed rabble that I've shattered." "Shall I count the heads for you?" Stark said, ticking off on his fingers. "Your brother Thor, though not the sharpest, I quite admire. A legendary veteran of fossilized status. The Green Behemoth, who in his rage cannot distinguish friend from foe. A top-tier agent partner. And then there's me, the unparalleled genius, Tony Stark. And you," Stark suddenly closed the distance to Loki, "have stirred them all up, just as I intended." Loki narrowed his eyes. "But that detective is conspicuously absent from your ranks?" Fury extended an invitation. Stark shrugged, but he declined. "It seems my fortune is not so bleak. Your so-called heroic team is merely a collection of comical jesters, posing no real threat." "Are you truly afraid of him?" Stark asked, unable to conceal his astonishment. "Though Ling Tian may be stronger than I, is he truly worthy of such trepidation?" "Interesting," Loki replied. "It appears he harbors no trust in you. Otherwise you would not be so ignorant of his true prowess. However, fear? Quite the opposite. It is precisely because his power is so formidable that I feel no fear. He remains immortal, and wielding such strength inevitably exacts a toll. Most likely the draining of his own life force. Moreover, he would never dare unleash his full might upon this city. Would you care to know the consequences? My army and your band of jesters may not obliterate this city, but his full force strike could very well do so. By your earthling standards, its magnitude would likely be astonishing." "That seems rather exaggerated," Stark retorted, though inwardly he found himself convinced to a significant extent. "Ha ha! Did he truly not regale you with tales of his exploits in Asgard? When I channeled the full power of the Bifrost to obliterate Jotunheim, it was enough to annihilate a world. Yet, he countered it with a single strike. Even in Asgard, I dare say only Odin could rival him." Loki spoke with a hint of nostalgia. "This is impossible," Stark exclaimed, shocked to the point of spilling his drink. "And yet you dare to invade Earth? Are you out of your mind? What do you know? As long as he dares not unleash his full potential, he is at best an above-average warrior. Perhaps only marginally stronger than Thor. Even Odin would not dare to confront an entire army alone. He has always marched into battle with the forces of Asgard." "I see. As long as there are still lives on Earth, Ling Tian will not unleash his full power here, correct?" "One could say that. My aim is dominion, not the annihilation of humanity. Therefore, should I prevail, he shall not become my adversary. But you're destined to fail. You will never ascend to the throne, not even possessing a 1 in 10,000 chance of success. Yet I command an entire army. We have Hulk. Even if Earth falls, we will hold you accountable." Stark advanced toward Loki. "Then you better incite discord among them, so they will have no time to pursue me. Would you like to know how I control Barton?" Loki, with a cold smirk, raised his scepter and thrust it towards Stark's chest, only to find it utterly ineffective. He attempted once more, yet proved futile. "This is impossible," Loki murmured in confusion. "It's normal to make mistakes. Don't dwell on it." Stark shrugged nonchalantly, unwilling to admit the fear that had just gripped him. Before he could finish his thought, Loki suddenly grasped his throat, growling menacingly, "You might as well die. Everyone will ultimately submit to me. I am a god." With that, he prepared to hurl Stark from the towering heights of the building. "Wait, don't act just yet. He hasn't repaid my favor," Stark interjected. "If I die like this, it will be quite bothersome." Upon hearing this voice, Loki released his grip, revealing his signature faux smile as he turned to the speaker. "Ling Tian, when did you arrive? How did you end up here?" Stark was utterly perplexed. How could Ling Tian emerge from the stairwell? Logically, he should have flown over just as Stark did. Ling Tian shot him an irritated glare, thinking to himself, "Do you believe I desired this? I have only visited the laboratory below. I have never been on this floor." Seeing Ling Tian's reluctance to elaborate, Stark wisely chose silence. He was grateful to be spared. "Detective, you arrived a bit earlier than expected," Loki said with a smile as he stepped back. "But now, no one can stop me. I know your army is on its way, but what does that concern me? I have never intended to thwart you." "Really? That's splendid." Loki's face lit up with joy. Once I reign over Earth, I shall grant you 1/10 of the territory. With such a formidable ally, my ambitions will surely be expedited. Ling Tian, have you lost your mind? Stark exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed at his former friend. In his memory, Ling Tian was not one to harbor such lofty ambitions. Silence, Stark. The thoughts of the powerful are not on the same plane as yours, Ling Tian retorted. Is that so? Stark asked coldly, his gaze steely. Chapter 72. No time for this, I see there's been a misunderstanding. My intention was to dismantle your stronghold directly. As long as you possess an army, you will always seek to invade Earth. Conversely, without an army, what will you use to attack? Loki's smile instantly faltered, his expression darkening. Yet, he quickly reverted to his false grin. Can you enlighten me as to why? Money, power, status, women, whatever you desire I can provide. Hold on, trickster. I can offer all of that as well, Iron Man interjected, purely to vex Loki. He was well aware that Ling Tian had no interest in such propositions. Had Ling Tian known of Iron Man's misconception, he would have firmly countered, you are gravely mistaken. I am indeed quite interested. Oh, but can you offer him the peace he craves? Under my rule, no one would dare harbor ill intentions towards him. Ling Tian, you know all too well that humanity is eternally greedy and selfish. As long as you are alive, those ambitious souls will lurk like starving wolves, ready to pounce at the slightest sign of vulnerability. Submit to me, do not collaborate with me. In my realm, you shall attain absolute freedom. You may wield your powers openly, without the burden of suspicion. Iron Man fell silent. He truly cannot make promises while remaining vigilant against the military and competitors, especially when he is overtly monitored daily. Frankly, it is undeniably tempting. A tranquil life had once been my initial aspiration, yet being watched is rather disconcerting. But do you believe I would care? As long as they do not disturb me, they may observe for as long as they wish. Should it come to a confrontation, I would not hesitate to ensure they pay the price, for my hands are not without blood. More importantly, I relish my current existence. If you were to govern the Earth, it would likely regress to a feudal era, an impossible request. Ling Tian's refusal ignited Loki's fury. Indeed, as he stated, the mindset of the strong is challenging to comprehend. Iron Man seized the opportunity to strike a blow, secretly relieved he had not misjudged. Ha ha ha, Detective Ling Tian. You insist on opposing me. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot withstand a legion. Odin himself must avoid confrontation, let alone you. After your demise, I shall pour a libation at your grave in homage to the strong. Loki's roar reverberated through the air. He intended to demonstrate that all adversaries would pay a price. Suddenly, a dazzling blue-white beam shot into the sky from Stark Tower, as if tearing the heavens apart, rending an ever-expanding wormhole in the atmosphere. The dark edges of the wormhole crackled with tiny arcs of electricity, resembling an abyss, starkly contrasting with the clear azure sky. If one were to gaze intently, they would discover myriad blue fireflies nestled in the depths of darkness, the weapons of Chitauri warriors poised for activation. Loki erupted into maniacal laughter. My legion has arrived. It is now your turn to perform. He triumphantly raised his scepter, as though victory was already assured. Ling Tian observed with a cold, detached demeanor, akin to watching a farcical play. This is Dyer, Jarvis. All systems are ready, sir. With the sound of machinery whirring, the Mark 7 armor glided from its display case, its intricate components enveloping Stark's body like living entities. Empowered by the armor, the billionaire instantly regained his confidence. Capturing you, the mastermind, will halt this catastrophe. No matter how formidable an army may be, it will become a rabble without its leader. Stark's eyes, concealed beneath the helmet, remained fixed on the malevolent deity. Loki merely responded with a mocking smirk, disregarding this declaration entirely. A blinding beam suddenly shot toward the trickster god, only to pass through his illusion, shattering the floor-to-ceiling window behind him. Do not waste energy. This is but a phantom. Ling Tian stood with his arms crossed, asserting that once he rejected the proposal, his true form was no longer present. If you discern the ruse, why not intervene? It is already a stretch for me to see through the illusion. If he were to disguise himself as you, it would be easier to identify. However, should he be resolute in concealing his whereabouts, I must admit my limitations. Damn it, he slipped away again. Loki's taunts suddenly filled the air. Genius. If not for this detective's presence, even encased in your iron shell, you would not stand a chance against me. Show yourself if you dare. A feeble provocation. The illusion scoffed, suggesting, "Why not remove your armor and engage me in combat?" Hell, this guy is even more infuriating. Even Steve requests I wear armor when sparring with him. Ling Tian interrupted this pointless squabble. Rather than bickering with a phantom, we should take decisive action, such as intercepting that invading army. He turned and walked toward the edge of the rooftop, declaring that he had an important item to retrieve from Loki. Stark jolted awake. As a swarm of ominous flying vessels poured forth from the portal, he cast one last glare at the fading illusion and urged, "Let us establish a defense." "Detective." Loki's voice suddenly echoed from behind. "Surely you do not intend to stand idly by? You seem quite confident that I will not harm you. Is this truly my original self?" "Ling Tian, with your intellect, you must already see through this. Though I'm the commander of this army, the Chitauri do not truly serve me. This is merely a transaction. They assist me in seizing Earth, and I relinquish the Tesseract in return, a mutual benefit. In other words, should I perish, this rabble would descend into chaos. An undisciplined army is the true peril, just as I anticipated. But do not misunderstand. It is not that I wish to spare you, but rather I fear that I might inadvertently take your life. Kill me? At this moment, you are without your armor, and I'm so close. Do you really believe you stand a chance?" This was precisely Loki's calculation. The variables surrounding Ling Tian were too great. If he were determined to go down together, the outcome would be unpredictable. The optimal strategy would be to eliminate him as soon as he transformed, or, if I could control you, I would gain an immensely loyal and powerful warrior. Loki's smile was chilling, the tip of his scepter pressed against Ling Tian's chest. Why is it ineffective? Loki's pupils constricted as he stared in disbelief. He nearly questioned whether the scepter had malfunctioned. Stark's failure could be attributed to a miscalculation. But why was Ling Tian unaffected too? It was utterly impossible to fail consecutively. Confused? The answer is simple. My constitution is unique. Attacks on the mental and spiritual planes are utterly ineffective against me. Absurd. It is the truth. Now, relinquish the item in your possession. I have made a wager with Nick Fury, and by rights, it is my spoils of war, though you have temporarily pilfered it. Loki's face reflected shock. Such a robber's logic? When did his scepter become someone else's property? Detective, you seem to overlook the fact that should I advance another inch, you will meet your demise. You are utterly defenseless. Do you truly believe you can confront a god with your mortal form? Loki sneered. Though he felt regret, he had no choice left. TSK. I had hoped you would display some humility, yet you are as arrogant as those agents. Surely Thor had not informed you that in my armored state, I once sent him flying several blocks with a single punch? What? Bang. Before Loki could fully comprehend, his body was sent hurtling away like a meteor, landing further than Thor had in their past encounter. At last it is in my grasp. If S.H.I.E.L.D. were to confiscate it, reclaiming it would be an arduous endeavor. Ling Tian murmured to himself as he caressed the scepter. As for the wager? If Nick Fury's words are to be believed, then there are no lies left in this world. Where is Loki? Thor descended in haste, his first inquiry being about his brother's whereabouts. This fraternal bond was truly moving, especially since this thunder god had recently been cast down from a great height by his own sibling. If only he had arrived half a minute earlier, he might have seen him. Ling Tian shrugged. What have you done to him? Even if Loki has committed grave errors, it is Asgard that should render judgment. Thor's voice was noticeably shaky. The enormous wormhole high above served as a stark reminder that, according to Earth's laws, his brother might face 1,000 deaths without reprieve. He is not dead. I merely sent him flying into the adjacent building with a single punch. Ling Tian gestured toward the prominent human-shaped relief on the side of Stark Tower. Don't fret over your brother. That fellow possesses an uncanny ability to escape. Even if he were to perish, he would still be frolicking about. Suddenly, Ling Tian turned, preparing for battle. Stark can hold out for at most 20 seconds. Just as the words left his mouth, a craft resembling a kayak zoomed past. The first line of defense constructed by Iron Man had crumbled. This outcome was hardly surprising. No matter how advanced the armor, it could not withstand the overwhelming tide of the Chitauri army when their numbers conferred absolute superiority, rendering the advantages of individual equipment negligible. Sounds of chaos erupted, laser beams sweeping indiscriminately through the streets. As the Chitauri's vessels soared overhead, the cries of humanity rang out incessantly. These extraterrestrial invaders evidently regarded Earthlings as mere insects. Loki, Thor spat his brother's name through clenched teeth, his fists cracking ominously. I shall compel him to close the portal. The god of thunder had always favored the simplest and most direct solutions. Save your breath. Ling Tian could not help but roll his eyes. Are you not aware of your brother's character? The immediate priority is to protect the citizens. I could persuade him. Thor insisted, his resolute demeanor serving as undeniable proof of his brother's previous betrayals. Watching Thor soar toward the neighboring building, Ling Tian shook his head in resignation. Another who refuses to heed counsel. This brotherly affection would undoubtedly lead him to experience yet another betrayal. Let him be, Ling Tian said, flexing his wrists. The path chosen must be traversed, even if on one's knees. Approaching the edge of the rooftop, he beheld the Chitauri forces pouring forth from the wormhole like a torrential downpour, while Stark fought valiantly, unleashing firepower upon the enemy. Yet even if his armor were to be completely depleted against such a vast army, it would amount to little more than a drop in the ocean, merely delaying their invasion by a few seconds. We are indeed outmatched. We can only do our utmost. Although tasked with annihilating the Chitauri Legion, Ling Tian recognized the wisdom in Loki's words. To confront an entire army single-handedly with his current strength was sheer folly. Who could say how many more foes lurked beyond the wormhole? He calculated carefully, fighting with every ounce of strength until the last moment was acceptable. But that moment must also allow for an escape. To risk his life for a mere 100,000 points? Such folly was beneath him. If all else failed, he could always cross dimensions with Wanda and his little brother to seek refuge in Asgard. At this stage, it remained relatively safe. After all, even Loki, in his arrogance, would not dare openly defy Odin. Furthermore, with the Sorcerer Supreme, Doctor Strange, overseeing matters on Earth, a significant catastrophe was unlikely. Speaking of which, how did they originally overcome this crisis in the plot? All I saw was the movie trailer. The book provided a vague hint. Natasha closes the portal to resolve the crisis. How utterly ambiguous. Could you at least explain how to close this? Forget it. Once this matter is settled, I'll upgrade them all and promptly return this worthless book. What purpose does it serve? To flaunt? Detective, why are you dawdling? Hurry and assist. Just as Ling Tian voiced his complaints, Stark's voice suddenly echoed through Jarvis. He could see Iron Man being pursued by 7 or 8 Chitauri aircraft. If not for his occasional counterattacks, it would seem as if he were intentionally drawing the enemies in. I was just engaged in a mental duel with Loki. That guy is too cunning. But in the end, I triumphed and taught him a severe lesson. Ling Tian maintained his composure, refusing to admit that he had momentarily forgotten about his teammates. Loki, is that true? We don't have time for this. First, help me deal with those pesky followers behind. Chapter 73. Are you severely injured? Understood. As he spoke, Ling Tian fastened his belt and entered the transformation code, 555, completing his metamorphosis in an instant. Draw them over. I'll finish this swiftly. All right, but could you possibly change your position? Where you're standing is too perilous. If you damage the emblem of my building, it would be disastrous. Stark hesitated suddenly. Even at a time like this, you're still concerned about the sign? Just the other day, I powered it with the arc reactor. That emblem represents the future of new energy. To be honest, its symbolic significance is secondary. The main point is that this is a result that Potts and I painstakingly accomplished together. I truly do not wish to damage it unless absolutely necessary. Sounds like a token of affection, Ling Tian remarked. Understood, you draw the enemies in. I assure you, I will not touch your emblem. However, Mr. Tony Stark, if I may be so bold, your token of affection is indeed rather unique. Ling Tian found it perplexing that this wealthy individual, with countless options, had chosen such a gift. Wait, should I apologize? But this cannot be solely my fault. Things that can be bought with money lack sincerity. After all, the issue is, I cannot think of anything that money cannot procure. Stark's aggrieved defense completely failed to recognize the emotional blow his words delivered to Ling Tian. What is this? The troubles of the rich? Ling Tian silently gazed upward, staving off the tears that threatened to betray him. No, my apologies, great one. It was I who overstepped. Your taste is undoubtedly impeccable. The fault lies with me. Stark, we've arrived. To your right. The Quinjet roared in, and Natasha, Barton, and Steve finally reached the battlefield. Did you come riding snails? Never mind. The party has only just begun. I have a detective to assist me. You all coordinate your tactics. However, I suggest you be cautious. This aircraft is not safe on the battlefield. You need not worry about that, Natasha replied. He has a point, Steve interjected. We'd best land first. It's a waste of combat potential to have 3 people confined in one aircraft. Barton, you handle piloting the jet and eliminate the enemies as much as possible. Let Natasha and me disembark first. Understood, Captain. Barton immediately began searching for a landing spot. On the rooftop, Ling Tian was already prepared, his phone transforming into a gun. Dealing with 7 or 8 enemies was well within his capabilities. Detective, might you consider changing your position? I inadvertently took a longer route, and now the pursuers have doubled in number. 20? You certainly know how to present a challenge. Very well, bring them over. I shall arrive shortly. Stark, without hesitation, discerned the confidence in Ling Tian's tone. TSK, more than 20 minions and firearms are ineffective now. It's time to unleash a grand move. I shall strive to resolve this in 10 seconds. Ling Tian swiftly stowed his phone, fastening the acceleration wristwatch to his left arm, and extracted the memory chip from the external slot of his device. The electronic sound resonated, and the silver-white armor enveloped his shoulders like wings unfurling. The chest plate transformed into 4 glowing circuit boards, the dark crimson core pulsing. As the entire armor instantaneously shifted into its jet-black acceleration form. Another transformation? Stark's suit contained his retort within its data analysis. As the golden-red battle suit, accompanied by a swarm of Chitauri pursuers, drew near, Ling Tian struck the wristwatch switch with his thumb. Time stagnated. A deep crimson beam, resembling a drill, pierced through the enemy ranks like a torrential downpour. Boom! The shockwave rattled Stark, as the pursuing foes disintegrated into a cloud of electronic debris, leaving only the sound of the device resonating amidst the smoke. The silver armor receded like a tide, reverting to its basic state. Was that a superluminal strike? Stark's voice echoed, slightly disoriented behind his visor. I suggest we review the replay in 1,000-fold slow motion. What did you say? Iron Man's chin gleamed brighter than his suit's paint. Duration? Ling Tian tapped his steaming wristwatch, stating, if it exceeds 10 seconds. I shall grant you the memory chip for your research. Stark leaned back strategically. J-A-R-V-I-S. Displays the timing. I forgot to block yours. Ling Tian suddenly grasped the front of Stark's suit, insisting, first, wipe the oil off your mouth. How did the last memory chip go missing? Would you like me to help you recall the footage from surveillance number 773? Old grievances. Stark blasted away an attacking minion, recalling how Hydra had pilfered 3 of his suits. You indeed read the briefing. Ling Tian's multifaceted eyes glimmered with a red light. Tonight, do not even think of touching any of my equipment. Why should I not? Stark found himself momentarily speechless. He recalled the suits that had fallen into military hands, where Vank had been treated as a test subject, nearly becoming one himself, and another batch was with S.H.L.D., where Nick Fury harbored no benevolent intentions. Do you understand? Keep your hands off my belongings. Now, let us first address the battle at hand. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal shadow emerged from the wormhole, obscuring the sky. Accompanied by a piercing roar, a titanic steel beast gradually emerged, its form reminiscent of a mythical fish or whale, stretching over 100 meters, causing skyscrapers to crumble in its wake. More terrifying was that its exterior continuously produced Chitauri soldiers, resembling a moving war fortress. The only solace was that this battalion lacked aerial vehicles. They could be considered infantry. At least, Stark gasped in astonishment. Below, Natasha and Steve were equally astounded as the beast swept past, casting a shadow that engulfed the entire neighborhood. Ling Tian, can you perform that feat again? Do you think I'm a power bank? Ling Tian retorted through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Barton piloted the smoking Quinjet, unleashing a barrage of fire, fully aware of its futility yet refusing to cease. At last, a beam of laser pierced through the wing, and he desperately maneuvered to crash into the colossal beast before plummeting to safety. The impact merely dislodged a few plates of armor from the creature, which let out a mournful howl and continued its rampage through the city. Such a trump card is best reserved for moments like this. Stark raised an eyebrow at Ling Tian, gesturing towards the chaos wrought by the enemy troops. I'll handle the foot soldiers. You find another battlefield. All right, take me down with you, Ling Tian replied, secretly calculating that the trump card of the dimensional wall must remain concealed. While the armor could withstand a high-altitude fall, one should not refuse a free ride. At your service, Stark quipped, seizing him and soaring towards the street, deliberately taking a circuitous route to land far from his own tower. What do you mean by that? Ling Tian asked, feeling a twinge of discomfort. You deal with the enemies on the ground. I'll confront that behemoth. Stark seemed oblivious to Ling Tian's emotions, darting towards the giant after his words. After all, with the armor in between, no expressions could be discerned. Captain, where's Banner? We need him urgently, Stark inquired over the communicator while flying through the air. Banner? Notify me immediately if you have any news. Jarvis, scan for the creature's weak points. Not even a chance to explain? I have more than one ace up my sleeve. The explosive form is still available. Watching Stark's receding figure, Ling Tian sighed, regretting that Stark could no longer hear him. Feeling somewhat disheartened, yet aware of the urgent situation, Ling Tian noticed several Chitauri soldiers advancing towards him, brandishing spear-like weapons. Huh, do they think me easy prey? Quite audacious. He drew his mobile device, switching to photon mode, and opened fire on the approaching foes, simultaneously summoning a blade in his right hand to slash at them. The feeble attacks from their lackluster laser guns barely registered on his radar. If they managed to breach his defenses, that would be their victory. Still, evasion was wise. While the hits weren't lethal, being struck was certainly unpleasant. Moreover, facing an entire army, the thought of each soldier firing at him was rather daunting. The results of his efforts were commendable. His kill count alone rivaled that of an entire squad down the block. However, such a display of prowess attracted even more enemies, inadvertently alleviating the pressure on Steve and the others. At this moment, dozens of Chitauri soldiers had encircled him, their weapons aglow with energy. Curse it! Just when I thought I could avoid trouble. Stark, you were right. I should consider my big moves. Though he voiced this sentiment, Ling Tian charged into the hail of fire. His mobile device was already secured back at his waist. Close combat was far more suited to his lightsaber. Moments later, fewer than 10 Chitauri soldiers remained on the battlefield, retreating in a near panic, almost turning to flee. What had they just witnessed? Their comrades had been cut down before they could even react, and the armored figure before them bore an expression of insatiable fervor. This ragtag group of survivors was ready to flee. Had they seen even a glimmer of hope, they would not be so eager to escape. But now, would they wait for death instead of fleeing for their lives? Ling Tian's state surpassed the imagination of ordinary individuals. While a common person would have crumbled under such battle intensity, he found himself emboldened with each skirmish. He couldn't help but wonder if he alone could vanquish the entire enemy force. The reality proved to be far less daunting than he had anticipated. These soldiers, at best, reached the level of special forces. Their sheer numbers merely prolonged the cleanup process. With every swing of his blade, souls were claimed, while the enemy's attacks merely grazed him, causing only minor discomfort. It was akin to a ferocious tiger rampaging through a flock of sheep. His comrades, engaged in battle, silently mused. Is this a display of ostentation? Undoubtedly. System, how many points do these foot soldiers yield? Each is valued at 2,000 points. As Ling Tian momentarily lost focus, the remaining enemy troops refrained from launching a surprise attack. Instead, they communicated urgently in an alien tongue. Does this monster not tire? Despite our hundreds engaging in a war of attrition, he shows no signs of slowing. Let us not linger. Those soft targets on the adjacent street are much easier to handle. Agreed. The military orders only specify causing destruction. When Ling Tian regained his senses, the retreating soldiers suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Even through their full body armor, they sensed the murderous glint emanating from his eyes. Retreat. The leading Chitauri warrior turned to flee. When he felt those orange-yellow pupils lock onto him, he glimpsed a profound terror, though he could not comprehend its nature. His survival instinct screamed, if you do not flee now, you shall be the next victim. Attempting to escape? You are all walking vaults. Ling Tian smoothly drew his phone from his waist, swiftly transforming it into weapon form. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, several bolts of lightning descended, vaporizing both the prey and thousands of points. Which fool dared to interfere? Ling Tian seethed with rage. What puzzled him further was that the final expressions of those charred corpses were not of fear, but rather of relief. This was indeed intriguing. He prided himself on his philosophy of sparing even the lowliest of creatures, so why was it so terrifying? A mere trifle. Approaching was Thor, wearing a broad smile. Huh. Has no one taught the Lord of Thunder the rules of securing kill? Securing? Thor glanced around, suddenly frozen as he took in the scattering Chitauri soldiers. along with the cold sweat that soaked his back from the earlier lightning strike. A misunderstanding. I was concerned that you might exhaust yourself from prolonged combat. Hence enough. Spare me the explanations. Let there not be a next time. Ling Tian had initially intended to reprimand him harshly, but upon noticing the blood seeping from his waist, thoughts of retribution diminished significantly. This fellow had endured his injuries to offer support. At least it was a gesture of goodwill, though Loki had truly struck with ferocity. Are your wounds severe? I warned you not to engage, but I never anticipated Loki would become so merciless, showing no compassion for human life, remaining unmoved by their suffering, and obstinate to the end. Even Ling Tian rolled his eyes. Was this not triviality? The war had already commenced. Could one still expect mercy from the adversary? He likely stabbed you 2 or 3 times, right? Serves you right for not heeding my advice. Let us set that aside for now. Can you deactivate the cube? Like you did when you destroyed the Rainbow Bridge? Impossible. You are well aware of the cube's internal structure. How could I possibly achieve that? Even if I could forcibly shut it down, the collision of energies would obliterate the entire city. Thor fell into silence. Understanding the gravity of Ling Tian's words were not unfounded. Chapter 74. The conscience of heaven and earth. It appears that there is but one choice left, to commence the battle. Just in time, the others have arrived. I just caught sight of Banner riding in on his motorcycle. However, the enemies on your side have been cleared. Shall we first lend our assistance to the others? Thor surveyed the surroundings, noting that the battlefield was devoid of any living foes. Not quite. Hulk has arrived, Banner exclaimed. Ling Tian initially felt exhilarated, but his spirits soon waned. Given the current situation, he could not afford to engage Hulk. Alas, it must come to this. You fly ahead quickly. I will deal with the stragglers along the way and catch up, Ling Tian directed, pointing towards the Chitauri soldiers scaling the outer walls of the high-rise buildings. All right, Thor replied without hesitation. While he could swiftly resolve the situation, the thunder could inadvertently harm the civilians within the buildings. Ling Tian encountered only a few scattered enemies along his path. The Chitauri soldiers, having just landed from the aerial drop, were immediately struck down by red lasers, becoming mere fodder. Only 13? Better than nothing, he muttered to himself, recalling the heads that Thor had claimed, which only fueled his irritation further. Upon reaching the area overseen by Rogers, a few charred corpses lay starkly on the ground, evidently victims of thunderstrikes. Ling Tian silently cursed Thor for his head-hunting obsession, but swallowed his words upon seeing his teammates, who bore no grievances. Detective, you're here too? Natasha greeted him. I've cleared several streets over there and came by to support you. Excellent. Finally, we could take a breather, Steve said, feeling a slight relaxation, though he could not tell whether it was due to the elimination of enemies or the arrival of 2 reinforcements. He turned to Thor. What's the situation with the Tesseract? Unable to close it, Loki is resolute in starting the war, and I cannot stop him, Thor replied, his voice low. Iron Man's communication came in at an opportune moment. Let us deal with these guys first. Loki undoubtedly possesses the means to close the Tesseract, and as the leader of this army, capturing him could turn the tide of battle, Steve quickly assessed. Thor, you just fought him. Do you know his whereabouts? Uncertain. I knocked him off the rooftop, but he commandeered a craft and escaped. Thor clenched Mjolnir tightly, his knuckles turning white. Steve fell silent for a moment, lamenting that such a grand opportunity had slipped away. Very well, let us rethink the capture plan. For now, we must concentrate our firepower on counterattacking, he commanded decisively. What's the specific tactic? Black Widow inquired, holding her gun with one hand. Everyone coordinate your efforts. Thor interrupted solemnly. My vendetta with Loki must reach its conclusion. He must return to Asgard to face justice. Conveniently, he owes more than just you, Hawkeye scoffed, loading a specially designed arrow into his crossbow. Memories of control surged within him, igniting a thirst for vengeance. Just as Steve was about to lay out the strategy, a sudden roar of engines echoed from afar. The tardy Banner burst into the combat zone on his motorcycle, surveying the chaos strewn about him before raising an eyebrow. Looks like I missed the opening act? That is hardly the worst of it, Natasha hinted. Banner adjusted his glasses, a fleeting green glow behind the lenses. My apologies, no. We require a predicament even worse than this. She fixed her gaze upon him. Stark, Banner, position yourselves. The captain immediately called for air support. Let him warm up the engine. The party is about to kick off. As Iron Man's words faded, a piercing sonic boom suddenly echoed across the sky. The Leviathan, drawn by him, crashed through an entire skyscraper, sending a deluge of rebar and concrete raining down. The onlooker's pupils constricted in shock. Captain America tightened his grip on his shield. Hawkeye's arrowhead quivered slightly, and Thor radiated crackling electricity. Black Widow, gazing at the obscuring dust storm, murmured, "This party is likely to cost us our lives." Ling Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could vanquish this colossal beast, he would undoubtedly earn a substantial number of points. Perhaps he could even secure a kill. Quietly, he removed the targeting device from his side, extracted the mission memory chip from his phone, and accurately inserted it into the slot, ready for action. "Doctor, it's time to unleash your fury," Steve urged Banner. "Captain, there's a secret. I'm perpetually angry," Banner replied as he walked. Before his words could fully escape, his clothing exploded, and Hulk emerged with a sudden ferocity. This time, he showed no resistance. His transformation was astonishingly swift. Yet, for some reason, Hulk cast a fleeting glance in Ling Tian's direction before bellowing and charging at the beast. Did I just imagine that? What was that expression on Hulk's face? Natasha keenly observed the anomaly. "He wasn't looking at you. He was looking at me," Ling Tian shrugged, speculating that Hulk still harbored resentment for being knocked from the skyship. "Hey, you all better keep your distance to avoid the fallout." Ling Tian cautioned his teammates as he secured the device to his right leg. "Wow, Detective, can you finally use that move?" Stark exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. "Not quite. The full version isn't ready yet. We'll have to make do with the simplified version." Just then, Hulk unleashed a furious punch, colliding violently with the charging beast. Boom! The green fist met the beast's head in a fierce confrontation. Hulk's muscles bulged as he braced against the impact, still being pushed back several meters. The mechanical creature also suffered grievously, its armor shattered and sinew exposed, clearly sustaining severe damage. Ugh, that sight is painful to behold. Now is not the time for sentiment. Natasha shouted urgently. "If we don't act now, we'll be buried alive." Ling Tian looked up to see the mechanical beast attempting to roll over. Pivoting on its head, its fate was uncertain, but his teammates would undoubtedly face dire consequences. "Get back," he shouted, pressing a button on his phone. Rapid energy charge, dark red photon blood, surged from the driver, coursing through the conduits into the targeting device on his leg. No transformation? Stark retracted his poised weapon, realizing his intervention might not be necessary. Ling Tian leaped into the air as the red light from the beacon flashed intensely. A lethal beam struck the beast's torso, instantly coalescing into a crimson drill. He executed a flying kick that pierced the heart, accompanied by the mechanical sound of deep red shatter, as the rapidly spinning drill effortlessly tore through the steel beast's body. To Steve and the others, the creature's chest cavity suddenly appeared hollow and transparent, and this iron leviathan ceased its movement, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. "Was that a finishing move?" Barton exclaimed, eyes wide. "Close enough," Stark replied, wiping the cracks in his visor. The speed at which the detective executed it yesterday was incomprehensible, and the number of drills was far more concentrated than this time. Natasha raised an eyebrow, suggesting, "How about we have Ling Tian perform it a few more times?" "In your dreams." Leaning against the crumbling wall, Ling Tian interrupted. "This maneuver nearly drained my stamina. Had it not been for Hulk shattering the core of the armor," he said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, yet secretly reveling in the sight of the beast's corpse, knowing that the fatal blow was ultimately delivered by him. The Green Giant merely played a supportive role. Gazing at the disintegrating Chitauri army, Ling Tian clenched the heated transformation device in his hand. He understood that the earlier success was sheer luck. Although this colossal beast was of astonishing length, its thickest point was merely 20 meters. Choosing to execute the beheading tactic at the weaker armor section was indeed the correct approach. With the Lord's demise, the alien soldiers hastily removed their masks, revealing faces brimming with sharp fangs. On the top floor of the building, Loki swirled his drink with a cold smirk, his gilded armor glinting ominously in the dim light. "All forces, advance," he commanded with a casual wave, and instantly, several new monstrous silhouettes emerged from the wormhole, accompanied by a tide of soldiers descending from above. Amidst the echoing roars, Natasha drew her weapon first. "Captain, it's time to make a decision. Hold them off, Barton, until the wormhole closes. You take the high ground and keep a close watch on enemy movements. Stark, maintain the three-dimensional defense. Any intruders must either be repelled or obliterated. Thor, seal the wormhole with all your might. Using thunderstorms to clear the area. Natasha, control the ground alongside me. As for you, Detective Steve, the tactical directive momentarily faltered. Improvise. It sounds eloquent, but isn't it merely about filling the gaps in the most heavily fortified areas? Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. The captain's expression beneath the tactical mask appeared slightly awkward, essentially correct. At this juncture, only this man, who was perpetually smoking, could withstand the high-pressure battlefield. Deal. Ling Tian's knuckles cracked, his tone unusually steady, yet he relayed to Fury that he required additional funds. The flames of battle flickered deep within his pupils. A twinge of guilt stirred in Steve's chest, yet his voice crushed any remnants of hesitation. It's your turn, Hulk. The green behemoth grinned with a menacing smile, crashing into the enemy ranks like an armored vehicle. The captain's textbook-level tactical distribution immediately took effect. Thor leapt atop a Gothic spire. Mjolnir pointed toward the heavens. In an instant, dark thunderclouds churned, and torrents of lightning, like a celestial river, cascaded down, striking the godly hammer, transforming the entire structure into a dazzling core of tempest. Drink it in, roared the god of thunder, as the surge of lightning surged back into the wormhole. Two Leviathan beasts, just emerging with their steel skulls, were instantly carbonized, their Chitauri soldiers failing to emit even a scream before intertwining with the mechanical wreckage. This overload of electricity, though exhausting, at least granted the team a moment of respite. In the aerial battleground, Barton's composite bow and Stark's palm cannon formed a deadly symphony. Each specially crafted arrow from the sharpshooter precisely detonated enemy thrusters, while Iron Man utilized the steel canyons of Manhattan to engage in aerial billiards, causing numerous pursuers to collide into fiery explosions. Despite the urban landscape's cost eliciting silent sighs across the communication channels. However, the ground battle continued to deteriorate. Before the line of defense formed by Steve's vibranium shield and Natasha's electrobaton, the enemy surged forth like an unrelenting tide. With every purple-skinned warrior they felled, the wormhole spat out double the reinforcements. Agent Romanoff gasped, tossing her sweat-drenched red hair from her forehead. Captain, I suggest we revise our plan. The Hulk unleashed his ferocious nature with reckless abandon, leaving a trail of honeycomb-like cracks on the exterior walls of buildings, indifferent to the destruction and casualties he wrought, reveling in his rampage. In stark contrast, Ling Tian appeared remarkably composed. He leisurely sat beside Barton, toying with a photon gun equipped with a targeting system. Its remarkable accuracy within a 2,000-meter range made Hawkeye envious, rendering his archery skills seemingly inadequate. Does that gun have no limitations? Barton couldn't help but inquire, appearing even more relaxed than himself. The scope features a basic tracking function, with an effective range of exactly 2,000 meters. Ling Tian nonchalantly shot down a Chitauri soldier, asserting that precise aiming was unnecessary in this area. Barton's heart sank at the realization that the weapon in his opponent's hand surpassed his 2 decades of painstaking archery practice. Compounding his frustration was the dwindling supply of arrows, which would inevitably diminish his combat effectiveness. To be honest, I envy you, Barton confessed suddenly. But why do you always shout 2,000? An awkward chuckle emanated from Ling Tian's armor. For every soldier I take down, I request $2,000 from Nick Fury. After all, this is a life-or-death situation. In the command room, Nick Fury suppressed the urge to curse. If it truly were possible to end the war with money, he would not hesitate to empty S.H.I.E.L.D.S. coffers, knowing full well that the primary expenses would be covered by higher-ups. Barton's hand trembled slightly as he held his bow. This method of earning money was unprecedented, and what irked him further was Ling Tian's nonchalance. As if he were merely on holiday. He sighed. Could you possibly support the captain? I can manage here. Barton's mouth twitched. What are you pretending to be? An archer? Do you think I'm blind to the sword at your waist? Don't misunderstand. The front line needs your support. Ling Tian reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Are you really not bothered by my presence? On my honor, Ling Tian replied, rising with his weapon in hand. Internally relieved that the ground battle was indeed intense, but more importantly, he feared that listening to Ling Tian flaunt his new equipment would make him feel even more envious. Suddenly, Ling Tian leaned forward and asked, by the way, where exactly is Natasha? Southeast corner. Barton interrupted the spell casting directly. A crimson beam swept from the rooftop toward the enemy ranks, instantly provoking a counterattack of blue light. Barton rolled away from the stray fire, cursing. Do you carry a hate aura with you? Chapter 75. Armored Warrior Unexpected. Unexpected. I'm dropping it now. Ling Tian chuckled awkwardly as he stowed away the energy gun. The rooftop crumbled further under the barrage of energy fire. As the steel armor grasped him and ascended, Barton gazed longingly at the photon gun. Wishing to keep it as a memento, Ling Tian's voice echoed from the air. If you can't hold on, retreat. Let the military deal with these mechanical minions. Come on. We never back down. Barton drew back his bowstring, aiming at the aerial target. The battle armor traced an arc as it plunged toward the ground, where two figures were slicing through the mechanical horde. Just as Steve deflected 3 beams of laser with his shield, he spotted Ling Tian descending with a light blade. Captain, we have reinforcements. Buy one, get one free. If Ling Tian could fathom Steve's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly retort with 3 words. Dream on. Hey, brothers. I'm here to lend a hand. As Tony Stark soared through the sky, he casually picked up Ling Tian, akin to collecting a package mid-journey. Thank heavens you finally arrived. Had you been any later, I would have been off to meet Marks. Natasha appeared deflated, her posture leaning lazily as she spoke. Steve, although still maintaining an upright stance, bore the marks of battle with smoking bullet holes adorning his combat suit, silently declaring his exhaustion. These unfortunate souls had indeed faced a fierce confrontation. Take a moment to catch your breath. I'll handle this mess, Ling Tian urged. Feel free to rest or assist with the evacuation of civilians. It's a far more pleasant task than fighting. Let us prioritize evacuating the citizens. It's practically a vacation compared to combat, he continued. There are still trembling hostages at the Madison branch waiting. Hold the line, and we will conclude this swiftly. As Steve spoke, his chest heaved like a worn-out bellows, while Natasha nodded fervently in agreement. Before the words had fully left his lips, the 2 heartless individuals had already fled, leaving no trace. Really? Is this what our so-called camaraderie has come to? Ling Tian scoffed. A horde of Chitauri foot soldiers began to converge from various directions, their blades glinting ominously in the sunlight. Ah, are they rushing to their demise in a group? Ling Tian mused. After this onslaught, they might as well be contributing to my down payment. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a silver arc with his blade, eager to test his skills against them today. The tide of battle swiftly transformed into one of overwhelming dominance as he pursued the fleeing aliens, cleaving through 3 streets, the hilt of his weapon growing heated with the exertion. From a distance, a recently returned Steve watched in astonishment, incredulous at this frenzied combat style. Captain, we mere mortals ought not to compare ourselves with such weaponized beings. Natasha mused, munching on a protein bar for energy. Hulk demolishes buildings with brute force. Thor channels lightning in combat. And our detective Ling, she lowered her voice conspiratorially. Have you ever witnessed his crimson-eyed state? That is true catastrophe on the move. The last time he tested his limits, he nearly reduced the S.H.I.E.L.D. training grounds to rubble. Thankfully, he maintains his clarity, unlike Dr. Banner, who tend to lose control. Steve gazed at the spectacle of Ling Tian slicing through adversaries, thoughtfully rubbing his chin with his tactical gloves. So, how extensive was Furious' investment? Really? He pondered. In all honesty, it might just be the most worthwhile expenditure he has ever made. Meanwhile, aboard the floating mothership, Director Nick Fury pressed his lips together, observing the fluctuating numbers on his tablet, rhythmically drumming his fingers against the armrest. He was now convinced that this military expenditure was indeed a sound investment. Perhaps he ought to add an extra 0 to the reimbursement request. An $18 billion consulting fee seemed reasonable, but $20 billion might be excessive. Perhaps it would be prudent to settle for $500 million. Finally, stroking his beard, he arrived at a decision. $300 million would suffice, considering the mental toll of strategic planning. Director, the senators have reached a consensus. Agent Hill's voice crackled through the communicator. Fury abruptly crushed his coffee cup in frustration. Damn it, he exclaimed, adjusting his leather jacket as he strode purposefully toward the conference room, already anticipating the foolish directives those politicians would issue. Meanwhile, on the streets of New York, Ling Tian was shaking off the alien dust from his tactical gloves. All done. Time to wrap it up, he called out, giving a thumbs up to his returning comrades. The entirety of Fifth Avenue lay scattered with the remnants of Chitauri soldiers, a solitary display of battlefield clearance that was indeed impressive. Honestly, do you not require a moment to catch your breath? The captain wiped the slime from his shield. Ling Tian blinked, Of course I would tire. I am no perpetual motion machine. The Black Widow examined her magazine, interjecting, yet the portal continues to spew forth enemies. Even you. Her words were cut off by the gust from descending armor. Unless Jericho is deployed, those Leviathans cannot be harmed. The metallic clank echoed as Iron Man's visor retracted. Suddenly, all three turned their gazes toward the hesitant Ling Tian, who was vexedly raking his fingers through his hair, regretting ever mentioning reinforcements. Now resembling someone about to summon a legion of demons. Is it too late to call for backup? Tony's question rendered the atmosphere taut. Even the typically composed captain clenched his fists. Time was of the essence. Ling Tian finally erupted, unable to contain his frustration. Can you at least let me finish my sentence? The peculiar device he produced shimmered with blue light amidst the smoke. Go ahead. Speak your mind. We cannot impede you. Stark shrugged nonchalantly. Fine. Just provide me cover. My safety must be guaranteed for the next 20 seconds. What do you mean? Natasha furrowed her brow. You wanted powerful external assistance, did you not? Follow my instructions if you desire it. Ling Tian pressed down his anger. This group always loved to speak for themselves, utterly lacking in perspective. Understood. Rogers responded promptly, treating Ling Tian's mannered notification as merely unconventional. As comrades in arms, trust was fundamental. Truly the captain, far more reliable than some. Time is of the essence. The battlefield's circumstances shift rapidly. By the time reinforcements arrive, we might no longer be present, but at least we can save more civilians. Ling Tian inwardly lamented. He should have acted directly earlier. Why waste words? Understood. He resolved to keep silent, lest he be besieged again. With the armor disengaged, as Ling Tian revealed his true visage, the trio froze in place. Ling Tian? Mr. Detective? Really? Stark was the first to break the silence. I can comprehend your predicament. Yet Natasha's pupils flickered. Rogers clenched his fists tightly, veins beginning to surface on his forehead. One must always remain vigilant in this world. Who knows how many eyes lurk in the shadows? This disguise required considerable effort. Although my identity has been exposed, at least I have not revealed myself before the public. That is a boundary I refuse to cross. Ling Tian chuckled awkwardly, his face startlingly resembling Coulson's. Save for a slightly lecherous grin, the rest was a perfect replication. As for the height difference, let us assume Coulson secretly wore elevated insoles. To be frank, Coulson's sacrifice deeply saddened me. This was a tribute to him. Captain, he always regarded you as an idol. You are a hero etched in history. Thus, I wish to participate in this grand battle under Coulson's identity, fulfilling a heroic dream for him. I hope you can understand. Ling Tian's sincerity shifted the trio from shock to silence. I am sorry, Detective Ling Tian. It is truly a burden for you. Steve awkwardly rubbed the back of his head, apologizing for misunderstanding your intention to shift the blame onto Coulson. It was my oversight. Natasha and Clint also expressed their regret, as bestowing the title of hero upon the fallen Coulson was not unreasonable. Suddenly, Ling Tian slammed his hand on the table. Steve Rogers, you are humiliating me. He deliberately raised his voice to mask his insecurity. How could a victim bear the blame? The title of superhero is something many covet. If not for my deliberate low profile, Nick Fury's single I nearly blazed with fury. He had just persuaded the council to delay the launch when he looked up to see a face strikingly similar to Coulson's on the large screen. Now, everyone assumed that Coulson's fake death was his doing, while Ling Tian had already slipped away unscathed. Ironically, Pierce had covertly facilitated the council's resolution, and this Hydra leader was now supposedly protecting DS elite. Director Maria Hill hesitated, suggesting perhaps Coulson should clarify matters, and then let those individuals see through the ruse. Nick scoffed. Ling Tian had accurately deduced that the life-saving favor would compel Coulson to speak insincerely. Hill suddenly gasped. When those legislators pressed about the knight armor technology, that was indeed the detective's trump card. Nick ground his teeth, swirling about. We not only have to take the blame for him, but also serve as a shield. Now the entire world believes we are covering for him. In the surveillance footage, Ling Tian was adjusting his tie, a faint smile playing on his lips as they conversed. In that moment, he swiftly retrieved a drive, inserting the card into a device, completing his transformation preparations. Stark's prior words echoed in Nick Fury's mind as he furrowed his brow in contemplation. We must uncover the forces behind Ling Tian. Hill, establish an information interception system immediately. Even if we cannot ascertain the details, we must at least understand their communication patterns. His fingers lightly tapped the console. The young man could not possibly develop advanced technology on his own. Even Stark's Iron Man suit requires iterative upgrades, while the armor Ling Tian casually produced was nothing short of revolutionary. Understood. Hill suddenly paused. If the other party refuses to cooperate, the military will pave the way for us. A cold smile flickered in his eye. In the realm of strategy, he had yet to encounter an opponent beyond Ling Tian. The command room fell into silence once more, with only the data streams flowing across the screens. Hill suddenly accelerated her operations. The so-called information leak was merely a script to entice the enemy into a trap. On the battlefield, Ling Tian's transformation sound effect erupted. A spectral blue phantom swirled like a gale, enveloping him in black armor. As the floating cards embedded into the helmet, blue light patterns flowed and spread across the suit, heralding the official arrival of the masked rider. What sort of new holographic projection is this? Stark couldn't help but exclaim, staring at the dazzling effects of the opponent's armor with quiet disdain. Natasha's gun slightly lowered. Is your so-called breakout plan merely a costume change on the spot? Her fingers tapped lightly on the gun's grip. Reinforcement coordinates. The captain cut directly to the point. In the mothership's monitoring room, technicians shook their heads, staring at the unperturbed monitoring screen. No signal disturbances detected in the target area. Maintain surveillance. Nick Fury squinted his solitary eye, awaiting the arrival of reinforcements. Ling Tian raised his hand, withdrawing 3 cards, the devices emitting mechanical sounds as the cards were inserted. After a series of 3 pushes and pulls of the gun barrel, he abruptly squeezed the trigger, unleashing an energy beam that sliced through the air. Masked Rider Skull, Masked Rider 555, Masked Rider game. The blue, red, and green phantoms flickered past, and 3 knights materialized. Skull stood solemnly, wielding the photon break blade, while Games Kanai glimmered with a cold light. Your reinforcements have arrived. As Ling Tian's words fell, the 3 beside him were left speechless in astonishment. Jarvis, what is the meaning of this? Detection failure, sir. However, their life signs are indeed present. Jarvis's electronic voice caused Stark's pupils to tremble. How did these armored warriors appear? Natasha was the first to regain her composure. God knows. Steve's lips relaxed slightly beneath his mask. Despite the lack of understanding, these heavily armored warriors were indeed a timely aid. I have only this much in stock. Ling Tian flicked his wrist, realizing he'd need to ask Fury for more funds. This was a significant loss. As for combat capability, Stark's sarcasm was abruptly interrupted by the explosive sound of Skull leaping up to kick a Chitauri soldier. Ordinary attacks are fine. Don't expect any finishing moves. Chapter 76. A good idea. As long as we can buy some time, Steve tightened his grip on his shield. Natasha breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Ling Tian was not part of the opposing force, the situation was not the worst it could be. We'll handle the ground. You focus on eliminating the remaining threats. Ling Tian's suggestion was met with a tacit nod from the 2 agents. Agent Coulson's reputation must not be tarnished today. The young man smiled as he adjusted an imaginary tie. Ling Tian, detective, I, Stark, am still not giving up. In your dreams, Fury solitary, I was fixed intently on the surveillance footage. Could those armors be handcrafted? That defies logic. Shall we continue the investigation, Director? Retreat. We may have misjudged. Even if he has a powerful background, the director stroked his eye patch. He's likely a hard nut for S.H.I.L.D. to crack. After the 3 knights, summoned by Ling Tian, joined the battle, the pressure on Steve and Natasha decreased dramatically. The enemies on the ground were no longer an endless stream. They only needed to deal with a few stragglers, and the situation was finally stabilized for the time being. However, Ling Tian ultimately found himself isolated. Despite his formidable combat prowess, capable of holding the line, the battlefield was not merely a single checkpoint. He could secure the area he was responsible for, but could not oversee the entirety. For instance, Barton's arrows were soon to run out, yet no one could provide timely support. The slight advantage on the ground could not alter the overall battle. Passive defense would inevitably lead to a complete rout. At that point, even Ling Tian would have to retreat, for as he had stated, I am but an ordinary person who also needs to eat and sleep. Captain, there is only one detective, stretched too thin. We must find a way to resolve this issue completely. Stark's voice echoed from above. The Mark 7 armor had little energy left, yet he still struggled to hold the enemy at bay, with minimal results. I understand. It's like a siege. There are too many gates and too few defenders. Steve raised his shield to repel the latest wave of Chitauri soldiers. A wry smile forming on his lips as he remarked, "At least the civilians on this street have been evacuated, and we've managed to clear the enemies as well. Well done." "Wait, you're lying." Stark suddenly swooped down, using the last few shots from his energy cannon to punctuate Captain America's words. The flames temporarily drove back the assailing foes. Natasha gazed at the dark blue wormhole in the sky, her voice taut with tension. "Is there truly no way out? We can either capture Loki or close the portal, but regrettably, we are unable to do either at this moment." Stark's helmet clicked open, revealing his sweat-drenched, grim visage. Just then, Natasha's eyes lit up. "What about the prophecy book from Ling Tian? It might provide some clues." The cacophony of gunfire around the trio suddenly faded into the background. After a few seconds of eerie silence, Stark abruptly closed his helmet. "I will personally inquire." His crimson and gold armor shot into the sky, as if fleeing from an awkward situation. "Well done, Natasha. I had completely forgotten about that." Steve gave a thumbs up, though the bullet scars on his tactical gloves rendered the gesture comically absurd. The female agent chuckled softly, shaking her head. "All right, I will take your praises at face value." She purposely refrained from exposing the two gentlemen's tactical amnesia, the crisp sound of a magazine being loaded punctuating their dialogue. "Both of my resources have been depleted, and the situation has spiraled out of control." Agent Barton had appeared on the ground, his quiver empty, his body riddled with minor injuries, resembling one who had just recovered from severe illness. Now, they could only rely on Ling Tian's intelligence. If there is an opportunity, it would be best otherwise. "We must execute the order to evacuate the civilians." Steve's voice was low, but prior to that, we must eliminate as many enemies as possible. The prolonged battle had left everyone utterly exhausted. Thor lay on the ground, drained, while Hulk was besieged by countless aerial troops, faced with the flying adversaries. Even the battle-hardened Steve could not conceal his fatigue. "Understood, Captain." The trio steeled themselves for the final confrontation. "Ling Tian, where are you?" Stark searched the streets where they had parted ways, encountering aliens scattered everywhere, but no sign of the detective. It was not until the 4th Street that he spotted a figure wielding a blue-black firearm. Ling Tian had just cleared the enemies from the previous streets and was heading towards the 5th Street. With over 100 foes on each street, each worth 2,000 points, Ling Tian felt a surge of joy. This would be a lucrative endeavor. "You really are something," Stark exclaimed. "JARVIS has calculated that you have eliminated at least 700 enemies. Too generous. I cannot compare to you." Ling Tian humbly retracted 3 knights, internally elated as this signified at least 140,000 points in the bank. "What brings you to seek me? Has the aerial defense been abandoned?" "To be honest, it is becoming increasingly untenable." Stark casually perched on an alien, his suit's energy dwindling to less than 10. If they continued, he would have to resort to fisticuffs. "So you came to find me as a coward? I can take you away at any time." Ling Tian confidently waved his dimensional wall device. "No, I am here to inquire about clues from that book. It may be our last hope." "Huh? You actually believe in that?" "One must believe in something, especially now when desperate measures are necessary." "Suit yourself. However, if you arrive 2 days later, I shall return the item." Ling Tian shrugged. "Are you still talking about refunds? You actually purchased this worthless book?" Stark expressed his skepticism. "To be precise, it was a shopping bonus." Ling Tian scratched his head, pondering who could have foreseen that this trinket would now be of such immense value. "Forget it. Let's focus on the task at hand." Stark felt a pang of envy, having indulged in countless purchases, yet never stumbling upon such a bargain. Ling Tian flipped through the old book that had suddenly appeared in his palm, then abruptly halted. "Found it." The book states that the one who ultimately closes the portal to resolve the crisis is Natasha. "What? It's her." Stark nearly crushed his mask. "Not me. Not Thor. Not Hulk. And even Hawkeye is excluded. Yet it's a woman? Is this wretched artifact exhibiting gender bias?" He angrily kicked a screw that had just sent him flying 3 meters away due to the cube's energy. "Stark, I recorded that." Natasha's cold laughter erupted from the built-in speakers of the armor. "Do you enjoy sexual harassment lawsuits?" "Jarvis." Stark coughed. "Why is the communication still connected?" "You did not issue a disconnection command. At this moment, you ought to take the blame and provide me with an escape route." "Everyone," the captain's steady voice interjected. "Since the outcome is our victory, let us proceed as per the book." All right, all right, Stark mumbled as he changed direction. Little Natasha, I shall escort you to meet your fate. This armor is becoming akin to a ride-hailing service. He scooped Natasha up and soared into the sky. Upon landing on a rooftop, Stark caught sight of Ling Tian leisurely cleaning the bloodied long knife, having felled more foes than their entire team combined. To remind him to be cautious? That would be the height of irony. Let us begin. Stark assumed a defensive stance just as Loki emerged from the shadows, swirling a glass of red wine. Walking into your own trap? How considerate. At dawn, Stark Tower became the focal point of the city. Attention everyone, the god of mischief. Loki is on the top floor of my tower. I repeat, Loki is here. This sudden broadcast caused Loki's pupils to constrict, his golden gauntlet tightening around his scepter. Despicable mortals, summoning the Avengers to encircle me. It seems I must activate the backup plan. Thinking of fleeing now? Too late. The nano armor sliced through the clouds, the arc reactor radiating a brilliant blue light. Loki's emerald gaze swept across the sky, hearing the thunderous roar of Thor's hammer, the Hulk's bellow, and the terrifying trajectory of ice drawing near. Flee? With just you and this red-haired agent? The concrete suddenly erupted, a massive green hand tearing through the floor. Hulk's lips curled with remnants of alien slime as Loki's scepter clattered to the ground. The entire floor trembled, the deity being hurled in a meteor-like arc, cracking the bulletproof glass. Ugh! Tony's helmet popped open as he fired two palm blasts into the deep pit. Jarvis, remember to add the repair costs to the Asgard bill. Hulk contentedly pounded his chest before lunging at the swirling Leviathan beast. The rain-soaked air resonated with the crisp sounds of colliding mechs. Honestly, Fury, your understanding of Dr. Banner needs an update. Let us see if you can jest after your armor is reduced to scrap. In the communicator, Natasha's voice was laced with urgency. Wait, Doctor. Silvage said the scepter can close the portal. Both turned their gazes towards the smoking meteorite crater, beyond the shattered glass facade. The Chitauri army surged forth from the rift in space. Could we prioritize the interrogation over the violence next time? Natasha kicked aside the debris at her feet. Tony knelt beside the unconscious Loki, his knuckles rapping against the god's pale cheek. Wake up, Your Highness. Where is your scepter hidden? Let the professionals handle this, Natasha interjected, pulling Iron Man aside and precisely stepping on Loki's bruised wrist with her high heel. Outside, a fiery trail streaked across the Manhattan skyline. What do you intend to do? Are you planning to give him mouth-to-mouth? She was incredulous that someone as wicked as Loki could receive such treatment. I never thought of using this tactic when you were my assistant. Stark's tone dripped with sarcasm, pondering how effective this method might have been had he known earlier. Perhaps he should have feigned unconsciousness a few times himself. You wouldn't want to experience it. And how do you know I wouldn't? Stark was about to retort when he witnessed the seasoned agent demonstrating a professional technique for reviving the unconscious, a method he would prefer to avoid experiencing himself. After all, his pride had not yet reached such heights. Slap, slap. Natasha deftly turned Loki over, delivering a series of resounding slaps to his face. For her, this method was both swift and gratifying, a twofold victory. Stark promptly fell silent, unconsciously touching his own cheek until he realized that he was not the one being struck. He silently thanked his fortune for never losing consciousness, no matter how severe the injuries. Otherwise, goodness gracious. Cough, cough. You wretched humans dare to repeatedly humiliate a god? After a moment, Loki struggled to open his eyes, and upon grasping the situation, he erupted in furious curses. Suddenly, a pitch-black weapon pressed against his forehead, the icy sensation instantly silencing the irate Loki. He longed to resist, yet the injuries inflicted by Hulk left him too weak to contend with the two before him. Madam, might we have a civil discussion about removing this from my noble head? Loki slowly raised his hands, speaking cautiously, and reassured himself. This is merely a display of situational awareness, not submission. Natasha, don't let him deceive you. When Rogers and I apprehended him in Stuttgart, he performed just like this. As for what transpired afterward, you should be well aware. Stark suggested with a hint of intent. Since he is awake, I propose we give him a sound thrashing. As long as his mind is intact and he can speak, it won't hinder our mission, right? Loki's surrender mirrored his previous demeanor to a T, prompting Stark to suspect that the Asgardian prince had practiced this act. Otherwise, how could he be so convincing? Excellent idea. Natasha nodded, while Loki's mouth twitched. the bruises on his face quivering in response. However, leaving a thread of mercy may allow for future encounters. Let us give him another chance. Haha, madam. I find myself rather fond of you all of a sudden. Upon hearing this, Loki felt a portion of his anxious heart settle, reserving the rest for when the gun above his head was lowered. Indeed, he was quite adept at sensing the situation. Where's the scepter now? Natasha inquired coldly. Chapter 77. Lessen the burden. Why cling so desperately to that object? How about this? Release me first, and once I have dominion over Earth, I shall appoint you as queen. At that time, who would lack for scepters? Loki's heart tightened as he pondered why these two were so fixated on the scepter. However, with the artifact currently in Ling Tian's possession, he had no means of retrieving it. Huh, the elite agent as queen? How amusing, Your Highness Loki, Stark interjected, unable to contain his laughter. Enough of your banter. The scepter can close spatial portals, and we have already grasped this intelligence. Now, confess where you have hidden it. Natasha demanded, grasping Loki's collar and lifting him, delivering a sharp rap to his forehead. Oh, I cannot say I know. It seems that even with Eric under control, he has his own schemes. However, if you hadn't brought this up, I might have cooperated. But now, do you think that possibility remains? Loki smirked derisively. Though the scepter was not in his possession, it was evident that these two were unaware of that fact. Before his secret was revealed, he needed to find a way to maneuver within this predicament. A resounding slap struck Loki's face, causing him to gasp in pain. Will you speak or not? Such force. You could have at least given me a warning before catching me off guard. Is this how you plead for assistance? Loki retorted, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a cold smile. Natasha, unable to endure any longer, unleashed a flurry of blows. Yet this time, Loki displayed an unusual stubbornness. No matter how much he was beaten, he remained silent. Honestly, your fighting skills pale in comparison to that detective's. Surely, you didn't come here on an empty stomach? Loki quipped, sporting two black eyes. Blast it. I'm at my wit's end. It's your turn. Natasha realized the powerful ally behind Loki and dared not strike with full force. Reaching this point was already her limit. The option of severe coercion had been ruled out. Me? I have no experience in interrogation. If a professional like you cannot manage him, isn't that asking too much? Send for Ling Tian. He will surely have a way. And bring this troublesome fellow along. Natasha pointed at Loki. What? They exclaimed in unison. Stark hadn't anticipated having to play the role of a porter so soon again, while Loki simply dreaded facing that detective. It seems we have no choice, Stark said, seizing Loki to make a move. No. I would rather face you. I will speak now. Loki thrashed violently. The psychological shadow Ling Tian cast upon him was insurmountable, especially since the scepter was already in the hands of another. The encounter would be exceedingly awkward. Wait, Stark. Loki. You may speak now. The scepter is not with me. It was taken by Ling Tian when you confronted the first wave of Chitauri soldiers. Loki chose to confess, realizing that his petty tricks were utterly futile. The presence of Ling Tian left him with no escape, so he resigned himself to his fate. At worst, he would return to Asgard for a few days of luxury confinement, behave himself, and then plead for leniency before his mother. Regaining his freedom would not be an insurmountable task. Stark, no need for your reminders. I shall go at once. Upon hearing Loki's words, both men felt a mixture of helplessness and frustration. They had not anticipated that the scepter they had sought so desperately would be taken by one of their own, thus deepening their debt to Ling Tian. Without hesitation, Stark activated his Iron Man suit, fully unleashing its energy and soaring away at high speed. If he could locate Ling Tian and reclaim the scepter, he could close the portal and bring an end to this war. When he arrived, he found Ling Tian wielding a blue spear, sweeping through several blocks without pausing. Detective, I have finally found you. You have Loki's scepter, do you not? Stark stated directly. How do you know? This is my trophy, and you shall not take it. Ling Tian immediately understood Stark's intent and resolutely refused. Listen to me, Doctor. Eric has confirmed that the scepter can close the portal. There is no time to explain. Hand it over quickly. If you do not believe me, I can take you there to verify it personally. Wait, what did you say? Ling Tian appeared momentarily stunned. You heard me correctly. Give it to me. Every second wasted allows more Chitauri to pour forth from the wormhole. I can lend you the scepter, but it must be returned once you are done. I truly have great need of it. Ling Tian raised his hand, revealing the scepter and offering it to Stark. The the Mind Stone at its apex glowing with a soft azure light. Understood. Stark, did you hear that? An aircraft carrying munitions has just flown past. Just as Stark grasped the scepter, Nick Fury's communication abruptly interrupted, delivering this alarming news. What are you doing? I have just acquired the key to close the portal. It will take no more than a minute. Why are you telling me this now? I apologize, I have done my utmost to delay. But this order comes directly from the higher-ups, bypassing me entirely. By the time it was discovered, it would be too late. Nick Fury stood on the deck, gripping the aircraft he had managed to intercept, yet failing to stop another. What use is it to discuss this now? How long until it arrives? Stark's tone was urgent. 3 minutes. If it launches successfully, all of Manhattan will be doomed. Understood. Jarvis, direct all energy to the thrusters. I will intercept that missile. I will assist you. Ling Tian, the scepter should be delivered by you. It must be me. Such an opportunity for glory cannot fall to you. Besides, I doubt your suit has sufficient energy to reach the wormhole. You might very well fall halfway. If you fall, that is of little concern. But if you bring it down with you, that would be quite the spectacle. Imagine this, Tony Stark plummeting from the sky, obliterating Manhattan while taking himself along for the ride. Ling Tian jested. However, this jest did not elicit a smile from Stark. He was indeed uncertain whether he could complete the mission before his energy was depleted. What if we let Thor give it a try? Stark suggested. No way. Both Ling Tian and Nick Fury replied in unison. Nick explained that Thor could not afford to cause trouble on Earth, as it would attract far more formidable foes. Ling Tian added that given Thor's reckless nature, he would likely abandon the fight halfway through. There was a genuine risk he might prematurely detonate something. Such an act was entirely within his character. Stark agreed with Ling Tian, acknowledging Thor's impulsiveness. Detective, I truly apologize, Nick said, his tone laden with remorse. Fully aware of the perilous nature of the mission. Spare me, Director. 200 million in compensation is hardly sufficient. If I do not return, you understand. I guarantee with my life that I will take care of those siblings. Your assets will remain untouched, including this compensation. I've told many lies in my life, but this time it is the truth, and you must ensure your own survival. With that, Nick ended the call. Ling Tian, this should have been my responsibility. Stop. Your only task is to shut the portal on time. My life is entrusted to you. Moreover, if I were to sacrifice myself, there would still be someone to look after them. If something were to happen to you, I cannot handle Pepper. TCH. Stark scoffed, you must return safely. Otherwise, I will have no explanation for them. I cannot endure another beating, can I? Cover for me. The armor, though strong, cannot fly. I need to change equipment. Ling Tian stated. Leave it to me. However, Ling Tian, this mission is genuinely perilous. Stark remained unconvinced. Why not hand over the rest of your armor to me? I, Tony Stark, assure you that this technology will shine brilliantly at Stark Industries. Though he said this, he genuinely wished to assist his friend, or at least that was his belief. Ling Tian responded impatiently, Get lost. I am remarkably resilient. Even if you were to perish, I would not. Despite the somber tone of my earlier words, my constitution ensures that even in misfortune, I might survive. Furthermore, with the dimensional wall as a safety net, I could easily return even if I ventured into a wormhole. The primary aim of this mission is to pinpoint the location of the Chitauri forces. If their base is fixed, we can utilize the dimensional wall to accrue points. If not, we will at least establish multiple footholds in the cosmos, which is not a loss. Ling Tian swiftly donned his armor, while Stark questioned, Wait, I recall your suit cannot fly, right? Did you grab the wrong one? There's still time to exchange it. Ling Tian scoffed, Who told you it cannot fly? It merely requires some preparation. Stark teased, Then why did you have me escort you up and down the stairs several times before? That's rather inconsiderate. Shut up. You need not cover me now. If you have time, you might as well hurry and deliver the scepter. No rush. I need to confirm that you're fine first. Besides, there's still 2.5 minutes, more than enough time. Stark said this, but secretly, he wanted to witness Ling Tian's capabilities. That previous super acceleration mode left him envious, yet he knew even that could not sustain flight. He had a feeling that this suit concealed even more astonishing technology. Suit yourself. Ling Tian replied, suddenly producing a detonator from his hand. Stark scrutinized it, asking, What is this? A suitcase? The design is quite unique. He was no longer perplexed by the spectacle of the Ling Tian transformation, having grown accustomed to such marvels, particularly those stemming from advancements in nanotechnology. His curiosity now lay solely in how this suitcase could elevate the armored suit. Thus, he discreetly instructed Jarvis to commence recording, not in pursuit of technical knowledge, but at least to inspire future iterations of battle armor. Ling Tian withdrew his mobile phone from his waist and inserted it into the left side of the detonator. Subsequently, he entered the code 555 on the detonator and pressed the confirmation button. A blinding red light erupted, and the armor was instantly upgraded. As the brilliant glow receded, Ling Tian's once ebony armor transformed into a vivid crimson, with the energy veins shifting to a darker hue. In that moment, the armor appeared to be thoroughly infused with photonic blood, the only remnant of its original form being the silver plating. The exquisite wings of the flight apparatus unfurled from the back in its explosive state. Wow, Ling Tian, you look like a groom on festive occasion. Tony Stark circled the crimson-clad warrior, noting the understated dark red finish of the Mark armor, which seemed particularly modest in comparison. Iron Man appeared conservative beside him. Honestly, that color suits you remarkably well. Mr. Stark, you look especially dashing when you maintain your silence. Ling Tian's expression beneath the helmet was somewhat rigid. The striking red suit was indeed extravagant, yet the surging power within far surpassed its basic form, making it quite worth the investment. Stating facts isn't offensive, is it? The blonde inventor blinked. Once the mission concludes, shall I demonstrate the profound significance of red in this form? The Crimson Warrior clenched his fist. Wait, doesn't this form lack acceleration capabilities? Tony suddenly took a step back. Not at the moment. Then let us unleash it. The Mark 7 helmet swiftly closed. It was time for certain individuals to witness the power of technological iteration. Ling Tian hummed as he entered the command 143 into the detonator, causing the metallic casing to disassemble and reconfigure instantaneously, the brilliance of the photonic blade shimmering in the morning light. Allow me to lighten your burden. After inputting the launch code 5246, the flight apparatus expelled a torrent of searing particles, the orange-red flames dancing jubilantly within the thrusters. Beneath the helmet, Tony wore a triumphant smile, confident of victory. Ascending into the air, the warrior pressed the confirmation button again. With the electronic chime, the crimson blade surged several meters, its slicing through the air accompanied by a resonating hum that affirmed its sharpness. Stark observed the battle above with a hint of barely perceptible envy in his tone. My suit also possesses penetrating weaponry. I won't be left too far behind. He had always been proud, and it would be disingenuous to claim he was not captivated by such dazzling weaponry, especially since his arsenal contained nothing even remotely comparable. Once the energy was depleted, he would be left defenseless. Chapter 78. Not attending the celebration? Ling Tian locked onto his target from the heights, brandishing the colossal light blade as he dove downward. The blade sliced through the steel behemoth's body with the ease of a hot knife through butter, instantly leaving a gash several meters long. The giant had nearly a quarter of its mass severed, yet due to its unique structure, it continued to move slowly, the chilling wails echoing hauntingly in the air. Jarvis, did I say anything amiss just now? Stark gazed in astonishment. He expended a tremendous amount of energy just to barely breach the colossal beast's shell, whereas Ling Tian achieved this feat in a shorter span of time and inflicted damage that was 2 or 3 times greater. Such a disparity is truly hard to accept. Sir, you did indeed propose a one-on-one confrontation with him. Nonsense. That is absolutely untrue. The system records indicate that you did say so. However, rest assured, calculations show that the Mark armor is currently incapable of withstanding Ling Tian's light blade. If we could procure sturdier materials to forge new armor, it might withstand the onslaught for a while. Furthermore, Ling Tian's armor lacks your agility. If necessary, you could choose to evade or retreat. Stark replied, what kind of consolation is that? Where am I supposed to find more durable materials? That is outright cheating. Cough, cough. Jarvis, immediately delete all related records. Remember, Ling Tian and I share a brotherly bond. A one-on-one duel is utterly inconceivable. Do you understand? Understood, sir. But I fear Mr. Ling Tian will not let this matter rest easily. Let him be. He is merely looking for an excuse to pummel me, as long as I refuse to admit it. He cannot very well come to my home. Before he could finish, Stark felt a pang of uncertainty. Given Ling Tian's temperament, he could very well do just that, especially since the latter was clearly incensed at the moment. Watching Ling Tian soar towards the wormhole, Stark sighed silently. As long as that kid can return safely, I would not mind enduring a beating, not just one, but even 10, if necessary. Of course, 2 would be preferable. Stop dawdling, we must keep pace. Stark tightened his grip on the scepter and swiftly flew towards the location of the Tesseract, while simultaneously activating the team communication channel. Guys, we have Loki's scepter. We can close the portal with it. Shut it down immediately, Steve shouted, his voice trembling. He struggled to stand, supporting himself against the crumbling wall alongside the nearly unconscious Hawkeye. Had it not been for Thor's timely assistance, they would have already collapsed. Not now. Fury, just relayed a message. There's a projectile heading this way. What? Are they insane? There are thousands of civilians in the city. Steve pounded his fist against the debris, fury nearly overwhelming his reason. If it detonated, all they fought to protect would be lost. Leave it to me. Thor swung his hammer, ready to ascend. Don't rush. The detective is traversing the wormhole. If we can hold on for a few more minutes until he returns to close the portal, the war will be over. Understood. I will fight until the very last moment. Steve tightened his grip on his shield. Is it Ling Tian? Then we are assured. Thor's tense muscles relaxed. He was all too familiar with that man's strength. Natasha's voice crackled through the communicator. Director, could you please send the scepter over first? We can't have the detective returning to an open portal to witness fireworks. 30 seconds until arrival. Professor Sylvig had calibrated the equipment, awaiting the scepter's positioning. How unfortunate. It seems you're destined to win. Loki, shackled and restrained, suddenly chuckled lightly. Your scheme has crumbled. Agent Romanoff, perhaps you should reevaluate your allies. Loki's green eyes glinted with danger. If Ling Tian were to unleash his full power, it would merely be a matter of time before he obliterated this world. Nonsense. Silverg interrupted, claiming that he had outsmarted the destroyer. Destroying the world? Absurd. Indeed, he had never truly trusted you. Throughout the entire war, he concealed that pristine white armor. Do not confuse it with the fangs you have encountered. It is a weapon known as eternal destruction. What a magnificent power it is. Loki's derision echoed sharply amidst the smoke. Thor is well aware of this. Are you not curious? What trickery are you attempting? Why not seal him within a rift in space right now? The voice of the malevolent god was laced with temptation. This way, you would no longer have to live in fear. Natasha's gun remained unwavering, a base provocation. I may not be a paragon of justice, but I am not so vile as to heed slander. He saved an entire city, rescuing millions. That is sufficient. Well said. Stark descended from the heavens, the energy core glowing blue as he tossed the scepter to her. Loki narrowed his eyes. Await your regret. Ling Tian and I are kindred spirits. Every step of his machinations is steeped in self-interest. So what? Iron Man's helmet retracted. At least he did not treat New York as mere fireworks. We are comrades. No sooner had he spoken than the Tesseract device emitted a piercing sound. Dr. Silverg's voice penetrated the din. Natasha aimed the tip of the scepter at the energy matrix. As the scepter made contact with the device, the wormhole in the sky began to violently contract. The Chitauri Legion fell like marionettes with severed strings, and even the 2 Leviathan beasts transformed into lifeless meteors. As the crimson and gold armor burst forth from the wormhole, Black Widow pressed the scepter down forcefully. Close the gate. On board the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, all eyes were fixed on the deep blue vortex vanishing into the horizon. The taut nerves finally relaxed, and shears nearly overturned the deck. Earth had been safeguarded. Atop Stark Tower, the nanotech armor receded like a tide. Ling Tian wiped the blood from his face and smiled. This time it is indeed the true conclusion. Except for Loki, who remained shackled by energy restraints. Everyone wore weary smiles. Captain sat amidst the ruins, while Hawkeye had simply drifted into slumber. Even Hulk, now a tattered banner, needed to recharge. Only Thor still clutched Mjolnir. The war may be over, but my domestic affairs are far from complete. Thunder flickered in his eyes. Steve rose once more. Approaching Barton. Come on, let us bid Loki farewell. He deserves a proper send-off. Captain, I can hardly muster the strength to move a finger, Barton muttered. Slumped on the ground. Shall we call them down? Those fellows still have plenty of energy. Our injuries combined could warrant a 10-level disability assessment. His tone was utterly casual, as though discussing dinner plans. Marvelous. This was truly a struggle, Steve mused, rubbing his aching shoulder, having slept for 70 years. He awoke to find himself amidst an intergalactic conflict. What an experience. He suppressed the urge to voice his thoughts. Suddenly, Thor reappeared, and before Barton could react, he whisked him into the skies. Amidst the curses floating through the air, the two vanished in the direction of Stark Tower. Almost forgot we have aerial delivery, Steve chuckled, shaking his head. After a brief moment, Thor returned, bringing the captain along, and casually tossed a casual outfit to Banner. Make do with this. I'll take you up shortly. Eric was just lamenting his desire to see an old friend. At this moment, Loki, bound by magical shackles, leaned gracefully against the remnants of the ruins. It appeared that the outcome had been determined. However, he arched an eyebrow and surveyed the crowd, remarking, "You are quite fortunate to have a helper like Ling Tian. It seems everyone has survived. You almost met your maker." Barton, gingerly touching his bandaged wound, muttered under his breath, casting a grateful glance at Ling Tian. Thor lifted Loki by the nape of his neck, much like one would a kitten. "It's time to go home, brother," he said, his tone surprisingly indulgent. "The war is over. I propose we hold a barbecue party," Stark announced, clapping his hands. Ling Tian was quietly inching toward the door, requesting, "Please pack 3 portions for me." He had always preferred to avoid such boisterous gatherings. How could the true hero be absent? Stark blocked his path. "The real hero is Coulson," Ling Tian said, gesturing towards a certain direction. He valued tangible benefits over hollow accolades, acknowledging that it was indeed the late Coulson who had united them all. Steve gazed at the starry sky and softly echoed, "Indeed. One cannot know if what appears before him is a masked substitute or the eternally smiling agent." "Natasha, return my scepter." Ling Tian extended his palm, the metallic glove glinting coldly in the sunset. "With all due respect, this dangerous item should be kept by S.H.I.E.L.D." The red-haired agent tucked the scepter behind her, its gem-studded tip tracing a line of blue light. Her peripheral vision swept over the remnants of Loki's armor. The weapons of the vanquished rightfully belonged to the victors, an ironclad rule in the mercenary world. Tony Stark suddenly whistled, exclaiming, "Now do you understand why I said it was alone?" The genius has finally caught on. Ling Tian's tactical visor scanned the data streams. Stark Industries' compensation bill for the incident when someone tampered with the cosmic cube and opened a portal still lingered at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s finance department. Didn't he it? Natasha's nails dug into the scepter's intricate patterns. "I need to consult Director Fury." "That suits me." The detective's neural interface glimmered with green light. "Your director understands strategic investments better than some agents." Hawkeye clicked his tongue over the communication channel. "Captain, this is more difficult than dealing with the Chitauri." The captain rubbed his bruised cheekbone. "Thor, next time, do not use Mjolnir as an ambulance." The Asgardian prince, feeling aggrieved, twirled his hammer. The Midgardians have a rather unique way of expressing gratitude. Natasha's bone-conducting earpiece crackled to life with Fury's voice, rough as if sanded. "Give it to him. That thing was always collateral." The agent's fingers suddenly stiffened. The director never referred to it as collateral. "Fury, are you sure you want to do this? That artifact can control a person's consciousness." She still sought to salvage the situation, hinting for Nick Fury to reconsider. Inside, Nick Fury roared, "Trust? Nonsense." But the situation had spiraled beyond control. "Natasha, obey the order. Hand it over, Romanoff. Don't be untrustworthy. Take it." Natasha gritted her teeth and flung the scepter to Ling Tian. "How could you have anticipated Fury's compromise?" she inquired, unwilling to accept the reason for her failure. As Stark and the others attentively listened, only Banner and Eric engaged in nostalgic conversation in the corner. It was quite straightforward. Ling Tian tossed and caught the scepter, stating that they had a wager. If he won, he would acquire the scepter. If his opponent won, he would join S.H.I.E.L.D. The outcome was evident. However, he did not anticipate that the spoils would be intercepted midway, which he had to retrieve himself. He smirked, adding that their previous denials were akin to publicly slapping Fury in the face. "Wait, how was I unaware of this wager?" Natasha furrowed her brow. "Would the loser proclaim it far and wide?" Ling Tian retorted sarcastically, "Besides, I was rescuing you. Today, they could bypass Fury's launch, and tomorrow they could steal the scepter for experimentation." Natasha fell silent, realizing her oversimplification. Caution is indeed mutual. Ling Tian caressed the scepter, asserting that he had never truly trusted S.H.I.E.L.D., which was why he insisted on collaboration. Today's events aptly validated his prudent approach. In a sudden turn, he addressed Thor. May I have the honor of witnessing the Tesseract? One ought to know what the source of this chaos looks like. Thor readily agreed, of course. Loki interjected with a sinister tone. Aren't you concerned he might seize the Tesseract? He wouldn't. Thor laughed heartily. If it came to a forceful grab, none of us combined could stop him. Loki shut his mouth, acknowledging that the strong deserve such apprehension. Ling Tian approached the Tesseract, suppressing his inner tumult. The moment his fingertips grazed it, the tension in his heart dissipated entirely. Another mission worth millions of points had come to fruition. Ladies and gentlemen, my commission concludes here. Ling Tian fondled the acquired space gem, signaling that it was time to bid farewell. With the main quest accomplished, he felt an urgency to return. What outweighed more, the roasted meat or the points? The answer was obvious. Stark swirled his wine glass, asking, Are you sure you won't join the celebration? Chapter 79, The Ancient One. Your kind invitation is duly noted, Ling Tian replied, pointing at his dark circles. If you truly feel remorse, send 3 takeout orders to my home. The crowd's expressions turned nuanced. Even Loki, bound like a dumpling, wore a mocking grin. The one who least deserved to complain about fatigue audaciously claimed exhaustion, having effortlessly swept through 9 blocks without breaking a sweat. The captain interjected to ease the tension. Let's respect the detective's choice. Let us stay in touch. Stark reluctantly clinked glasses, pondering the modifications to his armor. Ling Tian produced an assortment of unevenly cut papers, as if performing magic. For future commissions, your patronage is welcome, with a familiar discount of 10. He handed a particularly formal note to Dr. Eric, with a starting price of 500 and no upper limit. The handmade business cards left everyone speechless, yet they dutifully tucked them into their pockets. One intriguing individual, Steve mused, gazing at the vanishing portal. Such a miserly genius. Stark grumbled, poking at the roast. He could easily replicate the memory core. Natasha chuckled lightly. Even Director Fury was turned away. What chance do you have? Their debate was interrupted by Thor's booming voice. The celebration feast is going cold. After a day of fierce battles, he exclaimed, rubbing his stomach. Filling our bellies is no problem. But what will we do with this fellow? Barton gestured towards Loki with a nod of his chin, aware that this cunning individual could slip away at any moment. Let's just eliminate him, Stark casually suggested, as if he had entertained this notion long before. Absolutely not. Thor interjected, stepping protectively in front of his brother like an impenetrable wall. Loki suddenly found this bumbling giant of a brother rather dependable and began to reflect on whether he had stabbed him in the back too often. Perhaps a single stab would suffice next time? Wait, why was he even contemplating next time? Then propose a solution, Stark challenged. The confines of the Sky Fortress cannot contain him, unless you escort him back to Asgard right now. Stark's suggestion garnered agreement from the others, leaving Thor at a loss for words, as no one understood the fortress's durability better than he did. I have a plan, Thor replied, turning to reveal an apologetic expression. Forgive me, brother. With that, he pressed the mighty hammer against Loki's chest. Done. Thor clapped his hands triumphantly, as if this idea were flawless. I have no objections, Barton remarked, having witnessed the hammer's power firsthand and knowing that Loki would not be able to move a finger, his pent-up rage dissipating significantly. Doctor. Erickson nodded in agreement as well. Left alone, Loki gazed at the retreating figures of the others, feeling that his earlier sentiment was utterly absurd. If there were to be a next time, he would have to stab them 17 or 18 times to feel satisfied. System, what is my current point total? Wait, let's settle the task rewards first. Ling Tian avoided the gaze of the crowd, using dimensional travel to return home, locking the door behind him as he mentally prepared for newfound wealth. Main task, acquire the space stone. 1,000,000 points. Side task, annihilate the Chitauri Legion. 100,000 points. Various hidden tasks. 300,000 points. Total, 1 for 100,000 points. A commendable haul, but what does various mean? Ling Tian frowned at the panel. It means what it says, but I cannot elaborate. Name 2 typical examples. Ling Tian, curious after experiencing a bounty of points, insisted. Are you certain, host? I, Ling Tian, have no regrets in my actions, but do proceed. Successfully framing Coulson. 50,000 points. The host brutally assaulting Natasha. 30,000 points. Slaying 100 foes. 10,000 points. annihilating 200 more, an additional 10,000 points. Stop. Ling Tian abruptly interrupted the system's report, fearing that continuing would rob him of sleep. Although these were facts, such accomplishments sounded akin to those of a villain. Just report the total, Ling Tian commanded, staring into the void. Initial, 500,000. Task earnings, 1,400,000. Chitauri Legion extermination, 7,000,000. Grand total, 8,900,000. 8,900,000. Ling Tian's lips curled into a cruel smile. Profiting from others' misfortunes was indeed a lucrative endeavor. He accessed the marketplace, filtering for the Exosuit series, focusing on the insectoid enhancer. A cerulean holographic screen unfolded before him, revealing countless mechanical insects fluttering about. This golden device could awaken new forms and even briefly reverse time. For his current stage, this ability was far more practical than dimensional travel. After refreshing the page 3 times, the desired item finally appeared. Ling Tian gritted his teeth as he spent 1,000,000 points, and when the system's notification chimed, his wallet had dwindled to 7.9 million. He decided to check the Eternal Rider series. The virtual shelf instantly transformed into an array of cards: Clone, Invisibility, and Force Field Shield. Regrettably, the touchscreen displayed them in gray, indicating that he needed to collect 8 knights to unlock them. Currently, he only possessed a skull, and the complete Eternal Rider seemed a distant dream. Ultimately, he selected the 3 least expensive skill cards, each valued at 500,000. Particularly, the Clone card, Eternal Rider Illusion, consumed a full 1,000,000 points. In the blink of an eye, 500,000 points vanished. Ling Tian fondled the newly acquired cards and instructed the system. Upgrade the malfunction for me. May I inquire how many levels you wish to ascend? The mechanical voice presented an unexpected option. Ling Tian's pupils contracted sharply. Could this thing upgrade in bulk? System, we are old acquaintances. Do you believe I would squander my points? Continuous upgrades? You overestimate me. I merely wish to exchange this useless book for a belt. Understood. You intend to upgrade by 1 level, correct? The system swiftly grasped Ling Tian's insinuation. Indeed, however, if a bulk upgrade could offer a discount, it would be worth considering. You're overthinking it. Upgrading is entirely at your discretion. This system merely provides friendly advice. Such fantasies are best left as dreams. The system's frigid response shattered Ling Tian's hopes. No negotiations? None whatsoever. Stingy. I merely wish to round off a figure. Now, upgrading by 1 level costs 640,000, and the next upgrade costs 1.28 million. The points I've painstakingly earned could vanish in an instant. Yet, your so-called rounding off amounts to tens of thousands of points, which is truly excessive. I am powerless in this matter. Damn it. Fine. Today I'm in a good mood. I won't quibble with you. I'll directly upgrade 2 levels for 1.86 million. I must keep some points for emergencies, right? Exchanging this wretched book might lead to even greater losses. If you dare deceive me again, do you believe we would both perish? I assure you, that will not happen. This system guarantees, upon your life, that these skills are exceptional items for enhancing your strength, truly worth the investment. For now, I shall trust you. After exiting the mall, Ling Tian suddenly froze. Wait, you guarantee upon my life. Whose trick have you learned? Learn to be bad? Who else could this system possibly learn from? Don't you have any awareness? Ling Tian's humble demeanor left the system feeling somewhat unsettled. Yet truth be told, this contrast was rather exhilarating. Ahem, you heard correctly. It is literally the freezing of time. The system's mechanical voice brimmed with pride. Absolutely marvelous. System, you are truly my favorite, Ling Tian exclaimed, his voice rising an octave in excitement. This nearly 2 million points spent was genuinely worthwhile, as he finally obtained a top-tier skill. Besides the coveted time pause, the other skills were also quite commendable. The technique of the Great Tree of Haidong, though currently impractical, elevated him to the level of a master thief. The surgical expertise skill conjured images of the shrapnel in Tony's chest as he contemplated when he might extract a sum from Iron Man. The ability of the mirror world had yet to find a purpose, but it certainly served as a perfect safe house. Recalling the matter of having Wanda and the others take refuge in the sanctum, Ling Tian couldn't help but smirk, realizing he had now incurred another favor from the Ancient One. It was time to test the effects of his time-stopping ability. casually tossing his phone into the air. He activated his power. In an instant, the entire world succumbed to an absolute stillness. The phone hovered midair, and the sound waves in the atmosphere froze within the realm of his temporal stasis. Only Ling Tian was able to move freely within this solidified space-time. Indeed, it was impressive. Catching the descending phone, Ling Tian rubbed his hands together in excitement, dismissing the likes of Dormammu and Thanos as inconsequential. The scheming of Odin and the Ancient One now seemed trivial in comparison. Just then, the system interjected with a note of caution. Host, do not get too carried away. Spare me the chatter. Once I master this skill, I shall settle accounts with the Supreme Sorcerer. Ling Tian was lost in his daydreams when the system's trembling voice interrupted him. I advise you to think twice. Those individuals can only be halted for a maximum of 1 second. Ling Tian widened his eyes in disbelief. 1 second? Are you mistaken? He quickly adjusted his mindset, reassuring himself, at least it can be useful against an army. Yet, he sighed again, lamenting that he would not be able to see the Ancient One. The memory of her smile from their last encounter sent chills down his spine, akin to being caught cheating by a teacher. The system couldn't help but retort, that is purely a figment of your imagination. The Ancient One is actually quite amiable. Of course, if I didn't know her to be good-hearted, I wouldn't have sought her out. Ling Tian pouted, expressing his desire to resolve his psychological trauma. Perhaps if I were to tap her shiny bald head and then stride away with flair? The system immediately exploded in protest. If you wish to court disaster, be my guest. Though we are bound together, this system does not wish for demise, nor does it want to be dragged down by you. Ling Tian remained unfazed. We are no longer weak. With the full activation of the eternal memory, we can reach a level comparable to that of the Celestial Father. Coupled with dimensional barriers and time stasis, we could escape even against cosmic-level threats. It is time to stand tall. Host, you have changed. The system lamented. The cautious host of yesteryears was a source of reassurance. Times have changed, Ling Tian asserted confidently. As long as I do not provoke the powerful. What is there to fear? The system scoffed. Do not be overconfident. Against Thanos, your chances of victory stand at a mere 40%. Not to mention the Time Stone's counter against your stasis. I warn you, some who may appear weak have formidable figures like the Living Tribunal and death backing them. The cold splash of reality was merciless. Ling Tian was drenched in disillusionment, slumping in his chair, exuding an aura of despondency. How foolish of me to entertain the thought of touching the Supreme Sorcerer's head. He shuddered at the realization. The peril of the Marvel Universe far exceeded his expectations. That fleeting thought was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. The Ancient One's immunity to time stasis implied that before his fingers even grazed her bald head, he would be captured on the spot, while he could potentially escape via teleportation. The ramifications could either lead to his being stranded in a far-off corner of the universe or leave him with lifelong psychological scars. Both outcomes sent shivers down his spine. More crucially, he was counting on the Ancient One's assistance for the awakening of Wanda and her brother's powers. If he were to offend this pivotal figure first, obtaining a Mind Stone would be in vain. He might as well sell it to S.H.L.D. for cash. System, I owe you my gratitude for timely halting Ling Tian's sycophantic demeanor. Otherwise, I would have truly been adrift in the cosmos. It is part of my duty. The system's electronic voice resonated with a hint of reserve. Yet it advised the host to consistently address me with the honorific title of System Lord, for frequent changes in appellation may adversely affect operational efficiency. That remains contingent upon your future conduct. Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. TSK, so utilitarian. After this frightful experience, Ling Tian resolved to retreat into seclusion. Until he attains the complete form of his abilities, he must continue to bide his time and develop. Today's lesson is etched in his memory. He must guard his cards tightly and keep his tail tucked, lest he find himself unaware of his demise. This cautious attitude greatly pleased the system, for the host's life is directly tied to its existence. Still, Earth offers a sense of security. Ling Tian mused, contemplating that after Odin's fall, he would need to consider relocating to Asgard. It is time to scout for property in the divine realm, preferably in a secluded corner. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Wait, system, where's my knight's belt? Chapter 80. Half a battlefield? Please restart the mall interface. The system prompted with luminous subtitles, boasting a credibility rating of level. System Lord, please do not let me down this time. Can you provide something reliable? Ling Tian's tone carried a hint of exasperation. All right, no more complaints. This time, the item is undoubtedly suitable for you. That's more like it. Ling Tian accessed the mall interface, where the page was now orderly arranged in a 10 by 10 grid showcasing hundreds of items. His gaze immediately fixed upon a belt, its dark handprint strikingly prominent. Kamen Rider, a renowned sorcerer. Ling Tian's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he expended 2 million points to acquire it. Although the price was steep, magical attacks had always been his Achilles heel. And now he could finally rectify that shortcoming. Concurrently, the corresponding night card was generated within the Ultimate Rider's card box. Excellent, double satisfaction. In a dimly lit room, Nick Fury, director of SHIELD, was engaged in discussions regarding the Avengers with several high-ranking officials through holographic projections. The screen before him displayed news reels post-battle, revealing the public's polarized opinions on this superhero team, yet supporters remained in the majority. Particularly, Kamen Rider's dazzling achievements and distinctive armor style had become focal points of discussion. Ling Tian, however, was unfazed. What Kamen Rider accomplishes is of no concern to me. Ling Tian, even if some audacious reporter were to capture my transformation, that would merely implicate Coulson, and besides, no one has managed to document it thus far. The powerful individuals continued to pose questions, addressing topics from the Avengers to the Tesseract and to the war criminal Loki. Fury, with arms crossed, replied with ease. The Avengers you assembled pose a significant threat, remarked a female representative coldly. Their perilous nature is well known to the world. Even the entire universe is aware. Fury responded calmly. Isn't that precisely the effect we desire? Displaying strength is the best form of deterrence. Another individual interjected to mediate. After the meeting concluded, Fury exhaled a sigh of relief as he exited the room. Director, what shall we do now? The Avengers have disbanded, and some individuals, like Thor, have even departed from Earth. How shall we respond if another crisis arises? Hill pressed. They will return. Are you certain? Of course, we cannot do without them. Fury asserted with unwavering conviction. Hill nodded, then turned back suddenly. By the way, what about Agent Coulson's arrangements? Coulson? He's still on leave, isn't he? Surely. We haven't resorted to silencing him. Fury shrugged. Upon his return to duty, Coulson had been informed that his leave during hospitalization would be deducted as a consequence of his insubordination to the director. That's rather harsh, isn't it? Hill remarked, shrugging her shoulders. However, Director, that's not the crux of the matter. I just received a call from General Ross. He will be arriving in half an hour with 2 accompanying personnel to visit Coulson. One is a medical expert, and the other is a rather large-headed researcher. They claim they need to draw several hundred blood samples for study, but it's nothing more than a weasel wishing a chicken well. Damn it. That old fox Ross is leaving Ling Tian untouched and instead targeting our SHIELD. They've even assembled a blood-drawing team. It's nothing short of coercion. A glint of coldness flashed in Nick Fury's solitary eye. Yet, it was understandable. Coulson's amiable persona was too deeply ingrained. They probably thought that by offering him a test tube, he would obediently lie on the examination table. They might even have their eyes set on his armor technology. As for that large-headed scientist, he was likely drawn to Coulson's exceptional physical abilities, an unyielding vigor through continuous high-intensity combat, which even the captain could not achieve. Alas, these people were destined for a fruitless trip. Fury had anticipated that Ling Tian's reveal on the battlefield would provoke a reaction, but the military's swift action exceeded expectations. Less than 24 hours after that battle, Ross had already arrived with a complete research team. Ironically, this assembly of high-ranking officials was merely to meet an ordinary agent. One might mistakenly think that Coulson had averted the apocalypse. Well, strictly speaking, that was entirely incorrect. Director, Coulson is currently unaware of the battlefield changes. Should we inform him in advance to prepare? Furthermore, should we meet with these individuals? Perhaps we ought to respect his wishes? Hill pressed her lips together, feeling both anxious and absurd. Ling Tian, merely with a mask, had prompted a 5-star general to personally visit a grassroots agent. This dramatic scene rivaled the best in dark humor. Let them in, Nick said, rotating the cigar in his hand. Explaining will only complicate matters further. Only by witnessing it firsthand can we extinguish their fantasies. Now I understand why the detective never relied on memory devices. He was already wary of the military's tactics. But didn't the knight that appeared later also use a memory device? Hill furrowed her brow. Agent Hill, Nick sighed while pinching the bridge of his nose. Your strategic insight is commendable, but your tactical details resemble those of a novice. It seems this name must be crossed off the list of successors. Otherwise, in the future, S-H-I-E-L-D could be dismantled and sold for parts, and you might still be counting someone else's money. We at S-H-I-E-L-D already possess a batch of memory devices that we, safeguard on behalf of Stark. Although we have not made significant discoveries, the outside world does not share that sentiment. The knights summoned by Ling Tian will not only evade suspicion, but will also solidify our claims of significant breakthroughs in memory device research. That is the crux. Otherwise, do you think Ross, that old fox, personally intervened for no reason? He is clearly here to apply pressure on me. Shocked, Hill exclaimed. It seems that the detective is indeed formidable. How does his mind operate? She found it utterly incomprehensible that someone so carefree could possess such depth. If Ling Tian were present, he would undoubtedly protest his innocence, asserting that his use of the dual rider system was solely for testing armor performance, and that apart from the eternal memory unit, the power of the dual rider system was rather comparable. The one-eyed director tapped his fingers on the table. Who knows? But it is evident that he has succeeded. A flicker of resentment crossed Nick Fury's eyes. How wonderful it would be if such a talent could be brought under the auspices of S-H-A-L-D. With just a bit of training, he could confidently retire and pass the director's position on. The current situation is that S-H-I-E-L-D has become his shield. The director rubbed his temples. Whether we like it or not, we must share the burden of pressure on his behalf. However, we must act to prevent various factions from using force to coerce Ling Tian into revealing his armor technology. The siblings at home are his Achilles heel. With his current capabilities, a confrontation would surely lead to mutual destruction. The Avengers may not side with us. Understood, sir. What about Agent Coulson? Go check on him, Fury rose. My old subordinate has yet to encounter such a scenario. If those cunning old foxes extract information from him, it could cost us dearly. In the hospital room, Coulson was blissfully admiring a signed photograph of Captain America, completely oblivious to the monumental cost of Ling Tian's life-saving grace. Upon seeing his superior enter, he quickly sat up. Director, Hill, have you come specifically to see me? In a manner of speaking, Fury's single eye gleamed with a subtle nuance. I have important matters to discuss with you. Coulson's internal alarm bells rang. The director rarely spoke in such a tone. Even more suspicious was Hill's barely concealed laughter. He feigned calmness. If the director has something to say, I can handle it. Little did he know how hard it would be to maintain his composure. Nick Fury's eyes sparkled with cunning. Is it that serious? Coulson instinctively clutched his bandaged chest. Shouldn't we wait until I am discharged in half a month? The agency has plenty of capable individuals. This matter is crucial, and you are indispensable. Nick decisively interrupted. Hill's light laughter echoed through the communicator. It's not all bad news. A 5-star general is coming to commend our battle hero, arriving in half an hour. What a joke. Coulson nearly yanked out his 4. Why would someone like me be worthy of such attention? Don't be anxious. Hill stifled her laughter, explaining, Ling Tian used your face during the battle in New York. Fortunately, the public remains unaware of the true identity of the masked rider. So I am taking the fall for that detective? Coulson sighed deeply, lamenting that had he known saving a life would come at such a cost. Nick interrupted, just cooperate with the investigation. Remember 3 points. Speak the truth. Agree to a blood test, and you may reveal Ling Tian's identity since they are already aware. Understood. Coulson forced a smile, suddenly feeling that the lab rats were more fortunate than he. Hill suddenly became serious. I apologize for the inconvenience. Yet, it is undeniable that Ling Tian risked his life in the wormhole. Ha ha! A deep, hearty laugh suddenly resonated from the cabin door. Director Fury, you are undoubtedly aware of the purpose of my visit on behalf of the military, are you not? Upon disembarking, Ross cut straight to the chase. A direct approach that surprisingly put Nick Fury at ease. Years of collaboration had allowed the two to see through each other, rendering any pretense of civility superfluous. Here, to visit a hero? However, General Ross, I must caution you. I fear you may have come to the wrong person. Never mind. You wouldn't believe me anyway. Follow me. Agent Coulson has sustained severe injuries and will require at least half a month for recuperation. It is unlikely he will be able to personally welcome you all. Director Fury, you are too kind. We naturally understand the plight of a wounded hero. Ross uttered these words. Yet not a single punctuation mark of doubt lingered in his mind. Although the military's intelligence network could not rival that of S.H. It was far from blind. He had received reports indicating that Coulson was in robust health when traversing the wormhole. How could he now be gravely injured? Nick Fury led the group to the hospital room. There lay Coulson in a blue and white striped patient gown, his gaze vacant. Sprawled on the bed, his appearance left no doubt that it was not an act. Commander? General Ross? What brings you here? Coulson weakly propped himself up. We simply wish to pay our respects to the hero who saved New York. As Ross spoke, he scrutinized Coulson. Hero? Please do not jest. Captain and the others are the true heroes. I merely followed orders to assist in uniting them. Coulson's response was sincere, yet Ross grew increasingly skeptical. Agent Coulson is far too modest. At such a young age, achieving so much without seeking accolades. I even envy Director Fury for having such a capable subordinate. Ross forced a knowing smile. You flatter me, General. I am but an ordinary agent. Do not belittle yourself. The ability to control half a battlefield is not something just anyone possesses. Half a battlefield? Coulson's eyes widened in surprise, followed by a look of realization. You must be mistaken, General. During the conflict, I was recovering aboard the aerial aircraft carrier and never set foot on the front lines, let alone controlled any battlefield. He gesticulated urgently, fearing that if this accusation were substantiated, his days of peace would be over. Sir, please help me clarify. Was it not you who instructed me to feign death to motivate them to unite? Coulson was on the verge of tears. If he were truly guilty, he would own up to it, but he could not bear the weight of this unjust blame. I can certainly vouch for that. The entire crew of the aircraft carrier can attest to it. The question is, however, whether Nick Fury's stern countenance revealed any emotion. Do you believe they would trust them? This confrontation wavered Ross's resolve. He had not been unaware of the doubts surrounding Coulson's identity. After all, the honest man before him was consistent with his usual perceptions. But what if? The transformation from an affable individual to a top-tier warrior, surpassing even Captain America, Steve Rogers. This alone rendered Coulson's potential deserving of greater attention. Might I request you elucidate who this individual truly is? Just as Ross hesitated, a large-headed man beside him stepped forward, presenting an image on his tablet. Ling Tian transforming back, revealing Coulson's face. Chapter 81. Unconventional Measures. Let me introduce Dr. Samuel Stern, the enigmatic blue man from the Hulk incident. Ross shrugged, noting that an unforeseen event had catalyzed the evolution of his intellect, rendering him extraordinarily brilliant. Indeed, that grotesque cranium was unsettling, yet Stern's prodigious talent was something Ross could not easily dismiss. A pleasure to meet you. Dr. Coulson forced a smile, his molars grinding. The person in the video was, in fact, Detective Ling Tian. He must have thought I was dead, assuming my identity to fulfill a heroic fantasy. How he longed to disclose this truth. Yet, the video provided irrefutable evidence. If Ling Tian were aware of his survival and still masqueraded as him, the logic would be utterly nonsensical. Yet, Ling Tian had done just that, leaving behind a troublesome mess. At this moment, Coulson had no choice but to concoct a narrative, portraying Ling Tian as a victim deceived by Nick Fury. A sense of frustration welled within him. Meanwhile, Nick Fury stood tall, even taking a secret satisfaction in this hasty fabrication. Given the circumstances, it would be prudent to completely absolve Ling Tian of any blame, allowing himself to shoulder the burden. At least, in the eyes of outsiders, it would appear that even Ling Tian had been outmaneuvered by him, which was not too humiliating. Ross's expression darkened visibly. Regardless, the prospect for the armor technology seemed utterly bleak. Suddenly, Nick Fury's phone rang. The caller ID displayed, Ling Tian. Excuse me, I hope you don't mind, General. Be my guest, Ross muttered through clenched teeth. The director is quite busy. Came Ling Tian's cold scoff from the other end. Where's my payment? It's been delayed for a day. Damn it. Nick Fury felt a chill run down his spine as he realized he had completely forgotten this matter. Turning around, he noticed everyone was staring at him. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. publicly confronted about a debt? The corners of Ross's mouth nearly reached his ears. Detective, I have pressing matters to attend to. I will contact you later. He hastily hung up, forcing a calm demeanor as he addressed the general. Shall we continue? Are you trying to renege on your promise? Ling Tian's voice seemed to linger in the room. Heartless and ungrateful. How naive you're to think otherwise. This thought flashed through Ling Tian's mind and seemed entirely reasonable. Ross suppressed his smile and said earnestly, "Very well. Even if I were to concede the truth of your earlier claims, we currently lack substantial evidence to support them, correct? However, there is a method. May I collect a small blood sample from Agent Coulson for testing? Only 200 milliliters would suffice." Nick Fury hesitated. "As long as Agent Coulson consents, I have no objections." "I agree. Director, this is the quickest way to prove my case," Coulson immediately asserted. "Excellent. Then I shall trouble Dr. Vincent. His medical expertise ranks among the top 10, and you can all rest assured with him at the helm." The expressions of the three SHIELD members turned grim. They understood he was there to draw blood, but such self-aggrandizing remarks were excessively brazen. "My apologies, I must take another call." Nick Fury's phone rang once more. The caller ID, still reading Ling Tian. "Director, I must inquire. Are you attempting to evade responsibility? Considering SHIELD's financial constraints, I can forego overtime pay, service fees, and emotional compensation for now, but you cannot burn bridges after crossing the river." Nick Fury's expression darkened. "Detective, I am currently unable to engage. I shall return your call tomorrow." With outsiders present, he suppressed the urge to hurl his phone, merely pressing the power button with great force. "This is purely an accident. Please, continue. I assure you, there will be no further interruptions." However, in the next moment, Hill's phone abruptly rang, revealing that Ling Tian had discovered the director's line was unavailable and had swiftly shifted targets to relay a message. "Sir, it's a call from the detective. Should I take it? I am most curious to hear what he has to say." Nick Fury's temples throbbed in frustration. Today had certainly been a blow to his dignity. "Yes, Agent Hill, is Nick Fury beside you?" "Indeed, he is right here." "Excellent. Please convey this to him. You may evade the first day, but not the 15th. Do not compel me to visit in person." Ling Tian's voice came through the receiver with clarity. Fury's temples pulsed with irritation. Were it not for the disparity in their capabilities, he would have been inclined to deliver a resounding slap to Ling Tian. Being pursued for debts in front of General Ross was not merely about money. It was a blatant attempt to humiliate him. He snatched the phone from Hill and exclaimed, "Detective, are you aware of what we are discussing? General Ross is assisting us with the case involving Agent Coulson's efforts to save New York. Since you are directly involved, would you care to come and provide your testimony in person?" "Oh, is that so?" Ling Tian responded, seemingly taken aback, realizing he had indeed misjudged the situation. "I shall hang up now. You may continue your discussion, but remember to double my fee as previously agreed." "Do not hang up. Detective, we still require your testimony regarding Coulson." Nick Fury was determined not to let this opportunity slip. "Since you have chosen to embarrass me publicly, now you must aid me in restoring my reputation. With your testimony, SHIELD can mitigate this crisis. There is no need for that. Agent Coulson has already sacrificed himself. I merely wish to fulfill his final wish." Fury widened his single eye in disbelief, nearly laughing in exasperation. "You perform quite convincingly. Why not pursue an Oscar?" He discreetly signaled to Coulson. "That detective, I am, in fact, still alive." Coulson timely interjected. "What? Impossible. Director Fury stated you had perished. Why would SHIELD lie?" Ling Tian's voice was filled with astonishment. "This is not the time for such discussions. Please inform General Ross that I did not participate in the battle in New York." Coulson hastily interrupted. "I see. General Ross is also present?" "Indeed. I came to visit Coulson and conduct a routine examination. Given your statement, it seems a misunderstanding." Although Ross spoke thus, he was secretly delighted to witness the spectacle of SHIELD being pursued for debts. This trip was indeed worthwhile. "General, it was indeed I who participated in the battle. Agent Coulson, no, the entirety of SHIELD provided no assistance whatsoever. I was neither equipped with high-tech armor, nor did I consume any stamina-enhancing potions. It was solely due to my unique constitution. You must believe me. This matter has nothing to do with Coulson." Ling Tian asserted emphatically, but the statement felt peculiar nonetheless. "Coulson, we're doomed. Nick Fury, damn it. I should have hung up sooner. Thank you for your clarification, Detective." Ross expressed his gratitude verbally, yet his gaze lingered meaningfully upon Coulson. Now, he was even more convinced that this matter was undoubtedly linked to S.H. Naturally, although kept in the dark. It was truly a relief to know that Coulson was still alive. By the way, General, I hope you can keep what happened in New York confidential. That goes without saying. Let us leave the explanations at that. But before we end the call, there's one thing I must address. My sincerest apologies, Agent Coulson, for mistakenly believing you had sacrificed yourself, and for using your mask without permission. I'm truly sorry. Of course, I forgive you. It's hardly a significant matter. Coulson's voice carried a hint of bitterness. That's wonderful. Ling Tian swiftly terminated the call, turning off his phone and tossing it into the corner. At last, he could breathe easy. Coulson was indeed a good man, and S.H.I.E.L.D. showed great consideration. A smile crept across his face. Meanwhile, aboard the helicarrier, Ross surveyed the room. Director Fury, the situation has become clear. However, out of concern for Coulson's health, I recommend extracting 200 milliliters of blood for testing, of course, following the proper procedures. Be my guest. Nick Fury's face remained grim. He understood that after Ling Tian's testimony, any form of remedy would be futile. The incident had come full circle, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had ultimately become a pawn in the hands of some detective. General, do you truly believe S.H.I.E.L.D.'s narrative? Just after leaving S.H.I.E.L.D., Stern leaned in and whispered, "Does it matter whether I believe it or not? The military will never gain an advantage over Nick Fury." Ross narrowed his eyes. Wasn't that Detective S. testimony rather too convenient? Perhaps he aimed to shift the pressure onto S.H.I.E.L.D. The crux of the matter lies here. We are fully aware it is a trap, yet we must split our forces to investigate S.H.I.E.L.D. And he effortlessly unraveled the situation with just a few truths. Ross clenched his fists. This was precisely why no one dared to challenge him. Always greeted with a smile, yet capable of maneuvering through the eye of every storm. What was even more terrifying was his vigilance. The military surveillance extended far beyond that of S.H.I.E.L.D., yet they couldn't even trace his speeding tickets. Every action remained within the bounds of legality, akin to a walking citizen's code. Stern suddenly laughed. Well, I would certainly like to meet this individual. The conversation was interrupted due to encrypted signal loss. If even you're powerless against him, he truly piques my interest. I've studied this memory device for so long, yet I have no leads. It resembles an irreplicable unique item. Stern grinned, but the grin appeared particularly sinister on his large head. Perhaps what you have is merely debris. To find a few fragments amidst the ruins of Vank is already fortunate. Do not forget, I hired you for the Super Soldier Project. Feel free to experiment with a sample of the abomination, but I wish to see results promptly. Ross narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences. Understood. You should procure a complete memory device from S.H.I.E.L.D. If I have a sample, I could replicate an equivalent version of the abomination, just as I did with the Hulk. Stern shrugged nonchalantly. Ross's threats held no sway over him. Although Hulk's blood had severe side effects, it significantly enhanced his physique. Even if he could not rival the Green Giant, he was more than capable of handling ordinary soldiers. Do not dream. Ross sneered. Nick Fury would never relinquish the memory device. He had utilized this badge to assemble a special task force directly under Alexander Pierce, dedicated to the protection of dignitaries. Not only had he amassed a fortune, but he had also woven an intricate web of connections. Should you dare to act against them, the military would be immediately submerged in public outcry. And what of Ling Tian? Stern's voice suddenly struck like a venomous serpent. Do not feign ignorance. Do you not desire his blood? With his genetic sample, your Super Soldier Project could accelerate by at least threefold. Ross tapped his fingers against the table. I will handle it. For now, analyze Coulson's blood sample. It's already been tested. It's merely waste, Stern replied, shaking the test tube, the crimson liquid sliding sluggishly against the glass. So mundane, it was almost offensive, lacking even the value of replication. Evidently, the detective was not lying. Ross grimaced, stroking his chin. However, Fury must have prepared a contingency. As he gazed into the night outside, he hoped Ling Tian would not force their hand into extreme measures. Unaware of Ross's scheme, Ling Tian understood that as an unnamed pawn, he had garnered the attention of the power elite. Ross, a military general, was but a disposable piece on the chessboard. Should he succeed, he would ascend to great heights. Should he fail, he would become a scapegoat. Ross was acutely aware of his precarious position, yet remained resolute in playing the vanguard. In his quest to bolster military strength, the general was all in, having once even wagered his own daughter. Such a radical gamble held its merit, even if he faced utter defeat in opposition to Ling Tian. As long as Ross preserved his life, the military high command would not forget this benefactor once the storm had passed. Restoration to his former office would merely be the minimum assurance. Should he extract benefits from the conflict, promotions and accolades were not out of the question. The military could no longer restrain itself. Ling Tian gazed at the lingering smoke of battle, contemplating, Coulson, you owe me your life. Let this opportunity serve as repayment. Chapter 82. Forgiveness? He withdrew Loki's scepter, admiring the splendid blue gem embedded within. He had not anticipated reuniting with her so soon. As the dimensional barrier unfolded before him, Ling Tian was instantaneously transported to the Sanctum Sanctorum at 177 Bleecker Street, New York. Prior to the outbreak of the Battle of New York, he had placed Wanda and Pietro in this Earth's most secure refuge, a seemingly ordinary building shrouded in magic, causing passersby to instinctively overlook its existence. Upon entering, Ling Tian found only the guardian mage, Daniel. Where are they? He questioned, surveying the empty hall. Daniel explained, the two guests were taken by the Supreme Sorcerer the following day. Master Gu instructed that upon your arrival, you would be immediately transported to Kamartaj. As he spoke, a flicker of astonishment crossed Daniel's face. It was the first time in decades he had observed a semblance of joy on the Supreme Sorcerer's countenance. Indeed, Ling Tian silently scoffed. These cunning old souls were all exceptionally calculating. Gu could not discern his own fate, but had anticipated Wanda's movements. When Daniel inquired if they should depart immediately, Ling Tian countered, before we set off, why not discuss how those two children have fared in Kamartaj? The girl you brought is quite impressive, clever and well-behaved. Everyone in Kamartaj holds her in high regard. The child's talent is remarkably exceptional. Should he choose to pursue his training diligently, he is destined to become an extraordinary mage, perhaps even a guardian of the sanctum. As for that boy, he cannot be labeled entirely wicked. He is merely too unruly. Master Modu even suggested exiling him to the wilderness for some serious reflection. Upon hearing the initial part of the conversation, Ling Tian wore a smile of gratification, pleased that Wanda had not brought him disgrace. However, the latter portion of the discourse turned his expression grave. What mischief had Pietro committed to provoke such ire in the usually composed Modu? Might you elaborate on what this young lad has done? Ling Tian cautiously inquired. Daniel shrugged his shoulders. It's nothing major, really. He trespassed into the library and damaged several precious tomes of the Ancient One. When confronted by the librarian, instead of admitting his fault, this little rascal clutched a spell book and fled. He is likely undergoing some peculiar training in the desert now. Utterly absurd, Ling Tian exclaimed, rising in indignation. This is indeed excessive. I believe a desert exile is far too lenient. He ought to be cast into the glaciers to temper his spirit. If this behavior continues, he is bound to cause significant trouble. Was it Modu who proposed the exile? Where is he now? Ling Tian's anger was palpable. You wouldn't be considering confronting him, would you? Please do not act impulsively. Master Modu is highly esteemed in Kamartaj, and he has many followers, Daniel urgently cautioned, not wishing to invite trouble upon himself. Impulsive? Pietro is merely a child. Such punishment seems excessive. Daniel's words momentarily silenced Ling Tian. Ahem. Well, this course of action is indeed quite reasonable. The mischievous child requires discipline. Ling Tian's tone softened, displaying a newfound understanding. So, what was your purpose in seeking Modu? Daniel couldn't suppress a chuckle. I intended to deliver him a token of goodwill and request his intercession. By the way, what are the preferences of the Ancient One? I find myself somewhat affluent now. If I am to give a gift, let it be the finest. Ling Tian feigned bravado, puffing out his chest. Daniel appeared taken aback by this sudden shift, and after a moment of silence, he remarked, Detective Ling Tian, you truly possess a remarkable talent for adaptation. Your ability to navigate the winds of change is commendable. Master Daniel, your words seem to carry a hint of sarcasm. Ling Tian replied coolly, thinking to himself that if he could not contend with the Ancient One, he would certainly manage Daniel. Just as a smile began to form on his lips, a golden magic circle enveloped the entire alleyway. Daniel's robe billowed as if caught in an unseen wind, and the floating arcane ring emitted a blinding radiance. Spatial folding? Ling Tian's pupils constricted. The array's patterns perfectly matched the mirror spatial activation technique recorded in ancient texts from Kamartaj. Instinctively, he reached for his pocket watch, but was met with the grinding sound of gears seizing. Even the alchemical artifact gifted by the fallen angel Lucifer had become ineffective. When the Ancient One stepped through the portal, a fragrant blend of tea and the crispness of snow greeted him. Her fan, which she had been twirling, suddenly halted. The runes inscribed on its ribs, the forbidden techniques of Dormammu, faintly glowing. The Jinhong tea in the London sanctum is quite exquisite, she remarked. Revealing a half-segment of tea cake from beneath her robe, its packaging marked with a distinct 1968 Pu'er imprint. Daniel was suddenly seized by a harsh cough, his mystic ring spinning uncontrollably between his fingers. The Guardian, who had long defended New York, appeared as if silenced by an unseen spell, the veins in his neck bulging, yet unable to emit a sound. He was abruptly reminded of a wondrous spectacle he had witnessed 3 years prior in the Himalayas, when the Ancient One, with a similarly jovial tone, had rebuffed Mephisto. The Lord of Hell's trident had melted into molten iron on the spot. Are you referring to Doctor Strange? Ling Tian attempted to divert the conversation, but found his voice echoing oddly under the influence of the magic circle. Ice crystals suddenly seeped through the lining of his suit, a foreboding sign of spatial freezing as chronicled in the Book of Cagliostro. With a sharp clap, the folding fan snapped shut, and latitude markings emerged on the ground where the Ancient One had stepped. Upon seeing these markings, Daniel knelt on one knee. The last time this insignia had appeared was during the ancient sage's expulsion of the Eye Demon. This tea is delightful, the Ancient One remarked, plucking the teabag tag peeking from Ling Tian's pocket. The blue label from 1982, a product of Fu Yuan Chong, glimmered faintly within the magic circle. Yet, she swiftly pressed her hand against the void, forcefully closing a crimson rift that had begun to open, declaring, "More than this. I am far more intrigued by that bounty notice for Caecilius in your pocket. Damn, this is clearly an attempt to seduce me. I am not some delicacy to be devoured. Why does everyone have their sights set on me? Odin is like this, and so is the Ancient One. As for Nick Fury, that insatiable soul, he spares nothing edible, and I happen to be the most delectable morsel. Ancient One, are you still hung up on this matter?" Ling Tian scoffed. "I have no interest in that position. Why do you insist on fixating on me? Look at Daniel. He is perfectly suited for it, brimming with a sense of justice, deeply versed in magic, and exceptionally talented, especially with that impassive poker face. He is practically tailor-made for this role." Upon hearing this, Daniel straightened his posture, his face alight with pride. Though he knew he was not yet ready to bear the weight of the Supreme Sorcerer's responsibilities, merely receiving the Ancient One's attention was commendable, and a few words of praise would be even more splendid. "Daniel is indeed remarkable," the Ancient One acknowledged with a slight nod. "Otherwise, I would not have entrusted the sanctum to his guardianship. However, the burden of the Supreme Sorcerer is still beyond his current capabilities." "Thank you for your affirmation," Daniel replied respectfully, genuinely appreciative of the compliment. How easily he was swayed by a few words. Wait, what does that mean? The burden he cannot bear is mine to shoulder. Ling Tian thought to himself, internally critiquing the situation. "Detective, accompany me to Kamar Taj," the Ancient One said, opening a golden portal. "No need, I know the way." Suddenly, a vibrant dimensional wall unfurled behind Ling Tian. He took a step back and instantly vanished, arriving at the destination ahead of her. Interesting, the Ancient One mused, observing the residual spatial fluctuations with a furrowed brow. The last time they had met, this individual had not exhibited powers that could rival the Time Stone. "Master, is it a new type of portal?" Daniel asked in astonishment. After decades in the field, he had never witnessed a spatial gateway capable of instantaneous activation without a suspended ring, far surpassing the standard offerings of Kamartaj. That is his unique gift, irreplicable. The Ancient One stepped into the golden circle, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in her eyes. "I knew you would come." Upon our reunion, Ancient One elegantly poured tea. Was it regarding the matter of the Wanda siblings? Indeed, nothing escapes your perception. Ling Tian offered a bitter smile, acknowledging his inability to foresee his future. The strategy of targeting those close at hand was astoundingly clever, albeit disconcerting. However, could you first retrieve Pietro? Despite his mischief, it was not intentional. Admittedly, that justification feels somewhat strained. Even if his actions were deliberate, having endured such harsh conditions in the desert for several days, surely that is punishment enough. Ling Tian remarked. Considering he was to be his future brother-in-law, someone he had planned to take along during his own escape, he could not simply abandon him. Ling Tian, it seems you have misunderstood. I did not leave him stranded in the desert. He was merely fixed at a single location. Each day, he was brought back for meals and rest, serving as a test of his will. Yet, since you have spoken, let us conclude this matter today. Ling Tian was taken aback. Retrieving him and returning him were entirely different matters. He quickly realized that his young brother-in-law situation was likely dire. As the portal opened, a figure stumbled out. Though still youthful, he bore the weight of profound weariness. Upon seeing Ling Tian, tears welled in Pietro's eyes. "Brother-in-law, help me. I want to go home." His voice trembled. Heaven knows how he endured those days without a phone, computer, or even a soul to converse with, only the eternal sands and the scorching sun. Is this not excessively cruel? The book he had torn was penned by the master of my master's master, containing precious arcane secrets, some of which could only be mastered by a supreme mage. Setting aside the content, the sheer value of such ancient texts would likely be beyond even your means as a detective of modest wealth. I had intended to punish him for 10 days. Do you still think that excessive? The Ancient One's tone remained calm, yet Ling Tian could clearly sense her ire, feeling an overwhelming urge to cast this troublesome child even farther away. It is not excessive. However, as a supreme mage, you possess the grace to overlook a child's transgressions. The secrets inscribed in those ancient tomes could only be learned by a supreme mage. If you are willing to assume the mantle of the next supreme mage, I shall let this matter rest. Ling Tian suddenly realized that this was the arrangement all along. Pietro gazed longingly at his prospective brother-in-law. With a mere nod, he could have his sentence reduced and the title of supreme mage. In these days, he had discerned that the entire Camartage was the domain of the supreme mage. Such an unexpected stroke of fortune was impossible to decline. Ancient One, he has just returned from that desert. I shall send him back at once. It is only right for a mischievous child to face appropriate consequences. Pietro was left dumbfounded. However, the Ancient One had anticipated this, and with a slight wave of her hand expressed her regret. Very well, he must have learned his lesson. Let's grant him mercy this time. Be sure to thank the Ancient One. You, young man, should know that no one will come to your aid should you misbehave again. Now, go find your sister. Ancient One, I appreciate your assistance. It is but a small matter. A golden portal opened before Pietro, behind which the shadow of Wanda practicing magic was faintly visible. Bang! Before Pietro could comprehend the situation, he was unceremoniously kicked through the portal by Ling Tian, landing directly in front of Wanda. The portal promptly closed. Detective Ling Tian, your methods are certainly ruthless. I can only impose a few days of confinement on him. Your kick would keep him down for 4 or 5 days. Ancient One raised an eyebrow slightly. This child has been spoiled by both me and Wanda. A little hardship would do him good. I must thank you for your magnanimity in granting him a chance. Ling Tian shrugged. Forgiveness? I never agreed to that. I commend that book. But how can the mistakes he made be easily erased? To put it simply, have you ever seen someone who was stabbed let the assailant go just because they were unscathed? Let us be frank, Ancient One. I knew I would have to clean up after this little nephew. As long as I am not made the supreme sorcerer, you can set any condition. Ling Tian sighed. It's truly unfortunate. You are my most favored successor. While I cannot foresee your future clearly, I am certain that if you were to take charge, the world would head in a better direction. Chapter 83. Can we speak frankly? Just an illusion. You must sense that I have been trying to avoid conflict. Now I even have the means to withdraw completely. Ling Tian shook his head. From the moment you cast that special portal, I understood your confidence. But eventually, you will have to engage in battle, just as you once rushed into the wormhole. Deep down, you harbor a sense of justice, though you may not yet be aware of it. Ancient One spoke with conviction. Ling Tian nearly blurted out that he was only after points. But then he recalled the sparse Chitauri army in the wormhole. Loki's meager forces couldn't even conquer New York, let alone rule the earth. How utterly ridiculous. Let us get to the point. What do you truly desire? To become the supreme sorcerer, or to help me find a suitable successor? Choose one. Deal. Ling Tian thought. I might as well observe how things unfold. Although he agreed readily, he contemplated that this was merely a narrative orchestrated by the writers. Even if he did nothing, Ancient One's disciple would eventually appear, He merely needed to act first, requiring no significant effort. He awkwardly addressed Ancient One. Surely, the sorceress understands my intentions? Wanda and Pietro are too weak. I seek your guidance for them. Ancient One responded with a smile. Let them remain in Camartage. Wanda has considerable talent, likely to reach Mordo's level. As for Pietro, though his aptitude is lacking, well, quite lacking, if he practices diligently, he could acquire some self-defense skills in 10 years. Ling Tian inwardly groaned. What a joke. To make Wanda a guardian of the sanctum ties her to Camartage. And Pietro training for 10 years? Isn't that asking me to be a bodyguard? If I agree to this, I would be forever entangled with this place after a decade. These scheming individuals are even more troublesome than Nick Fury. This seems rather inappropriate. I brought them here for refuge. You cannot calculate like this. Ling Tian complained. Ancient One remained silent, still smiling. How about this? In the future, if Camartage encounters an insurmountable problem, as long as someone comes to me, I will lend my assistance once. Does that sound fair? Seeing Ancient One unresponsive, Ling Tian reluctantly yielded. He had intended for an equitable exchange, only to find the other party seizing the opportunity. Ancient One nodded slightly, yet remained dissatisfied. Twice. No more than that. Ling Tian felt a sense of urgency. At least 3 times, and I must give my utmost effort. Ancient One finally spoke. The deal is struck. Yet should circumstances become dire, I reserve the right to decline. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ancient One acquiesced. To be frank, Master, it is a pity you do not engage in commerce, Ling Tian lamented. Experiencing such a significant loss for the first time, he was, fortunately, well prepared. Ancient One replied with calm composure. A transaction is merely a matter of one party willing to buy and another willing to sell. We each acquire what we need, and neither party suffers a loss. Very well, I shall proceed as requested, Ling Tian said, frowning and reluctantly toying with the scepter in his hand. The mind gem emitted a soft glow, illuminating his discontented visage. This is unfair, he muttered. I can't shake the feeling of being cheated. Ancient One gazed at him serenely and extended a hand. Hand it over. You know what I mean. Here, take it, Ling Tian said, flipping his wrist to reveal the scepter adorned with the mind gem, which he reluctantly surrendered to Ancient One, contemplating whether this transaction was indeed advantageous for him. Go summon the other 2, Ancient One said, taking the scepter with a gentle tone. I will assist them in awakening their abilities according to what I foresee for the future, though it will require some time. Understood, Ling Tian replied, pursing his lips as he turned to depart. Despite nearing the fulfillment of his objective, he felt no joy. Once Ling Tian had walked away, Mordo emerged from the shadows. His face etched with confusion. Ancient One, why do you hold him in such high regard that you would consider passing on the title of Supreme Sorcerer to him? Mordo, your mind is disordered. Ancient One sighed softly. Forgive my candor, but this decision seems rather hasty. Mordo could not contain his voice. His talents and character remain untested. Even the most exceptional of us, such as Caecilius, has not been granted this honor. Yet Ling Tian's talents surpass even my own. Ancient One's words left Mordo astounded. He was acutely aware of Ancient One's prowess, but was taken aback by the potential displayed by the seemingly irreverent detective. I shall assist you, Caecilius. Outstanding sorcerers such as you, and I must expend considerable effort to suppress our inner demons. However, Caecilius is increasingly unable to maintain control, gradually succumbing to darkness. Ling Tian, on the other hand, is entirely different. He possesses a clear objective and only believes in himself. But he is a coward, unwilling to shoulder responsibility, Mordo stated bluntly. Fear is a natural human emotion. I intentionally deepened his bond with Camartage. Otherwise, he would remain distant from us. Is that why you imposed the condition of 3 opportunities? Indeed, Ling Tian has promised to honor them, but there's a small mechanism involved. Remember, assistance may only be sought if the survival of Earth is at stake. And it must be the Supreme Sorcerer who intervenes. And why is that? To prevent ordinary sorcerers from recklessly exhausting these 3 promises. As the old saying goes, good steel should be used on the blade. Ancient One smiled. Understood. Should we take precautions regarding Caecilius? Mordo inquired. Let things unfold naturally. He remains our ally, merely temporarily lost. Before long, Ling Tian returned with Wanda and the trembling Pietro. Brother-in-law, I'm scared, Pietro said, cowering behind. Ancient One has safeguarded the Earth for a millennium. Had it not been for your transgression of the prohibitions, you would not have been penalized. That punishment was already lenient. Wanda admonished. Wanda, you speak true. The Ancient One has always been magnanimous, and it is likely only you, dear brother, who could provoke her ire. As Mordo passed by and overheard Wanda's musings, he internally agreed, yet upon catching sight of Ling Tian, his expression tightened. He looked down upon the other's cowardice, while simultaneously feeling a twinge of envy for the prodigious talent that surpassed even that of the Ancient One. These conflicting emotions twisted within him, causing a cold huff to escape his nostrils. We'll see about that. Mordo shot a piercing glare before sweeping away in his dark robes. Wanda grasped Ling Tian's sleeve. Mordo never treats anyone differently. What have you done to incur his wrath? Perhaps he is simply jealous of my countenance? Ling Tian mused, stroking his chin. Yet the true reason clung to the back of his tongue, like chewed gum, too lowbrow to articulate. Who would believe that? Wanda rolled her eyes. Pietro shuffled on his toes toward the temple's exit. Sister, should I stand guard at the door? What are you afraid of? Do you think the Ancient One would stew you? Ling Tian tugged him back by the collar of his shirt. I earned you this opportunity for advancement. Do not squander it, especially you. He flicked Pietro's forehead. Your sentence is served, understand? Understood, understood. Pietro shrank his neck. But who is stronger, you or the Ancient One? Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. What concern is that of yours? If you could win, my confidence would soar. The youth rubbed his hands together with a sheepish grin. 50-50. Perhaps, Ling Tian shrugged. Just as Pietro felt a semblance of relief, he heard the latter part of the statement. If she does not take it seriously, then I truly fear nothing. Ling Tian grasped Pietro by the neck, dragging him into the hall. If she dares to strike, I shall flee. Though it may be a challenge to rescue you and 2 others, saving your sister will not be an issue. What about me? Pietro's voice cracked. You? Ling Tian flashed a grin. I suggest you start memorizing rebirth. I am the Supreme Mage. Wanda interjected, shoving the two apart. Stop scaring him. Can't you see the poor child is about to wet his pants? Indulging the little brother should have its limits. Ling Tian pointed out Pietro's distressed expression. Had it not been for him detonating the library in Camartage, the Ancient One would have made him transcribe the rules of dimensions 3,000 times. Wanda gazed at her brother's drooping silver hair and sighed as she pushed open the doors of the sanctum. As the doors swung wide, the Ancient One gently waved her folding fan, her gaze sweeping warmly over the gathered individuals. Since you are all present, I shall speak frankly. Ling Tian believes your abilities are insufficient and has specifically requested my assistance in your enhancement. However, this process will require some time. I hope you are mentally prepared. How long will it take? Pietro could not help but interject, secretly calculating an escape should the duration prove excessive. The atmosphere here was decidedly unsuitable for his restless nature. Approximately 6 months, the Ancient One replied succinctly. Isn't that a bit too long? Ling Tian furrowed his brow in skepticism, with Pietro nodding in agreement behind him. Of course, there is an expedited option that could be completed in half a day, the Ancient One remarked, a knowing glint in her eye, though the risks are considerable. With a survival rate of less than 1%. We choose 6 months. Ling Tian interrupted decisively. He would not gamble with his life. After all, Tom is still on their side. This is your voluntary choice, the Ancient One replied with a gentle smile. Indeed, we willingly choose this path. Ling Tian murmured in quiet accord. Rest assured, although they cannot leave Camartage, the primary objective is to enhance their adaptability. Once the training concludes, they will be able to utilize their abilities with ease. Really? Ling Tian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The siblings exchanged smiles. Yet each harbored their own thoughts. Wanda believed that the 6-month intensive training was worthwhile. Pietro contemplated making an early exit, postponing any concerns regarding their abilities for later. Naturally, if there are no further inquiries, you may bid your farewells. For the next 6 months, they shall be training in the mirror dimension and will be unable to meet. Ancient One's words shattered Pietro's plans. Thank you. Ling Tian expressed his gratitude sincerely, though he felt a slight loss. The thought of no longer having to worry about those two in 6 months brought him considerable relief. This is all thanks to the Mind Stone you provided. Their innate talents are compatible. Otherwise, I would only be able to teach them magic. Wanda posed no issue, yet her brother, Ancient One, hesitated. Pietro, why the sudden jibe at me? I have a small request. Could you step outside for a moment? After receiving a satisfactory response, Ling Tian hurriedly urged the two to leave. Is there something else? Once the door closed, Ancient One inquired with curiosity. Actually, it's nothing of great importance. I just wanted to ask Master Ancient One if I could take a glance at the Time Stone, as I have a particular interest in it. He chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Admittedly, this request was rather abrupt, but it was a matter of 150,000 points. It wouldn't be due to wait until after Ancient One's passing to ask her apprentice, which could take an eternity. Of course, you may, provided you succeed me as the Sorcerer Supreme. Don't merely ask to borrow it. I could even gift it to you. Ancient One gazed deeply into Ling Tian's eyes, a flicker of light dancing within her gaze. Please, don't taste with me just from Europa. Can we speak candidly? Given such reasoning, do you think I will believe you? Ling Tian silently exhaled in relief. He had almost reconsidered, as the risk seemed disproportionate to the reward. Yet, he had not anticipated that Master Ancient One possessed such a sense of humor. However, it is indeed impossible to deceive you. I recently awakened an ability related to time and wish to test whether it has a unique resonance with the Time Stone. This was the most rational explanation he could concoct. It would be absurd to reveal that it was for the sake of system task points. Indeed, upon hearing this, Ancient One furrowed her brow slightly. First, demonstrate your ability, Mr. Ling Tian. As she spoke, a gleaming eye of Agamotto appeared around her neck, the emerald stone emitting a soft, radiant glow. All right, Ling Tian wasted no time and raised his hand to activate Time Stop. The room seemed unchanged, yet the steam rising from the cup of hot tea before Ancient One abruptly froze in mid-air, as if the play button had been pressed. Time stopped. That is indeed a rare talent, and it appears it does not disturb the timeline. Ancient One's tone remained calm, yet the turmoil beneath her composed exterior revealed her astonishment. You may release the ability now. Chapter 84. The Great Calamity Ling Tian. Can you wield this ability at will? Are there any restrictions, such as side effects? There should be no limitations. Shall I attempt it a few more times? As the words fell from his lips, Ling Tian, akin to a child who had just acquired a new toy, repeatedly activated his ability to halt time. Gu Yi, unable to maintain her calm demeanor, raised her eyebrows slightly. Although the effect of time suspension on a being of her caliber was negligible, the effortless display of such a continuous ability was indeed astonishing. Truly impressive, Ling Tian, Gu Yi remarked, her fingers caressing the gemstone adorning her chest. It has not been long since we last met. Yet you exude a strength far superior to our previous encounter. While your abilities have limited effect on the Time Stone, even a being of celestial stature would experience only a mild impact. However, when it comes to the mastery of time, few across the multiverse can achieve such a level. The power of time is ultimately a double-edged sword. Its overuse will inevitably invite backlash. In response to Gu Yi's caution, Ling Tian did not dispute her words. His acquisition of this ability was solely for self-preservation. While the art of pausing time was intriguing, it was not worth expending excessive energy. As for the notion of being toyed with by time, once he attained the power of the Demon King, the fabric of time and space would merely be a plaything in his grasp. May I behold the true form of the Time Stone? As you wish, but it is more aptly referred to as the Eye of Agamotto. Gu Yi removed the necklace and handed it over, a gesture that brought Ling Tian great satisfaction. As his fingertips brushed against the enigmatic artifact, he suppressed a surge of exhilaration. He feigned an air of contemplation, as if a million points were tantalizingly within reach. Thank you for this opportunity. After expressing his heartfelt gratitude, he returned the treasure to its rightful owner. Gu Yi observed him with a hint of suspicion. You seem particularly elated, as though you have fulfilled a certain obsession. Such a reaction was indeed unusual, considering it was merely a brief viewing rather than a gift. It is merely a small quirk of mine. There are 5 Infinity Stones in total, and having encountered 3 thus far, I would achieve completeness with 2 more. The sorceress's surprise deepened. Are you not aware that there are actually 6 Infinity Stones? I thought there were 5, Ling Tian replied, acknowledging his ignorance. It appears you have little knowledge of these secrets. He readily admitted, that is indeed the case. I advise you not to attempt to gather all the original stones. Gu Yi's tone suddenly turned serious. Ling Tian understood, contemplating the unnecessary troubles that could arise should he provoke that purple-skinned entity accompanied by an army seeking retribution. Then allow me to bid farewell to Wana first. I shall return to escort them home in 6 months. You're always welcome to visit Kamar Taj. Gui's politeness caused Ling Tian to stumble slightly as he approached the door. Return to this place? He had no desire to unwittingly become a free enforcer. Once the young man departed, Gui gazed at the eye of Agamotto, murmuring to herself, "Just how far can you go? Alas, I shall not have the fortune to witness it." The sorceress pondered while caressing the artifact. Perhaps it is time to glimpse the future once more. The past had been shrouded in fog, but the time powers now revealed might offer new insights into the gem. Indeed, this time, the haze was absent. Yet in an instant, a tremor of the mind surged through her as an overwhelming royal presence enveloped her. Even the god, King Odin, paled in comparison, rendering any further comparisons moot. The oppressive sensation caused her, the supreme sorceress, to tremble uncontrollably, forcing her to interrupt her glimpse into Ling Tian's future. As her consciousness cleared, she found herself collapsed on the ground, her garments thoroughly soaked. Is this truly his future? How terrifying! Surely, it must be that his future self intended for me to witness this as either a warning or a lesson. Fortunately, Kamatage has not incurred his wrath. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suddenly, Ancient One let out a light laugh. Ah, if Odin were to know that the son-in-law he chose is such a character, would he rejoice or regret? Her brow arched slightly, as if she had thought of something exceedingly amusing. Though the future remains uncertain, with him present, it shall ultimately lead towards the light. At this moment, however, Ling Tian remained oblivious to the fact that his future had so profoundly unsettled the esteemed Supreme Sorceress. What have you and the Supreme Sorceress been discussing? You've delayed for quite some time. As Ling Tian appeared, he was immediately confronted by the brother and sister duo. It was merely a request for her to keep a close watch over you. For the next 6 months, I fear we shall find it difficult to meet again. Ling Tian turned to Pietro, saying, "Wanda, I am not overly concerned about, but if you continue to run amok, I cannot guarantee your safety from the wrath of the Ancient One. Rest assured, brother-in-law," Pietro pledged, thumping his chest. "I promise not to cause any trouble before acquiring superpowers. As for after that, well, that's a different matter altogether." Ling Tian saw through his intentions, but chose not to expose them. This lad truly believes he can escape the Supreme Sorceress's grasp. How naive. "Mind your words," he cautioned. But before he could finish, Wanda suddenly embraced him tightly. "If I cannot see you for 6 months, you must promise me 2 things. Refrain from flirtation and avoid danger. Can you manage that?" The feeling of being cared for by his girlfriend was quite pleasant. Ling Tian scratched his head. "I will do my best." "Just do your best." Wanda's cheeks flushed crimson. "If you swear an oath, when you return, I shall marry you." With that, she pecked him gently on the cheek. "I promise." The words slipped from Ling Tian's lips before he fully grasped their implications. However, at this moment, there was no need to dwell on the prospect of trading half a year for a wife. This was a bargain too good to pass up. Gazing at her fiancé's dazed expression, Wanda smiled brightly. "Do not forget, you once vowed never to deceive me. Trust me, I will not go back on my word. In the future, if trouble arises, I shall hide if possible. If not, I will relocate to Asgard. If those people can pursue me there, I can only come back to Kamatage to serve as your bodyguard." Ling Tian declared confidently, causing Wanda's smile to widen even further. Suddenly, Pietro interrupted, whistling loudly and shattering the romantic atmosphere. "Ignore him." Wanda shot her brother a glare, already plotting how to deal with this troublemaker later. What spoil sport? Ling Tian snapped his fingers, abruptly freezing time around them, leaving only himself and Wanda free to move. "What is this?" Wanda's eyes widened as she gazed at Pietro, now frozen like a statue, momentarily forgetting to breathe. "Just a little trick. If you were to study under the Ancient One for a couple more years, you might even surpass me in skill." Ling Tian lied nonchalantly as he racked his brain to reassure his girlfriend to stay at Kamatage. "Could you please let go? My waist is about to snap." Ling Tian grimaced. "What? Are you dissatisfied with me?" Wanda squinted her eyes. Yet the arm wrapped around his waist loosened its grip with an undeniable honesty. "How could I dare?" Ling Tian lamented inwardly, realizing that his carefree days would soon come to an end in just 6 months. "Remember, if I discover you flirting with another girl." Wanda tugged at his collar with a cold smirk. "Once I complete my training, you and that little one shall not have it easy." "Little?" Ling Tian chuckled awkwardly, suddenly appreciating his girlfriend as slight vulnerabilities as they assured his safety. The former Wanda would never have resorted to such language. "I shall take my leave now." You must diligently follow Gu-E in your training and avoid causing trouble. Otherwise, she will surely hold me accountable. Ling Tian glanced at Pietro, who was still frozen in time. And keep a close eye on your brother. With his temperament, he will undoubtedly try to sneak away. Understood. The dimensional rift opened before Ling Tian, and as he stepped through, time resumed its flow. Pietro's whistle was abruptly cut short, his ear twisted painfully. Ouch! His scream shattered the tranquility of Kamartaj's sky. Have you developed some skills? Do you dare to mock your sister? Wanda grasped her brother's ear tightly, gritting her teeth. Now tell me, what will you do if you find yourself in such a situation again? I will instantly teleport away. I promise not to be a nuisance. Pietro hopped about in pain, feeling the bitter injustice of being beaten by his sister for his brother-in-law. His standing in the family had indeed plummeted to unprecedented lows. That's more like it. Wanda released her hold, satisfied, though her brother bore bruises upon his face. She firmly believed that this lesson in love would inspire him to mend his ways. As Ling Tian stepped through the door of his home, a sudden wave of inexplicable trepidation washed over him. In 6 months, those 2 little ones would no longer require his care, yet an emptiness settled in his heart, as if something vital was missing. System, receive task rewards. Main quest completed, successfully acquire the time stone. Reward, 1, 5 million points. Current cumulative points, 2, 74 million. Over 2 million points? In the past, such a figure would have filled him with excitement, rendering him sleepless. Yet, now, accustomed to the sight of colossal points, this number seemed rather trivial. It was barely sufficient for a mall upgrade, but lacking any immediate necessity, he decided to save it for later. System. Display the information regarding the belt of the Time King. Host is advised to refrain from harboring unrealistic expectations. You still have a considerable distance to cover before purchasing it. Cut the nonsense. I am well aware of the price. Ahem. Perhaps the host only focused on the listed price and overlooked the purchasing conditions. Conditions? What conditions? Show them to me now. A foreboding feeling surged within Ling Tian. Please prepare yourself mentally. The system's words made Ling Tian realize that the situation might be more complicated than he had anticipated. Upon seeing that golden belt again, the fervor in Ling Tian's eyes had faded. Now, all he wished to know was the wretched purchasing condition. Indeed, upon examining the belt closely, he discovered a line of small text. Must collect all main rider powers from the Heisei era to unlock purchasing eligibility. Are you joking? All main riders from Heisei? That's 20 in total. Upon contemplating this, Ling Tian was suddenly engulfed by a sense of bleakness regarding his future. After more than a year, he had managed to gather only 4 knightly powers, one of which was a gift from the system. The path to acquiring the Demon King was indeed long and arduous. Thus, he lamented, for now, I can only diligently collect knightly powers. It appeared that this was indeed the case. Might as well just flee. I could traverse any timeline, and that snap would have no effect on me. Host, this system advises that you should at least acquire the power of the Emperor King before attempting to traverse time and space. At the very least, you should attain the complete forms of the Imperial Rider or the Final Rider, or an equivalent level of power to ensure basic safety. Be quiet, let me be alone. Ling Tian waved his hand in irritation. He was acutely aware of his limitations, as he could only summon a singular knight's power at a time. This isolated energy system struggled to produce a resonant effect. Even with the acquisition of the drive, the improvement allowed him to harness at most the powers of 3 knights simultaneously. Although his combat strength had seen a marked increase, even daring to confront certain father-level beings, the lack of a fundamental breakthrough left him vulnerable, especially against entities like Odin, who stood at the pinnacle of father-level strength. Within the current power system, no knight had yet surpassed the ultimate form of the Eternal Rider, placing him in an awkward position where he seemed to grow stronger yet remained unable to cross that critical threshold. It was akin to approaching 10 with 9.999. There remained an essential disparity from perfection. Ling Tian understood that only through the continuous accumulation of power could a qualitative change be triggered. The 3 special forms mentioned by the system were indeed key transformative opportunities. If he could acquire any one of these forms, he would be confident in confronting Odin directly, perhaps even gaining the upper hand. However, for now, he could only proceed along the path of the Final Rider, a choice far from ideal, especially considering his progress bar was only 1/8 complete. After all, he possessed only a single qualifying drive. The minor calamities were manageable, But the impending great disaster made Ling Tian sigh as he set down his teacup. The truth of life's unpredictability resonated deeply within him at this moment. Chapter 85. Who is this? He knew he needed to elevate his survival capabilities to a satisfactory level before the ultimate reckoning arrived. Staring at the drive in his palm, he realized that if all else failed, he would have to gamble on luck. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Nick Fury would not personally come to settle accounts. Could there be a new commission? Logically, after the recent battle, reconstruction should be the priority. As he opened the door, he immediately regretted it. General Ross stood at the threshold, casually dressed, with a genial smile that served as a perfect disguise. Bang! The door nearly struck the visitor's nose. When he opened the door again, Ling Tian had donned an exaggeratedly warm demeanor. Heavens! It truly is Your Excellency, the General. I must have just imagined it. I usually uphold the utmost decorum when receiving guests. Your presence in my humble abode is a tremendous honor. Ling Tian spoke with a cordial tone. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to send someone to inform me. I shall never shy away from assisting to the best of my abilities. This display of courtesy momentarily left Ross taken aback, realizing that the other party was not unwelcome after all. Upon contemplating this, Ross's mood evidently improved. Yet it did not impede the execution of his predetermined plans. Did the general come with a commission to entrust? Ling Tian cautiously probed. Although unable to decipher the intentions of this cunning old fox, he was certain that his motives were far from benign. Do not misunderstand. Does Mr. Ling only see business? Will you not invite me in for a cup of tea? How could I dare to neglect you? Please do come in. Ling Tian sighed while leading the way, lamenting the dismal state of his small establishment, which had not seen business in quite some time. If this continued, he would soon find himself unable to make ends meet. Ross squinted. But I have heard that you earned $400 million from Nick Fury, adding to the shares from Stark. That should be enough to indulge for several lifetimes. Not to mention those previous commissions worth over $100 million. Mr. Ling, you are currently far more affluent than I. A mere general. Ah, the general only sees the surface. Ling Tian lamented, thumping his thigh. The Stark shares are a family legacy meant to be passed down, and the commissions I earned were mostly donated anonymously. As for Director Fury, I have yet to see a single cent. Do you truly believe I can live well under such circumstances? Otherwise, I would not be cooped up in this small place. For the ever-prepared Ling Tian, wealth was undeniably important, yet when compared to life itself, it was ultimately a trivial matter. He merely wished to avoid laboring in vain. Is that truly the case? Ross feigned surprise, yet inwardly he scoffed, having thoroughly scrutinized the account transactions. However, revealing this would only complicate matters. Absolutely true. Ling Tian suddenly grasped Ross's sleeve. Director Fury promised to settle this morning. I have been waiting since midnight. General, you must advocate for me. Ross was momentarily at a loss for words. He had initially come to request a blood sample, yet now found himself in the role of a debt mediator. Nevertheless, to achieve his goal, he had to muster the courage to comply. It is indeed excessive. I shall ensure Fury returns the money. Really? Ling Tian's eyes sparkled. But what if it cannot be retrieved? Ross was momentarily speechless. Did this fellow not grasp the nuances of courtesies? Who would genuinely confront the miserly Nick Fury over debts? It was purely a frivolous endeavor. Ah, well, General Ross likely lacks confidence in this matter. A small fry like me is not worth you incurring animosity with Nick Fury, which could implicate the military as well, Ling Tian said. His head hung low, though his words were laced with barbs. This statement struck a nerve with Ross. Would the military truly fear S.H.I.E.L.D.? Under normal circumstances, such provocation would not affect Ross, but at this moment, he could not afford to lose face before this young man. Do not worry, Ling Tian, you are my friend. It is merely Nick Fury. Within 3 days, I shall ensure he returns your money, principal, and interest, Ross declared, slamming his hand upon the table. 3 days? But Nick Fury promised today. Ling Tian sighed heavily, lamenting that acquiring it today would be ideal. Ross's expression stiffened as he squeezed out a response through clenched teeth. Today? Very well. Thank you immensely. Ling Tian swiftly seized his phone and dialed Nick Fury, so quickly that Ross barely had time to intervene. It's you again? Did we not agree last night that the compensation would be expedited? Nick Fury frowned as he listened to the call, completely oblivious to Coulson's anxious expression behind him. I certainly trust Director Fury's integrity. However, General Ross is currently my guest, and upon hearing of my predicament, he insists that you settle the payments today. Upon hearing this, Ross stumbled back a step. Could such words be spoken so plainly? The relationship between the military and S.H.I.O.D. was already tenuous, and now it felt as if a declaration of war had been made. In the future, when requesting intelligence from S.H.I.E.L.D., it would be surprising if Nick Fury did not create obstacles. Damn it, he need not involve himself. I was already prepared to make the payment today. Just 2 more hours of waiting. Fury hung up the phone in a fit of rage. General, the military truly commands great respect. Fury's agreement to remit payment within 2 hours was met with gratitude. No need for such politeness. Internally, Ross had already cursed Ling Tian thoroughly. This development had spiraled completely out of control. Director, regarding the demands Ling Tian made during my fake death, I can no longer endure. Coulson finally spoke. Just yesterday, the military had drawn his blood, and now this uproar. Ling Tian's maneuver was indeed masterful. Oh, what audacious request does that fellow have for you? Nick Fury suddenly became intrigued. He said that if you refuse to pay overtime or similar expenses, I am to utter a particular phrase at a critical moment. Huh, what phrase? Let me hear it. If he truly defaults, what trickery will he employ? Well, I believe it to be feasible. Coulson hesitated in his response. The one-eyed director's pupils suddenly constricted, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. That is quite venomous. Fortunately, I acquiesced. Otherwise, your words would have been a fatal strike when it came time to collect. Just imagine, in front of all the heroes, even my most trusted subordinate would say such a thing. Commander, we should indeed feel fortunate that we agreed yesterday. Otherwise, knowing the detective style, he would not have been so accommodating with a mere 400 million. He has never shown such mercy. I wholeheartedly agree. Coulson awkwardly concurred. Wait a moment, Coulson. You cannot be seriously considering following through with that? Director, that is a life-saving grace. Moreover, he entrusted me with a request before he departed. Should he fall in battle, I am to care for Wanda and Pietro, and his 200 million reward would be transferred to them. When he charged into the wormhole, we should have understood that it was likely a one-way trip. Coulson's voice trembled. Nick stroked his chin. That is precisely why I agreed to double the remuneration. Coulson thought. You were the one who requested 500 million from above, pocketing 100 million for yourself. Yet, he sensed that something felt amiss, murmuring to himself. Commander, General Ross has suddenly approached Ling Tian. Could the military be preparing to take action? Coulson expressed his concern. Action? Ross has not descended to such foolishness. Besides, Ling Tian is no banner. This young man is both cunning and ruthless. If the military dares to provoke him, I wager he would flip the table. It would be the military that suffers the ultimate loss. What then is Ross's intention? Who knows? However, that fox will certainly not come out at a disadvantage. Nick replied confidently. Indeed, Coulson nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Ling Tian felt invigorated and turned to find General Ross still standing there, recalling suddenly that he had forgotten about this uninvited guest. Well then, General, what brings you here? Given your prior ventures into outer space, while you successfully defeated the enemy, we cannot rule out the possibility of lingering effects. The military has arranged a comprehensive medical examination for you. A medical examination? Ling Tian immediately understood. So this was their scheme. Just yesterday, they had drawn Coulson's blood, and now they were setting their sights on me? However, you are destined to return empty-handed. Indeed, how could one possibly refuse? Ling Tian retorted. You certainly have the liberty of choice, yet I strongly advise you to undergo the examination. After all, we are venturing into outer space. Should any health issues arise, it would be a loss for all humanity. You saved countless lives during the Battle of New York, safeguarding the entirety of Manhattan. Although you prefer to remain low-key, the military must make a gesture. This medical examination is the least we can do for you. Please do not decline. Ross spoke with heartfelt sincerity, and those unaware of the situation might truly be swayed by him. With General Ross laying it out so plainly, could I possibly refuse? Splendid. Ross's face brightened with joy. Indeed, how wonderful. Ling Tian silently mocked, wishing they could withdraw the 3 hidden operatives nearby, the armed helicopter overhead, and the 20-odd fully armed soldiers surrounding his home. Upon entering, he sensed Ross's deployment and could only wonder, how much do you value your life? Am I truly that terrifying? Yet, what is it about this protective arrangement that evokes envy? General Ross, the examination is acceptable, but must blood be drawn? My constitution is peculiar. Too much blood drawn would cause me to faint. That may not be feasible. Blood samples are mandatory. Rest assured, we will strictly control the quantity. And the military has prepared top-tier nutritional supplements for you. Feel free to indulge. There will be no adverse effects. Ross hastily assured that without blood tests, his visit would be in vain. Then I shall be at ease. By the way, this examination is free of charge, correct? Ling Tian inquired with utmost seriousness, as if this were a crucial condition. Certainly, completely free of charge. Ross inwardly sighed in relief, initially fearing the other party would pose further difficulties, only to find the concern was such a trivial matter. If there are no other issues, shall we depart now? Any questions can be addressed on the way. With the plan nearing fruition, Ross could hardly contain his excitement. Given the general's warm invitation, to refuse further would be rather ungracious. Ling Tian feigned extraordinary compliance. A complimentary examination with subsequent services? Such thoughtful stratagems are rare these days. Splendid. Detective, we shall set forth immediately. Ross was thoroughly pleased with Ling Tian's demeanor. Discreetly withdrawing all ambushes, leaving only a single vehicle, a driver, and a specially assigned lieutenant to escort them to their destination. Ross took the passenger seat, while in the two vacant spots in the back sat a beautiful woman, with the other seat naturally reserved for Ling Tian. You sly fox, engaging in this tactic again? Ling Tian caught the curious gaze of the enchanting woman in the back seat, instantly comprehending Ross's intention. Was this not merely the old trick being employed once more? He inwardly scoffed. This old fellow certainly has a penchant for schemes. Previously, he had used his own daughter to ensnare Dr. Banner. And now he has turned his sights on me? Gazing at the captivating beauty before him, Ling Tian felt a pang of anxiety. This time, it seems I may very well encounter misfortune. Detective Ling, should you have any further requests, do not hesitate to voice them. Ross observed the back seat through the rearview mirror, taking advantage of the journey to make arrangements in advance. All at the discretion of the general, Ling Tian replied, his gaze darting restlessly to his side, resembling an eager fool. This clumsy performance only served to elevate the corners of Ross's mouth, as if the fish had taken a bait. General, who is this? This is my assistant, Captain Ellie. She has quite a few admirers in the army. I heard she wanted to meet you, and I simply couldn't refuse. Ross chuckled knowingly. She is indeed your devoted fan. Ellie displayed a somewhat stiff but genuine expression of admiration, reminiscent of a young girl meeting her idol. However, Ling Tian noticed a more intense desire to accomplish her mission flickering in her eyes. Can we take a photo? Ellie asked, blushing as she pulled out her camera. Before she could find the shutter button, Ling Tian had already handed her a ready-made photo, capturing her flustered expression, which appeared rather comical. Ellie's face flushed even deeper. This detective certainly didn't follow the usual script. It's a professional habit, Ling Tian thought as he tucked away the miniature camera hidden in his sleeve. Who knows what sort of leverage the military might obtain from a photograph taken by one of their own. Ah, youth is a wonderful thing. Ross's laughter echoed in the compartment. Ling Tian, you aren't currently involved with anyone, are you? If you happen to be single, perhaps you should consider this young lady beside you. Captain Ellie has mentioned her desire to marry a hero. Chapter 86. Awakening. Ling Tian thought to himself, marry? What nonsense. She clearly wants me to live under her roof. Indeed, if he were to wed someone from the military, his entire life would be irrevocably tied to that institution. Such an identity tag would be impossible to remove, and he would essentially become a pawn in their game. Even if their relationship soured and they divorced, it would be difficult to refuse any demands from an ex-wife, given their shared history. What was most troubling was that, in terms of family background, appearance, and capability, this young lady was far too good for a detective like him. Coupled with her starry-eyed admiration, who could withstand such pressure? Ling Tian subtly leaned towards the car door, attempting to create some distance. A young man must learn to protect himself, especially one as handsome as I am. He couldn't help but reflect on the military's audacity. They were willing to send a beautiful captain out merely for a set of armor. Then he glanced at S.H.I.L.D. and thought, well, have you ever used such tactics on me? If you had done this sooner, who knows what might have happened back in my naive youth. To have someone like me compromise my integrity, even if the mission fails, it could still make for an amusing story, couldn't it? If Nick Fury knew Ling Tian's thoughts, he would surely deliver a sharp reprimand. Haven't you experienced this before? Who is it that put on such an unapproachable facade? You know the answer. In fact, I am currently in a relationship, Ling Tian admitted awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. Ross's smile instantly froze, a surprising turn of events. However, my girlfriend is on leave and probably won't return for another 6 months. 6 months? A glint of cunning flashed in Ross's eyes. If only Ellie could conceive Ling Tian's child within this time frame, the problem would be easily resolved. As for his ex-girlfriend, this early breakup might even be a blessing in disguise. The seasoned general quickly calculated the implications, surprising even himself with the depth of his scheming. He hadn't been this ruthless even when dealing with Dr. Banner. He was now considering the matter of heirs. Ling Tian, may I inquire about your armor? Ellie seized the opportune moment to pose the question assigned by the general. Ross discreetly perked up his ears. Who prompted you to ask that? Suddenly, Ling Tian's expression shifted, and he scanned his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Curiosity piqued within me. Ellie feigned composure, yet her palms were damp with cold sweat, terrified of revealing any flaw. That was quite startling, to be honest. Director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. has long had his eyes set on my armor, employing every possible tactic. Nevertheless, I have managed to withstand his advances, albeit with a tinge of anxiety. Did I frighten you just now? Ling Tian inquired with a concerned look. Not at all. I don't mind sharing. It's merely a battle suit, perhaps even more effective than Iron Man's. Is that all? Indeed, this Kamen Rider armor was procured from a mysterious individual. I can use it, but not replicate it. Nick Fury and Tony Stark insist it's a high-tech product capable of mass production. They fail to consider that I am merely an ordinary detective, lacking the expertise to develop armor. Ling Tian explained with conviction. In the front row, Ross's expression darkened as he finally grasped why Nick Fury was at a loss with this individual who was full of hot air. Had he spoken this way from the outset, one might have believed him. However, following the Battle of New York, who would still buy such a tale? Ellie, this is someone else's private matter. Please refrain from probing further, Ross said sternly. Ling Tian thought to himself. Why didn't you intervene earlier? Now that he can't extract any information, he pretends to be the good guy. Understood, General. Lieutenant Ellie, your general is indeed principled. S.H.I.E.L.D. constantly seeks to seize by force, whereas the military operates with integrity, never having entertained the thought of commandeering my armor. Unlike Nick Fury, he is truly devious. Upon hearing this, both their faces soured. Now that the matter had escalated to this point, they found themselves unable to inquire further. You flatter me, detective. Nonetheless, I remain curious as to why you are unwilling to share the battle armor with S.H.I.E.L.D., Ross asked with some reluctance. Alas, General, to speak candidly, I initially had such intentions. After all, it is a righteous organization, and I even considered donating it to the military without charge. However, later, a batch of memory modules I entrusted to Stark was stolen. The most formidable ones, no less. What's worse, during Stark's confrontation with Ivan Vanko, even after the battle had concluded, Vanko suddenly produced a weaponized memory module, and the three of us nearly lost our lives. If not for, Ling Tian's expression turned grave as he continued. It's a long story. That incident made me realize that safeguarding the memory modules myself is the safest course. If they were ever seized by nefarious individuals, the repercussions would be dire. The same rationale applies to my armor. Thus, I resolved that I would rather destroy them than allow them to fall into the hands of others. At that time, those memory modules had already been confiscated by S.H.I.E.L.D., and I knew there was no retrieving them, so I let them keep them. However, as a condition of exchange, they must assist me in uncovering the puppet master behind this. I intend to discover who is orchestrating these schemes from the shadows. Ross's fingers trembled slightly. To acknowledge being the mastermind is one thing, but the subsequent remark was rather harsh. Although he felt a surge of frustration, he secretly rejoiced that it appeared Ling Tian had yet to discern the military's involvement in this matter. Otherwise, his demeanor would not be so tranquil. However, detective, have you considered that should you encounter misfortune, those battle suits could very well fall into the hands of villains? After all, you're aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s modus operandi. Ross inquired with a slightly stiff demeanor, yet he felt compelled to ascertain Ling Tian's true capabilities. I am fully aware. Should they dare to touch me, Stark would dispatch a legion of lawyers for my rescue. After all, I have not transgressed any federal laws. And he owes me a favor. He would undoubtedly assist me in such matters. If I do not bring S.H.I.E.L.D. to its knees, bankrupt and infamous, begging for mercy, I shall change my surname. My life is of little value to me. Even in death, I shall take S.H.I.E.L.D. down with me, ensuring they know I am not to be trifled with. General, I implore you for a favor. When that day arrives, I shall arrange for all the battle armor to be secretly transferred to you. Nick Fury, that hypocrite, must not prevail. This is my earnest request. Ross mused silently. Why did that sound as if you were implicating me? Now that S.H.I.E.L.D. has made the first move against Ling Tian, Nick has become the villain. However, if the military were to initiate action first, the blame would rest upon himself. Ling Tian's stance was unequivocal. Regardless of who first harbored intentions, he would fight to the death, and his opponent would inherit all his possessions. This situation appeared utterly intractable. Upon realizing this, Ross felt a tightening in his throat, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He inhaled deeply, increasing his regard for this detective. If truly pressed into a corner, the consequences would be dire. Conventional methods had proven ineffective. He must deliberate carefully before severing ties completely. Ross contemplated the cost required to acquire the technology of that battle armor. Deception was merely an alternative, yet it was not necessarily reliable. As for Ling Tian's current predicament, there was no need for excessive concern. The military had not publicly taken action. Relations between both parties remained cordial, far from the tensions present with S.H.I.E.L.D. The fact that Ross could successfully make demands served as the best evidence of this. General, we have arrived at our destination. The driver's reminder pulled him back from his reverie. Ross cleared his throat twice, turning to Ling Tian with a hint of apology. How forgetful of me. Age has a way of distracting one's thoughts. I hope for your understanding. I shall arrange for someone to take you for a medical examination. As he spoke, he glanced at his watch, realizing that his previous calculations had nearly delayed the matter at hand. Understood, Nick Fury often behaves in a similar manner. Ling Tian replied with a cheerful smile. Although he could not fathom Ross's true intentions, he recognized that the general was undoubtedly burdened with military and political responsibilities. This display of enthusiasm stirred a ripple of emotion within Ross, yet it was swiftly subdued. Years of adhering to a code of conduct had rendered his heart as hard as iron, as long as it would augment military strength. What harm was there in further scheming? Mr. Ling certainly possesses a sense of humor. National affairs are the prerogative of the president, Ross remarked with a smile, deftly diverting the conversation. The hour is late. We must prioritize the medical examination. He signaled for the driver to lead Ling Tian, while keeping Lieutenant Ellie behind. Ling Tian understood all too well that this was clearly an opportunity to discuss strategies against him, yet he felt powerless to intervene. Even aware of the conspiracy, he could not halt its progression. As he silently followed the driver through the corridor, an inexplicable chill ran down his spine, as if a hidden serpent were eyeing him. Before the surveillance screen, Dr. Stern's oversized head loomed close to the display. He gazed at Ling Tian's figure, his lips curling into a predatory grin reminiscent of a piranha. As long as he can unravel the mysteries of this detective's body, he could cultivate a super soldier rivaling the Hulk, a prospect far more enticing than any armored technology. The cunning old fox hesitated to take action, his fingers drumming against the control panel. Let me unveil your true self, he mused. Mr. Ling, we have arrived at the medical examination area, the driver announced, halting before the white automatic doors. You may enter alone. The general has made thorough arrangements. The respect in his tone was far from feigned, for the man before him was a formidable character who threatened to bring ruin to S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon entering the room, Ling Tian surveyed his surroundings. Among the 4 medical personnel clad in white coats, one female stood out, holding a blood collection device with an air of prominence. The fervent gleam in her eyes resembled that of a hunter who had stumbled upon a rare specimen. It appeared that General Ross was only interested in his blood. Even the doctor had been specifically chosen, as the Hulk's essence was derived from his own blood. Who could say whether Ling Tian's blood might possess unique properties as well? Ling Tian even harbored doubts that he could leave immediately after the blood draw. What do I need to do first? He inquired, addressing the 4 doctors before him. We will begin with a blood draw. The female doctor, clearly displeased, remarked. I fail to understand why the general places such importance on you, to the extent of summoning me for this task. Perhaps it was due to his prior mention of poor health to General Ross. Taking too much blood might make me faint, he noted, hence the need for a specialized physician. Ling Tian pointed at the massive blood collection tube before him. Doctor, might we use a more conventional container? This one is quite dizzying. The tube boasted a capacity of 200 milliliters. He was merely there for a routine examination. Typically, 5 milliliters sufficed. Chapter 87. Military Medical Examination. Enough chatter. Military examinations are conducted this way. Is it truly necessary to make such a fuss? The female doctor chastised, though her cheeks flushed slightly. As a trainee military doctor, this was her first time executing such a unique assignment. Yet the general had specifically instructed her to draw more blood, leaving her with no alternative. Who are you trying to fool? The military would never extract 200 milliliters. It must be that old fox Ross orchestrating this. Ling Tian silently fumed, though he refrained from voicing his suspicions. Could we perhaps negotiate to draw half? I genuinely might face complications. He feigned a pitiful demeanor. Rest assured, I am quite professional, the female doctor replied, attempting to maintain her composure. After all, I'm taking care of you. Then I'm truly grateful, Ling Tian retorted, his gaze suddenly icy. May I inquire your esteemed name, doctor? I, Ling, am known to repay even the smallest kindness with great gratitude. Startled by his sudden intensity, the female doctor trembled slightly. No, that one be necessary. Very well. Proceed with the draw. Ling Tian sighed, observing the blood slowly flowing through the transparent tubing into the small vial. He felt a pang of anguish. How many precious cellular coins must be expended for this? Thus far, he had only created one creature. A Zatara soldier he had fortuitously selected as a host while in outer space, deliberately choosing one with aquatic attributes, anticipating a bountiful harvest of cellular coins during the reclamation. This not only serves to enhance one's strength, but also allows for rapid recovery from severe injuries at crucial moments. Initially, he contemplated raising it on Earth, but upon considering the omnipresent surveillance of the CIA, and the military, he ultimately abandoned the idea. The risk of being discovered and subsequently targeted while merely enjoying a meal was too great. Meanwhile, General Ross was assigning a special mission to Captain Ellie. Your task is to establish a romantic relationship with Ling Tian. What? Could you repeat that, General? Ellie's eyes widened in disbelief. At this point, I can no longer keep it from your Ross side. The armor technology possessed by Ling Tian must be controlled. As you have witnessed, he alone has managed to suppress half of the enemy forces on the battlefield and even saved half of New York by sending them into a wormhole. However, this immense power has now exceeded the bounds of control. As he himself stated, it must never fall into the hands of villains. But how does this differ from S-H-I-E-L-D-S methods? S-H-I-E-L-D resorts to coercion, while we seek to guide. Ross maintained his composure, as long as he upholds justice. We merely need to observe from the shadows. Hence, someone must approach him and, if necessary, protect him. The general paused, adding, of course, you may refuse, and I will find another candidate. I accept the mission, Ellie replied, lowering her gaze, though she felt uncertain about her chances of success. Just do your best, Ross interjected. In his calculations, as long as Ellie could forge an emotional bond with Ling Tian, even a breakup would still yield a favorable outcome. As Ling Tian exited the medical examination center, twilight enveloped the horizon. He gazed upward at the emerging stars, suddenly feeling that Ross had been excessively attentive to this detective. He had just undergone a rather luxurious full-body examination, scrutinized from head to toe, inside and out, with not a single inch left unchecked. Such treatment might even leave laboratory mice feeling inferior. Yet, he was left with a mere two-word evaluation. Healthy. Was this not rather dismissive? With such a grand display, could they not have added a few more words to the report? Before he could voice his concerns, for intense gazes compelled him to take a step back. The doctor's fixation on Ling Tian resembled that of connoisseurs admiring a rare treasure. Even the intern who had trembled while drawing blood clung to the vial, as if it were a lifeline. Ling Tian had no doubt that if he lingered any longer, this group would indeed place him on an autopsy table. Thus, he decisively fled this bizarre place. How embarrassing, he lamented internally, that a detective capable of making S-H-I-E-L-D concede, and the military threat was frightened into retreat by 4 doctors. The examination results must still indicate health, right? Captain Ellie, who had been waiting for some time, approached him, only to notice his unusually haggard expression. "Ha!" Ling Tian chuckled awkwardly. "Is this how your military-esque routine physicals go? Blood tests costing 200, and they even didn't spare skin samples?" Ellie, feeling a bit awkward, fidgeted with her fingers, explaining that a standard physical typically concludes in half an hour. Such royal treatment, she mused, was likely not even experienced by a general. "Please extend my gratitude to your general." Ling Tian regretted his decision, wishing they had simply asked for a blood sample without the elaborate charade. "How about I accompany you on a tour of the base?" Ellie suggested, though the slight tension in her fingertips betrayed her nervousness. "Indeed," Ling Tian chuckled coldly within, recognizing Ross's limited capabilities. However, this young lady was also a pawn. He needed to devise a strategy to compel her to abandon her pursuit. Reflecting on Banner's exploited lover, he shook his head inwardly. If Ross could sacrifice his own daughter, how could he possibly care about a mere lieutenant? "I shall trouble you with this." He feigned hesitation. "But is it truly appropriate for an outsider like me to roam freely?" "Rest assured, no one dares to neglect the guests of the general," Ellie replied with unwavering conviction. "Very well," he acquiesced. The two walked side by side, yet Ling Tian remained silent, granting Ellie no opportunity for conversation. After a while, he could return home directly and then retreat to Stark's place for a few days. He doubted this lieutenant would manage to track him down. In this manner, the matter would be resolved entirely. If even this evasion proved futile, he would simply orchestrate a 6-month global expedition, rendering Ross's schemes utterly futile. In truth, Ling Tian had contemplated turning the tables, allowing Ross to reap the consequences of his own miscalculations. With his cunning, he could easily sway this young woman, simultaneously revealing Ross's true nature to her. However, as this thought crossed his mind, he recalled the scene from Kamartage where Wanda had smiled and declared her intent to eliminate both of them. Just the thought sent a chill down his spine. He promptly extinguished this notion, opting for a more prudent approach. Unbeknownst to Ling Tian, while they strolled, Stern had already arrived at his medical examination center to retrieve his blood samples, even planning to take along his other medical records. The efficiency was astonishing. "Dr. Stern, you have come for this, haven't you?" The female doctor remarked upon his entrance, gesturing towards the vial of blood on the table with utmost respect. "Indeed, you have performed admirably," Stern replied. "Doctor, initially I was puzzled as to why you and the general would show such interest in an ordinary individual. But now I comprehend your extraordinary foresight." She continued, "According to the medical report, Ling Tian's health is decidedly extraordinary. He exhibits no issues whatsoever, with all indicators reaching the pinnacle of human standards. I even suspect he may never fall ill in his lifetime, and his longevity far surpasses that of an average person." As expected, a flicker of excitement passed through Stern's eyes. He had only encountered such a condition while studying Hulk's blood. This further corroborated his hypothesis that Ling Tian harbored immense secrets within his physique. He gazed intently at the vial of blood, his eyes ablaze. Ling Tian was present now. Such an opportunity was rare and must not be squandered. Stern resolved silently. Initially, he had merely intended to test Ling Tian's capabilities before his departure. But after reviewing the medical report, he altered his plan. The dead are more obedient than the living. After all, a living person would not simply lie on the examination table, submissive to manipulation. As for the consequences of Ling Tian's demise here, Stern was wholly unconcerned. To him, the dead held no value. The abhorrent remains still lay in his laboratory, serving as the best proof of this. If Ling Tian were to perish, it was likely that everyone would rush to seize his armor. After all, who would dare to offend such a formidable entity as the military for the sake of a deceased individual? "General Ross, allow me to make the decision for you this time." Stern laughed heartily within, envisioning the acquisition of a specimen far more exquisite than mere disdain, perhaps even unearthing secrets that transcend human limits. With this thought, he reluctantly set down the vial of blood in his hand. Now that the object was secured, research could commence at any moment. However, if the specimen were released, the next opportunity would be indefinitely postponed. "Where's Ling Tian now?" "I have urgent matters to discuss with him," Stern inquired eagerly. "He just stepped out." "He shouldn't be far," the doctor responded. "Please keep this vial safe for me. I shall return for it tomorrow." Stern instructed hastily before making his exit. This time, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Knowing full well that the soldiers would not assist him, and Ross would not endorse his plan. Ling Tian may perish, but he must not do so on military grounds, for then he would be unable to evade responsibility. Oh, very well. Stern, in a state of urgency, began searching for individuals. Given his position, gathering information without mobilizing the troops was an effortless task. Indeed, after casually inquiring with a couple of patrolling soldiers, he swiftly discerned Ling Tian's whereabouts. You must be Detective Ling Tian, Stern approached with a friendly smile. And you are? Ling Tian feigned confusion, yet internally realized why he had felt watched. The principal was right before him. This is Dr. Stern, the specially appointed research expert by General Ross, Ellie interjected. Ah, Banner spoke of you. Do you require my assistance? Banner, how nostalgic, Stern mused. Nostalgic? Banner had nothing but unkind words when he mentioned you. Ling Tian silently scoffed. I actually wish to invite you to my laboratory. There are certain inquiries I would like to discuss with you, Detective, Stern explained. I'm afraid I have no interest in scientific research. Consider it a commission. It would merely be a simple visit, Stern persuaded gently. Why don't I go take a look? Dr. Stern has been at the base for over 6 months, and I have yet to visit his laboratory, Ellie chimed in. Although she loathed the man for conducting human experiments, she deemed this an opportunity to extend their time together. As it pertained to her mission, Chapter 88. Completing the experiment initially, Ling Tian was reluctant to acquiesce. He sensed that things were amiss, potentially harboring danger. However, upon catching sight of the attractive young lieutenant beside him, he perceived this as a splendid opportunity to extricate himself from her company, perhaps even reaping some benefits. Thus he nodded in agreement. Let us proceed. Stern's tone was enthusiastic, yet the fleeting fervor in his eyes did not escape Ling Tian's notice, further solidifying his belief that this man harbored ill intentions. As expected, the moment they were ushered into the laboratory, Stern stealthily locked the door and quickly manipulated the computer, pressing several keys. Ellie wore a puzzled expression, but Ling Tian keenly sensed that the entire laboratory had been thoroughly isolated. Doctor, may I inquire about the purpose of your summons? It is quite simple. I require your cooperation to complete a minor experiment. Stern's voice carried a chilling undertone. Perhaps another day. The sky has darkened. I must return home to rest. However, this experiment cannot proceed without you. With victory seemingly assured, Stern would not allow his escape. What does that mean? Ling Tian's expression shifted dramatically. The young female lieutenant beside him also sensed the tension in the air. It means quite literally that you must stay and cooperate with the experiment. What if I refuse? I fear you have no choice in the matter, Detective. Stern let out a maniacal laugh. Dr. Stern, do you intend to kill me? Ling Tian's voice turned icy, anger igniting in his eyes. Isn't it evident? I advise you to reconsider. This is a military base. If you dare to act, General Ross will not let you off easily. Let us depart now, and I can pretend that nothing has happened. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Ellie relaxed her tense shoulders slightly. Indeed, this is military territory. No matter how deranged Stern may be, he would not dare to act recklessly unless he wishes for his own demise. Haha, Stern seemed to find this notion utterly ludicrous. He was acutely aware that as long as he remained of value, Ross would not only refrain from harming him, but would go to great lengths to protect him. You truly expect Ross to come to your aid? How naive and pitiable. Detective, do you understand why you were brought here? This is my domain. If something goes awry during the experiment, it is not uncommon for a couple of lives to be lost. How many researchers perished when Ross created the Hulk? Could you enlighten me as to your motives? By all accounts, we bear no animosity toward one another. Why do you seek my life? Ling Tian countered. He had initially presumed that this grotesque creature would merely extract some blood or flesh, but he was taken aback by the direct demand for his life. You are unaware? Prior to your arrival, my sole interest lay with the Hulk. His cells harbor immense power, capable of resisting any ailment, though regrettably unstable. Do you know why my head has become like this? In truth, I have died once. By a twist of fate, Hulk's blood seeped into the wound on my brain, allowing me to regain life at the cost of this deformed cranium. Yet, I harbor no resentment. It is a divine gift. My intellect now surpasses that of ordinary men. Even Einstein would pale in comparison. A complete lunatic. Taking advantage of his grandiloquent monologue, Ling Tian whispered to the lieutenant Ellie beside him. Indeed, Ellie softly concurred. But what does this have to do with me? You should seek Banner. Why involve me? Ling Tian deliberately raised his voice. Until your appearance. Stern's eyes sparkled with fervor. I discovered through your medical examination that your bodily functions have reached the pinnacle of human capability, though lacking in strength amplification. If your cells could merge with those of the Hulk, it would undoubtedly result in a perfect evolution. So the military brought me here for ulterior motives? Ling Tian feigned shock, his voice trembling. General Ross is a man of integrity. He would never engage in such collusion. You are lying. Externally, he appeared struck by lightning. Yet internally he reveled. This unexpected revelation provided an excellent pretext for distancing himself from the military in the future. The Lieutenant Ellie behind him wore a look of distress. She understood that General Ross harbored no harmful intentions. Otherwise, he would not have assigned her to approach Ling Tian. Yet in this moment, she found herself at a loss for words, for Stern was indeed a significant military figure. Just as she was caught in a dilemma, Stern suddenly shifted his tone. Ross? You are overthinking. What benefits could killing you bring in terms of promotion and wealth? He is not that kind of person. On the contrary, your demise would only create complications for him, which is precisely why I have brought you here. An accidental death in a laboratory could minimize the repercussions. Is that so? A glimmer of understanding flickered in Ling Tian's eyes, while Ellie secretly sighed in relief, sensing a glimmer of hope. Well, now that you comprehend the situation, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Considering your sacrifice for the evolution of humanity, I am willing to do my utmost to fulfill them. Stern's tone carried an air of condescending compassion. Doctor, do you truly believe my constitution is exceptional? Perhaps it is merely a result of my disciplined fitness regimen. An ordinary person could achieve similar results through consistent exercise. At best, I am merely a healthier mortal, not a superhuman. If you're in search of experimental subjects, why not contact Steve Rogers? I have a rapport with him, and he may be inclined to oblige. Ling Tian spoke with calmness. Yet this tranquility was perceived as provocation by Stern. Do you fantasize that such reasoning could liberate you? Even if there is a modicum of validity in your words, the likelihood is exceedingly slim. Roger's physique is the product of experimental enhancement, a result of external forces, and thus does not meet my criteria. Your achievements, however, stem purely from human potential, suggesting that your cells harbor some unique substance, which is precisely what I seek. Ling Tian was utterly confounded. Am I truly that remarkable? Why have I not noticed it myself? He pondered inwardly. System, did you secretly modify me during my traversal? Host, do you truly believe that is plausible? Your current physical attributes are at best on par with Murasame Suki, fundamentally still human. Then why is he so certain? Perhaps it is merely the overindulgence of a mad scientist's self-hypnosis. Even if you are correct, a single vial of blood should suffice for research, shouldn't it? Ling Tian questioned through gritted teeth. Blood? Stern grinned ominously. Bones, heart, brain, these cannot be obtained through mere blood tests. So it is absolutely necessary to kill me? Do not phrase it so harshly. It is a request. Ellie furiously pointed at him, originally hoping to persuade Stern to relent and simultaneously leave a good impression in Ling Tian's mind. But instead, he displayed such deranged intent. Wait, Dr. Stern. On what grounds do you presume you can subdue me? Do you believe you can outmatch me in combat? Ling Tian raised an eyebrow in response, internally bewildered. Even if my military dossier may not be as comprehensive as that of S.H.L.D., it should not differ significantly. What gives this oddly featured Dr. Stern the audacity to challenge me? Ha. Great detective. I can see quite clearly that you have come here without your battle armor. Stern sneered. What makes you think I would lose to you? Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback. Must the transformation device be carried at all times? How could he forget such a regulation? That set of equipment is securely stored in the system space. In a moment of clarity, he resolved to go along with the current misunderstanding. If Stern has formed such a misconception, it might serve to convince the military as well, effectively leaving him with an additional card to play. As for how he previously summoned the belt, it was no longer of importance. As long as he performed well in this charade today, it would shape the enemy's perception that Ling Tian, without the transformation device, was merely an ordinary person. Ellie, meanwhile, was prepared to execute her mission to protect Ling Tian. Although they were temporarily trapped here, Stern was equally present. As long as the instigator of this crisis is subdued, the peril will be alleviated. After all, what combat prowess can a mere scientist possess? She is an elite lieutenant, undeniably captivating in appearance. Yet, ordinary special forces soldiers are no match for her. Ah, such confidence. Ling Tian's expression darkened, as if struck at a vulnerable point. I am well aware of your scheme. Stern adjusted his glasses, reluctantly acknowledging that Mr. Ling's mechanical pet was indeed formidable. Unfortunately, it cannot enter this sealed space. Meticulously designed by me, not even a fly could penetrate. Ling Tian, step back, Ellie urged, taking a decisive step forward. Leave this to me. Leave it to you? Ling Tian discreetly shook his head. While Stern posed no threat to him, dealing with 10 warriors like Ellie would undoubtedly be a challenge. However, he had no reason to thwart this scheming woman who was, after all, walking into her own trap. With his presence, at most, she would suffer a bit, which would hinder the other party's ploys. Admirable courage, young lady. Stern suddenly grinned maliciously, but you seem to have grossly misjudged my capabilities. Before Ellie could finish her retort, a shadow flashed before her eyes. By the time she regained her senses, Stern had her by the throat, hoisting her aloft while her legs kicked futilely in the air. Witnessing this, Ling Tian silently reminded himself to act with restraint. One must not abuse their power. If one can avoid confrontation, they should. Otherwise, should one kick a steel plate, it could lead to dire consequences. Stern exerted his strength, hurling Lieutenant Ellie violently against the wall with a dull thud. The scientist's movements were swift and decisive, showing no mercy whatsoever. This is impossible, Ellie gasped, struggling to lift herself, her complexion pale as she questioned. You are merely a researcher. My identity as a scientist does not diminish the strength I possess, Stern sneered, pointing to his temple. Just as Ling Tian can vanquish the Chitauri Legion as a detective, do you truly believe I am the feeble scholar you envision? After a brief moment of shock, Ellie quickly regained her composure and quietly urged Ling Tian, find an opportunity to escape. I will hold him off. Ling Tian felt a warmth in his heart. Regardless of the orders she had received, in this life and death moment, she still prioritized his safety. Such genuine righteousness is indeed rare. Save your efforts, Stern bellowed with laughter. This place is an entirely sealed cage, with communications completely jammed. You cannot hope to escape. Faced with despair, Ellie instead ignited a fiercer fighting spirit, launching an assault. She understood well that inaction would only worsen their fate. A wise choice, befitting an elite warrior, Ling Tian internally admired, yet puzzled over why she would undertake such a perilous task. Even as my admirer, she should not be risking her life. Chapter 89. The game must, and he surmised that General Ross had likely instilled certain beliefs in this woman. As for the arrogant opponent before him, Ling Tian was not the least bit concerned about Stern's misjudgment of his strength. He was destined to pay the price. The battle quickly escalated into a one-sided affair. Despite Ellie's utmost efforts, Stern effortlessly countered all her attacks, his contempt unwavering in his gaze. The game is about to end. Stern suddenly unleashed his strength, throwing the battered Ellie at Ling Tian's feet. Blood oozed from her numerous wounds, clearly indicating that she had lost her ability to fight. Stern's gaze shifted to Ling Tian. Now it's our turn. Rest assured, your life is precious. I will grant you a swift end, ensuring not a single trace remains. Stern squinted, scrutinizing Ling Tian in an attempt to capture any hint of panic on his face, yet the latter maintained an air of calmness that only heightened Stern's anxiety. A cold jest. In this day and age, even villains have begun to emphasize user experience. Confused, Stern muttered to himself. How could his backing have fallen yet he remained so composed? His fingers unconsciously grazed the trigger. In the corner, a feeble gasp was heard. Ellie, struggling to rise, felt blood seeping through her fingers. Mr. Ling, I may not have finished my words before I start coughing violently. That's enough. Ling Tian supported her swaying body, feeling an abnormal heat radiating from his palm. His brow furrowed slightly. The injury was far more severe than he had anticipated. He had thought it would be merely a fracture, but now it seemed she would need at least 3 months to recover. Medical tip. When a villain promises not to leave scars, it usually implies a professional organ removal. I say, great detective. Stern nudged his gold-rimmed glasses with a gun barrel. Your composure suggests you might be hiding a trump card? No? Ling Tian suddenly smiled innocently. Look at my slender arms and legs. I'm barely stronger than a fifth-rate fighter. He formed a gap of less than 1 centimeter with his thumb and index finger, deliberately elongating the last syllable of his words. The laboratory fell into an eerie silence. The sound of breathing became distinctly audible. Stern's polished shoes scraped against the floor, yet he maintained a safe distance. Interesting. After a 5-minute standoff, Stern suddenly grinned. In my territory, you, unarmored, are nothing more than salmon sashimi on the chopping board. Fun fact, salmon's muscles continue to twitch after death, much like the frantic throbbing of a certain doctor's temple at this moment. Ling Tian maintained a cheerful facade while inwardly cursing Stern's ancestors. Time stop. Mirror world. Either of these could make you experience what it feels like to have your thoughts interrupted by a gun barrel so close. I will count to 3. Stern's index finger began to apply pressure on the trigger. Be my guest, Ling Tian gestured invitingly. The instant Stern lifted his foot, Ling Tian suddenly flicked a shiny object from his sleeve. Look out! Stern instinctively performed a tactical roll, only to find a piece of discarded chewing gum wrapper lying on the ground. When he looked up again, the detective had already assisted Ellie in retreating 10 paces away. Waving goodbye to him, Ling Tian abruptly drew a weapon aimed at Stern, a move that left everyone present in shock. Even a usually composed Captain Ellie frowned, questioning why he hadn't used the weapon sooner. Did he need to see her being beaten before he was satisfied? 9756324109 756288841 Detective. There seems to be some misunderstanding. Stern's voice was tinged with evident panic, despite the enhancements bestowed upon him by genetic modification. Facing the barrel of a gun at such close range left him with little assurance of escape. The provision allowing for armed personnel within the terms of cooperation was indeed commendable, Ling Tian remarked leisurely, reflecting that he had previously underestimated its significance, yet now found himself grateful for the stipulation. Stern, struggling to suppress his fury, demanded, "What exactly do you intend to do?" "That question should be directed at you, Doctor. The hour is late, and we are eagerly awaiting our return for dinner," he replied. "I will let you go." Stern nearly spat out the words between clenched teeth. "It was about time," Ling Tian retorted. "Allow me to remind you, I seldom wield a firearm, and with time, my hands may tremble unpredictably." Stern snorted disdainfully. "Ross always claimed you were cunning beyond measure. Even Nick Fury fell victim to your schemes. Today I have witnessed this firsthand." Ling Tian shrugged. "Ever since you set your sights on me, I have been vigilant against both overt and covert threats. Had I not employed a bit of caution, I might have lost my life long ago. Surviving thus far indeed requires a certain skill." Suddenly, Stern chuckled, albeit in a manner that suggested foreboding, but as you stated, there will always be an occasion when one cannot guard against everything. "Fear not. My will is prepared. I have arranged for immediate cremation upon my demise," Ling Tian remarked, wrapping the barrel of his gun. "Shall we not be escorted out now?" Stern approached the control panel and personally unlocked the laboratory door for them, saying, "After you." "One moment." Ling Tian called to Ellie, "Could I trouble you to scout ahead?" His request was met with an overly eager acceptance. Ellie hesitated. "Isn't this excessive caution? We must prioritize our swift departure." Stern mocked. "Is your imagination always this vivid, Detective Ling? Do you truly consider this individual to be sane?" Ling Tian countered. "Shall we find out?" "I shall act immediately." Ellie ceased her argument. One cannot apply rationality when dealing with a madman. As she turned, she failed to notice Stern's fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. "Doctor, is this truly necessary? Is it so difficult to allow us to leave?" Ling Tian noted his actions. "It would be a pity to miss out on a specimen such as you." "I am an ordinary person." Ling Tian protested idvine. "You may go," announced Ellie upon her return. "That may have been possible, but it is no longer certain," Ling Tian replied. "What do you mean?" "Ask him. Something is bound to occur once we step outside." Ellie cast a glance at Stern. His subtle smile filled her with dread. "After you, Doctor," Ling Tian proposed. Stern remained silent, compelled to comply as he led the way. "Is it safe now? Can you lower the gun?" "No. Please, Doctor. Return to the laboratory and close the door," Ling Tian insisted, maintaining his gun's aim. "This is rather excessive." "This is called prudence," Ling Tian replied with a smile. "You may lower it now," Ellie urged. "My hands are numb," Ling Tian admitted awkwardly. "Ha ha." Ellie laughed at this excuse. "Why didn't you bring it out earlier? It's merely a toy gun. Even soldiers do not carry such things, let alone civilians. Stark made this realistic replica for me." "A toy?" "Precisely. A lifelike imitation crafted for the purpose of intimidation. You truly are something else." Ellie toyed with it. "However, your injuries are serious. We must hurry to the hospital." "This minor injury is of no concern. A week or 2 of rest will suffice for recovery." With a sigh, Ling Tian contemplated whether he should have allowed her to endure a few more punches. Perhaps he could subtly suggest she deliver a few more later. This individual, who had never known injury, completely disregarded the physical disparities among soldiers, believing that a mere semblance of force would suffice. The most pressing matter at hand was to promptly report Dr. Stern's situation to General Ross. Keeping him around would undoubtedly pose a threat. Absolutely not. Ling Tian abruptly interrupted her. Allowing that peculiar individual to remain is your burden, but if he is set free, it would be my headache. My probability of becoming a victim would at least surge by 1%. Why? Ellie tilted her head in confusion. Doesn't General Ross understand his peril? But have you considered why the general still permits him to stay here? Ling Tian raised 2 fingers. First, Dr. Stern indeed possesses genuine talent. Second, this environment allows for better control. Should such a dangerous individual be cast out? He elongated his tone meaningfully. There would be neither solid defenses nor sufficient personnel to monitor him, and it could lead to catastrophic chaos. Then why not eliminate him and eradicate the threat? Ellie suggested casually. Ling Tian gasped in shock. Could this girl truly be so naive? Had all my groundwork been in vain? Ahem. General Ross is infatuated with unlocking the potential of soldiers. His ideal outcome is to mass-produce super soldiers akin to Captain Steve Rogers. Dr. Banner serves as his experiment. The destructive power exhibited by the Hulk years ago continues to haunt the General's thoughts. If he could harness that strength, the military's prowess would undergo a qualitative leap. To this end, he is willing to use his own daughter as bait. Indeed, that would be Betty Ross, Banner's girlfriend. Unfortunately, even the most elaborate traps could not prevent Banner from escaping, along with the General's precious daughter. Ironically, this only fueled the General's obsession with the Hulk's power. Coincidentally, elite soldier Blonsky eagerly volunteered for human enhancement. The experimental results were promising. He gained 10-fold strength compared to before, yet it still paled in comparison to the Hulk, and potential unknown side effects loomed. The General was far from satisfied. However, replicating the Hulk proved to be a formidable challenge. Blonsky, in his quest to rival the Hulk, coerced Dr. Stern into conducting further modifications using Hulk's blood, ultimately birthing the abomination known as Abomination. Although retaining human cognition, his relentless pursuit of power led him to believe the Hulk must be eradicated, resulting in his complete descent into a brutal killing machine. During his rampage as the Hulk, he caused hundreds of casualties and obliterated assets worth hundreds of millions. Ultimately, he clashed with the Hulk right at my doorstep. Ling Tian shrugged, and I effortlessly dealt with him. General Ross remains obstinately committed to this plan, fueled by the precedent set by Dr. Stern, which ignited his ambition and illuminated the value of this shortcut. He would never relinquish it easily. Ling Tian's fervor grew with every word, while Ellie's expression gradually hardened into an icy demeanor. Observing her reaction, Ling Tian subtly smiled, pleased. This lieutenant, of the same age as he, was no longer the innocent girl she once was. After absorbing this analysis, the brilliant star of General Ross began to tarnish in her eyes. What alarmed her even more was that she had finally discerned the true intent behind Ross's assignment of the task. She was merely a substitute, a pawn to fill the void left by his daughter, even if the other party was a high-ranking general. Such an act of trampling on a subordinate's dignity was truly repugnant. One might wonder, is General Ross not remarkable? Chapter 90, an unusual concern for the grand vision, to bolster military strength, and, indeed, to safeguard the world. Ling Tian exaggeratedly waved his arms. He could sacrifice even his own flesh and blood, let alone an old friend. It was said that before his transformation, Dr. Banner often shared jovial conversations with him. As for us, the nameless foot soldiers, our heartfelt words were wrapped in a lofty hymn, portraying Ross as a cold-blooded gambler cloaked in military garb. Oh, why has Lieutenant Ellie suddenly fallen silent? Could she be overwhelmed by the general's noble persona? My apologies, Mr. Ling. Ellie suddenly stood upright. I must attend to my wounds in the medical room. Please excuse me. Without waiting for a response, she hurried away, her retreating figure resembling one escaping an unseen trap. Ling Tian observed her departure with a mysterious smile. Hurry back, or an infection will be troublesome. This unusual concern caused Ellie to pause momentarily. Why did the man who had evaded her all day now appear with a glimmer of relief in his eyes? The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, a dangerous intuition screaming through her veins. Yet when she turned to look back, all she saw was Ling Tian's leisurely retreat. The two moved further apart in opposite directions, and the budding affection that had begun to sprout was now encased in the frost of reason. The moment the office door closed, Ling Tian finally released his sweaty clenched fist. A shallow scar had earned him a bargaining chip for self-preservation. This transaction was exceedingly advantageous. As a detective, he discerned all the unspoken doubts in Ellie's eyes. Although today's gamble was fraught with peril, he would no longer have to contend with the military's fervent invitations. With this thought, even Dr. Stern's bizarre visage appeared endearing, for this scientific oddity had inadvertently become his most perfect accomplice. This passage could depict Ling Tian's sense of relief. While Ross remained deeply troubled, Ross had always kept a close watch on his plan. Since Ling Tian exited the medical examination area, he had meticulously monitored the others' every move. Ling Tian's indifference towards the beautiful woman beside him was entirely within Ross's expectations. Given Ling Tian's cautious nature, such a response was normal. Should he have taken the bait too easily, it would have aroused Ross's suspicions. Everything had been proceeding according to plan, but when Dr. Stern ushered the two into the laboratory, Ross felt an unsettling anxiety. His plan had encountered an unexpected variable. Knowing Stern's character, Ross understood that if anything were to happen to Ling Tian, the inheritance he so coveted would be irrevocably lost to the military. At this point, it was too late to intervene. He could only silently pray for their safety. Upon seeing the two emerge from the laboratory unscathed, Ross's anxious heart finally settled, though unease lingered. However, the subsequent scene filled him with greater dread. Although both were alive, Ling Tian clutched his weapon tightly, and Lieutenant Ellie bore grave injuries. Evidently, Stern attempted to take action, but ultimately failed. This was initially a positive development, as it spared Ross from any repercussions. However, before he could exhale in relief, he discovered that Ling Tian had unexpectedly parted ways with the meticulously arranged Captain Ellie. Just as the plan was set in motion, it faced an unforeseen setback. Did Ling Tian truly harbor no interest in the fair sex? This was a splendid opportunity to showcase masculinity, and he had let it slip away. Ross needed to ascertain what had transpired. He promptly dialed Stern's number. "What have you just done? Why is Captain Ellie seriously injured? Why was Ling Tian pointing a gun at you? Isn't it obvious? I wanted to eliminate them." Stern's nonchalant response nearly sent Ross into a fit of fury. Suppressing his anger, Ross retorted, "Dr. Stern, you must provide me with an explanation. Your actions have severely disrupted my plans." "Your plans?" Stern scoffed. "Ross, do you take Ling Tian for a fool, or do you overestimate your own intellect? Do you honestly believe that a man of his acumen could be oblivious to your ruse? Through tonight's trial, I have realized that we both underestimated him. It is unbelievable. In my laboratory, without armor, I have failed. Armed with merely a gun, he deftly diffused every crisis, maintaining his composure throughout, without a single shot fired." Stern stated gravely, "I fear that only a forceful seizure remains as an option. Obtaining the armor he cherishes like his own life will be no simple task." He conveyed the truth to Ross, articulating his observations with precision. In truth, Stern was acutely aware that escaping his laboratory armed with just a gun was utterly implausible. However, Ling Tian had remained unflappable, devoid of any fear, and instead emanated a subtle air of mockery, which compelled Stern to exercise caution. What troubled Stern even more was the palpable sense of threat he felt emanating from Ling Tian. Just as he was poised to take action, it was not the toy in Ling Tian's hand that halted him, but the frantic alarm bells ringing in his mind, echoing two simple words: danger. This was the first occurrence of such an event since the mutation of his brain, compelling him to proceed with utmost caution. Though he was uncertain of Ling Tian's hidden abilities, he was convinced that should he act recklessly today, it would only lead to his own demise. Thus, he allowed them to depart. "Is that all?" Ross inquired coldly. "What else would you have me do? Do you wish to slay me to prove your fairness to Ling Tian?" Stern retorted mockingly. "I am asking if you have uncovered anything more than this." "Not entirely. There is one more thing, though I fear you may find it hard to accept. Even without armor, Ling Tian is by no means a weakling. Of course, this is merely my conjecture, but it is highly likely to be the truth." "Is that so?" Ross ended the call, lost in contemplation. At that moment, he pondered many things, even conceding that Stern's words held some merit. Had he truly misjudged Ling Tian? Yet, the plan had commenced, and he felt a deep reluctance to refrain from making an attempt. "Bring someone here," he suddenly commanded. instructing the guards to ensure that Ling Tian was intercepted and not allowed to leave. But remember, maintain a courteous demeanor. If he inquires, simply state that it is my command. After a brief pause, he added, "Please also inform Captain Ellie to wait at the exit." "Yes, General." Although the soldiers outside were puzzled by the general's unusual concern for a mere detective, military orders must be obeyed. Ling Tian, who was about to leave, was halted by this command. However, he did not voice any complaints and instead sat down at the outpost to wait cooperatively. Ross soon arrived, feeling the weight of his own shortcomings. His invitation for Ling Tian to undergo a military medical examination had ulterior motives, and now, with this unforeseen complication, failing to apologize promptly might irrevocably offend the detective. "Detective Ling Tian, I must apologize for my oversight. I hope you can forgive me," Ross stated, his demeanor exceedingly humble, almost impeccable. Ling Tian even suspected that had this old fellow been a few years younger, he might have bowed deeply before him. "General, there is no need for explanations." Ling Tian interjected calmly. "I understand that it was Dr. Stern who acted on his own accord in the laboratory." A faint smile graced his lips as he sincerely added, "Moreover, a man of your character would never stoop to such despicable acts." He deftly deflected responsibility from Ross, redirecting the blame onto Stern, thus alleviating Ross's predicament. Ross's expression grew somber, and his voice lowered. "Your defense only serves to deepen my shame, Detective Ling." His humility intensified, leaving the two sentinels outside in a state of astonishment, subsequently filled with apprehension. They had overheard the shocking revelation, but feared the repercussions of incurring the general's wrath. Deciding with a shared glance to keep the day's events to themselves and to tread carefully in the future, Ling Tian blinked, pondering what ulterior motives this old general might have. Was he attempting to retain him against his will? He quickly replied with utmost respect, "General, your words are too much praise for me. You have always been a figure I deeply admire. During the medical examination today, the doctor drew 200 milliliters of my blood, which I found rather peculiar. Such a volume seemed excessive for a routine test. I later learned that an expert had been summoned at your behest." His eyes glimmered with tears of emotion as he continued, "Though I am but a commoner, the more radical elements within the military might suspect that I harbor some secrets within me, akin to Dr. Stern's insinuations. Were it not for your unwavering support, I fear the matter would have escalated beyond mere blood tests. You have truly saved my life, General." Ross was taken aback, contemplating, am I truly so noble? Yet, if he believes this, it spares me the trouble of explaining. He could not possibly divulge that he had been the one orchestrating matters from the beginning. He sighed. "As long as you understand, let this matter remain confidential." At that moment, Ellie, wrapped in bandages, hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing the situation before her, she could not help but internally scoff at the audacity of men who could both fabricate and then claim their fabrications as truth. Suppressing her emotions, she formally saluted, "General, what are your instructions?" Despite being treated as a mere pawn, Ellie maintained a facade of respect for Ross due to his past achievements, though the depth of that respect was a truth only she recognized. However, Ross's next words shattered what little remained of that respect. "Captain, there is no need for formalities. Please see Mr. Ling back safely. Since he is our guest, we must ensure his proper return. This incident is not what I wished for. It is a failure on the part of the military. Ling Tian, I assure you that upon my return, I shall address the matter concerning Dr. Stern with utmost seriousness, and the military will undoubtedly provide you with a satisfactory response," Ross solemnly promised Ling Tian. "There is no need for such formality, General. I fully comprehend the significance of Dr. Stern to you, and I am acutely aware of the immense pressure you have endured to protect me. This minor grievance is inconsequential. Let us consider it as though it never transpired. However, Lieutenant Ellie has sustained severe injuries while safeguarding me, which is entirely unjust. It would be more appropriate to arrange for her reassignment to a different position as a gesture of compassion toward the subordinate. It is only fitting. I shall also grant her an additional 6-month leave to recuperate," Ross remarked after a moment of contemplation. This declaration caused a slight change in Ling Tian's expression. 6 months? Are you intentionally trying to make my life difficult? If I am entangled for half a year, even if Ellie does not fall for me, I will be utterly exasperated. What if emotions develop? After all, she is a beauty, and I am merely. When Wanda returns, she will undoubtedly have my head. I must devise a strategy to resolve this predicament. Ling Tian pondered inwardly. Ellie appeared somewhat embarrassed. Although she understood Ross's intentions, she was not overly concerned. Since she had seen through the ruse, she could easily concoct an excuse to avoid it. Does the general have any further instructions? I merely wish to clarify that this is solely Dr. Stern's personal conduct and bears no relation to the military, Ling Tian inquired, casting a glance at the two guards and the lieutenant. Ross understood the implication and responded, "You may return for now. Come back in half an hour. Since Ellie is your savior, why not allow her to stay and escort you back?" He added, casting a meaningful glance. Ling Tian had no choice but to acquiesce, internally lamenting how persistent the general was in his schemes. "I'm eternally grateful for your kindness. However, given your prominent position, should we maintain a close association? It may invite criticism from political adversaries and inadvertently implicate you. To avoid any suspicion, it would be prudent for us to meet less frequently. Otherwise, I am left feeling quite uneasy," Ling Tian asserted with firm conviction. "It is not so severe. Matters have not escalated to that extent," Ross hastily clarified. If the rumors were substantiated, his future actions would be severely constrained. "There is no need for further discussion, General. You have just acknowledged taking on the burden for me. Although I, Ling Tian, lack connections, I understand the importance of gratitude. From this moment onward, should you seek me out, I shall undoubtedly avoid you, ensuring that no malicious individuals have the opportunity to attack you. There is truly no need for such measures. It will be too late when that time comes. If I were to cause you trouble, General, I could never forgive myself." Ling Tian's expression grew solemn, leaving even the observing Ellie in quiet astonishment. His words, imbued with righteousness, also conveyed an inexplicable peculiarity. Ross internally lamented, for he was clearly the mastermind behind the scenes, yet he was being portrayed as the noble figure. How could he possibly continue with his plans? "That is all I wish to convey. Please take care, General," Ling Tian said, making a motion to leave. His previous remarks had cast the military in a precarious light, and should Ross act out of desperation, he would be compelled to retaliate. Lieutenant Ellie, please see Detective Ling off," Ross said with a resigned wave of his hand. At this moment, he found himself a loss for words. Having just publicly taken responsibility for someone else, and now, with the other party voluntarily distancing themselves to show understanding, it only served to highlight his own culpability. This game had been lost thoroughly. The Shield has at least established a connection with Ling Tian, while the military has only acquired a mere 200 milliliters of blood sample. Even worse, this incident will undoubtedly heighten Ling Tian's vigilance towards the military. Now, only the line with Ellie remains. I hope she does not let herself down. "I shall drive you," Ellie said, rising to her feet. "Your injury does not impede your ability to drive." "Very well," Ling Tian mused to himself. This woman will likely maintain her distance now, perhaps even harboring some suspicion towards him. Even if she did entertain ulterior motives, he possessed ample means to counter them. "Detective Ling, please get in the car. I shall take you home." "Much obliged." Both harbored their own thoughts, yet seamlessly performed a fa-ade of harmony in front of General Ross. Once that car vanished from sight, the smile on Ross's face instantly evaporated, replaced by a grim demeanor that starkly contrasted with his previously amiable image. He must find a way to advance the plan. At the very least, he needed to restore the military's relationship with Ling Tian. Would the detective return home directly, or was there another destination? Naturally, he would head home. Having delayed for so long, returning late would mean missing dinner and even disrupting his bedtime. Ling Tian rubbed his temples. His constitution was already frail, and after donating so much blood today, he must avoid staying up late unless he were to lodge at the military base. But could he truly sleep soundly with Stern around? Ellie's grip on the steering wheel trembled suddenly. What nonsense! Stern has clearly stated that his physical condition is extraordinary. How could he now feign weakness? Moreover, since General Ross is already aware of Stern's matter, the military camp is, in fact, the safest place to be tonight. Something feels off. This man is full of lies. His earlier conversation with General Ross was likely improvised. Even the most oblivious should notice Ross's oddity, especially someone capable of outmaneuvering S-H-I-E-L-D. How could a character like Nick Fury's subordinate exit unscathed if he were merely simple-minded? But what is his true intention? The more Ellie pondered, the more she felt that beneath the seemingly reasonable fa-ade lay numerous inconsistencies. And these precisely timed flaws constituted the most perilous traps. Perhaps a test would be in order? After all, it would merely be fulfilling her duty to the military. She contemplated inwardly, then spoke. By the way, if your bluff does not intimidate Stern, then it would be a gamble. Ling Tian interjected. In any case, it is a dead end. Pardon my bluntness. Ellie scoffed lightly. Even I am no match for him, let alone you. How could you know the outcome without engaging? The rearview mirror reflected Ling Tian's enigmatic smile, suggesting that perhaps with my involvement, they might just be able to outmaneuver him. Huh, you are quite audacious. Ellie's expression stiffened slightly, evidently filled with skepticism towards his words. In her eyes, survival was purely a stroke of luck. Ling Tian merely smiled in silence, privately lamenting the military's intelligence system. Yet one could not fault them. After all, the military is not solely dedicated to intelligence like SHILD. Their expertise lies in warfare. To the military, an unanchored civilian like Ling Tian was merely prey on a butcher's block. Even if he demonstrated exceptional skills, as long as he could resolve problems, they would not perceive him as a genuine threat. In a rearview mirror, Ellie caught a glimpse of the almost imperceptible smile on Ling Tian's face. The smile abruptly awakened her, for it was unmistakably the expression of a conspiracy successfully unfolding. In that fleeting moment, a frenzied thought crossed her mind. Connecting Ling Tian's identity with the events of the day, she suddenly comprehended everything. Was this not a mere continuation of his games with SHILD, now mocking the military? Remembering General Ross's earlier revelation that the military had designs on his armor, Ellie was struck with clarity. He must have known all along. Tonight's events were merely a ruse. Using Dr. Stern's assassination attempt to distance himself from Ross while securing a golden ticket for future encounters with the military, ensuring his own survival. With just a few words, he had elevated his safety to unprecedented heights. How remarkable! Are those who engage in cerebral pursuits truly this formidable? Ellie inwardly marveled, never having felt so astute before. Could it be that her status as a semi-victim in this affair had sparked her insight? Perhaps it was indeed the favor of fate? At that moment, she was utterly convinced that the Ling Tian she encountered earlier was nothing short of an actor, or perhaps this individual was simply unfathomable. Yet, certain details made her uneasy, prompting her to break the silence. Mr. Ling, what gives you such confidence that you can extricate yourself from Stern? If something goes awry, I might still have a chance of survival, but you would be doomed. Is there truly some hidden ace up your sleeve? What ace? Ling Tian feigned nonchalance, shrugging lightly. As Stern mentioned, due to my trust in the military, I didn't even bring my armor. I only carry a gun for self-defense. To put it plainly, we are wagering our lives. If we lose, we perish together. If we win, we survive. Did you not notice that I haven't fired a single shot throughout this ordeal? He defended himself, slightly flustered, sensing that the young lieutenant harbored some suspicion towards him. Could a woman's intuition be this accurate? Though I am merely a lieutenant and lack access to core secrets, I have certainly heard many rumors about you. The general speaks highly of you, indicating that you are no ordinary individual. Ha, 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 ha. That is merely the general's flattery. I'm nowhere near as remarkable as he claims. Ling Tian's brow furrowed slightly as he suddenly realized he had underestimated this woman. The plan was nearing its conclusion, yet an unexpected variable had emerged. He was confident that this beautiful lieutenant would never divulge any secrets, yet she remained a potential risk. What if she accidentally let something slip in her drunken state or in her sleep? Forget it. I will deal with it later, Ling Tian thought privately, contemplating that he could always retreat to Stark's place as per the original plan. What does it matter if he grants her a 6-month leave? If he can't be found, it would be for naught. Unbeknownst to him, Ellie had been observing the subtle changes in his expression through the rearview mirror, and these nuances only served to reinforce her suspicions. Fortunately, she understood the importance of discretion. Knowing too much could be perilous. Delivering him home would suffice as completing her task. Ellie mused that she would claim her 6-month leave the next day. As for Ross's damned assignment, let him deal with it. However, fate had other plans. Not far from their departure, she received Ross's urgent command to demonstrate the military's apology. She was required to provide close protection to Detective Ling Tian for 6 months. In short, wherever this man went, she must follow. Ellie's dreams of freedom were dashed in an instant. Meanwhile, Ling Tian glanced at the new message on his phone and then cast a sidelong look at the woman in the driver's seat, suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to leap from the vehicle and flee. The old fox. Even at this juncture, he remained undeterred. He glared at the ultimatum sent by Ross. his teeth clenched in frustration, presenting him with two options: either accept half a year's protection or endure the military's continued scrutiny tonight. This was no apology. It was clearly a sugar-coated bombshell. The first option signified an endless array of troubles, while the second heralded even greater complications. Ling Tian had painstakingly severed ties with the military, only to be forcibly bound back into their web. Truly, age brings cunning. He cursed inwardly. Ross's emotional gambit caught him off guard. To refuse was to reject the military's negligence, and no matter how far he hid, he would remain tethered to them through emotional ties. Within the dimly lit cabin, Ling Tian ultimately acquiesced to the inescapable agreement, though resentment lingered in his heart. At least for the forthcoming 6 months, the military would refrain from making any moves against him. This granted him a much-needed respite, and the astute Ellie should grasp how to navigate these next 6 months accordingly. Captain, Ling Tian smiled faintly, his gaze settling upon her. Your esteemed general has surely conveyed his directives to you, has he not? Or more precisely, his orders? Ellie bit her lip, a hint of reluctance lacing her tone. And so what? This time, it was indeed a blunder on the military's part. The general's decision was entirely reasonable. Perhaps we should halt the vehicle? Ling Tian suggested. We might discuss a potential collaboration. Collaboration? Ellie frowned. What exactly are you implying? Given your intellect, you should have already surmised it, he replied. The jarring sound of brakes pierced the air as the vehicle came to an abrupt stop. Ellie whirled around, her eyes wide with astonishment as Ling Tian's words validated her suspicions. He was indeed evading the military's pursuit. Do not look at me like that, Ling Tian shrugged. At this point, we are essentially in the same boat. You do not wish to be discarded, and I have no desire to sever ties with the military. This serves neither of our interests, does it? What exactly are you scheming? Ellie asked coldly. Chapter 92, we can only collaborate. The phrase is quite literal. Ling Tian replied with a subtle smile. Upon exiting the stern laboratory, my hints were sufficiently clear. You are merely a pawn of Ross, a piece that can be discarded at any moment. At this juncture, he cast a glance of pity in her direction. It is a pity you are so beautiful. Otherwise, how could this game continue? Ellie's bitter smile revealed her realization. So, I'm left with no choice but to collaborate with you? You could attempt to defy orders. Ling Tian said lightly, but it would be wise to consider the consequences first. The military has had their eyes on my armor for quite some time. Unfortunately, they have yet to find a suitable justification. I am not Stark, flaunting my armor for all to see, nor have I violated any federal laws. Do they think they can deal with me outright? That would be exceedingly difficult. After a brief pause, he continued, if they were to forcefully seize it, the military would incur considerable losses. After all, you are well aware of my armor's combat capabilities, which rival those of the Hulk, and Ross cannot even capture the Hulk. Thus, to contend with someone like me, they would have to resort to underhanded tactics, waiting for me to reveal a flaw. Why choose me, indeed? Ailey felt perplexed. Amidst the myriad of suitable candidates in the military, she had been burdened with this particular task. It was undoubtedly due to your striking appearance. If Ross were to send someone of lesser charm, they would hardly manage to cross the threshold, thereby jeopardizing his entire scheme. Upon your remark, I find a situation less dire than before. It is indeed best that you perceive it this way, sparing me further discourse. Having unveiled the general's plot, we cannot simply surrender. Besides, you are here, are you not? With your capabilities, surely a solution exists? You truly overestimate me. Do you comprehend what close protection entails? Strictly speaking, aside from attending to nature's call and bathing, you must remain by my side at all times. Do you believe Ross would grant you a 6-month holiday without deploying someone to keep an eye on you? Today he could contact you once. Tomorrow, he might reach out twice. To put it plainly, you are merely his informant, positioned beside me to report on the progress of the mission. Ling Tian rubbed his temples, the naivety of this lieutenant causing him considerable distress. I care not for such matters. At present, we are like grasshoppers bound to the same string. Should misfortune befall me, you shall not fare any better. Wait, if something were to happen to you first, would I not be free? Ailey suddenly enlightened, her words striking a chord. Ling Tian's expression darkened, veins at his temples becoming pronounced. Perhaps a preemptive strike is in order? It is rather unsettling to have a dangerous individual beside me, one who seems to wish for their own demise. Your expression was quite alarming just now. You wouldn't be contemplating murder, would you? Ailey warily stepped back. Fear not. To eliminate you would only result in a new watcher. I have no interest in re-engaging in negotiations with a fresh face. It is far more prudent to resolve the issue at hand. This statement provided Ailey with a modicum of reassurance, at least for the time being. She would not face harm. What shall we do now? First, return me home to rest and gather my strength. Ling Tian replied with sincerity. How vile! How outrageous! Ailey immediately drew her weapon. Her prior favorable impression shattered, revealing him to be a bounder. Wait, you have misunderstood. I meant we should each retire to our respective rooms. There is an empty bedroom in my home, initially intended for my girlfriend. Ling Tian hurriedly clarified, cold sweat beading on his brow. Oh, my apologies. I assumed you were suggesting. Ailey blushed deeply, slowly retracting her gun. Understood. No wonder some advise caution to men in the outside world, Ling Tian remarked, casting a sidelong glance at her weapon, laden with implication. Ailey awkwardly stowed her weapon, but she could not entirely blame him. After all, it was Ling Tian who had failed to communicate clearly. What are you dawdling for? Drive. Understood. Must you rush me? I am currently an injured party. Could you not be a tad gentler? Huh. Were it anyone else, as long as they were a beauty, I would certainly treat them with tenderness. But you? Ross has meticulously orchestrated his plans, and you expect me to be chivalrous? Do not jest. What of it? As long as we do not evolve into a romantic relationship, it should suffice. Navi, you underestimate your general gravely. What he desires is merely to maintain an ambiguous relationship between us, one that is more intimate than mere friendship, yet falls short of romance. This way, he can exploit the situation to his advantage. Half a year hence, as long as you are present, he will seize every opportunity, regardless of his actions. Even if military operations falter, with you deftly maneuvering in the middle, he will navigate his way through any situation with ease. Do you now grasp your own worth? You are the pillar of Ross, providing him with a risk-free gambit. Truly, a general, able to exchange an ordinary female soldier for such considerable advantages. Ellie furrowed her brow. Are you suggesting we are to resign ourselves to fate? Not necessarily. Ross's plan hinges on the premise that our relationship must be harmonious. I have 3 strategies. First, let everyone believe we are at odds. That's quite a clever idea. Ellie interjected. Ling Tian shook his head. The issue is my inherent integrity. I might inadvertently resolve matters with you first. Perhaps we should discuss the next plan. Ellie suggested awkwardly. Secondly, you could retire early. As long as you're no longer a soldier 6 months hence, Ross will be powerless. During this time, you could travel the globe, and I will cover all expenses. After retirement, you would receive $1 million in addition to a position arranged personally by Tony Stark. Ensuring your future is worry-free. Ling Tian contemplated quietly. This strategy of undermining Ross was the most prudent, spending a little money for 6 months of tranquility, leaving Ross helpless regardless of his frustrations. Now, let us discuss the final strategy, he continued. Ellie gripped the steering wheel tightly, her fingers turning pale. Although merely a captain, I had never contemplated retiring early. This response left Ling Tian's temples throbbing. The final tactic involves guerrilla warfare, he explained while tapping on a car window. I will be evasive, making it impossible for you to locate me. Yet Ross, that old fox, could very well resort to coercing you. This method has a success rate of less than 50%, akin to SHIELD. Ellie abruptly slammed the brakes, the dashboard rattling violently. Did you not just lambaste Nick Fury earlier today? Ling Tian's lips curled into a sly smile. I must make Ross believe that I am in conflict with SHIELD. Thus he would lower his guard. His fingertips drummed lightly on the armored gun barrel. Though he is a wily fox, he adheres to certain rules. But your general, at the very least, he should have a moral compass. Ellie's voice faded amid the roar of the engine. The rearview mirror reflected Ling Tian's enigmatic smile. See, even you doubt it. The sound of tires screeching abruptly pierced the air. So, this battle is inevitable? It is only a matter of time. He caressed the temporal stasis device with a smirk, but I shall not be the one to lose. Therefore, if you remain in the military, it would be prudent to advise them against provoking me. Although my hands are stained with blood, it is the wicked who have perished. Yet, should they insist on courting death, they must not blame me for my ruthlessness. One by one, none shall escape. Ling Tian smiled, but Ellie felt a chill creep up her spine. She knew all too well that this detective never jested. By the way, detective, I have another question that you must answer. Ask away, but whether I respond depends on my mood, Ling Tian replied with a casual shrug. Now that the air was cleared, he saw no need to feign pretense. In Dr. Stern's laboratory, aside from that gun, you surely have other contingencies hidden away, right? A cunning individual, such as yourself, would never wager your life in another's hands, even without the armor transformation device. Is there not something to ensure my survival that I may behold? Very well. Ling Tian pondered for a moment. The female captain, albeit reluctantly, could be considered an ally. Thus revealing a card or two would pose no threat. Suddenly, the thunderous roar of mechanical engines echoed from afar, and Fang Ya darted like lightning to the car window, leaping into Ling Tian's palm, affectionately rubbing against his fingers. Goodness! Ellie's eyes sparkled, unable to resist the urge to reach out. Do not touch it, it bites. Ling Tian swiftly interjected. Though seemingly adorable, it possessed a fierce disposition and would show no mercy to strangers without his command. Surely you jest? How could such a charming creature possibly inflict harm? Ellie was skeptical, convinced that Ling Tian was merely teasing her. Oh, its bite can easily penetrate. Do not be deceived by its size. In terms of strength, it could effortlessly overpower 10 of you. If you wish to test your mettle in a tug-of-war, the outcome would undoubtedly leave you running through the streets, dragged along. Ling Tian's tone was serious. Yet internally he couldn't help but scoff. Was this woman truly lacking in common sense? Just moments ago, she was inquiring about means of survival. And now she was completely captivated by this adorable creature. Is that truly the case? Ellie retreated her hand, somewhat embarrassed. Otherwise, what do you propose? By the way, you are unaware of Fang Ya's existence? Has Ross not informed you? He clicked his tongue, They are intent on extracting every ounce of value from you as a pawn. Should you be harmed by Fang Ya, the implications could be severe. It could be construed as an assault. Truly, a general with profound schemes, Ling Tian mused, half seriously, although uncertain of Ross's true intentions. His objective was clear, to sway the woman before him towards the alternative path. Indeed, upon hearing this analysis, Ellie's expression darkened further. Doctor. Stern has long anticipated your little creature's propensity to bite in order to save you. The laboratory is thoroughly secured. It cannot enter, nor can it assist you. Let's see what tricks you have left. At last, she acknowledged that he was more astute than she had initially presumed. Yet, even if Fang Ya could breach the premises, by the time it arrived, Stern would have already dispatched us several times over. However, I must ask, how did your military receive the intelligence that I possess only a single pet? You have other pets? Are they all of a similar diminutive, dinosaur-like appearance? Ellie's voice escalated in pitch. How many? Let me count. 2? No, perhaps 3, considering one of them possesses slightly lesser combat capabilities. This is impossible. The laboratory is fortified. How could they possibly enter? Do you mean to suggest that this one could decode electronic locks? Ellie scrutinized Fang Ya, who was baring its teeth and growling, her face a mask of skepticism. Chapter 93. Security Assurance, what a jest. Fang Ya's claws lacked such functionality. However, aside from unlocking, is there not a more direct approach? I have a burrowing beetle that could excavate a tunnel to facilitate Fang Ya's entry, thereby ensuring my safety. Ling Tian asserted this with an air of certainty. I finally comprehend why both the General and relentlessly pursue you. You are indeed a veritable treasure trove. Ellie could not help but exclaim. Thus, they covet my private collection. One is a genuine thief, and the other a hypocrite. As a person of humble origins, do you have any idea how challenging it is to survive in the midst of 2 colossal powers? Ling Tian wore a look of indignation. To Ellie, this was clearly a display of bravado. A mere ordinary individual capable of manipulating both SHIELD, and the military could boast about such an achievement for a lifetime. What more could one desire? And what about that burrowing beetle of yours? Call it forth so I can witness its prowess firsthand. Are you dreaming? That is my trump card. Focus on driving. We can discuss it once we arrive home. 2 hours later, Ling Tian stood in the living room of his home, feeling an inexplicable sense of desolation. At this hour, Wanda and her perpetually foolish brother Pietro would usually be causing a ruckus at home, yet he found himself alone. Save for a companion, he had to keep a vigilant eye on. Your home is quite nice. I wonder why someone as affluent as you would choose to reside in such a place. Would it be so difficult to purchase a villa? Ellie surveyed her surroundings. Change residences? I have no extravagant material desires. As long as it is livable, that suffices. Besides, a larger house would be more trouble than it's worth. Ling Tian replied in a nonchalant tone. Let us not sidetrack the conversation. Where is that burrowing beetle of yours? Oh, I'm not sure exactly when it will return, but it should be soon. Just then, a sudden whooshing sound approached, and a flash of red light appeared, revealing a red beetle hovering before Ling Tian. Wow! Ellie's eyes widened, captivated by the mechanical beetle suspended in midair, her pupils sparkling with delight. This is simply marvelous. This is the beetle you were searching for. Not only did it wreak havoc in Stern's laboratory, but it also left Stark's lab in utter disarray. The scene was truly spectacular. May I touch it? Of course. This little fellow has a pleasant temperament, as long as you don't intend to dismantle it like Stark did. Last time, he insisted on taking it apart, and ended up costing himself an entire laboratory. As Ling Tian finished speaking, the beetle gracefully alighted in Ellie's palm, gazing at the aesthetically mechanical red beetle. Curiosity brimmed in Ellie's eyes. All right, you ought to contemplate how to fulfill your obligations tomorrow. Once you've had your fill of play, retire early. After all, I'm the only one home. You can choose any room except for my bedroom. Didn't you say I could stay in your girlfriend's room? Who knows if you have any peculiar preferences, such as an affinity for sleeping on the couch. Ellie initially looked taken aback, then retorted with a huff. You're the one who enjoys sleeping on the couch. Haha, I would if I could. Unfortunately, my couch has long been claimed by my brother-in-law. Even after I bought him a new bed, he insists on lounging on the couch. I'll entrust the beetle to your care. By the way, if you can't make a decision today, there's no rush. In a few days, that old rascal Ross will surely assist you in making one. Ellie narrowed her eyes dangerously. Although she understood the underlying implication, she chose not to dwell on it. Instead, she eagerly resumed playing with the beetle in her palm, like a child with a new toy. See you tomorrow. Ling Tian, sensing the moment, discreetly retreated to his room. Why do I feel so unfortunate? Within the military ranks, there are countless individuals far more beautiful than I. In the stillness of a night, this lady found herself lamenting to a crimson beetle, and before she realized it, she had drifted into slumber, entirely unaware that she had curled up on the sofa. It was not until the early hours of 3 or 4 in the morning that the jarring sound of her mobile phone shattered the silence. Who's at this ungodly hour? It was General Ross, a deep voice resonating from the other end of the line. What? Gee, General. Ellie was instantly alert, a cold sweat breaking out on her back. Had Ling Tian's prophecy come true so swiftly? General, is there a new mission? Is Ling Tian with you? Ross cut straight to the point. He not here. He resting in his own room. And I'm in another one, Ellie replied, glancing around with an uncertain tone. Very well. The directives I am about to convey pertain to the military's next phase of deployment, which requires your utmost discretion and must be completed within 6 months. Please, General, instruct me. Listen closely, Lieutenant. Your task is to ensure Ling Tian's protection without fail while determining how many sets of battle armor he possesses, as well as whether there are any design blueprints or usage restrictions. If conditions permit, discreetly collect some samples for covert transport back. Ross's hushed command brought Ellie to a standstill, her phone nearly slipping from her grasp. This clearly fell within the realm of espionage. After all, she was merely an ordinary soldier. Even more absurd was the notion of collecting. Wasn't that simply theft? General, this course of action may violate ethical standards. After all, those are Ling Tian's personal belongings. Lieutenant, we are safeguarding him. As long as these technologies remain in his possession, various factions will never cease their covetous gaze upon the Shield Bureau and the military. It is imperative that the military assumes control. At least we can ensure his personal safety. The voice on the line thundered with undeniable authority. Remember, this is a military order. Understood, General. After hanging up, Ellie's face turned ashen. She had long known from Ling Tian that if the situation were to unravel, she would be the convenient scapegoat, likely to find herself in a military tribunal. The irony was that the general had no comprehension that the detective had already anticipated the unfolding events of the next 6 months, while the military continued to play their clumsy games. Faced with such a formidable opponent as Ling Tian, coupled with her side's foolish decisions and her own betrayal, the outcome of this confrontation was all but predetermined before it had even begun. So, this is what you call Ross's assistance? Ellie swallowed the lump in her throat, a self-deprecating smile tugging at her lips. Who dares to provoke us? Ling Tian, rubbing his sleepy eyes, emerged from his bedroom and instantly became alert upon seeing Ellie on the sofa with her red-rimmed eyes. I had locked my door last night. Let me be clear. If anything were to happen to you, I have full surveillance footage too. Mind your own business. Ellie interjected, her demeanor akin to a ruffled cat. The thought of him witnessing her weeping in the dead of night was unbearable. She would rather find a crevice in the ground to hide. All right, I won't look. Can that suffice? Ling Tian raised his hands in mock surrender, though his gaze was drawn to the flashing red light of the surveillance camera. A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Ultimately, Ling Tian acquiesced. Arguing with an emotionally charged woman invariably puts men at a disadvantage. How true. Quickly erase the surveillance footage. Ellie scoffed, installing cameras in your own residence. What a display of suspicion. Do you think I desired this? I was compelled by people like you. You visit me incessantly. Ling Tian's temper flared as well. Mind your tone, for this is my home. For the next 6 months, you should be under my roof. And it is already quite gracious of me not to have you serve me tea or attend to my needs. My apologies, Ellie replied dismissively, clearly not taking his words to heart. Can we now discuss serious matters? General Ross. No, Ross issued me orders last night. Ellie's cheeks flushed, her voice dwindling. Instructed me to gather intelligence on your armor for the next 6 months, preferably to steal a couple of sets to bring back as a soldier. Such a despicable task filled her with shame. Now, that resembles the cunning of that old fox. Ling Tian chuckled. Yet within half a day, you are already resorting to extreme measures. By the way, you just refer to him without the title of general. It seems you have made a decision. You win, Ellie replied bitterly. In 6 months, I shall retire. I once believed I would die on the battlefield. How ironic that it has come to this. Spare me your lamentations. Who hasn't he endured similar trials? Ling Tian waved his hand dismissively. You ought to learn from me. No matter how life grinds you down, never concede defeat. Those who wish to challenge me must now hide in the shadows to set their traps. Do you think everyone is as twisted as you? Ellie rolled her eyes. By age, I may even be your senior. Stop acting so pompous. You possess the means to resist. What about me? Resist? You are mistaken. Ling Tian winked mysteriously. I only possess the ability to flip the table. Before the military is fully prepared for war, they wouldn't dare touch even the hem of my garment. Let me share a secret. During my last visit to Asgard, I secured a significant favor, having already devised an escape plan. If life on Earth becomes unbearable, I shall simply relocate to the realm of the gods as a neighbor. Ellie's expression froze, her lips twitching uncontrollably. No wonder this fellow is so audacious. He has already found refuge across the 9 realms. I could choose another path, but you must promise me that if conflict arises, those soldiers should not perish. Please, show them mercy when the time comes. Ellie spoke in a low, submissive tone. This might be the final favor she could offer the military. In truth, it matters not which path you choose. All schemes against me have never succeeded. After 6 months of acquaintance, even as mere friends, I will not make things difficult for you. I value camaraderie above all, second only to my own life and my wife. Therefore, consider Ross a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Do not overestimate your own significance, understand? Ling Tian's words deepened Ellie's distress. However, I can assure you of my restraint, for I am no madman. But should they choose to court disaster, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. My temper is not so forgiving. Thank you, Ellie said, tears streaming down her face. It was no small feat to earn Ling Tian's concession. Chapter 94, Private Bodyguard. Now, let us discuss your future plans, for you cannot return to the military. I can offer you 3 destinations, Stark Industries, S.H.I.L.D. And, oh yes, I also know a police chief. Being a police officer might suit you quite well. Ling Tian felt this was a fair consideration for such a lovely lady. Could you elaborate? She inquired. I possess no skills beyond military training. Well, if you choose Stark Industries, you could serve as Tony's personal bodyguard. With your looks and capabilities, he would undoubtedly desire you, Ling Tian said with a mischievous smile. Choose another option. Ellie immediately rejected the idea. Who doesn't know about Tony Stark's notorious reputation? Although he has calmed down recently, a leopard cannot change its spots. Being this beautiful would only place you in peril. Then how about being a bodyguard for Pepper? She is practically Mrs. Stark now, although I am unsure why they haven't tied the knot yet. With your qualifications and my endorsement, she would certainly agree. What about S.H.I.E.L.D.? Ellie continued to inquire. S.H.I.E.L.D. is more complicated. Nick Fury is a far more formidable opponent than Ross. For my sake, he might take you in, but you'll have to start from the ground up. To reach your military rank, you would need to endure at least 3 to 5 years. As for being a police officer, that depends on your own abilities. Let me think it over. After all, I have 6 months, right? Suit yourself. With 6 months to learn a new skill and the generous severance package I provide, you could live comfortably. The choice is yours. Of course, if you discover a better path, I will not hinder you, Ling Tian replied in a neutral tone. No need. You have presented all the possibilities, Ellie said, while fiddling with the glass in her hand. I truly have no further comments. Naturally, I am meticulous in my endeavors. Observing Ling Tian's smug demeanor, Ellie could only respond with silence. Suddenly, she pressed her stomach, which was grumbling. When are we having dinner? After 20 hours of fasting, her voice sounded somewhat weak. There are ingredients in the refrigerator. You can cook for yourself. Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Wait, you don't know how to cook, do you? Ellie's ears flushed red. At 24, you still can't prepare a meal? Ling Tian exclaimed, dramatically slapping his forehead. Did Ross send me a bodyguard or a child? He abruptly paused, his expression shifting to one of realization. I get it. That old fox deliberately arranged for a helpless patient, hoping to have me take care of you to foster a bond. Ellie rolled her eyes internally. Your imagination is far more vivid than Ross's schemes. I must not let him succeed. Ling Tian suddenly stood and exited, not heading towards the fast food joint around the corner, but rather entering the apartment across the street. 10 minutes later, he returned holding a bag adorned with sunflowers. Is that from the newly opened restaurant? Ellie stared at the fragrant bag. Breakfast from the S.H.I.E.L.D. Surveillance point, Ling Tian said nonchalantly as he unwrapped the package, just in time for a meal. You stole an agent's breakfast? Ellie's pupils dilated slightly. I paid double for the meal. Ling Tian handed her a sandwich. Lunch will be taken care of at the adjacent military monitoring point. Ellie, with half a sandwich paused at her lips, suddenly asked, so, will there be a third meal for dinner? It's a long story. In the past, when Wanda was away from home, I would often find myself too lazy to cook and would simply dine with the neighbors. However, after the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. joined forces to impose regulations, only 2 households remained on this street. Making dinner a matter of luck, whoever started cooking first would be my host for the evening. In this current climate, even surveillance is stratified, and without a certain background, one lacks even the qualification to be monitored. Ling Tian shook his head with a bitter smile. You have it tough. I can endure for half a year, but you... How long will this life of yours last? Tough? Perhaps, he replied. Ever since these organizations set their sights on me, I haven't enjoyed a moment of peace. There are always shadows following me, and whenever I encounter trouble, someone is there to smooth things over, afraid I might get into a conflict. Am I really that unstable? He glanced around his neighborhood, filled with those assigned to watch over him. The military, at least, was somewhat courteous, periodically rotating personnel, but the agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. had grown quite familiar, even inviting me to drink with them. Over time, I began to consider them my neighbors. Now, I have become dependent on them for meals, entertainment, and even solving tricky commissions. They assist me with trivial matters like forgetting my keys. In the past, I might have met others here occasionally, but now the security is so tight that not even a fly could enter. Ling Tian clicked his tongue, finding S.H.I.E.L.D.'s relentless pursuit of control over him utterly insane. I was wrong to feel any sympathy for you. The real pity lies with them. S.H.I.E.L.D. I won't get involved with that, nor will I go near your place. It's for the best that you avoid S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Nick Fury isn't as ruthless as Ross, he is certainly no saint. You have ample time to consider your options. But I believe being Pepper's bodyguard would suit you best. For the next 6 months, you only need to help me manage the military's pressure. If necessary, I can provide genuine intelligence for you to report back. Ling Tian candidly revealed that he had indeed considered the possibility that if Ross were left empty-handed, the old fox might resort to desperate measures. Genuine intelligence? Are you willing to part with it? Ellie asked, skepticism evident in her voice. It's not that significant. Does he really think he can use this information against me? You make a compelling point. I cannot refute that. Ellie nodded in understanding. It's not as complicated as you think. Just respond accordingly. However, there is something else that must be addressed first. What is it? Of course, your discharge from the military. Do you really think that old Fox Ross will easily let you leave the ranks? In 6 months, you will become a pawn of no value. While he may be powerless against us, who can guarantee he won't act out of desperation? If he takes a shot at you while you're leaving, you may not even know how you met your end. Ling Tian's tone became grave. Surely not. Ross can't be that foolish. Wait, perhaps he could be. Thus, we must plan ahead to ensure your safe departure. It would be best to pack your belongings and leave before Ross catches wind of it. Making it impossible for him to retaliate, Ling Tian proposed. Huh, your siblings must be living quite comfortably, with a strategist like you paving the way for them. They surely have avoided many pitfalls, Ellie remarked with envy. You are mistaken. Their joy surpasses your imagination. What are the specific plans? The process of discharge is far from the simplicity you envision. Even if I submit my application now, I must await the approval process. This reflects your rigid mindset. For Stark, matters that can be resolved with money are trivial. To the military, adversaries that can be subdued with force are not regarded as true foes. And for me, troubles that can be dissipated with mere words are not troubles at all. I shall await the spectacle. Ellie is indeed intrigued. Ling Tian dialed Coulson's number under her skeptical gaze. Ling Tian? Let's be clear, no deceitful matters will be entertained. Last time, I was inexplicably subjected to blood draws, and now I dare not step outside, feeling as though I am under constant scrutiny. The most dismal part is that several experts in the Bureau are eager to dissect me for research. This is indeed your privilege. Was it not your intention to treat me in such a manner at S.H.I.L.D.? Yet now that the tables have turned, you find it unbearable? Spare me the sarcastic remarks. If there are genuine issues, I shall own up to them, yet I am clearly being wronged. Although most are aware, a few remain unconvinced. It is nearly unbearable. Let us address the matter at hand. I've already repaid the debt of gratitude. Do not expect me to work for free again. Rest assured, I am well aware. You should first seek out Nick Fury and deliver the phone to him. Do not inquire why I do not contact him directly. I surmise he wishes to avoid my presence the most at this moment. Coulson glanced at the somber-faced director before the latter gave a slight nod. Director, this phone is merely 2 months old. Please refrain from breaking it, Coulson nervously reminded. He was genuinely filled with trepidation. Recently, at least 10 pieces of communication equipment had met their demise under the director's oversight. Hand it over. At your command, sir. Reluctantly, Coulson surrendered his cherished phone. I am Nick Fury. Ling Tian, the detective. What trouble have you stirred up now? By all accounts, we are even. The remuneration owed to you, along with various other expenses, was transferred to your account yesterday. Fury's tone was frigid. The events of merely 2 days prior were still fresh in his memory, as Ling Tian had shown no mercy in front of that old curmudgeon Ross, prompting his displeasure. Director Fury, do temper your anger. I have come seeking assistance from S.H.I.L.D., and only you can aid me. Huh, so you are here to solicit my help. Nick Fury scoffed, casually placing Coulson's phone on speaker mode and setting it on the table. It is a rare occasion for this cunning fox to request assistance, and before his subordinates, it is a perfect opportunity for everyone to share in the amusement. Coulson also secretly exhaled. As long as Ling Tian had not provoked the director, his phone would likely escape disaster. But why should I help you? Thanks to you. The already tenuous relationship between the military and S.H.I.L.D. has been further strained. Moreover, you expect us to shoulder the burden. I have yet to settle that account with you. Do you even have the audacity to seek my assistance? Where is your dignity? Huh. Nick Fury raised his voice, as if to vent all the pent-up frustration from the past few days. Alas, I apologize for the inconvenience I have inadvertently caused to your esteemed agency. If you are unwilling to assist, I shall not compel you. There are matters I can manage independently. With that, Ling Tian decisively ended the call. Nick Fury and Coulson exchanged glances, bemused by the unexpected turn of events. According to their expectations, Ling Tian was meant to plead earnestly, providing Nick Fury the opportunity to ridicule him before eventually agreeing to lend a hand after a series of negotiations. Could he not have persisted a little longer? Detective, your maneuver has genuinely taken us by surprise. Chapter 95, Surrender Cough. Coulson, take note. This is the art of feigned pursuit. After a brief pause, Nick Fury let out a cold chuckle. Just wait and see. This fellow will surely call back. I have grown weary of such trivial games. He was certain that Ling Tian had ulterior motives. If he could resolve his issues alone, why would he seek out S.H.I.L.D.? The very act of reaching out indicated he had something to gain, and until his objectives were fulfilled, Ling Tian would not easily relinquish his pursuit. Coulson nodded in agreement. Having ascended to his current position within SHIELD, he was far from foolish. The director's subtle hints were enough for him to grasp the underlying intentions. Have you truly given up? At Ling Tian's residence, AI Li asked, her face a mask of confusion. What other choice do I have? They are unwilling to assist, and I shall not demean myself further. What shall I do? I can already foresee that Ross will certainly make things difficult for me upon my discharge. AI Li sighed. Why overthink it? Let's eat first. Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. You possess quite the fortitude. 2 hours later, within SHIELD headquarters. Boss, are we still waiting? Coulson could no longer contain himself. The game of feigned pursuit had stretched on too long. Patience. Just a little longer, and victory will be ours. Nick feigned calmness, though inwardly he was anxious. Could it be that he had misjudged Ling Tian's resilience? After enduring yet another hour, Nick finally burst forth. Call him. The call connected. What is it? Director, I shan't trouble you this time. I shall attempt it myself. Ling Tian, enough of this pretense. Nick retorted with ire. Am I not being earnest? I know you well enough. Shall we say you have won this round? The terms are negotiable. Cease your charade. Since the director insists on assisting, I suppose I must acquiesce. Ling Tian feigned embarrassment, only to be unmasked by AI Li's suppressed laughter. Motherf. Nick nearly dropped his phone, only to be restrained by Coulson. Calm down. Director, remain composed. Nick inhaled deeply. SHIELD can offer assistance, but not without compensation. Of course. Here is the situation. Ling Tian swiftly elucidated the circumstances. Upon hearing his explanation, both Nick and Coulson were left dumbfounded. Ross truly knows how to play the game. Nick cursed inwardly. He could not help but think that Ross must be out of his mind. Ling Tian is hardly a figure like Banner. Such a clumsy scheme would not fool the astute Ling Tian, let alone Stark, who is perpetually surrounded by women. Had Stark known Natasha's true identity from the outset, he would not have offered her even the position of a mere cleaning lady, let alone that of a personal secretary. What astonished Nick Fury the most was that Ling Tian had surprisingly managed to sway the personnel placed by Ross overnight. Now, seeking his assistance was merely to secure a path for the female soldier, who had been treated as a mere tool. So, you wish for me to keep this from Ross and directly facilitate the retirement of that lieutenant in 6 months? Indeed, that old man Ross is quite irksome. However, the female soldier is innocent. Surely this is a trivial matter for you? Detective, this is a military affair, and the one-eyed director is tapping his fingers on the table. RSHIELD has no standing to intervene, so it can be done. A light tapping sound came from the other end of the line. If you assist me this time, I shall offer my aid free of charge when SHIELD encounters trouble next time. Even so, if you are unwilling, so be it. Ling Tian's suddenly teasing tone suggested a hint of mischief. After all, he merely wished to vex Ross. At worst, the lady could continue to be cannon fodder. It's a deal. Nick Fury slammed the table, affirming that upholding justice is indeed the duty of our agency. And besides, I've long had a distaste for Ross. Coulson, contact the affairs department immediately. The director's abrupt change of heart resembled a shark catching the scent of blood. A pleasant collaboration. I knew SHIELD would not miss the opportunity to punish the wicked and eradicate evil. Ling Tian whistled, promising that the offer was valid indefinitely and he would be at the ready. Amid the busy tone at the end of the call, the faint sound of coins being tossed and caught echoed. This time it was a windfall. Nick Fury tossed the communicator to his deputy, his one eye gleaming with excitement. The notion that military affairs were inconvenient to meddle and was merely a pretext to assist an ordinary lieutenant wishing to retire. Such trifles could easily be handled by even a level 7 agent. Arrangements were made. Ling Tian twirled the car keys as he entered the living room. In 6 months, you need not return to the barracks, but can directly collect $1 million in retirement pay and transition to working for SHIELD, which is far more reliable. Ellie paused, her hand resting on the insignia. Although I will miss my comrades, I truly appreciate your help. Don't be too quick to feel grateful. Ling Tian suddenly pushed a stack of documents toward her, insisting that she complete the employment paperwork first. Employment? ISNT, the retirement process, supposed to wait until 6 months later? The female soldier leaned back, wary. Of course, it's to work for my company. Ling Tian tapped on a resume form. Do you expect to live off free meals for half a year? The spring sunlight streamed through the window, gilding the signing pen. I am a legitimate detective. I do not harbor idlers at home. Accommodation is $1,000 per month. The half-year discount is $5,000. And if you buy 5, you get 1 free. Meals are self-catered. You can use the kitchen, though I suspect your culinary skills leave much to be desired. Wait, didn't you say everything was included? Ellie glared at him. Just a casual remark, and you took it seriously? Ling Tian retorted. It's perfectly normal to adjust the terms after hiring. Huh? Has anyone ever told you that your detective skills are particularly annoying? Ellie scoffed. It matters not. I am indifferent. Fine. Now that you've boarded this ship, what next? To be my assistant. As a renowned detective, working solo is rather dismal. Bringing you along as eye candy not only enhances the scene, but also attracts business. Is it merely for appearances? Ellie looked skeptical. Primarily to provide you with a reasonable identity. Ling Tian clarified. What detective travels with a bodyguard? Ross requires your close protection. An assistant is the most suitable choice. And what about the salary? How much do you earn in the military? I refuse to settle for anything less than 20,000. Ellie remained unflinching. Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Oh, then I shall offer you 2,000, excluding room and board. What? Ellie was momentarily taken aback. A figure like 20,000 still quibbles over pocket change? Ling Tian disregarded her crestfallen expression, merely seeking a sense of presence. I was mistaken. It's actually 800. Ellie corrected herself, her voice dwindling. Since you were so forthright, I shall not hold back either. I pride myself on fairness, never belittling others, nor adopting heirs. How about this? I will pay you a monthly salary of $1,000. If you feel pleased, no need to thank me. It's merely 200 more than before. This sum is within my means, and I assure you, I will never default on wages, even in difficult times. You are simply overstepping. Ellie's face flushed with indignation. Huh? A monthly salary of 20,000? If such an opportunity existed, every detective would have long since enlisted. Although I possess a good temperament, I am no fool. Do you think you could deceive me? And $800 as a monthly salary? You are a lieutenant. Is that a joke? If this were true, soldiers would have resorted to begging for a living, perhaps even earning more. Ellie fell silent. She had initially intended to jest, hoping to negotiate a better pay. It now seemed that this detective was not one for trivial banter. So, are you now willing to speak the truth? In truth, my monthly salary is approximately $5,000 to $6,000. I assure you I am not lying this time, Ellie hastily clarified, no longer daring to jest. That is more like it. The 2 guards mentioned the same, so it appears credible. Ling Tian cast her a sidelong glance with a smile. Do you know? Then why did you inquire? Merely a small test. Regrettably, you did not pass, hence your salary will adhere to military standards. Do you regret it? Regret is futile. I shall not raise your salary, as I'm not affluent. TCH, Mr. Detective, you are becoming increasingly intriguing, Ellie remarked with a significant smile. Not affluent? Clearly, you are miserly. A billionaire begrudging a few thousand in salary. There's one thing that must be made clear, Ling Tian suddenly stated with gravity. As my assistant, you must remember 3 points. First, do not like me. Second, do not fall in love with me. Third, above all, do not fall in love with me. Huh. Even if I were blind, I would not take a liking to you. That's good. If you did, when Wanda returns, we would have to flee. Ellie scoffed. Flee? I would be the one escaping, I presume. Mr. Detective, what about my onboarding procedures? First, fill this out. Ling Tian swiftly penned several lines on a piece of paper and handed it to her. Ellie scrutinized the paper in her hand, then raised her gaze to assess the detective's playful smile, her expression subtly shifting. You cannot be serious? The formality is merely a condiment to life. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? We are merely temporary partners. What significance does this hold? The pristine sheet bore the bold inscription position application form at the top. She attributed this so-called form to Ling Tian's peculiar quirks. However, upon recalling that he was now her employer, she reluctantly took out her pen. In less than 30 seconds, the pen tip hovered in the air. Aside from the basic information stating she was a 27-year-old female, the rest of the fields remained blank. Ling Tian tapped the nearly empty form with his knuckles, suggesting that a military career was indeed your sole life experience. At that moment, the detective truly grasped the meaning of a beautiful dilemma. The person before her, aside from their physical allure, appeared as blank as a canvas, utterly lacking in societal experience. Now do you understand the significance of this form? A slight catch in her throat, Ellie felt the harsh reality of post-retirement existence suddenly materialize before her. Congratulations on your employment, Ling Tian declared abruptly. From today onward, you are an intern assistant at Ling Tian Detective Agency, with a monthly salary of $7,000. $1,000 will be deducted for rent. The remaining $6,000 is to cover your own living expenses. I suggest you master culinary skills within 6 months, lest you faint from hunger in the office, in which case I will not call an ambulance. Ellie, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears, couldn't suppress a smile. Seriously? You actually, by the way, the detective interjected, I am the second person in all of New York to receive a good person card from you. Who was the first? My current girlfriend, Ling Tian replied, bending down to pick up his coat. Now, I'll go speak with Stark about arranging a bodyguard position for you in 6 months. However, he deliberately elongated his tone. Given your current abilities, you might struggle to even bypass his smart door lock. Hey, Ellie exclaimed, hurling a cushion at him. Have you forgotten who carried you out of the fire last month? Come on, how much better could you possibly be? If it weren't for those few impressive outfits, you'd be faring worse than I am now. She pouted, her expression defiant. Don't underestimate me, Ling Tian scoffed. Before I reveal my identity, my monthly income alone surpassed your 6 months of military service. Police officers regularly solicit my assistance, and I've helped capture wanted criminals. The police chief has beseeched me to join more than once. As for you, he cast a glance at Ellie. Even if they made an exception to hire you, your internship alone would be quite the challenge. But you are this great detective. Ellie blinked, leaning closer. Enough of that, Ling Tian sidestepped her. At most, I'll take you along for 6 months. How much you learn depends on your fate. As for 6 months from now, good luck with that. The motorcycle roared to a halt, and Ellie grasped Ling Tian's sleeve in awe. This modification is so cool. After so many years in the military, I never imagined a two-wheeler could look this slick. Envy won't get you anywhere. It's a limited edition, Ling Tian said, balancing on one foot. We've arrived, get out. Stingy. Ellie jumped off the bike, staring at the sharply defined building before her, swallowing hard. The legendary establishment lay within, and she was about to become its novice employee. What are you waiting for? Follow me, Ling Tian said, striding confidently through security, where personnel nodded in acknowledgement. Upon reaching the elevator, they were obstructed by the figure of Potts. Mr. Ling? Unfortunately, Tony is currently engrossed in developing the next generation of armor in the lab, Potts said apologetically, twisting his fingers. You know, at times like this, he doesn't even take calls from the president. I'm here for you, Ling Tian interrupted. Me? Potts's pupils widened slightly. As the current representative of Stark Industries, she had long been accustomed to being regarded as the liaison for visitors wishing to meet Stark. Ling Tian stepped aside to reveal Ellie behind her. Of course, to assign this young lady a task, we must first find a suitable meeting room. We certainly cannot discuss personnel changes in the fire escape. Potts, slightly astonished, scrutinized Ellie, attempting to discern what made this girl worthy of Ling Tian's personal attention. Yet, apart from her delicate features, she appeared utterly ordinary. It seems I had not considered this thoroughly. Please, follow me. Potts' cordial demeanor allowed Ellie to relax somewhat, even feeling that working under her might not be so disagreeable. In the conference room, Potts spoke plainly. Now we can discuss the matter at hand, Ling Tian. Actually, I wish to secure her position. Ling Tian rubbed her hands together. However, she is only skilled in combat and driving. Initially, I intended to recommend her to Stark as a bodyguard, but she declined, and Happy is already fulfilling that role. After much contemplation, I could only turn to you. So, you wish for her to protect me? Potts raised an eyebrow. Indeed. What is your relationship? Potts tapped her fingers on the table. Arranging work was straightforward. Yet your personal involvement leaves me perplexed. Do not misunderstand. Ling Tian shook her head. She is an operative placed beside me by the military. What? Potts nearly choked, her gaze darting between the two, as if to confirm whether this was a poorly executed joke. Do not be alarmed. She has already come to terms with it, Ling Tian explained. After her 6-month undercover period, she will completely sever ties with the military. Potts sighed. Pressing her forehead, I need more details. The story begins yesterday. After hearing the account, Potts slammed her hand on the table in indignation. How can someone as despicable as Ross attain the rank of general? Her gaze shifted back to Ellie, now tinged with sympathy. So, she can only officially take up her position after 6 months? Precisely. S-H-I-E-L-D will assist in handling her discharge procedures, and she will report directly to us then. I tentatively agree, Potts nodded, but you must communicate clearly with Tony. My previous assistant was entangled with S-H-I-E-L-D, and now it involves the military. If he is unaware, it could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Leave that to me. Ling Tian rose. Tony's opinion is inconsequential. You two should get acquainted while I go find him, but he is currently busy with experiments. My visit takes precedence, Ling Tian interrupted. Do you not often barge in during his experiments? Potts fell silent, watching him leave. As Ling Tian entered the lab, Stark was engrossed in disassembling a suit of armor. Neatly arranged behind him were the armors from Mark I-6. Focused on his work, Stark suddenly noticed someone standing before him, initially startled, then recognizing the visitor. Ling Tian? What brings you here? Indeed, there is something to discuss, but Ling Tian took note of his pronounced dark circles and the scattered armor parts on the floor. How long has it been since you last rested? I can't recall. Perhaps 2 days? Stark replied casually, as if working through the night were the norm. Are you not afraid of collapsing from exhaustion? I've grown accustomed to it. Besides, I have this. He lightly tapped the glowing arc reactor on his chest. You will inevitably meet an early demise. Let's address that when the time comes. If you truly cared about me, why not give me a suit of armor? A delightful thought indeed. How miserly. Let's discuss serious matters. The undercover agent sent by Ross is now at my disposal. After the mission concludes, she will serve as Potts' bodyguard. I wanted to give you a heads up. A woman? Quite beautiful. Approved. Such promptness? No vetting whatsoever? I trust your recommendation. It's perfect for finding a bodyguard for Potts. One person simply isn't sufficient. But she is from the military. Are you not concerned? It's temporary, is it not? Given your style, she wants to return once the mission concludes. Ross certainly did not anticipate that his envoy would become entangled in this. He brought this upon himself. I merely wish to live a tranquil life, but there are always those who engage in petty schemes. This time, it's overt. Next time, it may escalate into direct confrontation. What, do you intend to face the military head-on? Tony furrowed his brow. Though Ling Tian possesses extraordinary strength, facing such a colossal force as the military remains a gamble. You are mistaken. It is the military that seeks to strike against me. In 6 months at most. During this time, the undercover Ellie will deliver a mix of genuine and false intelligence about the armor to Ross, allowing him to lower his guard. And I can enjoy a brief respite. Yet once the deception is unveiled in 6 months, it will be akin to tearing the mask off. Given Ross's temperament, he is likely to lash out, fabricating charges to ensnare me. That is his modus operandi. Thus, I cannot evade this conflict. I must confront it head-on. Terrible indeed. What assistance do you require? To collect your remains? To inherit your fortune? Or to look after Wanda and the others? Tony's insatiable tongue provoked Ling Tian's fist to itch. Spare me. Unless they employ heavy firepower, they cannot touch me. Do not be too presumptuous. Though Ross is a petty man, his methods are not to be underestimated. He will not take risks without ample assurance. I am well aware. However, if he dares to make a move, Ling Tian scoffed, I will ensure he regrets provoking the wrong person. Tony fell silent. Ling Tian's confidence suggested he had a backup plan. The accelerated form of that armor is nearly invincible. Do you doubt me? Let us engage in a match. Allow me to enlighten you. Ling Tian flexed his wrists. Hey, am I in a condition to withstand your punch? Indeed, you are as fragile as paper at this moment. Silence, and we may remain friends. Very well. Suddenly, Ling Tian flashed behind Tony and delivered a swift chop. The unsuspecting Tony collapsed to the ground. Jarvis, find a bed. A sofa will suffice. Let him rest for a while. No bed available, but the sofas are plentiful. Mr. Ling Tian, was your previous strike perhaps a bit too gentle? What if he doesn't lose consciousness? Jarvis remarked. This workaholic will inevitably collapse if he continues this way. Summon Potts to care for him. Remember, when he awakens, do not reveal the truth. Understood. Ling Tian tossed Tony onto the sofa and returned to the parlor to shrug at Potts, who had rushed in. He fainted from exhaustion. The The startled assistant dropped her files and dashed toward the laboratory. Captain, how are you feeling now? Potts is actually quite nice. After retiring, I plan to work as her bodyguard. It's all been agreed upon. That's good. You may leave now. In the past 6 months, your primary responsibility has been to serve your current employer, namely me. Do you understand? Your demands are somewhat excessive. Speaking to your boss in such a manner may result in a deduction from your salary. For months later, Ling Tian languidly reclined in a hammock, donning sunglasses, a straw between his lips, savoring the rare tranquility. This peace was swiftly disrupted by a temporary assistant. General Ross, my employer, remarked that my intelligence work was adequate. Yet he urged me to procure something of value for you. He has already taken over 30 pieces of information and still finds it insufficient. Allies, I twitched. Out of those 30 pieces, which ones are genuine? The armor can only be used once a month and activated for a limited time each day. She had tolerated these absurdities. Age discrimination aside, what nonsense is gender discrimination? Is the belt alive? Surely, the boss should provide something tangible. All of this information, over 100 pieces, is fabricated. One would hope for a modicum of seriousness. Even I, an outsider, can discern the flaws. Surely General Ross would not be oblivious. Ally could not help but retort. You are excessively naive. He certainly can see through it. After all, he is a general. Though I do not understand why he has not been dismissed. He is certainly not foolish. Providing entirely accurate information would raise suspicion. It must be a blend of truth and falsehood to instill confidence. Ling Tian patiently elucidated. A mixture of truth and deceit? Over 100 pieces, all fabricated? Sifting through a pile of forgeries to find one that resembles authenticity is more challenging than locating the genuine article. Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Who says there are no truths? The creators, materials, and usage restrictions. I stake my reputation that these are unequivocally genuine. Ally scoffed. Detective, if I may speak candidly, General Ross reprimanded me harshly due to your so-called authentic intelligence. Those materials do not exist in reality. Look, they refuse to believe the truth, insisting on the falsehoods instead. Ling Tian shook his head. Such individuals, with their inflated egos and lack of skill, prefer to believe information that conceals their own inadequacies. Hearing such word from you is utterly incredulous, akin to listening to a dog spitting out ivory. Ally sighed and shook her head. It seems you have no intention of claiming this month's bonus? Quickly, prepare dinner. Understood, understood. However, I advise you to seriously contemplate the matter of compensation. Should Ross act first, do not say I did not warn you. After Ally turned to leave, Ling Tian mused, act first? With his meager abilities? Even if he did, he could not harm me in the slightest. Ling Tian toyed with the cell coin that had suddenly appeared in his palm. Surely, this would suffice as compensation? However, after a moment's contemplation, he retracted the coin. Never mind, the military last took 200 units of blood. They likely do not lack this coin. Gazing at the mountain of cell coins amassed in the system's space, Ling Tian felt a profound sense of satisfaction, as though surveying his own territory. These coins are indeed the foundation of his existence. With his unique physique, he currently had 2 paths to enhance his strength. Either collect 9 core coins of the same type to achieve a qualitative transformation or devour vast quantities of cell coins to attain a quantitative change. Regrettably, he had yet to assemble a complete set of core coins, having only gathered 6 dinosaur-type coins. Recalling the unexpected gains from his experiments with the Chitauri, Ling Tian could not help but smile. Who could have imagined that these extraterrestrial beings could yield such an abundance of cellular coins? Perhaps their desires are more conducive to cultivation. Without further contemplation, he promptly leaped through the window into the mirror realm. This domain, a flawless replica of reality, yet impervious to prying eyes, serves as an exceptional sanctuary for cultivation. As his thoughts swirled, mountains of coins instantaneously filled the entire backyard. Upon grasping a handful of coins to absorb, a warm current of energy surged throughout his body, akin to the soothing embrace of a hot spring. Ling Tian contentedly squinted, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, rendering him capable of enduring relentless battles for days on end. It seemed Stark required this unique constitution even more than he did. However, the augmentation of strength appeared limited. Could it be due to insufficient absorption? Ling Tian ambled towards the towering pile of coins, and at the moment his fingertips brushed against them, countless cellular coins surged into his being like a torrent. And in an instant, the entire mountain of coins was consumed. This time, his power had indeed increased, yet relying on such a method seemed eternally inadequate for achieving perfection. Nonetheless, it proved remarkably practical, enhancing his survival capabilities. He vividly experienced the miraculous effects of the cellular coins in alleviating fatigue and healing wounds. Provided there were an ample quantity of coins, he could maintain his peak condition at any time. This almost cheating ability might indeed empower him to confront an entire army single-handedly. With the test concluded, it was time to retreat. Ling Tian turned towards the window. In the real world, 3 stacks of reserve coins remained, for the future could not guarantee the absence of fierce battles. Collecting more cellular coins was imperative. Earth evidently was not suitable for experimentation, and the space on the other side of the wormhole was devoid of life, save for the Chitauri. It seemed his only recourse was to make time to venture to Asgard, though certainly not for experiments on their home soil, as Odin would never permit it. Yet, the 9 realms were vast. Apart from Asgard and Earth, there were 7 realms to choose from. Worst case, a trip to Jotunheim could be arranged to manufacture before assisting Thor in quelling the rebellion, thus rendering Odin unable to obstruct him. However, this would be a substantial endeavor, requiring at least 2 months of preparation. The immediate priority was to teach the military a lesson. He did not seek their retreat out of fear, but at the very least, he aimed to instill a sense of trepidation, discouraging any ulterior motives. At that moment, Ross, currently in the Stern laboratory, suddenly sneezed. Lately, he had been plagued by an unsettling feeling that the plan had gone awry, yet he could not pinpoint the source of the issue. "You appear restless," Stern remarked. "Isn't it obvious? 4 months of scheming has yielded nothing but worthless intelligence, if that can even be called intelligence. The belt, the memory unit, the captain, none of it has materialized." Stern sighed. "I had warned you that Ling Tian was far more formidable than you anticipated. Moreover, that captain was a pawn you arranged. Wasn't he the original plan to employ strategy? Why the sudden change of heart to assign her, lacking any undercover experience, to a genuine infiltration mission?" Ross replied, exasperated. 6 months is far too long. I cannot afford to wait idly. Perhaps it could indeed succeed. Who knows why Ellie is so inept? Constantly clinging to Ling Tian, yet failing to procure even a shred of useful information? Ross scoffed. "Fool. Your plan is riddled with flaws from start to finish. Forcing Ling Tian to acquiesce is one thing, but to embellish the scheme with such absurdity is sheer folly. Yet, my objective has been achieved. The veracity of this intelligence is inconsequential. What matters is that Ling Tian has chosen to divulge this to Ellie, indicating that he harbors some concern for her. Once the opportune moment arises, Ellie will become his Achilles heel, much like how Betty was leveraged against Banner in the past. Stern, mind your tongue. Betty was an accident. And as her father, would I willingly condone such a situation?" Ross's voice suddenly escalated. This is a stain on his life that can never be washed away. And to this day, his daughter still refuses to see him. Yet you took action, and the more ridiculous part is that you botched it. Stern scoffed, utterly indifferent to his fury. There shall be no second failure. Even if there are no feelings between them, a connection will inevitably arise. This is our breakthrough. Huh? You dare to employ such tricks against Ling Tian? Do you truly believe him to be a fool? If he dares to engage, it only signifies he is already prepared. Your flashy moves will ultimately be rendered ineffective without the might of firearms. We shall see. Ross suppressed his anger. Were it not for Stern's continued utility, he would have turned against him long ago. How is your research progressing? About the same as yours. The blood tests on Ling Tian confirm his assertion. He is merely a healthy human. Yet my instincts tell me it is far more complex. Enough with the chatter. Or the Abomination Project. We must possess a trump card to confront Ling Tian, relying solely on ordinary soldiers? Unless we intend to create a mountain of corpses. The Abomination can be mass-produced, but like the original, it possesses formidable strength, yet is prone to uncontrollable rampages. As long as it can fight, the prison is teeming with death row inmates, sufficient to forge an Abomination army. If he knows what is good for him, he will obediently surrender the armor, otherwise. Even if he manages to annihilate the Abominations, he will have no strength left to contend with us. Well said, Ross. Your most astute decision in this lifetime has been to create Hulk. Stern grinned, revealing his pearly whites. He has opened Pandora's box. Ling Tian and Ross each harbor their own thoughts. Yet Ross remains blissfully unaware that from the very beginning, his strategies have fallen under Ling Tian's control. After a period of relative tranquility lasting over a month, the time frame for confrontation set by Ling Tian approaches. Even the assistants sense the heavy atmosphere surrounding them. The final moment is upon us. Is it truly unavoidable? Ellie whispered. There is no alternative. Even if I surrender the armor, will Ross spare me? That old fox will undoubtedly suspect that what I deliver is subpar. Even should I perish, his suspicions will not dissipate. Huh, such a man is a general? To send a novice like me as an undercover agent, and to risk failure on my very first mission? I must thank your benevolent superior, mustn't I? Ellie offered a wry smile. How do you plan to respond? When the news of my discharge reaches Ross, and he realizes he has been toyed with for half a year, he will undoubtedly go mad seeking retribution against you. It is all of his own making. Ling Tian seethed with suppressed rage. All I desire is to live a tranquil life. Unlike Dr. Banner, who hides in the rainforest and not like Stark, soaring through the skies. I have adhered to the rules, posing no threat, yet there are always those who refuse to relent, if not pushed to the brink, who would wish to resort to violence. He found it utterly absurd. Why was it so challenging to simply live a low-key existence? As the ancient saying goes, a common man is innocent, yet the possession of a precious gem brings guilt. Who could blame him for possessing such a treasure without any backing? Compared to Iron Man's armor, your own is stronger, yet much easier to seize. In their eyes, you are merely a soft persimmon, easily manipulated. Suddenly, Ellie smiled cunningly. Speaking of which, Stark owes you a favor. He uses you as a shield. Aren't you going to ask him for some compensation? Well, it seems you finally wised up after 6 months with me, Ling Tian remarked, raising an eyebrow. You are far more astute than the naive recruit you once were. Over the past 6 months, Ling Tian had watched the girl, once as blank as a sheet of paper, transform into someone remarkably clever, and he felt a sense of pride. This must be what they call being influenced by one's surroundings, he thought to himself. It was undoubtedly due to his own clever teachings, with no connection to her innate talent. What shall I call you? Ling Tian coughed lightly. Lieutenant? In a couple of days, that title will be obsolete. Ellie, pack your bags and report to Potts. We may not have another chance if we delay any longer. Isn't there a grace period? Today, I will teach you your final lesson. Plan ahead for survival, Ling Tian said solemnly. I will escort you there and return alone. Are you truly confident in handling Ross? He could be unreasonable when he goes mad. Exactly because I'm not confident, I need to send you off first, you burden. Ling Tian teased. Well, thank you very much. Ellie crossed her arms. But shouldn't we settle my wages before I leave? Are you really quibbling over a few $1,000s? At Stark Industries, your salary will multiply several times. Do not forget who recommended you, Ling Tian said, his eyes widening. I haven't even charged you tuition. I had a deal with the kitchen blowing up 7 or 8 times just to teach you how to cook. The repair costs came out of my salary. Ellie pouted, yet after mastering it, you're the one who enjoys the most. The emphasis is on results. Ling Tian coughed awkwardly. And who taught you those job skills? So, keeping your place spotless is merely part of the job? Ellie shrugged helplessly. All right. Take what you need, Ling Tian conceded, suddenly realizing he had cultivated an all-purpose maid, benefiting others in the process. Money is not important, Ellie said seriously. Remember your promise. Do not involve innocent soldiers. Only concerned about the soldiers? Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Aren't you worried about your employer? Do you need a heart? Ellie scrutinized the relaxed Ling Tian, noting his self-assured demeanor, which suggested he had long regarded the military as mere decoration. Can commercial secrets be disclosed so casually? One miser, Ellie said, picking up her luggage. I hope you are still alive when we meet again. Rest assured, Ling Tian declared confidently. Even if humanity were to perish, I would survive. Though he spoke truthfully, if that day were to come, he would have long taken refuge far beyond the clouds. Spare me that. Save your rhetoric for deceiving others. I am no longer the easily manipulated lieutenant I was 6 months ago, Ling Tian remarked. See, now, when I speak the truth, no one believes me. Once Ellie finished packing, she quickly set off with Ling Tian. From this day forth, she shall officially assume the role of Potts' personal bodyguard, while Ling Tian will return to his solitary existence. As he is about to confront the military, how does he feel? In the penthouse office, Stark wore a smile, yet his words carried an undercurrent of anxiety. What mood do you expect me to have? Chapter 98. Life imprisonment. Should you falter, the lightest fate awaiting you is life imprisonment. This is the last act of mercy from Ross. Do not presume I'm being alarmist. Once he achieves his objective, your very worth as a living being will dissipate. At that juncture, your existence will be more of an embarrassment to him than banner, and sparing your life will merely serve the purposes of further research. Even if, by some stroke of luck, you emerge victorious, your circumstances will not improve. The military will perceive you as an even greater threat, biding their time only to obliterate you completely. Are you finished? I'm more aware of this than you are. But what can be done? I reiterate, you shall simply watch from the sidelines. Furthermore, please take care of this innocent girl who has become entangled in this affair. Her plight indeed evokes sympathy. With that, Ling Tian departed, leaving only Ellie behind. In the end, I must play the peacemaker, Stark murmured as he gazed at Ling Tian's receding figure. You indeed need to intervene, but timing is crucial, Ellie interjected. Oh, so you're the bodyguard Ling Tian found for Potts? What a surprise for our first meeting. Would you be interested in switching to become my assistant? I will convey your previous statement to Ms. Potts word for word. Cough, cough. Just a jest. Do not take it to heart, Stark stammered, suddenly flustered. The last time he attempted to recruit Natasha as an assistant had left Potts in a cold war for months, and he could not afford another such incident. Yet, in just 6 months, Ling Tian has brought a military captain to this extent. You seem rather invested in him. Do not misunderstand. My concern lies solely with the common soldiers of the military. It is truly not worth their lives to fall victim to Ross' absurd decisions. Little girl, it is not your place to instruct me on my duties. Now that you are a Stark employee, focus solely on your responsibility to protect Potts. Refrain from meddling in other matters, understood? Understood. Ellie turned to seek her new employer. Perhaps due to having been tempered by Ling Tian for half a year, she now felt that nothing in the world was insurmountable, her steps imbued with a buoyant confidence. Jarvis, prepare the latest model of the armor. I may soon be embroiled in a conflict that should never have arisen. Sir, I advise against your involvement. Ling Tian is my friend. I simply intend to mediate. If he falters, I shall withdraw him. Should he prevail, I shall not intervene. He has always been the more level-headed one. Sir, Detective Ling is prudent. Since he dares confront the military directly, he must have some advantage. You are correct. However, Ross is extreme and never engages without preparation. His willingness to declare war suggests he may possess unknown cards up his sleeve. Ready the equipment. At once, sir. Meanwhile, SHIELD was also operating clandestinely. As soon as Ellie departed Ling Tian's residence, the watching agents immediately reported back. Nick Fury issued just 2 directives. First, evacuate all undercover personnel. Second, Coulson was to promptly process Ellie's discharge, ensuring that no traces remained. Clearly, the one-eyed director foresaw the impending storm. A confrontation centered around a detective agency was destined to unfold in a matter of days. Ross must complete the evacuation of residents. Otherwise, even with the military's tacit approval, he cannot bear the consequences of widespread casualties. Director, Lieutenant Ellie S. discharge paperwork has been processed, Coulson reported, documents in hand. Fury's somber expression broke into a smile. Well done. I never anticipated this fool Ross would unwittingly deliver me such a gift. To exchange this trivial cost for Ling Tian's full engagement is a first. Forgive my candor, sir, Coulson hesitated. While this venture is undoubtedly lucrative, it will exacerbate the already fraught relations between SHIELD and the military, necessitating preemptive caution. Coulson worried that should this matter resurface, the relationship would plunge into a deeper impasse, making even basic cooperation exceedingly difficult. Maintaining a FAAD of peace would be a remarkable feat indeed, Agent Coulson. I'm gratified that you recognize this. However, you have overlooked a crucial point. The collaboration between SHIELD and the military has never relied on superficial relationships, but rather on the entanglement of mutual interests. In other words, as long as there exists a shared benefit, the quality of our camaraderie is merely a supplementary embellishment. Essentially, we have always been utilizing one another. Moreover, since the operation is already set in motion, what purpose does post facto justification serve? It will only make the military perceive SHIELD as timid and diminished. Do you think Ross would accept our apologies? No, he is eagerly awaiting the opportunity to extract a pound of flesh from SHIELD. I understand. Sir, Coulson's furrowed brow cleared. Since the director had made a decision, He simply needed to follow orders. After all, apart from the misstep involving Ling Tian, this director had never faltered. Upon concluding the call, Nick Fury rubbed his temples. Although he spoke the truth, it was evident that the future would see continued tension between the two factions. Cooperation would not cease, but the daily frictions would inevitably be a source of annoyance, though that was of little concern to him. He would be retired by then, leaving the headaches to his successor. As long as he remained in office, the military would ultimately have to afford S.H.I.L.D. a modicum of respect. With this thought, the one-eyed director regained his characteristic composure. In a clandestine military base, within a dimly lit underground laboratory, 50 abominable soldiers stood rigid as statues. These artificially cultivated monstrosities were a sickly yellow-green, the shortest among them towering at 4 meters, with bone spikes jutting from their joints glinting ominously under the cold light. Though their eyes were vacant like puppets, General Ross wore a satisfied smile. "Dr. Stern, you have indeed not disappointed me," he said, caressing the tempered glass of the experimental chamber as if admiring a work of art. This army was capable of obliterating so-called superheroes, yet regrettably, the technology had not matured. For the time being, only death row inmates could undergo transformation. In the corner, the scientist adjusted his glasses. "I shall accept the general's praise, albeit cautiously." Stern was dissatisfied with the current research outcomes. The success rate of the transformation stood at a mere 1 in 6, and all 50 test subjects exhibited volatile tempers. Their behaviors unpredictable. In his eyes, these monstrous creations, transformed from death row inmates, were merely inferior versions of abomination. Only by uniting their strength could they hope to confront the Hulk. Even more tragically, these fools would likely turn on one another in their rage. General Ross, however, chuckled heartily while stroking his chin. "Uncontrollable is just perfect. These half-baked specimens are mere human meat grinders." He pondered the last Chitauri invasion and mused that had this destructive legion existed there. He suddenly lowered his voice. "But I desire far more than this. The soldiers must master this power flawlessly." The metal railing twisted and contorted in his grasp, as if the conquest of the world was within his reach. Under the cold light of the laboratory, Stern silently derided the delusions of this warmonger, though he maintained a facade of utmost respect. Intellectual deficits require long-term study. Before he could finish, Ross interrupted. "I want to see breakthroughs within 6 months. By the way," the general abruptly turned, "we need to recall Lieutenant Ellie." Stern's glasses glinted coldly. He recalled the variable that had caused headaches for S.H.I.L.D., and a sneer crept into his heart. This madman still had the audacity to think about capturing Ling Tian, yet he could not be bothered to seek futile amusement. For in the end, it would all come down to brute strength. It was the perfect opportunity to test these new recruits. "General Ross." Stern rubbed his hands together as he approached. "Once we acquire Ling Tian's armor, you must allow me to dissect it. The design concept is utterly fascinating." A glimmer of greed sparkled in his eyes. Apart from the Hulk, the only thing that piqued his interest was Ling Tian's armor. Ross stroked his chin and replied, "No problem. By the way, Lieutenant Ellie is our trump card. With her as a hostage, Ling Tian will surely be hampered in combat." He suddenly lowered his voice, as if confiding in the air. "If he cooperates, I shall reward him with a lab coat, and Ellie can be left for him as a wife. But if he misbehaves..." He tapped the toe of his shoe against the floor. "Such a treasure in the hands of those miscreants would be a waste. The military's custody of it is a sign of respect. Why can't he understand that?" Ross spread his hands and sighed, feigning sympathy for the lost lamb. Stern's lips twitched as if electrocuted, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Suddenly, he comprehended the reason Ross had risen to the rank of general. If this man's skin were to be stripped away, it would likely serve as a shield. "Wishing you a victorious flag, General." Stern rolled his eyes as he bowed. Though the products were ready for retrieval at any moment, he suggested caution in their use. Otherwise, it could lead to significant trouble. "There will be a time for action soon." Ross laughed heartily as he pushed the door open, the sunlight stretching his shadow long. Once the sound of footsteps faded, Stern spat towards the door. "Bah, let us see how you meet your end." Outside in the basement, Ross took a deep breath. Though the abomination soldiers were but half finished, they were sufficient to silence those old fogies in Congress. Now, he merely awaited Ellie's return to set the plan in motion. As he envisioned Ling Tian's armor soon falling into his hands, a vision emerged of himself standing atop the world. "General, The stammering voice of a messenger jolted him back to reality. We can't find Lieutenant Ellie. The system shows no record of her. The soldier gulped. The personnel office said she discharged 3 days ago. Today, someone from SHIELD came to retrieve her file. Ross's pupils constricted sharply. At that moment, the news hit him as if he were ensnared in a dream where all others were awake while he remained intoxicated. Report, General. Lieutenant Ellie has completed her discharge procedures. The soldier reported, trembling with anxiety. How dare she? SHIELD, is it? I shall remember this. Immediately retrieve the duty records of Detective Ling Tian and ascertain Ellie's whereabouts. I demand to know the entire sequence of events. A chilling dread crept down Ross's spine, as he vaguely sensed he might have fallen into a trap. That naive girl, Ellie, had undoubtedly seen through his scheme. But who was truly pulling the strings? Ling Tian or SHIELD? If it were SHIELD, it would be somewhat acceptable. Being outmaneuvered by Nick Fury wouldn't be too humiliating. However, if this entire scenario was orchestrated by Ling Tian, then he, as a general, would be utterly foolish. Incompetent. This is utterly outrageous. Half an hour later, after listening to the surveillance team's report, Ross trembled with rage, his temples throbbing. Ling Tian had taken Ellie to Stark Tower, then returned alone, so brazenly paving the way for her. Combined with the fact that the discharge documents were personally handled by Coulson of SHIELD, all the evidence linked together into a clear narrative. He had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. Chapter 99, Main Mission with SHIELD's meticulous operational style. They would leave no trace behind. Now that Ellie had discharged and transferred to Stark Industries, even as a general, he could not afford to lose face by making things difficult for a former soldier. The urgent task at hand was to uncover the mastermind behind this. Gradually regaining his composure, Ross dialed Nick Fury's direct line. In his estimation, while the young Ling Tian possessed quick wit, such a meticulous plan bore the hallmark of SHIELD, as suppressing military development aligned perfectly with their interests. Ross, calling at this hour. Don't you think it's rather late? Nick Fury's lips curled into a cold smile as he stared at the vibrating communicator. He leisurely pressed the answer button, contemplating how the usually arrogant military had stumbled at Ling Tian's hands. What a delightful occasion it was to celebrate. General Ross, how rare to hear from you. What brings you to my humble line? Don't play coy. You've been scheming to undermine the military, arranging discharge procedures seamlessly. Is Lieutenant Ellie perhaps someone special to you? Director Nick? I don't know that girl at all. I merely did a favor for someone. Besides, you might be barking up the wrong tree. If your soldiers didn't T-file for discharge, even with SHIELD's capabilities, we wouldn't be involved, would we? So, you intend to shirk responsibility? Ross's voice was as heavy as iron. Isn't it obvious? Do you think I'm bored enough to clean up the military's mess? If it weren't for Ling Tian's relentless pursuit, and the terms he offered being impossible to refuse, this is merely a trivial matter that your lieutenant could have handled herself. But she feared you might play dirty and insisted on buying insurance. Nick Fury spoke plainly, without a hint of shame. Ling Tian is quite something. Ross ground out through clenched teeth, his knuckles turning white. Half a year's worth of planning had unraveled at this man's hands. How could he possibly swallow this indignation? One last question. You must speak the truth. When did he approach you? General, I advise against asking. A flicker of pity crossed Nick's eyes, not out of compassion, but rather from a fear that this old man might truly become enraged enough to require medical attention. Tomorrow's headline would surely be Director of SHIELD. Faints Samsung General with phone call. Speak. Are you certain? I command you to answer immediately. Very well, Nick shrugged. It was 6 months ago, shortly after you initiated the plan. A loud crash resonated from the other end of the line. General, are you still breathing? After a prolonged silence, a curt response emerged. No need to concern yourself. Thank you for your candor. Each word from Ross felt as though it had been extracted from an icy abyss. He could not afford to lose his composure in front of outsiders, even though his nails were digging painfully into his palm. After hanging up, Nick rubbed his chin and muttered, "The old man is quite resilient." He was mistaken. In his office, Ross slowly retrieved a backup phone, inhaled deeply, and hurled it against the wall. The metallic fragments exploded against the bulletproof glass like fireworks. This was the true psychological fortitude of the general. Huh. The events from 6 months ago, the detective truly lives up to his reputation. I underestimated you. Ross bitterly shook his head, his tone a mixture of resentment and fury. 6 months ago, it turned out Ling Tian had been toying with him all along. Since Ellie had defected, the intelligence he had acquired over the past 6 months must have been nothing but a trap. Reflecting on Ling Tian's impassioned speeches, claiming to consider the military's interests, chastising S. H. I. L. D. and Nick Fury was merely a ploy to lull him into complacency. Yet he had genuinely believed in Ling Tian's goodwill towards the military, and had foolishly orchestrated plans as if he were dealing with Banner, like a mere jester. Soft approaches had proven ineffective. It was time to take a hard stance. Ross narrowed his eyes, his knuckles turning white. He had intended to spare Ling Tian's life, but since he had shown such ingratitude, he should not blame Ross for being ruthless. In light of their past collaboration, granting him a complete corpse would suffice. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth, his murderous intent reaching its peak, wishing he could immediately command the Abomination Corps to crush Ling Tian. However, the timing was not yet right. He needed to wait until the civilians had evacuated. He turned and returned to the laboratory, needing to finalize the deployment of his forces. General? Stern looked up from the instruments. He had only been gone for 10 minutes. Could there be a change in plans? Ellie has retired. Ross's face turned ashen. My strategy has completely unraveled. Stern suddenly burst into laughter. So Ling Tian never regarded you as a threat? Indeed, Ross forced the response through clenched teeth. I warned you. That guy is no simple opponent. Stern tapped the lab table. Does it hurt now? Ross smashed a beaker on the table, but his counterattack exceeded expectations. To subvert key pieces in less than 24 hours, what a formidable adversary. I would like to witness this for myself. Viscous crimson liquid dripped from the edge of the table. You came to see me. Is it to commence battle ahead of schedule? Operation in 2 days. Ross wiped the glass shards from his palm. We move as soon as the civilians are evacuated. You will personally oversee the operation. I need to ensure everything is foolproof. Stern whistled at your command, sir. However, I have a small condition. You must reserve a share for me regarding Ling Tian. Although blood tests indicate he is an ordinary human, I have a feeling it's not that simple. No problem. The two individuals immediately reached a mutual understanding and began devising a plan to divide the lucrative prize that is Ling Tian. At the same moment, Coulson returned to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. He promptly gathered several high-end drones to monitor Ling Tian continuously over the next few days. I require high-definition footage complete with real-time audio, Nick Fury asserted, tapping his fingers on the table. The military is preparing to take action, and we must seize the initiative. What is the specific course of action? Naturally, we will play the role of mediators, the one-eyed director replied with a cunning smile. When they have exhausted each other, S.H.I.E.L.D. will step in to safeguard the loser. However, Director Coulson hesitated, saying, given Ling Tian's temperament, he is unlikely to let General Ross off easily. Conversely, can we truly persuade him? Rest assured, Fury replied confidently. Ling Tian is always measured in his actions. Even if he prevails, he will leave room for negotiation. At that time, when we extend a helping hand, he will undoubtedly take the opportunity to retreat. Should the military emerge victorious, Ling Tian, knowing Ross would not dare to confront S.H.I.E.L.D., will be safe. This venture is entirely risk-free. Suddenly lowering his voice, he added, moreover, do you genuinely believe that young man will lose? Ross, in declaring war, must have some trump card, but Ling Tian, when have you seen him suffer a defeat? Understood. I will deploy the necessary arrangements immediately, Coulson acknowledged with a knowing nod. General Ross, seething with rage, cleared an entire district in less than 48 hours. The pretext for the evacuation was grandiose. A suspected extraterrestrial portal had been discovered, necessitating urgent investigation. Residents fled in a panic. As the recent Chitauri invasion lingered in their memories, and no one dared risk their lives. Amidst the crowd, Ling Tian was about to leave when he was stopped by armed soldiers. Sorry, you cannot leave. On what grounds? Ling Tian protested indignantly, pointing towards the fleeing residents. What will happen if aliens come back? Should the detectives perish? The soldiers' expressions betrayed their discomfort. This is a direct order from General Ross. the team leader explained, his resolve wavering. Everyone must evacuate except for you. Ross. Ling Tian exclaimed, suddenly elated. Wonderful. I was just about to report him. The soldiers' expressions shifted dramatically. The order was personally given by General Ross himself. Ling Tian staggered backward, disbelief etched across his face. Impossible. His voice trembled, akin to a betrayal by a dear friend. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. So that is how it is. General, I never imagined we would reach this point. His laughter abruptly ceased, and he trudged toward his home, enveloped by an inescapable sense of despondency. TSK, this fellow truly knows how to put on a show. In the SHIELD command center, Nick Fury leisurely swirled his coffee cup, his gaze fixed intently on the live monitoring footage. Behind him, Hill and Agent Coulson similarly observed the unfolding ambush. Director, General Ross has truly mobilized his entire force this time, Coulson remarked, staring at the satellite map in astonishment. A military blockade has been established within a 50-mile radius centered on Ling's residence. This is a greater display than when we pursued the Hulk. Hill quickly interjected. 300 elite personnel, equipped with sonic cannons and armed helicopters, sufficient to wage a localized war. She exchanged a knowing glance with Coulson, both understanding that this time, the detective might find it impossible to escape. Fury, with a playful smile, remarked, "You truly underestimate that little fox." He took a delicate sip of his coffee, adding, "His survival skills far surpass his talent for solving cases." On the surveillance footage, Ling Tian was seen traversing his own courtyard, meticulously recording combat data. Suddenly, Fury issued a command, suggesting that Ross's armor division might reveal the detective's hidden cards. Understood, Coulson promptly activated the holographic recorder. At that moment, Ling Tian had entered the foyer, his earlier despondency vanishing in an instant. Through the gaps in the curtains, he calmly assessed the encirclement of 300 soldiers and heavy weaponry. To him, it was merely an extravagant combat drill. Tapping his fingers against the silver device at his waist, he pondered briefly which suit of armor should he don. It needed to control the area while countering the heavy fire. Ultimately, he settled on the emblem of the crimson photon blood. Let us play a little, shall we, General? As a metallic mask descended, the photon veins ignited with a scarlet glow. He cursed himself for having spoken out of turn, promising that Lieutenant he would try not to stir up trouble. Now he found himself bound, feeling quite frustrated. Ling Tian muttered to himself, his gaze landing on the mission panel. Main quest: defeat the military forces, forcing Ross to acknowledge the host's absolute strength reward. 100,000 point status. Pending side quest: disrupt Ross's conspiracy and successfully turn his undercover agent reward. 50,000 point status. Completed hidden quest. Previously, main quests revolved around the protagonist, yet this time, he found himself as mere support. Ling Tian stroked his chin, knowing instinctively that the hidden quest was undoubtedly related to Ross. It seemed that in this world, aside from the one-eyed dragon of SHIELD, Ross from the military could also be counted among the virtuous. In Chapter 100, titled The All-Purpose Maid, he had not been idle during these days, diligently checking in and completing over 10 system tasks. Though he had managed to cultivate an all-purpose maid for someone else, garnering a 6-figure score, it felt as if his heart was stuffed with waterlogged cotton. Fortunately, Ellie had been directly assigned beside Potts. Had she fallen into the hands of that scoundrel Stark, he feared he would vomit 3 liters of old blood. Lost in thought, a sudden knock on the door interrupted his musings. Ling Tian frowned, for this hour should not yield visitors. The old neighbors from SHIELD had departed last week, and the remaining residents had long since fled. Within a 50-mile radius, apart from the soldiers, he was the only one left standing. "Coming," he called out, shuffling in his slippers toward the door. "Who is it?" As the door swung open, he nearly choked on his own saliva. Standing outside were 2 familiar faces, General Ross and, "Oh dear, General, what a pleasure to have you. Please, come in," he exclaimed, forcing a bright smile. Yet, turning to the other individual, his expression soured. "Dr. Stern, even my dog does not welcome you. Kindly make your exit swiftly. Do not tarnish my domain." At the monitoring screen, Nick Fury spat out his coffee, while Tony Stark, encased in his iron armor, twitched at the corners of his mouth. Have we been worrying for nothing? Ellie, the silver-haired maid, gazed at the holographic projection with a gentle smile. My master has stated that even if humanity were to perish, he could still host a party amidst the ruins. Mr. Stark, I suggest you prepare to mediate this conflict. If only for the sake of those soldiers, Ellie said with a worried expression. She was not concerned about Ling Tian's predicament. After all, she knew him well. Since he remained comfortably at home, it was evident he possessed the confidence to navigate the crisis. Her genuine concern lay with the soldiers who were about to be embroiled in the conflict. Although retired, the bonds forged in military service were not easily severed. Understood. It is still early. Ross's visit must be for negotiation, and the presence of the commander indicates that armed conflict will not erupt just yet. Stark waved his hand nonchalantly. His thoughts aligned with Nick Fury's, but were motivated purely by his personal friendship with Ling Tian. At that moment, the two men in the room exhibited contrasting expressions. Ross appeared as grim as the depths of the ocean, while Stern maintained an air of ease. In Stern's eyes, Ling Tian was about to become a specimen on the experimental table, and he had always been remarkably lenient with experimental materials. Ling Tian, we shall not enter the room, Ross stated coldly. You are well aware of our intentions. Of course, it is regarding the matter of the extraterrestrial portal. Ling Tian feigned ignorance. Detective Ling, are you still playing coy at this juncture? What does the general mean by that? You know very well. Why did you allow Ellie to retire? That is quite unjust. The lieutenant grew weary of military life and implored me to assist her in finding a job. I only obliged out of consideration for you, thus incurring a debt of gratitude. How have I become the one at fault? Meanwhile, Nick Fury instructed Coulson, prepare some sunflower seeds. It will add a sense of ceremony to our observation and spare me from choking on coffee. Stark and Potts exchanged knowing glances at Ellie, their playful expressions making the new bodyguard feel uneasy. Don't listen to his nonsense, Ling Tian protested. This has nothing to do with me. I am wronged. I understand. Stark teased. However, the lieutenant does possess a discerning eye, having chosen Stark Industries among countless professions. Your future is bright. Potts could not help but chuckle at this. On a serious note, go fetch me 2 cheeseburgers, Stark said with a smile. It seems we are in for quite a show. Enough of this, Detective Ling. No one can match you in the art of convoluted arguments. Ross ultimately conceded. If that is the case, let's be direct. Ling Tian, surrender your armor. Ross asserted, as if this demand were entirely justified, as though such an act of appropriation were the most natural thing in the world. Ling Tian's gaze turned icy. On what grounds? This is my private property. General, if you were my position, would you relinquish it so easily? Detective, I am considering your safety, Ross replied without flinching. This armor possesses immense power, and it is inevitable that some may covet it. It is safest under military custody, as only we can fully realize its value. Though he spoke thus, it was clear that this was an act of forceful seizure, with no regard for reason. Huh, what a grand joke, Ling Tian retorted, counting off on his fingers. By your logic, should the military also take custody of Swiss bank accounts? Given that someone might have an eye on them? The Iron Man suit, S.H.I.E.L., DS Mothership, Odin's Scepter, the wealth of billionaires, and the presidential seat. Are any of these not coveted? Should they all be surrendered to the military? These words left Ross speechless. Such an admission was beyond his courage. Otherwise, it would be akin to placing the military in a precarious position. What a sharp-tongued individual. Ross sneered, Detective, if you fancy yourself a negotiation expert, you must be the paragon of your field. I appreciate the compliment. I've often been told so, to the point where I've begun to question whether I am indeed omnipotent, came the retort. Enough chatter. You will surrender that armor today, willingly or not. Ross's demeanor darkened, and in light of their acquaintance, he candidly stated, refusal is a path to certain demise. Should you choose to comply, I assure you. Assure me of what? A merciful death? Or a swift one? Ling Tian interjected sarcastically. No, General, it seems you have no intention of sparing me. Do you? Then why should I offer it to you willingly? A toast to your folly. I intended to grant you some dignity, but since you refuse to recognize it. Ross's eyes narrowed ominously. Though he could not fathom Ling Tian's calmness, the thought of his secret weapon filled him with confidence. Today, escape was not an option for Ling Tian. Commencing battle? General, you have truly gone to great lengths to prepare this battleground, clearing dozens of miles for the occasion. Ling Tian chuckled lightly. To be honest, this display does instill a modicum of fear. It is indeed a challenge to control the measure of one's strikes. He shifted his tone. So, General, it would be wise not to compel me to act. I am not like Hulk, who relies solely on brute force. If anyone dares to make a rash move, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Ling Tian's eyes. Then let each man meet his fate. Huh. I hope you can maintain such bravado in the moments to come, Ross arrogantly replied, while Dr. Stern beside him wore a chilling smile. Think as you will, regardless. This farce will eventually require someone to clean up the aftermath. That depends on whether they can arrive in time, having held a high position for many years. Ross understood the implications of Ling Tian's words. Should the battle drag on too long, not only SHIELD, but also the higher echelons of the military would inevitably intervene. Yet, he remained unfazed, even dismissive. The premise of mediation relies on a balance of power, but the prepared lethal strike was more than sufficient to crush Ling Tian in an instant. If the tide were to turn completely, any intervention would be futile and would serve only to showcase the military's might, achieving two objectives in one stroke. Very well, General. Since you possess such confidence, I await the spectacle. Ha ha ha. Detective, do you truly believe we cannot handle you? To be frank, even if that incompetent lieutenant has wasted our efforts for half a year without discovering any specific means against you, do you think General Ross and I have only been focused on your pitiful armor during this time? Stern scoffed. Oh, what hidden treasures have you concealed? Reveal them to broaden my horizons, Ling Tian teased, genuinely intrigued by their so-called trump card. However, to say he felt fear? One moment of halted time could render any weapon obsolete, including this one. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the surprise Ross had prepared would exceed all expectations. Soon, you shall witness it for yourself. I merely hope you do not flee in terror. I await that moment eagerly. However, General, it would be prudent to expedite the evacuation of civilians. Should a few witnesses slip through, observing such military conduct, tut-tut. Ling Tian unleashed a sharp tongue, and refraining from directly addressing Ross as an old fool was already a testament to his restraint. There's no need for you to worry. Protecting the populace is indeed the military's duty, Ross retorted coldly. Yet, how do you intend to explain this to the soldiers? Dealing with the Hulk might be one thing. His size, color, and violent demeanor certainly mark him as a monster, making any confrontation seem justifiable. But what about me? As a law-abiding citizen who once risked my life to save millions by throwing them into a wormhole, can I not be called a hero? Are you suggesting I fabricate a tale of being an extraterrestrial? That excuse is utterly ludicrous. Dr. Stern can attest to my being a true Earthling. I underwent a comprehensive physical examination in your military hospital. Ross's face flushed with anger. Enough of the nonsense. Just say the armor was produced by the military and was stolen in an unfortunate incident. Even he found the audacity of his own words embarrassing. Is this even logical? Ling Tian nearly burst into laughter. Even Stern took a cautious step back, distancing himself from Ross. Though Stern now seemed neither fully alive nor dead, he paradoxically appeared more genuine. Ross's reasoning was so shameful it made Stern uncomfortable. General Ross, your audacity is thick enough to rebuild the Great Wall. If the military truly possessed such capabilities, why would they remain fixated on this? Do you not feel a pang of conscience when you utter such words? Indeed, it stings a bit. Ever since Captain Ellie retired, I've been troubled as I unraveled the truth behind these events. But no matter, Detective. Your armor is like a miracle cure. Perhaps you could help alleviate my distress? Not a chance. I cannot cure your ailment. You'll find relief only when you rule the world, Ross exclaimed with fervor. To be frank, this elite force of 300 soldiers has been personally nurtured by me. After the Chitauri invasion, I meticulously selected and rigorously trained each one, capable of taking on 3 opponents apiece. They were originally meant for a significant operation, but I've assembled them all here today to ensure absolute success. Detective, you should feel honored. Is that so? What a pity. I promised a naive girl that I would do my utmost to avoid unnecessary casualties. If I were to inadvertently eliminate 100 or so, wouldn't you be devastated? Perhaps it's time to call an ambulance. By the way, those doctors who examined me last time were quite commendable, especially the one who drew blood. Their rescue skills were undoubtedly professional, Ling Tian suggested with a touch of warmth. Sharp-tongued, as ever, I am quite magnanimous towards the dying. Take this moment to be alone. You might want to say farewell to your girlfriend to spare her the grief of finding you lifeless. Ross uttered his cruel words with a smile. Once you pass, your armor will continue to serve the military. I will take good care of your family. Perhaps I should introduce her to a new partner to help her move on from the sorrow of losing her husband. He was completely oblivious to the murderous intent that flickered in Ling Tian's eyes, but Stern noticed it distinctly and couldn't help but shudder. Chapter 101, Crossing the Line Strangely. Even in the face of the Hulk, I would not lose my composure like this, Stern pondered silently. The detective's gaze was indeed terrifying. Did he harbor some hidden secret? Recalling the experimental troops he had brought today, his confidence returned. Even if they were not as formidable as the original, this army of Hulk replicas would be sufficient to send the authentic Hulk fleeing, let alone just a detective. According to intelligence, Ling Tian had barely triumphed in his last battle against Abomination, and at that time, Abomination had already been significantly weakened by the Hulk. Now, he led an entire legion of abominations. Victory was assured. Ling Tian approached Ross with deliberate steps, whispering softly in his ear, "General, your remarks have crossed the line. In comparison to you, I have indeed been excessively benevolent. Your recent words have displeased me greatly. So notions of forgiveness shall be set aside for now, at least until I have quelled my ire. Now, I present you with an opportunity. Among those 300, who do you despise the most? I can prioritize their removal, ensuring none remain." The smile on Ling Tian's face sent a chill down Ross's spine, his body drenched in cold sweat. This eerie sensation was reminiscent of his first encounter with a battlefield strewn with corpses. Though fleeting, it instilled a profound sense of dread within him. However, with the impending conflict, he forced himself to maintain composure, replying, "You are about to face far more than just these individuals. This does not concern me." Ling Tian responded coldly, "Anyone who offends me cannot escape death. Your recent words have severed their last chance at survival. I hope you do not come to regret this." Ross scoffed, "Do you think I will believe such a thing? At the very least, I will ensure you receive a complete corpse." With that, he turned and began to disperse the crowd in preparation for the attack, resolute in his decision to deny Ling Tian any opportunity to survive. "AI Lee, do you think what Ling Tian said is overly exaggerated?" Stark was initially shocked, then troubled, ultimately concluding that it must be a jest. He is not joking, not in the slightest. AI Lee's voice trembled, her mind conjuring images of Ling Tian's ruthless rampage. That is indeed an exaggeration. Does Ling Tian truly believe he can contend against the entire military establishment single-handedly? This is tantamount to forging an irreconcilable enmity with the military. It was probably too late to advocate for peace now, unless Stark's pupils suddenly constricted as he exclaimed, "Good heavens, this madman." Unless what? Potts inquired. Unless Ling Tian demonstrates overwhelming strength in combat, instilling fear in the military, essentially using brute force to intimidate. But why would he go to such lengths? Logically, he should not be so reckless. "Mr. Stark, I've been working with him for half a year and have come to understand his temperament." For Ling Tian, the only two things of utmost importance in this world are his own life and Wanda. In General Ross's recent comments, AI Lee sighed deeply, secretly relieved to have distanced herself from the military. Working under Ross, mediocrity might ensure survival, but being too exceptional could prove dangerous. Stark's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Has Ross succumbed to dementia? Provoking an opponent at such a critical juncture? He fell silent, contemplating the situation. If someone publicly insulted Potts, he would never let it go unchallenged. This was indeed Ross digging his own grave. AI Lee had painstakingly negotiated some leeway for the military, only for it to be squandered by the highest commander himself. The trio from S.H.I.E.L.D. silently shook their heads in dismay. Ross's provocation was essentially forcing Ling Tian's hand. "Coulson, immediately enter a state of readiness. Contact Pierce and inform him that we require the assistance of those two special members." Nick Fury commanded while rubbing his temples. "Understood, sir." Coulson departed swiftly. What was initially a simple mediation task had now escalated, with Ling Tian potentially entering a state of uncontrollable rage. Approaching the battlefield was now a distant hope. Returning to the Armored Vehicle Command Center, Stern could not suppress his complaints. "Your provocation was exceedingly unwise. Now, Ling Tian is unrestrained and could unleash a massacre at any moment." The thought of risking his life alongside such a fool made his stomach churn. He had intended to temper the man's arrogance, yet to his surprise, the imbecile Ross gritted his teeth and responded defiantly. "Once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. These soldiers were his carefully selected confidants, unlike Blansky, who, despite his formidable strength, would only evoke a modicum of sorrow upon his death. Each of these elite soldiers was dear to him. Losing any one of them would bring immense grief. However, given Ling Tian's earlier demeanor, it seemed likely that without eliminating at least half of their forces, the situation would not resolve favorably. Ross had never anticipated that a single taunt would trigger such a grave chain reaction, but alas, there is no remedy for regret. Doctor, why not deploy the Abomination Warriors for a swift resolution? Absolutely not. Stern decisively rejected the notion. Those are our last resort weapons, and they are still incomplete. While their combat capability is astonishing, they require support during battle. Should they confront Ling Tian directly, the losses would be even more catastrophic. Even if we ultimately recover them, all we would gain is a shattered shell. In my view, the damaged Abomination Warriors would hold no value for further research. He adjusted his glasses, adding with significant implication. Moreover, hundreds of eyes are upon us. A general leading a battalion without firing a single shot. How can you maintain your standing in the military if this were to be known? While it is indeed regrettable to sacrifice ordinary soldiers, for you, these expendables are plentiful, are they not? In contrast, nurturing a single Abomination Warrior demands 6 times the resources. You must weigh this carefully. Ross's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve before he finally gritted his teeth and said, "Let us proceed as planned." He could only hope that Ling Tian would retain his rationality. Otherwise, even in death, the ensuing troubles would be a headache for them. After much contemplation, he ultimately concluded that the Abomination Warriors held greater worth, as the cost of 6 for 1 was starkly evident. These meticulously nurtured soldiers were originally intended to serve the super soldier program. If they could now sacrifice themselves for the greater military cause, it could be considered a noble end. Stern observed coldly, inwardly scoffing at the hypocrisy. These soldiers need not perish. Their fate was sealed by Ross's own arrogance in provoking the detective. Now, he spoke with such lofty rhetoric that it made even Stern feel nauseous. Sooner or later, he would dissect that arrogant mind to uncover its structure and extract the heart to see if it was as dark as he suspected. That scene would surely be fascinating. He fixed his gaze on the nape of Ross's neck, convinced that given the general's hubristic nature, his anatomical fantasies would soon become reality. "What is making you laugh, Doctor?" Ross suddenly turned, confronting Stern's eerie smile, which sent chills down his spine. "Oh, I was merely excited at the prospect of acquiring a specimen of Ling Tian's body," Stern replied, adjusting his glasses. The reflection obscured the darkness lurking in his eyes. Although the cost would be steep, today would ensure the detective would not return. "Huh. Well said." Ross laughed heartily, his heavy heart lightened somewhat by the sentiment. Action. Execute the plan. 30 minutes passed, and after confirming the evacuation of all nearby residents, Ross grasped the communicator and issued the command. A soldier, bearing an automatic weapon, approached Ling Tian's residence. Surprisingly, instead of forcefully breaching the door, he adhered to protocol and knocked gently. "Are you sure this tactic is effective? It wouldn't be a ploy to send him to his doom, would it?" Stern chuckled. Yet his words were laced with barbs. Ross, unfazed, replied, "One must at least attempt. Although the prospects are dim, should we succeed, we would achieve victory without conflict. I shall personally bestow him his accolades." "Very well. After all, you are the commander. Is anyone there? Open the door." "How bothersome." Ling Tian, initially disinclined to respond, was irked by the incessant knocking. As he pulled the door open, his transformed bell hung at his waist, and his phone was already keyed in with the activation code 555, ready to engage in battle at a moment's notice. "Detective, surrender. The general has stated that if you relinquish your armor, you shall be treated leniently." The soldier, head bowed and voice tinged with guilt, continued, "We have dispatched 300 elite troops, along with heavy artillery. You cannot escape." Having participated in the Battle of New York, he was acutely aware that this mission was far from honorable. "Ah, another mere pawn. Ross is more ruthless than I anticipated," Ling Tian scoffed, "yet considering your nav vet, I must inquire why only you were sent to negotiate with 300 men? Ross has already made an appearance. Why the redundancy? Obeying orders is the soldier's duty." The soldier replied resolutely. Ling Tian raised an eyebrow in surprise. "It is rare to encounter a headstrong youth like you. Knowing you are walking in a certain death yet still daring to come, I deduce it is sheer foolishness." Yes, it must be so. As they conversed, 4 operatives positioned themselves around the surrounding buildings. The soldier's sole task was to draw Ling Tian out to avoid alarming him. Even the directives he received were genuine attempts at negotiation. Should Ling Tian remain hidden inside, the mechanical dinosaur could withstand some assaults. Yet at this moment he was surrounded, and no matter how formidable the dinosaur, it could not shield him from all angles. Target locked. The 4 operatives reported in succession. On my count, 3, 2, 1. Fire simultaneously. Understood. Ross tightened his grip on the radio, counting down urgently. 3, 2, 1. The deafening gunfire erupted as 4 armor-piercing rounds converged on Ling Tian's vital points from different directions. Yet only a synchronized explosion echoed in the air, showcasing the tactical prowess of this elite unit. Before the sound dissipated, Ross shouted hoarsely, "Is the target neutralized? Report to the general. We missed." The leader's voice carried an odd tone. "We underestimated the red mechanical beetle. You should see the scope for yourself." The scene revealed through the telescope made Ross's pupils constrict. Ling Tian was gently caressing the crimson beetle hovering on his shoulder and the silver mechanical dragon, with bullets suspended just 10 centimeters from his body, as if halted by an invisible barrier. TSK, the heart, the skull, the kidneys. Ling Tian tapped the solidified bullet with his fingertip. The 4 operatives are performing quite well according to General Ross's script. He turned to the messenger, frozen in place. "You should feel fortunate not to have pulled the trigger. Now, take your submachine gun and vanish." The messenger turned and fled, well aware of the 2 mechanical creatures that had, a fortnight prior, single-handedly decimated an entire armored battalion. First squad, switched to thermite rounds. Ross's roar reverberated through the radio. 10 figures simultaneously lifted, yet no one noticed the cold smile that crept upon Ling Tian's lips. In the laboratory, Stern adjusted his glasses, observing through the lens as the nanomaterial armor began to seep forth from beneath Ling Tian's skin, glimmering with a metallic sheen.